Lu Chen traversed into a world where everyone could change professions, starting with the unique exclusive profession of creator. Creator, you can turn stone into gold, use various materials to create equipment, elixirs, talismans, keys to pass levels, experience scrolls to max level, and other items. Thus, Lu Chen attempted to create some items, growing stronger with each battle. When you are injured, restore all health points, and permanently increase strength, stamina, and spirit by 1 point without limit. God-slaying sword, when attacking, it reduces the target's health by 100%. Experience capsule, after consumption, it allows you to level up by 100 levels. The whole world went crazy when they saw the items created by Lu Chen. I only made a slight move, how is this your limit? Blue Star, Zhangcheng No. 1 High School, Job Change Day. On the high platform, the school leaders watched the senior students below with excited expressions as they participated in the job change ceremony. Look at that icy blue light. It must be an S-level talent. It's Li Shuyao. Look at this phenomenon, she is probably changing to a rare profession, Ice Spirit Mage. Amidst the gasps of admiration, a beautiful girl named Li Shuyao was surrounded by a dazzling ice blue radiance, as if the goddess of ice and snow had descended. However, an unexpected change occurred. In the corner, a seemingly inconspicuous and stern young man suddenly erupted with a rich, inky black light, its momentum so overwhelming that it instantly overshadowed Li Shuyao's ice blue brilliance. Black light? This is a sign of a hidden profession. Hurry! Find out who that student is. Lu Chen? An orphan, living by doing odd jobs. Could he really be the chosen one? This dark light, could it be the legendary Lord of the Undead? There was a commotion on the high platform. As Lu Chen, at the center of the dark light, had just crossed over, his mind was still a bit foggy. After digesting the memories of his predecessor, he looked at the personal panel that appeared before him, feeling utterly bewildered. Name, Lu Chen. Occupation, Curse Master/Creator, Unique. Level 1, 0%. Strength, 8 Stamina, 8 Spirit, 13. Skill, none. Talent, Curse Command/Creation. A world where everyone can change jobs? Does this count as having changed to 2 professions? Before he could think it through, the job change ceremony ended, and a group of excited school leaders rushed down from the high platform, surrounding him completely ignoring Li Shuyao, whose radiance had already faded to the side. Lu Chen, congratulations on your job change to a hidden profession. May I ask what it is? Lu Chen was a bit confused by the commotion and honestly replied, I think it's called Cursed Fate Master. Cursed Fate Master? The leaders exchanged glances. It sounded impressive, but they had no recollection of it. Sounds strong. Quickly, use your authority to check the information. At that moment, Lu Chen's homeroom teacher, Ling Yunxue, squeezed over and gently asked, Lu Chen, what is your job talent? Seeing Lu Chen shake his head, she kindly reminded him, you can see it by focusing your thoughts on the talent section. Lu Chen's details of his talent emerged. Cursed life, at the cost of cursing oneself and burning lifespan, one can apply a buff to the target, increasing power/success rate. Upon success, the target will also receive a random debuff, such as slow, stun, curse, etc. Sacrificing life. Toxic support? Lu Chen's mouth twitched. What kind of ridiculous profession is this? Do they think my life is too long? Just after crossing over, I have to risk my life? He instantly felt disdain for this cursed life master. Damn! Meanwhile, the principal, who was checking the information, let out a curse, his face looking grim. What's wrong, principal? Is it very powerful? The others asked curiously. The principal sighed deeply and revealed the details of the Cursed Fate Master, including the 3 Cursed Fate Masters in Blue Star's history, 2 of whom did not live past 20, and the longest-lived one only reached 25. The scene fell into an instant silence. Although the enhancement is stronger than S-level support, the random negative buffs are too deadly, and it costs lives. Alas, what a pity. It's not easy to get a hidden class, and yet it turns out to be such a short-lived monstrosity? The school leaders sighed in dismay, their eyes filled with sympathy and distance as they looked at Lu Chen. Then, as if they remembered something, they quickly turned to Li Shuyu, their faces once again filled with smiles. Li Shuyu, what class did you change to? Li Shuyu glanced at Lu Chen, a hint of barely noticeable regret in her eyes, and replied, S-rank, Ice Spirit Mage. Indeed, it's the Ice Spirit Mage. That's great, a stable and powerful S-rank output. The future is limitless. The leaders enthusiastically praised him, forming a stark contrast to their earlier coldness towards Lu Chen. Lu Chen looked at this scene of reality, feeling helpless, and redirected his attention back to his panel. He focused on the Cursed Mage, and then on the Creator, Unique, behind it, concentrating his thoughts on the Profession column. Panel switch. Class, creator, unique, /curse master. Talent, creation /curse. Indeed, it's a dual class. Lu Chen was overjoyed. Could this be a benefit for traversers? He quickly checked the creation talent. Creation consumes mental energy, can turn stone into gold, or use related materials to craft equipment, items, talismans, elixirs, etc. The success rate is related to the item/material level. Wow! Lu Chen's eyes instantly lit up. Blacksmith plus alchemist plus spirit array master plus celestial talismancer. This is simply the ultimate combination of life skills. If those are considered S level, then his creator is definitely starting at SSS level. A glimmer of hope. Lu Chen suppressed his inner excitement and decided to temporarily hide the fact that he was a creator. After all, he was still unsure whether dual-class practitioners were common. The transfer ceremony had completely ended, and most of the students had chosen ordinary life professions like chefs and beauticians, which was a stark contrast to Lu Chen and Li Shuyao. The class teacher, Ling Yunxue, announced that they could move about freely. Although she felt regret for Lu Chen's deformed hidden profession, it was still a part of his resume, and she wore a smile on her face. Teacher, I'm not feeling well, so I'm going home first. Lu Chen was eager to return home and try out his talent for creation. Ling Yunshua's smile faded slightly as she sighed, leading him outside while comforting him that he shouldn't feel pressured. After all, being a curse master was still better than an ordinary life profession. Lu Chen absent-mindedly responded, but his mind was on something else entirely. Watching Lu Chen's dejected figure leave, Li Shuyu silently withdrew her gaze. She had wanted to be happy for Lu Chen's job change to a hidden profession, but she never expected the outcome to be so cruel that she couldn't even bring herself to say congratulations. That guy is usually so reclusive, switching to a short-lived profession suits him. He just looks unlucky, he won't live long. A few classmates who had switched to life professions couldn't help but mock Lu Chen in low voices, their tone laced with barely concealed jealousy and a hint of morbid superiority. After all, although the curse master is a hidden profession, it's short-lived. Shut up! Li Shuyao suddenly turned her head, her delicate face frosted, and a bone-chilling aura erupted. The mocking classmates instantly felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar, their teeth chattering, staring at her in terror. Is this the power of an S-level ice mage? It's terrifying right after the job change. We are all classmates. How can you slander someone behind their back? Li Shuyao reprimanded coldly. Shuyao, stop. The homeroom teacher Ling Yunxue, who had just returned after seeing off Lu Chen, quickly intervened, fearing trouble would arise. After understanding the situation, she also frowned and scolded those classmates, punishing them to write as self-reflection. The few people nodded in agreement, but secretly murmured to themselves, could it be that Li Shuyao likes Lu Chen, given how she defends him? But thinking about the future gap between the two, they felt it was impossible. Shuyao, come with me to the office. The school wants to create a special training plan for you, Ling Yunxue said to Li Shuyao. The treatment for S-level professionals is naturally different, with a significant allocation of resources. If it weren't for the flaws of the curse master, Lu Chen should have received a higher level of training than Li Shuyao. Maybe tomorrow, teacher. I'm feeling a bit unwell, so I'm heading back. Li Shuyao hesitated for a moment, shook her head, and quickly ran towards the door. She was still worried about Lu Chen and wanted to check on him. Ling Yunxue watched her departing figure and sighed helplessly. She could see Li Shuyao's feelings for Lu Chen, but reality was cruel. The paths of the two were likely to drift further apart. Lu Chen walked out of the school gate, saw that no one was around, and unable to contain his excitement, picked up an ordinary stone from the ground, clenched it in his palm, and put it in his pocket, trying to activate his creation talent, turning stone into gold. Sigh, the creation has failed. After 3 consecutive failures, the mental strain was immense, and Lu Chen felt a wave of dizziness. Is the success rate really this low? He frowned, wondering if it was because his level was too low or if he needed to use or containing gold elements. Just as he was pondering, an old and gentle voice sounded beside him. Classmate, you don't seem to be in good shape, do you? Lu Chen looked up and saw a kindly old man whose face seemed somewhat familiar. I'm feeling a bit dizzy, he casually replied. The old man smiled at him and said something astonishing. Classmate, did you just change to 2 professions? Lu Chen's heart was in turmoil. How did this old man know? He tried to maintain his composure, but the fleeting change in his expression was still caught by the old man. Hee, as expected. The old man said with a smile, no need to be nervous. Although dual-class job changers are rare, you are not the only one. I have seen a few, so I can discern clues from your job change phenomenon. Lu Chen retorted, I don't know what you're talking about. It's fine. The old man was unconcerned. I won't harm you, nor will I force you to reveal your second profession. In fact, even if you only have the cursed spellcaster profession, you still possess great potential for development. Lu Chen looked at the old man in surprise. A toxic milk profession still has high value? The old man seemed to see through his thoughts and explained with a hearty laugh. You think that curse masters are a waste because they cost lives and have negative buffs, right? But have you considered that we have the life extension pill? With an organization to train you and plenty of pills, isn't the cost of sacrificing lives offset? As for the negative buffs, the purification scroll can solve that. Even if there's no time to purify on the battlefield, the effect of increasing success rates can be used to assist blacksmiths in forging and alchemists in refining pills. It's simply a divine skill. Just think of how many materials can be saved and how much the yield can be improved. So, while the curse master seems flawed, in reality, it's a top-tier divine logistics profession. Boom! The old man's words struck like a bolt of lightning, instantly enlightening Lu Chen. That's right. The curse increases success rates and power, which can perfectly apply to creation. And creation can produce life extension pills to offset the consumption of curse. This is simply a perfect perpetual motion machine. Wait, even if the longevity pill can't completely eliminate all negative effects, so what? He is a creator. The resurrection armor is too complicated? Then just create a resurrection coin. Sacrifice life? Go ahead and sacrifice. Dead? The resurrection coin revives you on the spot, all negative states reset. Then continue to sacrifice. Unlimited refills. Unlimited power. Thinking of this, Lu Chen trembled with excitement, his face breaking into an uncontrollable radiant smile. Lu Chen? At that moment, a clear call came from behind. Lu Chen turned around and saw Li Shuyu running over, panting. Class monitor? Lu Chen greeted with a smile. Lu Chen, you, in a good mood? Li Shuyu was taken aback. In her impression, Lu Chen was always taciturn, and after an unsatisfactory job transfer, he should be even more dejected. Why was he smiling so happily? Could it be that he was comforted by the old man beside him? She quickly looked at the old man, and when she recognized his face, her pupils constricted, and she respectfully bowed, Principal Wei. Hello, little girl, you're not bad either. The old man nodded with a smile. Lu Chen was taken aback upon hearing this. The principal? Wasn't that the middle-aged man from just now? No, wait. Jiangcheng no. One high school also had a legendary figure. The old principal, Wei Chen, that unfathomable hidden big shot. If we talk about Jiangcheng number 1 high school, there is definitely a low-key hidden powerhouse. It is absolutely not the current principal nor any other teachers. It is the former principal, Wei Chen, who operates behind the scenes. He has long been over level 60 and has undergone a career advancement, commonly known as second transfer. He is one of the few strong figures in the entire Jiangnan province. The most important thing is that he has never had any negative news. Instead, he is truly dedicated to the country, working tirelessly until death. Wei Chen originally had the opportunity to strive for a higher level, but because he thought too much about the country and liked to sacrifice himself, he suffered a serious injury in an accident. This forced him to retreat from the front lines and return to his hometown, Jiangcheng, to serve as principal. In the following years, he had to resign from the principal position again due to a recurrence of an old ailment. He is a true pillar of the nation. Lu Chen immediately felt a deep respect. He also felt that his previous vigilance, suspicion, and concealment in front of him were quite amusing in the eyes of the other party. Principal, I'm sorry, I didn't recognize you just now. Lu Chen greeted him. Wei Chen smiled and shook his head, his expression kind and quite meaningful. It's nothing, you can think about what I said more. If you are willing to try, I can apply for enough resource allocation for you. But it seems you have a date today, so I won't disturb you. After saying that, Wei Chen turned around and left decisively. It seemed that his legs were not very nimble. Seeing this, Lu Chen was afraid that the old principal would misunderstand and affect Li Shuyu, so he quickly said, Principal, don't misunderstand, I have nothing with the class monitor, we're just friends. Li Shuyu. I wasn't in a hurry to refute, why are you so eager to deny it? Could it be that the old principal wants to introduce his granddaughter to you? He. Wei Chen couldn't help but chuckle at Lu Chen's words, not looking back as he said, make sure to seize the opportunity. After that, his figure swayed and, despite his seemingly unsteady legs, he vanished in an instant. Lu Chen blinked, then looked at the expressionless Li Shuyu beside him and whispered, Class monitor, it seems the old principal misunderstood us. Let him misunderstand. Li Shuyu said. Lu Chen. What do you mean by that? Are you going to let it be? But we don't seem to be that familiar. Lu Chen still had quite an impression of Li Shuyu. Among the few classmates he had a good relationship with, she was one. However, they should be considered acquaintances, right? They often went to and from school together, but there was no other interaction. Li Shuyu shouldn't be interested in him like that, right? Not to mention, they have both changed jobs now. Li Shuyu is now an S-rank ice spirit mage, while his curse master is seen as utterly useless in the eyes of the public. He is also a short-lived person. What could she possibly see in him? Does she want to inherit his legacy early? But he is an orphan with hardly any money. He might not inherit anything and instead end up with a pile of debt. Ha ha. Lu Chen thought this and couldn't help but laugh again. What are you laughing at? Li Shuyu, initially a bit displeased by Lu Chen's reaction, had a serious expression on her pretty face, but seeing Lu Chen suddenly laugh, she couldn't help but smile and questioned him. Lu Chen shook his head and smiled. It's nothing. Just thought of something happy. After saying that, Lu Chen took a step forward. I'm going home. What about you? Li Shuyu bit her lip and followed. I'm going home too. The two then walked out of the school together, heading home while chatting. Just as they were nearing Lu Chen's house, Li Shuyu suddenly stopped, tilted her head to look at him, and said, I feel like you've changed a lot. Lu Chen's heart skipped a beat and he smiled. Lightly, really? Yeah. Li Shuyu nodded and said, you weren't this talkative and cheerful before, you were more silent and melancholic. I was worried that one day you might suddenly lose hope. I didn't expect that after your job change, you seem to have changed quite a bit. Li Shuyu remarked thoughtfully. Lu Chen casually replied, yeah, because after the job change, I suddenly became much more open-minded. I'm also quite satisfied with my profession as a curse master. Upon hearing this, Li Shuyu hesitated and said, but this profession, isn't it a bit problematic? It's okay, it's just a bit of life wasted, nothing serious. Lu Chen said nonchalantly. Hearing this, Li Shuyu's eyelids twitched. Wow, that's quite open-minded. Alright, I'm home now. See you tomorrow. Lu Chen waved to Li Shuyu as he reached his front door and then went inside. Li Shuyu also waved back, saying, see you tomorrow. Then, she suddenly thought of something and was about to ask Lu Chen if they should team up for a dungeon tomorrow. However, Lu Chen had already closed the door. Forget it, I'll ask. Tomorrow. Li Shuyu shook her head, a relaxed smile appearing on her face. Although she felt that Lu Chen's state was a bit strange, she found that the cheerful Lu Chen was much easier to get along with than the gloomy Lu Chen. Before Lu Chen walked into his house, he closed the door. He then took out the stone from his pocket, continuing to turn stone into gold. Ding, creation failed. Another attempt, a direct failure. Seeing this, Lu Chen gritted his teeth and switched his profession to curse master. Then, he cast a buff on himself to enhance his success rate. Suddenly, Lu Chen felt weak all over, as if he had just recovered from a serious illness. But this feeling came quickly and left just as fast. It was probably the effect of the curse. He didn't know how many days or months of his life had been consumed. Continue creating. Lu Chen then switched back to the creator profession and continued to turn stone into gold. Whoosh! A flash of golden light. The stone in his hand instantly turned into a brilliant gold. It truly transformed from an ordinary stone into a piece of gold. I really succeeded in creation. Lu Chen's eyes lit up and he instinctively picked up the gold and bit into it. There were teeth marks. It was real gold. Awesome! Lu Chen put away the gold, his expression excited and thrilled. This piece of gold in his hand was estimated to be worth around 20 to 30,000. He just didn't know how long this buff would last and how much of his life he had spent. Let's try again. Lu Chen then glanced around and saw a supermarket discount flyer on the table. His eyes brightened slightly and he picked it up. Swish! A flash of golden light. The flyer in Lu Chen's hand disappeared, transforming into a yellow paper talisman covered in various strange runes. Item: Fireball Spell Talisman Level 3 effect. Using the talisman will release a fireball the size of a fist, dealing 10 to 30 points of damage to the enemy. Evaluation: The dragon roars. Oh. Level 3 Fireball Spell Talisman. Wow, that's impressive. This should have triggered a critical hit, right? Lu Chen's eyes lit up as he saw the description of the talisman. He quickly took out his phone to check the price of this Fireball Spell Talisman on the platform. He was shocked when he saw the price. This level 3 low-level talisman was actually selling for over 20,000, almost 30,000. This price isn't actually that expensive. Because if a talisman master wanted to create such a level 3 fireball spell talisman, they would need to spend an unknown amount on talisman paper, talisman brushes, beast blood, and other precious materials to practice before they could finally produce such a talisman. Even a higher level talisman master could make a fireball spell talisman relatively easily, but the raw materials for this fireball spell talisman aren't cheap, with the cost price being close to over 10,000. Therefore, selling a level 3 fireball spell talisman for just over 20,000 is indeed not expensive. Generally, if someone has a few of these talismans on hand, they have a chance to successfully ambush and assassinate a job changer below level 5. It can be said to be worth the price. However, Lu Chen couldn't hide his brilliant smile. While others need to spend over 10,000 to create a talisman and invest who knows how much to level up, I can just create it with a single thought. This creator is just too amazing. Lu Chen was filled with excitement, wanting to howl loudly to vent his emotions. He then put away the talisman and took out a pig's trotter from the fridge. Swish! A flash of golden light. The pig's trotter transformed into a pair of somewhat rudimentary leather shoes. Equipment: pigskin boots level 3. Attributes: defense +3, movement speed +8, passive sprint. After charging forward for 3 seconds, can gain an additional 2 points of movement speed. The buff ends after stopping. Evaluation: wear it and become a delicate piggy girl. Sure enough, equipment can also be created. Lu Chen couldn't hide his smile, then picked up his phone to continue checking the price of similar pigskin boots. Shoes like these pigskin boots were priced at over 30,000. It was about the same as that fireball spell talisman. However, since Lu Chen's pigskin boots had a passive bonus, if he really sold them, they could probably fetch over 40,000. The creator after spending life points. This is just too enjoyable. Lu Chen sighed with a smile. He then rummaged out a coin, preparing to try his earlier idea. Resurrection coin. Ding, creation failed. Unfortunately, if a resurrection coin could really be created, its level would definitely not be low, so Lu Chen's attempt after stacking buffs ended in failure. Wow, my head hurts. At this moment, it was unclear whether Lu Chen was suffering backlash from trying to create the resurrection coin or if it was due to excessive mental strain, but he suddenly felt a splitting headache. He immediately didn't want to do anything and lay down on the bed, wanting to sleep. But after lying there for a while, he couldn't fall asleep at all, and the headache grew more intense. No, I can't sleep. Lu Chen suddenly sat up pale-faced and went to pour himself a glass of tap water. Swish! The tap water flashed golden light and turned into a light blue liquid. Potion, mental recovery elixir level 3 effect. After consumption, can continuously restore mental power up to 20 points. Evaluation: 1 cup. Refreshes the mind. 2 cups never tire. Lu Chen forced a smile, but the headache became even more severe. Indeed, his headache was not due to the negative state accompanying the curse but rather from excessive mental exhaustion. If it were someone else trying to recover from excessive mental power loss, they would probably need to rest for several days. But he could create a potion to restore mental power, so he should recover quickly. Glug glug. Lu Chen opened his mouth and poured the cup of mental recovery elixir down Gulu's throat. After waiting for a while, Lu Chen felt a cool sensation in his head, as if he had eaten mint. In no time, the splitting headache that had been tormenting him gradually faded away until it completely disappeared. Comfortable. Just as I thought. Lu Chen let out a long breath, feeling utterly relaxed. Then, he poured another cup of water. Snap. With a snap of his fingers, a flash of golden light appeared. The tap water in the cup turned slightly red. Potion, life recovery elixir level 3 effect. After consumption, it can continuously restore vitality up to 20 points. If the current life value is full, it restores lifespan instead. Evaluation: come on, my dear, drink the potion. Lu Chen glugged down the cup of life recovery elixir again. He felt a warm sensation in his body, even more comfortable. The slight discomfort he had felt earlier vanished without a trace. Perfect. The combination of the curse master and the creator is truly perfect, Lu Chen exclaimed. As he opened his eyes, the synergy between the curse master and the creator was simply a perfect cycle. First, spend a bit of life to increase the level and success rate of creations, then use the abilities of those creations to replenish lifespan. There was no consumption at all. But I wonder, besides consuming lifespan, will there be any other hidden dangers from the curse? Lu Chen pondered. His main concern was whether there would be any unknown risks left after casting the curse, even if he replenished his lifespan with elixirs. If he cast too many curses, he might suddenly drop dead one day. Such worries could not be ignored. Of course, if he could create equipment that purifies all negative states and continuously restores health, like the Berserker armor or the invigorating armor, perhaps he wouldn't have to worry about these issues. I also need to consider the next steps. Lu Chen then fell into deep thought about how to develop further. With the abilities of his two professions, he could easily earn a fortune in a short time and create various divine equipment and elixirs. However, doing so would still be somewhat difficult in the early stages. He also had to guard against being blackmailed. Most importantly, to create top-tier divine equipment, it wouldn't be enough to just conjure them out of thin air. He would need divine materials. Some of these materials might not even be available in the market, as they were strategic resources tightly controlled by the state. Going solo is too exhausting. It's better to lie flat and let the country take me flying. With my abilities, the country will never treat me poorly. This should be the best choice. After thinking for a moment, Lu Chen decided to dedicate himself to the country. He had this talent, and if he just hoarded it for himself, it would be a waste, a squandering of resources. Serving the country would provide him with everything he needed, without any worries. What's wrong? Not playing with that little girl of yours, but coming to find this old man instead? Have you come to your senses? In an office, Lu Chen met the old principal Wei Chen again. Facing the old principals, Teasing, Lu Chen smiled helplessly and said, "No, I'm here to confess."
Wei Chen?
Lu Chen chuckled and explained, "No, I misspoke.
I'm here to reveal my second job ability." Upon hearing this, Wei Chen's eyes lit up, and he asked with a smile, "What is it, a combat profession? Or a support profession?" Lu Chen pondered for a moment and said, "It should be considered a life profession." A life profession, huh? Hearing Lu Chen's words, Wei Chen felt a bit disappointed.
After all, compared to combat and support professions, life professions are relatively lacking. However, generally speaking, for dual job holders, if the first job is good, the second job often won't be bad either. So, Wei Chen asked with hope, "Then what is this life profession of yours? A craftsman? An alchemist? A spirit array master? A celestial talisman master?" The professions he mentioned are considered hidden professions within the life category, holding a very high status, not inferior to some combat professions. Many strategic logistical supplies of the country rely on them for production. Therefore, since Lu Chen's first job was a hidden profession like a curse master, his second job, even if it is a life profession, could also be a rare hidden life profession. If that's the case, the two professions would complement each other, greatly enhancing Lu Chen's training value. Lu Chen shook his head slightly and said directly, "It's not those professions, it's a creator." Creator? What kind of profession is that? I've never heard of it. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Wei Chen furrowed his brows in confusion. He was not like ordinary teachers who might not know many hidden professions. Wei Chen was well versed in all hidden professions, even the obscure ones. But he had never heard of this creator before. Wei Chen was sure that there was absolutely no information about this creator in the national database. Could it be a unique exclusive profession? Wei Chen suddenly realized something, his eyes flashing, and he couldn't help but exclaim. A unique exclusive profession is even rarer than a hidden profession. It only appears once in the world, and even if the person dies, such a special profession will not appear again in future generations. Does your personal panel indicate a unique profession? Wei Chen's breathing became a bit rapid, his eyes filled with excitement, as he hurriedly asked. Yes. Lu Chen recalled that on his personal panel there was indeed a unique marked after creator. He originally didn't understand this well and thought that his dual profession was unique. Now it seems that the creator is the unique profession? As expected. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Wei Chen was elated and quickly asked, "Then what is your creator's talent ability? Can you create God-level materials?" Unique professions are almost never weak, with a baseline of S-level. So Wei Chen was filled with anticipation for Lu Chen's creator. However, just by the name, he wasn't sure what the creator's talent ability was. He thought that since it was a life profession, it might involve raw materials. Lu Chen met the old principal's eager gaze and smiled as he explained, "The talent of creation is that I can create anything." Anything? Wei Chen's eyes widened in disbelief, his breathing quickened, he had already realized something and felt like his heart might give out from excitement. Yes. Lu Chen nodded, "Whether it's equipment, elixirs, or talismans, there are all kinds of raw materials. There's nothing you can think of that I can't create." Guliolu. Wei Chen couldn't help but swallow hard upon hearing this. This profession sounds too impressive, right? Even though he was already over 100 years old and had experienced countless storms in life, with its ups and downs, at this moment, listening to Lu Chen's description of his profession, he couldn't help but feel a surge of jealousy. "Use your creation ability for me to see." Wei Chen took a few deep breaths and then said to Lu Chen, "Okay." Lu Chen nodded, glanced around, and then picked up a cup of tea that the old principal hadn't finished. He activated his creation ability. Swish! A flash of golden light. The tea, which was originally a light yellow, turned into a light blue. Elixir, Mental Stabilization Elixir, Level 5. Effect: after consumption, the user's mental strength will be maintained at around 30 points for 5 minutes, and after 5 minutes, mental fatigue will slowly recover. Evaluation: a sip of water to calm the nerves. Lu Chen handed the tea to the old principal. Wei Chen, seeing this, had a look of deep suspicion in his eyes. Under normal circumstances, for life professions, whether they were blacksmiths, alchemists, or talisman makers, they all needed to forge weapons, refine elixirs, or create talismans. But Lu Chen just now seemed to have done nothing, and yet got it done? Wei Chen began to doubt whether he had seen it wrong. But the color of the tea had indeed changed to light blue. With an indescribable emotion in his heart, Wei Chen reached out to take the cup of tea. Then, he saw the introduction of this mental stabilization elixir. What the heck? My level 30 Yunlan tea just turned into a level 5 elixir? And there was no production process. This is the talent of creation? Wei Chen suddenly looked up at Lu Chen, his expression complex and shocked. He felt that at this moment, the worldview he had shaped over 100 years was directly shattered by Lu Chen. This is called a life profession? This is clearly a god. Wei Chen had already realized the terror of Lu Chen's unique profession. His appearance would inevitably lead to a change in the world's structure.
The dungeons and secret realms that their dragon kingdom could not break through would likely be conquered smoothly because of him. Wei Chen's expression became serious as he asked Lu Chen, "Does your talent ability have any limitations? What is the success rate? Is it true that the quality of the raw materials can produce items with different effects?" He asked several important questions in succession. Lu Chen answered one by one. When Wei Chen learned that Lu Chen's creation did indeed have a success rate and was not 100% successful, he felt a twinge of jealousy again. Damn, what kind of luck does it take for two professions to match so perfectly together? Here, these are some precious materials I've collected. See what equipment you can create. Wei Chen immediately waved his hand, taking out a large pile of ores and materials, saying to Lu Chen, these materials were quite good, valuable, and the high-level ones could even be used to create level 70 equipment. I'll give it a try. Lu Chen looked at the materials taken out by the old principal, his expression a bit excited. He also wanted to see what good things he could create. Due to the limitations of materials at home, he could only make some junk equipment and potions, unable to test his current limits. This was also the reason he chose to confide in the old principal about his second profession. His own development was simply too slow. Some good things couldn't be bought even with money. It's better to lean against a big tree for shade. At the end of the universe, it's still about the system. Lu Chen reached out to touch these materials, feeling their temperature, and then asked Wei Chen about the effects of these materials. This is Phoenix Stone, usually used to make fire attribute equipment with a burning effect. This is by Tau Crystal, also a good high-level equipment material. If you're lucky, the equipment made from it will have a wave impact effect. Wei Chen introduced the characteristics and effects of these materials to Lu Chen one by one. From Lu Chen's earlier introduction, he had already understood Lu Chen's talent as a creator. Like ordinary stones, trying to turn them into gold would be quite difficult, but if they were replaced with gold ore, the success rate would be much higher. So if Lu Chen were at a higher level, perhaps he could casually take stones and wood and easily create divine equipment with a high success rate. But his level was too low right now. Even with the enhancement buff from the Curse Master increasing the success rate, it was still very difficult to create high-level equipment from ordinary stones. Therefore, he needed to understand the characteristics of these precious materials and customize suitable equipment based on those characteristics, which would increase his success rate in creation. Although it seemed that his ability was similar to that of a heavenly forger, in reality there was still a significant gap between the two. Heavenly forgers needed to master forging skills and repeatedly attempt to forge weapons. Moreover, during the forging process, they had to be very careful. If the heat was not controlled properly or if the materials were fused incorrectly, it could lead to a complete failure in forging. Not only would all previous efforts be wasted, but the materials would also be completely ruined. However, as long as the materials were suitable and his level increased, Lu Chen could easily create the equipment he needed. Even if he couldn't make it, the materials would still not suffer any loss. Compared to the cautious heavenly forgers, he could save a lot of practice time and wouldn't waste any materials. If the strongest divine craftsmen and heavenly forgers in Long Kingdom knew about Lu Chen's talent, they would probably be so furious they would spit blood. Swish! After more than 10 minutes, once Lu Chen had understood the characteristics of these materials, he finally made his move. Accompanied by a flash of golden light, Lu Chen's first attempt to create high-level equipment failed. However, even though he failed, the materials placed in front of him remained intact. This was the insurmountable gap between heavenly forgers and him as a creator. No, I was a bit too greedy, let me adjust. Although Lu Chen failed, he was not discouraged because he knew where he went wrong. He was too greedy, wanting to directly create top-level equipment. But he was only level 1 now, and even with these good materials, it was difficult to make divine equipment. Lu Chen adjusted his mindset and began to shift in the right direction, lowering the equipment's effects. Swish! A flash of golden light appeared again. The materials on the table suddenly disappeared, leaving behind a seemingly ordinary ring that appeared on the table. Equipment empty-handed. Mastery ring level 10 quality, legend, orange, effect. Wearing this ring, fighting unarmed, strength x2 evaluation, my hair. This ring looks ordinary, and its ability description seems unremarkable as well. But in fact, it is quite powerful. Wearing it, fighting unarmed, your strength doubles. This doubling of strength does not merely mean a doubling of attack power. It also doubles the skills. Therefore, wearing it can directly enhance combat power several times over. Lu Chen's initial idea was to wear this ring and achieve an all-attribute x10. That is, strength, speed, stamina, attack power, skills, all aspects would be enhanced tenfold. When these are stacked together, it wouldn't simply be a tenfold increase, it could practically destroy the world. It would be far more powerful than any weapon or equipment. Unfortunately, his vision was too perfect, wanting to achieve it all at once. But his level was too low, and his abilities were insufficient. It might also be related to the level of the materials being somewhat lacking.
In any case, his first attempt ended in failure. Subsequently, Lu Chen learned from his lesson and no longer aimed so high, which is why he settled for just doubling the strength effect of this ring. Sure enough, it was a success. What kind of ring is this? A space ring? Wei Chen, seeing that Lu Chen had created a ring, couldn't help but think of something and asked excitedly. In this world, space rings do exist, but they are quite rare. Not everyone can have one. Moreover, space rings cannot be forged by ordinary blacksmiths. They need to be obtained randomly from dungeons with very low chances. If Lu Chen could create a space ring, it would bring great convenience and benefits to the country. For you, it should be a toy. Lu Chen pulled back his thoughts and handed the empty-handed mastery ring to Wei Chen. What? Legendary equipment? This. When Wei Chen took the ring and saw the quality of the equipment at first glance, he was so shocked that he nearly dropped his jaw. Equipment, of course, has distinctions in level and quality. The higher the equipment level, the better the base attributes and passive effects generally are. The quality of the equipment greatly affects its effects. A level 10 white item cannot compare to a level 10 purple item. In this world, the quality of equipment is divided into normal, white, advanced, blue, rare, purple, inherited, purple, legendary, orange, epic, yellow, mythical, gold. Normally, in life professions, an ordinary blacksmith can only forge normal white items and slightly better blue items, and cannot forge rare purple items. A relatively stronger blacksmith can forge rare purple items, but the limit is at inherited. As for the hidden profession of celestial blacksmith, only they can forge legendary orange equipment that is originally obtained only in dungeons. But this is also about the limit of celestial blacksmiths. Yellow epic equipment and gold mythical equipment cannot be forged by them. Countries wanting to obtain such divine equipment can only fight hard to attack high-level dungeons and hidden dungeons for a chance to acquire them. Yet Lu Chen, a level 1 newly transitioned creator, with just a slight effort and not using divine materials, he actually created a piece of orange legendary equipment? This is simply against the heavens. Too strong. Your profession is simply divine. Wei Chen stared blankly at the ordinary ring in his hand, repeatedly murmuring these phrases. It felt like the blow he received was quite heavy. Alright, I have a pretty good understanding of your profession's abilities now. You can head back. Your related benefits and training plan should be out tonight. Even if the results aren't out tonight, they should be available tomorrow or the day after. Wei Chen then came back to his senses and spoke to Lu Chen. Okay, thank you, Principal. Lu Chen nodded, then stood up and left the office. Watching Lu Chen leave, Wei Chen let out a long sigh, then began editing the surveillance footage from the office before leaving with the empty-handed ring of essence. Half an hour later, Wei Chen arrived in the provincial capital. Using his authority, he urgently convened a meeting that only high-ranking officials from Jiangnan province could attend. Wei Chen, what happened? Why the sudden meeting? Isn't today the job transfer day? Did something powerful come out from Jiangcheng? But no matter how strong a profession is, it shouldn't warrant such a big fuss, could it be the unique profession? Before the meeting began, these high-ranking individuals who influenced all aspects of Jiangnan province were speculating about Wei Chen's intentions for calling the meeting. They were not foolish, rather, they were all quite clever, quickly piecing together the likely reasons from subtle clues. They were getting close to the truth. Before we discuss serious matters, please sign this oath of harm contract. Wei Chen walked back into the meeting room, taking out scrolls adorned with intricate patterns and distributing them to each prominent figure. Their expressions changed at once. This oath of harm contract was no ordinary item. It was a precious scroll crafted to mimic the epic-level divine equipment, the Oath of Harm Ring, although its effects were not as terrifying as the genuine Oath of Harm Ring. Anyone who violated the oath, regardless of their strength, would face divine punishment and death. Its ability was simply that once a person signed the contract, if they violated it, they would suffer certain harm and be discovered by others, leading to a pursuit in the martial world. Even if they couldn't be killed, if they managed to escape, it would be difficult for them to establish themselves in the Dragon Kingdom. What's going on? Is the situation so serious that we need to sign the Oath of Harm contract? The crowd's expression shifted slightly, then they looked at Wei Chen with serious faces. Wei Chen nodded and said, "It concerns the fate of the nation." All right. Upon hearing these 4 simple words, there were no more objections, and everyone signed the Oath of Harm contract, including the provincial leader. Subsequently, even Wei Chen himself signed an Oath of Harm contract. This made the crowd's expressions even more serious, and they felt a growing sense of anticipation. The fact that Wei Chen was handling matters with such gravity indicated that this emergency meeting he had called today was definitely not a trivial matter. It was likely something that could shake the Dragon Kingdom. All right, since everyone has signed the contract, I won't keep you in suspense any longer. First, take a look at this ring. After signing the contract, Wei Chen glanced at the crowd, saw that they had all signed, and then smiled as he spoke. He then handed the empty-handed ring of essence to a beautiful woman beside him for her to examine first.
This beautiful woman was a top alchemist in Jiangnan province.
Although she had a living profession, her uniqueness made her status very high.
This is legendary equipment. The effect is decent, but the level is a bit low. Did you just forge this equipment, old way?
The beautiful woman took the ring, looked at its effects, and was slightly surprised by its capabilities, then
smiled and asked.
After speaking, she passed the ring to another person beside her for inspection.
It's not something I forged. Hearing the beautiful woman's words, Wei Chen's expression darkened slightly and he shook his head. Indeed, Wei Chen was also a dual-class job holder. His second profession was a celestial blacksmith. That was why he could recognize that Lu Chen was a dual-class job holder during the job transfer ceremony. After
spending over 100 years, he successfully advanced to a divine-level celestial blacksmith, capable of forging legendary divine equipment.
Not you. Could it be that our Jiangnan province has produced another celestial blacksmith?
After hearing Wei Chen's words, the crowd was momentarily stunned, then their eyes lit up as they asked.
If it were true that Jiangcheng had produced another celestial blacksmith, it would indeed be a sensation nationwide. Not that either.
Wei Chen smiled wryly and shook his head, then said, "This is a work created by a student who just transferred today at our school."
What? How is that possible? A newly transferred student? How could they forge legendary divine equipment? Are you joking? This isn't funny. Upon hearing Wei Chen's words, the scene erupted in an uproar. The crowd looked at Wei Chen with disbelief and skepticism. This was completely against common sense.
Normally, even if one transferred to a hidden profession like celestial blacksmith, alchemist, or celestial talisman master, they wouldn't be able to directly create
divine-level items.
They would have to practice step by step. Even the most talented individuals would need 70 to 80 years of accumulation to reach the level of forging legendary divine equipment, divine grade pills, or celestial talismans. It was impossible to achieve success in just a few years.
Not to mention, just transferred? This was simply laughable. However, since this joke came from Wei Chen's mouth, they had to consider it seriously. I don't need to lie to you. Just watch this video and you'll understand, Wei Chen said calmly.
He then played the office surveillance video he had edited earlier in their conference room.
As the video
played, they saw a handsome and sunny young man casually pointing at a cup of tea, and suddenly, a flash of golden light appeared. The tea changed from a light yellow to a light blue. After Wei Chen drank the tea, he felt much better. The high-ranking officials of Jiangnan province watched intently, their expressions thoughtful. Next, the video shifted, and a pile of various materials appeared on the desk. The young man made the same gesture, and with a flash of golden light, several materials disappeared from the table. In the empty space, a plain-looking ring appeared. When the crowd saw the ring, their pupils suddenly constricted. They then looked at the empty hand of the ring placed on their conference table. Identical. This legendary divine equipment was truly not forged by Wei Chen, but created by that handsome young man with a thought? What kind of profession was this? Bang! Immediately, one person lost composure, stood up from his seat, breathing heavily, and stared at Wei Chen, asking, "Old Wei, you can't be telling us that this legendary accessory, the empty-handed mastery ring, was just conjured out of thin air by this young man?" Although he had seen it happen in the video with his own eyes, this scene was simply too incredible. It was almost unheard of. So even after watching the video, he still found it hard to believe. He even began to doubt whether the video was fake. Of course, he knew it couldn't be fake. How could Wei Chen hold such a grand and serious meeting if it were just a prank with a fake video? It shouldn't be fake. The others also looked shocked, their faces filled with disbelief, but they didn't lose their composure like that person, unable to help but question the authenticity. The beautiful woman whispered, "It really shouldn't be fake. Didn't you see in the video just now, Old Wei's face turned pale when he saw that kid conjure the legendary ring out of thin air?" Wei Chen, if you can't speak properly, just shut up. Where did his face turn pale in the video? It was at most a little darker. Although I found it hard to believe at first, this is indeed true. Wei Chen sighed lightly, his tone complex as he said, because his profession is not a blacksmith, nor a heavenly forger, but a creator. This is a unique exclusive profession, unprecedented, with abilities far surpassing those of heavenly forgers, alchemists, and so on. Although this profession hasn't been officially ranked yet, I believe it definitely belongs to the divine level. In the classification of professions for those who change jobs, there are clear ranks, from F level to SSS level. S-level job changers, like Li Shuyo's ice spirit mage, are already extremely rare geniuses. As for SSS level job changers, among nearly 10 billion people worldwide, only about 30 have emerged. As for whether there are higher levels above SSS, there is no conclusion in Blue Star yet. However, many strong individuals believe that some SSS level powerhouses possess job-changing talents that far exceed those of their peers, and if they were to be strictly ranked, their level would likely be above SSS at the divine level.
However, for various reasons, they have not been further subdivided from SSS, so officially, SSS is the highest level of job changers. But privately, many still refer to the talents of certain SSS level job changers as divine talents. Currently, Lu Chen's displayed talent seems to be about on par with S level, stronger than S level but far from SSS level, let alone divine level. But everyone present knew that if the video Wei Chen presented was real, with no elements of forgery, Lu Chen's ranking should indeed be divine level. Because right now, he hasn't even reached the maximum level. He is only at level 1, just freshly transitioned. The talent ability of a newly minted level 1 is already catching up to that of an S-level heavenly forger. If he reaches the maximum level and then undergoes second and third transitions, wouldn't he be able to crush a group of top-tier divine professioners? It really is the first time I've seen such a profession. If we were to rank him, the minimum would be SSS level. But I wonder, what is his talent ability really like? What is the success rate? What about material consumption? The shock on everyone's faces slowly dissipated, replaced by excitement and enthusiasm. They began discussing Lu Chen's creation abilities. And when Wei Chen detailed another aspect of Lu Chen's profession as a spellmaster, which could enhance his success rate, and that if he failed during the creation process, the materials would still be intact, the provincial leader was ecstatic. I will report this to headquarters immediately and apply for the highest level of resources to cultivate him. The provincial leader stood up and hurriedly walked out. He originally wanted to call the headquarters, but after thinking it over, he felt it was too risky. What if the enemy country was eavesdropping? It would be better to go to the headquarters in person. After all, it wouldn't take much time. The provincial leader is too excited. There's no helping it. The prospects of this profession are indeed terrifying. Now let's discuss how to allocate provincial resources to this creator. I feel we should keep a low profile. The emergence of this profession might disrupt the balance between countries. We should avoid drawing too much attention. Is that so? I was thinking of personally taking him to level up, to cultivate our relationship. Enough, you old hag. How old are you? Still thinking about that young stud? After the provincial leader left, the high-level meeting in Jiangnan province continued. After all, the processes and actions from the headquarters were often relatively slow, and during this time, they could utilize the best resources in the province to cultivate Lu Chen. Of course, due to Lu Chen's terrifying abilities as a creator, everyone felt it was best not to expose his talent just yet. They decided to cultivate him publicly based on his talent as a curse master while secretly allocating resources to him. Otherwise, sending a fully leveled professional to help him level up right from the start would be too exaggerated and could easily attract unwanted attention. The next day, Lu Chen got up in the morning, washed up, and then had breakfast. When he took out milk and bread from the fridge, his expression changed. He immediately used his creation ability on them. Item: delicious milk. Level 1, effect: after consumption, it can slowly restore mental power and permanently increase mental points by 1. Evaluation: moo. Item: delicious bread. Level 1, effect: after consumption, it can slowly restore vitality and permanently increase physical strength and power by 1. Evaluation: there will be bread, and there will be milk. Looking at the food he had transformed, Lu Chen smiled. What's so good about ordinary food? Of course, he wanted to eat specially made food. Eating a meal that permanently increases his three-dimensional attributes by 1 was incredibly comfortable. It's important to know that normal transmuters usually had to rely on leveling up equipment or rare treasures to increase their attributes. But for Lu Chen, any meal could give him attribute points. As expected, ordinary item transformation doesn't require using curses to increase the success rate. Lu Chen murmured. This time, he transformed the items using his creation talent without first using his curse talent. He just wanted to see if he could easily transform relatively ordinary items. After all, if he failed, it wouldn't matter much. The result was a success. It seemed that once his level increased, he might not need to use curses for himself anymore. Guliolu. Soon, Lu Chen finished his breakfast. Looking at his data panel, where his three-dimensional attributes had all increased by 1 point, he smiled in satisfaction. He then prepared to go to school. Today was the first day after his job change, and he was going to level up in a dungeon. Mr. Lu, please wait. As Lu Chen just stepped out of his house, intending to go to school for team formation for a dungeon run, a plain-looking man suddenly emerged from a corner and called out to him. Who are you? Lu Chen stopped, looking at the man with a puzzled expression. I come from the Provincial Education Bureau. My name is Lin Zishi. Let's talk inside, the man said softly, lowering his voice to avoid being overheard. Oh, okay. Upon hearing Lin Zishi's words, Lu Chen's expression changed slightly, and he quickly realized that the old principal must have reported his talent to the higher-ups, and now the Education Bureau had sent someone to contact him. It could be to further assess his talent or perhaps to start providing him with resources for development. Lu Chen remained calm, not worried that the man would have any ill intentions towards him. After all, given the man's displayed skills, if he truly meant harm, he could have quietly entered Lu Chen's home long ago. Lin Zishi waiting outside was a sign of respect towards him. Lu Chen then welcomed Lin Zishi into his home. Once inside, Lin Zishi showed Lu Chen his identification, confirming his identity was genuine. Mr. Lu, according to the information and proof provided by Principal Wei, you have now received the highest level of resource training from our Jiangnan province. As for the resources from the headquarters, there are still processes to go through, but it shouldn't take long. Here are 100 longevity pills. Each pill can extend your life by 1 month. Please accept these first to ensure your safety. This is a set of level 1 rare grade armor, which has a defense power comparable to level 20 blue gear. Please take this as well, and when you reach level 5, we will provide you with a higher grade rare set. Of course, if you want to forge your own armor, we can also provide you with crafting materials. This is a rare grade space ring with a capacity of 100 cubic meters. It's relatively small, but you can use it for now. This is. After entering the house, Lin Zishi did not conduct any further detailed assessment of Lu Chen's talent. After all, he was a god-level class changer guaranteed by Wei Chen as a recommender. Their staff had not received any instructions from above to further verify Lu Chen's abilities, and to take it upon themselves to test him would be an insult. Therefore, Lin Zishi directly followed the procedure and handed over the top-tier resource package that Lu Chen had received. Ah, thank you. Lu Chen felt overwhelmed by the items he received. He initially thought that what Lin Zishi brought out would be the last of it, but there was more. It just kept coming. Alright, for now, this is all the resources we can provide. We will follow up with additional support later. Mr. Lu, if you have any specific resource needs, feel free to let me know, and I will apply to transfer them to you. Finally, after providing the resources, Lin Zishi smiled and spoke to Lu Chen. I don't have any special requests for now, so let's leave it at that. Lu Chen stored the pile of items into the space ring and nodded. Okay, then I wish you a pleasant life, Mr. Lu. I will take my leave now. Lin Zishi nodded and then took his leave. After seeing Lin Zishi off, Lu Chen let out a sigh of relief. He then examined the space ring in his hand. Item, space ring, level 1, quality, rare, attribute, space capacity plus 100 cubic meters. Evaluation. The space is not small. Quite amazing. Lu Chen looked at the description of the space ring, his eyes widening in surprise. He knew that ordinary space rings had very small capacities. Rare-grade space rings typically only became available at level 20 and had capacities around 20 to 30 cubic meters. In Jiangnan province, they were able to produce a level 1 spatial ring with a volume of 100 cubic meters, which shows they put in a lot of effort. This is definitely the largest spatial ring among the low-level ones. Subsequently, Lu Chen began to check the various items inside. Elixir, longevity pill level 1 quality, rare effect, consuming it can extend life by 30 days. Evaluation, if taken continuously, can one achieve immortality. This was the main resource provided to him by the Education Bureau this time, the longevity pill. After all, they were aware that Lu Chen's talent for creation has a certain failure rate, but he could use the talent of a curse master to increase the success rate. Therefore, he would often risk his life. To prevent him from accidentally risking his life to the point of an early demise, the provincial capital directly provided him with a large number of low-level longevity pills. Although they were called low-level, they weren't truly low-level, it was just to accommodate his rank. Otherwise, if they were level 20 or 30 longevity pills, which could extend life by a year with just one, he, being only level 1, wouldn't be able to consume them, which would be even more dangerous. So the provincial capital was quite considerate. Then, Lu Chen found a set of low-level purple armor that looked similar to ordinary school uniforms. He put it on. Next, he took out a concealment talisman and used it on himself. Instantly, the school uniform, which originally emitted a purple glow, no longer shone and looked like an ordinary school uniform. This was because the Education Bureau was somewhat suspicious, worried that he was an orphan who had just changed jobs and suddenly had a set of rare-level armor, fearing he might be targeted by others, so they specially provided it. They wanted Lu Chen to develop quietly. Well, this is. Lu Chen then found a ring from the spatial ring. Equipment, experience plunder ring level 10 quality, legendary attributes, physical defense plus 20, magic defense plus 20. Passive, experience plunder. During team activities, your experience increases by an additional 10%, while your teammates decreases by 10%. Evaluation, sneak into the village, no shooting allowed. Is this actually a legendary level equipment? Lu Chen was a bit surprised. He had just received so many items that his hands were sore and hadn't really listened to much of Lin Zishi's introduction. He only vaguely remembered that he seemed to have mentioned some equipment that could enhance his experience, allowing him to level up faster. So he later found it. But he didn't expect this would actually be legendary level equipment. Moreover, it allowed him to receive 10% more
experience than his teammates during team activities. It was likely that every time a genius appeared in Jiangnan province, they would specifically bring this out to help the person level up faster. Lu Chen whispered, I guess there might be even better experience plunder equipment at headquarters? Maybe it could allow one to receive 100% of the experience distribution while other teammates get 0? As he spoke, Lu Chen suddenly had a thought, wondering if he could use his talent for creation to enhance this ring a bit. After all, the higher-ups already knew about his abilities, so he wasn't worried about leaking any secrets. Thinking of it, he acted. With a flash of golden light, the experience plunder ring showed no changes. Creation failed. Lu Chen then thought for a moment and cast a curse on himself to increase the success rate of his spell. He then attempted to create again on the ring. This time, he finally succeeded. Lu Chen successfully modified the experience plunder ring. Equipment: experience plunder ring level 5 quality, legendary attributes, physical defense plus 30, magic defense plus 30, passive, experience plunder. During team play, your experience increases by an additional 20%, while your teammates decreases by 20%. Evaluation: sneak into the village, no shooting. I did it! Lu Chen showed a look of surprise. He had just had a flash of inspiration and tried to modify the finished equipment, and it actually succeeded. He directly downgraded this experience plunder ring from level 10 to level 5. Although the wearing level of the equipment was lowered, its attributes remained unchanged and even became stronger. The dual defenses increased from the original 20 points to 30 points, and the passive effect of plundering 10% of team experience was raised to 20%. This way, when he teamed up with others to tackle dungeons, he would level up faster. It was just tough for his teammates. So my talent can really remold finished items. I guess the materials used to make this experience plunder ring were quite precious, but the person who forged it couldn't fully utilize all the properties of the materials? Lu Chen speculated. If that were the case, could it mean that he could completely remold existing finished items? If that were really possible, then even if he didn't tailor better equipment for the strongest combat class in the Dragon Kingdom, just helping them remold their existing gear could probably multiply their combat power several times? Swish! Lu Chen took out a longevity pill. A flash of golden light. He successfully remolded this longevity pill as well. Pill: longevity pill level 1 quality, rare. Effect: after consumption can extend life by 100 days. Evaluation: immortality. The potency of the longevity pill increased from extending life by 30 days to 100 days. It more than tripled. Indeed, the alchemist who crafted this low-level longevity pill wasn't very skilled and failed to fully extract the potency of the herbs. They wasted 2/3 of the potency. What a waste! Lu Chen shook his head. Alright, it's time to go to school and prepare for the dungeon. Lu Chen slightly checked the items he had modified, then went out to school. He had just remolded several items, consuming quite a bit of mental energy. But it was fine. The milk he had for breakfast would help him recover slowly. By the time he arrived at school, he would be full of energy again. Perhaps because he had just spent a lot of time exchanging resources with Lin Zishi, Lu Chen didn't see many classmates on the way to school this time. He also didn't run into Li Shuyu again. However, Lu Chen didn't think much of it, as he didn't always run into Li Shuyu on his way to school. Lu Chen. Just as Lu Chen was thinking about who to team up with for the dungeon later, or whether to solo it, a familiar cold female voice sounded behind him. Lu Chen turned around. Oh, it was Li Shuyu. Did they run into each other again? Hi. Good morning, class monitor. Lu Chen smiled and waved at Li Shuyu to greet her. You seem to be in a pretty good mood today? Li Shuyu quickly caught up and walked alongside Lu Chen, tilting her head to look at him. Not bad, just had a full meal, Lu Chen casually replied. Li Shuyu rolled her eyes at Lu Chen, then took out an exquisite box and handed it to him. Here, for you. What is this? Lu Chen glanced at the box, curious. Li Shuyu said nonchalantly, just open it and see. Lu Chen joked with a smile, is it a diamond ring? Are you going to propose to me? As he spoke, he took the box and opened it, his expression frozen in surprise. Inside the box lay a black longevity pill. It was indeed a longevity pill. What Li Shuyu had sent him early in the morning turned out to be a longevity pill. This was a bit beyond Lu Chen's expectations. One must know that longevity pills are not cheap. Lu Chen had over 100 longevity pills in his possession, which were gathered from the resources of the entire Jiangnan province. According to Lu Chen's understanding, Li Shuyu's family was not particularly wealthy, so she probably couldn't afford a longevity pill. It should be that she exchanged her resources gained from her promotion to an S-rank ice mage for a longevity pill for him, right? This longevity pill had excellent attributes. It was a level 10 longevity pill that could extend life by 365 days. Lu Chen stared blankly at the longevity pill in his hand, feeling a surge of emotion fill his heart. Li Shuyu was different from the people in the education bureau. She only understood his curse master profession, not the terrifying potential of his creator profession. Therefore, the value of the longevity pill she voluntarily gave him far exceeded the resources the Education Bureau had sent him that morning. What nonsense are you talking about? Li Shuyu, unaware of Lu Chen's thoughts, blushed slightly upon hearing him babble about rings and proposals, her cheeks radiant and charming. Her expression showed a hint of annoyance as she shot Lu Chen a glare and said, "I've noticed you've become quite talkative since your promotion, haven't you? Looks like I don't have to worry about you losing your mind one day." Lu Chen, upon hearing this, came back to his senses. He looked at Li Shuyu and apologized. "I shouldn't have spoken carelessly just now, but this thing is too precious, you should take it back." Lu Chen handed the longevity pill back to Li Shuyu. "What do I need it for? I can't use it." Li Shuyu shook her head and said irritably, "This pill is more useful for you. By the way, after I got home yesterday, I looked up some information about curse masters. Although curse masters have some drawbacks, their buff quality is said to be much higher than that of second-tier holy knights, apocalyptics, and seraphs, which are pure support professions. So, your profession is quite promising. As long as you have longevity pills to extend your life, it'll be fine. If you don't mind, how about you become my exclusive support dad in the future? I'll give you all the useless longevity pills." Li Shuyu's last sentence was said rather casually, as if it were just a passing remark. Lu Chen felt deeply moved by the class monitor's words. In the eyes of most people, the hidden profession of curse master was actually not that great and had no future. It was likely that the country might value the ability to increase spell success rates and consider training them. But Li Shuyu clearly did not have such thoughts. She was also unaware of the capabilities of her second profession as a creator. Her words and actions today were not like others who came to invest in themselves or to better themselves. It was purely out of friendship, wanting to help him. She spoke quite tactfully, afraid of hurting his pride. How could such pure and sincere friendship not move Lu Chen? "Okay." Lu Chen pondered for a moment and finally nodded in agreement, saying, "Then I will be your exclusive nanny from now on." On the side of the Provincial Education Bureau, after learning about his talent for creation, the final decision seemed not to be to promote it grandly and then send a bunch of high-level experts to help him level up quickly. They might be worried about overexerting him or concerned that his talent was too strong and could attract persecution from enemy countries. So from the current signs, they decided to not interfere or help him too much on the surface. Secretly, however, they provided him with a large amount of resources, enough for him to have sufficient self-defense capabilities when entering dungeons, so he wouldn't encounter any danger. Similarly, with the experience plundering ring, his leveling speed would still be fast. Once he leveled up, they would likely arrange for some experts to help him level up without being too obvious. Therefore, at this stage, it was not a bad thing for Li Shuyu to want to team up with him to level up. Lu Chen naturally agreed. "Well, let's hurry up or we'll be late." Seeing Lu Chen agree, Li Shuyu's previously tense expression immediately broke into a smile. She was really worried that, based on Lu Chen's original personality, he would not accept her kind of care. Then, she called out to Lu Chen and quickly ran towards the school. They had indeed delayed for quite a while and were almost late. "Wait for me," Lu Chen shouted and hurriedly chased after her. Not long after, Lu Chen and Li Shuyu arrived at Jiangcheng No. 1 High School just before the school bell rang. Back in the classroom, ding ding ding, they had barely sat down when the class bell rang. Soon after, their homeroom teacher, Ling Yunxue, walked in. "Good morning, students. Today, since everyone has officially changed jobs, we won't have cultural classes, but we'll go into dungeons to level up. Everyone, follow me." After Ling Yunxue finished speaking, she immediately left with her usual decisiveness. The students quickly followed her out of the classroom, heading towards a usually forbidden area deep within the campus. There lay the dimensional space portals containing many dungeons. Hundreds of years ago, when the world underwent a transformation and games invaded reality and merged, many dimensional space portals appeared in this world. Upon entering a portal, one would enter a secret realm similar to game dungeons. Here, people could kill monsters, level up, loot equipment, skill books, and so on. After that, the world's structure changed forever. Schools were no longer built randomly, they would be established in places with numerous dimensional space portals. This way, once students successfully changed jobs, they wouldn't need to risk going into dangerous wilderness to find dungeon passages. They could directly enter low-level dungeons within the school to fight monsters and level up. Once students' levels increased, they could then venture into the wild to find high-level dungeons for further leveling. Lu Chen and the others had just completed their job change yesterday, and the most important thing now was, of course, to help them level up and grow. In no time at all, Lu Chen and his classmates, under Ling Yunxue's guidance, passed through several checks and finally entered this forbidden area of the high school. They stood in a huge square, which was now almost crowded with people. Students from other classes were also preparing to enter dungeons. Ling Yunxue reminded them, when forming teams to enter dungeons, unless it's a specific large dungeon, generally only 4 people can team up.
My suggestion is, it's better for everyone to team up with classmates from the class. Of course, if you know students from other classes who play well and can be trusted, you can team up with them. And since you are only at level 1 right now, my suggestion is that after you form a team, the first dungeon is Goblin Forest. The Goblin Forest has a relatively low difficulty level. After countless clearances and explorations, what you need to pay attention to is Ling Yunxue has always been decisive and doesn't waste time. But this time, it was the first time the students in the class were going into a dungeon to level up, and according to the Education Bureau's regulations, teachers are not allowed to lead students into dungeons. Students must train and grow on their own. So, her words inevitably became a bit more, revealing her concern for the students. Classmate, you dropped something. While Lu Chen was listening to Ling Yunxue, suddenly, an old voice rang out behind him. Lu Chen turned around and was taken aback to see the old principal, Wei Chen. At that moment, Wei Chen was holding the empty hand ring he had just made yesterday, looking at him with a smile. It seemed that the top training plan had been approved, so he was here to return the ring to him. Lu Chen was about to say something when Wei Chen directly stuffed the ring into his hand and then turned to leave. He didn't want more people to see that he had too much contact with Lu Chen. At the same time, Lu Chen's mind echoed with the old man's voice. Wait, my granddaughter will come to find you to team up. You can level up with her. Upon hearing Wei Chen's words, Lu Chen's expression became somewhat strange. Sure enough, the provincial training resource package was very strong, not only providing him with various equipment, items, elixirs, materials, etc., but also finding someone to help him level up quickly. The Education Bureau's rule against teachers leading students to level up was nothing in front of a special talent like him. However, the old principal's granddaughter? She probably wouldn't be very strong, right? At least she shouldn't be a graduate. If she were a graduate, her level would definitely be quite high, and teaming up with him to level up would be too conspicuous. Given the Provincial Education Bureau's current training stance towards him, it was clear they didn't intend to cultivate him too ostentatiously. She was probably a senior student who just changed jobs last month, Lu Chen speculated quietly. At this moment, Ling Yunshue's earnest guidance finally came to an end, allowing everyone to consider forming teams on their own. Class monitor, let's team up together. Class monitor, I'm a healer, let me assist. You, class monitor, take me with you, I won't hold you back. As soon as Ling Yunxue finished speaking, a group of classmates from their class immediately surrounded Li Shuyu, clamoring. They all wanted to team up with Li Shuyu for the dungeon. This was quite normal. After all, Li Shuyu was a rare S-rank combat class changer. Teaming up with her for the dungeon not only ensured safety, but with her combat power, the speed of clearing the dungeon would likely far exceed that of others. This way, their leveling speed would also surpass that of other classmates. Who wouldn't want to team up with Li Shuyu? Seeing this, Li Shuyu casually picked a tank warrior and a healing support and was just about to invite Lu Chen to join her team. At that moment, a beautiful, tall woman appeared by Lu Chen's side, who had been ignored until now, and smiled, saying, "How about we team up together, classmate?" Li Shuya was just about to invite Lu Chen to team up when she was taken aback by the scene before her. Immediately, a sense of crisis blossomed in her heart. But at the same time, she felt a bit confused. What was going on? Wasn't Lu Chen a jinx? How could there be someone else wanting to team up with him besides her? And it was a girl whose looks were not inferior to her own. What the hell? That's old principal's granddaughter, Zhao Fian. Isn't she the one who just switched to an A-class combat profession, the Sword Soul, last month? Impressive. I've heard she's almost level 20 now, but why does she want to team up with Lu Chen? Who knows what's going on? Could it be this senior likes Lu Chen? Someone actively invited Lu Chen to team up, and she was a rather beautiful girl, which naturally caught the attention of Lu Chen's classmates. Soon, someone recognized the girl's identity and background, leading to even more exclamations. What's going on? Is she really the old principal's granddaughter? Just a granddaughter? Li Shuyao felt speechless in her heart. Yesterday, when she saw Lu Chen talking to the old principal, the principal had joked about them, but Lu Chen had clumsily rushed to refute, saying they were just ordinary friends. Li Shuyao couldn't help but wonder if the old principal was planning to introduce his granddaughter to Lu Chen. Initially, she had only casually thought that such a thing was impossible. Who would have thought that the old principal's granddaughter would actually seek out Lu Chen? This left Li Shuyao feeling both speechless and puzzled. What on earth was going on? Could it be that Wei Chen really wanted to matchmake Lu Chen and his granddaughter? Seeing Zhao Fian come to invite him to team up, Lu Chen already understood that this must be the old principal's arrangement. The classmates' exclamations further confirmed this. Then, Lu Chen noticed that behind Zhao Fian, there were two others who seemed equally formidable. They were likely Zhao Fian's teammates, allowing her to level up faster. Alright, but can I bring another teammate? Lu Chen readily accepted Zhao Fian's invitation to team up and then made a request. He wanted to bring Li Shuyao along.
After all, Li Shuyao had taken good care of him and had just mentioned wanting to team up to level up together. So, since Zhao Fian was coming to help him level up, he could definitely bring Li Shuyao along. Although doing so might mean that Zhao Fian's strong teammates would be one short, slowing down his leveling speed a bit, Lu Chen felt it was no big deal. Moreover, Li Shuyao was an S-class combat class transfer, and once she leveled up, her monster-killing efficiency would surely catch up quickly. Sure. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Zhao Fian was momentarily taken aback. She didn't expect Lu Chen to want to bring another teammate. However, it didn't matter. Zhao Fian readily agreed. Who is your teammate? Lu Chen looked at Li Shuyao, who seemed hesitant, and said, Class monitor, let's team up. Hearing Lu Chen's invitation, Li Shuyao felt quite happy inside. She thought it was nice that he had a skilled player inviting him to team up, but he hadn't forgotten to include her. At least he had a conscience. However, she also had her dignity. And she didn't particularly like Zhao Fian. So, Li Shuyao firmly shook her head and said, No need, I've already formed a team here, just one person short. How about you come to my side? At the end, Li Shuyao suddenly changed her tone and invited Lu Chen instead. In fact, if the one inviting Lu Chen to team up wasn't Zhao Fian but someone else, preferably a boy, Li Shuyao would never have spoken like this. Instead, she would politely decline Lu Chen and let him team up with them to level up. But she just couldn't stand Zhao Fian, which is why she suddenly said such a thing. Would Lu Chen choose to team up with her or with Zhao Fian, who currently had a higher level than her? This was a battlefield. Seeing Li Shuyu suddenly invite Lu Chen to team up, with an attitude that seemed to compete with Zhao Fian, the surrounding classmates felt a jolt, suddenly sensing a tense atmosphere gathering. These two women wouldn't actually fight over teaming up with Lu Chen, would they? It seemed quite exciting. Lu Chen didn't expect Li Shuyu to actually refuse to team up with them. Clearly, it would be great to level up with Zhao Fian and the others. And he didn't expect that after Li Shuyu declined to join their team, she would instead invite him to join her small team. This left Lu Chen in a bit of a dilemma. Rationally, teaming up with Zhao Fian would be better for him. After all, their group was at least level 10 and above. Having them help him level up would definitely be efficient. However, Li Shuyu, not knowing about his second profession as a creator, was very concerned about him. She not only gifted him a valuable longevity pill but also actively invited him to team up. If he resolutely joined Zhao Fian's team, he would probably lose Li Shuyu as a friend. So emotionally, he should team up with Li Shuyu. It might just slow down his leveling speed a bit. After thinking it over, Lu Chen ultimately made a decision that went against his ancestors. Alright, then I'll team up with you, class monitor. Lu Chen chose to team up with Li Shuyu. He turned back and apologetically glanced at Zhao Fian, said he was sorry, and then went over to team up with Li Shuyu. Sigh. Zhao Fian saw this and shook her head with a bitter smile. She felt an inexplicable sense of defeat. She actually didn't know much about Lu Chen's second profession and talents. She only knew that her grandfather valued Lu Chen highly, which is why she agreed to help him level up. But she didn't expect that Lu Chen would ultimately reject her. This made Zhao Fian, who was usually smooth sailing, feel a bit uncomfortable. However, she didn't understand Lu Chen's true situation and couldn't force herself to team up with him. In the end, Zhao Fian shook her head and left with her group. Class monitor, over here, after Lu Chen rejected Zhao Fian's team and chose to join Li Shuyu's team, their other two teammates showed difficulty and hesitated to say something. When they were just watching the excitement, they found it quite interesting. But once Lu Chen made the decision to join their team, they felt something was off. This guy, Lu Chen, was completely useless. Him joining their team was just dragging them down, providing no help, and he would also take a share of the experience. Why would they be willing to accept that? I want to team up with Lu Chen and level up with him. If you don't want to, you can just leave the team. Li Shuyu guessed their thoughts when she saw them hesitating to say something, and she said it without any expression, without hesitation. No, we are not unwilling. The two teammates, seeing that Li Shuyu would rather not have them and would prefer to team up with Lu Chen, changed their expression slightly but still gritted their teeth and said. They thought to themselves, although having Lu Chen join would mean that their experience would be shared, with Li Shuyu's S-class combat professions efficiency and monster hunting and dungeon clearing speed, it would still be higher than teaming up with others. Therefore, they tolerated this point. Alright. Seeing that the two had no more to say, Li Shuyu's expression softened slightly, and she then sent them a team invitation. Soon, the two joined Li Shuyu's team along with Lu Chen. They then headed towards the dimensional space portal marking the Goblin Forest dungeon. Whoosh! A flash of light, and the four entered the dungeon. Sigh. Who can lead us, please? Is there anyone forming a team? After Lu Chen and the others formed their teams and entered the dungeon, many in their class were still shouting to team up for the dungeon. These classmates were the students who had just transitioned to life professions yesterday. Since life professions had no combat power and lacked even the support abilities of auxiliary professions, basically no one teamed up for dungeons. Of course, there were exceptions sometimes, like particularly handsome male classmates or pure and cute female classmates who would have seniors help them out. Good looks are justice, after all. If no one was available to lead them into the dungeon, they had no choice but to rely on their respective life professions to slowly craft items and gradually gain some experience. Buzz. A faint light flashed. Lu Chen, Li Shuyu, and the other two classmates appeared in a dense jungle. The air here was fresh, yet it was filled with the wildness and untamed feel of a primeval forest. Chirp. Croak. Not far away, a few unpleasant screeches could be faintly heard. Although they had not yet faced them directly, Lu Chen and the others could tell that it was likely the sound of goblins. Let's go. Li Shuyu picked up a staff and whispered. Immediately, Lu Chen and the others followed her. Soon, they found a few green-skinned goblins. As soon as the goblins saw them, they excitedly began to screech. Then, some goblins charged over with wooden clubs, while others picked up stones to throw at them. Whoosh! Bang! Chen Hao, give me a buff. Zhang Jun, you go in front and attract the goblins' fire. Li Shuyu calmly instructed. Okay. Chen Hao, who had transitioned to a healer, immediately cast a buff on Li Shuyu, increasing her attack and defense. Zhang Jun then went in with a small wooden shield to attract some of the goblins' attention. Lu Chen, on the other hand, was just watching. Don't ask why he could wear the ring early, it will be explained later. Bang! Boom! After some time, the group was a bit disheveled. In the end, Li Shuyu successfully dealt with the goblins. Experience +6, experience +5, experience +6. What's going on? Why is the experience a bit low? No, with our levels, normally soloing, the experience from the Goblin Forest should be around 22, 30 points. In a 4-person team, it should increase the experience a bit, but each person should get around 10 points, right? It should be more profitable than soloing. But why is it only 5 or 6 points of experience? That's too little, right? After struggling to eliminate this wave of goblins, Chen Hao and Zhang Jun finally had time to check the experience they gained, but then they both felt puzzled. Because they had seen the strategy guide in advance, the experience points they gained were far worse than they had expected. Chen Hao and Zhang Jun exchanged a glance with Lu Chen, their brows furrowed. They suspected it might be because of Lu Chen. This guy was a curse master. Could it be that he carried some kind of cursed aura? Would it reduce the experience points gained? Or perhaps, just now, Lu Chen had recklessly cast some kind of buff on them, causing them to randomly receive a debuff that reduced their experience points? Lu Chen, why is the experience so low? Is it your problem? Lu Chen, did you secretly release some buff just now? In the end, Chen Hao and Zhang Jun couldn't help but question Lu Chen. They wanted to know if it was his fault. Lu Chen shook his head and said, No, I didn't cast any spells on you just now. Am I trying to get myself killed? Then it might be because of your curse master profession, which reduces our experience gain. Zhang Jun frowned. Stop talking nonsense. It might just be that too many people are running dungeons today. Li Shuyao directly interrupted them, not allowing them to argue. Although she also felt that the experience seemed a bit low. Li Shuyao's interjection did indeed stop the two from continuing to question Lu Chen. They fell silent, deciding to wait until they left the dungeon to ask others about the situation. If it was the same for others, then they would endure it. If it wasn't the case and it was truly because of Lu Chen, then they might as well leave this team. After all, they had originally teamed up with Li Shuyao because of her S-rank profession. The efficiency of killing monsters and clearing dungeons would be higher than others, making it easier for them to level up. But with Lu Chen joining, not only was he not helpful to the team, but he also took away their experience points for no reason. Moreover, because of his presence, the team only had Li Shuyao as the main damage dealer, which reduced their monster killing efficiency. That was already quite uncomfortable for them. If it was indeed because of Lu Chen that their experience points were even lower, then they might as well leave this team and find two main damage dealers to team up with. Without the burden of Lu Chen, they would likely not only have higher efficiency but also gain more experience. Finally, after more than half an hour, with only Li Shuyao as the main damage dealer, although her combat power was indeed impressive, the clearing efficiency was still a bit slow. They finally cleared the Goblin Forest. When their team emerged, they found that many classmates had already formed teams and come out. Those teams consisted of 2 combat professions with 2 types of support, or 3 combat professions with 1 healer. Therefore, their clearing efficiency was actually faster than that of Li Shuyao, an S-rank professional. Let's take a break, Li Shuyao said, slightly out of breath, taking a sip of water. Okay, Chen Hao and Zhang Jun replied, then exchanged glances before going to ask their classmates who had also cleared the dungeon if there had been any issues with experience points today. The result was, no problems. It seemed that the issue truly lay with Lu Chen. It seems it's really Lu Chen's problem. Let's leave the team. Better to find someone else to team up with. The class leader is really unreliable. Actually, her efficiency is okay, but since she insists on bringing Lu Chen, there's nothing we can do. After Chen Hao and Zhang Jun inquired about the results, they whispered a few words and decisively chose to leave the team. Ding, your teammate Chen Hao has left the team. Ding, your teammate Zhang Jun has left the team. After the two chose to leave the team, the resting Lu Chen and Li Shuyu both received system notifications. They left pretty quickly. Lu Chen observed and felt no surprise, murmuring, indeed, the reason the experience points had decreased during the last dungeon run was related to him. However, it wasn't because he was a cursed master by nature or that he had inflicted any debuffs on them, it was simply because he had used the experience plunder ring. When Lu Chen chose to refuse teaming up with Zhao Fian and teamed up with Li Shuyu instead, the two had shown a hint of dissatisfaction and disdain. Therefore, this made Lu Chen, who originally didn't want to use the ring, decide to use it directly. Since they looked down on him, he didn't need to be polite with them. He thought that if they could accept it, he could let them stay in the team, and he would also use his creation talent to speed up the monster killing process. But if they couldn't accept it, then it was better for them to leave directly. Teaming up with Li Shuyu was much better than bringing along these two useless ones. Lu Chen had thought they would at least hold on for a few more tries. But unexpectedly, after just one attempt, they didn't even try to persuade Li Shuyu to abandon him and chose to exit the team directly. How decisive. Why did they leave? Li Shuyu, who was resting, opened her eyes in surprise upon hearing the team notification. But soon, she guessed the reason. It was probably because they were dissatisfied with the efficiency of clearing the dungeon and the decrease in experience. Alright, Li Shuyu wasn't angry. She got up and prepared to recruit others into the team. However, the result was far beyond her expectations. It seemed that due to Zhang Jun and Chen Hao's promotion, everyone knew that teaming up with Lu Chen would yield low experience points, and Li Shuyu's individual monster killing efficiency wasn't high either. So, no one was willing to join her team. They even shouted that unless Lu Chen, this burden, was kicked out, they would rather team up with a C-class combat profession. While these support professions were unwilling to join Li Shuyu's team, quite a few life professions were eager to join her team. However, Li Shuyu looked down on these completely useless life professions. After all, her willingness to bring Lu Chen along was based on their mutual connections and some feelings she couldn't quite explain, which was why she was willing to do so. But with others, since they weren't familiar, why should she give them experience for free? Forget it, if no one wants to join the team, we'll just grind ourselves. In the end, Li Shuyu's temper flared. If no one wanted to join, she would just take Lu Chen along to grind. No, actually, it could be considered her solo grind. After all, Lu Chen was indeed just a mascot. However, because of her, Lu Chen couldn't follow Zhao Fian and be carried along, so she naturally couldn't abandon him for her own leveling. Thus, Li Shuyu gritted her teeth and decided to continue taking Lu Chen into the dungeon. Well, then it's just the two of us, Lu Chen said nonchalantly. Swish. Then, the two entered the Goblin Forest dungeon together again. Normally, after clearing the Goblin Forest once, Li Shuyu would have accumulated quite a bit of combat experience, and she could easily enter a stronger dungeon, the Cat Demon Jungle. But this time, it was just her and Lu Chen teaming up, without more helpers, so she naturally didn't want to take the risk of going into the Cat Demon Forest. Instead, she chose to grind in the Goblin Forest again. Although this dungeon was a bit low level, at least she was more familiar with it now, and her efficiency should be a bit faster. Does the class monitor really like Lu Chen? Why does she have to bring along this dead weight? I don't know. It feels like she might really be crazy? Not necessarily. Although Lu Chen, this curse master, is a bit useless, I feel that if he is trained up, he could probably trade one for one in a fight. Maybe the class monitor is thinking of this. Using early small favors to gain Lu Chen's absolute loyalty. Oh, saying it that way, it does seem possible. But if Lu Chen turns out to be an ingrate, wouldn't that mean losing everything? So this is a gamble. Watching Lu Chen and Li Shuyu enter the dungeon again, the classmates in their class who were resting couldn't help but discuss in low voices. Some felt that Li Shuyu was crazy, while others thought she wasn't that foolish and was likely making a disguised investment in Lu Chen, hoping to exchange for a loyal fighter. Sigh, this girl really has good taste. What a pity for my granddaughter, she doesn't have that kind of luck. Wei Chen, who was hiding in the shadows, sighed with regret. He had tried to arrange for Lu Chen to team up with Zhao Fian, hoping to let his granddaughter bond with Lu Chen. Even if it wasn't love, a friendship in battle would be nice. But unfortunately, Lu Chen ultimately refused and chose to team up with Li Shuyu. Wei Chen could understand Lu Chen's choice. After all, one was approaching him with a purpose, while the other was a girl who knew nothing but was wholeheartedly good to him. Who wouldn't choose Li Shuyu? So he could only lament that his granddaughter didn't have that kind of luck. Swish. Lu Chen and Li Shuyu once again entered the Wild Goblin Forest. Just as Li Shuyu was about to call Lu Chen to catch up with her to kill the goblins, Lu Chen said, "Class monitor. Wait a moment. What's wrong?" Li Shuyu looked at Lu Chen curiously. "It's nothing, I'm just modifying my equipment." After saying that, Lu Chen began to modify the experience plundering ring on his hand. Swish. A flash of golden light. The
Experience plundering ring in Lu Chen's hand changed. Equipment, experience amplification ring level 5 quality, legendary attributes, physical defense plus 30, magic defense plus 30, passive, experience amplification for each additional teammate, everyone's experience increases by 10%, up to a maximum of 100%. Evaluation, more people, greater strength. That's right. Lu Chen used his creation ability again to modify the experience plundering ring. Instead of plundering teammates' experience, it now increased everyone's experience by 10% for each additional teammate. If it was a 4-person team, everyone could gain a 40% experience boost. And now, with just Lu Chen and Li Shuyu in the team, they could both gain a 20% experience boost. As for the level 5 restriction on wearing it, it was not a problem for Lu Chen. He had just created a special item for himself that allowed him to use equipment and items above his own level 5 today. That's why he was able to plunder the experience points from Chen Hao and the others during the last dungeon run. Class monitor, drink this potion and will speedrun the goblin. After completing the modification of the experience amplification ring, Lu Chen took out a bunch of potions and handed them to Li Shuyu. Potion, spell power potion level 1 quality, rare effect, after consumption, spell power increases by 200% for 12 hours evaluation, drinking it gives you magical power. Potion, spell recovery potion level 1 quality, rare effect, after consumption, restores 30 mana points per second for 12 hours. Comment, go all out. Li Shuyao stared blankly at the pile of potions that Lu Chen had taken out. With these unimaginable potions, didn't that mean she had unlimited firepower? Li Shuyu was stunned by the pile of potions that Lu Chen had brought out. The spell strength potion could increase her spell power by 200% after consumption, allowing her combat power to multiply several times. The mana recovery potion was terrifying. After taking it, she would recover 30 points of mana per second. Currently, she was only level 1 with a total mana of just about 10 points. This meant that, after taking the potion, she would always be in a state of overflowing mana, never lacking in mana at all. There was also the mental stimulation elixir, which would enhance her mental strength for a certain period, preventing headaches from casting too many spells and reducing her casting cooldown time. The speed potion would increase her movement speed by 300% after consumption. The dual defense potion would boost her physical and magical defenses by 300%. And so on. The potions Lu Chen brought out were all top-notch, likely unavailable in the market. If sold, each bottle could be worth tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands. If she took these potions, it was equivalent to having a dozen healers giving her powerful buffs. In fact, it could be said that it was even better than having a dozen healers buffing her, because the buffs from healers do not stack but rather replace each other. So, unless Li Shuyu encountered a healer above level 60 to buff her, it would indeed be stronger to take these potions from Lu Chen. Lu Chen, where did you get these? Li Shuyu held the pile of potions, looking at Lu Chen in disbelief, stuttering as she asked. In her impression, Lu Chen had no parents and came from a poor background. He shouldn't be able to produce these potions. Lu Chen smiled and explained, some I made myself, and some were given by the Education Bureau. You made them yourself? Li Shuyu was taken aback, somewhat confused. Lu Chen then told her about his second profession as a creator. If he hadn't mentioned this second profession to anyone else before, he might not have considered telling Li Shuyu. But since others already knew, and Li Shuyu had remained loyal to him without knowing, Lu Chen felt there was no need to hide it from her. Unique exclusive profession, creator? That's great. After hearing Lu Chen's explanation, Li Shuyu was initially skeptical. But when Lu Chen demonstrated his creation abilities, transforming ordinary items into extraordinary effects, she finally believed it. She also understood why the Education Bureau provided Lu Chen with so many resources. It completely surpassed her own. Given Lu Chen's demonstrated creation abilities, it was indeed worth it. Li Shuyu genuinely felt happy for Lu Chen, even more so than if she had advanced to an S-rank combat profession. Wait. At that moment, Li Shuyu suddenly realized something. The Zhao Fian who just came to team up with you should be at least level 10, right? Is she sent by the old principal to help you level up? Li Shuyu looked at Lu Chen. Lu Chen nodded gently and said, yes, that's right. Why didn't you say so earlier? Oh no. Li Shuyu suddenly felt a bit guilty, thinking she had delayed Lu Chen's leveling. How about we hurry and clear the dungeon, and then you can find her to level up? I'm really holding you back. Lu Chen smiled and shook his head, comforting her. It's okay, although it will be a bit slower. It's actually about the same. And compared to leveling with her, I feel you're more important, class leader. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Li Shuyu's fair cheeks couldn't help but flush with a charming pink. She awkwardly averted her gaze from Lu Chen, mumbling, is that so? You don't mind that I'm slow at killing monsters, right? After saying this, Li Shuyu drank all the potions. If she didn't know about Lu Chen's identity as a creator, she might have hesitated to drink these precious potions, feeling it was too much of a waste.
But knowing Lu Chen's special status, she felt it was no big deal.
So she drank them all. What an amazing feeling. I feel stronger than ever. After finishing the potions, Li Shuyu exclaimed in wonder. At the same time, she felt a bit uncomfortable. This discomfort wasn't from physical unease, but rather from her body suddenly becoming several times stronger. After all, some potions enhanced her mental strength, while others increased her movement speed significantly. This led to her thinking and reaction speeds exceeding her previous limits, making it hard for her to control her body. She needed to readjust. Fortunately, due to the effects of certain potions, Li Shuyu's adaptability was enhanced. In no time, she completely adjusted to this exhilarating feeling. Let's go! Watch me take down these goblins. Li Shuyu confidently waved her staff and said to Lu Chen, "Wait, let me modify your staff a bit." Lu Chen suddenly thought of something and said softly, "Oh, okay." Li Shuyu nodded and handed over the staff she received as a reward from school last night. Equipment: Beginner's Staff Level, Level 1 Quality, Advanced Attributes. Spell Power +5, Casting Speed +1%. Evaluation: A toy for children. This is a blue item. Given Li Shuyu's displayed S-level talent, she could have obtained a rare purple staff. However, there were too few Level 1 purple staffs, so she was temporarily given an advanced blue staff. Lu Chen took out some materials from his spatial ring and then began to reconstruct the staff. With a flash of golden light, the modification was successful. Equipment: Scholar's Staff Level, Level 1 Quality, Rare Attributes, Spell Power +30, Casting Speed +10%, Cooldown Speed +10%, Ice Attribute Enhancement +10. Passive: Explosion. When attacking, there is a 10% chance to deal 30 points of ice attribute chain damage to enemies within range. Evaluation: Might not be suitable for elementary school students, but just right for college students. Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction and then returned the staff to Li Shuyu. Li Shuyu took the staff and was stunned by the effects tailored for her. What a powerful staff! She exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Lu Chen. She felt that Lu Chen's second profession abilities were truly terrifying. Let's go! Excited, Li Shuyu led Lu Chen to hunt goblins. Swish! Bang! Ah! Li Shuyu cast a spell lightly, and a beam of ice light shot forward. In an instant, the group of goblins that would have taken her several minutes to deal with were all wiped out on the spot. This is too intense. Li Shuya was extremely excited upon seeing this scene. Her level still hadn't changed, she was still at level 1 and hadn't found any suitable ice magic skill books in the dungeon. But because she had consumed the mage potions provided by Lu Chen and was wielding the newly modified Scholar's Staff, her combat power had skyrocketed by more than 10 times. The goblins that would normally take 1 or 2 minutes to defeat could now be killed with a single basic attack. This feeling was simply exhilarating. Experience +22, experience +25, experience plus. At that moment, Li Shuyao glanced at the experience points she had gained and was momentarily stunned. How strange. Why had the experience points increased? Didn't she only get a few points last time? Could it be because of Lu Chen? Did the experience points from killing monsters increase because of you? Li Shuyao quickly asked Lu Chen. Yes, it's because of me. Lu Chen nodded and explained the effects of the original experience plundering ring and the now modified experience amplification ring to Li Shuyao. No wonder, so it turns out our experience points just now were all plundered by you. No wonder it was so little. You're really bad, Li Shuyao realized. Lu Chen said lightly, who told them to look down on people? They even wanted to kick me out of the team at the beginning? Then I just took a bit of their experience. And if they could hold on later, I would still help them level up quickly, but they couldn't take it and left on their own. Li Shuyao said with annoyance, you didn't just take their experience, you took mine too. That was a misfire, but it doesn't matter, didn't we make up for it now? Lu Chen smiled. Li Shuyao nodded, feeling a bit relieved. Fortunately, I held on, otherwise, I would have missed out on this opportunity for nothing. Ha ha. After her moment of reflection, Li Shuyao stopped talking nonsense and continued to slaughter the goblins. Bang bang. With various potion enhancements, Li Shuyao, combined with her S-rank Ice Spirit Mage talent, was like a killing machine, easily wiping out all the goblins in the dungeon. Even the boss couldn't withstand a single blow from her. Cleared. Although we wasted quite a bit of time chatting and explaining at the beginning, our efficiency is still faster than the first 4-person team, Li Shuyao exclaimed as she was enveloped in icy light and leveled up to level 2. Lu Chen also leveled up to level 2. Let's go back for now, Lu Chen said, looking at the teleportation light screen that appeared before them after the boss's death. Okay. Li Shuyao nodded, and then followed Lu Chen out of the Goblin Forest dungeon. When they returned to the school square, they could hear many people discussing. Wu Feng levels up so fast, he's almost at level 5. Of course, his team has 2 main damage dealers, a healer and a controller, so their monster killing efficiency is naturally high. By the way, what level is that S-rank Ice Spirit Mage from class 3 now? She should be at level 6, right? I don't know, I heard she insisted on leveling up with that poison healer hidden class, and that poison healer reduces experience, causing her to fall out with the other teammates. Now she's just taking that poison healer into the dungeon. But if she's soloing the dungeon, she probably is at most level 2 now. Is that true? Why is she being so stubborn? Who knows? If she keeps this up, the highest leveling rewards probably won't have anything to do with her. It should be Wu Feng's. Shoo, she seems to be coming out. Don't talk recklessly. Li Shuyu and Lu Chen walked out of the dungeon. Hearing the discussions of these people, their expressions were very calm. They even felt a bit like laughing. They underestimated Lu Chen too much. They even thought they might be dragged down by Lu Chen. That today's leveling speed would be worse, unable to compare with that Wu Feng. Wu Feng was a class changer from yesterday, whose talent was only slightly inferior to hers. He had transitioned into a very strong A-class warrior profession, a berserker. Plus, his team was very strong, either B-class or C-class professionals. Therefore, his level was probably the highest among the new class changers from yesterday. The school offered rewards for these new class changers leveling. The first student to reach level 10 would be rewarded with rare equipment and various items. The second and third places would also receive rewards, but they would be slightly less. If Li Shuyu were unaware of Lu Chen's abilities, she might really think that she couldn't catch up to Wu Feng's leveling speed. But now, she felt that even if she brought along 2 burdens, she could easily catch up to Wu Feng's team. However, regarding the school's reward for being the first to reach level 10, she was starting to look down on it a bit. Of course, to prove a point, she was determined to fight for first place. Let's take a break. Lu Chen didn't pay much attention to those people's words and said to Li Shuyu, he wanted to rest a bit before going back into the dungeon to level up. Are you tired? Li Shuyu suddenly asked. Lu Chen was taken aback for a moment, then shook his head and said, not really tired, I'm just following you, how could I be tired? Li Shuyu smiled. After taking those potions, I'm not tired at all, so we don't need to rest, let's go back into the dungeon. Alright. Lu Chen noticed that Li Shuyu seemed eager to level up quickly, so he nodded. Let's find 2 more teammates for more experience, Li Shuyu suggested. Of course, she didn't make a decision right away. After all, the core of their team had quietly shifted to Lu Chen, and if Lu Chen didn't want too many people to know about his special abilities, he would only want to team up with her. She certainly wouldn't insist on finding 2 more people just for an extra 20% experience. Sure, Lu Chen said nonchalantly. Anyway, the potions Li Shuyu took lasted about 12 hours, so they wouldn't need to take more in between. Therefore, even if other teammates joined the team, they would only think Li Shuyu was formidable and wouldn't attribute it to themselves. Class monitor, can you take me with you? Class monitor, take me too. Just as Lu Chen and Li Shuyu finished their conversation and were walking towards their class, a few students from the life profession were pleading with them. Other combat and support profession students, upon learning they would be teaming up with Lu Chen, also suffered from the curse of reduced experience. So even if the class monitor was an S-class mage, they were unwilling to join their team. But these life profession students, who were already neglected, were different. They had no one to take them into the dungeon for leveling, so even if teaming up with Lu Chen would reduce their experience, it was still better than having no experience at all, right? Therefore, many of them were eager to join Li Shuyu's team. Of course, they didn't really hold out much hope. You join my team. But at that moment, to their surprise and delight, Li Shuyu actually pointed at 2 people, inviting them to join the team. Thank you, class monitor. Thank you, class monitor. The 2 chosen by Li Shuyu were instantly overwhelmed with excitement, repeatedly expressing their gratitude. One of them was a sweet-looking girl named Li Xiaotong. She was quite popular in their senior class 3. Many believed she could transition into a healer or a light mage. But unfortunately, she became an alchemist. Although both alchemists and healers have some similar supportive effects, the differences between the 2 are vast. It's even greater than the difference between doctors and nurses. This naturally led to Li Xiaotong, who was once quite popular in class, becoming neglected. Some male classmates who used to fawn over her like a lovesick puppy, aside from those who also transitioned into life-related professions, changed their attitudes once they became combat or support classes. They completely ignored her requests to join their teams. This situation is quite common in the current Blue Star. As for the other classmate, he was a slightly chubby boy named Zhao Taiju. His name sounded a bit rustic, and he had transitioned into a blacksmith. Li Shuyu had a decent relationship with Li Xiaotong before. Given that she couldn't take many people with her, she might not be able to level up with Li Xiaotong. But since their team was short on members and could boost experience by 20%, she naturally decided to take Li Xiaotong along. As for Zhao Taiju, Li Shuyu wasn't particularly familiar with him, but she remembered that Zhao Taiju used to get along well with Lu Chen and he seemed quite honest, so she also brought Zhao Taiju along. No need to thank me, let's go. We're heading into the dungeon. Li Shuyu smiled slightly, then let them join. The team and walked towards the dimensional space portal. This, Zhao Taizhu and the others hesitated, thinking, could it be that the class monitor just soloed the Goblin Forest without needing a break? This made them a bit worried that Li Shuyu might get too tired in the dungeon and something might happen. If Li Shuyu died in the dungeon, then they, with their life professions, wouldn't be able to fight off wild monsters and would almost certainly perish as well. However, considering that Li Shuyu had only been to the Goblin Forest twice, she shouldn't be too exhausted, and such an accident was unlikely. The two gritted their teeth and ultimately decided to follow Li Shuyu. Whoosh! In the end, the four of them vanished in front of the dungeon portal. Some people noticed that Li Shuyu was no longer heading to the lowest level dungeon, the Goblin Forest. Instead, she was going to the Cat Demon Jungle, which was 2 levels higher than the Goblin Forest. She had directly skipped the intermediate dungeon, the Goblin Swamp. What is Li Shuyu doing? She should only be level 2 at most, right? And all 3 in her team are useless. How dare she take them into the Cat Demon Jungle? Is she crazy? Does she want to die and is deliberately bringing them along to die with her? Damn, did she just hear that Wu Feng is already level 6, so she's anxious to level up quickly? I don't know, but she really seems insane. Seeing Li Shuyu take Lu Chen and the others into the Cat Demon Jungle, the students resting in the square could hardly believe their eyes. Because the Cat Demon Jungle is suitable for players around level 3 to 4. Even some teams with weak combat power continue to grind this dungeon at level 5. Yet, Li Shuyu, who wasn't even sure if she was level 2, actually charged in with 3 completely ineffective life professions. This was practically the same as seeking death. Swish! A flash of light. Lu Chen and the others appeared in a darker jungle. Class monitor, did you choose the wrong dungeon? This seems not to be the Goblin Forest. Li Xiaotong and Zhao Taizhu asked with trembling voices. They had thought that Li Shuyu was going to take them to continue grinding in the Goblin Forest. Who would have thought that Li Shuyu actually chose the Cat Demon Jungle, suitable only for level 3? If their team were a god-level team, they might be able to handle level 1 and 2 situations. But including Lu Chen, they couldn't help Li Shuyu in the dungeon, which meant that the class leader was soloing this Cat Demon Jungle, which was no different from seeking death. That's right, it's this, Li Shuyu said. Meow. At that moment, a piercing cat cry rang out. The next moment, a fierce cat demon pounced towards Li Shuyu. Li Xiaotong and Zhao Tieju's hearts raced. Bang! However, to their surprise, Li Shuyu was completely unfazed by the cat demon's attack. She effortlessly waved her staff and an ice pillar shot out. The next moment, the cat demon was frozen solid. It then fell to the ground with a bang, shattering into pieces along with the ice. It was dead beyond dead. Holy crap! The class leader is so awesome. A level 3 cat demon was killed in an instant? Is this the power of an S-level ice spirit mage? Seeing this scene, Li Xiaotong and Zhao Taizhu couldn't help but widen their eyes and exclaim. It's nothing much, Li Shuyu casually said. She actually wanted to say that it was all Lu Chen's credit. But Lu Chen didn't want to reveal his special hidden class, so she held back. Let it be her own achievement. Lu Chen stood aside, smiling slightly as he listened to the two marvel at Li Shuyu's strength, hidden in name and reality. Swish swish swish. Soon, Li Shuyu led them to continue slaughtering the cat demons here. Each one was killed in a single hit. Swish. During the monster grinding process, suddenly, a flash of light appeared on Li Xiaotong and Zhao Taizhu. They directly leveled up from level 1 to level 2. Holy crap, I leveled up? What's going on? Holy crap, how did I gain so much experience? Wasn't it said that with Lu Chen, the experience would be lower? The two were surprised at how quickly they leveled up. They checked their experience gain and were astonished to find that in this cat demon jungle, they were gaining far more experience than others. This made them sneak a glance at Lu Chen, but they couldn't figure it out. Lu Chen said, "That's all just rumors, don't believe it." The two nodded repeatedly. They thought it must be that Chen Hao and Zhang Jun were disobedient in the team and got kicked out by Li Shuyu. As a result, they spread rumors everywhere. Li Shuyu didn't respond to them because she was already close to the boss's position. There were many cat demons here, and she needed to be serious. Swish. However, at that moment, suddenly, a completely silver-white cat demon appeared and charged towards Lu Chen. This silver-white cat demon stood in stark contrast to the other gray-black cat demons. It made Lu Chen's pupils slightly constrict. This was a hidden elite monster that only occasionally appeared in the Cat Demon Jungle Dungeon, the White Knight Cat Demon. In some special dungeons, in addition to the Lord Boss, special elite monsters occasionally appear. Some elite monsters are only slightly weaker than the Lord, while others are just as strong as the Lord. In fact, some elite monsters can even be stronger than the Lord. Unfortunately, the Cat Demon Forest is a dungeon where elite monsters can be born. Moreover, the randomly appearing elite monster, the White Knight Cat Demon, is even stronger than the Lord, the Dark Curse Cat Demon. Be careful. Ah!
Seeing the exquisitely beautiful silver-white cat demon appear, its bright and cold claws lunging straight for Lu Chen's throat, Zhao Taizhu and Li Xiaotong, who were watching from the side, both changed their expressions.
Zhao Taizhu shouted for Lu Chen to dodge quickly.
Li Xiaotong was so frightened that her face turned pale, only knowing to scream.
This. No! Li Shuyao, who
was unleashing firepower and bombarding the cat demons surrounding her, noticed the crisis behind her with Lu Chen and couldn't help but scream as well. But at that moment, it was too late for her to turn back to support Lu Chen. This left Li Shuyao in utter despair and panic.
Get lost!
However, Lu Chen, whom Li Shuyao and Li Xiaotong thought was doomed, remained incredibly calm upon seeing the White Knight cat demons attack.
He shouted angrily and then raised his fist, striking directly at the White Knight cat demon. Meow!
The White Knight cat demon noticed Lu Chen's movement, and in its agile and cruel pupils there was a hint of mockery and disdain.
It felt that Lu Chen's action was completely like hitting a stone with an egg. But the next moment,
when Lu Chen's bare fist, without any weapons, collided with its cold, gleaming claws, a cracking sound echoed.
The White Knight
cat demon's pupils constricted sharply, revealing a hint of pain.
The next second, bang!
Lu Chen's fist not only bent the White Knight cat demon's claws back but also struck straight towards its head. With a bang, the White Knight cat demon's head exploded, blood splattering everywhere. The headless corpse fell heavily to the ground, twitching a few times before it stopped struggling.
It was dead beyond any doubt. How is this possible? This, impossible. Are you kidding? He killed the White Knight cat demon with one punch?
Seeing Lu Chen straightforwardly kill the hidden elite monster, the White Knight cat demon, with a simple punch, Li Xiaotong
and Zhao Taizhu were left dumbfounded.
They could hardly imagine that Lu Chen, who had always been hiding behind Li Shuyao and quietly sharing team experience, could actually kill this level 4 elite monster with a single
punch. It felt too far-fetched for them. Is a curse master this strong? But isn't a curse master just a support class? Even if Lu Chen had timely used his life to gain a buff in a critical moment, he shouldn't have been able to kill the White Knight cat demon with one punch. After all, his level was still below 5. Could it really be true, as others said, that the healing capacity and quality of a curse master are better than that of paladins and other healers? After all, it was a life-for-life exchange. That's why Lu Chen could kill the White Knight cat demon with one punch. Wait, is that a skill book? At that moment, Zhao Taizhu looked at the gruesomely dead body of the White Knight cat demon and suddenly noticed a glowing book shining beside its corpse. His pupils couldn't help but shrink slightly, bursting with brilliance. A skill book is a precious item that can only be obtained in dungeons. Any profession that wants to acquire skills can only obtain them from dungeons. Even for life professions like an alchemist, if they want to refine a foundation building pill but don't have the skill book for it, which is essentially the recipe, they won't be able to refine the foundation building pill. Therefore, various professions wanting to acquire skills either have to go into dungeons to farm skill books or spend exorbitant amounts to buy them. Alternatively, they can exchange unsuitable skill books they obtained for ones that others need. Each takes what they need. In low-level dungeons, normally, elite monsters do not drop skill books. Even for boss monsters, the chance of dropping a skill book is very low. Unexpectedly, Lu Chen killed the White Knight cat demon with a single punch and actually dropped a skill book. No matter what kind of skill book it was, even the worst skills from life professions could be sold for at least $1 million. For a moment, Zhao Taizhu's feelings were quite complex. Oh, did we get a skill book? Lu Chen wiped the blood off his fist and then noticed that the White Knight cat demon had dropped a skill book. He walked over and picked it up to check. Skill book, Azure Wave Surge Type, Mage Attribute, Water Effect, releases a wave of azure water, pushing back enemies in front. Casting and cooldown, casting time 3 seconds, cooldown time 30 seconds. Evaluation, refreshingly cool, heart soaring. It's a water attribute mage skill book. Lu Chen glanced at the skill book, his eyes showing surprise. Such mage-type skill books, regardless of the attribute, are worth at least 5 million. However, Lu Chen didn't care about the money. Instead, he suddenly had an idea. Could he use his creation ability to change the attributes of this skill book? Lu Chen wasn't sure if he could do it, but he chose to give it a try. Ding, creation failed. On his first attempt, Lu Chen failed outright. However, he wasn't discouraged, because he hadn't sacrificed any life to increase the success rate. Then, Lu Chen switched to the curse master profession and sacrificed some life to boost his creation success rate. Immediately after, he attempted to create the skill book again. The second attempt also failed. Perhaps he was trying to make the skill book too powerful, leading to failure. After thinking carefully, Lu Chen decided to change it to an ice attribute skill book, which wouldn't be so outrageous. Could it succeed? Swish! The skill book emitted a burst of icy blue light. It succeeded. Skill book, Frost Ray Type, Mage Attribute, Ice Effect, releases a Frost Ray forward, dealing continuous damage and freezing enemies within range. Casting and cooldown, casting time 2 seconds, cooldown time 25 seconds. Evaluation, let me bloom for you. It worked. A brilliant smile appeared on Lu Chen's face. His creation ability could indeed modify skill books. However, for now, he couldn't make it too outrageous, like changing a water attribute mage skill book into a curse attribute support skill book. But he could modify it to be relatively close, changing water to ice. And ice attribute skill books are much more expensive than water attribute ones. The starting price is estimated to be around 10 million. What kind of skill book is this? Lu Chen, what kind of skill book is this? At this moment, Zhao Taizhu and Li Xiaotong both reacted and curiously approached to ask. Their eyes sparkled with excitement as if they saw a large sum of money waving at them. Normally, in a team, if a skill book, equipment, or special item drops, as long as it's not something that the four of them can use, they usually sell it and split the money equally. If it happens to be something that a teammate can use, that item is generally given to that teammate, and the other three are compensated either with the next skill book that drops or with money. For long-term teammates, it's basically agreed that the next skill book will be given to them. However, if they are temporary teammates and no one knows if they will team up again, then the teammate who got the skill book will naturally take out some money to compensate the others. So, when Zhao Taizhu and Li Xiaotong saw this skill book drop, they were first in disbelief, then felt that they might be about to make a lot of money. This money might even support them in buying some life skill books for their respective professions. Therefore, they hurried over to ask Lu Chen what kind of skill book it was. Lu Chen glanced at them, naturally aware of their thoughts, and said lightly, "It's a skill book for ice mages." After saying that, he handed the skill book to them for a look. It's a skill book for ice mages. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Zhao Taizhu and Li Xiaotong's eyes immediately lit up with excitement. An ice magic skill book is very expensive. If they sold this skill book, the money they would get could probably buy them one or two of their life profession skill books. However, they then looked at Li Shuyao, who was still fighting the boss, the Dark Curse Cat Demon, and hesitated. This ice skill book was clearly suitable for Li Shuyao. Naturally, it should be given to her, not sold for money. If they were teammates who contributed, like a healer, a control support, or a tank, then it would be reasonable for them to seek compensation from Li Shuyao for the skill book. But they had made no contributions at all in the team. It was Li Shuyao's kindness that brought them into the team, allowing them to gain experience without effort. If they wanted Li Shuyao to give them money, wouldn't that be like biting the hand that feeds them? Moreover, not to mention whether Li Shuyao would agree to give them money. It was likely that once this dungeon ended, she would kick them out of the team immediately. Then it would be even more impossible for them to team up with anyone to level up in the future. Although Zhao Taizhu felt a large sum of money flying away from him, after weighing the pros and cons, he gritted his teeth and said, "Since it's an ice attribute mage skill book, let's give it to the class leader." He didn't mention the issue of splitting the money in the team, nor did he bring up how the class leader should compensate Lu Chen. After all, this White Knight Cat Demon was killed by Lu Chen with a single punch. How the class leader would distribute it with Lu Chen was a matter between the two of them, and he wouldn't get involved. Li Xiaotong, still conflicted, reacted to Zhao Tieju's words, although she felt very reluctant and thought they were missing out on a large sum of money. In the end, she also dared not speak out of turn. So, it was decided to let the class leader use it. Bang! Swish! At that moment, Li Shuyao finally succeeded in killing the boss, the Dark Curse Cat Demon. The experience from the boss was substantial. Instantly, both Lu Chen and Li Shuyao leveled up to level 3. Zhao Taizhu and Li Xiaotong were also very close to level 3 due to the distribution of this experience. Lu Chen, it's great that you're okay. After successfully killing the boss, Li Shuyao didn't care about what the boss dropped and quickly asked Lu Chen if he was alright. As for that skill book, she didn't pay it any mind either. Lu Chen smiled and said, "I'm fine. I just dropped the skill book and it's perfect for ice mages. You can use it." As he spoke, he handed the skill book to Li Shuyu. Upon hearing this, Li Shuyu showed a look of surprise. She didn't expect her luck to be so good, dropping her own ice skill book at just level 3. She had thought that ice skill books were quite rare and that she would have to wait until her level increased and the school's resources were allocated before she could get one. She didn't expect to obtain it so quickly. Then, Li Shuyu realized that this skill book was specifically for ice, which might not be a coincidence. Perhaps it was also Lu Chen who used his creator's ability to modify it. "Thank you, Lu Chen." Li Shuyu didn't know the truth, but she still expressed her gratitude to Lu Chen. She then took the skill book and checked its effects. When she saw the effect description of the skill book, Li Shuyu felt it was quite good. If she were to sell it, it could probably fetch a price between 15 to 20 million. Such an ice area attack skill book was always very expensive. "Thank you, Lu Chen, I will slowly repay you," Li Shuyu hurriedly said. She really liked this skill book, but it wouldn't be right to take it without showing any appreciation. Lu Chen, however, smiled and shook his head, saying, "It's fine, I didn't contribute much. You basically cleared this dungeon by yourself. I only took down that little cat. Since this skill book is suitable for you, just take it as the cost for me leveling up with you." Zhao Taizhu and the others quickly nodded in agreement, indicating that Li Shuyu didn't need to compensate them. Just being able to level up with her was already great. They didn't dare to ask for any distribution. The underlying message was that they hoped Li Shuyu would continue to take them along to level up. Li Shuyu didn't pay much attention to their words, as they had always just been tools. Only Lu Chen was someone she truly cared about. Not to mention, this skill book was dropped by Lu Chen. Alright then. Li Shuyu thought for a moment and felt that they would likely be long-term teammates, so there was no need to fuss over these things. She then directly used the skill book for Frost Ray. After that, they tidied up the other materials dropped by the boss and elite monsters. Li Shuyu also chose not to return to the city to rest. Instead, she decided to run through the Cat Demon Jungle dungeon again. In less than 10 minutes, Li Shuyu, who had obtained the Frost Ray skill, cleared the Cat Demon Jungle again at double speed. This time, she and Lu Chen were not far from level 4. Meanwhile, Zhao Taizhu and Li Xiaotong, the two tools, also leveled up to level 3. They felt quite fortunate that they hadn't fallen out with Li Shuyu over a skill book that might not even yield any money. The benefits of leveling up with the team were very real. Time flew by. It was already 5:30 in the afternoon. There was only half an hour left until 6 o'clock when the dungeons would close for the day. Wu Feng is amazing. He just changed jobs yesterday and today he's already level 9, almost at level 10. I asked his teammates and they just reached level 7. It seems Wu Feng used some special item to gain extra experience. It looks like the first place in today's new job change. Leveling competition will definitely be Wu Feng. But what about Li Shuyu and the others? Why haven't they come out yet? Could it be they died in the dungeon? The special team of Li Shuyao had caught the attention of many students present. At first, they had been in the dungeon for a long time without coming out, as everyone was busy entering dungeons, returning to rest in turns, so they hadn't really noticed whether Li Shuyao and her team had come back to rest. But now, as the dungeon closing time approached, most students were quite tired and didn't want to continue entering dungeons. In such a fatigued state, if they accidentally got stuck inside, it would be a loss. They recalled that they hadn't seen Li Shuyao come out, and after some discussion, they realized that everyone felt the same way. It was then they discovered that Li Shuyao and Lu Chen's team seemed to have gone into the Cat Demon Forest for the third time and hadn't returned since. People do get tired. It's impossible to keep entering dungeons continuously. So they speculated that Li Shuyao had been too overconfident, taking 3 useless players into the dungeon right after leveling up a few times and had ended up failing in the Cat Demon Forest. What a pity, an S-level talent, just like that gone. Really can't understand it. Tisk tsk. The crowd whispered among themselves, some lamenting that such a gifted girl like Li Shuyao had met her end. Others mocked her foolishness, throwing away a bright future to seek hardship, and now she had even lost her life. Compared to those who felt pity, there were actually more who took pleasure in her misfortune. After all, everyone started from the same point. Suddenly, she had turned the tables with an unparalleled profession, while many were just ordinary professions or even useless life skills. How could they not be jealous of Li Shuyao? If, over time, her level gradually increased and the gap between them widened, that feeling of resentment and jealousy would likely fade, turning into admiration and respect. But at the moment, Li Shuyao hadn't reached a level that warranted their admiration. Instead, because she insisted on leveling up Lu Chen, she had ended up failing in the dungeon, making them secretly laugh at her. Hey, Wu Feng is out. Brother Feng, are you level 10 yet? Brother Feng, you're so amazing, can you take me along? I'll accompany you tonight. At this moment, with the appearance of Wu Feng's team, the students had no time to discuss Li Shuyao anymore. They hurried over to flatter Wu Feng, hoping to get familiar with him just a little bit more. Wu Feng was a relatively ordinary-looking man, but with a strong and resolute demeanor. Before he changed jobs, he wasn't particularly outstanding or noticed in the crowd. But since he became an A-level warrior, a berserker, yesterday, and today he was the highest level, he naturally attracted everyone's attention. Just a little bit to level 10? What a pity. If you could reach level 10 today, maybe the reward for first place in the leveling competition would be even higher. Don't think too much, the first place reward is fixed. Whether the first place today levels up to 7 or 8 or even 20, the reward is the same. Brother Feng is already very impressive. The crowd chimed in. Wu Feng was too lazy to respond to their chatter and asked, "Where's Li Shuyao? What level is she at?" In his eyes, among the new job changers from yesterday, only Li Shuyao was worth his attention. Not only was her new profession stronger than his, but the training resource package she received was also better. So he was quite concerned about whether Li Shuyao would suddenly overtake him in today's new job competition. Was her level higher than his? Although he had heard that Li Shuyao insisted on taking Lu
Chen and two other life skill players into the dungeon. Logically speaking, she shouldn't have had a chance to compete with him anymore. But Wu Feng always felt inexplicably uneasy, sensing that something unexpected might happen. So he still wanted to ask again. Li Shuyao? They probably should have died in an accident. Right, from this morning until now, according to our communication, they haven't come out at all, not even for lunch. There's a high probability that they must have died inside. Hearing Wu Feng's inquiry, everyone quickly chimed in with their responses. Ha! Wu Feng listened to everyone's explanations and let out a sigh, feeling much more relaxed. He thought his earlier unease was probably unfounded. In this world, it's almost impossible for someone to just change jobs and spend an entire day in a dungeon without resting or eating. So, the possibility that Li Shuyu hadn't come out all day and was still in the dungeon was very low. The highest possibility was that she had met with an accident inside. Now, he was definitely secure in his position as the first in the leveling competition. Could it be that Lu Chen really got into trouble? Probably not, right? We gave him plenty of potions that can keep him energetic for most of the day. They might really just be in the dungeon the whole time. Sigh, we really shouldn't have let Lu Chen go into the dungeon with Li Shuyu. We should have arranged for someone to help him level up instead. If Lu Chen comes out without any accidents, we must arrange for our personnel to help him level up tomorrow. On the other side, Wei Chen and other high-ranking officials from Jiangnan province had been closely monitoring Lu Chen's situation. Seeing that he hadn't returned for a long time, they were genuinely worried that he might have encountered an accident in the dungeon. This made them extremely anxious. Time slowly passed. Finally, as the dungeon was about to close at 6 o'clock, everyone had basically lost hope that Li Shuyu and Lu Chen would come out. Because if they didn't come out after 6, it meant they either died inside or hadn't cleared the dungeon yet. But once it passed 6 and they hadn't cleared the dungeon, they wouldn't be able to come out today. They would have to wait until tomorrow to exit the dungeon, because the dungeon portal would close directly after 6 o'clock in the evening. So, regardless of whether Li Shuyu and Lu Chen were still alive or if they had levels higher than Wu Feng's, as long as they didn't come out today, the first place in today's leveling competition would still belong to Wu Feng. Sai, the current principal of the first high school side, feeling regret for Li Shuyu, and then he didn't waste any time. He was about to stand up and announce that Wu Feng was the first in today's new job change leveling competition. Then he prepared to award the prize to him. Swish! But just then, suddenly, a beam of light flashed at the dimensional portal not far away. Immediately after, 4 figures appeared in the square. Someone came out. It's Li Shuyu and the others. My god, they actually didn't die and managed to come out alive. This is unbelievable. Seeing Li Shuyu and Lu Chen successfully emerge from the dungeon, all the students were stunned. They never expected that they could come out alive from the dungeon. And those like Wei Chen, who had been anxiously monitoring the situation, finally breathed a sigh of relief. They had finally come out alive. That's great, that's great. Shuyu, it's really great that you could come out. By the way, what level are you now? The current principal, Zhang Tongyao, also breathed a sigh of relief and quickly asked Li Shuyu. Zhang Tongyao's primary concern, of course, was Li Shuyao's safety. But once she successfully emerged from the dungeon, he naturally no longer worried about that issue. Instead, he became concerned about Li Shuyao's level. After all, everyone with eyes could see that Li Shuyao had been in the dungeon almost the entire day without coming out. If she wasn't deliberately leaving a goblin alive to rest secretly inside and had been continuously killing monsters to level up, then it was possible that her current level was not low. She might even be higher than Wu Feng's level 9. Therefore, the first place in today's leveling competition might not be Wu Feng, but could potentially be Li Shuyao. Of course, this possibility was still relatively small. After all, Wu Feng had a complete team working together, making their progress faster and more efficient. Meanwhile, Li Shuyao was alone with the other 3, unable to help at all. So normally, no matter how hard she worked, it would be difficult for her to catch up to Wu Feng. But to be sure, Zhang Tongyao still needed to personally ask Li Shuyao about her level. Upon hearing the principal's inquiry about Li Shuyao, Wu Feng, who had initially felt confident of victory, couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. Although he also felt that Li Shuyao shouldn't be able to overtake him. What if something unexpected happened? I estimate the class monitor is probably at level 4 now, at most barely level 5. Anyway, she won't be higher than us. On the other side, upon hearing the principal's question about Li Shuyao, Chen Hao and Zhang Jun, who had previously joined Li Shuyao's team, couldn't help but sneer. They held a bias against Li Shuyao. After all, they had initially chosen to join her team hoping to level up faster with her ice mage profession. But who knew that Li Shuyao insisted on bringing along Lu Chen, a burden which severely hindered their progress. Eventually, they couldn't stand it and chose to leave the team, but because everyone else had already formed their teams, it became difficult for them to find a new one. After all, others had already formed their teams, and even if your talent and profession were better, it was unlikely they would kick out similar teammates just to accommodate you. So, they initially struggled quite a bit. It wasn't until later that they found a suitable team and leveled up. Mainly, their professions were indeed quite strong, otherwise, they wouldn't have been chosen by Li Shuyao in the first place. Now their levels weren't low either, they were both at level 7. Of course, they had just reached level 7, and there was still a considerable distance to level 8. Their earlier lag naturally led to serious dissatisfaction with Li Shuyao. Deep down, they hoped darkly that Li Shuyao would die in the dungeon and not come out. Now that Li Shuyao and the others had all come out alive, they certainly hoped that Li Shuyao's level would be lower than theirs. This way, it would prove that their decision to leave the team was not wrong at all. Li Shuyao's insistence on bringing Lu Chen to level up was undoubtedly the most foolish decision of her life. Under the various gazes filled with different thoughts, Li Shuyao looked at the principal and replied, "I am currently level 11. What? Level 11? Impossible. What a joke. No way. Wu Feng has a healer, a tank, and a mage for damage output, and he is only level 9, barely close to level 10. How could she level up to 11 with 3 burdens?" Upon hearing Li Shuyao's response, everyone present was stunned. Then, they all shook their heads, incredulously rebutting. Among the voices of rebuttal, the loudest were Chen Hao and Zhang Jun. It was likely that the people in the crowd who least wanted Li Shuyao to level up quickly, aside from Wu Feng, who was in competition with her, were them. Swish. Li Shuyao was too lazy to waste words explaining anything. She directly opened her data panel to show Zhang Tongyao. In the case of just changing jobs, the personal career panel can only be viewed by oneself. But after reaching level 5, one can display their personal data panel for others to see. This includes level, experience, equipment, skills, and so on. Doing so allows for better team formation. Otherwise, every time one needs to team up temporarily, they have to prove their skills and the effectiveness of their equipment first. It's such a waste of time. By directly opening the personal panel, everything is clear at a glance. Of course, if one doesn't want to show their equipment and skill data to others, they can choose to hide it. Wow, you're really at level 11. How did you level up like this? Seeing Li Shuyao's level and experience points, Zhang Tongyao was stunned and asked in disbelief. Because he didn't know about Lu Chen's special situation, he assumed Li Shuyao was just a burden. Unexpectedly, in this situation, not only did Li Shuyao's level not drop, but it was actually 2 levels higher than Wu Feng, who had the best team composition. This was simply unbelievable. Is there really such an exaggeration for an S-level professional? As far as he knew, even SSS-level professionals didn't seem to level up this ridiculously in the early stages, right? How could this be? Hearing the principal's words, Wu Feng, who had maintained a calm expression, couldn't help but change his color. After all, their high levels were not only a matter of face but also related to the competition for benefits. The first place in the leveling competition had quite a generous reward. Originally, since Li Shuyao had not appeared, he had considered the first place reward to be in his pocket. Now, having to lose to Li Shuyao, he was unwilling. How could this be? It shouldn't be. Chen Hao and Zhang Jun, upon hearing the principal's words and confirming that Li Shuyao's level was indeed at 11, were also dumbfounded. At this moment, Li Shuyao chirped, "Principal, actually my level isn't the highest in our team is classmate Lu Chen." What? This is impossible, right? Hearing Li Shuyao's words, Zhang Tongyao, who had been struggling to figure out how Li Shuyao achieved this, widened his eyes in disbelief as he looked at her. Normally, the one who contributes the most in a team would receive a larger share of experience points. Therefore, the main damage dealer often gains more experience points, and their level would be higher than that of the support. However, Lu Chen was a toxic healer, and it was basically difficult for him to make any contributions unless he was reckless. So normally, his level would be lower than Li Shuyao's. But now Li Shuyao said that Lu Chen's level was higher than hers. This left Zhang Tongyao feeling completely baffled. Sigh. Lu Chen sighed when he saw that Li Shuyao had actually sold him out. He didn't really care about the first place reward in the leveling competition. After all, such rewards couldn't compare to the provincial educational resources package. But now, Li Shuyao insisted on returning this honor and reward to him. He could only let out a sigh and then displayed his personal panel for the current principal, Zhang Tongyao, to see. What? Level 12? Zhang Tongyao was shocked when he saw Lu Chen's personal panel. When Zhang Tongyao heard Li Shuyao's words, he initially thought that even if it were true, it should only be a slight increase in Lu Chen's experience points, just a bit more than Li Shuyao's, but still at level 11. However, now that he saw Lu Chen's personal panel, he felt as if his worldview had been completely overturned. Name, Lu Chen. Occupation, Curse Master level 12, 15%. Strength, 210 Stamina, 215 Spirit, 244 Skills, Hidden Equipment, Hidden Talent, Curse. Zhang Tongyao stared at Lu Chen's panel, completely stunned. It wasn't just because Lu Chen was truly level 12, but also because his strength, stamina, and other
dimensional data were strangely far beyond that of an ordinary person. Normally, a level 12 strength would be around 120, even with various white and blue gear equipped, it would only slightly increase the stats, not exceeding 140. Yet Lu Chen's dimensional data all exceeded 200 points. Among them, his spirit data was astonishingly close to 250 points. This was completely not the dimensional data that a normal level 12 support class should have. However, when he saw that Lu Chen had hidden his skills and equipment, Zhang Tongyao speculated, could it be that Lu Chen had a set of rare purple gear? Otherwise, how could there be such an increase? But then another question arose. Lu Chen was an orphan with no background. How did he manage to acquire a set of purple gear? Or was it that he was just very lucky? Did he continuously find various rare purple gear in the dungeons? The possibility was low, but not impossible. But then, how could Li Shuyao and the other two teammates agree to let Lu Chen have all these rare purple gear? Zhang Tongyao felt confused again. But he didn't want to ask too much. Well, currently Lu Chen's level is the highest, level 12, what about your levels? Zhang Tongyao suppressed his doubts and then looked at Zhao Taizhu and Li Xiaotong, inquiring. Since Lu Chen and Li Xiao's levels had exceeded level 11, their two teammates' levels probably wouldn't be low either. We just reached level 10. Hearing the principal's inquiry, Zhao Taizhu and Li Xiaotong were somewhat flattered and quickly replied. Because they had contributed almost nothing in clearing the dungeon, their experience distribution was relatively less. That's why Li Shuyao was level 11 and they were level 10. How is that possible? They're actually level 10 too. Hearing Zhao Taizhu and Li Xiaotong's words, Chen Hao and Zhang Jun exclaimed in disbelief. They had worked hard with other strong teams and had barely managed to reach level 7. But now, Zhao Taizhu and that useless pair had directly surpassed them, both reaching level 10. They were purely life classes, providing no help at all in the dungeons. If they could reach level 10, then if they hadn't left Li Xiao's team, wouldn't they be at least level 11 now? Impossible. Clearly teaming up with that jinx Lu Chen would lower experience gain. How could this be? How could this happen? Chen Hao and Zhang Jun found it hard to accept the reality, shaking their heads in disbelief. Li Shuyao glanced at them after hearing their words and coldly said, Who told you that Lu Chen brings a curse? That last dungeon was just an accident and you guys ran away, spreading rumors everywhere. Let me tell you the truth. Lu Chen's curse talent is very powerful. His buff can give us extra experience points. Otherwise, we wouldn't level up so quickly. Hearing Li Xiao's explanation, Chen Hao and Zhang Jun, though they did not believe it was the truth, were powerless to refute it. At this moment, they truly regretted it to the point of turning green with remorse. If they hadn't withdrawn from the team back then, would they now also have reached level 10? Would they have been able to claim the rewards for being in the top 5 of the upgrade competition? Unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret in this world. It shouldn't be like this. How on earth did you do it? At this moment, Wu Feng, who had been silent for a long time, finally couldn't help but question. Even if Lu Chen could risk his life to give you buffs which are stronger than an average healer, your other two teammates are completely useless and can't help you at all. Your team composition can't possibly compare to mine. There's no way your clearing speed could be faster than mine. But your level is higher than mine. How did you manage that? Wu Feng stared at Li Shuyao with red eyes, truly perplexed about how she achieved this. Could it be that an S-rank professional is really that much stronger than his A-rank professional? Upon hearing Wu Feng's question, Li Shuyao immediately took action without any hesitation. Suddenly, a brilliant ice pillar shot forward with a cold light, nearly freezing Wu Feng in place. Skill. Is this a skill? Damn, are they really that lucky? They can even get skill books in low-level dungeons. Seeing Li Shuyao's ice ray, the scene erupted with excitement. After using a skill on Wu Feng, Li Shuyao then showcased her ongoing buffs to him, making it clear to him. Movement speed plus 300% spell power plus 200% skill cooldown dash 300% casting speed plus 200%. Various incredible buffs left Wu Feng speechless and silent. Damn, could this be the buff that Lu Chen risked his life to cast? If that's the case, with the skill strength Li Shuyao had gained, combined with so many terrifying buffs, it was no wonder they could level up to level 11 and 12. With so many buffs, Li Shuyao was essentially a human-shaped infinite firepower output cannon. This was far more powerful than their team. I lost. Wu Feng lowered his head, his face full of bitterness, yet he faced his defeat calmly. With such a monstrous buff, it was only natural that he couldn't compete with Li Shuyao. In fact, Wu Feng was unaware that even if Li Shuyao had learned Ice Ray and had various powerful buffs from Lu Chen's potions, her monster-killing efficiency wasn't much higher than his. The main reason their levels could far exceed his was primarily due to Lu Chen's experience amplification ring, which provided an additional 40% experience for the 4-person team. This was what led to their team's level being far ahead of Wu Feng.
Alright, since there are no more objections, let's now begin awarding the prizes for the new professional upgrade competition.
Zhang Tongyao, seeing Wu Feng silent, began to announce.
But at that moment he seemed to hear something. He then changed his words. Our old principal Wei Chen will come to present the awards.
Hello, everyone.
Wei Chen, who had rarely appeared lately, once again emerged in the instance square, causing a stir. Normally, it was the current principal, Zhang Tongyao, who presented rewards during similar competitions for
new job changers. But this time, it was the old principal, which perhaps meant the rewards would be a bit different? Some people felt a sense of anticipation.
Of course, those who were looking forward to it knew that these rewards had nothing to do with them, which is why they were just there to watch the excitement. Meanwhile, Wu Feng's team, who instinctively aimed for first place, and others, did not share that sense of anticipation. In fact, if the rewards for the top few were better than they expected, they would likely feel even more frustrated. Wei Chen, however, paid no mind to their discontent. He looked at Lu Chen and cheerfully said, as it stands, Lu Chen is in first place, with level 12.
There shouldn't be anyone here at a higher level than him, right?
The crowd fell silent. If there were higher level students, they would definitely have stepped up to compete.
But there truly were none. Seeing this,
Wei Chen said solemnly, then please, Lu Chen, come up to receive your award.
Let's give him a round of applause.
Clap, clap. As Wei Chen's words fell, only sparse applause echoed in the venue.
At first, everyone thought Wu
Feng would be first, even if they were wrong and it was Li Shuyao, they could accept that. But unexpectedly, the first place turned out to be Lu Chen, this toxic milk, which completely exceeded everyone's expectations.
Many felt it was unacceptable.
Thus, those who clapped in agreement were still in the minority.
Lu Chen didn't mind this.
In no time, he was on stage.
Wow! After Lu Chen took the stage to receive his award, Wei Chen took out a rare purple piece of equipment.
The crowd immediately erupted in noise. They weren't too surprised, as usually, the first place in the new Job Changers upgrade competition received a purple item. Sometimes it was armor, sometimes it was a weapon. Most of the time, it was something that the first place could actually equip. Now, the old principal was giving Lu Chen a defensive top, clearly an item he could use. However, just as everyone was secretly envying Lu Chen's good fortune, they saw the old principal take out another piece of defensive purple equipment. It was a belt.
Then, he took out another one, and another.
In the blink of an eye, the old principal had pulled out a full set of defensive gear, a top, bottom, belt, shoes, and shoulder pads.
Hiss! What's going on? Don't tell me the first place reward is a full defensive set? That's too shocking.
Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. They never expected that the reward for first place in this new Job Changers upgrade competition would be so generous. This made Wu Feng, who was already feeling down, feel as if his heart was being twisted by a knife. Because even a level 5 rare purple armor set would have a market value of at least 2 to 3 million. It was not something an average person could afford. And having such a rare armor set early in the leveling process would greatly enhance both safety
and monster killing efficiency.
It could very well allow him to completely distance himself from other classmates.
How could this not make Wu Feng feel tempted?
However, after taking out these 5 rare pieces of armor, the old principal was not done. He pulled out a bunch of other good items to give to Lu Chen.
There were life-saving talismans and various effect elixirs. The students below looked on with envy.
Alright, that's about it for the rewards,
Wei Chen said with a light smile after handing the rewards to Lu Chen. Thank you, Principal.
Lu Chen examined the set of level 15 rare armor and felt quite satisfied. After all, it was much better than the set he was currently wearing. Then, Lu Chen stepped down. The second contestant, Li Shuyao, took the stage. What made everyone envious and jealous was that Li Shuyao also received a set of rare purple armor.
This made everyone extremely envious. Next up
were Li Xiaotong and Zhao Taizhu. They did not receive a set of rare level armor, but they did get a set of high level blue armor and a rare level life tool. For example, Zhao Taizhu, being a blacksmith, received a hammer tool that could enhance his success rate in forging. Li Xiaotong, being a pharmacist, was given a test tube tool by Wei Chen, which could also enhance her success rate in potion making. Thus, even if they did not continue with the dungeon, as long as they went to forge or brew potions, they could slowly level up. This delighted them, and they repeatedly thanked the old principal. Crack, crack. In the audience, Chen Hao and Zhang Jun, who had teamed up with Lu Chen before, watched this scene with their teeth nearly grinding to dust. They could not describe the feelings in their hearts at that moment. In short, it was regret, discomfort, pain, and frustration. They regretted it so much. If they had known it would turn out this way, they would never have withdrawn from Lu Chen's team, no matter what they had said before. They would have shamelessly continued to team up with them. If that had been the case, they would definitely be level 10 by now. And the ones receiving awards on stage would have been them. They would not only have a higher level than they currently did, but they would also have received a set of blue armor and a rare weapon. Even if Li Shuyao abandoned them tomorrow, it would have been enough to make them the objects of competition among everyone.
But as it turned out, they were too eager for quick success, and a moment's thoughtlessness led to all of this being unrelated to them. Why? Li Shuyao, Lu Chen, why didn't you just die in the dungeon? Even if you didn't die in the dungeon, you could have waited until tomorrow to come out. If that were the case, these rewards would have belonged to my team. Wu Feng looked at these rewards, feeling numb, and silently roared in his heart. At that moment, the old principal called him up to receive his award. Wu Feng took a deep breath and then went up to receive the reward. He thought to himself that as the 5th place, he might still get a set of blue armor and a purple item, right? If that were the case, then the reward he received would actually be equivalent to the 1st place reward during normal times. He could endure it. However, what Wu Feng did not expect was that the old principal's final reward for him was only a 3-piece set of blue armor without a single rare purple item. Alright, today's leveling competition ends here. Everyone, go back and rest well. Wei Chen did not wait for Wu Feng to question why his 5th place reward was so much worse than the 4th place. After finishing this statement, he flashed and disappeared. Wu Feng had the words on the tip of his tongue but could not bring himself to say them, feeling extremely frustrated inside. He felt so miserable. Clearly, he could have received the 1st place reward, but instead he ended up with the worst reward. Yet Wu Feng had no idea. If Lu Chen and the others had not managed to come out of the dungeon, he would not have received the generous reward that Lu Chen had just received either. The distribution of rewards for the new job changers leveling competition has ended. Everyone watched the excitement and, unable to enter dungeons to level up, could only return home, each to their own. Class leader, Lu Chen, thank you for today. We're heading home first. Can we team up again tomorrow? Zhao Taizhu and Li Xiaotong, all smiles, were also preparing to go home. As they bid farewell to Lu Chen and Li Shuyu, they couldn't help but ask one more question. Suddenly feeling a bit worried, they thought they might not be able to team up tomorrow. Li Shuyu pondered for a moment and replied, "It depends on the situation." She didn't give a definite answer, because she knew that Lu Chen actually had someone to train and level up with. It was just because of her that he didn't team up with Zhao Fian and the others today. For tomorrow, she hoped Lu Chen would go level up with them. She didn't want to hold Lu Chen back. Without Lu Chen, she wouldn't have the special potions he provided, and naturally, she couldn't carry 3 people to level up. She would definitely have to team up with normal support class teammates. There was no way she could level up with them who were in the life profession. Then we'll head back first. Hearing Li Shuyu's words, Zhao Taizhu and Li Xiaotong felt a bit disappointed, but they quickly adjusted their mindset and smiled as they said goodbye. They weren't foolish, they knew it was impossible to always level up with Li Shuyu. After all, they really had no use or contribution in the dungeon. Being able to unexpectedly team up with Lu Chen today, not only leveling up to level 10 but also receiving rewards worth nearly 1 million, was already something they should be content with. Moments later, Li Xiaotong and the others also left. Li Shuyu looked at Lu Chen and asked, "Do you want to go back together?" In the past, Li Shuyu rarely took the initiative to invite Lu Chen to go home together. They would usually leave around the same time, then chat a bit when other classmates were fewer on the way. But now, she considered herself completely familiar with Lu Chen, and being able to invite him home was nothing unusual. "You go back first, I might have something to do." Lu Chen shook his head. "All right." Hearing this, Li Shuyu shrugged, feeling a bit disappointed. Just as she was about to head back alone, she suddenly thought of something and asked Lu Chen, "How long do you think it will take?" Lu Chen replied uncertainly, "I'm not sure, maybe over half an hour. You go back first." After saying that, he walked towards the old principal's office. Seeing Lu Chen urging her to leave, Li Shuyu couldn't help but pout. Then, with a huff, she kicked a small stone by her feet and walked out of the school. "You're here." As Lu Chen entered Wei Chen's office, Wei Chen's voice greeted him. "Have a seat, you must be hungry, right? Here, have something to fill your stomach." With that, Wei Chen took out a steaming steak and other food, handing it to Lu Chen. Lu Chen looked down and was taken aback. Food, Kentaro steak level 10 quality, rare attributes. After consumption, it continuously restores vitality and permanently increases strength and stamina by 2 points. Evaluation: don't underestimate me just because I'm a cow. The green grass has become more fragrant because of me. The other food items also had similar special effects that could permanently increase attributes. It seems my delicious milk and bread aren't one of a kind. Lu Chen sighed. However, the delicious milk and bread that could permanently enhance attributes were made from ordinary food. The food Wei Chen brought out was clearly made from special ingredients dropped in dungeons. In terms of the value and rarity of the raw materials, they were clearly incomparable. Swish! Lu Chen directly crafted these special foods. A flash of golden light. The transformation was successful. "What are you doing?" Wei Chen was taken aback when he saw Lu Chen suddenly creating something, and he asked in confusion. But then, he noticed the attribute changes of these special foods, and his pupils involuntarily shrank slightly. Your creations can even be modified after completion?
Under Wei Chen's gaze, these foods, which could originally only permanently increase attributes by 1 to 2 points, had now transformed to permanently
increase by 4 to 5 points. This was simply outrageous. It directly doubled the effect of a rare special food. Yes, it's possible. Lu Chen nodded, then took off the experience amplification ring from his hand and handed it to Wei Chen for inspection. What's going on? Shouldn't this be the experience plundering ring?
Wei Chen was once again stunned upon seeing the attribute effects of the ring. He then compared the effects of the two rings and felt a wave of dizziness.
The experience
plundering ring was meant to steal experience from teammates to increase one's own experience.
It was selfish.
However, the experience amplification ring modified by Lu Chen allowed for more teammates, resulting in greater experience amplification. It was not selfish at all, instead, it was about mutual assistance. No wonder Lu Chen and Li Shuyu later teamed up with Li Xiaotong and Zhao Taizhu, both of whom had life-related professions. It all made sense.
Did you modify this with the experience plundering ring too?
Wei Chen asked, his voice trembling. He didn't even realize that his tone had changed. He could no longer face Lu Chen calmly as before, it had become more complex.
Yes, I only discovered later that I could modify finished equipment.
Of course, the finished product can't be too far above my level.
Lu Chen replied.
All right. Wei Chen exclaimed repeatedly, the discovery of your talent is even more powerful than we initially estimated. I really can't imagine what kind of earth-shattering changes will occur in our dragon country when you level up.
Lu Chen's ability to further modify equipment as a creator was indeed formidable. He could basically enhance existing equipment once more, increasing it by 1 or 2 times.
And for the top-tier powerhouses in Dragon Country, not to mention doubling their strength, even just increasing it by 1 or 2% would be an unimaginable enhancement.
By the way, this is the curse-type skill book we finally found.
I don't know if it can be applied to your curse master profession, you should give it a try. Wei Chen then remembered the important matter and took out a black skill book that glowed with a faint light.
Handing it to Lu Chen. Lu Chen picked it up and looked.
Skill book, Curse Soul Seal type, Mage attribute, Curse effect, releases a Curse Soul Seal forward. Once attached to an enemy, it will cause temporary control and continuously receive
attack damage. Casting and cooldown, casting time 3 seconds, cooldown time 30 seconds.
Evaluation, you have found the path to death.
This is a curse-type skill book. However, it is for mages. To be precise, it should be a skill book for the S-class hidden profession, the Wraith Mage. Lu Chen's Curse Master is officially defined as a support profession, not as a mage. However, the true definition of a profession is not calculated this way. Some support professions are actually mages
themselves, just belonging to support-type mages, lacking offensive capabilities, only having the ability to control enemies with spells, which is why they are defined as support professions.
For example, Thorn of Prosperity or Spirit Mage, etc.
And Lu Chen's Curse Master is actually a mage type, just leaning towards support and seemingly lacking offensive capabilities, so he is defined as a toxic healer. Therefore, he also has the opportunity to use and learn this Curse Soul Seal.
This skill book of the Soul Curse Seal should also be usable by Lu Chen, though the effect might not be as good.
However, this was just the beginning of Wei Chen's thoughts.
After seeing that Lu Chen could actually modify
finished equipment, Wei Chen realized that the skill Frost Ray learned by Li Shuyu might also have been modified by Lu Chen. Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence that it just happened to drop the skill
book of an Ice Mage?
Therefore, he felt that this skill book, which was relatively useless for Curse Masters, could perhaps transform into something extremely suitable for Curse Masters in Lu Chen's hands.
Wei Chen's
eyes were filled with strong anticipation.
Swish!
Sure enough, after Lu Chen took the skill book, he quickly began to modify it.
A flash of golden light.
The skill book seemed to have no changes.
Lu Chen then showed a contemplative expression.
Next, he cast a curse on himself to increase his spell success rate and began to modify the skill book again.
It still failed.
Perhaps the skill he wanted to modify was too far from the effect of the Soul Curse Seal, making it impossible to achieve. After pondering for a moment, Lu Chen proceeded to create the Soul Curse Seal for the 3rd time.
Swish! A flash of golden light. In Wei Chen's eyes,
this skill book of the Soul Curse Seal was finally successfully modified by Lu Chen. The book remained black, but the eerie glow it emitted became even more sinister and strange.
It worked! Lu Chen smiled. Skill book, Soul Control Curse Seal type, Mage attribute, Curse effect, releases a Curse Seal forward. Once attached to an enemy, it can control the enemy for a short time and absorb their life force to replenish oneself. Can release up to 10 Soul Control Curse Seals, casting and cooldown, casting time 2.5 seconds, cooldown time 10 seconds.
Evaluation,
your life is my life. Lu Chen's modification of this skill was not particularly large. It still remained a mage profession, a curse-type skill.
He merely altered the skill effect.
The original curse seal that caused continuous damage to enemies was modified to control the enemy for his own use and absorb the enemy's life force to replenish the life force lost by his curse. This way, a positive cycle could be established. Initially, Lu Chen did not envision such a skill modification. Instead, he imagined a one-time release of hundreds of soul control curse seals, or like a field of effect. All enemies within this range would be cursed and controlled by him like puppets, making them kill each other or even commit suicide directly. Then, the life cost he needed to bear for casting curse skills could be transferred to these enemies, allowing them to bear it for him. Thus, he could freely cast curse skills without fear of any cost. Unfortunately, such a skill was clearly not ordinary. Even if he could create such a curse skill, it could not be modified by a mere skill book like Soul Curse Seal. It was like a piece of iron. Transforming it into an iron sword or iron knife was relatively easy. But transforming a piece of iron into an airplane or tank was not a simple matter. You can modify skill books, right? So strong. Wei Chen, witnessing Lu Chen successfully modify the Soul Curse Seal skill book, couldn't help but exclaim. Although he had already had some guesses in his heart before this, seeing Lu Chen actually succeed in modifying the skill book still left him shocked. Because this was different from modifying equipment. Finished equipment, although other blacksmiths could not modify its attribute effects, could still be slightly altered using enchanting methods to better fit one's own use. But skill books are always tied to the skills they contain. They can only be used by specific professions. Some hidden professions and SSS level professions still haven't encountered skills particularly suited to them. Perhaps these skills are exclusive to their professions, and the rarity of these professions makes the chances of obtaining them too low. Now, the abilities that Lu Chen has displayed can actually modify skill books. If the effects of this modification are good, doesn't that mean that the strongest individuals in Long Country who lack suitable skills will also have exclusive skills tailored for them in the future? In that case, their combat power could at least multiply several times. The future is promising. Can you show me that skill book? Wei Chen politely inquired. So this skill book was just handed to Lu Chen by him. However, after Lu Chen's modification, this skill book might become somewhat secretive and shouldn't be easily shared with others. That's why he needed to ask Lu Chen politely. If Lu Chen was unwilling, he wouldn't force him to show it. Sure. Lu Chen nodded, feeling that there was nothing wrong with showing the modified skill book to others. After all, it was just a minor skill. He handed the soul control spell seal skill book to Wei Chen. Alright. So powerful. After receiving the skill book, Wei Chen glanced at it briefly and couldn't help but exclaim. The skill book currently does not have an accurate level classification. Some skills may not be impressive in one person's hands but can yield strong effects in another profession's hands. Therefore, skills are generally not graded. However, skills like Frost, Ray and Soul Curse Seal, which have relatively short cooldowns, often belong to minor skills. Truly powerful and precious major skills, ultimate moves, etc. have long cooldown times. Some have cooldowns of several hours or even several days. It is said that a certain divine priest's resurrection skill has a cooldown time that lasts a year. Of course, this is just hearsay. No one has seen anyone resurrected after dying. It is probably not worth resurrecting. The Soul Control Spell Seal skill book that Lu Chen has modified, although its cooldown time has been reduced from 30 seconds to 10 seconds, seems to have weakened its power according to common logic. But in reality, this is clearly an epic enhancement. It is likely that Lu Chen eliminated the somewhat useless effect of the Soul Curse Seal's continuous damage to enemies. He transformed it into a skill that controls enemies without causing damage, and absorbing the opponent's vitality does not directly attack the enemy. Thus, it was judged that the skill's power was weaker than before, leading to a shorter cooldown time. However, Lu Chen controlling enemies and making them kill each other causes indirect damage that is surely higher than the original skill's continuous damage to enemies, right? And instead of making these enemies kill each other, using them like a summoner to have the controlled enemies deal with the uncontrolled ones is even more effective. The aspect of absorbing vitality is clearly more suitable for a curse master. Very strong. This skill is quite good. It's very suitable for your curse master. Wei Chen praised a few times, then handed the skill book to Lu Chen. Do you need any specific skill books right now? I'll apply to have them brought over for you, Wei Chen said seriously afterward. Previously, they were unaware that Lu Chen could modify finished equipment and skill books. Naturally, they tried every means to collect curse-type skill books suitable for curse masters. However, this type of skill book is relatively rare, and those leaning towards curse masters are even fewer. Therefore, they spent a whole day just to obtain a curse soul seal. Now, having learned that Lu Chen could also modify skill books, their options expanded significantly. As long as it was curse-related or skills from other directions, Lu Chen could likely modify them to suit him. So now, Lu Chen needed to envision what skill books he required, and they would go fetch them for him.
Hearing Wei Chen's words, Lu Chen pondered for a moment and then said, "Get me some purification-type skill books, the kind that can cleanse curses and negative states from oneself. And then, skill books that can transfer damage to allies or enemies. Also, some skill books that curse and attack enemies. Bring all of these for me to try. Lastly, some skill books related to life professions. I want to see if I can modify them into my creator's skill books." After listening to Lu Chen's requests, Wei Chen nodded and said, "Okay, no problem." He recorded Lu Chen's requests. Then he asked, "Your level has been rising a bit slowly today. Do you want me to find someone to take you out of the city to grind monsters?" Originally, Wei Chen had arranged for his granddaughter Zhao Fian and others to help Lu Chen level up. Although they weren't particularly strong, they were enough to help Lu Chen reach around level 15 today. However, Lu Chen ultimately refused because of Li Shuyu only leveling up to 12, 3 levels short. So Wei Chen thought to arrange for Lu Chen to level up in the wild. In this world, monsters can be found not only in dungeons but also in the wild, where killing them can yield considerable experience points. However, the levels of wild monsters are unpredictable, making them much more dangerous than low-level dungeons. Normally, one should at least wait until reaching level 30 to confidently step into the wild. Otherwise, going out at just level 10 is very likely to result in death. But if Lu Chen was willing, they could arrange for a group of level 60 experts to take him out to grind monsters in the wild, using better experience-gaining rings. He would likely reach level 20 very quickly. Going to level up in the wild? Lu Chen, hearing Wei Chen's words, pondered for a moment and said, "Let's not go to the wild for now. I'll wait until I sort out some skills before checking it out." The wild is ultimately quite dangerous. Although Lu Chen currently has many means of self-protection and would have dedicated people to help him level up without needing to fight, there could still be unexpected incidents during the process. Therefore, Lu Chen planned to secure some life-saving skills first before venturing into the wild. After all, he wasn't in a hurry for a few days. Alright. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Wei Chen looked at him meaningfully, then smiled and nodded in agreement. Seeing Wei Chen's strange expression, Lu Chen felt he might have misunderstood something. However, Lu Chen wasn't quite sure what he had misunderstood, so he didn't bother to explain further. "If there's nothing else, I'll head home now." Lu Chen stood up to take his leave. Take care on the way." Wei Chen nodded, also standing up to see Lu Chen off with a smile. Lu Chen nodded, then immediately used the skill book Soul Control spell seal in his hand and walked out of Wei Chen's office. The reason he had told Li Shuyu that he had something to do was that Wei Chen had just sent him a message saying he had a skill book to give him. He wasn't sure what else Wei Chen would give him, so he mentioned it might take more than half an hour. However, he stayed at Wei Chen's place for a shorter time than expected, only a little over 10 minutes. If I had known it would be this quick, I would have let the class monitor wait for me a bit longer, Lu Chen thought to himself. A moment later, Lu Chen walked out of the school and headed directly home, preparing to try out the effect of the Soul Control spell seal he had just learned. Lu Chen. Just as Lu Chen was thinking about what kind of skill book he would transform into once the other skill books arrived, a sweet voice suddenly rang out from a small snack shop on the street. Lu Chen turned his head to look. He saw Li Shuyu at a nearby barbecue shop holding a large skewer of grilled meat. "Why are you so fast? Weren't you supposed to take half an hour?" Li Shuyu's eyes sparkled with joy upon seeing Lu Chen, and she quickly ran out of the shop with the skewer. "Lu Chen, why does that sound a bit strange?" Lu Chen said, "I finished my business quickly, so I came out early." "What are you doing here? Aren't you going home to eat? Eating barbecue?" Li Shuyu shook her head and said, "I'm a bit tired today. I don't really want a full meal, just some barbecue and a beer." As she spoke, she shared some of her grilled meat with Lu Chen and handed him a can of beer. "Here, have some." "Thanks." Although Lu Chen had just eaten steak and other special foods, he wasn't worried about getting too full from a bit of barbecue. Then, the two of them walked home while drinking beer and eating skewers. "Customer, your barbecue is ready." Where did they go? In the barbecue shop, an employee brought out the third order of barbecue for Li Shuyu, only to find she was gone. Employee? What to do now? Although Li Shuyu had already paid in advance, there were still more than 10 orders of barbecue left. Did the customer not want them? "Is that all you're eating? Are you full?" Lu Chen quickly finished the more than 10 skewers and then asked Li Shuyu. "Not bad, I had already eaten quite a bit before you came over." Li Shuyu smiled. Lu Chen nodded and finished the last sip of beer. As they passed a trash can, he threw the skewer stick and the empty can inside. "Hey, class monitor, can you do me a favor?" Lu Chen suddenly asked. "What favor?" Li Shuyu asked curiously. Lu Chen said, "I just learned a skill and want to try it on you." "Li Shuyu? I thought it was something else." "Sure, go ahead and try." Li Shuyu relaxed and smiled sweetly. "Okay." Lu Chen smiled and then released a soul control spell seal that flew towards Li Shuyu. Whoosh! The manifestation of this soul control spell seal was a small black ball moving quickly, almost in the blink of an eye. It entered Li Shuyo's body. Even though Li Shuyu had a warning in advance, she was surprised to find that even when she tried to resist, she seemed unable to stop the black ball from drilling into her body. And the next moment, Li Shuyu was shocked to discover that she couldn't move. Why can't I move? What did you do to me, Lu Chen? What do you want? As the small black sphere entered her body, Li Shuyu was about to ask Lu Chen what it was and what it was for when she realized she couldn't open her mouth to speak. Then she discovered that she couldn't move either. It was as if this body no longer belonged to her, as if her soul had been imprisoned. This made Li Shuyu feel a bit terrified. Come with me. At that moment, Li Shuyu heard Lu Chen's voice. Then she found that her body was moving involuntarily, following Lu Chen. Have I become Lu Chen's puppet? Li Shuyu suddenly thought. Swish! Just as Li Shuyu was at a loss, she suddenly found herself stopping in her tracks and regaining control of her body. Lu Chen, what did you just do to me? With her body back in action, Li Shuyu couldn't help but feel a wave of fear and angrily question Lu Chen, drawing strange looks from the people around them. Lu Chen didn't expect Li Shuyo's reaction to be so intense. He quickly whispered, I didn't do anything, let's go home first and I'll explain later. After all, everyone around was watching, and he certainly couldn't directly reveal his abilities. His home was just ahead. After saying that, Lu Chen didn't want to be watched any longer and hurried towards his house. Seeing this, Li Shuyu quickly followed. Her heart raced a little faster again. Should she go to Lu Chen's house? With the method he just used, would going to his house be like walking into a trap? It felt a bit dangerous. Li Shuyu thought wildly but still followed Lu Chen, entering his house one after the other. Was that a skill you just used? Li Shuyu finally reacted and asked Lu Chen. Lu Chen nodded. Yes, it's a curse-type skill I've modified that can control enemies and drain their life force to replenish my own. I just wanted to try if I could use this skill on others in reality. Don't react so strongly, the duration of this skill isn't very long, and I can't do anything to you. Oh. After hearing Lu Chen's explanation, Li Shuyu nodded thoughtfully. Then she considered the application scenarios of this skill. With the control ability of this skill, combined with her freezing ray, their efficiency in defeating monsters would likely be much higher. Monsters in dungeons wouldn't be able to resist at all. Then I'll head home first. After listening to Lu Chen's explanation, Li Shuyu wasn't as angry anymore and prepared to go home. Okay, take care. Lu Chen stood up to see her off. After sending Li Shuyu away, Lu Chen began a new round of attempts with his creations. Meanwhile, after a day and night of continuous travel, the governor of Jiangnan province finally arrived in the capital and met with the senior officials of the Education Bureau. Originally, the journey from Jiangcheng to the capital shouldn't have taken this long. However, after the changes in the world, many wild monsters appeared in the wilderness and there were occasional monster attacks on cities. Therefore, the usual means of transportation were no longer usable and communication between many cities had been severed. Jiangnan province was relatively better, with closer interactions between cities. In other cities, unless it was a major event, there was hardly any communication between them. When the governor of Jiangnan province arrived at the Education Bureau, at first, they didn't take it seriously. It wasn't until he mentioned a unique profession that could potentially change the fate of the nation that everyone began to pay attention. An emergency meeting was convened. Is the Oath of Destruction contract really that serious? Sign it and see what kind of unique exclusive profession requires such caution. Soon, the higher-ups of the Education Bureau all signed a Pledge of Destruction contract. Afterwards, they also watched the video about Lu Chen's creations. And in the video, the effects of the empty-handed essence ring were demonstrated. A creator? Can create legendary equipment at level 1? Incredible! To be able to create legendary equipment with such simple materials, if this is true, the potential of this profession is simply unimaginable. After watching the video, everyone couldn't help but marvel. Then, everyone asked the governor of Jiangnan province where the empty-handed essence ring was, as they wanted to see if it was real. Upon hearing everyone's inquiries, the governor of Jiangnan province immediately prepared to take out the ring for them to see. But then, he realized he couldn't find it in his pocket. He then remembered. He had been in such a hurry that he forgot to bring the empty-handed essence ring. I was in a hurry and forgot to bring the equipment, but I really didn't lie to you. The governor of Jiangnan province hurriedly said. We believe you. Upon hearing the governor's words, the head of the group nodded. There was no disbelief in his words, because in such a significant matter, given the other party's identity, it was impossible for him to joke with them. And if he wasn't joking and was trying to fake it, once verified as fake, the consequences for him would be severe. The governor of Jiangnan province wouldn't do such a thing for a bit of resources. In that case, let's personally go to Jiangcheng. Let's bring some materials along to verify this creator's abilities.
The head of the group pondered for a moment and suddenly had an idea. Speaking up, he then ordered someone to bring out a pile of materials. Phoenix blood crystal, Bodhi wood, source of life, phoenix tree core, angel crystal core, etc. And a golden treasure chest. These materials were what several master blacksmiths wanted to use 100 years ago to forge a resurrection armor. Now, let's use them as a test for that creator to see if he can forge a resurrection equipment. This golden treasure chest was obtained from a mysterious map back then, and it is said to contain good things, but it has always been unopened due to the lack of a key. With his creation ability, perhaps he can open the chest. That can also be considered a test. The head of the group said. Upon hearing this, the governor of Jiangnan province's expression changed, saying, This test is a bit too difficult, isn't it? Even if he can really create the resurrection armor with his current level, he probably won't be able to do it at just over level 10. And the key to this golden treasure chest is also a bit too much to ask, isn't it? If he can create this key, wouldn't that mean he could also create tickets for those dungeons that require entry tickets? In this world, not all dungeons can be entered directly. Some hidden dungeons require tickets to enter, just like a locked box needs a key to open, such as the King's Ruins, the Wailing Cave, etc. And these entry tickets can only be obtained by attacking some high-level dungeons, giving them a chance to drop. Therefore, whenever there is an opportunity to enter a hidden dungeon, the strong from the Dragon Kingdom almost fight to the death. After all, the chances of obtaining good items in hidden dungeons are much higher than in ordinary dungeons. If Lu Chen could create entry tickets, the significance for the Dragon Kingdom would be unimaginable. However, although it is said that being able to create entrance tickets has various benefits, the governor of Jiangnan province does not believe that Lu Chen can create them. After all, this is not the same as equipment or potions. Such clearance tickets and treasure chest keys have always been something that can only be obtained as drops and cannot be crafted, just like skill books. No profession can create skill books, right? Therefore, the governor of Jiangnan province feels that the other party is indeed asking too much. Hearing the governor's words, the person in charge smiled faintly and said, Asking too much? I don't think so. After all, according to your statement, the other party's profession level should be a god-level profession that surpasses SSS level. In that case, a mere resurrection armor should not be a problem for him. If the other party can only create equipment and potions that a blacksmith or alchemist can make, then why should he be eligible to apply for high-level cultivation resources? It must be equipment that a blacksmith cannot create and potions that an alchemist cannot concoct. In that case, his value would require us to invest everything in his cultivation. Otherwise, why not use the same resources to cultivate a few more blacksmiths and alchemists? As for the resurrection armor, currently, there are indeed no blacksmiths in our Dragon Country who can create it, but abroad, there are indeed people who have obtained the resurrection skill book. So I believe that equipment with resurrection effects definitely exists and can be created. It's just that the blacksmith's abilities are lacking. Of course, I don't require it to be resurrection armor. As long as it has a similar effect, that's fine. As for the treasure chest key, it's just an extra. If he can create the treasure chest key, then everything in the chest can be given to him. If he can't create it, it doesn't matter. Hearing the person in charge's words, the governor frowned slightly and nodded, saying, All right then. But if he is unable to create the resurrection armor due to his low level, what should we do? The governor still holds great expectations for Lu Chen's future development, believing that once his level rises, he will definitely give the country a big surprise. However, he is also uncertain whether Lu Chen at this stage can manufacture the resurrection armor. If this assessment is too aggressive and leads to Lu Chen failing the assessment, then their anticipated cultivation plan for Lu Chen is likely to encounter problems. You can rest assured about this. The person in charge said if he is unable to create the resurrection armor or similar equipment at this stage, it indicates that his profession should only be considered SSS level, not God level. The personnel who previously tested him will classify his abilities and ultimately determine what level of resource package to provide him. In any case, he will not be treated unfairly. SSS level professionals and God level professionals seem to differ by just one hidden level, and some people may not even be able to tell the difference between the two. But as the head of the Education Bureau, he certainly understands the difference between them, which is like heaven and earth. SSS level life system professionals can only replicate the equipment that they can currently drop one-to-one. This is already quite powerful, as it can replicate many pieces of a powerful divine item that originally existed only as one, thereby strengthening the combat power of the Dragon Country. However, it is limited to the premise of having equipment to reference for replication. Once there is no divine item to reference, a divine craftsman cannot create a divine item they have never seen out of thin air. For example, the resurrection armor that grants the ability to come back to life, or the god-slaying sword that reduces an enemy's health by 100%. These powerful divine items exist only in people's imaginations, and they can never be manufactured. Therefore, while SSS level life system professions are strong, they cannot reverse the situation or open up new markets. God level professionals, on the other hand, are different. They possess infinite possibilities, and each individual's appearance can change the course of history and alter the world order, turning the impossible into the possible, making the ordinary immortal. If Lu Chen's profession as a creator is truly God level, then he can definitely create divine equipment that does not exist at this stage. Therefore, if he cannot create it, he must only be an SSS level special profession. The country cannot provide him with the highest level of training resources and can only offer him the top tier training of SSS level. Alright, I understand. The governor of Jiangnan province nodded. In response, he is, of course, aware of the strictness of the Education Bureau and would not casually determine the development potential of a new profession based on a video or one or two pieces of equipment, pouring all resources into its training. There must be a re-evaluation to confirm whether this newly emerged unique profession is God level before the highest level of resource allocation is granted. When he came, he was originally full of confidence in Lu Chen, but now he is not so sure. Is Lu Chen's creator truly a God level profession? Because he has not personally seen Lu Chen, he has only seen the empty-handed essence ring created by Lu Chen and a video. I hope this creator is truly God level and gives us a big surprise, the governor of Jiangnan province whispered to himself. Lu Chen was unaware that, over in the capital, the governor of Jiangnan province was facing some difficulties in securing the highest level of resource allocation for him. After trying the newly learned skill Soul Control Seal a few more times, he began to rest and sleep. Today he was indeed very tired, having spent the whole day in the dungeon with hardly any rest, a night without conversation. The next day, after Lu Chen finished a specially prepared breakfast for himself, he was about to head out to school when he encountered Lin Zishi waiting for him outside. Mr. Lu, I have brought you the various skill books you requested. Please take a look, Lin Zishi said politely. Lu Chen replied, let's go inside and take a look. He thought to himself, fortunately, he guessed that Lin Zishi might be waiting outside today. Otherwise, if he had delayed going out until it was almost time for school, he would have wasted quite a bit of time. Let's exchange contact information. When you have something to deliver, just call or text me directly, so I can go out and get it in advance. Lu Chen led Lin Zishi inside. Okay. Lin Zishi nodded. Then, the two exchanged phone numbers. In fact, Lin Zishi already had Lu Chen's phone number. He just feared disturbing Lu Chen's rest, so he wouldn't easily call or text him. Otherwise, if Lu Chen complained about him, he would face serious consequences. But now that Lu Chen had made this request himself, he wouldn't have to worry about that anymore. Soon, Lin Zishi took out a stack of skill books and handed them to Lu Chen. Let's see which skill books Lu Chen needs. Alright, let me take a look, Lu Chen said as he reached out to take the skill books and began to examine them carefully. Skill book, Purification of Light class, Mage attribute, Light effect, releases a holy light that removes all negative states from oneself. Casting and cooldown, casting time 3 seconds, cooldown time 35 seconds. Evaluation, there must be light. Lu Chen spoke to Wei Qin yesterday, expressing his desire for some purification type skill books, as well as skill books for exempting costs or transferring costs to others. He also wanted some curse type attack skill books and related skill books for life professions. Today, the skill books Wei Qin found for him were indeed all related to these types. However, a purification skill book for a light mage? Is that feasible? Lu Chen felt that this might not work. He had previously obtained a water mage skill book and had thought about transforming it into a curse type skill book, but it failed. He then changed it to an ice mage skill book and gave it to Li Shu Yu. After that, Lu Chen flipped through the other skill books. Some were also purification skills of the water type, while others were purification skills of the wood type. As for purification skills related to curses, none. There was only one skill book for transferring costs, but it was also a wood type skill book. As for the active attack skill book of the curse type, there was one skill book, Curse of the Evil Spider Web class, Mage type curse. Effect, releases a cursed spider web that envelopes the enemy, causing the ensnared enemy to suffer continuous curse damage. Casting and cooldown, casting time 4 seconds, cooldown time 40 seconds. Evaluation, the art of binding. Aside from this necromancer skill book, which should be easily transformable into his curse master skill book, the remaining dozen or so skill books were all about life-type professions. Things like ring-headed knife forging methods, recipes for nurturing pills, and formations for small gathering spirit arrays made Lu Chen feel a bit of a headache. This was quite different from the life profession skill books he wanted. Mr. Lu, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Lin Zishi saw that Lu Chen was engrossed in looking at the skill books and didn't dare to disturb him. Only after Lu Chen slightly came to his senses did he bid farewell to leave. No matter what Lu Chen wanted so many skill books for, he wouldn't pry into it or investigate Lu Chen's secrets. Lu Chen nodded in response, okay. By the way, if there are some skill books that I don't need and want to return, how should I go about it? Although, given his status, it wouldn't be a problem for him to take all the skill books offered to him. He could sell the skill books he didn't use, and Wei Chen and the others probably wouldn't say anything. However, Lu Chen certainly wouldn't do that. It would only tarnish others' goodwill towards him. There would be no benefit, only harm. And now, he could directly ask Wei Chen and the others for any resources he wasn't lacking money, so why do such a thing? Therefore, he didn't need to take the skill books that couldn't be transformed, he could just return them. For skill books that are not needed, Mr. Lu, please contact me when the time comes, and I will come back to collect them. Lin Zishi was slightly taken aback upon hearing this, then replied. He had thought that these skill books were all for Lu Chen, and even if Lu Chen couldn't use them himself, they could probably be used by others. But he didn't expect Lu Chen to actually plan to return them. This surprised him quite a bit. Alright. Lu Chen nodded and then saw Lin Zishi out. After that, he began to attempt to transform these skill books. Ding, creation failed. Ding, creation failed. Lu Chen continuously tried to transform those purification skill books of the light, wood, and water attributes, but all failed. He couldn't turn them into curse-type purification skill books. The difference in attributes was just too great. He can turn stone into gold because the difference between the two is not particularly large and they are merely mundane items. Perhaps he could also forcibly transform skill books of other attributes into skill books of the opposite attribute, but that might require him to reach a higher level first. It failed. This purification skill doesn't work. I need a purification skill from the dark or curse category. Lu Chen sighed. He then attempted to modify other skill books. Ultimately, one of his attempts succeeded unexpectedly. Lu Chen combined the curse attack skill book Cursed Evil Spider Web with a dark attribute damage transfer skill book, and the two skill books fused into one. Skill book Evil Spider Curse Soul Web Class Mage Attribute Dark/Curse Effect. Centered on himself, it radiates an evil spider web with a radius of 3 meters. Enemies within the web's range will suffer continuous curse damage until their mana is exhausted. Effect: if you are attacked within the range, whether from external enemies or self-inflicted skill backlash, you can transfer the damage to enemies or teammates. Casting and cooldown. Casting time 3 seconds, cooldown time 60 seconds. Evaluation: in the web, I am invincible. I can't believe I can actually combine 2 skill books to create a new one. Lu Chen looked at this skill book, feeling quite surprised. He had just been looking at those purification skill books, and no matter how he modified them, it didn't work. Then he looked at the Cursed Evil Spider Web skill book and the Dark Attribute Damage Transfer skill book, feeling somewhat unsatisfied. But he thought that if the effects of the two could be combined, it might not be bad. So, he decided to give it a try to see if he could fuse the skill books. And it really succeeded. This gave Lu Chen a big surprise. Then let's try again. Lu Chen continued to attempt to fuse skills. Some succeeded, some failed. The successfully fused skill books included a purification skill book that combined water and light attributes. There was also a skill book for alchemy that he transformed into a new one. It doesn't feel quite right. I still need more varieties of skill books, preferably all curse and dark types. Lu Chen shook his head, feeling quite disappointed with this purification skill book and the life profession skill books. He then put away these skill books, preparing to return them to Lin Zishi later and then apply to Wei Chen for more skill books. Not long after, Lu Chen arrived at school. He went directly without heading to his class since he would soon be going to grind dungeons anyway. There was no point in going to class, he would just team up with Li Shuyao and the others later. This skill book, did you create it by combining 2 skill books? When Wei Chen learned of Lu Chen's intention and discovered that he could not only modify skill books but also combine 2 skill books into a new, stronger one, he was astonished. Well, the experiment I just tried today unexpectedly succeeded, Lu Chen said with a smile, gently nodding. Impressive, really impressive. Your profession is just too bizarre. Wei Chen couldn't find the words, his face full of complexity. The first time he had an impression of Lu Chen was when he noticed he was also a dual class changer, so he wanted to see what his second profession was. However, at that time, Lu Chen was unwilling to share, and he didn't want to force him. The next day, Lu Chen found him again and confessed his talent as a creator. At that time, he thought that the creator's ability was just to create various items from ordinary materials and that he could create legendary equipment at level 1. That was already shocking enough. But then, Lu Chen continued to surprise and shock him time and again. From being able to directly recreate finished equipment to modifying the effects of skill books, now he could even fuse and recreate suitable skill books for even greater power. Originally considered a minor skill, a skill book was directly fused into an intermediate skill. If he could get more suitable skill books, wouldn't he be able to fuse them into ultimate moves? With that ability, who knows how many powerful beings he could create. Wei Chen suddenly felt that if one day Lu Chen told him he could modify other people's professions, he wouldn't be surprised at all. What skill books do you still need? I'll go find them for you. After his musings, Wei Chen understood Lu Chen's intention for coming to him and quickly said, well, I need more curse-type skills. Dark-type skills are fine too. As for life skills, let's skip the recipes and weapon blueprints and see if we can find some skill books that can enhance success rates. Lu Chen stated his requirements. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Wei Chen replied, okay, no problem. But, as he continued, he hesitated a bit. The skill books in Jiangnan province aren't very plentiful, especially the dark and curse-type skills, which are even rarer, so it might take some extra time. That's fine, it can take time, Lu Chen nodded. Although he was eager to fuse various powerful skills of the Curse Master right now and wanted to see if he could fuse the skills that a creator should have. If they were hard to find, he would just have to wait. Moreover, even the Provincial Education Bureau was hard to approach. If he went to look for them himself, it would probably be even more difficult and take longer. As long as you can wait. Wei Chen nodded. Then, he suddenly thought of something and said, by the way, it might not take too long. The provincial governor has been in the capital for almost 2 days now, so he should be back soon. Once he returns, the Education Bureau should conduct a detailed assessment of your new profession. After passing, you'll be able to receive the highest level of resources for training from the state. At that time, with the state's support, whatever skill books, materials, or equipment you want should be available. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen felt a surge of anticipation in his heart. Then I hope the provincial governor returns soon. After that, Lu Chen prepared to take his leave to go level up in a dungeon. Hey, do you want me to find someone to help you level up today? As Lu Chen was about to enter the dungeon, Wei Chen thought of something and asked again. Hearing this, Lu Chen stopped, thought for a moment, and nodded. Sure, you can find a few more people to come over and let Shuyu choose later. Alright, then. I'll go arrange it, Wei Chen said, revealing a meaningful smile. He then went to make calls to arrange things. At the same time, he still felt a bit regretful. Originally, seeing Lu Chen's boundless potential, he wanted to match him with his granddaughter. But in the end, the two were still fated to be apart. A moment later, Lu Chen left Wei Chen's office and returned to the school dungeon square. He found Li Shuyu and the others. At this time, a group of classmates who had changed jobs earlier came over, wanting to team up with them. Li Shuyu quickly realized that this was likely another arrangement by the old principal. They were going to help Lu Chen level up. Although she felt a bit guilty towards Li Xiaotong and Zhao Taizhu, she thought she couldn't let her personal feelings hold back Lu Chen's leveling plan. So, this time she didn't team up with Zhao Taizhu and Li Xiaotong. After all, teaming up with them didn't make much sense. Instead, she teamed up with Lu Chen, bringing along 2 strong damage dealers, and they entered the dungeon together. Once inside, Lu Chen took out the potions he had modified and had them take them. Instantly, their combat power, stamina, cooldown time, movement speed, and so on all increased several times. They became a relentless killing machine. Thus, the Thunder Ruins, which had taken Li Shuyu over 10 minutes to clear yesterday, they breezed through in just 3 minutes this time. Let's go straight for the Toxic Thunder Ruins, Lu Chen suggested after they cleared the dungeon. The Toxic Thunder Ruins was a stronger dungeon than the Thunder Ruins. The Thunder Ruins was suitable for leveling from around level 10 to 13, while the Toxic Thunder Ruins was suitable for levels 15 to 18. Of course, the danger level was also higher. Yesterday, with only Li Shuyu as the main damage dealer, their team wouldn't dare to attempt the Toxic Thunder Ruins. But today, with 2 main damage dealers in their 20s, there was no need to linger in the Thunder Ruins. They could definitely go for the Toxic Thunder Ruins. Not only could they go for the Toxic Thunder Ruins, but they could also attempt the even higher level Dark Thunder Ruins. However, since the Dark Thunder Ruins was at a much higher level than Lu Chen and Li Shuyu, even if they managed to clear it, the level suppression would mean they would gain less experience than from clearing the Toxic Thunder Ruins. So, there was no need for them to jump too many levels to tackle a higher dungeon. Swish, swish, swish. While Lu Chen's team was continuously grinding monsters and leveling up in the dungeon, finally back, the governor of Jiangnan province looked at Zhang City, surrounded by massive city walls, and said softly. After a night of travel, he had finally returned to Jiang City with the top professional inspection team from the capital, ready to re-evaluate Lu Chen and confirm his job level. Moments later, the governor of Jiangnan province and his group arrived at Jiang City No. 1 High School. However, they did not see Lu Chen. Instead, they first met Wei Chen. Is Lu Chen still in the dungeon? Then let's wait a bit longer. What? You mean? Lu Chen can not only use materials to directly create equipment, but he can also modify the attributes of finished equipment? He can even transform skill books, merging multiple minor skills into a major skill? At this moment, the governor of Jiangnan province and the others were once again shocked by Wei Chen's report. They never expected that Lu Chen's creator profession was so incredibly powerful. The expression of the provincial leader of Jiangnan was completely stunned after hearing Wei Chen's report.
Originally, upon learning that Lu Chen could casually use ordinary materials to create various decent potions and, with some high-level materials, could conjure legendary-grade equipment out of thin air, the manufacturing process would incur no loss of high-level materials even if it failed. The power of this profession was already unimaginably valuable. But was this really just the tip of the iceberg of the creator's abilities? The creator could actually reconstruct finished equipment? They could also modify skill books? They could even fuse multiple skill books into a higher-level skill book? This sounded a bit absurd, didn't it? Principal Wei, do you have any evidence to support this claim about his abilities? A member of the investigation team asked, their expression serious yet somewhat excited. If what Wei Chen said was true, then the possibility of Lu Chen being a god-level professional was higher than they had anticipated. It would probably not be a problem for him to create resurrection armor or treasure chest keys. The equipment he modified is still in his hands, so I can't show it to you. You'll have to wait for him to come back. And I just forgot to keep the high-level skill books he fused. Let's wait for him to come out of the dungeon and demonstrate it to you personally, Wei Chen said. He knew that words alone were not enough. No matter how grand his claims were in front of these investigators, they would be of no use. Everything had to wait for Lu Chen to come out of the dungeon and demonstrate it to them in person. Alright, then we'll wait for him to return. The members of the investigation team suppressed their excitement and nodded slightly. They then sent a few people to the dungeon square to keep watch. As soon as Lu Chen came out, they would contact him immediately. And so they waited. They waited until nearly 6 in the evening when Lu Chen finally emerged from the dungeon with Li Shuyu and the others. Damn, did this guy spend the whole day in the dungeon? Doesn't he need any rest? I almost thought he died in there. The members of the investigation team breathed a sigh of relief when Lu Chen finally came out, and they were also stunned by his perseverance. Moments later, they hurriedly approached Lu Chen. Hello, we are from the capital, and we would like to have a private chat with you. A middle-aged man in his 40s looked at Lu Chen with a calm expression and spoke politely. Okay. Lu Chen had thought that the investigation team might not arrive in Jiang City until the day after tomorrow. He didn't expect them to come so quickly. After a moment of surprise, he nodded. He then said a few words to Li Shuyu and left the dungeon square with them. The new job upgrade competition only took place on the first day. There would be none afterward. So even though he was still the fastest to level up among his classmates today, there were no rewards. Of course, he himself didn't care much for those rewards, so it didn't matter whether he got them or not. Moments later, Lu Chen followed the members of the investigation team to Wei Chen's office. Swish! As Lu Chen entered the office, the members of the investigation team immediately took action. They began to set up formations, arranging soundproofing and anti-eavesdropping spells to prevent their conversation and Lu Chen's creation process from being seen by others. The level of caution was far beyond that of Wei Chen and the others. Although they had not yet witnessed Lu Chen's ability to modify finished equipment and skills, the possibility was very high, and Wei Chen would not deceive them. Therefore, they had to be extremely cautious. If there were spies from enemy countries in Jiang City No. 1 High School who discovered Lu Chen's abilities, it would be very dangerous. Alright, Lu Chen, I heard that your talent for creation allows you to reconstruct finished equipment and modify skill books. Is that true? The leader of the investigation team, an elegant man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, asked Lu Chen. Yes, that's right, Lu Chen replied softly. He had no intention of hiding his abilities from them. The stronger the abilities he displayed, the more attention he would naturally receive, and the better treatment he would get. Then, please, Lu Chen, could you demonstrate these two abilities for us? The elegant man inquired, his tone still quite polite. After all, once Lu Chen's creation abilities were verified, his future was almost unimaginable. His status would certainly be above theirs, so he wouldn't casually offend Lu Chen. Alright, do you have any good equipment? Bring it out for me to try, Lu Chen said. He didn't have any equipment that needed modification on him. Even the rare set he had just obtained yesterday had already been modified. Moreover, if he used his own equipment for modification, they might suspect there was something wrong with it. It would be more convincing to modify their equipment directly. Okay. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, the others exchanged glances. Then, the elegant man took out a legendary-grade piece of equipment around level 20 and handed it to Lu Chen to see if he could modify its attributes. I'll give it a try, Lu Chen said softly. He then began to attempt to reconstruct the effects of the legendary equipment. The elegant man quickly instructed his subordinates to start filming, recording the entire process of Lu Chen's equipment modification. However, after several attempts, Lu Chen's modifications all failed. He was unsuccessful. The elegant man and the others didn't say anything about this scene. However, Wei Chen felt a bit guilty, worried that they might think he was lying. Lu Chen, on the other hand, was not anxious. He frowned, pondering why he kept failing to modify. Was it because he wasn't level 20 yet?
But that didn't seem right. He had modified level 5 equipment when he was only level 1. That shouldn't be a problem. Then, Lu Chen realized the key issue. Excuse me, was this legendary grade equipment forged by a master blacksmith, or did it drop from a dungeon? Lu Chen looked at the elegant man and asked softly. It dropped from a dungeon. Why? The elegant man asked curiously. Lu Chen exhaled lightly, as I thought. He then briefly explained his modification abilities to them. His ability to reconstruct equipment didn't mean he could randomly reconstruct any piece of equipment. He could only reconstruct equipment that still had potential value. In simple terms, if a master blacksmith used a bunch of top-tier materials to forge a piece of equipment, ideally, these materials could create an item with an attack power effect of over 200%. However, due to the blacksmith's lack of skill, an accident during the forging process, or other reasons, the final product only had an attack power effect of plus 50%. In such cases, he could reconstruct that equipment which still had potential. Because this finished equipment has not yet fully explored its potential, Lu Chen can reconstruct it. Moreover, the combination effects of various casting materials lead to different attributes in the final product. The original casting plan aimed to create an equipment that increased attack power by a percentage, while other materials had different attribute effects, but all were meant to enhance attack power, making them auxiliary materials that failed to realize their full value. Therefore, Lu Chen's reconstructed equipment can not only transform a product that increases attack power by 50% into one that maximally increases it by 200%, but it can also uncover new effects from other material combinations. For example, the first finished equipment he modified, the Experience Plunder Ring, could enhance the plundered experience from teammates by 10% to 20%. He could also adjust the combinations of other casting materials, changing the equipment's effect from plundering 20% of teammates' experience to increasing the experience by 10% for each additional teammate. This completely transformed the equipment, making it far more valuable than the self-serving Experience Plunder Ring. All of this relies on the finished equipment still having exploitable potential. In other words, it must be finished equipment forged by the casting masters and heavenly smiths of their world. Equipment dropped from dungeons often seems to have been pushed to its limits, making it impossible for Lu Chen to modify. So, that's how it is. I understand now. After hearing Lu Chen's explanation, everyone suddenly realized. Although it seemed that Lu Chen's ability to reconstruct equipment was slightly less impressive than they had imagined, it helped them better understand the capabilities of such creations and felt quite reasonable. Subsequently, a member of the investigation team handed Lu Chen a legendary grade equipment forged by a heavenly smith. This equipment didn't drop from a dungeon, it was crafted by a heavenly smith, so it's a bit higher in level. Can you try to reconstruct it? Upon hearing this, Lu Chen took the necklace that was handed to him. The attributes of this necklace were quite good, increasing movement speed by 100%, attack speed by 80%, and providing an additional 70% attack power. However, its level was 40. I'll give it a try. Lu Chen was uncertain if he could reconstruct this level 40 equipment, as the level difference was quite significant. His level yesterday was 12. Today, after a whole day of leveling up, and with much better efficiency than yesterday, he had just reached level 17, not yet 18. As levels progress, the required experience increases. It is said that after reaching level 50, it often takes several months to level up just once. Lu Chen then began to attempt reconstructing this legendary grade necklace, which was over 20 levels above him. Ding, creation failed. Ding, creation failed. It was very difficult. Lu Chen failed several times in a row. Maybe the level is too high. How about we try a few rare items around level 20? The refined man suggested as he noticed Lu Chen seemed to be struggling. Swish. At that moment, a flash of light appeared. In everyone's eyes, the necklace in Lu Chen's hand suddenly changed in style, appearing more exquisite and compact than before. Equipment: Moonshadow Frostflower level 40 quality, legendary attributes: physical defense plus 350, magic defense plus 360, movement speed plus 150%, attack speed plus 100%. Passive: when attacking, it adds an extra 120% attack power, with a 2% chance to trigger Moonshadow Frostflower, further increasing attack power by an additional 30%. Evaluation: the moonlight is truly beautiful tonight. Ha, finally succeeded. Seeing this, Lu Chen let out a sigh of relief, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and then handed the legendary necklace to the elegant man. It was indeed very difficult to upgrade a legendary piece of equipment by crossing over 20 levels. Lu Chen was just about to give up and consider whether there was a level 20 legendary equipment to upgrade, or simply settle for upgrading a rare grade equipment. As luck would have it, he succeeded in the upgrade. The effect was several times better than before. It really succeeded in the upgrade. This effect is simply comparable to an epic grade divine item.
The elegant man took the Moonshadow Frostflower necklace, looked at it a few times, and his expression revealed shock and excitement. When the appearance of the necklace changed just now, he had a feeling in his heart that Lu Chen's creation had succeeded. But nothing was more shocking than directly witnessing the attribute enhancement of this legendary necklace. Compared to the original legendary necklace, the one upgraded by Lu Chen was simply trash, not worth mentioning. Subsequently, each member of the investigation team took a look at the necklace. One by one. After viewing the necklace, their expressions showed shock. After the Moonshadow Frostflower returned to its original owner's hands, he seemed to remember something inside. I remember now, back in the day. I used an epic grade material to invite a master blacksmith to forge this necklace. At that time, my plan was to add an extra 100% attack power, but the final product only had a 70% attack power increase. I once thought that my epic grade material had been swapped out by that master blacksmith. That's why the final product was so poor. I almost wanted to report that master blacksmith, but due to lack of evidence and my lower status compared to him, I had to swallow my anger. Now, after Lu Chen's upgrade, I finally understand that I misunderstood that master blacksmith. He probably didn't cut corners on my equipment, but maybe his skills were lacking, or there was an accident during the forging process, which led to this result. Hearing this, the other members of the investigation team nodded in agreement. They felt that master blacksmiths indeed waste various materials. The success rate is not particularly high. However, there's nothing to be done. There are only so many master blacksmiths in the country. If you can't find suitable equipment in the dungeon, you can only ask someone to custom make suitable equipment for you. There's bound to be some material loss in this process. However, with the emergence of a creator like Lu Chen, the future forging landscape will probably not be the same. Lu Chen, these are the skill books I just found. Please synthesize them again. Then, the elegant man took out some skill books again and handed them to Lu Chen, wanting to see his ability to merge skill books. Although Lu Chen's recent success in upgrading the finished equipment had already shown them that his abilities were indeed extraordinary, they still needed to go through the process. Okay. Lu Chen took the skill books and, following his experience from yesterday in modifying and merging skill books, quickly improved these skill books, creating even stronger ones. Although most of these skill books were not usable by him. Did you record it? I recorded it. You can really modify skill books and merge them into stronger skills. This creator is truly abnormal. After Lu Chen demonstrated his ability to modify and merge skill books, the members of the inspection team from the capital were once again shocked. At this moment, they no longer cared whether Lu Chen could create a treasure chest key or the resurrection armor, because according to their detailed classification of God-level professionals have the ability to create. They can manufacture equipment that has not been analyzed by them, and Lu Chen's performance clearly demonstrated this. He transformed the experience plunder ring into the experience amplification ring, which was an unprecedented piece of equipment. Moreover, he created high-level skill books by merging one or two, or even multiple skill books. All of these were entirely new skills that had not been recorded before. This was true creation from nothing, rather than merely imitating existing items. So, have I passed the inspection? Lu Chen asked calmly, looking at their excited expressions as they recorded. After several explorations of his own abilities, he increasingly needed more skill books to merge into the skills he desired. And this was no longer something that the entire Jiangnan province could satisfy. So the arrival of the inspection team from the capital was just in time. As long as he passed the inspection, he would be able to obtain resources from across the country, enough for him to develop skills and equipment that he was satisfied with. Hearing Lu Chen's words, the elegant man and the other members of the assessment team were taken aback and suddenly came to their senses. They then remembered the real purpose of their visit to Jiang City. It was not to see Lu Chen modify equipment and merge skills, but to present the exam questions, letting Lu Chen attempt to create the resurrection armor and the key to open the mysterious treasure chest. The elegant man felt a bit embarrassed and awkward upon hearing this. He quickly began to explain to Lu Chen, "I'm sorry, when we came, the higher-ups had already given instructions and provided exam questions to see if you could successfully create them. Just now, after we arrived in Jiang City, we learned that you could also reconstruct equipment and merge skills, which made us unable to contain our excitement to see it." Actually, that wasn't the exam question. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen couldn't help but frown. Goodness. So he had been working hard for nothing? However, it couldn't really be considered wasted effort. His abilities in creation were originally not understood by Jiangnan province, and the inspection team was also unaware. So now that he showcased these new abilities, it would allow them to have a more comprehensive understanding and assessment of his profession as a creator. When the time came, the resources allocated to him would definitely be greater than originally estimated. Alright, what is the exam question? Lu Chen asked. He decided to take on this exam question.
After all, it shouldn't be too difficult. It wasn't a big deal. No problem, I'll ask the boss and tell him about your current performance. He'll probably cancel the original exam question. The elegant man quickly said upon hearing this. He was preparing to help Lu Chen argue for not having to continue with the exam question about creating the resurrection armor, because in his view, Lu Chen's current display of abilities was already sufficient to qualify as a god-level professional, even more abnormal than the average god-level professional. If it were said that among SSS-level professionals there was a subdivision of god-level professionals, so among the few god-level professionals, Lu Chen should be counted as one super god-level professional. Soon, the elegant man took out their assessment group's special internal phone, not fearing eavesdropping from enemy countries. And once the call was connected, he would use code words to inform the head of the Education Bureau about this matter. However, he directly dialed the head's number, but it was never connected. Therefore, the elegant man subsequently called the internal secretary of the Education Bureau to inquire about the situation. It turned out that this morning, another mysterious hidden dungeon was discovered in the capital. The head was currently with a group of strong individuals investigating the situation. If all goes well, it should take at least 2 to 3 days for him to finish the investigation and come out. Alright. After hearing this, the elegant man hung up the phone, looking helpless. He had originally thought about applying to the head to directly cancel the resurrection armor exam for Lu Chen and grant him the highest god-level resources for training. But now that he couldn't reach the head, there was no way. Rather than waiting a few days, uncertain if the head would agree to cancel the exam and then let Lu Chen continue making the resurrection armor, it would be better to let Lu Chen continue with the exam now. Even if he really couldn't manage it, once the head came out, he could inform him of Lu Chen's situation and perhaps he would be allowed to pass. In fact, the elegant man didn't have high hopes for Lu Chen being able to create the resurrection armor. First, Lu Chen's level was too low, and equipment like the resurrection armor was clearly not low-level gear. Second, it was uncertain whether the Phoenix blood crystals, Phoenix wood cores, and other materials they brought were truly the materials needed to create the resurrection armor. If they were missing some materials, Lu Chen would probably be wasting his time tinkering for days. However, it was still worth a try. The elegant man put away his phone and then looked at Lu Chen seriously, saying, "This time Li Kane, the boss has given you 2 exam questions. If you can complete one of the exam questions, you will pass the assessment of a god-level professional. One is to create a resurrection armor that can bring the dead back to life. The second." As he spoke, he took out a golden treasure chest from his spatial ring. This is a mysterious golden treasure chest that lacks a key. If opened, it will generally yield 1 or 2 good things for the opener. The second exam question is to have you create the key for the golden treasure chest and open it. What is your choice? The elegant man looked at Lu Chen. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen frowned, feeling that these exam questions were indeed unusual. To have him create resurrection armor or conjure a key for a mysterious treasure chest out of thin air? I'll try the resurrection armor first. Are there no materials for making the resurrection armor? Lu Chen thought for a moment, feeling that the second option was indeed more difficult, and said in a deep voice, "There are." The elegant man replied, quickly taking out a pile of god-level materials from his spatial ring. Instantly, Wei Chen's office became dazzling with golden light. This was thanks to their earlier setup of a restriction array, which isolated the aura and light inside, otherwise the outside would definitely see this phenomenon. These materials. Lu Chen looked at the pile of divine materials taken out by the elegant man, feeling dazzled. Some materials he could vaguely recognize their names and functions, others he had never seen before, not to mention understanding the uses of these materials. At this moment, Lu Chen lamented again that his creator profession did not have skills that belonged to him. For example, being able to instantly identify the functions of various materials and what items could be crafted from them. Or, for instance, knowing how to improve the success rate of modifying or crafting an item, such as needing to level up his profession a few more levels or adding some auxiliary materials, and wanting to craft an item. Being able to directly structure all the necessary materials, instead of like now, crafting an empty-handed essence ring and other equipment purely based on the properties of these materials, which just happened to work out. This is also why, after discovering that he could fuse various skill books to create a new skill, Lu Chen asked Wei Chen to help him find various life profession skill books he needed. He wanted to leverage these skill books to further expand the advantages of his creator abilities. This is Phoenix blood crystal, which can be used to craft fire attribute equipment. Currently, the equipment made from Phoenix blood crystal has effects like the blood drink armor, which can continuously restore vitality after being injured, similar to the Phoenix's rebirth, but without the ability to come back to life. This is Wutong wood core, its function is. This is Shaili Z, its function is. This is Angel crystal core. The
Elegant Man knew that Lu Chen was just a newly transitioned student, and since most of these divine materials were not open to the public and were only kept by the state, Lu Chen would not recognize their functions. Therefore, he patiently explained to Lu Chen the uses and effects of these materials, as well as some equipment currently crafted from them. After listening to the Elegant Man's introduction, Lu Chen thought quietly and felt that the combination of these materials indeed seemed capable of crafting a resurrection armor. According to what the Elegant Man and others said, other divine craftsmen and heavenly forgers had also tried to forge a resurrection armor back in the day. However, they failed several times and suffered backlash, severely injuring their vitality, which led to the matter being dropped. The main reason was that they did not have the design blueprints for the resurrection armor, nor did they know the specific forging process and the order of material fusion. This required them to repeatedly refine and attempt forging, deducing it step by step. But if it were ordinary equipment, perhaps they could take their time to gradually derive the forging process. However, this was resurrection armor, which was at least legendary level equipment. Not to mention whether the materials for forging resurrection armor were sufficient for them to waste time trying. Every failure in forging would result in backlash. Their bodies couldn't withstand such torment, could they? Therefore, after failing 5 or 6 times in their joint attempts to forge the resurrection armor, the dozen or so divine craftsmen and heavenly forgers ultimately had to give up on this goal. However, his situation was different from those divine craftsmen and heavenly forgers. They needed to understand the forging process, the order of material fusion, and various troublesome issues like the degree of heat. He didn't need to. As long as the materials could be used to craft resurrection armor, he could directly use his creator ability to shape this pile of materials into a resurrection armor. What material fusion, what forging process, what heat issues? None of it mattered to him. Oh, there was also the impact on the success rate. However, under the buff of his curse master, the success rate could be significantly improved. This wasn't a big problem. I'll give it a try. Lu Chen then switched to the curse master profession, starting to cast a curse on himself to increase the success rate of his creations. Immediately after, he switched back to the creator profession and began to utilize his creation abilities. He started to see if he could use these materials to create a resurrection armor. Ding! Creation failed. Lu Chen's first attempt to create the resurrection armor failed. Lu Chen frowned. He had even used the success rate enhancement buff from the curse, yet it still failed. It was clear that the resurrection armor was indeed difficult to create. Subsequently, Lu Chen began to reconsider the structure of the resurrection armor. He removed some of the originally added defensive and healing capabilities, exposing only the resurrection ability. This approach was similar to the equipment he had reconstructed before. The original finished equipment had greater potential for enhancement, but in pursuit of being able to create the equipment, those enhancements were sacrificed. This led to a serious waste of forging materials. However, Lu Chen was not worried about this. After all, his creation ability could reconstruct the resurrection armor later. He just wanted to create the resurrection armor first. Ding! Creation failed. Lu Chen's second attempt to create the resurrection armor also failed. It seems that the issue isn't that my previous structure for the resurrection armor was too powerful. So now, the reason the resurrection armor has failed to construct twice could either be due to missing core materials or some seemingly unimportant but actually crucial auxiliary materials, which is why I have been unable to create the resurrection armor. Or, it could be that my current level is too low to create the resurrection armor. Let's try again. Lu Chen muttered to himself for a moment, then said to the Elegant Man, "These materials seem insufficient to create the resurrection armor. I need more similar materials to attempt the assembly." Alright. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, the Elegant Man and the others were not surprised. They had already suspected that while these materials seemed complete, they might not be able to create the resurrection armor. However, they had come well prepared, bringing various materials that might be able to create the resurrection armor. Enough for Lu Chen to try repeatedly. Ding! Creation failed. Ding! Creation failed. Lu Chen attempted more than a dozen times in succession, ultimately exhausting his mental energy to the point where he felt a bit dizzy. No, I need to take a break. He then drank a potion to restore his mental energy, and rested for a while before feeling better. The creation of the resurrection armor might be a problem with the materials, or it could be due to my low level. Forget it, let's try that treasure chest key instead. After thinking for a moment, Lu Chen decided to give up on creating the resurrection armor for now and see how the treasure chest key challenge went. Alright. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, the Elegant Man immediately took out a pile of materials they believed could create the key. Lu Chen actually didn't have high hopes. He cast another success rate enhancement buff on himself, then picked up these materials. He began to attempt to create the treasure chest key. Ding! Creation failed. Ding! Creation failed. After 4 consecutive failures in creation, just as Lu Chen was feeling disappointed, a buzzing sound occurred. A flash of golden light A pile of materials disappeared, and what appeared in Lu Chen's hand was a golden key. Buzz. Just as Lu Chen felt that the creation of the treasure chest key might not be so easy, and perhaps he would need to change materials again, a brilliant golden light flashed. A pile of rare forging materials disappeared, and what appeared before Lu Chen was a dazzling golden key. Did it succeed? I didn't expect that the treasure chest key would be simpler to make than the resurrection armor. Seeing this scene, the elegant man and the other members of the inspection team all showed expressions of surprise. After all, in their view, the resurrection armor belonged to equipment and the professionals of Blue Star, such as the heavenly blacksmiths, could create equipment which was relatively easier. However, the key to open the mysterious golden treasure chest was a special item that no one in Blue Star could manufacture. It could only be obtained through dungeons. The difficulty of creating a treasure chest key was certainly higher than that of equipment like the resurrection armor. That's why the head of the Education Bureau said that the main exam question was the resurrection armor, and it didn't matter whether Lu Chen could create the treasure chest key. But the result was that Lu Chen seemed somewhat helpless in making the resurrection armor, yet he succeeded directly after trying a few times with the treasure chest key. It seems like I succeeded. Lu Chen also revealed a surprised smile. He then picked up the treasure chest key and prepared to try opening the golden treasure chest. Click click, click click. However, after several attempts, it seemed that the key did not match the lock. He couldn't open this mysterious golden treasure chest no matter what. Is the key wrong? Wei Chun frowned and asked upon seeing this. I don't know, could it be that I made an ordinary key? Lu Chen shook his head, puzzled. He then began to carefully examine the issues with the golden treasure chest and the golden key. Item: mysterious golden treasure chest. Level: quality, effect. After opening, depending on the characteristics of the opener, random surprises such as equipment, skill books, items, etc. will appear. Evaluation: this is a mysterious treasure chest. Lu Chen then looked at the golden key he had just created. Item: sacred golden key. Level: quality, effect. Can be used to open the sacred golden treasure chest. Evaluation: make sure to find the right chest, don't poke around randomly. After reading about these two items, Lu Chen immediately showed a helpless expression. I really got it wrong. This one is a mysterious treasure chest, while this one is a sacred key. No wonder I can't open it. Lu Chen sighed. It's okay, although you got the key wrong. Since you were able to create a key that can open a treasure chest, it shows that your attempt was not in vain. Just try a few more times, and you'll probably be able to create the correct key. The elegant man also checked the sacred golden key and, after understanding the difference, quickly comforted Lu Chen. Although the key Lu Chen made did not match the treasure chest, he was still filled with astonishment. Because Lu Chen had really created a treasure chest key. This was originally a special item that could only be obtained in dungeons. In fact, at this moment, even though the treasure chest key Lu Chen created did not match, the moment he made the key, he had already passed the inspection. Even if he couldn't create the mysterious golden key later and couldn't open that golden treasure chest, after reporting this matter to the head, he would likely still receive high-level resources for training. Then I'll try again. Lu Chen nodded and took a moment to calm down. He then contemplated the process of creating the sacred treasure chest key just now. He thought to himself that perhaps he had overestimated the treasure chest this time. That's why he ended up creating a sacred key instead of a mysterious key. Just by the names, it was clear that the sacred key was definitely a level higher than the mysterious key. Then, if he replaced some of the better materials, perhaps he could create the key to the mysterious treasure chest. Lu Chen thought for a moment. Afterward, he finally attempted to create the treasure chest key again. This time, Lu Chen made 8 attempts with the pile of rare forging materials in front of him, repeatedly failing, analyzing the reasons, and reorganizing the materials, until he finally succeeded. Buzz! A flash of golden light. A golden treasure chest key was once again created by Lu Chen. Upon closer inspection, everyone could see that the key Lu Chen had just made shone with a golden light that was somewhat dimmer than the one he had made previously. It wasn't as dazzling. Item: mysterious golden key. Level: quality, effect. Can be used to open the mysterious golden treasure chest. Evaluation: this is a mysterious key. If the corresponding treasure chest can be found, perhaps a surprise can be discovered. Success! Lu Chen let out a long breath, rubbed his temples, and smiled. He had just repeatedly failed, trying 8 times, which took a toll on his spirit, and he was almost at his limit. He was ready to drink another bottle of mental recovery potion. But in the end, he successfully created this mysterious golden key. Lu Chen felt that such a goal-oriented creation was indeed too exhausting, because he didn't know the specific materials required for the creation as well as the success rate. It was very likely that the materials he used were correct, but due to the low success rate, he mistakenly thought the materials were wrong and replaced them with others, making it difficult to create the desired item. I still need the assistance of a craftsman's skills. Lu Chen sighed inwardly.
Then, Lu Chen picked up the mysterious golden key and opened the small mysterious golden treasure chest in front of him. Click! With a crisp sound, the mysterious golden treasure chest was opened by Lu Chen. Instantly, a brilliant golden light shone from the chest. Soon, the golden light retracted. Success! I wonder what's inside. It might be related to the craftsman, right? I hope it's something good. As Lu Chen successfully opened the mysterious golden treasure chest, the elegant man and the members of the Beijing inspection team, as well as Wei Chen and others, were all extremely excited, hoping that Lu Chen could obtain an item that would help him. In fact, with their authority, after Lu Chen successfully created the treasure chest key, they could have taken the opportunity to open the chest themselves. In that case, the items obtained from the chest would likely be suitable for them. However, doing so would easily offend Lu Chen. Moreover, their professional levels were far inferior to Lu Chen's. Therefore, they chose to support Lu Chen, allowing him to open the golden treasure chest himself. This way, the items obtained from the chest would likely be related to Lu Chen's craftsman skills. The value of the treasure chest would then be maximized. What is it? The elegant man asked Lu Chen. Lu Chen slowly withdrew his hand and took out a skill book from the golden treasure chest, his expression strange yet delighted as he said, "It seems to be a craftsman's skill book. Is this a skill book for a creator? That's great. Given the rarity of creators, it's almost impossible to get a skill book from a dungeon. I'm afraid we'll have to open golden chests and other mysterious chests in the future to have a chance of obtaining one. What kind of skill book is this? Is it very helpful for you?" Hearing Lu Chen's words, the elegant man and the others were very surprised, feeling that this chest was indeed worth opening for Lu Chen. If this chest had been opened for them, the A-level and S-level professionals, the skill book obtained would be one suitable for their level. Although A-level and S-level skill books are not worthless, they are still quite valuable, but compared to a skill book exclusive to a unique profession, they are just common goods. I'll take another look, Lu Chen said. Skill book, insight, profession, creator, attribute, none, effect, can perceive the items that can be made from the materials seen and can analyze the required materials and levels for the target item to be created. Evaluation, there are no secrets. In my eyes. Lu Chen carefully examined this skill book, his eyes filled with intense excitement and joy. Great! This is just what I needed. He had always wanted such a creator skill book. It could help him understand what items could be made from the materials he saw, as well as what materials and success rates were needed for the items he wanted to create. This was a tremendous help for creation, like adding wings to a tiger. If he had had this skill book earlier, he wouldn't have needed to try so many times to create that mysterious golden key. He could have directly made the golden key in one go. And for making the resurrection armor, he probably wouldn't have had to struggle like before. He wouldn't have been confused about which rare materials were missing to create the resurrection armor. What skill book is it? Is it very helpful for your creator profession? Seeing the surprise and joy on Lu Chen's face, Wei Chen and the others couldn't help but ask. Yes, very helpful. Extremely helpful. Lu Chen finally came back to his senses upon hearing their questions, and said excitedly. Then, he introduced the effects of the skill book insight to them. I see. You used to fail often when creating because you didn't know the specific materials needed and the success rates. Now that you have this skill book, you can know these things and you will hardly waste your mental energy on failures. This skill book is indeed a great help to you. It's simply a top-tier skill book. I think it's a divine skill. Everyone was equally excited, discussing in unison. At that moment, Wei Chen suddenly said, "Oh, in that case, can't you create the resurrection armor? The success rate should be much higher now, right?" Yes. Hearing Lu Chen's words, the members of the assessment team immediately echoed. Although Lu Chen had already created the golden key, which meant he had passed this assessment, he could now receive the highest level resources for god-level professionals. But if he could create the resurrection armor as well, he would obviously be valued even more. After all, it's better to show more than to show less. The two questions given by the head supervisor meant that completing one was passing, but completing both was a perfect score. Okay, I'll learn this skill first. Lu Chen nodded. He also planned to try making the resurrection armor later. In fact, even without the resurrection armor question given by the head supervisor, he would eventually create a piece of resurrection armor or resurrection coins, because he had always been somewhat worried about the flaws of the curse master, concerned that if he overused his curses, even with the longevity elixir to supplement his life, it could cause problems for his body. Having a resurrection armor or resurrection coin would provide an extra layer of protection. With this in mind, Lu Chen then used the skill book insight to comprehend it. Swish! During the comprehension, Lu Chen first felt a bit dizzy, but soon he adapted. Instead, he felt refreshed, and the perspective of the scenery before him became clearer. It was as if a nearsighted person suddenly had their vision restored to normal. Then, Lu Chen's gaze turned to the pile of rare materials on the table.
Material: Phoenix Blood Crystal Level, Level 70 Quality, Epic Effect, capable of restoring vitality, rebirth, etc. Direction: can be used to create healing type equipment, resurrection type equipment, fire attribute equipment, etc. The effect of insight was indeed powerful. Originally, these materials appeared to be ordinary to Lu Chen and others, and they could not discern any information about them. Even the names and effects were slowly figured out by them. But now, with a glance, he could see the names, effects, and possible crafting directions of these materials. Immediately, Lu Chen began to attempt to construct the resurrection armor he had in mind. Instantly, a line of information appeared in his mind. Equipment: Resurrection Armor Level, Level 80 Quality, Epic Attributes, Physical Defense plus 150, Magic Defense plus 180, Movement Speed plus 50%. Passive: after death, the wearer can consume the energy accumulated in the resurrection armor to resurrect after 10 seconds. Construction materials: Phoenix Blood Crystal, Wutong Wood Core, Angel Crystal Core, Heart of Eternity. Creation success rate 0% suggestion, level up to 80, replace Manhwa stone with blue universe gold crystal. The information in his mind was to gain insight into the success rate of the resurrection armor he constructed and the feasibility of the materials used. However, Lu Chen's attempt was clearly a failure. First, he had chosen the wrong materials for forging. Secondly, his level was too low. He needed to be at least level 80 to attempt to create such a high-level resurrection armor. Indeed, no wonder I kept failing just now. So I was trying to create an epic-level resurrection armor. This difficulty is certainly greater than I imagined, and the success rate dropped to 0. Lu Chen sighed and then began to reconstruct the resurrection armor. Once, twice, 3 times. After more than 10 attempts at constructing the resurrection armor, Lu Chen finally managed to create one that was reasonably good, with a relatively high success rate. Equipment: Resurrection Armor Level, Level 40 Quality, Legendary Attributes, Physical Defense plus 1, Magic Defense plus 1. Passive: after death, the resurrection armor is destroyed, allowing its mysterious power to surge into the wearer's body, resurrecting them after 60 seconds. Construction materials: Phoenix Blood Crystal, Wutong Wood Core, Lower Angel Crystal Core, Intermediate Relic. Creation success rate 60% suggestion, replace the Angel Crystal Core with a mid-level Angel Crystal Core, use high-level relics. The success rate is 60%, which is already quite high. Lu Chen said softly, his expression showing a hint of excitement. The many resurrection armors he had previously constructed had a success rate of around 30% to 40%. It could be said to be quite low. Among these resurrection armors, some were designed to be of rare quality, while others were designed to be wearable at level 1. He aimed to lower the attributes in other areas to increase the success rate. However, the success rate of insight was directly 0%. Because the quality of the resurrection armor could not be lower than legendary level, nor could it be just level 1. Even the construction of legendary equipment at level 30 could not withstand the minimum threshold for resurrection armor. Therefore, Lu Chen ultimately constructed it as a level 40 legendary equipment, reducing other defensive attributes and also removing the ability for secondary use, turning it into a one-time item. This finally raised the success rate of the resurrection armor he constructed to 60%. A 60% success rate is considered high, but it still needs to be improved a bit. At least an 80% success rate is needed to have a chance of creating resurrection armor. Lu Chen murmured to himself, then looked at the elegant man and the other members of the inspection team, saying, I need mid-level angel crystal cores, upper-level angel crystal cores would be even better, as well as high-level relics. He listed a bunch of alternative materials. These materials were among those they had brought that were not used. Alright, I'll arrange that right away. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, the elegant man immediately took out his phone and called someone to fetch the materials Lu Chen needed from the national treasury in the capital. Is there anything else you need? The elegant man then asked Lu Chen. Let me take another look. Lu Chen then proceeded to reconstruct the resurrection armor, replacing the suggestions for the materials he had just mentioned. Instantly, the information that appeared showed that the success rate of the creation had increased from 60% to 70%. Then, the insight skills suggestion was no longer about replacing materials. These materials were already sufficient to support the manufacturing of this one-time resurrection armor. This time, the suggestion given to him was, increase your level to above 25. Sure enough, Lu Chen's level was still too low. He was only at level 17 now. It was still too difficult to directly manufacture legendary equipment above level 40. At least reaching level 25 was the minimum level at which he could barely create resurrection armor. I need to level up. Lu Chen looked at the elegant man and the others, saying in a deep voice, to create resurrection armor, I need to be at least level 25. That's the minimum level. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Wei Chen curiously asked, then what's the best level? Lu Chen glanced at him and replied, of course, the higher the better. If I exceed Level 40, I should be able to easily create resurrection armor.
That makes sense.
Hearing Lu Chen's words, Wei Chen nodded, feeling that he had indeed asked a very foolish question.
As for leveling up, sure. We'll take you to level up.
Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, the elegant man and the others initially frowned slightly, feeling it might be a bit troublesome.
After all, Lu Chen was only level 17 now, and getting him to level 25 would take at least 2 or 3 days.
However, considering that the higher level materials Lu Chen had applied for needed to be transported from the capital, it would also take at least half a day. Moreover, even if Lu Chen managed to create the resurrection armor, waiting for the overall supervisor to approve his supreme resource cultivation would likely also take 2 or 3 days. So they would spend these 2 or 3 days. They should quickly take Lu Chen to level up. How about we go level up in the wild tonight? The elegant man then asked Lu Chen.
Sounds good. Lu Chen replied after a moment of contemplation.
He originally intended to take things slow, leveling up with Li Shuyao and the others, without drawing too much attention. He was also reluctant to venture into the wild to hunt monsters, as unexpected incidents could easily occur. But now, he wanted to create the resurrection armor as soon as possible. It wasn't just to pass the assessment, he had already passed it after crafting the golden key. He wanted to add another layer of security for himself. Moreover, Wei Chen had initially planned to take him to level up, but the players he called over were definitely not as strong as those from the capital. Now, with these strong players from the capital assisting him, the safety was certainly greater than the training forces from Jiangnan province.
Alright, then let's set off now. This is a disguise mask. To prevent being discovered, put it on.
The elegant man then began to arrange for Lu Chen's leveling up, handing him a bunch of items. With the disguise mask on, Lu Chen's appearance, gaze, and temperament would all change. Unless it was a special profession capable of peering into his soul, no one would be able to recognize him as Lu Chen. However, at this stage, Lu Chen wasn't worth being targeted by such special individuals, so there was no need to worry. There was also a higher level experience plundering ring, a level 20 legendary equipment that could steal 20% of a teammate's experience. In fact, the elegant man had an even better experience.
Plundering ring, but Lu Chen couldn't use higher level equipment.
With this plundering ring and his original experience amplification ring, his experience gain while hunting monsters in the wild would reach a 60% increase.
An incredibly exaggerated figure. Let's go.
Then, taking advantage of the night, the elegant man and the others quietly led Lu Chen out of Jiang City. They arrived at a dangerous area outside Jiang City. This place was called the Bone Burial Ground, a gathering place for skeletal wild monsters. Strangely, there were no dungeons with skeletal monsters near the city, yet many eerie skeletal creatures appeared here. They could not be completely exterminated. When Jiang City first discovered this place, they had made several attempts to eliminate the skeletal monsters for safety, but it was impossible to eradicate them entirely. For every puppet monster that died, a skeletal monster would quickly respawn. Later, the higher-ups of Jiang City noticed that these skeletal monsters seemed uninterested in leaving this burial ground to invade their city, so they chose to ignore them. Now, they needed to quickly level Lu Chen up to level 25 or above. They couldn't go to dungeons at night, and entering a dungeon required actively seeking out monsters, which was actually less efficient. So they might as well take Lu Chen directly to the bone burial ground to quickly hunt monsters. Boom! Bang! Experience plus 251. Experience plus 244. Upon arriving at the bone burial ground, the group of assessment team members from the capital began to take action one after another, swiftly eliminating waves of skeletons as if they were cutting chives. This allowed Lu Chen to gain a large amount of experience points. Almost every second, dozens of experience increase notifications refreshed. The efficiency was terrifying. Experience plus 243. Experience plus 235. Experience plus 238. Lu Chen stood still, glancing occasionally at the skeleton monsters being cleared away, only to see them respawn again, then looking at the experience he had gained and how much experience was left until his next level up. Name, Lu Chen. Occupation, Curse Master / Creator. Unique, level 17, 87%. After a while, the percentage of experience for leveling up jumped from 87% to 90%. It was estimated that in another minute or two, Lu Chen would level up to 18.
If he were in a dungeon, teaming
up with Li Shuyao and the others to level up, it would probably take at least half an hour to gain this much experience.
What a pity, if only there wasn't a high-level penalty mechanism. Lu Chen sighed again.
In the team leveling mechanism, there is a rather troublesome restriction. That is, there cannot be teammates who are more than 10 levels higher than oneself in the team.
Once it exceeds 10 levels, a high-level training penalty mechanism will come into play. Those high-level job changers will receive very little experience.
If the level exceeds even more, such as exceeding 15 levels or 20 levels, they will gain no experience at all.
It would be like killing monsters for nothing.
And the lower-level job changers being trained by them would also be affected. Originally, they could gain a lot of experience, but they would only receive a small portion instead.
The skeleton monsters in
the bone burial ground, Lu Chen had looked into them. Their levels were around 20 to 30. Logically speaking, Lu Chen was now level 18, and monsters of this level were just right for him to level up at this stage. If there weren't these investigation team members estimated to be around level 60 or 70 in his team, he would definitely be gaining over 3,000 experience points for each monster he killed. But the experience he was currently gaining was not even 1/10 of that. This was the downside of the penalty mechanism. Fortunately, Lu Chen had equipped the experience plunder ring and the amplification ring, allowing him to gain an additional 60% experience. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to gain over 200 experience points. Swish! After a little over a minute, a flash of light appeared around Lu Chen. He had leveled up to 18. Seeing this, Lu Chen quickly checked the success rate of creating the resurrection armor. The success rate had increased from the original 70% to 71%. An increase of 1% in success rate. I guess every time I level up, I can gain a 1% increase in success rate. Then I'll take it slow, spending a day or two to level up to 25, or even directly to 30. In that case, my success rate for creating the resurrection armor might reach over 90%. If I also apply a success buff for curses, perhaps in just a few tries, I could directly create a piece of resurrection armor. Lu Chen murmured to himself. In the blink of an eye, a night passed. By 7 in the morning, when the dungeon reopened, Lu Chen's level had already risen from 18 to 22. In one night, Lu Chen had only leveled up 5 levels. It seemed a bit low, but in fact, this efficiency was quite good. Because after reaching level 20, the experience required to level up doubles and doubles again. Therefore, many people, after reaching level 20, take several days or even a week to level up once. By level 25, ordinary job changers might not even level up in a few months. Ding-a-ling-a-ling. While Lu Chen was quietly waiting to level up again, his phone suddenly rang. He took out his phone to take a look. It was a call from class leader Li Shuyao. Lu Chen hesitated for a moment but still answered the phone. Hello, Lu Chen, I'm about to go out. When are you coming out? Li Shuyao asked with a smile. Since her relationship with Lu Chen had become more familiar, there was no need for her to wait for him to go out before they could run into each other. She could just call him directly to come out. Lu Chen thought for a moment and said, I might not go to school to level up today. Oh. Hearing Lu Chen's words, there was a moment of silence on the other end of the line, and only then did Li Shuyao respond, okay, I understand. You do your best and I won't disturb you. After saying that, Li Shuyao hung up the phone. Li Shuyao had already realized Lu Chen's uniqueness when he revealed his other profession as a creator. Being able to level up with her for 2 consecutive days was already quite good. She estimated that he was probably leveling up with others now, and his level would increase faster than if he were in a team with her. Although Li Shuyao felt a bit disappointed, she wouldn't say anything. She just hoped she could catch up to Lu Chen's pace soon and be able to help him in the future. Sigh. Lu Chen listened to the busy tone on the phone and sighed softly, his expression somewhat complicated. He then put away his phone. He began to create some potions to replenish mental and physical strength for the members of the examination team so they wouldn't have to stop and could continue leveling him up uninterrupted. Swish! More than 2 hours later, a flash of light appeared on Lu Chen's body. He had leveled up to level 23. However, with this level up, the experience points he could gain from this bone burial ground were becoming less and less. From the initial 200 plus experience points, it had now dwindled to barely 100. Plus, after leveling up once, the experience required for the next level was almost doubled. He estimated he would have to wait until nightfall to have a chance to level up to 24. As for level 25, it would probably have to wait until tomorrow morning. Lu Chen, how many experience points can you get now? Seeing Lu Chen level up, the elegant man asked while killing monsters. Lu Chen replied, about 100 points or so. That's too little, let's change maps. The elegant man frowned upon seeing this, and decided to switch to a higher level map to help Lu Chen level up. There's a frigid hell nearby where there are frost zombies around level 40. Let's go there, Wei Chen suggested. Okay. They then began to kill while retreating, leaving the bone burial ground. They all transferred to frigid hell, while Lu Chen was quickly leveling up with the national team. In the capital city, in an open area in the wild, suddenly, a rotating and distorted light curtain appeared. Immediately after, 4 people appeared, looking somewhat disheveled. What a pity, we were so close to passing through that mysterious hidden map. Just a little more, that boss's mechanism is too disgusting. One person has to act as a puppet for it to appear, and then we can attack it. But that means the person acting as a puppet is almost certain to die. Damn it, if only I could learn that resurrection skill, I would just go and be the puppet. Sigh, resurrection skills are too rare. If only we could have a resurrection armor. The four sighed in disgust, and when the last person mentioned resurrection armor, his expression suddenly changed slightly.
He remembered the new class changer from Jiangcheng, the creator Lu Chen. He had
posed a question the day before yesterday, which happened to be about resurrection armor.
He wondered if the other party had managed to create it?
If they had, perhaps they wouldn't have to sacrifice a teammate to clear this hidden dungeon. The head of the Education Bureau, in a fit of excitement, almost wanted to inform his three teammates about this matter. But soon, he remembered that he had also signed the oath of the injury contract. Until others had signed this
contract, he couldn't casually discuss this with anyone.
So, he immediately fell silent.
What's wrong with you? Old Wu, do you have something on your mind?
The other three strong individuals, seeing the unusual expression on the head of the Education Bureau, seemed to sense something and immediately asked, "No, it seems I have some matters that I haven't dealt with yet. I need to head back first."
Wu Qiming quickly changed his words. He wasn't planning to let them sign
the oath of the injury contract and then reveal to them that perhaps someone could create resurrection armor. He intended to first check on Lu Chen's situation.
If Lu Chen couldn't create the resurrection armor, then there was no need to tell them. If Lu Chen could create it, then he could mention it later. I'll take my leave now. Whoosh! With a flash, Wu Qiming immediately disappeared from their sight. What the hell? Is he that busy?
Seeing Wu Qiming leave in a hurry, a burly man in military uniform frowned slightly. He was the head of the military department. If anyone was busy, it was certainly not Wu Qiming who could compare to him. He could say that every day he had to deal with the progress of various high-level dungeon assaults and research the acquisition of tickets for some hidden dungeons. Yet he wasn't in a rush to leave, while Wu Qiming was hurrying off. It felt a bit off.
Forget about old Wu, let's continue discussing how to tackle this dungeon.
Exactly, not to mention what the boss might drop after dying. Just the golden treasure chest protected by the boss is quite extraordinary. Perhaps we can gain something that could change the tide of battle. But this is very difficult. Our four-man team barely made it to the boss's position. Without a resurrection skill, the only way to clear this dungeon would be to bring a death warrior.
But if that's the case, our main force would only be 3 people left, and we might not even have a chance to reach the boss.
Sigh, if it really doesn't work, let's seal off this hidden dungeon for now. Once our levels increase, maybe we can come back to tackle this dungeon later. During this discussion among the three, Wu Qiming had already hurried back to the headquarters in the capital. Soon after, he learned from his secretary that the inspection team had called him yesterday. They probably had some details. However, since he wasn't there, they didn't directly inform the secretary about it. Beep beep beep. Seeing this, Wu Qiming quickly returned to his office and called the elegant man to inquire about the situation.
After nearly 10 seconds, the call finally connected. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Bang bang. Boom.
As soon as the call connected, Wu Qiming was about to ask the other party about the situation when he heard a commotion on the other end. Why is it so noisy over
there? Wu Qiming frowned and asked, thinking that they must have encountered some monsters attacking while on their way back.
Sorry, Director Wu. Soon, the elegant man's voice came through the phone. At the same time, the noise seemed to have quieted down. It seemed the other party had moved to a quieter place to take the call.
I was just helping Lu Chen practice leveling up, so it got a bit noisy,
the elegant man explained.
Helping him level up? Did he create the resurrection armor? Wu Qiming's eyes lit up and he quickly asked excitedly.
No, the elegant man replied.
No? Upon hearing this, Wu Qiming frowned. If not, why are you helping him level up? Are you free?
Not, he has already created the resurrection armor key, and he is only one level away from creating the resurrection armor, so we are helping him level up quickly. The elegant man quickly explained.
The resurrection armor key has really been created? He can even create the resurrection armor?
Upon hearing this, Wu Qiming couldn't help but raise his voice, his face filled with excitement.
This is truly a timely blessing.
They had to exit the dungeon due to the special mechanism of the mysterious hidden dungeon and were considering either contacting that foreign support with resurrection skills to help attack the dungeon or bringing a death warrior to make a sacrifice, giving them a chance to defeat the dungeon boss.
But neither option was ideal. That godly support with resurrection skills was not someone they could easily summon, and asking a death warrior to sacrifice themselves would likely mean the remaining 3 wouldn't be able to approach the boss. That's why he thought of the resurrection armor he envisioned the day before, and unexpectedly, Lu Chen's ability as a creator could indeed produce the resurrection armor.
This way, many hidden dungeons in Long Country, which they had to seal away
due to the special mechanism, might be cleared with the help of Lu Chen's resurrection armor.
This is truly a blessing for Long Country.
Is there anything else needed to create the resurrection armor? If Lu Chen has other requirements, you must do your best to meet them. After realizing Lu Chen's importance, Wu Qiming quickly spoke with a serious tone. Yes, we know this.
By the way, Director Wu, Lu Chen's abilities are not limited to just these.
The elegant man
said, recalling something, and hurriedly informed him about Lu Chen's ability to reforge equipment and modify skill books. At the same time, he also mentioned that the skill book from the golden treasure chest was taken by Lu Chen after he opened it. What? He can modify or fuse skill books? What a freakish profession. If he took the skill book, then he took it. No problem, you all wait, I will rush to Jiang City immediately. As Wu Qiming listened to the elegant man's report, he became more and more excited. He quickly hung up the phone, gave a few instructions to his subordinates, and told them to contact him if anything came up. He then swiftly left the capital, heading towards Jiang City. He hoped he could make it in time to witness the birth of the world's first resurrection armor. Wow! That night, at 3 in the morning, accompanied by a flash of golden light, Lu Chen's level finally rose from 24 to 25. He could barely start creating the resurrection armor now. Lu Chen checked his success rate for creating the resurrection armor. It reached 85%. Then, Lu Chen switched to the Curse Masterclass, cast a success buff on himself, and checked the success rate again. 93%. The success rate increased by 8%. Sigh, if only my Curse Master had skills to increase the success rate. Lu Chen sighed slightly. He felt that both of his professions severely lacked the various skills he needed. Finally, level 25. Lu Chen, are you going back to the city to create the resurrection armor? The elegant man asked when he saw Lu Chen finally level up. No need, it's not like I'm forging weapons, I can do it here. Lu Chen replied casually. Alright. The elegant man nodded, thinking that since there was no need to return to the city, there was no need to inform Director Wu to go back to Jiang City. Whoosh! Lu Chen didn't think much of it and began to create with the pile of godly materials in front of him. Wow! A burst of golden light shone brightly. Then, the pile of materials disappeared without a trace. In its place was a shining golden armor. The resurrection armor. The creation was successful. Revival armor. They really created the revival armor. Although it said that the difficulty of manufacturing the revival armor should be lower than that of the golden key, and the golden key was made first, I still feel so excited seeing the revival armor being created. The members of the capital inspection team, seeing the shimmering golden armor before them, were all filled with excitement and whispered to each other. In their view, the difficulty of creating the revival armor should indeed be lower than that of the golden key. After all, the revival armor is equipment, and the blacksmith still had a chance to explore its forging, but the golden key is a special item that can only be obtained by luck from dungeons unless one has a special profession like Lu Chen. However, they were clearly much more excited about the emergence of the revival armor, far exceeding their reaction to Lu Chen creating the golden key yesterday. This might be because the golden key only opens golden treasure chests, which has little to do with them, but the revival armor can bring someone back to life, giving them an extra life, which is closely related to them. After creating the revival armor, Lu Chen let out a long breath, feeling a bit tired. Although he hadn't been actively hunting monsters these past few days, researching the creation of the revival armor was quite exhausting. Especially just now, he had consumed a large amount of mental energy, using his level 25 to make a pile of divine materials merge into a level 40 legendary equipment, the revival armor, which took a significant toll on him. Fortunately, his luck wasn't too bad. The 93% creation chance didn't result in failure. He succeeded on the first try. Equipment: revival armor level 40 quality, legendary attributes, physical defense +1, magic defense +1 passive. Upon the wearer's death, the revival armor will self-destruct, using its inherent mysterious power to resurrect the wearer 10 seconds later. Evaluation: life and death, the cycle never ends. It truly is a piece of revival armor. It's just that the attributes are too poor. Almost non-existent. There is only one passive for resurrection. But the revival armor, after all, is valued not for other attributes, but for the magical function of revival that people yearn for. It's just that the armor is too big, feels a bit inconvenient. Maybe I'll try to transform it into a revival coin another day, Lu Chen thought to himself. Whoosh! Just as everyone was excited that Lu Chen had finally created the revival armor, suddenly, a gust of wind surged. Then, everyone saw a figure flash by, rushing towards the revival armor at high speed. Who is it? Seeing the inexplicably appearing figure, the elegant man and others tensed up, immediately preparing to intercept the intruder and protect Lu Chen. The revival armor was important, but it was far less important than Lu Chen. The revival armor could be recreated, but if Lu Chen were to be robbed or killed, it would be a significant blow to their dragon country. It's me! Just as everyone was on high alert, the fast-moving figure suddenly called out in a familiar male voice. Director Wu! It's Director Wu, you scared me! Hearing that familiar male voice, the elegant man and others immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Soon, the figure that had rushed over revealed his true appearance. He was a relatively ordinary-looking middle-aged man, but very spirited, with a buzz cut and bright eyes. If one made eye contact with him, they would unknowingly be drawn in. The newcomer was Wu Qiming, who had hurried from the capital to Jiangchang after learning about the revival armor.
It's fine. I also came in a hurry. Your reaction was great.
Wu Qiming didn't mind their earlier readiness to act against him. Instead, he felt quite pleased. After all, Lu Chen's profession as a creator is unique and cannot afford any mistakes. Then, Wu Qiming suppressed his excitement to first see the resurrection armor and looked at Lu Chen smilingly,
asking, "So this is Lu Chen, right? Truly a talented individual." Lu Chen nodded and said, "Yes, that's me." He thought to himself, given the attitude of the elegant man and their way of addressing him, this guy should be the head of the education bureau, right? He had only created a piece of resurrection armor, yet he personally came to see it. "Is this the resurrection armor you just made? Can I take a look?" After saying a few words to Lu Chen, Wu Qiming couldn't help but want to see the resurrection armor. However, even so, his attitude towards Lu Chen was quite friendly and polite. "Yes, of course." Lu Chen nodded. He then handed the golden armor to Wu Qiming.
Wu Qiming reached out to take it, carefully examining the introduction of the resurrection armor. His eyes lit up, and his previously serious face broke into a brilliant smile. Good, this is indeed resurrection armor, fantastic. Although the attributes are a bit lacking, as long as it has the resurrection effect, that's nothing.
Ha ha ha. Wu Qiming was extremely excited.
With this resurrection armor, they could continue to attack that mysterious hidden dungeon. The level of that dungeon was quite high, and defeating the boss would definitely yield many good items.
Lu Chen's resurrection
armor was truly a timely blessing.
Truly impressive for someone so young. Wu Qiming patted Lu Chen's shoulder, his face full of emotion and delight. "Director Wu." At this moment, the elegant man took out a USB
drive and handed it to Wu Qiming, saying, "This is the entire process we recorded of Lu Chen creating the golden key, modifying skill books, and other creator abilities. Please have a look."
"No need." Wu Qiming waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It's unnecessary.
With this resurrection armor, it already proves Lu Chen's abilities. Now, Lu Chen has passed the application for advanced training.
Once we return to Beijing, I will immediately allocate all the resources he needs, and find another group of people to help him level up."
As he spoke, Wu Qiming suddenly thought of something and then looked at Lu Chen, smiling. "By the way,
Lu Chen, is there anything special you need?
We will prioritize providing it for you." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen thought to himself that it had finally come.
He had no hesitation or politeness and immediately
said, "I want various curse-type skill books, preferably those that can increase success rates after cursing, as well as skill books that can purify oneself using curse abilities, and skill books that allow others to bear the cost of the curse. Also, I want the top-level skill books for life professions for reference, and I need various golden treasure chests, silver treasure chests, and even higher-level chests."
Lu Chen felt that he didn't need any powerful equipment for himself right now.
It was of no use, as his level increased, it would soon be outdated. What he needed most at the moment were the skill books for the two professions
he had transitioned into.
First was the skill book for the curse master. He needed to purify his own curses or transfer the cost of the curse to someone else to bear. Only then would his life be safer.
Secondly, there was
the issue of buffs from the curse master, which increased the success rate of casting spells. This special buff could enhance the success rate of casting spells, something that regular healers and support classes lacked. However, it would greatly assist him in his other profession, the creator. Currently, the increase in success rate he had was just the basic healing amount, roughly increasing it by 7% to 8%, or if he was lucky, up to 10%. If he had a skill book specifically aimed at increasing the success rate, perhaps when he cast a buff on himself, his success rate in creation would increase by an additional 20%.
That would be quite terrifying.
He would only need to stack the success rate of creation to about 80% or 75%, and then add a 20% success rate buff on himself, making it almost a guaranteed success in creation. This would allow him to create stronger equipment and
items at a lower level.
Besides the skill books from the curse master that he particularly wanted to address his professional shortcomings, Lu Chen also wanted to acquire more skills for the creator. Powerful skills like insight that could directly enhance his creator abilities several times over. However, for a profession like the creator, he couldn't guarantee that he could fuse it purely by merging life skills. Therefore, he needed more
golden treasure chests that would randomly produce items based on the profession of the opener.
Only then would he have the chance to obtain more skill books for the creator.
Alright, no problem. Upon hearing Lu Chen's request, Wu Qiming agreed without a second thought. If it were an SSS level transmuter making such requests, he would probably agree to collect all curse-related and life-related skill books for them. But to give all the treasure chests to them, he would likely refuse. These were strategic level items, how could he casually give them to a newly transitioned SSS level professional? Even for him or top-tier experts like military leaders, after obtaining a treasure chest key from a dungeon, they might not even have the chance to open a chest themselves. So how could a newly transitioned SSS level professional have the audacity to make such a request? But Lu Chen was different. In his heart, Lu Chen's creator level was likely beyond divine, almost a unique super divine professional. The strength of the entire nation was worth it to elevate Lu Chen's abilities. Can I take this resurrection armor with me? By the way, if possible, could you create a few more pieces of resurrection armor? After Wu Qiming agreed to Lu Chen, he wanted to take the resurrection armor to clear that hidden dungeon, but then he thought of something and asked Lu Chen if he could create new resurrection armor. If the materials are sufficient, it can be done. Lu Chen nodded. Since the other party was willing to give him various treasure chests to cultivate his creation abilities, it was no trouble for Wu Qiming to ask for a few more pieces of resurrection armor, and Lu Chen naturally agreed. Alright, then I'll take this piece of resurrection armor back to the capital first. Just let me know what materials are needed to create resurrection armor, and I'll have them sent to Jiangcheng as quickly as possible, Wu Qiming said with a smile. Then, he hurriedly set off for the capital with the resurrection armor, not stopping for a moment. The emergence of the resurrection armor indeed held epoch-making significance. It meant that in the future, when they explored particularly dangerous high-level dungeons, they could clear them without any sacrifices. For some dungeons that originally had special mechanisms and could not be cleared, they could also devise new tactics using the resurrection armor to succeed. Originally, such a method could only be used by that foreign healer who had learned resurrection skills. However, that healer's resurrection skill had a particularly long cooldown, so they might not even be able to explore a hidden dungeon in a year. Not to mention borrowing the means to tackle hidden dungeons in other countries. But as long as their dragon country could continuously have Lu Chen produce resurrection armor, they could not only explore their own hidden dungeons but also conquer hidden dungeons in other countries. Half a day later, Wu Qiming returned to the capital once again. As soon as he arrived, he immediately contacted the military leader and the other two teammates who had previously explored the hidden dungeon with him, asking them to come to his office. More than half an hour later, the three of them finally arrived at Wu Qiming's office one after another. Everyone was quite busy. How could they rush over immediately just because Wu Qiming made a phone call? Being able to finish their tasks and arrive within half an hour was already quite good. Alright, everyone is finally here. Old Wu, stop keeping us in suspense. What's the matter? Why did you suddenly call us over? Seeing that everyone had arrived, the usually impatient military leader couldn't help but urge. He still had a lot of things to handle. Wu Qiming smiled and said, "No rush, you all sign this oath of non-disclosure first." Although he was eager to show off the resurrection armor in his hands, both Lu Chen and the resurrection armor were of great importance. Even though he knew these three wouldn't leak or betray him, he still needed them to sign the contract first. So serious. Just sign it. Seeing that Wu Qiming seemed to be in a good mood but also a bit serious, the military leader and the others murmured, but they still signed the oath of non-disclosure. Mainly because the terms of the oath were not terrifying, it only prevented them from spreading what they saw and heard today, with no other restrictions. Otherwise, they wouldn't have easily signed such a contract. Swish, thud. As soon as the three finished signing the contract, the military leader was about to urge Wu Qiming to hurry up and speak. However, Wu Qiming didn't need their urging and immediately placed the resurrection armor that Lu Chen had just made on the table for them to examine. Armor? What kind of equipment is this? It looks pretty cool, but the level and quality seem not particularly high. After the military leader and the others roughly observed the appearance and aura of the resurrection armor, they confirmed that its level and quality were not high, definitely not exceeding level 50 and legendary quality. But then, when the military leader reached out to touch the armor and learned its name and effects, he suddenly stood up from his seat, his face filled with shock. What's wrong? Old Lu, why are you so excited? Is there a problem with this equipment? Seeing the military leader reach out to touch the resurrection armor, he was so excited that he stood up, his face filled with shock and fear. The other two nearby curiously inquired. One was the president of the Mage Association of the Dragon Kingdom. The other was the president of a support profession association. Naturally, they themselves were also top-tier SSS level mages and SSS level healers. Plus, the military leader was an SSS level top warrior, and although Wu Qiming was also a warrior, he leaned more towards control abilities. So, after discovering that hidden dungeon, the four of them teamed up to tackle it together. This was indeed the best team composition. Resurrection armor. Where did you get the resurrection armor? The military leader Lu Zhanyuan ignored the inquiries of the two and looked at Wu Qiming with a serious and excited expression, eagerly asking, "What? Resurrection armor? Is it for real?" Hearing Lu Zhanyuan's words, the divine healer Li Genshua and the divine mage Zhang Huihon couldn't help but get excited. Not long ago, they were discussing how great it would be if they had resurrection skills or resurrection items like resurrection armor. They estimated they would have a chance to clear that mysterious hidden dungeon. Unexpectedly, Wu Qiming hurriedly left afterward and went missing. When he returned and contacted them to gather, he actually brought out the resurrection armor. Let me see. Give it to me, give it to me. Li Genshua and Zhang Huihong excitedly rushed to grab the resurrection armor. Lu Zhanyuan was somewhat unwilling to let them take it, but even though he wanted to stop them, he still allowed them to touch the armor. Thus, they learned the specific information about this armor. It really is resurrection armor. Where did this resurrection armor come from? Why are the attributes so extreme? After seeing the attributes of the resurrection armor, Li Genshua and Zhang Huihong's expressions changed. One was excited, while the other frowned, feeling something was off. Do you want to know? Seeing the three of them so excited, Wu Qiming's lips curled slightly, revealing a sly smile. If you want to know the origin of this resurrection armor, then sign this contract again, and each of you give me a golden treasure chest, and I'll tell you how this resurrection armor came to be. Wu Qiming snapped his fingers and took out 3 copies of the Oath Destruction contract, smiling as he spoke. The contract he had just made them sign was merely the roughest kind, with little binding force. Otherwise, they wouldn't have signed it so easily. And now this contract was relatively important, with much greater constraints. Even with their levels and status, once they violated the oath, it would be very troublesome. This was the reason Wu Qiming took out the resurrection armor first but didn't mention the situation of Lu Chen, the creator. What is this? Your contract is a bit too defensive, isn't it? Even if it's resurrection armor, it shouldn't be like this, right? You want each of us to give a golden treasure chest? Old Wu, are you trying to extort us? After reading the new contract Wu Qiming presented, Lu Zhanyuan and the others couldn't help but frown, looking at him with suspicion. Because the ability to resurrect was not the first to appear in this world. There were healers abroad who had obtained a resurrection skill, and the news had circulated. So even if resurrection armor appeared in the Dragon Kingdom, it was just a one-time item and shouldn't be so harsh. Not to mention, Wu Qiming was absurd enough to require them to give a golden treasure chest just to learn the story behind the resurrection armor. Why not go rob it? Facing their questioning gazes, Wu Qiming smiled slightly and said, "Don't worry. This news will definitely satisfy you and make you feel it's worth it." Lu Zhanyuan and the others looked at Wu Qiming with a mix of belief and doubt. Upon hearing his words, in the end, they thought of their years of friendship and felt that Wu Qiming wouldn't dare to trick them. Thus, driven by a strong curiosity about the resurrection armor and realizing that having extra treasure chest keys was of no use, they chose to sign the more complex and detailed damage contract. Each of them then took out a golden treasure chest from their spatial rings and handed it to Wu Qiming. Seeing this, Wu Qiming revealed a satisfied smile, and with a wave of his hand, he collected the 3 golden treasure chests. After putting away the chests, Wu Qiming looked at them and said meaningfully, "This resurrection armor was not dropped from any dungeon, nor was it opened from a treasure chest, but rather, it was created." Upon hearing Wu Qiming's words, Lu Zhanyuan and the others changed their expressions, both surprised and delighted. Created? Which master craftsman created it? This is incredible. It suddenly dawned on them why Wu Qiming insisted they sign a more restrictive damage contract. It turned out that the resurrection armor was not the exclusive equipment they thought. It was dropped from some special dungeon. Some special equipment could only drop from monsters in certain dungeons. Therefore, at first, they suspected that the resurrection armor might be a special item that could be obtained from a specific dungeon, which is why Wu Qiming was so cautious and wanted them to keep it a secret to such an extent to prevent the information from leaking. But they never expected that the resurrection armor was actually a man-made item. The shock of this news was far more astonishing than it being dropped from a dungeon. At the same time, the level of confidentiality was also a notch higher than that of a dungeon drop. After all, if the resurrection armor dropped from a dungeon, even if the enemy country learned of it, they would probably just try to get involved. But if it was man-made, they might send assassins to eliminate the other party, achieving the despicable goal of, "If I can't have it, neither can you." Realizing that this was a man-made resurrection armor, the god-level caretaker Li Zhenshu immediately became alert. Knowing that this resurrection armor would likely be hard to mass-produce and that the master craftsman might only be able to create a few pieces in a lifetime, he snatched the resurrection armor from Lu Zhenyuan's hands. He said to Wu Qiming, "Old Wu, sell me this resurrection armor. I'll offer 2 golden treasure chests, how about that?" "What the hell? Joshua, you're not playing fair. I got it first, I have 3 golden treasure chests." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhanyuan also reacted and wanted to compete for the resurrection armor. Zhang Huihong saw this and then joined the competition as well. Wu Qiming looked on, somewhat dumbfounded, thinking to himself, are they really that desperate? Soon, for the sake of the resurrection armor, Li Ginshu's bid reached the exorbitant price of 5 golden treasure chests and 7 silver treasure chests. Seeing this, Zhang Huihong and Lu Zhanyuan opened their mouths and then felt that competing for a one-time use resurrection armor seemed not worth it, so they gave up on the competition. Ha ha.
Seeing that Zhang Huihong and Lu Zhanyuan were no longer competing with him for the resurrection armor, Li Genshua couldn't help but show a proud smile. He chuckled a few times, then took out the 5 golden treasure
chests and 7 silver treasure chests, saying to Wu Qiming, "Old Wu, how about it? My offer is pretty good, right? Just sell me that resurrection armor." "No."
Upon hearing this, Wu Qiming finally came back to his senses. He looked at Li Genshua, who was determined to get it, and frowned slightly, about to say that he didn't need to be so exaggerated. After all, there wasn't just one resurrection armor.
Seeing Wu Qiming frown and about to
speak, Li Genshua mistakenly thought he was still going to refuse him. So, he became a bit annoyed and directly brought out his trump card.
"Still not willing to sell? Then how about this? I'll stick to this offer, and I will
use this resurrection armor directly in that hidden dungeon I mentioned earlier.
I'll act as bait to control that boss, sacrificing myself to make the boss appear. How about that?"
Li Genshua's offer was quite harsh,
because this resurrection armor was very likely to be used in that hidden dungeon.
Of course, it could also be used in a higher level dungeon. After all, resurrection armor was too rare to be wasted casually.
And if the resurrection
armor were to be used, he was the most likely candidate to use it. After all, he was the healer. Even if he died after buffing his teammates, they could still continue to deal damage.
But all of this was just a possibility and did not guarantee that the resurrection armor would ultimately fall into his hands. Li Genshua had a secret that no one knew.
He had some special skills that could be activated after death. One was soul sacrifice, which could
unleash super potential after death, granting teammates an ultimate buff.
The other was soul judgment, which allowed him to resurrect after death, gaining the judgment hammer and the ability to deal damage. There was also a chance for him to undergo a second job change.
The job change would be to a god-level profession, the Judgment Paladin.
Both a healer and a damage dealer, quite overpowered. Therefore, Li Genshua had always wanted a resurrection skill, so he would have the opportunity for a second job change. And since he couldn't obtain a resurrection skill, he couldn't miss out on this resurrection armor. Li Genshua's heart was racing, hoping for good luck to awaken
him into the second job of Judgment Paladin in one go. "Alright, since you insist, then, deal."
Wu Qiming opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but in the end, he sighed and looked at Li Genshua with a strange
expression, nodding to indicate it was fine. Soon, they signed a contract.
The resurrection armor belonged to Li Genshua, but he would use it in that hidden dungeon. It was also stated that the 5 golden treasure chests and
7 silver treasure chests would be given to the creator of the resurrection armor. Pleasant transaction.
After signing the contract, both Wu Qiming and Li Genshua showed bright smiles, each satisfied, and then put away the
treasure chests/resurrection armor. By the way, what were you going to say just now?
After putting away the resurrection armor, Li Genshua suddenly thought of something and casually asked.
Upon hearing this, Wu Qiming's expression slightly froze, revealing a hint of guilt. Should I say it? What do you mean?
Li Genshua felt that Wu Qiming's attitude was a bit strange and frowned, asking.
Wu Qiming thought that anyway. After introducing Lu Chen's abilities later, he would know that the resurrection armor could be mass-produced, so there was no need to hide it.
Wu Qiming said, I was just going to say, you guys don't need to fight over it like this, because regarding the resurrection armor, if you wait until tomorrow or tonight, at least 3 more can be produced.
We can each have one.
Ha! Li Genshua was stunned upon hearing this.
What the hell does that mean? Can the resurrection armor be mass-produced? Each person, one piece?
Li Genshua recalled how he had almost clashed with Lu Zhanyuan and the others over this one piece of resurrection armor, paying a hefty price and promising to sacrifice himself in the upcoming hidden dungeon to use this resurrection armor, only to finally reach a deal with Wu Qiming.
And now you turn around and tell me the resurrection armor doesn't need to be bought? It's given directly? In an instant, Li Genshua felt like his mindset was about to explode. Is that master craftsman really that amazing? Can he keep forging resurrection armor? Lu Zhanyuan wasn't as troubled or irritable as Li Genshua.
Upon hearing Wu Qiming's words, his eyes lit up, and he quickly asked excitedly, if such an impressive master craftsman really existed, capable of mass-producing resurrection armor, it would be unimaginable for their military.
Yes,
but to be precise, he's not a master craftsman, he's a brand new profession, a creator.
Wu Qiming looked at Lu Zhanyuan, nodded, and said solemnly.
He had intended to tell them about the creator when they signed the enhanced destruction contract, but since they had almost clashed over the resurrection armor, he hadn't been able to say anything until now.
Creator? What does that mean? How is this resurrection armor made? Zhang Huihong, upon hearing this new profession of creator, immediately became very interested and asked eagerly. Just watch this video recording and you'll understand. Wu Qiming didn't elaborate further. He took out the video related to Lu Chen's creations recorded by the elegant man and played it. Subsequently, whether it was the eagerly anticipating Lu Zhanyuan and Zhang Huihong or the conflicted and frustrated Li Genshua, they all saw Lu Chen reconstruct a finished piece of equipment.
It directly multiplied the attributes and effects of the finished equipment several times.
My god, is this the ability of a creator? This is a god-level profession, right? No wonder. No wonder we had to sign such a contract, so that's how it is.
Just after watching the first segment of Lu Chen's creation video, they had already realized the terror of the creator. The abilities of this profession were
definitely beyond SSS level. It should be a god-level profession.
Then, when they saw Lu Chen modify and fuse skill books, producing entirely new, never-before-seen advanced skill books, they were once again stunned. Wow, so it turns out creation isn't just about making equipment, even skill books can be created.
This profession is too amazing. So that's how the resurrection armor is made.
There's no need for a forging process at all, as long as the materials are sufficient, it can be done directly.
No wonder they say resurrection armor can be mass-produced.
Lu Zhanyuan and Zhang Huihong understood how Lu Chen created items in resurrection armor after seeing Lu Chen create skill books.
They were extremely excited.
They felt that having such a god-level profession appear in Long Country was truly a blessing for them.
Then, they glanced at the dazed Li Genshua, smirking. At this moment, Lu Zhanyuan and Zhang Huihong couldn't help but feel relieved.
Fortunately, they had just thought that it wasn't worth the huge cost to fight over a one-time use resurrection armor, so they chose to
give up. Otherwise, they would be the ones suffering now.
Clearly, they could have gotten a resurrection armor for free soon, but now they were insisting on using so many treasure chests to trade for it.
TSK. Li Genshua snapped back to reality from his daze. He looked at Wu Qiming, opened his mouth, and said, "Old Wu, you really are a bastard to trick me like this."
Wu Qiming shrugged and said, "I didn't trick you, everything
was your own choice.
Whether it was to fight for the resurrection armor or to spend these treasure chests for a trade, it was all your initiative.
I never said, couldn't you have stopped me?"
Li Genshua said, his
heart bleeding. "You told me not to interfere with you and not to speak." Wu Qiming reminded him quietly. "Li Genshua, can I choose to backtrack?" Li Genshua asked.
"No."
Wu Qiming shook his head. "We've already signed the contract." Bastard. Li Genshua couldn't help but curse upon hearing this.
He was almost in tears. Although he felt that spending so much to buy a resurrection armor was indeed worth it, he still felt it was too much to pay for just a day of early access compared to them. Seeing this, Zhang Huihong comforted him. "Big Shua, don't think like that. Think positively, your actions today are a recognition of that. Creator, when he finds out you spent so many treasure chests to support him, he will definitely be very touched. He'll probably consider you a confidant, and next time he creates something good, you'll definitely
be the first one he thinks of." Li Genshua, feeling disheartened, said, "Is he going to continue making me spend high prices to buy his creations when he remembers me as a big fool?" Zhang Huihong's voice faltered. Lu Zhanyuan laughed and said, "He definitely won't do that.
Besides, even if he did, gaining the friendship of a god-level professional is worth it.
If I were you, I would definitely be willing." Upon
hearing this, Li Genshua's eyes lit up, and he quickly said, "Alright, then you give me 5 golden treasure chests and 7 silver treasure chests, and I'll give this opportunity to you."
"Let's forget about that." Lu Zhanyuan shook his head. "I don't want to ruin this creator's good impression of you." "Humph." Li Genshua snorted coldly, his face darkening. "I knew you all were just gloating. Fine, from now on, don't expect to get a free drink from me. Next time you want me to milk you, it'll be 1 billion for a sip. No discounts." Alright, stop messing around, let's get back to business," Wu Qiming said with a smile. He actually understood that Li Genshua was just putting on a pity act. In reality, those treasure chests he couldn't open weren't particularly important to him. Wu Qiming said seriously, "Big Shua, don't worry, this resurrection armor is yours, it definitely belongs to you. If Lu Chen creates more resurrection armors later and we each get one, you will definitely have one. Anyway, you won't be at a loss. We won't discuss this resurrection armor and the hidden dungeon for now. Let's talk about the training plan for this creator, Lu Chen." Hearing Wu Qiming's words, the few of them became serious, and even the previously tearful Li Genshua had a serious expression. What do you say? How should we train him?" they inquired. Wu Qiming said, "You should all be clear by now, his profession is definitely god level, and I even think it might be more than god level, it should be super god level. For his training plan, I am providing the highest specification resource package. As long as it's a resource that our dragon country has and he needs it, will all be prioritized for him. And now, I'm considering whether to have him come to our capital for training or to let him develop slowly and discreetly in Jiangcheng first. If he stays in Jiangcheng, his level might rise a bit slower, but it's safer and more stable. Coming to the capital may seem safer, but this city is also under close watch by various countries, and it's impossible to avoid making mistakes. The danger is actually greater than in Jiangcheng." Hearing the concerns in Wu Qiming's words, Lu Zhanyuan and the others frowned, realizing they needed to think this through. A profession like Lu Chen's makes his future unimaginable.
If his information were to be accidentally leaked, leading to an untimely demise, it would be an enormous loss that Dragon Country could not tolerate. Therefore, Lu Chen's safety is extremely important. I think he can come to the capital and directly join my military department. He would be absolutely safe there, and I can arrange his leveling plan properly. Lu Zhanyuan pondered for a moment and suggested, he's still young, going to your military department would be too hard and exhausting for him. At his age, he should enjoy life. I think he should come to my auxiliary profession guild, Li Ganshua quickly said. You, Zhang. Huihong glanced at him and mocked, with that attitude of yours, if he goes to your auxiliary profession guild, he would really suffer. I think what you just said makes sense. At his age, he should enjoy himself more, as it won't be this easy in the future, so he should come to my mage profession guild. Damn! Hearing Zhang Huihong's words, Li Ganshua retorted angrily, how could I dare to make things difficult for him? Are you joking? And what are you talking about? He's not a mage, he's clearly an auxiliary profession. Why would you send him to the mage guild? Zhang Huihong replied calmly, I just looked at his detailed information. His other profession is indeed a mage. Nonsense. His curse master is clearly also an auxiliary profession. Li Ganshua cursed. Zhang Huihong huffed, that's not important, what's important is that my mage profession guild has many beautiful and gentle girls. I believe Lu Chen would prefer to come to my mage profession guild. Oh, stop arguing. This shouldn't be decided by us, we should really consider Lu Chen's own opinion. Wu Qiming saw they were about to start arguing and quickly advised. Then you go contact him and see which department he would like to join. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhanyuan and the others all looked at Wu Qiming and said in unison, all right. Wu Qiming thought for a moment, then picked up his phone to contact Lu Chen and see what he thought, respecting his opinion. As Wu Qiming stood up to leave the room, Lu Zhanyuan and the others also tacitly walked out of the room, finding a quiet place, and then took out their phones to contact others. Hello, dear granddaughter, Grandpa has an important task here, and I may need your help. Lu Zhanyuan and Zhang Huihong, along with a few others, secretly made phone calls to each other. However, they did not disclose Lu Chen's special situation to outsiders. They only reminded the people they were looking for to come to their office later to sign the oath of the damage contract, and at that time, they would explain Lu Chen's situation to them so they could seize the opportunity. After that, Lu Zhanyuan and Zhang Huihong returned to the office one after another. They were all aware of each other's actions but pretended not to know. After waiting for a while, Wu Qiming called back. Lu Chen doesn't plan to come to the capital now, he intends to develop in Jiangqing first. Wu Qiming said softly. He had actually anticipated this. Since he doesn't plan to come to the capital for the time being, we should send a bodyguard to protect him. Hearing Wu Qiming's words, Lu Zhanyuan nodded slightly and suggested, how about this, I have a granddaughter. She's young and beautiful, with fair skin and long legs, and she's also an SS level professional at level 66. Why not let her be Lu Chen's bodyguard? That way, everyone can rest assured. No. Li Ganshua quickly said, I have a granddaughter too, she's just 20, the same age as Lu Chen, and although her level isn't particularly high, she's at level 40. Letting her protect Lu Chen would attract less attention. Zhang Huihong glanced at the two of them and said irritably, I think it would be better if I went to protect Lu Chen. Lu Zhanyuan? Li Ganshua. The two looked at Zhang Huihong in disbelief. Zhang Huihong was about the same age as them, all over 100 years old. Although due to her strength and good maintenance, her skin remained fair, tight, and smooth, and her figure was very voluptuous, her temperament still exuded a mature aura that was immediately recognizable. She was at least in her 40s. The charm and grace cultivated by years could not be mistaken for someone in their 20s just because she tried to appear younger. And what was Zhang Huihong trying to do now? Competing for Lu Chen, even if it meant putting herself in danger? What are you talking about? Lu Zhanyuan said irritably, not to mention whether you want to take responsibility for the Mage Guild, even if you don't care, with your status, going to get close to Lu Chen to protect him would only attract more attention, right? Zhang Huihong chuckled and said, I was just joking. Why so serious? Don't worry, I really don't have time to protect this kid Lu Chen, otherwise, I might actually go. But I do have a niece who would be quite suitable. Alright, stop arguing. Wu Qiming quickly intervened as he saw they were about to start arguing again. Once Lu Zhanyuan and the others calmed down, he was ready to make a decision. Wu Qiming cleared his throat, his gaze drifting, and said, I think I have a cousin who might be more suitable. Get lost, bastard. Lu Zhanyuan and the others had thought Wu Qiming would come up with a good idea, but he ended up thinking the same as them, and they immediately scolded him in annoyance. Just joking. Actually, arguing like this is pointless, it still depends on Lu Chen's own thoughts. Wu Qiming then smiled and said, why not let them interact with Lu Chen themselves and see who he prefers as his bodyguard? What do you think? Li Ganshua hesitated and said, what if it all goes to waste? Right, what will he do then? Lu Zhanyuan frowned.
Wu Qiming laughed and said, "That's a matter for the young people, we don't need to worry about it." Li Genshua and Lu Zhanyuan hesitated for a while. In the end, they nodded and said, "Alright, let's see. His choice then." The group held another meeting for over an hour. They had been discussing how to cultivate Lu Chen and arrange his subsequent upgrade plans. Finally, after the meeting, they hurriedly left Wu Qiming's office. After leaving Wu Qiming's office, Lu Zhanyuan quickly returned to the military department. In his office, he met a beautiful woman in military uniform full of vigor. It was his granddaughter, Lu Hualian. Lu Hualian was only 23 years old, an SS-level transmuter and a sword emperor. Her current level was 66. However, because she was a key focus of national training, she rarely appeared in public. Very few people knew her detailed information. "Grandpa, what do you want with me?" Lu Hualian asked softly, her eyes calm as water, as she opened her eyes from practicing the 5 Qi Chao Yuan Gong. Upon hearing the noise, "Sign this contract first." Lu Zhanyuan directly took out a damage oath contract for his granddaughter to sign. "What's this about?" Lu Hualian mumbled, then without much thought, signed her name on the damage contract. Because it was her grandfather, she knew he wouldn't harm her. There must be some significant matter or task he wanted to discuss, which was why he had her do this. After Lu Hualian signed the damage oath contract, Lu Zhanyuan immediately smiled and then explained Lu Chen's situation and his arrangements for her. "What? A god-level profession that can create resurrection armor? But why do I have to be his bodyguard? Isn't that inappropriate?" After hearing her grandfather's words, Lu Hualian was indeed shocked by Lu Chen's profession at first. But then, she became puzzled. Why did she have to be Lu Chen's bodyguard? In the vast dragon country, was there really no one more suitable than her? She felt it was impossible. Lu Zhanyuan said earnestly, "You are indeed the most suitable. Not only is your age comparable, but your strength is also strong, and you are not known to outsiders. Having you protect him is the best choice." "That's not." Lu Hualian looked at Lu Zhanyuan with suspicion. "Grandpa, why do I feel like you're trying to sell me out?" Cough, "How could that be?" Lu Zhanyuan coughed a few times and said seriously, "Would I do such a thing? Grandpa is really considering you. This opportunity is hard to come by. A group of people wants to compete, and I'm worried you won't be able to compete." Lu Hualian replied nonchalantly, "Then let them have it." She had always been proud and certainly didn't want to be someone's bodyguard. Even if Lu Chen's profession was strong, what did that have to do with her? Seeing this, Lu Zhanyuan directly used his trump card. "Don't you want one day to level up your profession from SS level to SSS level or even to God level?" Lu Hualian's eyes lit up as she gazed at Lu Zhanyuan, quickly asking, "Grandpa, what do you mean by that?" Lu Zhanyuan didn't explain much. He immediately played a segment of video he had just copied for Lu Hualian to watch. This video showed Lu Chen creating finished equipment as well as his process of modifying and merging skill books. Finished equipment. This can be modified? And skill books, this creator is too abnormal, right? Lu Hualian's pupils involuntarily shrank as she exclaimed upon seeing the video. Initially, she thought Lu Chen could only create resurrection armor and was unaware that he had so many means of creation. After watching this video, she realized that Lu Chen's creation ability was more terrifying than she had imagined. Lu Zhanyuan closed the video and looked meaningfully at Lu Hualian, saying, "This is just a part of his abilities. He's only a few levels in and can already modify equipment attributes and skill books. It's hard to say that when he reaches a higher level, he won't be able to modify people's professions. Of course, directly altering a person's profession seems unrelated to creation and feels impossible, but he should be able to create job change books and second job change books. In that case, he might be able to elevate your profession level from SS level to divine level." After hearing her grandfather's words, Lu Hualian's gaze suddenly flickered. She began to seriously consider Lu Chen's professional abilities. Very few people actually know about special items like job change books, but these things do exist. They can be considered items that can reverse fate. Once the requirements and tasks for a job change book are completed, a second job change can be performed. Once a second job change is done, the profession level can generally be raised by one level or even more than one level. There was once an A-level professional who happened to obtain a second job change book that matched his professional abilities. In the end, he spent several years completing various tasks and challenges, successfully undergoing a second job change. From an A-level berserker, he transformed into an SS-level profession, the Bloodbath Demon God. However, second job change books that perfectly match a first job professional are extremely rare. Therefore, Lu Hualian, as Lu Zhanyuan's granddaughter, felt regret for not inheriting an SSS-level profession and hoped to have the opportunity to use a second job change book to become an SSS-level profession, or even divine level. However, the difficulty was too great, and it could be said that hope was slim. Even if the country were to
Obtain such a second job change book, whether it could fall into her hands was also a question. Given Lu Chen's current abilities as a creator, based on his modification capabilities for finished equipment and skill books, he might really be able to achieve this.
I understand. Grandpa, I will go be his bodyguard.
After realizing all this, Lu Hualian finally understood her grandfather's intentions, and she said solemnly. Seeing this, Lu Zhanyuan smiled and shook his head, saying, "Your agreement is actually useless. It still depends on whether he is willing to take you. You only have a chance to compete." As he spoke, he also mentioned Zhang Huihong, Li Genshua, and Wu Qiming's recommendations for Lu Chen's bodyguard. After hearing this, Lu Hualian's expression became quite interesting. She felt that this matter sounded a bit ridiculous and absurd. Clearly, she had just been somewhat disdainful of it and didn't want to get involved, but in the end, after agreeing, she realized that what her grandfather had fought for was just a chance to be selected. Whether she could be chosen as Lu Chen's bodyguard still depended on Lu Chen's decision, not on her willingness.
I will work hard to seize this opportunity.
Lu Hualian bit her lip and nodded solemnly. Good, then prepare yourself and set off to Jiangcheng immediately.
Be sure to keep everything confidential. Lu Zhanyuan nodded and reminded her. I understand, Grandpa.
Lu Hualian nodded, then began to pack her things and left the military headquarters.
After Lu Zhanyuan persuaded his granddaughter to be Lu Chen's bodyguard.
On the other side, Wu Qiming and Li Zhenshu, along with a few others, also convinced their chosen candidates. All were young and beautiful, with striking figures and strong abilities. Some of them, from the very beginning, didn't care much about the request and agreed directly. Others, like Lu Hualian, weren't particularly eager to go, but after Wu Qiming and the others' persuasion, ultimately agreed as well. Then, they hurriedly set off to Jiangcheng to find Lu Chen, to be his bodyguard. The path has been laid out for you. I hope one of you can win his favor and one day change your fate. Wu Qiming murmured softly while standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window.
Jiangcheng. In a bungalow. Lu Chen was still unaware of the various happenings in the capital.
Yesterday, after successfully creating the resurrection armor and passing the highest level cultivation application, he didn't continue to level up crazily but chose to go home and rest. After all, one must balance work and rest. Moreover, he wasn't in a hurry to level up significantly. After a sleep, it was already past 7 in the morning. Lu Chen got up and prepared a special nutritious breakfast for himself. Not long after finishing his meal, he received a notification from Lin Zishi. A bunch of resources from the capital were on their way to him. Lu Chen replied that they could be sent directly in. Moments later, Lin Zishi handed several space rings to Lu Chen and then left. Looks like there's quite a lot. Lu Chen took the space rings and murmured, then focused his consciousness inside. He discovered that each space ring had a very large capacity. They were large space rings with a volume of at least over 500 square meters. Inside, they were filled with all kinds of good things. Lu Chen roughly checked and found 10,000 finished longevity pills, the formula for longevity pills, and enough pharmaceutical materials to produce at least 100,000 longevity pills, along with various raw materials for manufacturing equipment. There were also dozens of sets of equipment, all shining with orange light, legendary grade gear, from level 25 armor sets, along with jewelry sets, to level 25 legendary weapons, and legendary sets for levels 30, 35, and 40, all were included. This could allow him to level up to level 50 without lacking legendary equipment, and all were complete sets. This was the highest level of national cultivation. The output was a full set of legendary gear. There wasn't even any rare grade equipment. Lu Chen didn't examine these pieces of equipment for long. He then looked at another space ring. This space ring was filled entirely with various skill books. These were the types of skill books Lu Chen had requested from Wu Qiming yesterday. The sight dazzled Lu Chen. I didn't expect there to be so many of this type of skill book. After glancing at a few, Lu Chen didn't rush to fuse the skill books and then looked at the last space ring. Inside this space ring were all kinds of treasure chests. There were golden chests, silver chests, and even more precious platinum chests. Lu Chen roughly counted, and the number of these treasure chests exceeded 150. This was going to wear his hands out from opening them. Wow, there are just too many blind boxes. I really feel like my hands are going to get sore from opening them. Lu Chen looked at the pile of mysterious treasure chests, his eyes shining. This is the benefit of being backed by the country. If his decision back then had not been to join the country, but rather to slowly develop on his own, he would now be at most level 18. It would be impossible to level up to 25 so quickly. Moreover, although he could rely on his creation ability to sell some good items, he estimated that he could earn over 1 billion. But after that, he definitely wouldn't dare to continue selling various special items and equipment. Otherwise, it would be easy to get into trouble. Even if he managed to slowly earn tens of billions or even hundreds of billions by developing on his own, he still wouldn't be able to acquire so many mysterious treasure chests, because such items are basically either in the hands of the country or in the hands of those strong individuals. They are not short on money. If he wanted to spend 100 billion to buy a mysterious silver treasure chest, they might not even be willing to sell it. But with the backing of the country, Lu Chen didn't need to be so anxious about slowly developing. He directly showcased his talent, and a large number of ordinary people, even S-class job changers, continuously brought him precious resources that they wouldn't even dare to dream of, like weeds by the roadside. Then let's open the treasure chests first. No leveling up today. Lu Chen originally planned to see if he could level up with Li Shuyao in the school dungeon later, but seeing so many skill books and mysterious treasure chests, he decided to postpone leveling up and see if he could get the job skill book he needed first. Swish, swish. Moments later, Lu Chen used his creation ability to make a key for a silver treasure chest. Then with a click, he opened the silver treasure chest. Silver light flashed and then receded, revealing a necklace inside. Equipment: Blessed Necklace, level 30, quality, legendary. Attribute: Luck plus 33. Passive: increases casting and creation success rate by an additional 10%. Evaluation: with my blessing, soar high. What a good item! Lu Chen's eyes lit up when he saw the attributes and passive effects of the necklace. This is a solid piece of equipment that can increase his creation success rate. And with 33 points of luck, the success rate will likely be far more than 10%. Continue opening. Lu Chen put on the necklace and then continued to make treasure chest keys to open more chests. Click. Another silver treasure chest was opened. However, the items inside made Lu Chen a bit disappointed. Skill book: Curse Chant, Job, Mage, Type, Curse, Effect. Continuously curses a person by chanting, causing them to have bad luck. Casting and cooldown: casting time 0.1 seconds, cooldown time 0.1 seconds. Evaluation: words follow the law. At first glance, this skill book seems quite good, but upon closer thought, it becomes clear that it is not a very good skill, rather, it is somewhat useless. Because even without this skill, Lu Chen could curse others with his innate talent. Of course, this kind of curse consumes lifespan. Using this skill book would likely also consume lifespan, but it would be lower than relying solely on his innate talent. Actually, it's not bad, although it doesn't seem to have a direct killing effect. I'll keep it for now. Perhaps if I encounter other skill books, I can fuse them and really make it a killing curse. Lu Chen then set the skill book aside. He continued to make treasure chest keys and open more chests. In an instant, Lu Chen opened several more mysterious treasure chests in one go. The items varied in quality. Some were related to curse masters, while others were related to creation masters. There are skill books, props, equipment, and consumables. However, it might be because he was only opening silver treasure chests that even the best items couldn't compare to the golden treasure chest he opened the day before yesterday. As expected, the quality of the chest affects the quality of the items inside. Lu Chen sighed. Nevertheless, he still planned to finish opening all the silver treasure chests before moving on to the golden ones, saving the best platinum treasure chest for last. Good things should always be saved for the end. After spending more than half an hour, Lu Chen finally opened all 80 silver treasure chests. Among them, skill books and equipment made up the majority. There were about 30 skill books and over 20, nearly 30 pieces of equipment. Then there were special items, which accounted for the last 20 or so items. Among these, Lu Chen obtained quite a few pieces of equipment similar to the early blessing necklace, which could increase success rates and luck. There were also some pieces of equipment that, while not blessing necklaces, could reduce the backlash damage caused by cursed commands. Overall, it was still quite good. Let's open the golden treasure chest. Lu Chen put away the pile of items and began crafting the keys for the golden treasure chests. He no longer rushed to open a chest immediately after crafting a key like he did at the beginning. Instead, he kept crafting keys. After making dozens, he finally stopped. He wanted to open several chests at once for maximum enjoyment, equivalent to 10 consecutive draws. Wow! Wow! A dazzling golden light continuously shone in the room, illuminating Lu Chen in a brilliant glow. Then, Lu Chen began to eagerly check the items from this 10 consecutive draw. Great! Really nice! As Lu Chen checked, he found that the items from the golden treasure chests indeed had a lower limit. That was roughly comparable to the upper limit of the silver treasure chests. The items that were not so bad completely surpassed the upper limit of the silver treasure chests. For example, a secondary job transfer book for a life profession. As long as he completed the task, he could change from an ordinary apothecary to an S-level alchemist. This alchemist was not just a life profession, he could brew potions and release poisonous gas to kill invisibly. Similar to his curse master, he could assist and also be a mage. The second item that satisfied Lu Chen was a skill book for a creator. Skill book: dripping water penetrates stone profession, creator type, none effect, after 3
Consecutive failures in creation. The next creation will definitely succeed. Casting and cooldown. Casting time 3 seconds. Cooldown time 24 hours. Evaluation. Failure is the mother of success. Perseverance will yield results. This skill is very powerful. It ensures that items that would originally fail in creation will definitely succeed on the next attempt after 3 failures. In other words, Luchin was only level 25 now, and he originally wanted to create a level 100 epic equipment which would almost certainly fail. Even though he had the insight skill to see the success rate of creation and could slowly stack it up, when it came to items with such a large gap, there was no way to succeed no matter how he stacked it. But with this skill, it didn't matter if he was only level 25, even if he were level 1. After 3 failures in creation, he could create a level 100 epic divine equipment on the 4th attempt. Truly a divine skill of the creator. It's practically a causal skill. I wonder if it's like the introduction says, that it will definitely succeed no matter what. Or is it that it was originally an item that could succeed in creation, but due to insufficient level, I can forcibly ignore the level to succeed in creation? Lu Chen's eyes lit up as he looked at the skill book. Dripping water penetrates stone, murmuring to himself. At first, he was incredibly excited when he saw the introduction of this skill book, hardly able to imagine that he could actually unlock such a creator skill book. But then he calmed down. He felt that the introduction of this skill book was indeed too outrageous. Perhaps the introduction wasn't clear enough. It still had limitations. For example, when he tried to create gold from a stone at level 1, he failed several times, but after casting a spell on himself to increase the success rate, he was able to succeed. And when he reached level 5 or 10, even without casting a spell to increase the success rate, he could easily turn the stone into gold. Because his initial failures in creation were simply due to not having a high enough level. However, if he wanted to create a stone into the stone used to mend the sky, the one from which Sun Wukong was born, even if he reached level 100, he probably still couldn't forcibly turn an ordinary stone into a. Even if such a could exist in the world, it would likely require various special divine materials. This failure would be due to the limitations of materials, not levels. So, if this skill book Dripping Water Penetrates Stone only allows for a guaranteed success after 3 failures, crossing level limitations but not the limitations of materials and daydreams, then while this skill book is indeed powerful, it's not that outrageous. Let's give it a try. After all, the cooldown time is just 1 day. Lu Chen felt there was no need to overthink it, he just needed to experiment. So, he thought for a moment and decided it wasn't necessary to be so extreme as to turn a stone into a. But he could create a god-slaying sword that could be manufactured. Soon, Lu Chen learned this skill book. Then he constructed a god-slaying sword. Equipment: god-slaying. Sword level: level 100. Quality: mythical attributes, attack power plus 10,086, critical damage plus 500%, ignore defense plus 500%, extra damage plus 300%. Passive: when attacking, there is a 50% chance to reduce the target's health by 100%. Construction materials: Phoenix Blood Red Gold, Dao Tribulation Gold, Dragon Pattern Black Gold, Divine Mark Purple Gold, Feather Transformation Blue Gold. Creation success rate 0%. Suggestion: increase level to 100. Replace Phoenix Blood Red Gold with. Relying on his insight skill, Lu Chen constructed a top-tier divine equipment even more terrifying than the god-slaying sword. Level 100, with a quality never before seen in Blue Star. The materials required were also something Lu Chen randomly constructed, and it was likely that Blue Star didn't have such materials. Therefore, Lu Chen was certain that its creation success rate was 0%. Even if he was now level 100, the success rate would still be 0%. The main reason was that the attributes of this sword were simply abnormal. Let's start trying. Then, Lu Chen didn't take out the Phoenix Blood Red Gold and other divine materials because they were originally materials he randomly constructed, and he certainly wouldn't have such divine materials on hand. He only took out a pile of casting materials that could be used to create a level 30 rare weapon. Then he began the creation process, creating the god-slaying sword. Ding! Creation failed. The first attempt at creation. A definite failure. Ding! Creation failed. Ding! Creation failed. In the blink of an eye, Lu Chen had attempted to forge a mythic level weapon 3 times with this pile of rare materials, all in vain. He then glanced at the skill description of Dripping Water Penetrates Stone. Failures 3/3. He had already accumulated 3 creation failures. Next time, he might succeed directly. It was also possible that his construction was too absurd, and even with the miraculous skill of Dripping Water Penetrates Stone, he would still fail. Creation. Lu Chen took a deep breath and proceeded with his 4th attempt at creation. Whoosh! As Lu Chen began to work with the pile of materials, the rare level materials before him suddenly burst forth with urging golden light. Immediately, these materials quickly fused together, evolving into a long sword. Is it really going to succeed? Seeing this, Lu Chen was overwhelmed with excitement. He felt his heart nearly stop from the thrill. Whoosh! Soon, the light dissipated. What appeared before Lu Chen was a beautifully shining golden sword. However, the next moment, when Lu Chen reached out to touch the sword, his face went blank. Equipment: God-slaying sword level 10 quality, rare attributes. Attack power plus 30, critical hit rate plus 5%, ignore defense plus 1%. Passive: when attacking, there is a 1% chance to drain 10 points of life from the enemy. Evaluation: a mad creation of a failure. Lu Chen? Damn! Lu Chen was furious and smashed the God-slaying sword to the ground. It was bad enough to fail at creation, but to be mocked by this sword was too much. As expected, this skill book dripping water penetrates stone is not as simple as I thought. It really can create level 100 mythic equipment from rare materials. Still a failure. But it's not entirely a failure. Lu Chen's expression fluctuated, then he comforted himself, at least the name didn't change. It really is called God-slaying sword, so it is indeed a successful creation. The attributes are also similar to the God-slaying sword I constructed, just weakened by tens of thousands of times. Forget it, no more delusions. This skill combined with insight is still quite strong, but not overpowered. Let's continue opening treasure chests. After murmuring a few words, Lu Chen quickly adjusted his mindset. He then continued to open the golden treasure chests. After several 10 consecutive draws, Lu Chen obtained quite a few good items from these golden chests. Some were skill books for creators, and others were skill books for curse masters. Among them, Lu Chen most wanted the kind that transferred the cost of the curse to monsters or enemies. He successfully obtained one from the golden chests. As for the skill to purify oneself with a curse, he had yet to find it. The golden treasure chests were all opened. Only the last 9 platinum treasure chests remained. Only the platinum treasure chests left. I hope they can give me a surprise. Lu Chen looked at the 9 platinum treasure chests before him and said softly. He then began to create the keys for the platinum treasure chests. With the skill of insight, Lu Chen didn't need to fumble around for creation materials repeatedly. He created the platinum key in one go. Then, Lu Chen started to open the platinum treasure chests. Whoosh! A dazzling platinum light shone brightly. As the light slowly receded, Lu Chen reached into the chest and, upon discovering the items inside, immediately revealed a look of surprise. The platinum treasure chest opened by Lu Chen contained not a skill book but a piece of equipment. Its ability was something he had long desired. Equipment: Ring of Purity. Level: non-quality, epic attributes: physical defense plus 300, magic defense plus 777. Passive: keeps the wearer in a state of purity, impervious to all forms of magic. Unaffected by curses, confinement, interference, stun, silence, blindness, freezing, and other negative states. Evaluation: impervious to all forms of magic. The ability of this ring was a purification skill that Lu Chen had wanted to obtain ever since he transitioned to a curse master. It could completely eliminate any potential curse effects that might linger within him after casting a curse. However, Lu Chen had never been able to acquire such a skill before. He had just obtained another skill that transferred the effects of a curse to others from a golden treasure chest. Now, he was only missing one type of curse master skill that he greatly desired. That was to ensure an increase in the success rate of creation after casting a curse. Of course, after acquiring several blessed accessories, Lu Chen could already increase the success rate of creation by over 20%. So, he wasn't particularly eager for this type of buff skill anymore. What he truly longed for was equipment or skills that could eradicate the potential threats of his own curses. What great luck! With this ring of purity, I can finally stop worrying about whether my own curses will suddenly lead to my demise one day, Lu Chen said, with a beaming smile, pleasantly surprised. He then put the ring of purity on his hand. So comfortable. As the ring was placed on Lu Chen's hand, he immediately felt a warm sensation enveloping him. The inexplicable discomfort and fatigue he had felt inside, which he thought was due to his frenzied leveling up over the past few days, vanished under the warmth and comfort brought by the ring of purity, like ice and snow melting under the warm sun. Lu Chen opened his eyes, exhaled a long breath of turbid air, and sighed contentedly. Indeed, my intuition was correct. This curse master seems to only consume lifespan, but every time I cast a curse, there are still curses lurking within me, forming a huge hidden danger. If I ignore these dangers, even with so many longevity pills, I will eventually run into trouble. But now, with this ring of purity, I no longer have to worry about the potential threats of being a curse master. Lu Chen smiled broadly. He then continued to open the remaining platinum treasure chests. The second platinum treasure chest, when opened, surprisingly contained a stone. This stone looked very ordinary, but upon closer inspection, it had an indescribable charm. Lu Chen directly used insight to check the effects of this stone. Material: Stone of the Mundane. Level 50 quality, legendary effect. Possesses the ability to make oneself overlooked. Suggestion: can be used to create human skin masks or clothing, reducing one's presence. It's just a legendary material. Bit disappointing. Lu Chen frowned upon seeing this, feeling that this stone was far inferior to the Ring of Purity. It seemed more like something that could only be found in a silver treasure chest. Lu Chen found it a bit strange. The items he had just opened from those golden treasure chests were not this poor in quality. So, Lu Chen, not willing to give up, checked the items in the chest again. He then discovered another invisible stone. Material, Stone of Nothingness level 50 quality, epic effect. A material invisible to both the naked eye and the mind. Suggestion, can be used to create weapons striking from the shadows, making it difficult to defend against. It turns out there was also an invisible Stone of Nothingness. With these two materials combined, it finally made sense. Although it still didn't feel particularly good, at least it could be considered worthy of the lower limit of a platinum treasure chest. Subsequently, Lu Chen continued to open the platinum treasure chests. The items inside were a mix of good and bad. Finally, after Lu Chen opened the last platinum treasure chest, he was momentarily stunned when he saw the skill book inside. Immediately, an indescribable wave of immense joy flooded his heart. Skill book, Divine Joy Profession, Creator Type, None Effect. Gain the blessing of the gods when you put your all into creation. All created items will be of mythic level. Casting in cooldown, none evaluation. Everything I produce is a myth. Wow, this skill, now this is a divine skill, Lu Chen exclaimed, overjoyed. However, he quickly recalled the humiliation from the earlier skill book, Dripping Water Penetrates Stone. Lu Chen felt he shouldn't be too excited. Perhaps the effect of this skill book only increased his success rate for creating mythic level equipment, rather than guaranteeing that everything he created would directly become mythic level. Don't get too carried away, let's try it out first, lest I end up more disappointed later. Lu Chen calmed down again. He then took out a pile of forging materials from his spatial ring. These materials were exactly what he had just used to create the god-slaying sword. Lu Chen wanted to see if he could use these materials to forge a mythic level god-slaying sword. Creation. Lu Chen attempted to create with these materials. Ding, creation failed. Sure enough, it failed. Lu Chen sighed. Though he had been mentally prepared, he still felt disappointed. Wait, it shouldn't be that simple, let's take another look. Lu Chen then carefully examined the introduction of the Divine Joy skill book. Gradually, a thoughtful expression appeared on his face. Maybe I was thinking too optimistically. This isn't the skill of Dripping Water Penetrates Stone. It's impossible to use rare level materials to guarantee a 100% creation of the desired equipment. That would be a bug. Even if its description claims to guarantee the creation of mythic level equipment, I'm afraid I first need to clarify a creation approach and the correct materials required for a mythic level equipment so that I can create it. Lu Chen gradually sorted out his thoughts, feeling that it should be like this. He then stopped fantasizing about directly using ordinary materials to create an extraordinary god-slaying sword. He began to focus on constructing a mythic level equipment that had never appeared in Blue Star. Soon, after countless attempts and relying on insightful suggestions, Lu Chen successfully constructed a mythic level equipment. Equipment. Empty-handed mastery ring level, none quality, mythic level attributes, attack power plus 300, critical hit rate plus 100%. Passive, when fighting empty-handed, all attributes are enhanced by x10. Construction materials, Fusang Wood, Cloud Spirit Tears, Celestial Blue Divine Flower, Martial Extreme Stone, Heavenly Crane Emperor Crown Gold. Creation success rate, 5% suggestion, level up to 70. Lu Chen's new empty-handed mastery ring construction only received a suggestion to level up to 70. No suggestions for replacement materials were given. This proved that these epic and mythic level materials could indeed create this mythic level equipment. It was just that Lu Chen's level was too low, only 25, so his creation success rate was only 5%. Well then, let's start the creation. Lu Chen immediately rummaged through his spatial ring for a pile of epic and mythic level materials. He then began to forge this mythic level equipment. Wow! As Lu Chen worked on this pile of precious epic and mythical materials, a brilliant golden light suddenly filled the entire room. Moreover, this golden light showed signs of further expansion, eventually spilling out of the room, causing the whole house of Lu Chen to flash with golden light. Finally, a dazzling golden pillar shot straight into the sky, illuminating the entire sky with a radiant golden glow. What's going on? Where is this golden light coming from? Could it be that someone has advanced to a god-level profession? But that doesn't make sense. The monthly promotion day just passed a few days ago, right? Yeah, so what's happening? Could it be a god-level dungeon is about to appear near Jiang City? I don't know. We should report this to the relevant departments quickly. As the sky over Jiang City was filled with brilliant golden light, people walking on the streets couldn't help but look up in astonishment, exclaiming and discussing among themselves. Eventually, the phones of the relevant departments in Jiang City were overwhelmed with calls. Everyone was worried that the appearance of this golden light phenomenon might affect their city and that they would become collateral damage in the chaos. What should we do? This is coming from Mr. Lu's room. Could it be dangerous? It shouldn't be dangerous, it might be Mr. Lu's talent creating something. On the other side, the security personnel responsible for protecting Lu Chen, seeing the abnormal situation in his house, also looked somewhat flustered. After some discussion, they decided to call the provincial governor to report the matter while setting up concealment and illusion formations around Lu Chen's house. Even if they couldn't completely hide the golden light from Lu Chen's home, they at least wanted to avoid revealing too many abnormalities. What? Something happened at Lu Chen's house? I'm coming over right now. When the provincial governor learned that there was an abnormal phenomenon at Lu Chen's house and that the dazzling golden light throughout the city was caused by him, he was also taken aback and immediately wanted to check the situation. What's going on? Golden light filling the sky, is something about to happen in Zhang City? On the other side, a beautiful girl dressed in an embroidered white dress was walking along the rural road leading to Zhang City. She noticed the anomaly in Zhang City and looked somewhat surprised. Could it be that Lu Chen caused this situation? After murmuring to herself, the girl quickened her pace towards Zhang City. In no time, she arrived at the city gate. She then presented her information to the guards stationed at the gate and walked directly into Zhang City. The guards saluted, watching the girl leave with respect in their eyes. As the winds of change swept through Zhang City, inside Lu Chen's small house, the golden light was slowly retracting. Moments later, when the golden light disappeared, only an ancient and exquisite ring remained in its place. It should be successful, right? Lu Chen whispered, his heart racing with tension, excitement, and anxiety. He then stepped forward and picked up the ring. The moment his finger touched the ring, a line of information immediately appeared before his eyes. Equipment: empty-handed essence ring level, non-quality, mythical attributes, attack power plus 999, critical hit rate plus 100%, passive when fighting unarmed. All attributes are enhanced by X10. Evaluation: I'm bald, but I've also become stronger. I did it! Lu Chen was overjoyed upon seeing the description of the empty-handed essence ring. He succeeded. He successfully crafted a piece of mythical equipment. This was a mythical item that had never existed in Blue Star. Although it is said that there is a classification of mythical level equipment on Blue Star, there has never been a true mythical level piece of equipment that has appeared. People only label the level of materials when they obtain some. So, people know that there is a mythical level above the epic level. And now, the mythical level equipment that has never existed on Blue Star has been created by him. As expected, his previous guess was not wrong. The skill Divine Joy is indeed terrifying, worthy of being a skill book obtained from a platinum treasure chest. And it indeed cannot create mythical level equipment from random concepts. But as long as he puts in his utmost effort and it is feasible mythical level equipment, he can manufacture it. Of course, the premise is that you have enough materials. Otherwise, without materials, it cannot be directly manufactured. However, mythical level materials are still very hard to come by. At this stage, he probably cannot create too many pieces of mythical level equipment. While Lu Chen was thinking about these things, he suddenly felt a wave of headache and discomfort. At the same time, there was a sense of weakness as if a force was being drained from his body. Not good. It must be the side effects after creating mythical level equipment. The mental drain is too great. Lu Chen furrowed his brows, realizing what was happening to him. He immediately wanted to take out a bottle of mental recovery potion from his spatial ring, but he clearly underestimated the enormous mental power required to create mythical level equipment. Just as Lu Chen was about to use his mental power to take something out from the spatial ring, the moment he exerted his mental power, he felt a splitting headache, his head tilted, and then he fainted. After Lu Chen fainted, his face turned even paler. His breathing began to weaken. If he was not rescued in time, he might be in danger of losing his life. But at this moment, Lu Chen was alone in his house. Unless there was a special situation, the personnel responsible for secretly guarding Lu Chen's safety would not dare to casually enter his home. They might miss the best opportunity for rescue. However, fortunately, Lu Chen's fainting was due to creating mythical level equipment, which attracted quite a few people. Lu Chen. Outside Lu Chen's house, the provincial governor and Wei Chen and others had already received the news and were anxiously waiting outside. They tried to call out to Lu Chen and also attempted to call him on the phone. They wanted to see if something had happened to Lu Chen. However, their actions received no response. But we must force our way in to ensure Lu Chen's safety. Okay, prepare to enter. Bang! Soon, under the actions of the provincial governor and others, the ordinary security door of Lu Chen's house was directly destroyed. Then, everyone saw Lu Chen lying unconscious on the ground. Fortunately, he just fainted due to excessive mental drain. This situation is serious if you say it is, but not too serious if you don't. Who has the best mental recovery potion? Hurry and give it to Lu Chen. After Checking Lu Chen's condition, everyone breathed a slight sigh of relief.
Then, they needed to find the best mental recovery potion for Lu Chen.
But, awkwardly, none of them had such items on hand. I think I have one at home, I'll go get it. Wei Chen thought of a mental recovery potion he had at home and immediately prepared to go back to get it. Mental recovery potion? I have one.
At that moment, a pleasant female voice quietly sounded from outside the door.
Hearing the sudden voice of a woman outside the door, the provincial lord of Jiangnan and Wei Chen and the others couldn't help but feel a chill. They had completely failed to notice when someone had quietly approached. If the person was an assassin intending to harm Lu Chen, they probably wouldn't be able to protect him in time. Who? What person? Wei Chen and the provincial lord of Jiangnan instantly turned around, their eyes alert and wary as they looked at the newcomer. Then, they saw that the visitor was a girl with exquisite beauty, dressed in a simple white dress, and they were taken aback. She was simply too young. In this world, although people could extend their lives and slow down aging through cultivation, very few true powerhouses could genuinely maintain their youth. Yet this girl appeared so young, her face full of collagen, her eyes clear, radiating youthful vitality. This indicated that she was just a young girl. Who are you? The provincial lord of Jiangnan suppressed the urge to act and asked the girl in the white dress. Given her strength and youth, it was clear that her background was significant. Since she currently showed no signs of wanting to harm Lu Chen, he couldn't act recklessly to avoid causing trouble. The girl smiled sweetly, both charming and beautiful, and introduced herself. My name is Lu Hualian, and I am here on orders from headquarters to protect Mr. Lu Chen. Lu Hualian? Upon hearing the girl's introduction, many of the high-ranking officials in Jiangchun showed puzzled expressions. Clearly, they had never heard of this name. However, after a brief pause, the provincial lord of Jiangnan showed a look of surprise and said, "You are the granddaughter of the army commander, Lu Hualian." Unlike the others, he was the provincial lord and held a high position. Therefore, he was aware of some special and hidden talents. Even if Lu Hualian wasn't a genius, just her identity as the granddaughter of Lu Zhanyuan was enough to draw attention. The provincial lord of Jiangnan was quite surprised, never expecting that the person sent from headquarters to protect Lu Chen would be Lu Hualian. Soon, he understood the upper echelon's intentions. It was probably similar to Wei Chen's choice at the time, wanting to see if they could bring Lu Chen and Lu Hualian together. Here is my appointment document, please take a look. Lu Hualian then took out a confidential document and handed it to the provincial lord of Jiangnan. This indicated that her assignment was indeed approved by headquarters and not a personal decision to seek out Lu Chen. Alright, then I'll trouble Miss Lu to take care of Lu Chen. After reading the document, the provincial lord of Jiangnan's pupils slightly constricted, and he smiled, allowing Lu Hualian to go and use the spiritual medicine to treat Lu Chen. Lu Hualian nodded, then walked over to help the fallen Lu Chen up. She then took out a bottle of medicine, opened Lu Chen's mouth, and poured it in. While administering the medicine, she carefully observed Lu Chen's appearance, noticing that he was indeed very handsome though still somewhat youthful. As she looked, the corners of Lu Hualian's lips couldn't help but slightly rise, as if she thought of something. Meanwhile, the high-ranking officials of Jiangchun gathered around the provincial lord, examining the document. Soon, their pupils also slightly constricted, revealing a look of shock. Because the introduction in this appointment document stated that Lu Hualian was to be Lu Chen's personal bodyguard. Moreover, Lu Hualian's responsibilities were significant. It could almost be said that she was to take care of Lu Chen's daily life, and unless Lu Chen went to the bathroom, they were to stay together at all times. This was not just a personal bodyguard, it was clearly a life secretary. Headquarters was clearly trying to force them together. Everyone couldn't help but feel this way. At the same time, they could still remember that the provincial leader had just exclaimed about Lu Hualian's identity. She was the granddaughter of the military leader. Even Lu Zhenyuan's most valued granddaughter had to be sent to Lu Chen like a nanny, which showed how much importance the higher-ups placed on Lu Chen. As everyone was in shock, Lu Chen, who had just consumed the top-tier mental recovery elixir fed to him by Lu Hualian, finally let out a low gasp and opened his eyes. He felt much more comfortable all over. "Ha, who are you?" Lu Chen opened his eyes and saw a beautiful girl looking at him with gentle and caring eyes, and he couldn't help but ask in confusion. A sudden unease gripped his heart. Could it be that he had created a myth-level piece of equipment too early, leading to excessive mental exhaustion and causing him to die again? Had he now crossed over to another world? "Let me introduce myself, I am Lu Hualian, and I will be your personal bodyguard from now on, taking care of your daily life and ensuring your safety." Seeing Lu Chen looking at her in confusion, Lu Hualian smiled slightly, then extended her fair hands and said softly, "Lu Hualian, personal bodyguard?" Upon hearing the girl's self-introduction, Lu Chen immediately breathed a sigh of relief. At least he hadn't crossed over again. With his current talent and status, he was living quite well in this blue star. He didn't want to be thrown into some inexplicable world and start all over again. He might not have such impressive talents again and could end up as a waste. Mr. Lu Chen, why did you faint? What caused the strange phenomenon in the city just now? Seeing Lu Chen awake and the brief exchange with Lu Hualian come to an end, the others standing nearby began to ask him with concern and curiosity. They were worried that Lu Chen's fainting was due to an illness. I'm sorry for causing trouble to everyone. I just created a piece of equipment, so my mental exhaustion was a bit high. Lu Chen turned his head to look at Wei Chen and the provincial leader, who were all looking at him with worry, and he felt a bit embarrassed. What equipment? Was that golden light also because of your creation? Hearing Lu Chen's words, someone immediately made the connection and hurriedly asked. Yes. Lu Chen thought for a moment and then nodded in acknowledgement. He briefly considered whether to hide this matter, but then thought it unnecessary. After all, his talent was evident and he wasn't afraid of revealing more. On the contrary, if he stated that he had obtained the divine skill Divine Joy from a platinum treasure chest, the country would pay even more attention to him. In the future, he would receive more treasure chests, almost all of which would be for him, with little consideration for others. Can you show it to me? Lu Hualian asked curiously upon hearing this. She thought to herself, Lu Chen created a piece of equipment that could even make him faint? It seemed this equipment was extraordinary. Could it be an epic-level piece of equipment? Sure. After learning about Lu Hualian's identity, Lu Chen understood that they would be living together often in the future. So, he directly handed the empty-handed essence ring to Lu Hualian. The moment her fingers touched the ring, her expression froze, and her pupils suddenly contracted. Lu Hualian's delicate fingers, upon touching this seemingly ordinary ring, were instantly flooded with detailed information about it. In that moment, she was deeply shocked by the attributes and passives of this empty-handed essence ring. Wearing this ring granted an astonishing all-attribute boost of X10. This enhancement seemed simple at first glance, but upon deeper reflection, it was truly unimaginable in its power. The all-attribute increase included strength, stamina, spirit, combat power, critical damage, additional damage, amplification damage, damage break, as well as skill damage and attribute enhancement, all multiplied by X10. This was not merely a straightforward X10 increase in combat power. The various cumulative multiplications were beyond comprehension in terms of how much damage could be increased. Moreover, since each person's attributes and combat power were different, the effect in another person's hands would be completely different. It could be worlds apart. If this ring were in the hands of a true powerhouse, it could unleash damage multiplied by hundreds. Is this really an epic-level piece of equipment? I've never seen such a terrifying epic-level item. Lu Hualian marveled internally, then glanced at the quality of the empty-handed essence ring. As soon as she saw its designation as mythical level, her pupils constricted violently. Mythical level? How could it be mythical level? You actually managed to create a mythical level item? At that moment, Lu Hualian could no longer contain her shock and astonishment. She looked at Lu Chen and couldn't help but exclaim. She had heard some information about Lu Chen from her grandfather back in the capital, so she believed that Lu Chen would have the opportunity to create mythical level equipment in the future, even to change his class skill book. But that should be later. At least it should be at level 60 or 70, right? But how long has it been? Lu Chen's level probably hadn't increased much, he was likely still under level 30. He could create a mythical level item already? What an abnormal talent for his profession. What? Mythical level equipment? Lu Chen, you created mythical level equipment? Yes, mythical level represents gold. The phenomenon in the sky just now was indeed golden light. It must be mythical level equipment. What equipment? Can I see it? Meanwhile, Wei Chen and the governor of Jiangnan province, among others, were waiting for Lu Hualian to finish examining the ring so they could see what equipment Lu Chen had created. But upon hearing Lu Hualian's exclamation, they couldn't help but gasp in disbelief. Their faces were filled with shock and incredulity. After thinking it over, they felt that everything actually had its clues. They just hadn't thought in that direction at first. Soon, their hearts began to race. They wanted to witness the power of this mythical level ring. After all, no mythical level equipment had ever been born in the world. The mythical level ring that Lu Chen had just created was likely the first of its kind globally. The symbolic significance was immense. They were fortunate to be here today to witness the birth of this ring. They might never have the chance to get close to a mythical level item again. It could very well end up in the hands of a significant figure, unleashing unparalleled power. Wait a moment. You all need to sign this oath of destruction contract. First. Upon hearing Wei Chen and the others, Lu Hualian immediately reacted. Her expression changed slightly, feeling regretful. She had been so shocked by the ring that she had involuntarily exclaimed, revealing information about the ring to them. This was not a good thing. To prevent any leaks,
Lu Hualian quickly remedied the situation by taking out a series of very strict oath of destruction contracts, demanding that they sign the
agreements. Good. Wei Chen and the provincial lord exchanged glances, not feeling surprised.
Then, before signing the contract, they first looked over its contents. The terms of this contract were quite harsh.
Unlike
the previous contracts they had signed, which only resulted in related personnel sensing any leaks without immediate fatal consequences, this contract, while not as lethal as the epic-level oath of injury ringnat, would kill a defaulter on the spot, would still inflict serious injury the moment a breach occurred, and the breach would be sensed by others. There would be no escape. The key point was that it would activate the moment one prepared to breach the contract.
Thus, anyone who signed this contract would be unable to leak important secrets.
Such an oath of injury contract was quite expensive.
However, Lu Hualian, in order to protect Lu Chen and this world's first myth-level equipment, generously produced more than a dozen copies. This showed how much she valued the matter. Swish, swish. In no time, Wei Chen and the others, including Lu Hualian
herself, had signed this rather harsh oath of injury contract. Immediately after, Lu Hualian handed them that empty-handed oath ring for inspection.
Hiss. It really is myth-level equipment.
These attributes are just
too insane, right?
If a top-tier empty-handed martial artist wears this, wouldn't they be able to slay gods? No wonder Miss Lu wanted us to re-sign the contract. This really needs to be taken seriously.
Everyone was astonished by the effects of the empty-handed oath ring. Wei Chen and the provincial lord thought back to the first piece of equipment Lu Chen had created. That was also an empty-handed oath ring, but it was a legendary level piece.
The difference between these two rings was 2 levels, and their effects were worlds apart. What made Wei Chen and the others feel both gratified and complicated was, it had only been a few days
since Lu Chen had created that legendary level empty-handed oath ring. Lu Chen had already managed to create myth-level equipment. The profession of a creator was truly terrifying.
After everyone had finished examining the empty-handed oath ring, they returned it to Lu Chen.
Then, the provincial lord asked seriously, Lu Chen, may I ask, can you now easily create myth-level equipment? Or is this ring just a fluke? Lu Chen replied, I wouldn't say it's easy. After opening a platinum treasure chest, I obtained a skill.
He briefly explained the effect of divine joy to them. Since they had all signed a more stringent oath of injury contract, there was nothing he couldn't say. After finishing, Lu Chen continued, so, as long as I have a sufficiently intact design for divine equipment and the relevant myth-level materials, I should be able to create myth-level
equipment again. That is,
after I create a myth-level piece, I estimate that due to my low level, my mental energy will be excessively drained, leading to the kind of fainting situation I just experienced.
Is that so? No wonder you fainted just now. I can't believe it. Old Lin, hurry and check Lu Chen's body to see if there are any after effects. Also, give him some treatment. After hearing Lu Chen's account, everyone suddenly understood why he had fainted.
It turned out to be due to the mental strain from creating a myth-level equipment ahead of time. Normally, after taking the top-tier mental recovery elixir brought by Lu Hualian, he shouldn't
have any issues.
However, Lu Chen's importance now far exceeded before, and even if they knew he should be fine, it wouldn't hurt to check a bit more.
All right,
Old Lin replied and stepped forward to conduct a more detailed
examination of Lu Chen. He was an A-level healer, very skilled at checking bodies and treating injuries.
As he examined Lu Chen again, he couldn't help but praise him. Lu Chen's health was excellent, with no problems at
all. No treatment was needed.
Seeing this, Lu Chen smiled but didn't say anything, as this should be attributed to the effect of the ring of filth he had just opened from the treasure chest.
It's good that there's nothing wrong,
Lu Hualian said, feeling a bit relieved, then suggested, but just to be safe, we should go to the capital and have another look.
It's really unnecessary. Lu Chen shook his head. It's fine, let's go to the
capital, it won't take much time. The provincial governor and others quickly began to persuade Lu Chen. Lu Hualian said, this is necessary, your health is the most important thing. Besides, you created the world's first myth-level
equipment, so I should take you to meet those elders.
Then we can apply for more myth-level materials for you.
And Lu Hualian continued to persuade Lu Chen a lot.
Alright, then let's go to the capital.
After hearing Lu Hualian's reasoning, Lu Chen thought it made sense.
He had created the first myth-level equipment, so he couldn't remain as low-key as before. He would have to meet with higher-ups sooner or later, even if he didn't
go this time. Then let's not delay, let's go. Seeing that Lu Chen finally agreed, Lu Hualian's pretty face broke into a radiant smile.
She then grabbed Lu Chen's hand and quickly left the room, running outside. Hey,
Lu.
Yeah, you're too fast, slow down. In the distance, Wei Chen and the others could still hear Lu Chen's shouts.
Youth is truly wonderful. Wei Chen smiled inside. Let's tidy up a bit for Lu Chen and then leave his house.
They then prepared to clean up the somewhat messy house of Lu Chen before leaving. If the citizens of the city saw this scene, it would definitely be eye-catching.
This was a big shot in Jiangcheng and even the entire Jiangnan province. Today, at Lu Chen's house, they were actually bending down and cleaning like housekeepers. It was simply unbelievable. But just as they began to tidy up, suddenly, a pleasant female voice rang out from outside the door. "Excuse me, is Lu Chen here?" Who is looking for Lu Chen? Old Wei, go out and take a look." Hearing the female voice, the provincial governor and others exchanged glances, then let Wei Chen go out to see who was looking for Lu Chen. Wei Chen then walked out of Lu Chen's bungalow and saw a stunningly beautiful girl standing at the door, her figure impeccable. However, the girl looked unfamiliar. Wei Chen was sure he hadn't seen her at Jiangcheng No. 1 High School. She shouldn't be Lu Chen's classmate. It should be. Wei Chen's mind suddenly flashed with the image of Lu Hualian from not long ago. Could it be that she is also a young lady from the capital, here to be Lu Chen's nanny, or rather, his bodyguard? Lu Chen just went out. "May I ask who you are?" Wei Chen said gently, testing the other person's identity. "Hello, my name is Zhuya, and I was sent by the headquarters to protect Lu Chen." The girl did not know Wei Chen's identity, but seeing him come out of Lu Chen's house, she understood they had a connection. She then took out her appointment letter and handed it to Wei Chen for him to see. Wei Chen glanced at the appointment letter, and indeed it was similar to the one he had seen from Lu Hualian earlier. He couldn't help but mutter, "How many people has the headquarters sent to protect Lu Chen?" Hearing Wei Chen's words, Zhuya's eyes flashed with surprise, and she quickly asked, "Has someone from the capital already arrived? Who is it?" She had already learned from her elders that there would likely be many people competing for the position of Lu Chen's personal bodyguard. Of course, it was also possible that Lu Chen would want them all, but everything depended on Lu Chen's decision. However, no one knew how Lu Chen's character would lead him to act. Thus, Zhuya hurriedly made her way to Jiang City, hardly resting along the way. She thought she would be the first to come and seek a position with Lu Chen, but unexpectedly, she was a step too late. Wei Chen hesitated for a moment, contemplating whether to reveal the matter of Lu Hualian to Zhuya. But he was also afraid of offending Lu Hualian. "Zhuya, you're here too? Where's Lu Chen?" At that moment, another woman's voice rang out. The voice carried a hint of provocation and surprise. Wei Chen and Zhuya turned to look in the direction of the sound and saw a beautiful girl in a fiery red leather armor, looking at them in surprise from not far away. "Zhao Qiuxia, you came too." Zhuya's eyes flickered as she whispered. She clearly recognized the other girl, as they both came from the capital. However, before this, they had no idea who their competitors would be. Another one? Wei Chen's eyelids twitched at the sight. He thought to himself, was the headquarters genuinely concerned for Lu Chen's safety, sending more bodyguards to protect him? Or were they trying to harm Lu Chen by sending so many beautiful and powerful female transmuters to protect him? Could Lu Chen handle this? If only I were a creator too. So many beautiful girls coming to protect me. Inside Lu Chen's house, the others had also stopped their cleaning work, secretly observing the situation outside. At this moment, seeing the atmosphere between Zhuya and Zhao Qiuxia was off, many of them felt envious. After a moment, Zhao Qiuxia learned from Wei Chen that Lu Chen was already missing. "Old man, tell me where Lu Chen went. Did some vixen take him away?" Zhao Qiuxia quickly asked. "Old grandpa, please tell me." Zhuya, realizing the crisis, pouted at Wei Chen. Wei Chen thought to himself that what he said might not necessarily offend Lu Hualian, but if he didn't speak, he might offend two girls from the capital whose backgrounds were not inferior to Lu Hualian's. Thus, he ultimately decided to inform them that Lu Chen had gone to the capital. After Wei Chen finished speaking, he sighed deeply. The provincial lord was indeed cunning, knowing there might be a problem, and instead of stepping in himself, pushed him out. "Thank you, grandpa. Thank you, old grandpa." Zhuya and Zhao Qiuxia's expressions changed upon hearing Wei Chen's words, and they immediately thanked him. Then they hurriedly turned and ran towards the city outskirts. After leaving Jiangcheng, Lu Chen was still unaware that two girls whose beauty, temperament, and background were on par with Lu Hualian had come to find him, wanting to be his personal bodyguards. At this moment, Lu Chen was being flown by Lu Hualian, rushing swiftly towards the capital. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lu Hualian held Lu Chen's hand, releasing a gentle stream of true energy to protect him, ensuring that he wouldn't be harmed by the violent winds due to her rapid flight. Along the way, Lu Hualian encountered numerous wild monsters, and she dealt with them directly, unleashing sharp and terrifying sword energy that wiped them out completely. Lu Chen and Lu Hualian had already formed a team. Therefore, he absorbed quite a bit of experience. Of course, because Lu Hualian's level was too high, his experience gain was significantly reduced. "Let's go, let's tackle that hidden dungeon again. Yeah, this time we have resurrection armor. We should be able to clear this dungeon." On the other side, outside the capital, Lu Zhanyuan and Wu Qiming, along with a few others, stood once again at the entrance of that hidden dungeon, preparing to attempt it again and see if they could successfully clear it with the resurrection armor. Originally, they weren't planning to attempt the hidden dungeon so soon. They intended to obtain a few more pieces of resurrection armor from Lu Chen first to be more secure before entering the hidden dungeon. However, Li Gunshua was a bit impatient. He was eager to experience the thrill of being reborn with the chance to change his class to a judgment paladin. So, he kept urging them to enter the hidden dungeon. As the person who would be nailed to death in the dungeon, he had no objections and was eager to dive in and seek death. Wu Qiming and the others were naturally more easily swayed by him. Thus, they arrived at the entrance of the hidden dungeon. Da Shua, are you sure you can lead us to clear it? You know, we only have 5 entry tickets left. If we can't clear it this time, we won't be able to attempt the dungeon again. When they reached the entrance of the hidden dungeon, Wu Qiming and the others were not in a hurry to enter. Instead, they asked with some concern, because entering this hidden dungeon required entry tickets. However, they had very few tickets, only a total of 9. They had previously failed once using 4 tickets, leaving them with only 5. Just enough for one more attempt at the dungeon. But that extra ticket was useless. How could one person possibly clear this nearly level 100 hidden dungeon solo? So even if Li Gunshua was willing to sacrifice the resurrection armor he had just spent a considerable amount to buy to help them clear the hidden dungeon, they were still not very sure of success. They hesitated. It will definitely succeed. Anyway, if we fail again this time, even if I give you 3 more pieces of resurrection armor, you still won't be able to turn the tide. As for the ticket issue, I remember it was written in the documents that Lu Chen has the ability to modify skill books and reforge equipment. So, if he modifies the other entry tickets into tickets for this dungeon, it probably won't be a problem. So, there's nothing to worry about. Li Genshua encouraged. Hearing Li Genshua's words, Wu Qiming and the others exchanged glances, then nodded in agreement. Alright then, let's give it another shot. If it really doesn't work, we'll ask Lu Chen to create a few more pieces of resurrection armor and get some more tickets to try this dungeon again. After that, the 4 of them formed a team and entered the hidden dungeon. Half a day later, Lu Chen was finally brought from Jiangqing to the capital by Lu Hualian. His level had also risen from level 25 to level 26. Although it was only a 1 level increase, it was quite significant. Because Lu Hualian's level far exceeded Lu Chen's, the experience gain penalty she faced was also higher. Moreover, Lu Hualian's trip was not specifically to level up Lu Chen, it was merely a journey, during which she would casually slay some wild monsters. Is this the capital? It's so bustling. Lu Chen stood at the city gate of the capital, gazing at the towering walls, his face filled with emotion. Let's go in. Lu Hualian brought Lu Chen into the capital, feeling relieved. She then intended to find the strongest healer in their dragon country, the SSS level Holy Paladin Li Genshua, to diagnose Lu Chen's condition and provide him with proper care. However, when Lu Hualian approached the auxiliary profession guild, she learned that Li Genshua and his companions had gone into a hidden dungeon. They had missed their chance. In that case, forget it. Lu Hualian frowned upon hearing this and did not insist on having Li Genshua check Lu Chen's body. Instead, she had another SSS level Holy Paladin come to examine him. Normally, with Lu Hualian's status, she wouldn't be able to command such high-level experts. However, she was not just the granddaughter of Lu Zhanyuan, she also had the identity of Lu Chen's personal bodyguard. Therefore, she simply handed over the relevant documents for the other party to look at. Although the other party was still unclear about Lu Chen's identity and background, he understood that someone with such protection was definitely a top talent in the country. Thus, he had no complaints and quickly helped Lu Chen with a thorough examination. In the end, the conclusion was reached. Lu Chen's body was very good, with no issues at all. Although this Holy Paladin was slightly inferior to Li Genshua, being only an SSS level profession, he was still capable of checking for minor physical problems without any issues. Seeing this, Lu Hualian felt completely relaxed. Afterward, Lu Hualian took Lu Chen and left the auxiliary profession guild, heading to the military department. However, she was not there to see her grandfather Lu Zhanyuan. She knew that Lu Zhanyuan was currently with Li Genshua and the others in that hidden dungeon, and he was not in the military department at all. Therefore, she brought Lu Chen here to test the amplification effect of his bare-handed ultimate ring. This place has the most advanced military testing instruments for strength, speed, and more, along with various training rooms. Do you want to give it a try? Lu Hualian asked Lu Chen with a smile. Sure, I want to test my combat power. Lu Chen replied, his eyes filled with curiosity, eager to know how strong his combat power was now. He then took off the bare-handed ultimate ring. After that, he used a curse chant to attack the combat power testing instrument in front of him. Immediately afterward, he released another curse skill with an attack effect. Curse of the Evil Spider Web. Boom! Soon, the combat power test results came out. Combat power value 385.414. Not bad. After all, you are an auxiliary profession, this combat power is quite impressive. Lu Hualian comforted him with a smile.
This combat power value was equivalent to that of a level 40 combat profession wearing a full set of rare gear, exerting their full strength.
And Lu Chen was only level 26, still an
auxiliary profession, yet he could achieve such combat power, which was quite remarkable. However, it should be noted that Lu Chen was currently wearing a full set of legendary gear. Yet, he could only deal this much damage, which actually couldn't be considered particularly strong. It could only be deemed barely passing.
Alright, put on that ring and give it a try, Lu Hualian said, her eyes filled with anticipation as she looked at the mythic level ring, reminding Lu Chen. Lu Hualian's eyes were filled with intense anticipation. She was eager to see how much Lu Chen's combat power would increase after putting on the mythic level empty-handed mastery ring, especially since he was currently wearing a full set of legendary gear and his combat power test had been rather mediocre. Alright, Lu Chen nodded slightly and then gently placed the empty-handed mastery ring on his finger. The moment he put on the ring, Lu Chen felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him, as if he could never run out of it. It felt as if he could punch through a mountain standing before him. Ha! Lu Chen shouted angrily, then unleashed the cursed evil spider web enveloping his fists and struck the combat power testing device. Boom! Beep beep beep. As his fist hit the device, the values on the instrument began to soar. 750.545, 1542.574, 2154.545. Almost every second, the numbers were skyrocketing. Finally, when the combat power estimation on the device reached 3015.1024, it began to emit white smoke. Then, with a bang, the device, which was said to be capable of testing the power of max-level experts, exploded. Lu Chen was left with an awkward and surprised expression. Was his combat power really that fierce after putting on the empty-handed mastery ring? He had actually destroyed the combat power testing device with a single punch. After all, he wasn't a combat-type profession, and his combat power wasn't particularly strong. If the ring were worn by a martial artist, wouldn't they be able to destroy the device in the first second? Mythic-level equipment was terrifying. So brutal. Lu Hualian, who stood by with an expectant look, was stunned to see Lu Chen actually blow up the combat power tester. Then, her beautiful eyes sparkled with admiration. She had initially made a preliminary assessment of the empty-handed mastery ring, thinking that a support profession like Lu Chen wouldn't be able to break the device's limit. But unexpectedly, she had underestimated the power of this mythic-level equipment. It actually allowed someone like Lu Chen, a level 26 support profession, to have the qualifications to compete with max-level experts after wearing it. Of course, while the device claimed to meet the testing needs of max-level experts, that wasn't entirely accurate. Because if a max-level expert was fully equipped with a set of legendary gear, or if some max-level experts often ventured into dungeons and ended up with a full set of epic gear, their combat power would be even stronger. If they were to test their combat power with this device, they could easily destroy it with just a finger. Therefore, when they tested this device, they often removed all their equipment to test their combat power in a bare state. Then they would estimate their combat power increase after putting their gear back on. This way, they could arrive at a comprehensive combat power test result. Of course, this method wasn't very accurate, but it could barely meet some people's needs. Thus, after Lu Chen donned a full set of legendary gear and this mythic level ring, his combat power was barely comparable to that of a max level expert in a bare state. Do I need to compensate for this? As Lu Hualian marveled, Lu Chen's weak voice broke the silence. Ha, of course not. Lu Hualian came back to her senses and shook her head, saying, although this combat power testing device is quite expensive, there is more than one in the military, and besides, it was used to test your mythic level ring, so its sacrifice is worth it. The destroyed combat power testing device. Is no one going to speak up for me? That's good. Lu Chen sighed in relief upon hearing this. In fact, he wasn't afraid of compensation. He felt that if he could create things, he should be able to make a combat power testing device like this, right? He just hadn't tried it and couldn't guarantee it. So if it didn't work, that would be quite embarrassing. Lu Jia, do you want to test it out? Lu Chen asked Lu Hualian as he noticed there were indeed a few combat power testing devices in the room. No need. Lu Hualian shook her head directly and said, you can blow up this combat power testing device, so I can definitely do the same. There's no point in using this test. After saying that, she glanced at Lu Chen, slightly pursed her lips, and said, by the way, could you not call me Lu Jia all the time? Ha? Why? Lu Chen was taken aback and looked at Lu Hualian in confusion. Lu Hualian gave Lu Chen a resentful glance and explained, it feels like that title is similar to calling those older ladies. You can call me Hualian, or Lian Jia is fine. Or even just my name. But let's skip the Lu Jia part. Oh, okay, Lian Jia. Lu Chen immediately understood and changed his words. Lu Hualian smiled with satisfaction upon hearing this. Do you want to try the training room here? Lu Hualian asked. Lu Chen replied, what training room? Lu Hualian explained, it's some gravity multiplier training rooms and some mechanism training rooms used to train people's reaction ability, speed, agility, etc. After hearing this, Lu Chen thought for a moment and shook his head, saying, then forget it, I'm not a combat profession, this kind of training doesn't mean much to me. After saying that, he looked at Lu Hualian and asked, Lian Jia, aren't you going to test the combat power increase after wearing this ring? Lu Hualian said without hesitation, of course I want to, but here, I probably can't measure it. If I want to test it, I might have to go. Where do we need to go? Lu Chen asked curiously. Lu Hualian said, we should go into a dungeon and test it on a boss. She added, and it can't be an ordinary boss, it has to be at least a level 70 or 80 boss. Then let's go. Lu Chen said nonchalantly. Lu Hualian looked at Lu Chen, her beautiful eyes blinking, and asked, aren't you afraid I'll take the ring and run away? Lu Chen shook his head. Not afraid. What's there to be afraid of? Not to mention the punishment and pursuit Lu Hualian would face if she ran away. It wouldn't be a loss for him either, the country would compensate him anyway. Lu Hualian smiled sweetly and said, then forget it. If I go into the dungeon to test the combat power increase, no one will be there to protect you. Then I'll go with you, Lu Chen said casually. Upon hearing this, Lu Hualian was a bit tempted, but then she worried, but I'm concerned that in a high-level dungeon battle, I might not be able to take care of you. She was worried that with Lu Chen's current level, he might just die in the dungeon. Lu Chen smiled and said, don't worry, I have a resurrection armor. Even if I really die, I can come back to life. That's true. Lu Hualian suddenly remembered the resurrection armor that had shocked her grandfather and the others. That was indeed a groundbreaking top-tier divine equipment. Alright, then let's go into the dungeon now. Lu Hualian immediately became excited, eager to take Lu Chen to experience the higher-level dungeons in the capital. Lu Hualian took Lu Chen and walked out of the military headquarters, preparing to leave the capital and head to the high-level dungeon in the wild. Lu Hualian, you really have no shame, actually sneaking away with Lu Chen. At that moment, a sharp voice rang out not far away, filled with unspoken anger. Hearing this, Lu Hualian was momentarily taken aback, then turned her head to look in the direction of the voice. She saw two beautiful girls not far from the military headquarters, both watching them. One of them, dressed in fiery red leather armor, had an exquisite and beautiful face, now looking at her with an angry expression. Zhao Qiuxia, Zhuya. Oh, are you also here to protect Lu Chen? Seeing the appearance of these two girls, Lu Hualian was slightly stunned, then quickly understood that they were probably here for the same reason as her. Zhuya responded with a somewhat helpless expression, then curiously looked at Lu Chen beside Lu Hualian. Is this the person I'm supposed to protect? Although he is a bit younger than me and has a handsome yet somewhat youthful appearance, his demeanor is indeed impressive, confident, and unflinching. Quite adorable. After glaring at Lu Hualian, Zhao Qiuxia also looked at Lu Chen and then smiled to greet him. Lu Chen, right? I'm Zhao Qiuxia, and I will be your personal bodyguard from now on. Me too, Zhuya nodded in agreement. Lu Chen? Didn't the country assign Lu Hualian as his bodyguard? Now they've assigned two more beautiful sisters. It seems their strength should be on par with Lu Hualian. Hello? Lu Chen greeted them with a smile. Then he looked at Lu Hualian and asked, Sister Lian, what's going on? Lu Hualian pondered for a moment and explained, well, because your importance is too high, the headquarters cannot let me be solely responsible for your safety. After all, I might overlook something on my own, so having more people to protect you provides more assurance. I see. Lu Chen nodded in realization. Lu Hualian hesitated for a moment and added, of course, the headquarters still respects your opinion. If you don't like us protecting you, or if you're dissatisfied with any of us, you can bring it up, and we can change personnel. Hearing Lu Hualian's words, Zhuya and Zhao Qiuxia looked at Lu Chen nervously. They hoped Lu Chen wouldn't send them away. If they were sent away by Lu Chen, it wouldn't just be a matter of losing face. Failing to complete the mission would surely make their families unhappy with them. However, they didn't dare to act spoiled or plead with Lu Chen to keep them at this moment. What? If Lu Chen just didn't like this type of woman? That would be asking for trouble. After listening to Lu Hualian, Lu Chen fell silent. He looked at Lu Hualian, then at Zhuya and Zhao Qiuxia, and said, then let it be. He didn't want to directly refuse and send them away. Seeing their nervous expressions, he figured that if he rejected them, he might also face some consequences. Of course, Lu Chen couldn't just keep them around casually either. He would conduct further evaluations of them. Only after he found them trustworthy would he formally accept them and treat them as confidants. Otherwise, he would still be cautious. Phew. Thank you, Lu Chen. Seeing that Lu Chen did not refuse their protection, Zhuya and Zhao Qiuxia both breathed a sigh of relief and then thanked him. You all, did you come from Jiangqing to the capital? Lu Chen noticed that both girls had some grass clippings on their dresses, likely from rushing on the road. Since they knew Lu Hualian, they must also be from the capital. But for the people from the capital to come to the military department, It was clearly impossible for them to be in such a sorry state. Moreover, they had just mentioned that Lu Hualian had taken herself away. The result was obvious. They should have been like Lu Hualian, arriving in Jiangqing first, but a step behind her. After realizing they had ended up in the capital, they hurriedly rushed back. Yes. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Juya nodded, her expression full of helplessness. It was equivalent to her making a round trip from the capital to Jiangqing in one day, and she hadn't done anything at all. Thank you for your hard work. Lu Chen felt pity for them upon seeing this. It's nothing, it's not hard, Lu Hualian said with a smile. She then took out 2 copies of the Oath of Injury contract and handed them to them for signing. What's this for? Why do we have to sign again? Juya and Zhao Qiuxia frowned upon seeing the Oath of Injury contract. Lu Chen and I are preparing to go into a dungeon. If you don't sign, then don't follow us. I've already signed this contract, Lu Hualian said, because they were going to a high-level dungeon. To test the power of the empty-handed essence ring in the hands of high-level experts, it would inevitably lead Juya and the others to discover this mythic-level equipment. Therefore, if they didn't sign another strict Oath of Injury contract, Lu Hualian would definitely not let them follow into the dungeon. And since Lu Chen also agreed to let them follow, this mythic-level equipment could naturally not be kept from them forever. That's why she was so direct. Alright. Upon hearing Suya's words, although the two felt quite helpless, they eventually signed the contract. Then, let's go. Lu Hualian smiled and then left the capital with them while protecting Lu Chen. Not long after. What? This is mythic-level equipment? No wonder you wanted us to sign this contract. In the wild, Lu Hualian had let Zhao Qiuxia see the attribute effects of the empty-handed essence ring in advance. The two were so shocked that they couldn't help but exclaim repeatedly. If that's the case, then if we're going into a dungeon, we might as well not go to a regular one. Let's go to a dungeon that others haven't successfully cleared. After the shock, Zhao Qiuxia suddenly thought of something and proposed. What are you trying to say? Juya frowned slightly, looking at Zhao Qiuxia, feeling as if she was hiding some bad idea. Zhao Qiuxia chuckled and said, aren't the president and the others currently trying to clear that hidden dungeon? I heard that after getting the resurrection armor, they can attempt to clear that hidden dungeon. But they haven't come out for so long, so it must be quite difficult. Since that's the case, why don't we clear that hidden dungeon for them? Seems like it can be considered. Upon hearing Zhao Qiuxia's words, Lu Hualian initially thought it was absurd, but then she considered it and felt it might not be a bad idea to try. After all, although their levels were a bit low, with the enhancement of the empty-handed essence ring, their combat power was likely higher than that of Lu Zhanyuan and the others. Plus, Lu Chen could provide the resurrection armor, putting them in an inherently invincible position. So why not give it a try? Zhao Qiuxia proposed to go and seize the hidden dungeon that their grandfathers wanted to clear. Lu Hualian was somewhat tempted and felt it was worth considering. However, Juya frowned and said, this, not to mention whether we can clear this hidden dungeon with this mythic-level equipment. Even if we can clear it, we're going to get beaten up, right? Juya said weakly. After all, this was the hidden dungeon that Lu Zhanyuan, Wu Qiming, and the others had worked hard to clear. If they, as juniors, snatched the first clear, they would probably be furious. After all, the first clear would grant first clear experience and records, allowing them to obtain many good things and gain luck, which would be great for future development. Hearing Juya's words, Lu Hualian fell silent for a moment, then smiled sweetly and said, if it's just the three of us, Grandpa and the others will definitely be furious, and we won't be able to escape being scolded. But don't forget, we still have Lu Chen among us. With him here, how could Grandpa and the others be angry? The rewards for this first clear hidden dungeon would enhance Lu Chen, and they would definitely be happy about it, so there's no need to worry. Lu Chen? Are they trying to drag me into this? That seems to be the case. Juya thought about Lu Hualian's words and relaxed immediately. Of course, she didn't forget to respect Lu Chen's opinion. So, Juya looked at Lu Chen and asked, Lu Chen, do you want to join us in that hidden dungeon? Let's go. Lu Chen thought for a moment, feeling that doing this was quite exciting and fun, so he agreed. Well, then the key now should be the entrance ticket for the hidden dungeon. Lu Hualian pondered for a moment and said, I think I heard my grandpa say that there are only 5 tickets left, and now that they are going into the dungeon again, there might only be 1 ticket left. After saying that, she turned to Lu Chen and asked, Lu Chen, with your creation ability, can you make an entrance ticket? Lu Chen thought for a moment and said uncertainly, I haven't tried it, so I'm not sure, but it should be possible. Then let's go try. First, let's go back and get the ticket for you to reference, Lu Hualian said. Then, they headed straight back to the capital. Lu Hualian led them to Lu Zhenyuan's room, where they began rummaging through drawers to find that one hidden dungeon ticket. Normally, this ticket should be kept in a spatial ring. However, since this entrance ticket did not belong to Lu Zhenyuan personally, he had placed it in a shared storage space.
This way, even if he wasn't in the capital, others who wanted to challenge the hidden dungeon could come here to collect the entrance ticket after successfully applying.
Found it! After searching through many types of tickets, Lu Hualian finally found the last ticket for the hidden dungeon that Lu Zhanyuan
and the others were going to, causing her to exclaim in excitement. This entrance ticket looked shiny and golden, somewhat resembling a crystal core, and it was beautiful.
Item: Heart of Light effect can be used to enter the hidden dungeon Origin of Light. A simple information introduction.
And the Origin of Light is the official name of that hidden dungeon.
Here, Lu Chen, give it a try.
Lu Hualian handed the Heart of Light to Lu Chen, her eyes filled with anticipation.
Okay. Lu Chen reached out to take the Heart of Light.
Then, he began to use the ability of the skill Insight to check the specific materials of the Heart of Light.
But he failed.
The skill Insight allowed him to see more information and introductions about the forging materials, and when he envisioned a piece of equipment or item, it could provide better material combinations and choices.
To perfect the equipment manufacturing he envisioned.
And without being able to hold an item, he could directly discern the various materials needed to create that equipment. If he could truly succeed, then this skill should not be called insight,
but rather analysis.
It would directly analyze finished equipment, items, potions, and other objects to reveal their manufacturing materials.
However, although Lu Chen did not possess the skill of analysis and could not
directly understand the materials needed to create the Heart of Light, he could still rely on his experience to slowly analyze the required materials. Then, using the skill Insight, he could conceptualize the creation of the
Heart of Light and check the success rate.
After many attempts, he was still able to replicate the Heart of Light.
This won't do, let's try a different combination. That won't work either.
Lu Chen began to slowly
experiment with constructing the Heart of Light.
The success rate of the creation gradually increased from the original 5% and 10% to 70%. Finally, after a few more adjustments in his experiments, the success rate reached 80%.
The remaining suggestion for creation was to level up, at least to level 40. I can give it a try now. Lu Chen felt that the choice of materials should be correct.
The remaining 20% failure rate was entirely due to his low level. However, an 80% success rate was already quite high. After all, failure in creation wouldn't waste materials, so he could try multiple times.
Alright,
I'll go apply for these materials for you right away.
Upon hearing
the names of the materials Lu Chen mentioned, Lu Hualian nodded and immediately went to apply for them.
It took less than 10 minutes.
Since the materials Lu Chen needed were right in the capital, they were delivered directly to
him. The efficiency was remarkably fast. Good. Let me give it a try.
After receiving the materials, Lu Chen immediately began to attempt to create the Heart of Light.
Ding, creation failed.
The first attempt at creation
failed outright. Lu Chen did not get discouraged and continued.
On the second attempt, he succeeded directly.
A brilliant light flashed, and instantly, a golden crystal core identical to the Heart of Light that Lu Hualian had just found appeared on the table. Success! Zhuya and the three women, including Lu Hualian, were all pleasantly surprised. Lu Chen's talent as a creator was indeed terrifying. He could even solve the entry ticket restrictions
for hidden dungeons that had troubled various countries for hundreds of years. Thus, even without other means, he could enjoy the highest treatment in the Dragon Kingdom.
Swish!
After successfully creating, Lu Chen continued to create with the other materials. Soon, he directly manufactured 4 more Hearts of Light. Lu Chen picked up these Hearts of Light and checked their descriptions.
Item: Heart of Light effect can be used to enter the hidden dungeon Origin of Light.
The entry tickets he created had descriptions identical to the Heart of Light that Lu Zhanyuan and the others had obtained, with no differences whatsoever.
It really worked. Let's go. Try that hidden dungeon.
Seeing this, Lu Chen revealed a radiant smile and then distributed 1 Heart of Light to each of the 3 women, Lu Hualian included. They then left the capital and headed out to the wilderness. More than 10 minutes later,
Lu Chen, led by Lu Hualian and her 2 companions, arrived at the entrance of the hidden dungeon, the Origin of Light. In front of Lu Chen, there was no direct
appearance of the swirling, distorted light curtain entrance. They needed to first accept a prerequisite quest, and only after completing it could they see the entrance to the hidden dungeon that
ordinary people could not.
For an average person, even if they knew the approximate location of this hidden dungeon, they would likely have no idea how to complete the hidden quest.
However, Lu Hualian and her companions had exceptional backgrounds, so with Lu Chen in tow, they completed some transactions and conversations in just a few minutes. Soon, a dimensional space portal, radiating pure white light, appeared before them. As expected of a hidden dungeon, it really is tricky. Lu Chen marveled. If they hadn't known about the prerequisite quest, they might have struggled for over half a month without success.
They would have directly exposed their pursuit of clues regarding this hidden dungeon and ended up getting caught.
Even if they were lucky enough not to be discovered, they would be helpless without an entry ticket. However, this was not a problem for them. Let's go. Lu Hualian called to Lu Chen and Juya, then stepped toward the swirling light curtain. Whoosh! In the next moment, the light of heart in their hands dissipated. They vanished from the wilderness. They entered the hidden dungeon, the origin of light. Boom! Bang! On the other side, Lu Zhanyuan and Wu Qiming's team had already arrived in the room of the fourth elite monster in the origin of light. Once they dealt with this elite monster, they would be able to smoothly enter the boss room. Rumble! However, after they successfully defeated this last elite monster, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A hidden elite monster appeared, pouncing on them with an extremely ferocious demeanor. It was a light bat. Very vicious. Hey, another elite monster? Great! Now we can clear the origin of light, and the first clear reward will probably be even more generous. Seeing the appearance of this hidden elite monster, the light bat, Wu Qiming and his three companions were not surprised but rather delighted. They continued to attack, with Wu Qiming controlling the monster while Lu Zhanyuan and Zheng Huirong dealt damage. Whoosh! On Lu Chen's side, they had officially entered the origin of light dungeon. What greeted their eyes was a dazzling light that made it hard for them to open their eyes and see. This was a type of light attack that was harmful to the human body and caused continuous damage. If they couldn't clear the dungeon quickly, they would slowly lose health. Soon, the blinding light faded. Beautiful and exquisite light spirits, some wielding swords and others drawing bows, began to launch their attacks against them. Lu Chen, give us buffs. Lu Hualian called out sweetly. The three of them were not purely support characters. After all, they were assigned as Lu Chen's personal guards, so how could they be arranged as weak support classes? Lu Hualian was an SS level class, the Sword Emperor. Juya was also an SS level class, a Chi Master. Zhao Qiuxia was an SS level class, a Lava Mage. Among them, Lu Hualian and Zhao Qiuxia were purely offensive classes with no support or control abilities. Juya, as a Chi Master, was a hybrid of offense and support. She had combat abilities, some support capabilities, could control enemies and release Chi shields to protect her teammates. She was considered a relatively well-rounded class. However, overall, their four-person team did not have a healer of comparable level. Lu Chen, as a curse master, could barely be considered a healer, but his level was too far behind theirs. Therefore, if they were to normally grind this hidden dungeon, they definitely wouldn't bring someone like Lu Chen, a healer, into the dungeon. However, because they were the guards responsible for protecting Lu Chen, it was impossible for them to leave him outside just to clear the dungeon of the origin of light and find another suitable caretaker to assist them. Their primary duty was still to protect Lu Chen. Therefore, their entry into this hidden dungeon could only be considered a casual endeavor. Using a little caretaker like Lu Chen to assist them, if they could clear the origin of light, that would certainly be delightful. If not, they could still test the enhancement of the empty-handed oath ring on them, which was quite interesting. Alright. Upon hearing Lu Hualian's words, Lu Chen immediately cast a curse command skill on himself, a skill that significantly enhanced the effect of his curse buff. Following that, Lu Chen applied his exclusive curse buff to Lu Hualian and the others. The dark tide surged. Once this buff was applied to his teammates, it would unleash their potential, increasing skill damage by 30% and attack damage by 30%. Additionally, their movement speed, attack speed, strength, and stamina would all be greatly enhanced. Then, Lu Chen released a curse command skill, transferring all the curses and negative states he had to bear onto the light spirits rushing towards them. Poof! Bang! In an instant, several light spirits were directly killed. The remaining light spirits also fell into a state of sluggishness. It was evident how great the cost of the curse command Lu Chen had to bear was. This healing power is not bad, Lu Hualian muttered to herself in surprise and delight. She had thought that Lu Chen, as a curse master, was not a pure caretaker, and given that he was only level 26, even with a full set of legendary gear, his healing power would probably only be equivalent to that of a level 35 to 40 caretaker. To her surprise, after Lu Chen's series of actions, the enhancement he provided was at least equivalent to that of a level 50 caretaker's full support. Now it's my turn to strike. Then Lu Hualian sheathed her longsword, and her palms burst forth with brilliant light. Although her profession was Sword Emperor, it didn't mean she couldn't use martial arts skills. She had learned a palm technique, the returning palm. This skill allowed her to strike forward and then return to her original position. She had learned this skill for speed during travel, and now it could be used to enhance the power of her empty-handed oath ring. Boom! After charging for a moment, seeing the light spirits getting closer, she launched her attack. With a powerful palm strike, dazzling palm shadows flashed. In the next moment, these exquisitely doll-like light spirits all shattered and perished. Let's go! With all the monsters dead, the entrance to the next room opened. Lu Hualian called to them and walked towards the door. Lu Chen followed closely behind while checking his experience points. Experience plus 48. Experience plus 45. Experience. plus 46. So pitifully low. This was the experience limit and penalty for low-level players entering a high-level dungeon. Otherwise, if others wanted to level up quickly, wouldn't they be able to rise from level 1 to level 50-60 in no time with the help of high-level players? It wasn't that simple. How strong? This palm strike is more ferocious than a max-level boss. I can't imagine what would happen to me if that slap landed on me. Zhao Qiuxia and Zhuya walked towards the door of the next room, their faces filled with complex expressions, gasping in amazement. In this hidden dungeon, the ordinary monsters were all level 70. The elite monsters should be between level 80 and 90. Normally, with Lu Hualian's strength, she wouldn't be able to wipe out these ordinary little monsters, but for a light spirit, she would at least need to strike 10 times. And that would be with skill attacks, not just basic attacks. So, if she wanted to clear out the dozen or so light spirits in this room, it would take her at least 10 to 20 minutes. If Zhuya and Zhao Qiuxia joined in, they might save some time, but it would still take around 7 to 8 minutes. However, after Lu Hualian put on this empty-handed mastery ring with just one slap, she directly wiped out all these light spirits. It's hard to imagine how much her combat power has increased. The most important thing is that since these light spirits were all killed in an instant, no one knew just how high the damage cap of Lu Hualian's recent slap was. If we say that the total health of these light spirits is 100 points, then an attack dealing 100 points of damage would wipe them out, but dealing 1000 points or even 10,000 points of damage would also eliminate them. So, later, she would need to deal with the elite monsters to roughly gauge how much the empty-handed mastery ring has enhanced her attacks. Boom! Bang! Smack! Soon, under Lu Hualian's lead, Lu Chen, Zhuya, and Zhao Qiuxia in this hidden dungeon far beyond their levels didn't even need to lift a finger, strolling leisurely into the room of the first elite monster. Boom! Lu Hualian struck again. With one slap, she took away 2/3 of the elite monster's health. Wow! So fierce! If Hualian used her strongest sword technique and a combo, she might only manage to take away 1/10 of this elite monster's health. She might not even be able to do that. Yet now, with this palm technique for running through the map, she took away 2/3 of the elite monster's health with just one slap. This is too outrageous. It's definitely too abnormal. If this were the sword technique mastery ring instead of the empty-handed mastery ring, it's hard to imagine how off the charts Hualian's damage would be now. Zhuya and Zhao Qiuxia were in awe. Roar! At that moment, the elite monster, having been severely injured by Lu Hualian, instantly entered a berserk state. In this state, its attack speed and movement speed skyrocketed. Then it lunged at the stunned Lu Hualian. Oh no! Lu Hualian's expression turned a bit panicked. After all, her palm technique had a cooldown time. She had planned to finish this wave and then run away, waiting for her skill to cool down before returning to beat up this elite monster. She never expected that this elite monster would instantly enter a berserk state after being hit by her. It charged directly at her. Looks like I'll have to use my resurrection armor here first. Lu Hualian sighed helplessly in her heart. The elite monster was too fast. She had no time to draw her sword and use sword skills to block it. Bang! Just when Lu Hualian thought she was going to die at the hands of this berserk elite monster, she thought of counterattacking in her last moments and randomly slapped forward a few times. She didn't want this monster to have it easy even in death. Bang! The next second, Lu Hualian leveled up. She reached level 67. Ha! Lu Hualian was stunned. She opened her eyes and looked at the elite monster. They discovered that the opponent was already out of health. Dead. What's going on? She casually slapped this elite monster a few times. Did she just take away a third of its health? Damn! Hualian, you're so fierce. Let me use that ring. Wearing this ring, it's like being One Punch Man. Originally, Zhuya and Zhao Qiuxia thought something would happen to Lu Hualian and were ready to support her, but when they saw Lu Hualian casually slap the elite monster to death, they couldn't help but exclaim in excitement. They couldn't help but be thrilled. Those two slaps from Lu Hualian weren't any skills. They were just ordinary slaps equivalent to a basic attack. Yet, just like that, she took away a third of the elite monster's health. This empty-handed ultimate ring was truly ferocious. Does that mean, if they used this empty-handed ultimate ring, they could easily kill elite monsters? Even the boss of the Light Origin? Killing a high-level hidden dungeon boss with a basic attack, a boss that even their grandfathers found difficult to defeat. Just thinking about it was exhilarating. I'll let you use it later, it's first come, first served. Lu Hualian also got excited but was reluctant to part with the empty-handed ultimate ring. They then discussed that when they entered the next elite monster's room, they would switch the empty-handed ultimate ring to Zhao Qiuxia. Alright, let's go. Charge, charge, charge. The four of them, Lu, Chen and the others, excitedly entered the next room. Bang! In an instant, they arrived in the second elite monster's room. Zhao Qiuxia used her basic attack while casting her lava spells on the elite monster. The results were unexpectedly good.
Originally, her spells had low magical damage without a staff. But after wearing the empty-handed ultimate ring, her unarmed casting dealt more damage than using a level 60 legendary staff. This is so useful.
Lu Chen, can you make another empty-handed ultimate ring for me?
After easily defeating the elite monster, Zhao Qiuxia reluctantly handed the ring to Zhuya and then spoke to Lu Chen.
Lu Chen shook
his head slightly. I'm afraid not. It requires a lot of mythic materials, and I'm not sure if there are any left in the national treasury.
Alright.
Zhao Qiuxia felt a bit disappointed upon hearing this, but she thought to herself that there was no need to dwell on the empty-handed ultimate ring. As long as she stayed close to Lu Chen, maybe in the future he would customize a special staff for her, which would be more
comfortable than the empty-handed ultimate ring, right? They then entered the next room again. Bang!
On the other side, Wu Qiming and Lu Zhanyuan teamed up and spent over an hour.
Finally, they managed to eliminate that hidden elite monster. Alright, we can finally enter the boss room. This time, we absolutely have to take down this boss,
Lu Zhanyuan and the others said with anticipation in their eyes.
Wu Qiming reminded them. Next is a prolonged battle.
Even if Dashua has resurrection armor, we might still need 3 to 4 hours to take down this boss, so let's not rush into the boss room.
Let's recover our stamina and spirit first.
Well, indeed. Let's take a good rest first. What comes next will be a protracted battle, we can't be careless.
Hearing Wu Qiming's
words, Zhang Huihong and the others nodded, not daring to be negligent. They then sat down on the ground and took out various potions from there. Spatial rings to drink, accelerating the recovery of their health, mental power, magic, and stamina. On the other side,
boom, bang, the
4-member team of Lu Chen also arrived in the room of the third elite monster. At this moment, the empty-handed mastery ring was in Zhuya's hands. As a chi master, Zhuya's weapon was gloves, so fighting barehanded didn't affect her much. With the empty-handed mastery ring, as she was surrounded by spheres of chi, even without moving her hands, any monster that approached her would die upon contact. Quite ruthless. It could be said that the empty-handed mastery ring in the hands of Zhuya, who was half support and half combat, unleashed a power even greater than that of Lu Hualian and Zhao Qiuxia. It was as if it was tailor-made for her. Snap! Zhuya raised her hand and snapped the neck of the elite monster in the room, temporarily controlling it. Then, without needing to do anything herself, the 4 spheres of light spinning rapidly around her went bang, 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 and killed the elite monster. How fierce! So awesome! Seeing that she didn't even need to lift a finger to eliminate the elite monster, Zhuya truly cherished the empty-handed mastery ring. It seems this ring is more suitable for you. You keep farming the monsters, Lu Hualian suggested. At first, she found the empty-handed mastery ring very addictive and exhilarating, wanting to wear it all the time and take down all the monsters in the map barehanded. But now, after letting Zhao Qiuxia and Zhuya use the ring for a while, Lu Hualian gradually lost that excitement. It felt just like that. The empty-handed mastery ring was indeed strong and terrifying. However, her profession was ultimately sword emperor, not fist emperor. She couldn't give up her professional advantages and rely on a piece of equipment. So, after testing the power of the empty-handed mastery ring, she didn't plan to continue using this mythical equipment. Since it also suited Zhuya, she would let Zhuya lead them through this hidden dungeon. Well, you can take care of the remaining elite monsters and the boss. We'll assist from the side. At this moment, Zhao Qiuxia said the same. Like Lu Hualian, she had come to understand that she was a mage. Occasionally playing with this toy equipment was fun, but she couldn't indulge in it all the time. Unless the country really allocated this equipment to her, it wouldn't benefit her much. So she also didn't plan to use the ring much and let Zhuya handle it. Oh, okay. Zhuya was a bit surprised to hear their words. After all, according to the original plan, one person would finish off an elite monster and then pass the ring to the next person. Now, suddenly, they didn't need to use it. Of course, although surprised, Zhuya didn't think too much about it. At this moment, she was still quite excited about using the empty-handed mastery ring. She was happy that they weren't competing with her for it. Time passed in the blink of an eye. More than 10 minutes later, Zhuya, using the empty-handed mastery ring, easily led Lu Chen and the other two to eliminate the remaining monsters and elite monsters. Arriving at the entrance of the boss room, looking at the blood-red, menacing door in front of her, Zhuya asked, "Should we take a break?" "Not needed, right? We're not tired." Lu Hualian shook her head. "Well, let's go straight in and finish it quickly. I feel like we've dragged this out for so long, and I'm afraid the old man and the others are about to clear this dungeon too. Let's not waste any more time." Zhao Qiuxia nodded in agreement. However, Zhuya didn't pay attention to their thoughts and instead looked at Lu Chen. Although they were eager to clear this hidden dungeon before their old man, which would surely be quite interesting, they had to consider Lu Chen first. If Lu Chen was a bit tired or for any other reason didn't want to go in and fight the boss right now, she definitely wouldn't rush to fight the boss.
It was better to miss the chance to clear the hidden dungeon before the old man than to neglect Lu Chen. I have no objections, let's go in directly. Lu Chen noticed Zhu Ye's concerned gaze and smiled slightly. Alright, then let's go in. Zhu Ye smiled in response and stood at the entrance of the boss room. I'll be the socket, you all remember to quickly deal with those minions. On the other side, Li Gunshua reminded Lu Zhanyuan and the others before entering the boss room. We understand. Lu Zhanyuan, Wu Qiming, and Zhang Huihong all nodded seriously. Then, Li Gunshua put on his resurrection armor and stood with them at the entrance of the boss room. Swish! A burst of crimson light flashed. Immediately after, a brilliant golden light erupted. In the next moment, a holy angel with 8 wings descended from the sky. Its face was solemn and dignified, holding a long spear. This was the ultimate boss of the hidden dungeon, the origin of light. However, the boss's special mechanism made it very troublesome. Normally, no one could hit it, it was in a transparent state, invincible. However, once it was pierced by its spear, it would be released from its transparent state and could then be attacked. At that point, everyone could unleash their attacks on it. But being the target pierced by its spear was extremely dangerous. Not only would the target be immobilized, but they would also be surrounded and beaten by a group of small angels brought by the boss. Additionally, being pierced by its spear would put the target in a special purification state, where light attribute attacks would break defenses and the enemy's attack damage would be critical hits. Therefore, being the socket was very dangerous, and one could easily die here. This was also the reason they had to leave this hidden dungeon in a sorry state the first time they entered. At that time, Lu Zhanyuan, who accidentally became the socket, nearly died here. However, this time, Li Ganshua volunteered to be the socket and even wore resurrection armor. The danger was minimized. Swish! When Lu Zhanyuan and the others saw the boss appear, they quickly moved aside. But Li Genshuan not only didn't dodge but actively approached the boss. As expected, he was directly struck by the boss's spear and became immobilized. Quick! Attack! Boom! Once Li Genshua was struck by the boss immediately became visible and was in a state that could be attacked. However, Lu Zhanyuan and the others did not immediately attack the boss. Instead, they first targeted the small angels surrounding and attacking Li Genshua. Because the time the boss had struck Li Genshua was about a minute, that time was completely insufficient for them to take down the boss. After killing all the small minions brought by the boss would completely exit its transparent invincible state, and at that point, they wouldn't need anyone to be the socket, they could unleash their attacks on the boss freely. Swish swish! Boom! Bang! When Li Genshua was struck by the boss, a group of little angels immediately began to attack him frantically, while Wu Qiming and Lu Zhanyuan did not just stand by, they also sprang into action in an instant. Wu Qiming, who was a hybrid control and damage dealer, quickly managed to control these little angels. Following that, Zhang Huihong and Lu Zhanyuan, both pure damage dealers, unleashed their ultimate skills, attacking the little angels with all their might. Meanwhile, the boss, who was holding a gun and had struck Li Genshua, was completely ignored. This was a trap in the hidden dungeon. If they foolishly attacked the boss first, no matter how many people they had as conduits, they would not be able to defeat the boss and would only end up with more casualties. The key to clearing this dungeon was to first deal with the seemingly unimportant little angels. Boom! Bang! Soon, a minute passed. The time the boss spent attacking Li Genshua was up. It instantly retracted the long spear, allowing Li Genshua to move freely again from his stiff state. The boss itself then re-entered a transparent state, making it untouchable. At the same time, those little angels also entered a transparent state, unable to be attacked. During this minute, although Lu Zhanyuan, Zhang Huihong, and Wu Qiming were outputting damage like crazy, they had only managed to kill 2/3 of the little angels. There were still 6 or 7 little angels left. I'm almost out of health. Wait a moment, I'll be back to be a conduit soon. Li Ganshua checked his health and found he had only a tiny bit of life left. Fortunately, he was a healer and was wearing a healing armor set. Otherwise, if he were another fragile class, he would have long since died from the boss's continuous attacks and would have had to use a resurrection armor. Swish! Whoosh! As a healer, Li Ganshua naturally had healing skills. After casting a few quick healing spells on himself, his health was fully restored in no time. However, he was now under the boss's special purification status. If he were to be struck by the boss's long spear again, even at full health, he would likely only last 30 seconds before dying again and needing to resurrect. But that was enough. 30 seconds was plenty of time for Lu Zhanyuan and the others to deal with the remaining little angels. During his resurrection process, he hoped to use a second job change book to become a judgment paladin. If everything went smoothly, they would likely clear this extremely difficult hidden dungeon in just half an hour. They would receive the first completion reward. Hiss! With that thought, Li Genshua stepped forward again, actively allowing the boss to strike him. Kill! Boom! Seeing Li Gunshua get hit again, Lu Zhanyuan and Zhang Huihong sprang into action once more. This time, they managed to eliminate the remaining little angels in just over 20 seconds. Whoosh! As these little angels fell, the boss, the eight-winged angel, erupted in a dazzling golden light. Its health instantly dropped by 1/5. Yet it remained impaled on Li Gunshua, completely motionless. For at least the next 40 seconds, it would be unable to move. Only when this ability's duration ended could it unleash its full power against Lu Zhanyuan and the others. Boom! Bang! Lu Zhanyuan and Zhang Huihong unleashed their full firepower, attacking the eight-winged angel like human-shaped nuclear bombs. However, the eight-winged angel had too much health. In just 10 seconds, they had not managed to take away much of its life. As soon as the 30 seconds predicted by Li Gunshua arrived, his body suddenly exploded into pieces with a loud bang. He died instantly. However, at that moment, the resurrection armor he was wearing began to emit a brilliant light. It enveloped his remains and started to piece his body back together, aiming to bring him back to life. After 10 seconds, a flash of golden light appeared. Li Gunshua was immediately resurrected under the healing of the resurrection armor. I have come back to life. As soon as Li Gunshua revived, he felt a bit disoriented, but soon he recalled the memories from before his death. What disappointed him was that this time, his death and resurrection did not trigger the successful second job transfer for the Judgment Paladin, preventing him from advancing to the second tier. So, it was as if he had died for nothing. He had also wasted a piece of resurrection armor. Damn it! Go die, you useless piece of trash! Li Gunshua cursed angrily, then activated one of his special skills, Divine Protection. This was a halo skill. Nearby teammates would receive a buff, increasing their damage by about 10%. Meanwhile, enemies within this halo would have their defense and attribute resistance reduced, becoming more vulnerable. Boom! Bang! Immediately after, Li Gunshua began to cooperate with Lu Zhanyuan and the others, aiming to completely defeat this boss within 20 minutes. On the other side, while Li Gunshua and Lu Zhanyuan were frantically dealing damage to the boss, the eight-winged angel, Lu Chen's team had successfully entered the boss room. They encountered the boss, the eight-winged angel. Since Lu Zhanyuan and the others had not reported the boss's special mechanics, they were unsure how to deal with it. It wasn't until Lu Chen died once and was resurrected with the resurrection armor that they realized how disgusting and troublesome the boss's special mechanics were. No wonder Lu Zhanyuan and the others insisted on obtaining the resurrection armor before choosing to enter this hidden dungeon again. Fortunately, they were well prepared this time, with Lu Chen having brought a total of 20 resurrection armors, enough for them to clear the dungeon. I'll be the socket. Lu Chen put on the resurrection armor again and voluntarily went to be the socket. No way. Zhuya and Lu Hualian wanted to refuse, not wanting Lu Chen to take risks, but Lu Chen had already been stabbed by the boss with a gun. Sigh. Seeing this, Zhuya had no choice but to let out a soft sigh and hurriedly went to deal with the monsters. Bang bang bang. Her attack speed was extremely fast, and the swirling energy orbs around her had terrifying attack power. In no time, all the dozens of small angels were killed by Zhuya. Ah! The eight-winged angel let out a mournful cry after all the small angels were dead, but it still couldn't move. Bang! Zhuya charged forward and slapped it several times. Bang! With the first slap, Zhuya directly took away 1/3 of the eight-winged angel's health. With the second slap, the boss lost another third of its health. Finally, with Zhuya's third slap, accompanied by a brilliant burst of golden light, the boss, the eight-winged angel, died. With a large amount of experience gained, both Zhuya and Zhao Qiuxiao leveled up. Even Lu Chen, although affected by the experience penalty mechanism and unable to gain much experience, also leveled up to level 27. In another dungeon. Swish swish swish. Lu Zhanyuan and Zhang Huirong suppressed their excitement as they frantically dealt damage to the eight-winged angel, and at that moment, they heard a system prompt that someone had completed the hidden dungeon, the origin of light. Li Gunshua? What the hell? What's going on? Why is the first clear gone? Lu Zhanyuan, Wu Qiming, and Li Jianxua, the four of them, heard the system notification that the first clear record of the light's origin had been completed by someone else. Their mindset completely exploded. They almost lost control of the boss, the eight-winged angel, wanting to knock it down and unleash their damage. Soon, they barely stabilized their mindset, continuing to control the eight-winged angel while outputting damage and cursing in anger. What the hell is going on? Could there be a traitor? Did someone sneak in and kill the boss before us? I don't know, let's clear this dungeon. Quickly, we need to catch up with that group. Bastards! I'm so mad. Compared to the anger of Lu Zhanyuan and Wu Qiming, the most furious was undoubtedly Li Jianxua. He had died once here, wasted a resurrection armor, and failed to successfully change his class to a judgment paladin. He had thought that if they cleared this hidden dungeon, they would receive a lot of rewards, so it wouldn't be too much of a loss. However, they had already brought the boss down to a third of its health, and in just a few more minutes they should be able to defeat it. They would successfully claim the first clear reward for Light's origin. But then, out of nowhere, someone had snatched their first clear record. This completely shattered Li Jianshuo's mindset. He was about to go crazy. Fortunately, he was just a support healer, not a control support or the main damage dealer of the team. Now that the boss was being controlled by his teammates, even if he did nothing, it wouldn't affect the overall situation. Otherwise, if he were the main damage dealer with his current broken mindset, even if the boss was close to dying, he might not be able to secure the clear, potentially allowing the boss to recover quickly and leading to failure. Boom. Bang. Damn it. The more Li Jianshuo thought about it, the angrier he became, and then he didn't care that he had no attack damage left. He swung a hammer weapon and started smashing the 8-winged angel. On the other side, in Lu Chen's team, they were still unaware that Lu Zhanyuan and Li Jianshuo's team had their first clear of Light's origin snatched away, causing their mindset to nearly collapse. They successfully killed the boss, the 8-winged angel, allowing the other three, except for Lu Hualian, to level up. Lu Hualian had already leveled up not long ago while defeating an elite monster, so the experience reward from clearing this hidden dungeon was not enough for her to level up again. It's time to collect the rewards. I didn't expect that such a difficult hidden dungeon would actually let us clear it in the end. Fortunately, we were well prepared this time and had Lu Chen prepare more resurrection armors in advance, otherwise we would have been in trouble. After successfully clearing the hidden dungeon, the reactions of Lu Hualian and the others were quite different. Some were looking forward to how generous the first clear rewards would be. Others were amazed that such a difficult hidden dungeon, which even their grandfathers had failed at once, was cleared by them just because of a mythical level piece of equipment. They were simply incredible. Some felt a wave of fear. After all, Lu Chen had really died once before and had only come back to life thanks to the resurrection armor. If anything unexpected happened, given Lu Chen's importance, they would probably have to accompany him in death. Ha! Lu Chen, you open the treasure chest. Regardless of what Lu Hualian and Zhuya were thinking, in the end, they all agreed that Lu Chen should open the treasure chest for clearing this hidden dungeon. After the boss was defeated and the dungeon cleared, a treasure chest would generally appear at the original location. Inside, there would be rewards. Of course, if it were an ordinary copy, often cleared by others, it would depend on everyone's luck. Sometimes you could open a treasure chest and obtain skill books, equipment, and so on, while other times it would be completely empty. But this situation does not apply to hidden copies. In hidden copies, even if it's not the first clear, clearing the dungeon will definitely allow you to open treasure chests and obtain good items. And if it is the first clear, the two effects combined will yield unimaginable rewards. The thrill and surprise of opening blind boxes are something that Lu Hualian, Zhuya, and Jia Qiuxia all enjoy. However, they know that their ability to clear this hidden copy is not due to their own skills, but rather to Lu Chen, who seems to have no effect in this dungeon as a low-level support class. They also want to please Lu Chen and get closer to him, so they all choose to let him open the treasure chest. Alright, Lu Chen didn't think much of it. He had opened many treasure chests in the past few days, and perhaps because he had a blessed accessory that increased luck, his chances of getting good items were quite high. So he was quite fond of opening treasure chests now. Then, Lu Chen walked towards the golden, mysterious treasure chest that appeared on the corpse of the 8-winged angel. Creak! This mysterious treasure chest could be opened without a key. Lu Chen raised his hand and opened it. Wow! In an instant, a dazzling golden light erupted, illuminating the entire boss room with a brilliant glow. After a while, the light finally dissipated. Zhuya and Lu Hualian hurried over, standing beside Lu Chen, examining the items inside the chest. There were several skill books placed inside. A set of cloth armor, the specific level unknown. But given the level and difficulty of this hidden copy, along with the first clear record, it was likely, at least a legendary level set. It might even be epic level equipment. Epic level equipment is already considered the strongest gear in the current Blue Star. It is equipment that cannot be crafted by professions like blacksmiths or artisans, only dropped in dungeons. Of course, that was the situation before. Now that Lu Chen has crafted the first mythic level equipment, the strongest gear in Blue Star will henceforth be mythic level. Besides the skill books in a set of cloth armor, there was also a crystal ball and several golden fruits that looked like pears. Lu Chen didn't pay attention to those materials and fruits, or the equipment, but first picked up the skill book to take a look. For him, the skill book was the best and what he needed the most. Skill book, Curse Chant Profession, Curse Master Type, Curse Effect. By looking at the target, you can cast a powerful curse attack on them. Release. And cooldown, release time 1 second, cooldown time 1 second. Evaluation, I can kill you with just a thought. This curse skill surprised and delighted Lu Chen, because its profession label was no longer an ordinary mage, but directly a curse master. This meant that this was a skill book truly meant for curse masters. At the same time, Lu Chen happened to be lacking some curse attack skills. Now, this could enhance his self-defense capabilities. Although it's a skill of the Curse Master, it feels like its damage isn't particularly high. After the initial surprise, Luchin felt that the introduction of this skill book didn't seem very strong. Let's see if I can directly fuse this skill book curse chant with the one I've already learned, curse command chant, to see if I can create a new skill book. After thinking for a moment, Lu Chen tried to combine the two skill books. Whoosh! A flash of golden light passed. Lu Chen's attempt was successful. Skill book, curse chant profession, curse master type, curse effect, can use thoughts or language to impose a super strong curse attack on the target. Casting and cooldown, release time 0.5 seconds, cooldown time 0.5 seconds. Evaluation, be a good person. After the fusion of the two skills, the introduction didn't change much. However, the original curse skill was a powerful curse, and now, after merging with the curse command chant, the description changed to super strong curse attack. It seemed to have become significantly stronger. After returning to town, he would find a wild monster to test it out. Whoosh! Lu Chen absorbed and learned this skill book. Then he checked the other skill books. Skill book, wind, forest, fire, mountain profession, lava mage type, fire/earth attribute effect. Creates a large volcanic group that can trap enemies and perform multiple terrifying volcanic eruption attacks. Casting and cooldown, release time 10 seconds, cooldown time 5 minutes. Evaluation, the art of explosion. This is the lava mage, seems like Sister Qiu Xia's skill. Lu Chen looked at this skill book and then remembered that Zhao Qiu Xia was indeed a lava mage. He then handed the skill book to Zhao Qiu Xia. Wow, what an amazing skill book. It has control, explosion, and area attack. It's perfect, just what I need to make up for my shortcomings. Zhao Qiu Xia was overjoyed when she received the skill book, exclaiming repeatedly. She had always wanted this type of skill book, but unfortunately, the lava mage profession was quite rare, and skills with control, explosion, and area attack were extremely scarce. So, she could only hope for luck. Unexpectedly, the skill she had longed for appeared right here. Seeing this, Lu Chen smiled and then picked up another skill book to look at. This skill book was not for the Curse Master, but for the Thought Master. It was called Thunder Thought Shield. This skill was similar to Zhuya's Thought Shield skill. Both released a thought shield that reduced damage from the outside for teammates within the shield. However, the difference was that the thought shield had no attack capability and could not move. The Thunder Thought Shield, on the other hand, was surrounded by thunder and automatically followed the caster. This meant that after Zhuya learned this skill, she could maintain a relatively damage-reducing state while the shield continuously attacked surrounding enemies. Quite nice. This skill is great. Stacking two thought shields is almost invincible. Zhuya was also thrilled after receiving this skill book. Then, the fourth skill book Lu Chen obtained, as expected, was for the Sword Emperor. It was called Heaven-Slaying Sword Technique. Simply put, it gathers energy when drawing the sword, and when the sword is drawn, that strike becomes extremely terrifying. Perfect for one-shotting bosses. Very cool. Wow, this skill is great, thank you. Lu Hualian was also beaming with joy after receiving this skill book. Then, Lu Chen picked up the last skill book. Skill book, Analysis Profession, Creator Type, None Effect, can analyze finished items and equipment to deduce the manufacturing process. Evaluation, Analysis and Insight, a perfect match. The last skill book, as expected, was indeed Lu Chen's skill book. It was for his second profession. It seems that the distribution of skill books in this treasure chest is based on the professions of the team members. If I were just a curse master, I probably wouldn't have this creator skill book, Lu Chen thought to himself. Then, Lu Chen picked up the set of cloth armor. Equipment, Divine Guardian Chi Set. Level 70 quality. Epic attributes, physical defense plus 2800, magic defense plus 3650, skill attack power plus 150%, light attribute enhancement plus 200. Passive, when attacking, additional 100% attack power. Passive, when attacking, there is a 5% chance to trigger a lightning strike attack. Passive, when releasing Chi light spheres, an additional 5 light spheres are created. Attack speed plus 100%, movement speed plus 150%. Evaluation, you are electricity, you are light. You are the only myth. The above introduction is the set effect of the 5-piece equipment. Each individual piece, such as shoulder pads, lower garments, and upper garments, still has very strong attributes, whether it be skill attack power plus 50%, attribute enhancement, or an additional 50% damage. Therefore, this epic level equipment significantly increases damage. This should be the epic set for Chi Masters, right? Lu Chen blinked, guessing that it was likely because Zhuya killed the boss, so the final first clear reward would lean more towards Zhuya's Chi Master profession. Then, Lu Chen showed the set to Zhuya and Lu Hualian. Damn! What a powerful, epic set. Still level 70, wow. If I had known this, I would have used my empty-handed ultimate ring to kill the boss just now. Then this epic equipment should have been my profession set, arg. Lu Hualian.
And Zhao Qiuxia's eyes turned red with excitement and envy after seeing the power of the Divine Guardian, she said, and they shouted in excitement. But even though they were reluctant, this set was indeed for the Chi Master. And they ultimately handed it over to Zhuya. They didn't insist on making Zhuya compensate them before giving her this epic divine gear. Ha ha ha. The smile at the corner of Zhuya's mouth couldn't be stopped, she was so excited. Then, Lu Chen checked the other items in the treasure chest. The few fruit-like items were special props. After consumption, they could permanently increase attributes such as spirit, stamina, and strength by 50 points. These things are extremely rare and are not circulated in the outside world. However, for Lu Chen, the creator, they were quite ordinary, because he could create similar items himself. Finally, Lu Chen picked up a light sphere. This was not a piece of equipment, but it was indeed a myth-level material. This reward is a bit disappointing. It's not a first clear reward, but it's still not bad. On the other side, Lu Zhanyuan and Wu Qiming, along with 2 others, also successfully killed the boss, the 8-winged angel. Then they opened the treasure chest. Inside the chest, there were only 4 skill books for their professions and a mysterious fruit that permanently increases strength by 30 points. This made their faces particularly grim. Let's go, we should hurry back to the city. Maybe we can catch that guy who stole the monster, Li Ganshua said indignantly. Let's go back to the city. Maybe we can still catch that group. I hope those bastards aren't from our dragon country but foreigners, so I can just blow their heads off. Li Ganshua and Lu Zhanyuan cursed. As they spoke, they then chose to return to the city, exiting the hidden dungeon, Light's Origin. Whoosh! A flash of unusual color passed. The 4 of them left the dungeon and returned to the wild grassland outside the capital. There are signs of someone moving around. They probably didn't go far. Let's chase in this direction. Lu Zhanyuan first checked the traces around, and then they pursued in one direction. After a moment, they gave up the chase and returned. Wait, there are no signs of anyone leaving from that position. But the traces left nearby are very fresh. It can't be that. The opposing team just arrived here, and in less than an hour, they cleared the hidden dungeon? Lu Zhanyuan and Wu Qiming whispered their analysis, looking at each other with eyes full of fear and disbelief. If their analysis was correct, then this mysterious team that appeared and snatched their first clear of the hidden dungeon must be incredibly strong. Could it be that the level cap has been broken? Or do they have a complete set of perfect top-tier epic gear? Otherwise, how could they achieve such results? Notify the others to come and prepare for support. Lu Zhanyuan's expression was serious, feeling that relying solely on the 4 of them would be difficult to subdue this mysterious team. Then, they all picked up their phones, contacting various max-level experts to come and assist. Boom! After they made the call, at least a dozen max-level experts whose strength was not inferior to theirs responded to the call, preparing to come and see the situation. Whoosh! Just as Lu Zhanyuan and the others finished the support call and breathed a sigh of relief, the rotating light screen of the hidden dungeon in front of them suddenly flashed with unusual colors. Immediately after, the 4 of them were teleported out. They're coming. So fast? Prepare for battle. Seeing this, Lu Zhanyuan and the others' pupils shrank, as if facing a great enemy. They were ready to fight to the death at the slightest disagreement. However, when the legendary golden light dissipated and they saw the 4 people appearing in front of them, Lu Zhanyuan and the others couldn't help but freeze. How could it be, you guys? Hualien, how are you here? This must be classmate Lu Chen. Wait a minute. You guys didn't bring him into that hidden dungeon, did you? Seeing Lu Chen and the others appear before them, Lu Zhanyuan and the others, after a moment of shock, did not think of them as the culprits who cleared the hidden dungeon first. Instead, they thought they had sneaked into the hidden dungeon or had come out from another nearby dungeon. This made Lu Zhanyuan and Wu Qiming tense up directly. The value that Lu Chen was now showing was a national treasure, and it couldn't be lost. They had originally arranged for Hualien and the others to protect Lu Chen closely, but who knew they would act so recklessly? If something happened to Lu Chen because of their antics, they couldn't bear the responsibility. Ridiculous. What are you doing? I told you to protect Lu Chen, not to bring him along for chaos. Lu Zhanyuan and Wu Qiming reprimanded the excited Hualien and the others, their faces serious and tense. Grandpa, it's not. We cleared the hidden dungeon. Yes, it's the hidden dungeon of Light's Origin. That's right, nothing happened. This dungeon was very simple, and we even got some great skill books. Zhuya is the happiest. The boss was killed by her, and she even directly got a full set of epic gear exclusive to the Thought Master. I'm so envious. Lu Hualien and Zhao Qiuxia, seeing that the elders were about to scold them, became nervous and quickly changed the subject, excitedly talking about how they just cleared that hidden dungeon. What? You cleared that hidden dungeon? Impossible. Without level 100 strength, there's no way to clear that dungeon. You probably can't even defeat that elite monster. What's going on? Don't joke with us.
Hearing Lu Hualian and the others, Lu Zhanyuan and the others were instantly shocked, their faces filled with disbelief. We're not joking. Look, this is the epic gear I just got, Zhuya said, quickly taking out the Divine Thought gear set for them to see. My god. This, a complete epic gear set? Damn. I'm already max level and I'm still missing 2 pieces of a full epic set. I'm missing 1 piece and the attributes of my set don't seem as good as this one. Lu Zhanyuan and Wu Qiming, after examining the specific attributes and effects of the gear pieces, were completely stunned. They felt that their years of hard work were actually not as good as Zhuya's reward from the next hidden dungeon. How unfair is that? But, how did you clear it? You don't even have a level 70 class, how is this possible? After accepting that Zhuya and the others had cleared the hidden dungeon ahead of Lu Chen, although they felt uncomfortable and frustrated, since this matter involved Lu Chen and the team consisted of their own juniors, they couldn't say much. They could only ask Zhuya and the others how they cleared the hidden dungeon. Moreover, based on their analysis, their low-level classes' clearing time seemed to be less than an hour? It was simply unbelievable. You need to sign a more stringent Oath of Destruction contract before we can tell you. Hearing the elders' inquiries, Zhuya and Lu Hualian exchanged glances and then said solemnly, they didn't reveal the matter of the empty-handed oath ring just because they were elders. It wasn't that they didn't trust Lu Zhanyuan and the others. It was because they had signed a more stringent Oath of Destruction contract. If they casually exposed it to others, they would be in trouble. Alright. Seeing Lu Hualian and the others being so serious, Lu Zhanyuan and the others were itching with curiosity, and they quickly signed a more stringent Oath of Destruction contract. Is this good enough? The destruction contract automatically disappeared, and the contract was established. Lu Zhanyuan looked at the calm Lu Chen and then turned to Zhuya and the others, asking curiously, you can see for yourselves. Zhuya nodded, then took off the empty-handed oath ring she was still wearing and handed it to Lu Zhanyuan. Lu Zhanyuan reached out to take the ancient ring, and upon seeing the ring's attributes, his expression instantly changed. What? This. Incredible. Lu Zhanyuan's fingers touched the empty-handed ultimate ring, and he was immediately taken aback, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. He had imagined that one day, Lu Chen might create myth-level equipment stronger than epic level, but that should have been years away. But right after they allocated the first batch of resources to Lu Chen, he actually created myth-level equipment? This is too outrageous. Looking at the insane attributes of the empty-handed ultimate ring, Lu Zhanyuan's eyes turned red. With such an overpowered divine item, it's no wonder his granddaughter and the others could clear this hidden dungeon. What's wrong? Let me see. What kind of attributes are these? As Lu Zhanyuan was astonished by the attributes of the empty-handed ultimate ring, Wu Qiming and Li Genshua were also itching with curiosity about the effects of this equipment. Then, seeing Lu Zhanyuan lost in thought, they directly moved to snatch it. As they tussled, they naturally touched the empty-handed ultimate ring and saw its effect and attribute. Introduction. It's actually myth-level equipment? Unbelievable. These attributes are too insane. After seeing the attributes of the empty-handed ultimate ring, Wu Qiming and Zhang Huirong were also shocked. Their thoughts were similar to Lu Zhanyuan's. They never expected Lu Chen to create myth-level equipment so early. This is truly unbelievable. What on earth is going on? How did you do this? Wu Qiming looked up at Lu Chen, his face full of astonishment. He still felt something was off, even though this empty-handed ultimate ring was an equipment without a level. But after all, it was still myth-level equipment. He had previously talked with Lu Chen and learned about his crafting abilities. He knew that when Lu Chen was at a lower level, the failure rate for creating high-level items was quite high. But how could it be that in the blink of an eye, Lu Chen created the myth-level empty-handed ultimate ring? Lu Chen glanced at Wu Qiming and explained, because I opened a skill from the treasure chest you gave me, called Divine Joy. He briefly explained the effects of Divine Joy to them. Lu Chen felt that Wu Qiming was quite impressive. Many people actually knew about him creating the first myth-level equipment. However, whether it was the governor of Jiangnan province or Lu Hualian and the others, they all thought that their ability to create myth-level equipment was due to the resources provided by the country, or that their abilities had become stronger. Only Wu Qiming noticed something was off and asked him about it. However, Lu Chen didn't mind sharing the skill Divine Joy with them. After saying it, he estimated that in the future there would be more special treasure chests providing items targeted at the profession of the opener, which would be concentrated on supplying him. I see. Divine Joy. This is simply a divine skill. With full effort in crafting, one can create myth-level items. That's amazing. Hearing Lu Chen's explanation, Lu Zhanyuan and the others suddenly understood, and then they became extremely excited. They were very glad that they had given most of the treasure chests to Lu Chen, allowing him to unlock such a divine skill. The emergence of this divine skill has my contribution, Li Genshua said proudly. Wu Qiming glanced at him and retorted, "What does that have to do with you? You didn't give a platinum treasure chest. All you provided were silver and gold treasure chests, okay?" Li Genshua's face turned red, and he argued, "Yes. I didn't give a platinum treasure chest, but the treasure chests I provided were the foundation, do you understand? Without my foundation, Lu Chen might not have been able to unlock this skill. So, I also played a part in the emergence of this divine skill." Upon hearing this, Wu Qiming curled his lips and let out a scoff just as he was about to say something. But suddenly, he seemed to remember something, and his expression changed slightly. He then said to Lu Zhanyuan and the others, "Hey, hurry up, call them right away and tell them not to come over." "Oh, right, almost forgot." Hearing Wu Qiming's reminder, Lu Zhanyuan and the others snapped back to attention. They quickly took out their phones and called the friends they had just contacted not long ago, telling them not to come. "What's going on?" Lu Hualian asked curiously upon seeing this. Lu Zhanyuan shot a glare at his granddaughter and explained, "Isn't it because you all caused a ruckus? You cleared the dungeon so quickly that we almost thought enemies from rival nations were coming to snatch the first clear. So we just called a bunch of people to come and deal with you." Lu Hualian was taken aback, sticking out her tongue. Feeling embarrassed yet amused, she couldn't believe that they had actually succeeded in what they initially just joked about, trying to snatch the first clear from the old men. Moments later, Lu Zhanyuan and the others finally finished their calls. Many of the reinforcements had already grabbed their gear and were on their way. Now asking them to turn back home left them quite dissatisfied. However, they apologized, and the others didn't hold it against them too much. "Actually, it's not that we can't tell them, it's just that explaining it would be a hassle, so it's better to just let them go back." Wu Qiming sighed. If those people arrived here and found out it was all a misunderstanding, that the hidden dungeon had actually been cleared by their own people, and they recognized Lu Hualian and the others, they would inevitably be curious about how Lu Hualian and her group managed to clear a hidden dungeon that even Wu Qiming and the others found difficult to tackle. Plus, with the unfamiliar Lu Chen standing here, so if they had to explain, it would require a bunch of people to sign a contract of oath and injury. They might even have to use that epic divine item, the Ring of Oath and Injury, to bind them. Although they could understand it, it would ultimately be a huge hassle. So it was indeed better for them not to know and just go back. By the way, did you only get that epic set in the hidden dungeon? Lu Zhanyuan suddenly asked, recalling something with curiosity. Although clearing a hidden dungeon and receiving an epic set as a reward was quite an explosive reward based on their experience, even if all the monsters in this dungeon were dealt with by Zhuya alone, the others should still receive rewards. Yes. Lu Hualian nodded. "We each got a nice skill book, a few mysterious fruits that permanently enhance attributes, and a light orb, which seems to be a mythic level material." Mythic level material? What can it be used to craft? Upon hearing Lu Hualian's words, Lu Zhenyuan's eyes lit up, and he turned to Lu Chen, asking curiously. Lu Chen thought for a moment and then slowly said, "It can be used to create the strongest armor on the surface." "Is this the strongest armor on the surface? Is it really that impressive?" Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, it wasn't just Lu Zhanyuan who was drawn in. Wu Qiming, Lu Hualian, and Zhuya all looked at Lu Chen with curiosity and surprise. It felt like Lu Chen's claim was a bit too exaggerated. Was there really such a thing as the strongest armor? Would he be unable to create even stronger armor if he encountered better materials in the future? They felt that was unlikely. However, it was very likely the strongest armor Lu Chen could create at this stage. It was estimated that it would be difficult for him to create armor surpassing this divine piece in a short time. What are its general attributes? Can you tell us? Wang Qiming asked curiously. Sure. Lu Chen nodded. He had already been constantly envisioning new equipment designs since he obtained that orb material from the treasure chest. Moreover, relying on his analysis and insight skills, he gradually perfected the design of this divine armor, achieving a high success rate. It could be said that as long as he had enough myth-level materials, he could create this armor he was quite satisfied with. Equipment: the strongest armor on the surface level, non-quality, mythical attributes, physical defense plus 10,011, magic defense plus 10,086, movement speed plus 200%, attack speed plus 250%, skill speed plus 100%. Passive: when wearing the armor, it releases a light wave with a 10-meter radius every second. Enemies hit by the light wave lose 1% of their health per second. Passive: when attacked by enemies, it retaliates with 10% of the enemy's maximum health as true damage and permanently increases its own defense by 10 points. Passive: recovers 5% of health, mana, stamina, and spirit every second. Passive: when wearing the armor, any binding, confinement, freezing, burning, curse, or other abnormal states inflicted by enemies will not take effect. Active: consumes 50% of health to deal 1000% critical damage on your next attack. Evaluation: no one can break my defense. Holy crap! Is this for real? This armor can actually be made? When Lu Chen shared the general attributes of the strongest armor on the surface he envisioned, Lu Zhanyuan and the others were nearly left with their eyes and jaws dropping to the ground. They felt that the concept of this equipment was truly fantastical. If it were any other master craftsman, they would probably think the other party was daydreaming. How could equipment with so many outrageous attributes be created? But Lu Chen was different. He was a creator and had a precedent for crafting a divine piece, like the empty-handed mastery ring. So, even though Lu Zhanyuan and the others were shocked beyond measure and felt the effects of this equipment were too absurd to be real, they also thought that perhaps Lu Chen really could make it. This equipment is too insane. Even if you just stand still, you could take out an enemy in a minute. If the enemy dares to fight back, they would drop dead after 5 attacks. And it can permanently increase defense. It's truly outrageous. Even if you don't like getting hit, you can burn half your life force, take out the enemy in 1 hit, and then this armor can quickly restore you to full health. It's too insane. It's almost impossible to find any flaws. If I had to say a flaw, it might be that it can't resurrect you. Lu Zhanyuan and Wu Qiming were in awe, deeply impressed by the effects of this equipment. Then, Li Genshua expressed regret, feeling that this equipment wasn't particularly perfect after all. After all, it couldn't resurrect. Are you addicted to dying or something? Lu Zhanyuan smiled with a hint of annoyance upon hearing this. Lu Hualian and the others couldn't help but giggle along. Wu Qiming also chuckled and then said to Lu Chen, "Tell me the materials needed to make this armor, and I'll find someone to get them from the treasury for you. Right away. If there are materials that aren't available, I'll send someone to farm a dungeon and get them for you." Lu Chen nodded and then said, "I need Light God Crystal, Heart of the Heavenly Dragon, the magic core of the Thorn Demon, Blood Sea Magic Crystal." He listed a bunch of materials. Each material was an extremely rare mythic level item. Some of the materials Wu Qiming and the others had heard of, while others they had never even heard of before. It really made one wonder if these materials even existed in the world. "Alright, I'll go ask about it." Wu Qiming nodded, then took out a special phone and made a call. Soon, the call ended. Wu Qiming frowned and said, "As for the Light God Crystal and Heart of the Heavenly Dragon, the treasury has them. But for the Thorn Demon Magic Core, Blood Sea Magic Crystal, and several other materials you want, the treasury doesn't have them. Where did you hear about these materials?" Wu Qiming asked curiously. Lu Chen replied, "These are suggestions from my insight skill, so Blue Star must have these materials. Some might only be available in dungeons of other countries, where they might drop. Some might also be hidden dungeons that haven't been discovered yet." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Wu Qiming nodded thoughtfully and said, "That makes sense. I'll apply to the higher-ups later to negotiate with other countries and see if we can trade for these materials." Then, Wu Qiming looked at Lu Zhanyuan and said, "You should quickly send your people to farm dungeons and gather materials." "I know." Lu Zhanyuan nodded and then arranged for his subordinates to form teams to start farming exclusive dungeons from today to gather materials for Lu Chen. Because the strongest armor on the surface that Lu Chen wanted to create required those materials mentioned earlier. The mythic level materials were the main components, but some auxiliary materials were also needed. These auxiliary materials were of epic level quality. Although epic level materials are not as precious as mythic level materials, they are still quite rare. Moreover, the quantity of auxiliary materials Lu Chen needed was large. The stock in the treasury was insufficient. So, they could only arrange for the warriors to farm day and night to gather these materials for Lu Chen as soon as possible. "Oh, by the way, this ring, you should assign it to someone suitable." After listening to their phone call, Lu Chen thought for a moment, took off the empty-handed mastery ring, and handed it to them. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Lu Zhanyuan and Wu Qiming were taken aback. They didn't expect Lu Chen to take out this globally first mythic-level equipment. This surprised them greatly. Wu Qiming was somewhat tempted, because if the empty-handed mastery ring fell into the right hands, the effects it could produce would be unimaginable. However, Wu Qiming ultimately shook his head and said, "No need, this equipment is the first mythic equipment you created, and it holds great significance for you. You should keep it." Although Wu Qiming was indeed very tempted by Lu Chen's empty-handed ultimate ring, he felt that if this divine item fell into the hands of a suitable warrior, its effect would likely be earth-shattering. However, after careful consideration, he thought that if he were to take this equipment directly without regard for Lu Chen's feelings, it would actually be a bad thing. Who knows if Lu Chen really wants to hand over this mythical ring? What if he is particularly fond of the first divine item he created and wants to keep it for himself, even if the ring's effect on him is far less than what it could achieve in the hands of others? Therefore, Wu Qiming thought that even if he didn't take this mythical level divine item, he couldn't make Lu Chen feel uncomfortable. After all, without Lu Chen, they wouldn't have this divine item in the first place. Taking care of Lu Chen's feelings would allow him to create more divine items in the future. Were they really afraid of not getting more suitable mythical level divine items? At such
A moment, they couldn't let their greed cause them to lose big over something small. Right. Old Wu is right. Hearing Wu Qiming's words, Lu Zhanyuan was first taken aback, then he understood Wu Qiming's concerns. He then echoed, "This equipment indeed holds great significance for you, so you should keep it for now. When you can create a second ring, you can give one to the headquarters, it's not too late." Exactly, and your curse master profession isn't just pure support, it also has some offensive capabilities. Since you're also empty-handed, this ring can play a significant role in your hands. Li Jianshu also chimed in. They certainly didn't want Lu Chen to feel uncomfortable over a mythical-level piece of equipment. Listening to their persuasion, Lu Chen naturally understood their concerns, fearing that they might inadvertently make him feel wronged. "There's no need." Lu Chen shook his head and said, "This ring isn't very useful to me. If I want to focus on fighting with my curse master profession, I will design a weapon specifically for curse masters in the future. You can take it. Using this equipment in the hands of the right person might help us obtain more mythical-level materials." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Wu Qiming hesitated. He wasn't sure if Lu Chen was testing them or if he really didn't care much for the empty-handed ultimate ring and was ready to let them handle it. So, after Wu Qiming gently persuaded a few more times and Lu Chen remained unmoved, insisting on letting them handle the empty-handed ultimate ring, Wu Qiming finally breathed a sigh of relief and chose to accept the ring. "Since that's the case, I'll keep it for you. When you need this ring one day, I'll return it to you," Wu Qiming said with a smile. "Yeah, that works." Lu Chen nodded casually. He really didn't want to waste time on unnecessary talk over this small matter. In the end, Wu Qiming put away the empty-handed ultimate ring, feeling quite surprised and excited. After all, this was the world's first mythical-level equipment. He had never thought of forcibly taking it from Lu Chen after he created it, but now it was still in his hands. He needed to think carefully about who to give this ring to, or perhaps, for now, it was better to keep it safe and not expose it, taking it out for use when needed. Wu Qiming silently pondered how to handle the empty-handed ultimate ring. Perhaps seeing Wu Qiming's success, Li Jianshu stood by, feeling envious and somewhat hesitant. Then, he couldn't help but say to Lu Chen, "Hey, Lu Chen. What's up, senior?" Lu Chen looked at Li Jianshu, curious. He didn't know Li Genshua, but he was clear that the other party was definitely strong since he was with Wu Qiming, so calling him senior was no problem. Li Genshua said, I want to buy a few more resurrection armors from you, is that okay?" "Buy? No need." Lu Chen was taken aback for a moment and said in surprise, "Do you still need to buy resurrection armors?" As he spoke, he took out dozens of resurrection armors he had made in advance from his spatial ring and immediately distributed 3 sets to Li Genshua and the others. Lu Chen smiled and said, "Resurrection armors aren't rare items, and the raw materials aren't particularly expensive. No need to buy them, everyone can take 3 sets for now. If it's not enough, just tell me, so people don't think we can't afford resurrection armors." So many resurrection armors? Li Genshua was stunned when he saw Lu Chen take out nearly 20 sets at once. "Damn, this is too extravagant, right?" Wu Qiming and Lu Zhanyuan gasped in shock, contributing to global warming. They were also stunned by Lu Chen. Even so many master craftsmen working together would find it difficult to forge a single resurrection armor. What was once deemed impossible had turned into, damn, like cabbages. Do you have to be this exaggerated? Thank you. Li Genshua was very surprised and repeatedly thanked Lu Chen. Then he thought of something and said to Lu Chen, how about this, since I've taken so many resurrection armors from you, I can't really thank you in any other way. Then let me die at your hands?" Li Genshua said sincerely. "Lu Chen? Lu Zhanyuan? ? Zhang Huihong?" Everyone was puzzled by Li Genshua's words. They couldn't understand what this guy was saying. So he got the resurrection armors just to hurry up and die? And his way of thanking Lu Chen was to die at his hands? Shouldn't you listen to what you're saying first? No. Seeing everyone looking at him in horror, Li Genshua quickly explained, "No, I want to die for a reason. I have a second job transfer book that I've been afraid to use because I need to die to survive for it to succeed. But the success rate is very low. So, I need resurrection armors to help me with my second transfer." As for dying at Lu Chen's hands, since Lu Chen can create so many amazing pieces of equipment, I think he should be able to create equipment that can kill and also make one stronger, right? That way, if I die at his hands, it wouldn't be in vain, but rather valuable. After hearing Li Genshua's words, Wu Qiming and Zhang Huihong finally understood. No wonder Li Genshua was so eager to get the first resurrection armor. It also made sense that someone who valued their life so much would voluntarily become a socket for the boss. It turned out to be for the second transfer. They then looked at Lu Chen and asked, "Hey, Lu Chen, do you have equipment that makes you stronger by killing? Is it equipment that becomes stronger by killing? It should be able to be constructed, but it requires some special materials, right?"
Lu Chen's expression shifted slightly as he heard Li Gunshua and the others' conversation. In his mind, several pieces of equipment immediately surfaced. Killing sword, killing armor, killing book. These pieces of equipment are all game items that can increase attack power after killing. Of course, in terms of the original equipment attributes, these items are not particularly strong. At least compared to the empty-handed ultimate ring he created, they seem very weak. Therefore, if Lu Chen wants to create this type of equipment, it must be modified to be stronger and more perverse. This way, it would be worthy of Li Gunshua's sacrifice. Wait for me a moment. I'll construct it. Lu Chen immediately began to use the skill's insight and analysis to conceive and perfect this killing equipment. After nearly half an hour, Lu Chen finally succeeded in refining his design concept. Okay, I need blood-drinking magic crystal, shattered soul sand, useless stone, boundless wood, and chaotic soul heavenly gold. Lu Chen told them the materials needed for the killing equipment he envisioned. Alright, these materials aren't particularly bizarre, it seems we can gather them right away. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Wu Qiming and Li Genshua exchanged glances, nodding in surprise. Compared to the materials for the strongest armor on the surface, the materials for this killing equipment are clearly much simpler and more straightforward. This might be related to the powerful attributes of that armor, which combine too many different effects. The killing equipment, on the other hand, was likely designed by Lu Chen to be relatively simple, just purely becoming stronger by killing, so the main materials involved are basically some common primary materials. This is similar to the materials for the empty-handed ultimate ring, which they might be able to gather in a short time. Alright, I'll go apply for them. Wu Qiming nodded. Half an hour later, Wu Qiming obtained the relevant materials Lu Chen needed. Then he handed them all over. Okay, these materials should be enough, right? Wu Qiming asked eagerly. Enough. Lu Chen nodded. Just as he was about to start creating this killing equipment, Lu Hualian quickly spoke up. Wait a moment. Everyone looked at her. Lu Hualian quickly explained. The appearance of mythic equipment seems to cause an anomaly. When I went to Jiangcheng before, she told everyone about the situation at that time. She thought that Lu Chen was probably not aware of this when he was in the room creating the empty-handed ultimate ring. Moreover, after it was created, he fainted. So she needed to remind him. Is that so? Wu Qiming's expression became serious upon hearing this. He then looked at Lu Zhanyuan and the others, saying solemnly, then let's set up a formation to conceal this anomaly as much as possible. Alright. Lu Zhanyuan and Li Gunshua nodded solemnly. They then began to set up a formation around Lu Chen, with Zhang Huihong taking the lead as she was a mage and more skilled in formations. Soon after, they successfully set up a formation, sealing heaven and locking spirit. This area was directly sealed off, with no aura leaking out. Alright, we can give it a try now. If it doesn't work, we can still call people to seal off this area. Wu Qiming said. Lu Chen nodded, and then he began to create from the pile of materials in front of him. Whoosh! As expected, when Lu Chen started to create, a brilliant golden light suddenly burst forth once again. Following that, the golden light became even more dazzling and intense, shooting straight up into the sky. It illuminated the entire sky with a golden glow. It worked. Wu Qiming and the others did not pay much attention to Lu Chen's creation, as they knew that since Lu Chen was taking action, the success rate should be quite high. What they referred to as success was that they had set up a formation to seal the heavens, allowing Lu Chen to create a myth-level equipment phenomenon without it leaking out. Wow! After a long while, the golden light in the sky slowly retracted, returning to a small object in Lu Chen's hand. Once the golden light completely dissipated, everyone finally saw that what Lu Chen had created was not a sword, knife, staff, or dagger, but a small blue sword the size of a jade pendant. It was very delicate and exquisite. Is this the killing weapon created by Lu Chen? Equipment: killing sword level none. Quality: myth attributes: attack power plus 1024, critical hit rate plus 100%, ignore defense plus 100%, critical damage plus 200%, armor piercing damage plus 200%. Passive: for every kill of a human of a level 10 higher than oneself, gain 200% ignore defense and critical hit rate. Passive: for every kill of a human of a level 10 higher than oneself, gain 150% armor piercing damage and critical damage. Note: can stack up to 20 layers. Evaluation: to die under my sword, you may die, but you will still be honored. At a glance, the effect of this killing sword seemed to be inferior to the empty-handed profound ring. Of course, for those who do not need weapons, it would be like that. But for professions that require weapons such as warriors and mages, this killing sword is definitely more useful than the empty-handed profound ring. Critical damage means double damage. Ignoring defense means that when attacking, one can directly ignore the enemy's defense value, which includes both physical and magical defense. If the ignore defense is high enough, even a max-level strong opponent in full gear would Be no different from being unarmed in front of you.
Armor-piercing damage adds damage on top of ignoring defense. If Lu Zhanyuan wore this fully stacked killing sword, with one strike he could directly cleave a max-level
enemy of the same level to death.
Therefore, this killing sword is definitely not inferior to the empty-handed Profound Ring.
How strong? Not at all inferior to the empty-handed Profound Ring. Even in my hands,
I feel it's more ferocious than the empty-handed Profound Ring. But how do you use such a small sword?
Can it grow bigger if you rub it?
Lu Zhanyuan and Wu Qiming took turns observing the effects of the killing sword,
marveling continuously.
Then, they became somewhat puzzled about how to use such a delicate and small killing sword. Then, Lu Chen took the killing sword, tied a rope to the hilt, and casually wore it around his neck.
Oh, so it's a piece of jewelry.
I was wondering why it was so strange.
But why call a nice piece of jewelry a killing sword?
However, this is good. This killing sword can be used not only by swordsmen and warriors,
but also by other warriors and mages.
Seeing how Lu Chen wore it, everyone suddenly realized.
Alright, it's my turn,
come kill me. Li Ganshua exclaimed excitedly, unable to contain himself.
Hearing Li Ganshua's words, everyone was at a loss for words. Goodness, is he really that eager to die? Senior, no rush, can you let me take a look at your second job transfer book?
Lu Chen, however, did not rush to kill Li Ganshua, but instead asked softly. His creation skills could modify skill books and finished equipment. And just now, Li Ganshua had mentioned that the requirements for his second job transfer book were very harsh, not only requiring death but also having a low success rate. So Lu Chen thought, although making resurrection armor was no big deal for him, there was no need to waste it, right?
If possible, he could modify the success rate of Li Ganshua's second job transfer book and maybe it would work in one go. Okay.
Li Ganshua hesitated for a moment upon hearing this, then nodded in agreement.
He then took out the second job transfer book and handed it to Lu Chen for inspection.
Second job transfer book, Judgment Paladin prerequisite profession, Holy Paladin / Light Paladin transfer requirements, kill 100,000 skeletons, 100,000/100,000.
Transfer
requirements, kill 10,000 minotaurs, 10,000/10,000.
Transfer requirements, clear the Misty Forest 10 times, October 10th.
Transfer requirements, clear the Dark City 5 times, May 5th.
Transfer condition, please comprehend the path of divine punishment from death. Lu Chen looked at this second job transfer book and couldn't help but click his tongue.
It was his first time seeing a second job transfer book and he felt the requirements were
indeed numerous.
Killing 100,000 skeletons, 10,000 minotaurs, and there were also clear counts for 2 dungeons.
This would require a lot of effort. Let's see if I can change the conditions. Lu Chen immediately tried to reconstruct the second job transfer book in his hand. Ding, creation failed. It actually failed? Lu Chen was a bit surprised.
He then cast a spell on himself to increase the success rate of the creation.
Ding! A flash of golden light. Li Ganshua's second job transfer book was successfully modified by Lu Chen. Second job transfer book, Judgment Paladin prerequisite profession, Holy Paladin / Light Paladin transfer requirements.
Kill 100 skeletons, 100/100.
Transfer requirements, clear the Dark City once, January 1st. Transfer condition, after death, one will comprehend the path of divine punishment. This second job transfer book for the Judgment
Paladin was more of a simplification by Lu Chen than a modification. Originally requiring the killing of 100,000 skeletons, now only 100 were needed, and clearing the Dark City dungeon only required 1 time.
Then, instead
of requiring the holder of the transfer book to comprehend the path of divine punishment from death, it changed to ensuring that the holder would definitely comprehend the path of divine punishment after death.
This meant
that after Li Ganshua died once, he would definitely succeed in transferring to the Judgment Paladin.
Goodness, so I killed so many monsters for nothing? After Li Ganshua took back the second job transfer book
and saw the modified transfer requirements, he couldn't help but feel a bit dazed. I killed so many skeleton monsters in the Dark City for 10 days without blinking, and now it turns out I did it for nothing. Sigh. Li Ganshua sighed deeply, looking quite aggrieved. He was just a pure support class with almost no attack skills. He really felt like throwing up after killing those 100,000 skeletons. Now that the conditions were gone, he felt a pang of heartache, regretting not meeting Lu Chen earlier.
Isn't that good? Why not let Lu Chen help you change it back?
Although Lu Zhanyuan had not come into contact with the requirements of this second job transfer book, he roughly understood what was going on after hearing Li Ganshua's words and teased him.
No, thank you.
Li Ganshua immediately shook his head.
Just kidding, if Lu Chen changes it back again.
Who knows if the prerequisite task will turn into him only killing 100 skeletons, with 99,900 left. If that's the case, damn it, he would really want to kill someone. He definitely needs to use Lu Zhanyuan's sacrificial sword to add a layer of killing passive to Lu Chen's killing sword.
Alright, Come kill me. I can't wait. Li Gunshua glared at Lu Zhanyuan, then immediately turned to Lu Chen with a beaming smile. And said. He opened his arms, standing in front of Lu Chen in a way that welcomed death without any defenses. Good. Lu Chen nodded, then borrowed a sword and stabbed Li Gunshua. Health minus 1024. Although Lu Chen's damage was quite high, Li Gunshua's defense was even higher and his health was substantial. Therefore, Lu Chen's stab didn't even come close to killing Li Gunshua, it was like a mosquito bite. Moreover, Li Gunshua also had a powerful passive healing skill. It wouldn't be long before this 1000+ health would be restored. Hurry up and take off your armor. What are you doing? Yeah, how about we beat you half to death first then? Let Lu Chen deliver the final blow? I think that's a good suggestion. I've been annoyed by him for a long time. Seeing this, Lu Zhanyuan and the others scolded him. Then they thought, why not let them beat Li Gunshua half to death first and then hand him over to Lu Chen to kill? What the hell, you guys are too ruthless. After all these years of friendship, you actually want to kill me? Don't think you can drink my milk anymore. From now on, I'll sell it at a marked price. 1 weapon blessing for 50 million. 1 honor blessing for 500 million. Take it or leave it. Li Gunshua, hearing Wu Qiming and the others, looked pained and immediately raised the price. Of course, by the time he said this, he had already taken off all his armor. He didn't have a full set of epic gear. He had a favorite epic plate armor set, but he had only collected 3 pieces so far, and the other 2 were just ordinary epic scattered pieces. But even so, these epic armors provided him with over 10,000 defense and several tens of thousands of health. That's why Lu Chen couldn't deal any damage to Li Gunshua. The current difference between the two sides was too great. However, now that Li Gunshua had taken off this armor, his defense was down to several thousand and his health barely over 10,000. Come on. Li Gunshua looked at Lu Chen and said softly. Good. Lu Chen nodded and continued to attack, stabbing Li Gunshua. Ah. It hurts. It hurts. Ah. Ouch, don't stab. Randomly. Cut me on the upper body. While enduring Lu Chen's attacks, Li Gunshua cried out in pain. In the end, with a shove, Lu Chen pierced his heart with a sword. Then, Li Gunshua fell to the ground, dead. No more sound. But after a moment, the resurrection armor that Li Gunshua had put on in advance activated, accompanied by a flash of light. 10 seconds later, Li Gunshua jumped back to life again. God, forgive me. God, forgive me. Li Gunshua rose from the dead, his whole body radiating brilliant golden light, surrounded by arcs of electricity. With a loud boom, a giant hammer of divine punishment, shining with golden light and exuding endless pressure, descended from the heavens. Everyone present felt an overwhelming pressure, their faces filled with horror. Bang! As the giant hammer of divine punishment was about to smash down on Li Gunshua's head, the crowd worried whether something terrible would happen. However, Li Gunshua remained calm and composed, raising his hand to gently grasp it. The seemingly unimaginably heavy hammer was directly held in his hand. Rumble! Swish, swish! Crackle! As the giant hammer of divine punishment was firmly gripped by Li Gunshua, arcs of electricity erupted from his body, transforming him into a god of thunder. Immediately, centered around Li Gunshua, endless heavenly thunder fell within a 10-mile radius, scorching the earth black. Run! Zhang Huihong, Wu Qiming, and Lu Zhenyuan's expressions changed, and they quickly protected Lu Chen as they left the area. Run, run, run! Lu Hualian and Zhuya also hurriedly followed. However, their speed was relatively slower, and they almost got struck by the heavenly thunder. Fortunately, at a critical moment, Zhuya released the thunder shield she had just learned, which could move and reduce damage, protecting the 3 of them from disaster. Following the old man, they escaped from the thunder zone where Li Gunshua was. Phew! So terrifying! Isn't his second job too brutal? Isn't Grandpa Li a doting grandpa? How did he become so fierce after the second job? Did he turn into a warrior? After escaping the thunder zone, Zhuya and the others looked back at the thunderstorm behind them, feeling a wave of fear, and then they expressed their confusion. Right. Lu Zhanyuan nodded and said, the second job transfer book he obtained is quite special, which is why he hadn't undergone the second job transfer until now. Once he successfully transfers, this profession can heal and deal damage, which is incredibly fierce. As he spoke, Lu Zhanyuan seemed to think of something and looked at Lu Hualian with concern, asking, by the way, are you all okay? Hearing this, Lu Hualian rolled her eyes. Grandpa, you only just thought of your granddaughter now? If it weren't for Zhuya defending us just now, you would probably be collecting our bodies right now. Lu Zhanyuan shook his head and laughed. Isn't it because you were too oblivious? We all left, and you didn't follow us, so of course, we couldn't take care of you. Boom! As they spoke, a thunderous explosion erupted from the thunderstorm ahead. Then, the lightning receded. In a scorched land, only Li Gunshua stood, also charred black. However, he was not dead. He had successfully undergone his second job transfer. He had transformed into a judgment paladin. Click.
Li Ganshua exhaled a long breath, then put on the epic armor he had previously removed. Following that, he cast a purification skill on himself. Instantly, his charred appearance vanished and he returned to his smooth, tender skin. From an outward appearance, Li Ganshua seemed no different from before. But upon closer inspection, one could sense a powerful pressure emanating from him, as if a small kitten had suddenly transformed into a great tiger. Both are felines, but they are not comparable at all. I feel stronger than ever. Li Ganshua slowly opened his eyes and murmured, "Swish." He then buffed himself. In just 1 second, he layered several buffs on himself: Guardian Blessing, Weapon Blessing, Honor Blessing, Angelic Song, Blade of Light. Phew! Afterwards, Li Ganshua gently swung the giant hammer in his hand, creating a sharp sound that cut through the air. He then looked up, his eyes shining brightly, gazing at Lu Zhanyuan and Zhang Huihong. "Come on, let's have a fight and see." Li Ganshua's confidence swelled like never before. He really wanted to have a good, hearty fight to vent his frustrations. He also wanted to test whether he, as a newly promoted divine class profession, the Judgment Paladin, could take on these few. "Alright, old Lu, you go." Seeing this, Wu Qiming and the others exchanged glances and quickly decided to let Lu Zhanyuan try his luck against Li Ganshua. "No." Lu Zhanyuan nodded, preparing to step up and test his skills against Li Ganshua, but at that moment, Li Ganshua shook his head and said, "What I mean is, you all come at me together." As he spoke, Li Ganshua provocatively beckoned with his fingers, his gaze condescending. "Damn! Big Shua, you've got some guts. You actually want to take on 3? Fine, we'll give you that." Hearing Li Ganshua's words and seeing his disdainful expression, Lu Zhanyuan and Wu Qiming were momentarily stunned, then they couldn't help but laugh in anger. Just moments ago, having witnessed Li Ganshua's might after his second promotion, they thought that challenging him one-on-one might not even be possible. After all, this was a divine class profession, capable of healing and dealing damage. But Li Ganshua was actually confident enough to take on 3, so they certainly didn't think they would be no match for him. "Go! Come at me!" Soon, Wu Qiming and the others teamed up and charged at Li Ganshua. He, just a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Li Ganshua looked at them rushing in, smiled faintly, and spoke arrogantly. Then, he swung his giant hammer, ready to smash them down. Swish! However, Wu Qiming was clearly prepared. He immediately unleashed a control skill on Li Ganshua. But, having known Wu Qiming for many years, Li Ganshua was well aware of his tactics. He quickly dodged the first control skill. However, although he avoided Wu Qiming's first control skill, he couldn't dodge the second one. The main reason was that he was distracted by the fierce attacks from Lu Zhanyuan and Zhang Huirong, not daring to let his guard down. Bang! Ah! Once Li Ganshua was controlled by Wu Qiming, the 3 of them began to pummel him. Before long, the once arrogant Li Ganshua was curled up, crying out for them to stop. Let's see if you dare to look down on others again? So what if you've promoted to a divine class profession? You think you can take on 3? You've gotten a bit too full of yourself. Capable of healing and dealing damage, so what? If you can't move, you're just at our mercy. Wu Qiming and Lu Zhanyuan stopped, ruthlessly mocking the bruised Li Ganshua. I was wrong, I shouldn't have acted so tough." While healing himself, Li Ganshua admitted his mistake. He felt that he had indeed gotten too full of himself. Taking on 3 was indeed a bit difficult. After all, he should have brought a teammate to help him withstand some attacks. "Alright, it's over. Let's head back. Your second promotion made quite a stir. I'm sure many people noticed us here." After teaching Li Ganshua a lesson, Wu Qiming immediately wanted to return to the capital. Everyone nodded in agreement, with no objections. "Lu Chen, are you planning to stay in the capital this time?" On the way back to the capital, Wu Qiming asked Lu Chen. They had initially considered having Lu Chen level up in the capital. However, later they decided to respect Lu Chen's opinion and let him level up slowly in Jiangchang. But now that Lu Chen had come to the capital, it seemed he had changed his mind. That's why he asked Lu Chen again. "No." Lu Chen, hearing Wu Qiming's words, suddenly came to his senses, no longer checking the changes in the Killing Sword's enhancement, and gently shook his head. Lu Huolian, seeing this, helped explain. "The main reason we came to the capital this time is to report to you about the empty-handed profound ring and to apply for higher-level resources." "Oh, I see. I understand." Wu Qiming nodded lightly upon hearing this. "I'll apply for the highest-level qualification for you right away, so you can come and go freely from the national treasury. That should be no problem." Lu Chen nodded, his expression revealing a hint of anticipation. After gaining the talent for creation and successfully crafting the resurrection armor, empty-handed, profound ring, killing sword, and other divine equipment, he now had more ideas and wanted to create more gear and items. However, this also required sufficient existing materials. He needed this to design, so being able to directly enter the national treasury would be even better. Moments later, Lu Chen and the others returned to the capital. Wu Qiming and the others asked him to wait for a moment, then they went to report to the higher-ups about the empty-handed profound ring and the killing sword. Lu Hualian had originally brought Lu Chen to the capital to do this. However, because her level was low, she couldn't meet the higher-ups directly, so she intended to have her grandfather handle the procedures. But at that time, her grandfather was not around, so she brought Lu Chen to play a dungeon instead. Now it was time to start handling serious matters. Not long after, Wu Qiming came to find Lu Chen and took him to meet several elders. The younger generation is formidable. I didn't expect that our dragon country could produce a god-level profession like you, TSK. Not even level 30, and you can create myth-level divine equipment that has never appeared before. Your potential is truly unimaginable. Here, this is the key to the national treasury. Take whatever you need. A few kindly-looking elders gazed at Lu Chen with warm eyes, praised him a few times, and then handed him the key to the national treasury. They allowed him to come and go freely from the treasury to take the resources he needed. They did not ask Lu Chen to hand over the killing sword he had just crafted. Although this divine equipment was very strong, it was evidently quite helpful to Lu Chen, unlike the empty-handed profound ring, which was relatively weaker. Since Lu Chen had already handed over the empty-handed profound ring, they would not force him to give up this piece of divine equipment as well. They would not do something foolish that might drive him away. Thank you, Elder. Lu Chen expressed his gratitude. Moments later, Lu Chen, led by Wu Qiming and Lu Zhanyuan, walked out of the hall. Ha! Lu Chen exhaled, feeling quite pressured. Let's go, I'll take you to the national treasury. Wu Qiming smiled and beckoned Lu Chen. Okay. Then, they headed towards the national treasury. On the way, Lu Zhanyuan was deep in thought, and just as they were nearing the entrance of the national treasury, he suddenly spoke up. Hey, Lu Chen, about that. What is it, senior? Lu Chen asked. Lu Zhanyuan, a bit embarrassed, said, could you create some killing swords that aren't so strong? Killing swords that aren't so strong? Hearing Lu Zhanyuan's words, Lu Chen was slightly taken aback but soon understood his meaning. The killing sword he had designed was indeed very powerful. After all, it was a myth-level divine equipment. However, while it is powerful, it also represents the scarcity of raw materials and the impossibility of large-scale production. Doing so would probably only allow for the creation of 2 or 3 killing swords, right? And Lu Zhanyuan's idea seems to be to create some ordinary killing swords and equip them to the military. Let every soldier be equipped with a killing sword. The effect doesn't have to be so extreme, but it can be popularized, benefiting the masses. Sure, I'll give it a try later. Lu Chen nodded. Great, thank you. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhanyuan smiled and said, you're too polite, senior. Lu Chen shook his head. Swish. Then, they arrived at the entrance of the treasury. Lu Chen took out the key he had just obtained and opened the door. His key was actually a crystal-clear inscription card. It only recorded Lu Chen's identity. Even if Lu Chen accidentally lost this inscription card, others would not be able to enter with it, because there are also facial recognition, iris recognition, and other identification methods. Wow! As Lu Chen successfully swiped the card, the treasury door opened automatically. Lu Chen stepped inside, followed by Lu Zhanyuan and Wu Qiming. They were not just riding on Lu Chen's quota to get in. They had also just obtained temporary entry qualifications. Otherwise, without this qualification, only Lu Chen could enter, and if they tried to follow him in, it would be considered illegal entry, and they would be killed on the spot by the array formed by several epic weapons inside. So many materials. Hey, this material is good. Can be used to make a god-slaying sword. This material is also good. Can be used to make a blood-drinking sword. Walking in this incredibly spacious treasury, Lu Chen looked at the dazzling array of materials inside and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. After a moment, Lu Chen found some materials. He then began to create equipment. Killing sword level 30 quality, inheritance attributes, attack power plus 300, critical hit rate plus 30%, ignore defense plus 10% passive. For every enemy killed, gain a layer of killing passive. Each layer grants 10 points of attack power and 1% ignore defense. Up to 100 layers. Evaluation, kill to your heart's content. How about this killing sword? Lu Chen casually created an inheritance level killing sword and handed it to Lu Zhanyuan, asking, not bad, but it feels like it's missing something. Lu Zhanyuan took the killing sword and nodded slightly. Wu Qiming also took a look and then said, it's good, but if it were a bit stronger, it would probably be legendary equipment. If it's legendary equipment, do you still want to popularize it in the military? That's definitely impossible. It could be like this, these killing swords for the common soldiers, while those elite leaders could be equipped with legendary killing swords? Wu Qiming suggested. That could work. Lu Chen nodded in agreement, indicating it was feasible. Then, he picked up several materials, his eyes brightened, and he began to create again. Item: Experience Reserve Capsule Level. Level 1 effect can store all obtained experience points in the capsule with a maximum capacity of 1 million experience.
Evaluation: You fight monsters, I level up. The Experience Reserve Capsule is a special item that Lu Chen once envisioned.
It allows others to fight monsters and store their experience within this special item.
Then, he can directly absorb all the experience in the capsule, realizing his dream of leveling up while lying down.
Such items are actually quite common in games. However, at that time, Lu Chen did not find suitable materials, and with his various crafting skills, even if his level was low, he
could still create top-tier divine equipment. So he wasn't overly enthusiastic about leveling up and didn't specifically want to create such an item.
However, after entering the National Treasury, Lu Chen casually explored some materials, and with his insight and analysis skills, he discovered some materials that could be used to manufacture experience capsules.
So, since the food was delivered right to his mouth, Lu Chen had no reason not to eat, right? He directly created this experience reserve capsule.
What is this thing?
Can we take a look?
Seeing Lu Chen create a small green capsule, Wu Qiming couldn't help but ask curiously. He wondered if it was some kind of special drug or poison that could directly kill a batch of monsters.
It's used to store experience.
Lu Chen casually handed the capsule to them for inspection.
Wow, this is an experience reserve capsule? This thing can actually be made?
Seeing the introduction of the experience reserve capsule created by Lu Chen, Wu Qiming and Lu Zhanyuan widened their eyes in astonishment. The shock they felt was no less than when Lu Chen previously created the resurrection
armor and the bare-handed essence ring, because this thing is also revolutionary.
If this item can be mass-produced, doesn't that mean they can have high-level job changers practice leveling up and then transfer all the experience
they gain to low-level job changers? In that case, wouldn't there be no low-level job changers in their dragon country? The lowest starting point would be job changers at level 20 or above.
This would give them a significant advantage in competing against enemy countries. Due to the penalties and restrictions on experience acquisition, they had rarely used high-level job changers to lead low-level or newly transitioned newcomers to level up. This was not beneficial for them. Instead, it was a burden for both sides. So, even when encountering geniuses, they would only let a team of job changers who were 10 levels higher than the other side lead them in leveling up.
Within the constraints of the rules, they would try to gain as much experience as possible. But being only 10 levels higher, the efficiency of leveling up by fighting monsters was ultimately not very high.
However, with this experience reserve capsule, they wouldn't have to go through such trouble in the future. They could store more experience capsules and, when encountering suitable geniuses, directly give them the experience capsules to use.
This would allow them to start at levels 50 or 60 without worrying about early demise.
Of course, all of this is predicated on Lu Chen being able to continuously produce more experience reserve capsules.
This seems to be a one-time item. However, its
manufacturing materials don't seem to be simple, so it might be difficult to mass produce. Wu Qiming and Lu Zhanyuan recalled the materials Lu Chen had just picked up inside.
If Lu Chen could really use common materials to
create experience reserve capsules, he wouldn't have only been able to make them in the National Treasury. And the materials that can enter the National Treasury, even if they are the lowest grade, won't be simple goods. So, their previous assumptions are probably very difficult to realize. They estimate that it can at most satisfy Lu Chen alone, and even that might not be enough.
Not necessarily.
Hearing Wu Qiming in their size, Lu Chen shook his head and said, "My experience reserve capsule can store 1 million experience points, so the manufacturing materials will be relatively better. And if I were to create a capsule that can store 100,000 experience points, or 10,000 experience points, then the materials certainly wouldn't need to be this good. And if I were to create a capsule that can store tens of millions, or even over 100 million experience points, I should be able to make it, but the materials would probably be even more precious, and I fear I wouldn't be able to produce many. So, this can only be considered a mid-range capsule."
Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Wu Qiming and Lu Zhanyuan
exchanged glances, their eyes filled with surprise. If the materials for a lower-level experience storage capsule weren't so expensive, then perhaps they could indeed prepare more capsules for other top-tier job changers to use in the future.
So how many experience storage capsules can you make now? Just go ahead and make them.
We'll arrange for people to help you store experience so you can level up quickly,
Lu Zhanyuan said eagerly.
All right. Lu Chen looked at the materials he had just used to create the capsules. In an instant, a flash of golden light appeared. All the materials in front of him vanished in the glow. In their place were dozens of azure green small capsules,
all capable of storing 1 million experience points.
Good.
These materials are azure green elemental sand, blue sea coral, and agate jellyfish magic cores.
Seeing these materials disappear, Lu Zhanyuan silently memorized their names and origins, planning to arrange for people to farm the dungeons that could drop these materials to gather as many as possible. Then, Lu Chen would be able to create even more experience storage capsules. After finishing a batch of experience storage capsules, Lu Chen handed them over to Wu Qiming. He then continued to search for materials and create items. Before long, Lu Chen took some legendary level materials and crafted a weapon exclusive to the Curse Master. Equipment: Curse Book level 30 quality, legendary attributes, attack power plus 1024, critical damage plus 100%, curse damage plus 150%. Passive: when attacking, there is a 5% chance to reduce the target's lifespan by 1 to 5 years and increase your own curse damage by 50%. Evaluation: it suits you well. This was the equipment Lu Chen specifically crafted for his Curse Master profession. Its attributes weren't particularly strong, more like a toy. Mainly because Lu Chen wanted to create a mythic level curse book, but the materials were lacking too much, and many simply didn't exist yet. Some materials would probably only drop when new areas were explored in the future. So, he decided to play around with this curse book for now. Following that, Lu Chen crafted 4 more pieces of equipment: a pair of gloves, a sword, and 2 staves. One staff was fire attribute, while the other was ice attribute. These 4 pieces of equipment were naturally prepared for Lu Hualian, Zhuya, Zhao Qiuxia, and Li Shuyao. All were of epic level. The weapons and equipment Lu Hualian and the others were currently using were still legendary level, and switching to these epic level weapons would definitely enhance their strength significantly. This way, they could better protect him. To this, Lu Zhanyuan and Wu Qiming didn't say anything, but instead were quite pleased. It's just that the level is relatively low, but the effect is still very strong. Lu Chen looked at the epic weapons he had just created and said softly, because he didn't have skills like Divine Joy, which would allow him to create epic equipment more easily. Making epic gear was relatively more laborious for him. He also couldn't custom make level 60 or 70 epic weapons suitable for Lu Hualian and the others. Therefore, considering his own limitations, Lu Chen set these epic weapons to be level 20 equipment. Of course, although the level of these epic weapons was only 20, their power was not inferior to that of 50 level epic weapons at all. Just like the level 20 Shadowless Sword and the level 50 Shadowless Sword, both added 30% damage. The only difference was the base attack power. For example, a 50 level epic weapon would have a base attack power of around 2 to 3,000. Meanwhile, a 20 level epic weapon would barely have a base attack power of around 1000. This reduction in base attack power would indeed have a significant impact on a strong individual. For the master craftsman who created the equipment, it would also be a regret to have to lower the level of a divine item to complete it. But for Lu Chen, it didn't matter much, because he could recreate the equipment. Once he reached level 60 or 70, he could easily upgrade these epic weapons to level 70, reclaiming what was lost. Alright, that's about it, let's go with this. Lu Chen took a turn around the treasury and didn't take all the good materials. The materials he took were either what he currently needed or custom-made for friends. Then let's go back. Seeing that Lu Chen had finished selecting, Wu Qiming and Lu Zhanyuan nodded slightly and then led him out of the treasury. Moments later, they returned to Lu Hualian's home. Wow, is this a gift for us? That's awesome, thank you, Lu Chen. Yay, Lu Chen, can you let my sister kiss you? Back at Lu Hualian's home, after Lu Chen presented the 3 epic weapons to them, they were ecstatic and squealed with joy. Although their status was not low, and their classes were all SS level or above, rare divine items like epic weapons were not something they could choose freely. Unless the country happened to drop an epic divine item that was just right for them, only then might they have a chance to obtain such an item. So, the weapons they were currently using were still only legendary level weapons, and their levels were not very fitting, being about 10 levels lower than theirs. The epic weapons Lu Chen gave them, although lower in level at only 20, had various overpowered attributes stacked together, making their power far exceed the equipment they were currently using. How could that not excite them? At this moment, they felt quite emotional about the opportunity their elders had given them to compete for Lu Chen's personal guard. They had not let their own levels and status prevent them from being willing to serve as a young boy's guard. Otherwise, how could they have had such good fortune? Zhao Qiuxia's personality was always fiery and bold, unrestrained. She was the one who had just said she wanted to kiss Lu Chen. However, although she was very excited and eager to hug Lu Chen and give him a few kisses, she didn't dare to act recklessly for fear of upsetting him. No need, it's just a small matter. Lu Chen was a bit scared by their gazes and quickly waved his hand. Seeing this, Zhao Qiuxia pouted, her eyes filled with grievance. Half a day later, before Lu Chen prepared to return to Jiangchang, he arrived at a hidden warehouse. The materials are all here. This is troublesome, Lu Zhanyuan said softly. In this warehouse, there were piles of various materials at the moment. All of them were raw materials for crafting legacy-level killing swords. Due to time constraints, the materials delivered were not particularly abundant. Therefore, it was estimated that these materials in the warehouse should only be enough to produce a little over 10,000 killing swords, but that was about right. "You're too polite, senior," Lu Chen said, then looked at the pile of materials in front of him and began to use his creation ability. Swish! A dazzling golden light flashed. Clink clink clank. Moments later, countless materials fused together, transforming into killing swords the size of pendants, falling to the ground with a crisp and pleasant sound. Creation successful. In just a moment, Lu Chen had produced several hundred killing swords. Lu Zhanyuan and the others were left in shock, filled with admiration. Although these killing swords were only of legacy-level equipment, not particularly powerful for a celestial smith, it would take at least a day to forge such an item. That's right, it would take a day to forge one killing sword. And that was without failure, requiring a high enough proficiency. But for Lu Chen, as a creator, it was like a dimensional strike against celestial smiths and divine craftsmen. With just a thought, he produced over 100 killing swords without any failures and could continue to create. Even if his mental energy was exhausted later, he could take some mental recovery potions and rest briefly. He could still crazily produce killing swords. This was completely the difference between pure handcraft and an assembly line. Huff! After creating nearly 500 killing swords, Lu Chen finally felt a bit tired. He did not continue creating to further deplete his mental energy. Instead, he stopped, took a mental recovery potion, and rested for a while. After more than an hour, Lu Chen successfully crafted over 10,000 killing swords from the full warehouse of materials. He also produced several thousand pieces of resurrection armor. "Is this enough for now?" Lu Chen looked at Lu Zhanyuan and asked. It's enough. Thank you so much." Lu Zhanyuan hurriedly expressed his gratitude, extremely excited. Over 10,000 killing swords and several thousand pieces of resurrection armor, if used properly, would greatly contribute to their exploration of dungeons. Although Lu Chen had consumed various mental recovery potions during this process, making it seem like he had no loss, he was actually quite tired, so Lu Zhanyuan was very grateful to Lu Chen. "It's nothing, just a small matter. Next time, if there are suitable materials, just pack them into the space ring and send them to Jiang City. I'll manufacture them and have someone send them back." Lu Chen smiled and shook his head. Although making so many pieces of equipment was indeed a bit tiring for him, it was only a bit tiring compared to the country's training and investment in him and the pile of experience capsules he would soon receive filled with experience to help him level up quickly. Lu Chen did not feel that his work was particularly hard. After half a day, Lu Chen, under the protection of Lu Hualian and Zhuya, returned to Jiang City from the capital once again. Phew, finally home. Lu Chen sighed as he entered Jiang City. Although the capital was more prosperous and the levels of the job changers there were higher, Lu Chen felt no sense of belonging there. He still found it more comfortable in Jiang City. Not long after, Lu Chen brought Lu Hualian and the others back to his home. The sky was getting darker. It was time to consider the situation of the three of them. Lu Chen's home was relatively small, with only 2 bedrooms and a living room. Originally, when only Lu Hualian was there, Lu Chen thought it would be quite suitable for her to stay in the other room. But now, with Zhao Qiuxia and Zhuya added to the mix, the sleeping arrangements were quite a headache. How do you all want to sleep?" Lu Chen thought for a moment and looked at Lu Hualian and the others, asking for their opinions. Zhao Qiuxia smiled and said, "How about this? Zhuya sleeps in the guest room, Lu Hualian sleeps in the living room, and we share a room. I'll protect you." Lu Chen, are you joking or serious? Have some self-respect. Lu Hualian shot her a glare in annoyance. Zhuya, with a calm expression, nodded in agreement, saying, "We should take turns, 1 person per night." Lu Chen? In the end, after some discussion, the 3 girls decided that 2 would sleep in the living room, 1 in the guest room, and then they would take turns staying in the guest room every other day. Sigh, it can only be this way. Zhao Qiuxia shook her head slightly, feeling regretful. She thought Lu Chen was too shy. What a good opportunity, yet he wasn't seizing it properly. The next day, after Lu Chen woke up and finished washing up, he was about to make breakfast. Then he discovered that Zhuya had already prepared breakfast. "Sister Ya's cooking is quite good." Lu Chen took a bite, his eyes lighting up slightly. "It's okay, mainly because the ingredients are good." Zhuya wiped her hands and smiled. The ingredients she used for breakfast were high-quality exotic beast meat, which, when consumed, could permanently increase some attributes, but not by much. "I'll make some adjustments." Lu Chen then modified Zhuya's breakfast. Item: Zhuya's delicious breakfast, level 20, quality, premium, effect: consuming it can relieve fatigue, continuously restore stamina, strength, and mental power for 12 hours, and permanently increase stamina by 5 points. Evaluation: a beautiful day starts with breakfast. Wow, this breakfast effect is really amazing. This is possible too. Lu Hualian and Zhao Qiuxia had also gotten up, but their cooking skills weren't very good, so they could only watch.
At that moment, seeing the attributes of the delicious breakfast that Lu Chen had modified for Juya, they couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. The value of this breakfast has at least multiplied tenfold after Lu Chen's modification. TSK TSK TSK. Zhao Qiuxiao was full of admiration. After they finished breakfast, Lu Chen prepared to go to school. Although he could actually skip school now, since even if he sat at home, he would eventually receive experience capsules filled with experience to help him level up. But Lu Chen felt a bit bored. There wasn't much good stuff to create at the moment. He couldn't just lie at home, staring at Lu Hualian and the others, right? That would be meaningless. I'm going to school. Don't follow me too closely. Lu Chen reminded Lu Hualian and the others. After all, these three girls were all stunning beauties, and being too close to him would make them look very intimate, which was quite eye-catching. Lu Chen didn't want that. Alright, but we have to protect you, we can't be too far away. Lu Hualian and Zhao Qiuxia said helplessly. If others could be with them, they would surely be very happy, wanting everyone around to know. Lu Chen was fine, although he didn't exactly dislike them, he also didn't want them to get too close. It made them seem like a disaster waiting to happen. After giving some instructions to Lu Hualian and the others, Lu Chen finally stepped out, ready to go to school. I should give that epic staff to the class monitor later, she should be really happy, right? Lu Chen thought to himself. Not long after he left home, sure enough, he ran into Li Shuyao again. Hey, Lu Chen, good morning. You're coming to school today. Li Shuyao was very happy to see Lu Chen, her big eyes curving into crescent shapes as she waved and smiled at him. Yeah, I had some things to take care of the past couple of days, but I'll be back to normal school days from now on. Lu Chen smiled back, explaining. Although Lu Hualian and Juya were also quite nice to him, Lu Chen always felt that being with Li Shuyao was more comfortable and relaxed. Perhaps it was because they had a pretty good relationship even before his job change. After the job change, Li Shuyao didn't hold any prejudice against him because of his special profession. Instead, their relationship became even closer. Compared to Li Shuyao's unselfish closeness, Lu Hualian and Juya still felt a bit lacking. Hey, who are they? Just as Li Shuyao was about to say something to Lu Chen, she suddenly noticed the three people sneaking behind him. All three were stunning beauties, but they were acting rather suspiciously, as if they meant to do Lu Chen harm. Li Shuyao immediately shielded Lu Chen behind her, glaring at Lu Hualian and the others with a hostile look. Who are you? What do you want? She thought about Lu Chen's special profession as a creator and wondered if his identity had been exposed. Were these women here to harm Lu Chen? Ha, little sister, don't misunderstand, we're not bad people. Zhao Qiuxia, seeing that they had been exposed so quickly, could only helplessly wave her hands. Seeing this, Li Shuyao looked back at Lu Chen, her eyes questioning. She suddenly thought that if they weren't spies, then they might be Lu Chen's bodyguards or protectors? Lu Chen, seeing Li Shuyao looking at him, could only smile wryly and introduce them. This is Lu Hualian, she's my cousin, I guess. This is Zhao Qiuxia, she's, my cousin. This one is Juya, When Lu Chen got to Juya, he hesitated, thinking about what identity to give her. A distant cousin? Or a cousin's friend? Seeing Lu Chen stutter, Zhao Qiuxia quickly chimed in with a smile. She's Lu Chen's aunt. Juya? What the hell, are you just adding generations to me for no reason? Right. Juya was a bit annoyed at first, but then she thought about it and nodded with a smile, saying, this is my niece, be good and call me aunt. Zhao Qiuxia? Alright, stop joking around. You're here to protect Lu Chen, right? Li Shuyao said with a smile. She could tell that Lu Chen knew them, and their relationship seemed to be quite good. So, they must be Lu Chen's protectors, right? This has all been seen through by you. We clearly hit it quite deep. Zhao Qiuxia pouted upon hearing this. Lu Chen smiled and said, maybe it's because you stand out too much, like fireflies in the deep night. There's no way to hide it. Perhaps. Lu Hualian nodded slightly, then furrowed her brows. She felt that this wasn't quite right. Originally, Lu Chen didn't want others to see their relationship, he just wanted them to protect him quietly. However, perhaps because they had never done any bodyguard work before, combined with their outstanding looks, they were too eye-catching. They simply couldn't protect Lu Chen discreetly. Juya thought of something and said to Lu Chen, hey, Lu Chen, can you create something that can hide our appearance and figure, or something that reduces our presence? That way, even if we walk beside you openly, others won't notice us, and we can protect you better. That should be possible. Hearing Juya's words, Lu Chen nodded slightly, and suddenly thought of two materials he had found in a treasure chest before. One was the stone of the mundane, which could reduce presence and was excellent for concealment. The other was the stone of nothingness, which made one invisible. Wait for me a moment. I'll go get the equipment. With an idea in mind, Lu Chen turned back home to create this equipment that would reduce others' presence, leaving Lu Hualian and the other two girls, along with Li Shuyu, exchanging glances. It was a bit awkward. Although Lu Hualian and the other two often clashed and bickered, they had known each other before, and their relationship was actually quite good. But for Li Shuyu, they were complete strangers. Especially since Li Shuyu seemed to have a lower level, there was even less to talk about among them. "Hey, classmate, what's your name?" Zhao Qiuxia asked to break the silence. Li Shuyu replied softly, glancing at Zhao Qiuxia. After that, they started chatting casually. Meanwhile, Lu Hualian and Juya also returned to protect Lu Chen's safety. Wow! On the other side, after returning home, Lu Chen immediately took out various legendary materials from his spatial ring. He then began designing equipment that could reduce others' presence and attention. Since it was only legendary level equipment, the difficulty was not a big problem for Lu Chen. In just about 5 minutes, relying on his insight and analysis skills, he successfully created it. Equipment: Ring of Concealment level 40 quality, legendary attributes, movement speed plus 50%, presence minus 70%. Passive: when wearing this equipment, your presence will be reduced to an extremely low level, making it easy for others to overlook you. When standing still, you will enter an invisible state. Active: after activating, you will enter an invisible state lasting for 3 minutes. Evaluation: 3 minutes is enough. Lu Chen created 3 rings of concealment at once, revealing a satisfied smile. Although this ring of concealment didn't have particularly strong attribute effects and could only be considered a toy, it was still very useful in certain specific situations. Moreover, if Lu Hualian and the others wore it, it would reduce their presence, turning them from striking beauties into ordinary passers-by. This way, they could better protect themselves without drawing much attention from others. "Here, you guys try it on." Lu Chen handed the rings of concealment to Juya and Lu Hualian. The two took the rings and, upon seeing the equipment's description, their expressions became slightly strange. They felt that this ring seemed a bit unserious. However, although the equipment might not seem very serious, if it was in the hands of serious people, it still had a serious purpose. Then, Lu Hualian and Juya put on the hidden rings. In the next moment, Lu Chen felt that the two women, who originally looked dazzling and impossible to ignore, seemed to have become quite ordinary. If he wasn't careful, he might even forget they were standing beside him. The effect of the hidden rings was indeed very strong. However, Lu Chen was the creator of this equipment, and he also had related skills such as insight and analysis. Therefore, although he might overlook their presence, he could not ignore the equipment they wore. With a little more attention, he would still notice their existence. Not bad. If it were ordinary people, they would probably just overlook you. Lu Chen nodded. I feel good too. Lu Hualian and Juya nodded in unison. Although they couldn't perceive how much their sense of presence had diminished, they could compare it with another person. Both Juya and Lu Hualian could feel that after putting on the hidden rings, the other person had almost no sense of presence at all. It was almost like a stone or wild grass by the roadside. Putting themselves in others' shoes, they naturally understood their current situation. "Well, let's leave it at that for now." Lu Chen nodded and then led Lu Hualian and the others out of the house again. A moment later, Lu Chen handed the last hidden ring to Zhao Qiuxia. As soon as Zhao Qiuxia put on the hidden ring, Li Shuyao could no longer perceive their presence. She felt as if there were hardly any people around, but it also seemed like there were a few inconsequential passers-by. This feeling was strange and didn't draw much of her attention. However, Li Shuyao had known about Lu Hualian and the others' existence from the very beginning. So even though their sense of presence had diminished, her memory remained, and she naturally knew they were there. "This feeling is quite strange," Li Shuyao said. "It's fine, just pretend they don't exist," Lu Chen said with a smile. Then the two of them set off to school together. Lu Hualian and Juya also couldn't really perceive the presence of the other two, but they quickly stepped up to follow. "Class monitor, what level are you at now?" Lu Chen asked. Li Shuyao replied, "I'm at level 19 now, almost level 20. Why?" "Oh, nothing." Lu Chen shook his head, then took out a staff and handed it to Li Shuyao, saying, "Here, this is for you. You should be able to use it soon." "What is this?" Li Shuyao asked curiously as she took the staff. Immediately, when her fingers touched the staff and she learned about its related introduction, her eyes widened. It was actually an epic ice attribute staff. Equipment: Ice Spirit Staff level 20 quality, epic attributes, attack power plus 1444, critical hit rate plus 50%, casting speed plus 100%, skill acceleration plus 150, additional damage plus 80. Passive: when attacking, there is a 10% chance to gain the Ice Spirit's blessing, increasing ice attribute damage by 200% for 3 minutes, with a cooldown of 3 minutes. Active: release an Ice Spirit explosion forward, causing the target to lose 10% of their maximum health. Evaluation: the warm wind blows, spring arrives, and the sheep graze leisurely. An epic level staff. What do you mean by this? Li Shuyu was stunned when she saw the staff, unable to hold back her exclamation. Then she thought of something and quickly covered her mouth, afraid of being overheard by passers-by. Fortunately, there were no passers-by around, and no one was paying attention to them. This made her secretly breathe a sigh of relief. Then Li Shuyu hurriedly returned the staff to Lu Chen, saying, "This is too precious, I can't accept it. Epic level weapons and equipment. This is incredibly rare. This is something that cannot be measured by money. It is a divine artifact. There are many max level powerhouses in this world who are still using legendary level weapons and do not have epic level equipment. Even low level epic equipment is scarce. The drop rate is just too low. Only in dungeons, when a deep abyss appears by chance, is there a chance to drop epic level equipment. Of course, mysterious treasure chests after clearing high level dungeons also have a chance to drop epic level divine artifacts, but the drop rate is even lower than that of the abyss. Very few people can obtain epic level equipment from such treasure chests. Class monitor, you should keep it. This equipment is suited for you, and it would be useless for me to hold on to it. Don't worry, this isn't equipment I specially applied for from headquarters, it's something I made myself. Lu Chen was also aware of Li Shuyu's concerns, so he explained the origin of the equipment to her. You made it yourself? Hearing Lu Chen's words, Li Shuyu was stunned again. It felt a bit too exaggerated, right? Didn't Lu Chen say before that his level was low and that he couldn't make many pieces of equipment? Yet now he could even make epic level equipment? However, thinking of Lu Chen's special talent and his disappearance over the past few days, Li Shuyu felt that this might actually be possible. Still, no, I can't accept it. Li Shuyu shook her head again. Although knowing that this equipment was made by Lu Chen and should not be a problem to accept, it was still epic level equipment. Li Shuyu felt undeserving and was still unwilling to take it. Come on, just take it. This equipment is bound to you. When you touched it just now, it already recognized you as its master, and I can't take it back now. Lu Chen said. He was too lazy to keep pushing back and forth with Li Shuyu, so he directly tapped the ice spirit staff and made a slight modification. Li Shuyu was startled upon hearing this and quickly checked the ice spirit staff. Then she noticed that below the evaluation of the staff, there was indeed a line of small text. Master, Li Shuyu. Li Shuyu? What's going on? I've never heard of epic level equipment recognizing a master. But maybe this is a secret? Not known to outsiders. It's also rare to hear of any powerhouse selling their epic level equipment to someone. Perhaps it really is because epic level equipment recognizes a master? So, that's how it is. How can I return this to you? Li Shuyu was dazed for a while, feeling a bit tearful. She really didn't intend to take Lu Chen's equipment for free, but unexpectedly, just by touching the staff, it had already claimed her as its own. No need to return it, it was originally tailored for you. Lu Chen began to persuade her. Actually, every piece of epic level equipment is called a divine artifact because they have a spirit, meaning they have a weapon spirit, so they will choose a suitable master and won't just be used by anyone. And this equipment was designed specifically for you from the start, so it fits you perfectly, which is why it chose to recognize you as its master. Others never had a chance to be recognized as its master from the beginning, so you don't need to feel any psychological burden. Upon hearing this, Li Shuyu was left in a daze by Lu Chen's persuasion. The three girls walking beside them, Lu Hualian and the others, almost believed him too. If it weren't for the epic level equipment that Lu Chen had given them, they might have really thought it was like that. Lu Chen continued to persuade. Class monitor, you don't need to feel any psychological burden. Just continue to help me level up, and we can mutually benefit each other. Alright, Li Shuyu sighed. At this point, even if she wanted to refuse, it was useless. She could only accept this ice spirit staff. Once she chose to accept the staff, Li Shuyu felt that the more she looked at it, the more she liked it. Whether it was its appearance or its attribute effects, she felt it was particularly good. Moments later, Lu Chen and Li Shuyu chatted as they walked, arriving at the school. Oh, why are there suddenly so many arenas set up? Lu Chen noticed that many new arenas had appeared on the school playground and said in surprise. Li Shuyu looked at Lu Chen with curiosity and then explained, don't you know? A few days after the monthly job change day, there will be a competition with new job changers from other schools. This competition involves resource allocation among various schools in Zhangcheng. The arenas for the competition rotate among the schools. It's just that this time it's our school's turn. Otherwise, why do you think there is a new job change leveling competition? It's to help everyone level up faster to prepare for the upcoming competitions between schools. After hearing Li Shuyu's words, Lu Chen suddenly realized, and relevant memories surfaced. Oh, I see. I've been quite busy these days and forgot about this. There indeed was such a competition. However, this kind of competition often had little to do with life system professions. The two professions Lu Chen had changed to, one being a support profession and the other a creator, could actually be considered life system professions, so he subconsciously hadn't paid much attention to these. Of course, given his current status and resource supply, such competitions were indeed of little significance to him. So the competition starts today? Lu Chen asked. Yes, it starts today. Li Shuyu nodded and then asked, are you going to participate? Lu Chen shook his head and smiled. I'll pass. Are you participating? I am. Li Shuyu nodded. There are quite a few rewards for this competition and it also benefits our school, so I will definitely participate. Then I'll cheer for you later. Lu Chen nodded. Since he had the experience reserve capsule, he didn't need to level up much himself, so even if he didn't go to grind monsters today but just watched others fight, Lu Chen felt it would be the same. Moments later, Lu Chen sat in the audience, quietly watching classmates from other classes compete with job changers from other schools. That assassin moves so fast, probably an S-level job changer. Li Shuyu, sitting next to Lu Chen, was also watching since it wasn't her turn to fight yet. At this moment, she noticed an assassin profession that was somewhat tricky, even she found it a bit difficult to deal with. So, she thought for a moment and asked Lu Chen, do you have any equipment that increases movement speed? Can I borrow it for a bit? Borrow? No need, I'll help you make one. Lu Chen didn't have any equipment that increased movement speed, but he could directly help Li Shuyu create suitable equipment. Glancing at Li Shuyu's long, smooth legs, Lu Chen suddenly had an idea. Then, he asked the inconspicuous Lu Hualian and the others beside him, Sister, do you have a pair of black stockings I can borrow? Black stockings? The three girls, Lu Hualian, Juya, and the somewhat inconspicuous Lu Chen, exchanged strange expressions upon hearing Lu Chen's words. What is this guy planning? From his earlier conversation with Li Shuyao, it seemed he was preparing to temporarily create a piece of equipment that could increase movement speed? But this, shouldn't it be shoes? Is he planning to make equipment out of black stockings? But black stockings aren't they supposed to increase attack speed? Zhao Qiuxia thought to herself. If there are no black stockings, can we use white stockings? Juya hesitated for a moment and asked in a low voice. White stockings, well, that should be fine. Lu Chen replied after thinking for a moment and glancing at Li Shuyao's long, fair legs, then nodded. Juya then took out a pair of unopened white stockings from her space ring and handed them to Lu Chen. Let's go. We're going to change. Lu Chen quickly took the white stockings and stored them in his own space ring, then waved to Li Shuyao. In fact, he intended to modify the white stockings into equipment as this was a relatively simple piece of gear that wouldn't attract too much attention. However, if Li Xiao was going to wear the white stockings to increase her movement speed, it wouldn't be appropriate to do so in the audience area. They definitely needed to find an empty changing room. Since they were going to change locations anyway, Lu Chen naturally didn't need to modify the white stockings in the audience area to avoid being seen as a pervert. Okay. Li Shuyao's pretty face flushed slightly, but she still stood up and followed Lu Chen out of the viewing area. Moments later, they arrived at an empty changing room. Lu Chen took out the white stockings and then retrieved some materials from his space ring that could increase attack speed and movement speed. He then began the crafting process. Whoosh! A flash of golden light. The white stockings immediately underwent some subtle changes. Originally pure white, with no patterns, they now had intricate designs that looked quite elaborate and mystical, exuding a sense of elegance. Equipment: Girl's Surprise Attack Level, Level 20 Quality, Legendary Attributes, Attack Speed plus 50%, Movement Speed plus 150%, Casting Speed plus 100%. Passive: increases movement speed by an additional 50% while moving. Active: after activation, increases attack speed by 150% and critical hit chance by 100% for self and teammates. Lasting 3 minutes. Cooldown 1 hour. Evaluation: ha! Take that, you old hag. Lu Chen examined the white stockings in his hands, looking at their attribute description, and nodded in satisfaction. The effect of these white stockings was quite good. Although they didn't have an attack effect, the increase in movement speed was significant. With an inherent 150% movement speed, it could further increase by 50% while moving. Additionally, it had an active skill that could make teammates go berserk, increasing attack speed by 150% and critical hit chance by 100%. The duration wasn't particularly long, but if used in other scenarios, the effect should be fantastic. Here, give it a try. Lu Chen handed the white stockings to Li Shuyao. Li Shuyao reached out to take them, and upon looking at the equipment's description, she was momentarily stunned. These white stockings had truly become equipment. But why did the name sound so strange? And the active skill and evaluation also seemed quite odd. I'll give it a try. Although it felt a bit strange, this was indeed a piece of legendary equipment, and the increase in movement speed was quite satisfactory to Li Shuyao. She then attempted to put on the equipment. As Li Shuyao bent down to take off her shoes, revealing a pair of little white socks on her feet, she was just about to remove the socks when she suddenly thought of something, turned to look at Lu Chen, who was standing nearby with his eyes fixed on her, and glared at him slightly, saying in a low voice, "Aren't you going out? It's fine, I'll keep an eye on you." Lu Chen smiled and replied, "I don't mind." Li Shuyao: "Who cares if you mind?" Li Shuyao was at a loss for words. But then she thought about it. She had received quite a few benefits from Lu Chen, so if he wanted to see, let him see. Thus, Li Shuyao mustered her courage and took off her little white socks.
revealing a pair of soft, pink little feet with translucent toes and pinkish nails, looking as delicate and cute as a young bud. Immediately after, Li Shuyao began to put on the pair of girls' surprise white stockings. Her movements were smooth. Watching her maid Lu Chen feel quite pleased. Lu Huolian and Juya stood by, whispering he wouldn't have a foot fetish, would he? It seems so. Zhao Qiuxia nodded. Looks like I should try wearing black stockings too. Lu Huolian nodded slightly. Their voices were quite low, and due to the concealment ring, their presence was diminished. So Li Shuyao didn't notice. Although Lu Chen noticed, he didn't want to argue about it. The more he argued, the less clear it would become. On the contrary, they seemed to be preparing to cater to him, and when they returned at night, there would be several pairs of beautiful legs to admire. Lu Chen thought that even if they misunderstood him, it didn't seem to matter much. Moments later, Li Shuyao had put on the white stockings, and she looked at her long legs repeatedly, frowning slightly. Will it be a bit strange? She rarely wore stockings, let alone white ones, so after putting on these white stockings, she felt a bit odd. It seemed not to match her school uniform very well. Not at all, it looks great. Oh no, it suits you very well, it goes nicely with your legs and your school uniform. Lu Chen shook his head. Alright. Li Shuyao shot him a glance at his nonsensical words, then took a deep breath to adjust herself. Then she put on her shoes. Let's go out. I think it's almost my turn to go on stage. Li Shuyao frowned slightly. Lu Chen nodded, then followed Li Shuyao out of the changing room. The two returned to the viewing seats. They sat down near their class. After they sat down, many classmates frequently glanced at them. Their gazes were somewhat strange. Clearly, they were puzzled as to why Li Shuyao suddenly wore white stockings, but to be honest, it looked quite good. Li Shuyao felt a bit embarrassed under their gaze. She glared at Lu Chen and said irritably, so awkward, why didn't you get a more normal outfit? Isn't this pretty good? Lu Chen argued softly, others won't know that these white stockings are part of the outfit, it has a surprise effect. Forget it. Li Shuyao didn't want to argue with Lu Chen about this, so she quietly continued to watch the match. After a while, their homeroom teacher, Ling Yinxue, came over and called for Li Shuyao to get ready to go on stage to fight. Li Shuyao nodded, then said a word to Lu Chen before going over with a group of classmates. I also wore white stockings, do you want to touch them? Lu Chen watched Li Shuyao leave, and at that moment, Zhao Qiuxia sat down beside him and said sweetly, Lu Chen? Hearing Zhao Qiuxia's words, Lu Chen was taken aback for a moment, then looked to the side. He discovered that Zhao Qiuxia, he didn't know when, had sat down next to him, still with little presence. But her legs, at this moment, were wrapped in a thin layer of white silk, looking even more alluring. Is it okay? Lu Chen blinked and asked. Of course, Zhao Qiuxia nodded and smiled. Lu Chen then shook his head and said, forget it. Zhao Qiuxia? Then why did you ask? If it was okay? Zhao Qiuxia held her breath, feeling frustrated. Are my legs not pretty? Lu Chen shook his head. They're fine, but I feel that, Sister Qiuxia, you don't look particularly good in white silk. Black silk would suit you better. Oh, I see, you're still thinking about black silk. Alright, when I get home tonight, I'll wear black silk for you to see. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qiuxia suddenly realized, then looked at Lu Chen meaningfully. Lu Chen. It felt like she misunderstood something? What I meant was, you're a bit older, wearing white silk seems a bit juvenile, and it doesn't match your temperament. Black silk is more mature and has more charm. It's starting. At this moment, the surrounding classmates shouted excitedly. Lu Chen's attention was drawn away from Zhao Qiuxia's legs and looked towards the fighting stage. At this moment, it was just the battle between Li Shuyao and a student from another school. According to the surrounding people's accounts, her opponent seemed to be a sea-level warrior class changer. So, without any surprise, Li Shuyao casually waved her staff, and the opponent was directly frozen into a block of ice, losing the ability to fight. Li Shuyao wins. Hey, the staff you gave her, is it level 15? Seeing that the staff Li Shuyao used in this battle was the ice spirit staff that Lu Chen had given her not long ago, Lu Huolian immediately asked curiously. Because after receiving the epic level weapons Lu Chen gave them, they had all communicated and knew that everyone's weapon level was currently at level 20. They had to wait for Lu Chen to level up before he could help them upgrade their equipment levels. So, they initially thought that the staff Lu Chen gave to Li Shuyao should also be level 20. However, Li Shuyao was still not level 20, only level 19. Lu Chen planned to let her use this epic level staff after she reached level 20. Who would have thought that Li Shuyao would use this ice spirit staff as soon as she got on stage? Wasn't she still under-leveled? Perhaps it was also possible that the weapons Lu Chen gave them were level 20 epic equipment, while the one given to Li Shuyao was below level 20? That's why Lu Huolian asked this. No, it's also a level 20 staff, what's wrong with that? Lu Chen casually replied, then looked at Lu Huolian strangely. Ha? A level 20 staff? Then how is she using this weapon now? Hearing Lu Chen's words, Zhao Qiuxia and Juya both looked puzzled, with a hint of shock. No one had ever been able to use equipment that exceeded their own level at a lower level. The situation with Lu Chen and Li Shuyao seemed to break the norm. Using the Overlord contract, you can use equipment that is more than 5 levels above your own. Lu Chen answered. He looked at the shocked Lu Hualian and the other two girls, wondering if there was nothing like this in this world. The Overlord contract is a very common item in the game. After using it, one can use equipment that is more than 5 levels above their own. There is also a master contract, which allows one to learn skills that exceed their own level by 5 in advance. Lu Chen had created this kind of contract a long time ago. That's why, when he was only level 1, he could use the level 5 experience plunder ring. Later, he also gave Li Shuyao some Overlord contracts, which could last for a month. Therefore, when Li Shuyao was at level 19, she was able to use this Ice Spirit Staff, which was at level 20. The Overlord contract? What is that? Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Lu Hualian and the other two women looked at Lu Chen with serious expressions and asked. They felt that Lu Chen had quietly created some special item again, and it seemed to be very effective. Lu Chen then explained the effects of the Overlord contract to them. What? Haven't you come across this kind of item before? Lu Chen asked. He thought that such items were easy to manufacture and probably didn't circulate much among commoners but should exist among the higher-ups. After all, in the game, the Overlord contract and the Master contract were not something that poor players could afford at the beginning, they were only available to paying players. It wasn't until the later stages of the game that they began to become widespread. But now, seeing Lu Hualian and the others' expressions, it seemed that throughout the entire Dragon Kingdom, or rather, the entire Blue Star, there had never been such special items. It appeared that the game's invasion of the real world was not very thorough. He had somewhat overestimated this world. No, I've never heard of such a thing. My god, you actually created something like this without saying a word. Lu Hualian and Zhao Qiuxia were all shocked after hearing Lu Chen's words. They expressed that they had never seen such items, nor had they even heard of them. The utility of such items was undoubtedly enormous. After all, they could allow a person to directly skip 5 levels and use high-level equipment, which was unimaginable for enhancing combat power. Of course, for ordinary job changers, the utility was not that significant. After all, even if they could skip 5 levels to use high-level equipment, they still needed to have suitable equipment, right? But for the country and the military, this was no small matter. Subsequently, Lu Hualian and the others hurriedly asked Lu Chen what materials were needed to create the Overlord contract. Lu Chen told them. In fact, the materials for creating the Overlord contract were very ordinary, otherwise, Lu Chen wouldn't have been able to create it during his first resource acquisition. So simple? Does that mean we can casually create a bunch of Overlord contracts? Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Lu Hualian and the other two became excited. They felt that this contract could be promoted. Looking at their excitement, Lu Chen wondered why Li Shuyao hadn't reacted like this back then. What Lu Chen didn't know was that when Li Shuyao first obtained the Overlord contract from him, she was also very shocked. However, she didn't know that this contract was made by Lu Chen and thought it was a special resource of the country, only possessed by high-level talents. If she had known that Lu Chen had created it himself, she would probably have lost her composure just like Lu Hualian and the others. No, it still can't be promoted. Let Lu Chen create some occasionally for fun, there's no need to promote it. After being excited for a while, Lu Hualian shook her head again. She felt that although the Overlord contract had great strategic value, it probably consumed a lot of Lu Chen's mental energy to manufacture. Since that was the case, if Lu Chen was consuming mental energy, it was obviously much more cost-effective for him to create other better items like the Killing Sword or the Resurrection Armor. The Overlord contract could be created occasionally for fun when Lu Chen was bored, but there was no need for him to expend a large amount of energy on it. Well, that's true. Although this thing has decent value compared to other divine artifacts, its cost-effectiveness is still quite lacking. Hearing Lu Hualian's words, the excited Juya and Zhao Qiuxia quickly calmed down and nodded in agreement. They all understood that Lu Chen's creations required the consumption of mental energy. It wasn't as if he could keep creating as long as he had enough materials without any cost. There was a limit to how much he could create in a day, although he could drink mental recovery potions to restore himself and continue creating. But that was clearly akin to forcing growth, which could be counterproductive. So they couldn't do that. Even if Lu Chen wanted to, they would advise against it. Since there was a limit to Lu Chen's creations in a day, it was evident that the optimal choice was to have him create epic or legendary divine artifacts. However, the materials for such divine artifacts were not that abundant, and they were also not easy to forge. Moreover, they couldn't force Lu Chen. Therefore, they couldn't have him creating divine artifacts every day. It still depended on Lu Chen's own thoughts. Secondly, if Lu Chen wanted to create something but didn't have suitable materials for divine artifacts, he could create special equipment like the killing sword or resurrection armor.
Even if he only made
100 killing swords and resurrection armors in a day, it would still be better than producing 1,000 copies of the Overlord contract. Thus, in the case where only Lu Chen could create the Overlord contract, although it was good, its cost-effectiveness was far inferior to other items Lu Chen could create. It wouldn't be worth it for Lu Chen to expend a lot of energy promoting the Overlord contract.
By the way, Juya suddenly thought of
a method and quietly asked Lu Chen, since you can modify skill books, then the formulas and forging blueprints can actually be considered a type of life skill book.
Can you turn the Overlord contract into a skill book so that other life professions can manufacture it?
Juya's idea was bold, but it made Lu Hualian and Zhao Qiuxia's eyes light up. They felt that if it could be realized, it would be a win-win situation. After all, Lu Chen's creation ability was incredibly strong, but it was limited by his own strength. He couldn't create a large number of good items, he could only produce a small portion for his personal use or for his friends.
It was a pity that these good items couldn't be promoted.
Many life professions also lacked suitable skill books, and the items they could create were quite low-level and poor. In the beginning, some low-level job changers might still find their items useful, but by the time they reached levels 30 or 40, they basically couldn't use the items made by life professions anymore. This was also why the status of life professions was far inferior to that of combat and support professions. Because aside from a few top-tier life professions, most life professions became basically useless in the later stages. Their status was only slightly better than that of ordinary people who hadn't changed jobs. If Lu Chen could turn the Overlord contract and some other potions into skill books for life professions, allowing them to manufacture them, even if the effects weren't as good as those made by Lu Chen himself, it would still be quite good. This way, Lu Chen wouldn't have to work so hard, and these life professions would have better jobs, improving their lives and status significantly.
I haven't tried it, but I can give it a shot. Lu Chen,
upon hearing Juya's suggestion, pondered for a moment and shook his head uncertainly.
He really hadn't thought about turning the Overlord contract into a skill book for others to create. He did have the idea of turning the potions he modified into skill books, but he just hadn't implemented it yet. However, it seemed worth trying now.
Well, if you want to try, I can help you apply right now and send the skill books for life professions to Jiangcheng.
Lu Hualian quickly said.
Compared to the skill books for combat and support professions, there are actually many more skill books for life professions in the storage.
This is not only because skill books for life professions are
easier to obtain, but also because many of them have similar effects. Learning a few valuable ones is enough, and there's no need to learn the similar ones. Instead, the cost effectiveness is lower, making the manufacturing cost higher, with no profit to speak of.
Okay, then let's send them over to take a look. Lu Chen nodded. He didn't reject this approach.
After all, at the moment he had received many resources from the country and obtained
a lot of good things.
But he had only given the country an empty-handed ring of ultimate skills, 1,000 resurrection armors, and 10,000 killing swords.
The country was not at a loss right now. However, Lu Chen didn't want to keep his ability limits forever.
After all, making the country stronger could help clear more dungeons that were previously unmanageable, gaining more resources. This was also beneficial for him.
He could then create more god-level items that were previously limited by materials. It was a win-win situation. He also didn't want to waste more energy on potions and items that had little use. Letting other life profession players learn his skill books to take over his work was, of course, the best outcome. Okay.
Seeing Lu Chen agree, Lu Hualian then left to contact her grandfather to quickly send the skill books for life professions to Jiangcheng.
I'll contact the provincial leader to have the life profession skill books from Jiangnan province sent over first.
Zhao Qiuxia also took action to contact the provincial leader of Jiangnan province. Seeing this, Juya didn't take any action and
just sat next to Lu Chen.
After all, it was impossible for all three to leave. Someone had to protect Lu Chen. Lu Chen glanced at Juya and noticed that he hadn't paid much attention before, but Juya had also changed into a pair of white stockings. It was likely that Zhao Qiuxia's pair of white stockings was also obtained from Juya.
Do you want to touch?
Juya smiled gently, noticing Lu Chen staring at her long legs.
Is that okay? Lu Chen hesitated and asked.
Of course, we're so close, and you even gave me an epic weapon. Touching my legs is nothing.
Juya laughed.
In fact, she felt that Lu Chen wouldn't be so casual, so she teased him a bit. After all, Zhao Qiuxia had also invited him earlier, and Lu Chen had refused.
Okay, then I won't be polite. Lu Chen nodded and then directly reached out. Juya was taken aback and instinctively tensed up. This was too unexpected for her. You really mean it? Juya's face flushed, unsure of what to say. Lu Chen looked at her in surprise and said, "Didn't you say it was okay, sisterya?" It is okay, I have no objections. Juya relaxed her body again and smiled. By the way, why didn't you touch Zhao Qiuxia's legs just now? She asked curiously. Lu Chen casually explained, her legs aren't as good looking as yours. Ha ha. Juya couldn't help but laugh out loud. Juya couldn't help but laugh when she heard Lu Chen's evaluation of Zhao Qiuxia. No wonder Lu Chen didn't touch Zhao Qiuxia's leg earlier. It turned out he didn't find her attractive. Doesn't that mean her legs must look much better than Zhao Qiuxia's? This made Juya, who had felt a bit uncomfortable when Lu Chen touched her leg, suddenly feel more accepting of it. Seeing Juya so happy, Lu Chen shook his head slightly in his heart, feeling that she seemed easy to please. In fact, Lu Chen didn't really think Juya's legs were that much better looking than Zhao Qiuxia's. He felt they were about the same. At first, he wasn't quite used to their teasing, so he ignored it. But seeing them becoming bolder, Lu Chen thought, since he wasn't losing out, why not touch? So he just went ahead. Well, to be honest, it was quite smooth. Then, while touching Juya's beautiful white silk legs, Lu Chen watched the battle on the competition stage. It was very pleasant. If he hadn't put the concealment ring on Juya, the classmates around them would probably be staring at him with competitive looks. However, because she wore that ring, her presence was diminished. So Lu Chen could openly touch her leg, and no one around noticed this scene. This made Juya, who had initially felt a bit uncomfortable and restrained, gradually feel less uneasy. Instead, it felt somewhat exciting. Boom! Soon, it was time for Li Shuyou's battle to end. She officially entered the finals and would have to wait until the afternoon for the fight. So Li Shuyu returned to the viewing area and sat down next to Lu Chen. Why is your hand always off to the side? Li Shuyu sat down beside Lu Chen, looking at him curiously and asking. Due to the presence of the concealment ring, she subconsciously overlooked Juya's existence and didn't realize that Lu Chen wasn't actually resting his hand to the side. Nothing. How do you feel wearing these white silk stockings? Lu Chen casually said, then asked Li Shuyu. It's okay, quite comfortable. Li Shuyu replied, not paying much attention to Lu Chen's strange actions, feeling a bit shy. It felt like she was catering to some kind of preference of Lu Chen's. While waiting to go on stage for the battle, many classmates had asked her why she suddenly wore white silk, which felt quite unprecedented. This made her quite embarrassed. It's fine, you'll get used to it, Lu Chen said, subconsciously wanting to place his hand on Li Shuyou's leg again. However, he remembered that Li Shuyu didn't have a concealment ring, and if someone saw it, that wouldn't be good. Moreover, Li Shuyu might not even want him to touch her, so he decided against it. Li Shuyu noticed Lu Chen suddenly stop his small movement, her pretty face slightly flushed, but she didn't say anything. Then, she and Lu Chen chatted while watching the battles. As they talked, Lu Chen suddenly felt that the sensation next to his hand seemed a bit off. Looking down, he realized that Li Shuyu had unknowingly moved closer to him and had also tilted her legs toward him. So his hand inadvertently brushed against her leg. Lu Chen glanced at Li Shuyu and saw that she seemed to have no reaction. He didn't say anything and continued chatting with her, experiencing the feeling of his hand in the white silk, close yet distant. Time passed quickly. The morning battles ended. The finals would not start until the afternoon. Let's go to the cafeteria for lunch. As soon as the match ended, Li Shuyu stood up and said softly. After saying that, she didn't look at Lu Chen and hurried toward the cafeteria. Lu Hualian and the other girls sitting nearby smiled. Yeah, let's go eat together. Lu Chen rubbed his nose and said to them, then called out to Li Shuyu to wait for him and quickly walked toward the cafeteria. After a while, Lu Chen and the others arrived at the cafeteria and got their meals. Lu Chen slightly modified the food for Li Shuyao and the others, turning it into a special item that could permanently increase their three-dimensional attributes. Then, Lu Chen sat down next to Li Shuyao. Since there weren't many people around, he boldly placed his other hand on Li Shuyao's leg. For a moment, Li Shuyao's skin stiffened slightly. Immediately after, she shot Lu Chen a glare but said nothing, burying her head in her food. Lu Hualian and the others sat across from Lu Chen, shaking their heads. Soon after finishing her meal, Li Shuyao said something to Lu Chen and then ran off with her tray. Zhao Qiuxia and the others couldn't help but laugh at the sight. Lu Chen, you're too aggressive, she can't handle it. Yeah, you scared her away. Lu Chen continued eating while shaking his head. No, it's just because you guys are here, she's just shy. You scared her away. Lu Hualian, Zhao Qiuxia. They didn't realize that this guy's skin was getting thicker and thicker. Lu Chen quickly finished his meal. He didn't go looking for Li Shuyao but followed Zhao Qiuxia and the others into an empty classroom. Then, Zhao Qiuxia took out a pile of life-related skill books from her spatial ring and handed them to Lu Chen to handle. These are from Jiangnan province, entrusted to me to give to you. Take a look at which skill books can be modified. Zhao Qiuxia said. I'll give it a try. Lu Chen nodded and began to pick up the skill books, attempting to create items. The first skill book he casually picked up was a recipe for a pharmacist. This recipe continuously restores vitality, but the materials for making it are relatively expensive, making it less cost-effective.
compared to other recipes with similar effects, so few people use it.
Lu Chen didn't care about that and directly created an item from it. Swish! A flash of golden light and the creation was successful. Recipe: Heaven's Life Potion Level 20 effect, instantly restores 70% of health upon consumption. Materials: ginseng, goji berries, pig's blood. Evaluation: close your eyes and see heaven. It worked! Lu Chen revealed a faint smile, not feeling surprised. After all, he could modify other combat-related skill books, so there was no reason he couldn't modify life-related skill books. The recipe he modified could instantly restore 70% of health upon consumption, and the raw materials became very simple. It could be said to be the most suitable recipe for promotion. Then, Lu Chen continued to modify the recipe. Recipe: Heaven's Spirit Potion Level 25 effect, instantly restores 100% spirit upon consumption. Materials: tobacco, betel nut, white liquor. Evaluation: betel nut plus tobacco, boundless magic. Betel nut plus liquor, eternal glory. The spirit potion from heaven is incredibly effective. The life potion can only restore 70% of health, while this one can instantly restore full spirit. However, seeing its recipe, which includes tobacco, white liquor, and betel nut, it's understandable why its effects are so strong. If this weren't directly a recipe skill book, I'd probably get laughed at if I told someone that these materials could make a spirit recovery potion. Lu Chen muttered to himself, feeling it was a bit absurd. He then continued to modify some recipes as well as items in contract scrolls. Scroll of the Overlord Contract effect can replicate the Overlord Contract. Overlord Contract allows equipping gear 5 levels above one's own level. Materials: goblin blood, cat demon skin, glow grass. Evaluation: live as a hero, die as a ghostly hero. Success! Lu Chen's eyes lit up with mild joy. Indeed, if he could modify the recipe, there was no reason he couldn't modify the Overlord Contract. In this world, there are still many contracts such as Beast Master contracts, Oath of Injury contracts, Master Servant contracts, etc. He had just taken a 30-day Master Servant contract scroll and then modified it into this Overlord Contract scroll. The so-called scrolls are actually similar to recipes. They allow specialized magic contract masters to learn from the scroll and create corresponding contracts. However, without a scroll, it is still possible to create contracts, just with greater difficulty. It's like how alchemists can still make some ancient potions, like wind oil, without a recipe. The difficulty of creating potions is relatively higher without a recipe. The Oath of Injury contract is a contract that emerged without a specialized scroll. It was artificially modified, making its creation very difficult, and currently, only a few top magic contract masters can produce it. Almost done. Lu Chen then modified some more potion recipes in contract scrolls and handed them over to Lu Hualian and the others. He wanted them to see the effects and identify any areas for improvement. Wow! These potions are amazing! Even though they're just level 20 potions, their effects are no worse than the existing level 40 or 50 ones. The key is the cost has been reduced so much. Great, I feel like there's nothing that needs improvement. After Lu Hualian and the others took a look at these recipes and scrolls, their eyes lit up and they praised them repeatedly. They felt Lu Chen's abilities were truly monstrous. He had really transformed the backlog of ordinary recipes and scrolls into top-tier, exorbitantly priced ones. Let's find someone to test these recipes and see if they can easily produce the potions, Lu Chen said softly. Sure, no problem. I'll contact the provincial leader right away and have him arrange for a few trustworthy people to come to Jiangqing for assessment. Zhao Qiuxia nodded. She then took out her phone to contact the other party. Lu Chen put away these scrolls and recipes as well as other ordinary skill books. He then looked at the time and said to Lu Hualian and the others, let's go out and continue watching the matches. The afternoon matches were about to begin. Although Lu Chen felt it was quite boring, he had to go support Li Shuyao during her match. Bang! Li Shuyao wins. Bang! Li Shuyao wins. The afternoon matches were still very dull. Li Shuyao, wielding a level 20 epic staff, had no opponents at all, almost defeating them with a single move. At this moment, she finally encountered a somewhat tricky S-class assassin from another school. Being an S-class profession, assassins are quite effective against mages. Don't say it's dangerous in the early stages of the mage profession, even in the later stages, once an assassin gets close, it can be quite perilous. Right now, Li Shuyu is only level 19, and the assassin is around levels 17 to 18. Even though Li Shuyu wields an epic weapon, if she isn't careful and gets too close, she still has a chance of losing. This is why Li Shuyu just sought out Lu Chen, hoping to borrow some equipment to increase her movement speed. However, Lu Chen ended up making her a pair of white silk stockings. Just admit defeat, you're not my opponent. Seeing Li Shuyu take the stage, the cold-faced boy said indifferently. He had watched every match of Li Shuyu and knew her combat power was quite terrifying, far more so than any other profession at the same level. Even if he stood still and let Li Shuyu attack him, he would probably lose half his life. Nevertheless, he remained confident, believing he could defeat Li Shuyu and claim the final championship. Because even though Li Shuyu's combat power was strong, she still had to be able to hit him. "Why don't you just admit defeat?" Li Shuyu replied, her expression unchanged. If it weren't for the epic staff and the white silk stockings Lu Chen had given her, she probably wouldn't have much confidence in winning against this boy assassin. But now, she didn't believe that she, fully equipped, couldn't handle him. Then don't blame me for being rude," the boy said, curling his lip coldly. The match begins. The referee, seeing that they had both exchanged their harsh words, announced the start of the match. Whoosh! As soon as the referee's words fell, the boy's figure flickered and instantly disappeared from the arena. Invisibility? Is that a skill or an equipment ability? To have such a hidden move, he really knows how to endure. Seeing the boy's figure suddenly vanish from the arena, the teachers sitting on the other side of the spectator seats narrowed their eyes. They speculated whether the assassin boy's invisibility ability was a skill or equipment. Why didn't their data show this? Perhaps it was one of the deliberately hidden techniques? Ling Yunxue, witnessing this, looked a bit anxious and uneasy. Originally, Li Shuyu's duel against the assassin boy wasn't particularly secure, with a higher chance of losing than winning. Now that the opponent had gone invisible, Li Shuyu's chances of winning were almost non-existent. Boom! However, an unexpected turn of events occurred in the arena. When Li Shuyu noticed that the opponent had gone invisible, she was startled, but then she quickly reacted. She swiftly released an ice storm skill around her. With a whoosh, a whirlwind of ice violently spread outwards, directly blasting the hidden boy assassin who was approaching her away. "I found you." Li Shuyu smiled upon seeing this, then raised her staff and unleashed a freezing ray. Boom! Bang! Pop! However, an unexpected scene unfolded again. Li Shuyu's freezing ray shot out but failed to freeze the boy. Instead, it pierced through him like chopsticks, breaking a bubble, causing the boy's figure to vanish instantly. Phantom clone? Ling Yunshua's expression changed drastically. Not only did Lu Chen's homeroom teacher Ling Yunxue change dramatically upon seeing this, but the other teachers at Jiangcheng No. 1 High School also had unsightly expressions. They were very surprised that young assassin not only had an invisibility skill but also a clone skill. Both of these skills could be considered early divine abilities for the assassin profession. Given the opponent's S-level potential, it was unexpected but understandable for him to be granted an invisibility skill. However, the fact that he also had a phantom clone skill was far beyond their expectations. Jiangcheng No. 2 really invested heavily this time. To allocate so many resources to this assassin is truly a gamble. The teachers at No. 1 High School showed helpless expressions. They had also invested significantly in Li Shuyu's training, providing her with a full set of rare-grade equipment and several ice attribute skill books. However, for some unknown reason, certain special resources in Jiangnan province had recently become difficult to apply for. Therefore, the resources they originally planned to allocate to Li Shuyu had to be postponed. They believed that No. 2 High School must be facing similar circumstances. Thus, they didn't think much of it. This battle would be fair for everyone. But unexpectedly, No. 2 High School managed to arrange these two divine skills for that S-level assassin despite the difficulty in applying for resources. This could only mean that they were not using national-level resources but were allocating the school's reserved resources to that young man. This arrangement was indeed somewhat beyond their expectations. After all, if No. 2 High School couldn't win first place in this competition with that assassin boy, their next resource supply would be further reduced and they would end up losing everything. They were betting that No. 1 High School hadn't allocated all its resources to Li Shuyu like No. 2 High School had. In fact, they were right. No. 2 High School's top tier transmuters were indeed not many. Besides Li Shuyu, No. 1 High School had several other S-level transmuters. Therefore, it was impossible for No. 1 High School to allocate all its resources to Li Shuyu. Sigh. Ling Yunxue sighed softly, feeling that Li Shuyu might lose to that assassin boy. However, at that moment, a change occurred in the arena. Swish! On the competition stage, Li Shuyu shot out a freezing ray, piercing through the young assassin's figure. In the next moment, a figure of a boy appeared in the corner of the competition stage, holding a sharp dagger. With a step, he shot towards Li Shuyu's back like an arrow. Clang! Just as the opponent's dagger was about to slice across Li Shuyu's neck, she reacted quickly and released an ice shield behind her just in time. Crack! Li Shuyu's ice shield was hastily cast and not particularly strong. It only slightly blocked the boy's dagger before shattering into a pile of ice shards. Just when everyone thought that the ice shield Li Shuyu had just released was merely a futile struggle before losing the match, Li Shuyu suddenly turned around at lightning speed, facing the young assassin head-on. Then, Li Shuyu raised her staff. With a thud, the staff struck heavily against the assassin boy's forehead, producing a crisp and loud sound. It was delightful. Thud. The assassin boy had planned to shatter the ice shield and then press the dagger against Li Shuyao's neck, forcing her to concede. Otherwise, he would cut her throat and let the teachers from number 1 high school come to save her. But unexpectedly, before he could deliver the final blow to Li Shuyu, he was instead stunned by her staff. What the hell? You, a mage, how can your movement speed and attack speed be so fast? The assassin boy was about to raise his hand and swing his dagger in resistance when, bang, boom, bang bang bang. Li Shuyao, not knowing if it was due to fear or something else, kept tapping her staff on the assassin boy's forehead. Each tap produced a beautiful sound that struck deep into the soul. Boom! In the end, the assassin boy simply couldn't withstand Li Shuyao's relentless tapping. His eyelids rolled back, his body swayed, and he fell directly to the ground. He had lost the ability to fight. At that moment, a large red bump had formed on his forehead, quite prominent and noticeable. It could be said to be striking. I lost. How could Qingfeng lose? He was knocked out by a staff? In the viewing area of the second high school, both teachers and students were dumbfounded at this scene. Many were rubbing their eyes, seemingly unable to believe what they were seeing. It was indeed too hard to comprehend. A mage who should have had no chance of resistance after being approached by an assassin actually swung her staff and knocked the assassin unconscious. Was this a battle mage? But they clearly remembered that Li Shuyao was an ice spirit mage, right? How did she become so violent? Did she win? Is this a battle mage? So fierce. His head is really shiny. Plasmonitor is amazing. On the other side, the students from the first high school thought that Li Shuyao would lose this match. Who would have thought that in the end she would win the final match in such a dramatic battle? It left everyone speechless. She actually won? This is too unbelievable. Wait, how could Li Shuyao's speed be so fast? Both her movement speed and attack speed seem a bit off. The teachers from the first high school were also quite shocked to see Li Shuyao win the match. Although they were overjoyed, they were also puzzled about how Li Shuyao managed to react so quickly and knock out that assassin with her staff. This was not something an ordinary mage could do. Moreover, her attack power seemed a bit strange. The assassin boy, although his defense was indeed a bit low, would definitely have been provided with a good set of armor by the second high school. Logically speaking, with Li Shuyao's staff attack power, using a basic attack against her opponent should only cause minor injuries or perhaps not even break the skin. Yet she had managed to make her opponent head prominent and faint. Her combat power was even fiercer than a warrior's basic attack. Li Shuyao wins. The referee beside them was also stunned for a moment before stammering to announce that Li Shuyao had won the match. I finally won. Li Shuyao held her staff, her heart racing with tension. It wasn't until she heard the referee's announcement that she truly relaxed. She was also quite surprised that under the pressure from her opponent, she could unleash her potential and knock out her opponent with the staff. Of course, if it weren't for that girl's surprise attack with the white silk, which increased her attack and movement speed, she figured that even if she could burst out like that in the heat of the moment, she would probably just have hit the assassin boy, causing him pain and anger. The next moment, it would have been her turn to be unlucky. Letting out a long breath, Li Shuyao put away her staff and stepped down from the stage. Qingfeng, are you okay? Quick, give him treatment. Hiss, ow. It hurts, it hurts. As soon as Li Shuyao stepped off the fighting platform, the teachers from the second school rushed up to treat the prominent assassin student. Their treatment was effective but also quite painful, causing the assassin student to remain unconscious while still howling. Swish, bang. Congratulations, the final champion is our Li Shuyao. After dealing with the most threatening opponent, Li Shuyao had a few more matches, but without exception, she won them all easily. This relieved Li Shuyao, but also left her a bit regretful. She had originally thought about trying to use the staff to hit people in battle again, but in the end, her remaining opponents either surrendered directly or were easily defeated. She couldn't let them shine anymore. Ha ha, thank you. The principal of the first school, seeing this, couldn't help but smile broadly and said to the principal of the second school, "Oof." The principal of the second school snorted coldly and then left with a gloomy expression. What a huge loss. So many resources were invested in Qingfeng, and in the end, this S-class assassin not only couldn't touch Li Shuyao but was also knocked out by a mage with a staff. What a disgrace. The competition at the school had ended. A few pharmacists and magic contract masters brought in by the provincial governor also arrived in Jiangchang. Lu Chen then spoke a few words with Li Shuyao before leaving the school, taking Lu Hualian and the others with him. Mr. Lu. In a room, Lu Chen met a provincial governor again, along with 4 or 5 unfamiliar young men and women. Mr. Lu, these are the suitable pharmacists and magic contract masters you asked me to find. Do you think they are appropriate? The provincial governor asked politely. That's fine. Since they are people the provincial governor trusts, there's no problem.
Lu Chen nodded and then took out a few prescriptions and scrolls, handing them to these people. What the hell? This is really a prescription? What the heck? The efficacy of this, the materials, are you kidding me? The young men and women who were pharmacists were stunned after receiving the prescriptions from Lu Chen. After glancing at each other's prescriptions, they couldn't help but ask in astonishment. Although the prescriptions they held clearly indicated that they were skill books for prescriptions and also listed the efficacy and materials for making the potions, logically, this was a feasible prescription. However, whose prescription uses pig's blood and goji berries for making potions? Who uses white wine, tobacco, and betel nut for making potions? This is not scientific, right? If they didn't take out the prescriptions and went to find the most authoritative alchemists in the country to tell them about such prescriptions, they might just get slapped and scolded for being unrealistic. What are you all making a fuss about? Don't be so surprised. The provincial governor, seeing their naive expressions, sternly reprimanded them. Then, he leaned over to take a look at the prescriptions. What the hell, this prescription? Awesome! Seeing the effects of the prescription and the pharmaceutical materials, the provincial lord couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. It felt like this prescription was truly astonishing. Can this really work? The provincial lord immediately pulled Lu Chen aside and asked in a low voice. He wasn't doubting Lu Chen's abilities. If Lu Chen were to take action and create these prescriptions, he believed Lu Chen could definitely do it. After all, Lu Chen had once turned a cup of tea for Wei Chen into a special potion. But this was Lu Chen's unique ability. As long as he had the right materials, he could create something with a thought, either succeeding or failing, without damaging the materials. But others certainly couldn't do what he could. Even if Lu Chen modified these potions into prescriptions for others to learn and make, they wouldn't be able to transform the materials into potions with just a thought like Lu Chen. They would still need to follow the traditional pharmaceutical steps one by one. If any step went wrong, the materials would likely be ruined. Moreover, using such an unusual prescription to make potions, the cost of the materials wasn't high, and the success rate probably wouldn't be very high either. So, the provincial lord wanted to ask Lu Chen if he could modify the prescription to be a bit more normal. By switching to conventional pharmaceutical materials, the cost of making the potions would increase significantly, but the success rate should be higher than it currently was. Lu Chen casually said, "It's fine, let's just try it first. If it doesn't work, I'll change it." He wasn't actually sure what the effect would be if he had other pharmacists and contract mages replicate the prescriptions and scrolls he had created. But trying it out wouldn't hurt. It wouldn't waste anything. What if it succeeded? Wouldn't that be much better than a normal prescription? Besides, since it could be defined as a prescription skill book, it meant that this formula was recognized by the system. The success rate should be no different from that of normal materials. Alright. Seeing this, the provincial lord nodded and said no more. He walked over and had the pharmacists and contract mages, who were already over level 50, start learning the prescriptions and scrolls, then making potions and contracts. Okay. Although they felt this thing was too bizarre, no one dared to say anything. They all chose to learn. Soon, the skill book disappeared from their hands. They also gained a deep understanding of the prescriptions and scrolls. The materials are all here. You can take them. Just as they were about to call someone to buy the related materials, a voice suddenly rang out. Only then did they notice that there was an inconspicuous but beautiful woman in the room. She was very pretty, yet not very noticeable, which felt strange and contradictory, but that was how they felt. They then suppressed this strange thought and began to select the materials they needed, such as fresh pig's blood, goji berries, ginseng, white wine, tobacco, betel nut, coffee. Then, they picked up a vessel and, strictly following the proportions of the prescription, began to add various materials one by one, finally stirring a few times. It was very simple. Much simpler than making other potions. This made them wonder, could this really work? However, in the next moment, red and blue lights flashed from the vessel. Such simple and casual stirring of the potion, did it really succeed? Really succeeded? The first pharmacist to successfully create the potion stared blankly at the clear red liquid flowing in the vessel. He had never actually thought it would succeed. Or rather, that it would succeed on the first try. After all, the recipe was quite bizarre. Not to mention the issues with the materials, even the process of making the potion was rather rudimentary. Other recipes would specify a complete manufacturing process detailing how many seconds or minutes to wait before adding the second ingredient and the exact amount to add down to the gram. It was very thorough. Any mistake would mean all efforts were in vain. But the recipe Lu Chen provided simply stated, add an appropriate amount of pig's blood, add an appropriate amount of ginseng, add an appropriate amount of goji berries. Just what exactly is appropriate? Moreover, it didn't specify how long to wait after adding the pig's blood before adding the goji berries. It merely said to stir the pig's blood a few times after pouring it into the vessel, and when it felt right, add the appropriate amount of goji berries. But when is it considered
Stirred right? This recipe left them utterly confused. So, if it weren't for the fact that this recipe was indeed a skill book that could be learned, they might have just walked away. Wasn't this nonsense? Yet even so, after learning the recipe, they never thought they would succeed on the first try. Instead, they believed they would have to rely on their experience to slowly figure out the correct manufacturing process. This would likely take quite a bit of time, but the result was quite beyond his expectations. He casually tried it out, carelessly putting the pig's blood and other materials into the vessel and stirring. Then, he didn't even start distilling or purifying anything. The murky pig's blood in the vessel surprisingly became clear with a flash of red light. Even the bits of goji berries and ginseng were nowhere to be seen. This succeeded? The pharmacist was completely bewildered by this manufacturing process. This is it? It succeeded? Old Chai, you really are a genius. Impressive, you managed to succeed on the first try with this unreliable recipe. I'm in awe. The other pharmacists and magic contract masters, seeing that he had suddenly created the Heaven Life Potion, were momentarily stunned and then couldn't help but praise him sincerely. It felt like Old Chai was truly amazing, managing to succeed on the first try with such an unreliable recipe. I don't even know how it succeeded, Old Chai said, scratching the back of his head, still feeling dazed. Then, he touched the glass vessel in front of him. Potion, Heaven Life Potion level 20 quality. Inheritance effect, restores 70% of health instantly upon consumption. Evaluation, smooth on entry, a line in the throat. It really succeeded. Old Chai was overjoyed, quickly bottling the potion and handing it to the provincial leader for inspection. Very good. Excellent. The provincial leader examined the Heaven Life Potion filled with excitement. Lu Chen's attempt had succeeded. He could truly transform the special potion he had modified into a skill book, allowing other pharmacists to learn it and create it. Moreover, the manufacturing process was almost identical to his own. It could be made quite casually. Although the Heaven Life Potion was a bit low in level, only level 20, and its quality was merely inheritance, its effect was incredibly powerful. There were no level restrictions. Even a max-level powerhouse with only 1% health left could instantly restore 70% of their health by consuming this bottle of Heaven Life Potion. And the raw materials used to create it were all very ordinary herbs. The emergence of this potion could likely sweep away all existing high-end potions on the market. Continue making potions and see how many you can produce. The provincial leader immediately instructed Old Chai, wanting to see his limits in potion making. Okay, Old Chai quickly agreed. Then, the provincial leader instructed the others not to just stand by and to continue making medicine. Hearing this, the others came back to their senses and began to resume their work. Some had already been halfway through the process, but they had been distracted by Old Chai's actions and had stopped. According to their previous experience, they had actually failed in making the medicine. Continuing would not lead to success. However, considering that this recipe skill book was quite peculiar, they did not give up immediately but decided to continue making the medicine and see what happened. Wow! Soon, a blue light shone brightly. The pharmacist who had paused for a while also successfully produced the Heaven Spirit Potion. Is it really possible to succeed like this? How strange, the pharmacist exclaimed in amazement. After the successful potion making, the remnants of tobacco, shredded leaves, and betel nut in the glass vessel all vanished without a trace, leaving only a clear, translucent light blue liquid. It had a dreamlike beauty. The pharmacist leaned in and gently sniffed, finding no pungent smell as he had imagined, only a faint aroma of alcohol. After smelling it, he indeed felt a bit lightheaded. Wow! Buzz! Whoosh! Soon after the second pharmacist successfully produced the Heaven Spirit Potion, the other pharmacists and magic contract masters also successively created the recipes and scrolls they had learned. Awesome! The success rate is surprisingly high? This is too strong, right? Seeing that these pharmacists and magic contract masters had almost no failures and all succeeded directly, Lu Hualian and Zhao Qiuxiao were both astonished. After all, if it were normal recipes or contract scrolls given to these experienced pharmacists and magic contract masters, they would probably fail many times before achieving success. Watching their potion-making process, it was clear they were just randomly going about it, yet they managed to succeed time and again. It was obvious that it wasn't their problem. It was Lu Chen's problem. This meant that the recipe skill book modified by Lu Chen, even if not given to experienced pharmacists but to newly transitioned ones, would likely yield the same success rate. This was equivalent to Lu Chen lending his ability to create certain potions as a creator to them, allowing them to produce the potions he granted with ease, almost as if they were Lu Chen himself. This ability was simply terrifying. Ugh! At that moment, the first pharmacist to create the Heaven Life Potion suddenly let out a painful groan, his face contorting in agony. What's wrong? Old Chai, what's the matter? Seeing Old Chai's sudden change, the pharmacists on site immediately became tense. My head hurts so much, I think I've exhausted My mental energy. Old Chai stammered. Exhausted mental energy? Quick, give him a bottle of Heaven Spirit Potion to try. After hearing Old Chai's response, the provincial leader paused for a moment before directly instructing, "Here, Old Chai, drink the medicine." The others hurriedly brought over a bottle of the recently made Heaven Spirit Potion, and seeing Old Chai not opening his mouth, they pried it open and forcefully poured it in. Gulu gulu. Old Chai had suffered too much mental exhaustion, and after saying those few words, he was about to fall into a coma, unable to open his mouth in pain. But after other pharmacists pried his mouth open and forcibly poured in the Heaven Spirit Potion, his expression visibly relaxed a lot. Seeing this, the others also stopped their work. After all, first, their current pharmaceutical and contract manufacturing was quite strange. Even if they stopped midway, it wouldn't be a problem. Second, Old Chai had only produced a few bottles of the Heaven Life Potion and had already turned into this state. They didn't want to follow in his footsteps. Of course, they needed to observe first. Once they ensured that Old Chai could recover under the treatment of the Heaven Spirit Potion, they would continue working. Just right, they had just produced these potions and hadn't tried the effects yet. Using Old Chai as a test subject was quite suitable. So comfortable. After Old Chai was given a bottle of the Heaven Spirit Potion, the painful expression on his face disappeared, and after a moment of relaxation, he seemed to be like someone who had drunk fake wine, his complexion becoming rosy as he let out low moans of enjoyment. The sound was particularly strange. Is this drunk? It seems this spirit potion has a bit of a kick. The crowd looked at Old Chai's performance, their expressions becoming somewhat peculiar. It felt like this Heaven Spirit Potion had some side effects? But at that moment, Old Chai suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze shone like a light bulb. It felt as if he had become full of energy. Is this recovered? Are you okay now, Old Chai? The others asked with concern upon seeing Old Chai's change. I'm fine, I feel so comfortable. Old Chai shook his head. While speaking, his expression showed a hint of enjoyment and reminiscence, as if savoring the incredibly euphoric feeling from just drinking the Heaven Spirit Potion. I'll continue making potions. Then, he thought of something and immediately returned to work like a workaholic, continuing to produce the Heaven Life Potion. Soon after making the fourth bottle of the Heaven Life Potion, he once again fell into a state of excessive mental exhaustion. The others, who had been slacking off, quickly gave him another bottle of the Heaven Spirit Potion. So comfortable, so refreshing. Old Chai drank the Heaven Spirit Potion again, regained his spirits, and then exclaimed in admiration. After that, he hurriedly went back to making potions. It seemed he couldn't wait to exhaust himself again and drink another bottle of the Heaven Spirit Potion. This scene left everyone with rather strange and peculiar expressions. This potion seemed to have quite a kick. Look at how Old Chai had turned into a workaholic. Wouldn't this lead to problems? Let's have him checked out. The provincial leader was also a bit worried about potential issues and quickly stopped Old Chai's frenzied behavior. He then called a doctor to examine him. I'm not sick. I'm fine. It's just that this potion is a bit addictive, making me want to continue experiencing it. Old Chai shouted. After the doctor's examination, Old Chai's body was indeed fine. His mental state was also very normal. The reason for his change might be because that spirit potion was indeed quite enjoyable? Is that so? I'll try it too. After hearing the diagnosis, the provincial leader's expression became somewhat peculiar, and then he picked up a bottle of the Heaven Spirit Potion and drank it himself. Gulu gulu. After finishing this bottle of the Heaven Spirit Potion, the provincial leader's eyes instantly brightened, feeling a sense of euphoria. It's so comfortable, this feeling, truly wonderful. He felt as if he were smoking, chewing betel nut, and drinking strong liquor all at once. The stimulation to his spirit was simply unimaginable. He wouldn't feel tired at all. I could keep this high for 3 days and nights. The governor could understand Old Chai now. With such a potent drug, who wouldn't be dazed after drinking it? Even after he finished, he almost couldn't help but jump up. It's really fine. Just like drinking, it gets you quite high. The governor checked his physical state and concluded. The others, seeing this, all breathed a sigh of relief. Then, the governor seemed to think of something and had them drink a bottle of the Heaven Spirit Potion to restore their spirits. Great! Gulp gulp. The others, upon hearing this, confirmed that the Heaven Spirit Potion was fine and were curious about how good it tasted and how intoxicating it was to make Old Chai so entranced. So, they all drank a bottle of the Heaven Potion. Oh my god, this taste is really intoxicating. Hiss, wow, refreshing. As everyone drank the Heaven Spirit Potion, their scalps tingled with pleasure, emitting all sorts of extreme moans. Soon, they could understand Old Chai. This Heaven Potion was indeed intoxicating. And given their status and position, they couldn't keep drinking this potion recklessly. After all, they had to report to the authorities. So, to enjoy that wonderful feeling of being high a bit more, they could only work like crazy, pushing themselves to drink more of the Heaven Spirit Potion.
They just had to be careful not to exhaust themselves too much, or the potion wouldn't have time to recover. Then they would really go to heaven. Swish swish. The group of pharmacists and tacticians immediately stopped their chatter and slacking off, rushing to make more potions and contracts. Soon, they produced 3 or 4 bottles of potions or 3 or 4 contracts with even greater efficiency, then hurriedly asked for a bottle of the heaven potion, happily drinking it. Awesome! Creating a spirit recovery potion has greatly increased production efficiency. Lu Hualian and the others looked somewhat dumbfounded. They never expected that this group, who originally liked to slack off, would now all turn into workaholics just to drink the heaven spirit potion. Is this potion really that intoxicating? However, they felt it was quite worth it. The cost of making a bottle of the heaven spirit potion wasn't actually that high. After they produced 3 or 4 bottles of potions, they would be mentally drained, but drinking 1 bottle of the heaven spirit potion would restore them. That meant they could continuously produce 2 bottles or 2 contracts without interruption. The efficiency was outstanding. Very good. The governor looked at everyone enthusiastically making potions and contracts, nodding in satisfaction, then walked over to Lu Chen. He asked if he had more recipes and contract scrolls on hand. If so, he could teach more pharmacists to work, or rather, to free their hands. Lu Chen heard the governor's words and thought to himself, is this going to start a production line? However, it is indeed necessary. After all, a single pharmacist, even if they learn the potion formula skill book and rely on the heaven spirit potion to instantly restore full spirit, would probably only be able to produce a limited number of potions in a day, at most a couple of 100 bottles. If they continue to work overtime, they might end up collapsing from exhaustion. Therefore, using more formulas to train more pharmacists is the best choice. This way, in the future, the Heaven Life Potion and Heaven Spirit Potion might really become commonplace, available for any practitioner to buy. Given the value of their raw materials, the price wouldn't be too high. This would make it much easier for low-level transmuters to level up by fighting monsters. There wouldn't be so many people who, shortly after their job change, accidentally die in dungeons. At the same time, the pharmacists who originally had little function could play a significant role and live a happy life. Not only that, since pharmacists and magic contract masters can reverse their lives with the formulas and scroll skill books he has modified, they would become essential for combat professions. Then, blacksmiths, chefs, bartenders, and other professions. Lu Chen should also be able to modify their skill books, allowing their professions to play a greater role. This way, life professions wouldn't seem so useless anymore. They could all contribute their abilities to society. That's a good idea. Exactly. In that case, how many skill books do I need to modify? At first, Lu Chen thought it all sounded good. But upon further reflection, how many life professions are there in society? If every profession had a skill book to use, could be exploited, could fulfill their roles, then just modifying the skill books alone would probably wear him out. This won't do. Lu Chen shook his head and then recalled his initial complaint. A production line. Perhaps this is the best solution. He could use his creation ability to produce a special piece of equipment. This equipment could pour in large amounts of pig's blood, ginseng, goji berries, and other materials, and then rely on the pharmacists or other life professions to activate their spirit power to start the equipment, or rather, the production device, and then consume their spirit power, producing barrels of heaven life potions. This way, he could not only free his hands but also avoid having to modify skill books every day. It would allow all life professions to fulfill their roles. It's simply killing multiple birds with one stone. Governor, let's step outside to talk, Lu Chen said to the governor and then walked out of the room. The governor responded and followed Lu Chen out of the room. Although he didn't understand why a simple question about a skill book needed to be discussed outside, once they exited the room and entered another empty one, Lu Chen briefly shared his thoughts and plans with the governor. Brilliant! Upon hearing Lu Chen's idea, the governor's eyes lit up. If they could really create a production line device that allowed a multitude of almost useless life professions to join in, utilizing their spirit power to continuously produce various potions, weapons, and equipment, that would indeed be a significant contribution. In fact, this contribution would be greater than Lu Chen creating a killing sword. While the killing sword is powerful, it is ultimately not invincible. This production line device could enable many life professions to play a role and produce a large number of useful potions and equipment. It would make it much less likely for more combat and support professions to die while leveling up in dungeons. This is more than just benefiting one area. Alright, then you conceptualize it. Whatever materials you need, if we have them in the province, I'll get them for you right away. If not, we can apply to the headquarters and they will quickly send you over, the provincial lord said excitedly, eager to see the emergence of pharmaceutical factories and weapon manufacturing plants. If these could be established in their Jiangnan province, it would be second only to his achievement of discovering Lu Chen, such a creator.
Lu Chen nodded, then began to rely on his insight skill to conceive and derive the equipment for the pharmaceutical assembly line.
Meanwhile, as Lu Chen pondered how to transform an assembly line device, on the other side, many job changers across the country were teaming up to tackle high-level
dungeons.
Some were gathering materials for Lu Chen to create the strongest armor on the surface. Others were hunting monsters to collect materials for manufacturing experience reserve capsules.
Some simply aimed to grind
monsters for large amounts of experience points to store in experience capsules.
There were also teams using the miraculous effect of resurrection armor to explore hidden dungeons they couldn't previously access. Other teams
wielded the empty-handed mastery ring to venture into the highest level dungeons to obtain more mythic level materials.
At this moment, in one of the dungeons, boom, bang,
a Lord of Light soared into the sky, dazzling
lightning illuminating the heavens. In the next moment, endless golden thunder rained down like a storm, shattering the darkness.
The scene was terrifying. The four-person team in this dungeon was instantly struck dead. Fortunately, they had prepared in advance and all wore resurrection armor. Thus, 10 seconds later, they resurrected at the same spot.
At the moment of resurrection, they had the healer add shields while quickly donning a second set of resurrection armor, as the boss's thunderous onslaught had not yet ended. It would last at least 1 minute.
This was also why the dungeon's level, originally not considered high, was only around level 30 yet remained
unbroken.
The reason was that this boss was particularly abnormal. Its thunder was extremely terrifying. Even if a max-level powerhouse reached this point, they might withstand the thunder bombardment for 10, 20, or 30 seconds, but they would never know how long the thunder attack would last. Thus, they ultimately chose to exit the dungeon early to avoid truly falling in this dungeon.
Boom! The four-person team held out for over a
minute in the Sea of Thunder, exhausting 4 sets of resurrection armor. Finally, the Lord of Light ceased its attack and slowly descended from the sky.
Kill! With the boss no longer unleashing a torrent of thunder, which
was a very low level and not much of a threat, the group rushed in, attacking a few times to slay the boss that had broken its special mechanism.
Boom!
After the boss died, an unexpected change occurred.
The originally pitch-black sky seemed to collapse, revealing a deep, azure sea. Roar! An infinitely massive whale soared through the air, and with a gentle flick of its tail, it triggered a tremendous tsunami. This was the Sky Sea. Sure enough, behind the Lord's Palace, there really is a hidden dungeon. The level of this hidden dungeon doesn't seem particularly high. However, considering the dangers of the Lord of Light, this Sky Sea probably won't be too far off. Let's not investigate recklessly, report to headquarters. Yes, I can sense it too. There is indeed an inexplicable threat.
This dungeon feels unusual. The 4-member team, having successfully cleared the Lord's Palace with the help of resurrection gear, was stunned by the sight that unfolded after the clouds over the Sky City dissipated, revealing a deep blue sky sea. However, they did not act impulsively. Instead, they chose to exit the dungeon
and report this news to headquarters. They awaited further instructions.
Before exiting the dungeon, they naturally did not forget to open the treasure chest obtained after clearing the dungeon to see if they had looted anything good. Inside the chest, they discovered the Sword of the Lord of Light, a legendary light sword.
Although its level was slightly lower, its attributes were still quite powerful.
This made them even more eager for the subsequent hidden
dungeon in the Sky Sea.
The 4-member team exited the Sky City dungeon and immediately reported the news to headquarters. Upon learning of the appearance of the Sky Sea, headquarters took it very seriously and decided to let them act as vanguards to investigate the hidden dungeon in the Sky Sea. Headquarters would subsequently send more powerful individuals to explore this hidden dungeon. As for whether this 4-member team would encounter trouble while investigating the hidden dungeon in the Sky Sea, headquarters was not worried. After all, although they had used up quite a bit of resurrection gear in the Lord of Light's dungeon, they still had reserves.
If they encountered
danger in the Sky Sea dungeon, they could at least revive a few more times and then exit the dungeon early.
It was not a big problem. Let's go, let's investigate the Sky Sea.
Seeing headquarters make a decision, the 4-member team immediately stopped hesitating and headed to the newly opened dungeon in the Sky Sea. They all looked very excited. Such a special hidden dungeon often had good loot.
The first completion reward would be particularly generous. Roar! Splash!
When they chose to enter the Sky Sea dungeon, a giant whale resembling a kuanping suddenly charged over, opening its massive mouth and swallowing them whole. After a moment of dizziness, when they opened their eyes, they found themselves inside the belly of the giant whale, which was a different world altogether. There were ancient buildings here, but they had all become ruins, the cause of which was unknown.
Swish! At that moment, a group of strange people wearing bizarre masks and white robes appeared.
Shouting for them to die, they charged at them.
Monsters were coming. Kill, buff up, die.
The 4-member team quickly reacted, buffing up, taking on the role of meat shields and attacking the monsters.
Meanwhile, deep within the belly of the giant whale, a red tentacle quietly slithered by, emitting an inexplicable and eerie mental fluctuation. Soon after, a group of masked strange people, their eyes shining with a strange light, set out. The anomalies in the sky sea had yet to be discovered by anyone. Jiang Cheng. After more than an hour of contemplation, Lu Chen, relying on his insight into this skill, successfully conceptualized the multi-person pharmaceutical assembly line equipment after repeated deductions and attempts. It's done. Lu Chen opened his eyes, his gaze slightly weary, and let out a long breath. He smiled softly. Great! Hearing Lu Chen's words, the provincial governor and others who had been waiting nearby were all extremely excited. Lu Chen successfully set up his pharmaceutical production line, so there was no need to repeatedly modify the skill book, allowing more people to manufacture his potions. This way, not only would Lu Chen be exhausted, but they would be too. After all, it required finding suitable personnel and signing contracts with them in advance to prevent them from learning the skill book and running off to do private work. Once the pharmaceutical and arms production lines were established, they would no longer have such concerns. Moreover, it would allow various previously underappreciated professions to join in and become workers, benefiting millions. What materials are needed? I'll apply for you, the provincial governor quickly said, eager to see the emergence of that production line. Lu Chen nodded slightly and then informed the provincial governor of the materials required to manufacture this production line equipment. Hey, the materials don't seem particularly difficult. It seems they are all legendary level materials, with a few being epic level materials. It looks like we in Jiangnan province can gather them. Even if we're short, we can just borrow from the neighboring province. Hearing the materials reported by Lu Chen, the provincial governor and others' eyes brightened slightly. It seemed that this pharmaceutical factory was not as difficult as they had imagined. They had initially worried that it would require mythic level equipment. If that were the case, the entire Jiangnan province might not even be able to gather half of the materials, and they would have to report to headquarters to allocate these materials. It was even possible that headquarters wouldn't have enough materials, and would need to run dungeons to obtain them. But if it was just these legendary level materials, then it would be much simpler. The first pharmaceutical factory and arms factory would be established in their Jiangnan province. Please, wait a moment, I'll have someone bring the materials over right away. The provincial governor suppressed his excitement and immediately made a call, sending someone to the storage to look for materials. If there were any missing materials, they would quickly borrow from other provinces. More than an hour later, the sky had darkened. Finally, under the provincial governor's urgent urging, the relevant personnel successfully delivered the materials for the production line equipment to Jiang City. They were handed over to Lu Chen. Good. Everyone step back. Next, I will begin. Lu Chen checked the pile of dazzling materials in his spatial ring and confirmed that all the materials were gathered. He then instructed everyone to step back and keep their distance. At this moment, they were no longer in the previous room but had come to an abandoned factory that had been vacant for some time. If Lu Chen's attempt was successful, this place would become the Paradise Pharmaceutical Factory in the future. Whoosh! Everyone stepped back, clearing a large area, and Lu Chen then took out those materials from his spatial ring. He immediately began the creation process. Whoosh! With a flash of golden light, the large pile of materials, resembling a small mountain, began to merge instantly. Following that, a large number of equipment resembling production line devices were manufactured by Lu Chen in an instant. Did it succeed? Seeing this, everyone was both nervous and curious. Although Lu Chen had successfully manufactured the equipment, whether the effect was as expected remained unknown. Dawn. When the last ornament was created by Lu Chen, he began to check the effects one by one. Equipment: Pig Blood Purifier Level 10 Quality Legendary. Attributes: Spirit plus 20%, Stamina plus 20%, Endurance plus 50%. Passive: consumes a certain amount of spirit power to purify and elevate pig blood, turning it into higher quality pig blood, which can restore a certain amount of health when consumed. Passive: the more people involved, the greater the spirit power input and the faster the efficiency of purifying and elevating pig blood. Up to 100 people can input spirit power. Evaluation: Pig blood. I love drinking pig blood. Do you love it? This is a piece of legendary equipment. Looking at it alone, it actually feels a bit useless, because the increased attributes are not that impressive, just adding spirit, stamina, and endurance. And the two passives, one is to purify and elevate pig blood into medicinal blood, which can restore a certain amount of vitality, but its effect is not very significant. The other passive allows the efficiency of converting pig blood to increase with more participants, reaching over 100 people. If this equipment is used alone, it really feels unworthy of its legendary quality, because the pig blood purified and elevated with it is essentially just a low-level health recovery potion. Even if there are many people, the purification speed is fast, but it doesn't mean much. However,
This equipment is just one part of the production line for Heavenly Life Potions. It is also equipped with enhancement devices for goji berries, ginseng, and other medicinal materials, coupled with a blending and fusion device as well as filtering equipment. Ultimately, it produces Heavenly Life Potions in a continuous cycle with effects better than the original. It can instantly restore 100% of health. And the more life class job changers involved, the faster the efficiency of potion making. It is far more efficient than a single alchemist making a bottle of life potion, saving their spirit power. Moreover, each piece of equipment increases attributes like spirit, stamina, and endurance. It also allows them to be more energetic and able to endure. They can work at least 20 hours a day. Ahem, of course, he definitely wouldn't exploit people like that. But with these attributes, it won't make the life profession potion makers feel that the whole process is tedious and exhausting their spirit. They won't feel drained after a day's work and unable to muster the energy for other things. No way. On their production line after a day's work, because they continuously consume heavenly spirit potions, they will only feel more energetic after work. It allows them to continue enjoying the pleasures of their life professions. For example, those who change to bartenders can continue researching cocktails and tasting wines after work. Chefs can go back to cooking and enjoying food. Originally, without this job, they would be anxious every day, wondering if they could level up, if they could earn money to live. But with this production line equipment, they can gain fixed experience to level up. They don't have to worry about not having a team to help them level up, relying only on their life profession skills to grind levels. But the difficulty of leveling up and earning money in their life professions is indeed too great. If you sell things expensively, ordinary people can't afford it, and combat profession players look down on it, so it won't sell. If you sell it cheaply, ordinary people can afford it, but you won't make much profit, essentially working for free, making it even harder to level up. This is the current difficulty of life professions. But with these production line devices, everything will change. I believe that if the wages are reasonable, many useless life profession players will turn to factories to become workers. We workers have strength. Hey, busy every day. The world has changed so much. Creating guns and cannons to send to the front lines. Lu Chen thought about these things, and a certain song automatically played in his mind. After that, Lu Chen continued to check the other assembly line equipment. He began to piece them together, transforming them into a complete pharmaceutical assembly line. Among these assembly line devices were the Heaven Life Potion, Heaven Stamina Potion, Heaven Spirit Potion, and other potions. If possible, Lu Chen would continue to manufacture a weapons factory later on. This would allow various life professions to engage in it, producing various rare and legacy-grade equipment. There would be defensive gear and weapons, enabling combat and support professions to better tackle dungeons in the early stages while reducing losses. Well, that's about it for now. I'm going back to rest. Tomorrow, you all find someone to test the effectiveness of this assembly line. After Lu Chen completed assembling the equipment, he said to the provincial leaders, he wasn't planning to continue looking for someone to try making potions so late. Since the finished equipment was ready, there shouldn't be any issues with its effectiveness. He wanted to go back and rest, not planning to stay up late here. Alright, then you go back and rest. Thank you for your trouble today. You've worked hard, go back and rest early. Hearing Lu Chen's words, the provincial leaders had no displeasure and politely sent him off. They urged him to rest early and not to wear himself out. Lu Chen nodded and then, under the protection of Lu Hualian and the others, headed back home. He didn't care whether they would continue researching how to make potions after he left. If they wanted to stay up late, let them do so. Not long after, Lu Chen returned home. He looked at Lu Hualian and Juya, who were vying to take turns showering, and pondered slightly. Lu Chen thought to himself that his home indeed seemed a bit small. He should find someone to apply for a house change. Otherwise, if they all needed to use the bathroom, they would have to queue up. Actually, when Lin Zishi first came to deliver resources to him, she had mentioned that there was a set of rooms available for him. However, at that time, Lu Chen felt accustomed to living in this house and it was also close to school, so he didn't see the need to live in a bigger place alone. But now, with 3 more girls in the house, the small place was no longer suitable. After everyone finished showering, it was already past 9 o'clock, almost 10. Tonight, Zhao Qiuxiu was sleeping in the guest room, while Juya and Lu Hualian were sleeping in the living room. When Lu Chen came out of the washroom, he happened to see Juya using her mental energy to help herself and Lu Hualian dry their hair. Do you want me to help you dry your hair? Juya smiled gently when she saw Lu Chen come out. As she casually swung her leg, a long, slender leg wrapped in black stockings was exposed before Lu Chen's eyes. Alright. Lu Chen glanced at Juya's beautiful leg without looking away, then nodded slightly and replied calmly. A glance is instinctive. Not looking a second time is upbringing. And as long as one keeps staring without blinking, it remains the first glance.
This is respect. The next day, in a pastry shop, a middle-aged man was preparing to start his busy day. With his skills, he made delicious pastries. The man's name was Wu Feng. Many years ago, on his job change day, he had been full of ambition, wanting to become a combat or support class. Unfortunately, fate was not on his side, and he ended up becoming a pastry chef. This profession was considered a rather useless lifestyle job, not to mention top tier. Professions like blacksmiths or alchemists, even pharmacists and magic contract masters had better prospects than him. His pastries, while tasty, only had a slight healing effect. They could restore a bit of health and stamina, but that was of little use. Even the most basic health potions were stronger than his pastries. Therefore, he couldn't sell his pastries like potions. Combat and support classes simply wouldn't want them. So, he could only sell his pastries as food. However, being a pastry chef, he inevitably felt that his pastries should be stronger and more expensive than those made by ordinary people. This arrogance led to a dismal start for his business, and he took a big hit. With unsold goods, he couldn't continue buying raw materials, nor could he make pastries to slowly gain experience. Thus, he once considered giving up and living as an ordinary person. But in the end, he humbled himself and sold his pastries as ordinary pastries. Business gradually improved. However, to make his pastries delicious and gain experience, he couldn't skimp on raw materials, which left little profit. Without making much money, he couldn't buy advanced pastry skill books to gain experience faster and level up better. This led to a vicious cycle. However, Wu Feng had come to terms with it. After all, no matter how much he leveled up, it didn't really matter, so he decided to enjoy life slowly. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Wu Feng was about to start his work of the day, someone knocked on the door. The shop isn't open yet. Wait until 9. Wu Feng shouted without looking up, continuing to knead the dough. Ah Feng, good news, good news. A rough man's voice came from outside, excitedly shouting. Brother Chen, what's going on? What good news? Hearing the man's voice outside, Wu Feng's eyes lit up and he stopped his work. He inquired while opening the shop door. Standing outside was a scruffy middle-aged man who had a strong fishy smell that was quite unpleasant. Wu Feng recognized him. His name was Chen Kai, and he was a fisherman. One could say he had an even more miserable lifestyle job. Of course, in terms of dignity, a fisherman might not be as respectable as a pastry chef, but in terms of making money, Chen Kai was actually better off. Good news! I have insider information. Zhang City is going to open a factory for lifestyle professions. Working there not only allows you to gain experience to level up, but the salary is also very high. What's more important is that if you perform well in the factory, you'll be rewarded with our profession skill books. Ah Feng, do you want to go? Seeing Wu Feng open the door, Chen Kai, with a face full of excitement, quickly shared this good news. Are you sure? Working in the factory, gaining experience, high salary, and skill book rewards? Hearing Chen Kai's words, Wu Feng's expression brightened and he hurriedly asked. If what he said was true, then this was indeed good news. It was far better than struggling to run a small shop. Not only could he gain experience, but he could also earn money and receive skill book rewards. He had run this pastry shop for over a decade and had hardly made any money, not even enough to buy a skill book. Absolutely, definitely, and for sure. Chen Kai nodded. Then, why did you come to me? Hearing Chen Kai's solemn words, Wu Feng felt a bit stirred. However, he didn't immediately get excited and start dreaming about the future. Years of life experience told him that there wouldn't be any good fortune falling from the sky. Such a well-paying job might exist, like at the Tobacco Bureau, but it often wouldn't be available to outsiders. Wu Feng believed that although he was somewhat familiar with Chen Kai, their relationship wasn't close enough for Chen Kai to come to him the moment he learned about such a good opportunity. So, he was uncertain why Chen Kai had approached him. Hearing Wu Feng's words, Chen Kai smiled and casually said, because there's a reward for bringing in new people. Remember, when we get to the factory gate later, you need to fill in my name as the referrer when you register. If you also want to bring in new people, you can go find acquaintances now and bring them into the factory together. Not many people know about this yet. We can make some money, and once the factory is full, there won't be this good opportunity anymore. After saying that, Chen Kai didn't linger and ran off to find others to bring them into the factory. Wu Feng. Alright, Wu Feng understood why Chen Kai would come to him for a good opportunity. It was because bringing people into the factory would benefit him too. However, Wu Feng had relatively few friends, and he didn't really like calling people out like that. Moreover, he wasn't sure what this life profession factory was all about. So, he still wasn't prepared to bring anyone in, but he decided to go take a look later. Half an hour later, people like Wu Feng, who were in life-related professions, arrived at the entrance of the factory, which had once been abandoned and was now renamed Paradise Pharmaceutical Factory. When they arrived at the gate, they exchanged a few words, all having been recommended for similar reasons. Their levels weren't low, the minimum was level 10, with some over level 30.
According to the new information shared, the higher the level or mental strength, the better the treatment would be after entering the factory. What does that have to do with mental strength? And everyone's profession is different. What exactly is this factory going to do? Amidst the astonished waiting of many people, the factory gate finally opened. The relevant person in charge appeared and began to have them fill out registration information. After they completed the forms, the staff checked their levels. Confirming that everyone was at least level 10, they were then allowed to enter the factory. Once everyone entered the factory building, they were stunned to see rows of brand new, gleaming assembly line equipment. Although they didn't understand the equipment well, they could tell that these assembly line devices seemed to be finished products, and of extremely high quality. Alright, everyone, please take your seats at the positions we discussed earlier and get ready to work a bit, the person in charge announced. Then, Wu Feng and the others found their respective areas and sat down. As soon as they reached out to touch the equipment, they were immediately shocked. This was actually legendary level assembly line equipment? Oh my, it's actually legendary equipment? Legendary equipment, and it's been pieced together into a production line? What kind of operation is this? Impressive, no wonder they recruited so many life profession workers, and they also look at levels and mental strength. So that's how it is. When the crowd reached out to touch the production line equipment and saw the specific information displayed on it, they were all shocked. Never would they have thought there would be a legendary production line? Moreover, this production line equipment is only level 10. And it doesn't restrict usage to one person or profession. Instead, multiple people from various professions can channel their mental strength to accelerate the purification and sublimation of the materials in the production line. This explains why they suddenly needed to hire these life profession workers and offer generous salaries and benefits. Because with this production line equipment, these life professions can indeed play an unexpectedly significant role. Wonderful, could this be a divine machine painstakingly crafted by some master craftsman? If every city in the country had some of these divine production lines, then we life profession workers would truly be blessed in the future. After understanding the principles of this legendary production line and their respective roles, these life profession workers finally relaxed completely. They understood why they could receive high salaries and good benefits. One by one, they became excited, feeling lucky to have come for the interview with a try-it-out attitude. Otherwise, if they missed this opportunity, they might not have a chance to enter this paradise pharmaceutical factory again when the news was confirmed to be true. Alright, everyone, let's start making medicine. The factory manager initially did not stop the crowd's chatter and excitement, but once they gradually calmed down, he spoke up, allowing them to try using their mental strength to create potions. Okay, no problem. Over 100 people nodded repeatedly, then activated their mental strength, channeling it into the equipment they were responsible for. Buzz. Whoosh. Soon, the production line began to operate. On the production line responsible for paradise life potions, materials like pig's blood, goji berries, ginseng, and deer blood began to be purified and refined, then moved on to the next step of mixing and merging. On the other side, for the paradise spirit potions, others were also diligently using their mental strength to purify materials like white liquor, tobacco, betel nut, and cephalosporin, then thoroughly mixing and merging them together. Finally, the senior life profession workers responsible for the last step collectively activated the equipment to fully transform it into potions. Whoosh! Brilliant red and blue lights shone from the large boilers on either side. Then, the lights gradually shrank. Seeing this, the factory manager's expression became somewhat excited. It really succeeded. He hurried over to check how the potions made compared to those made by the pharmacists last night. Potion, Paradise Life Potion Level 15 Quality, Inheritance Effect. Drinking 300 milliliters of this potion will instantly restore 100% of life value. Evaluation, drinking it grants miraculous power. Potion, Paradise Spirit Potion Level 15 Quality, Inheritance Effect. Drinking 300 milliliters of this potion will instantly restore 100% of mental strength and continuously restore mental strength slowly for the next 30 minutes. Evaluation, cephalosporin and liquor. The more you drink, the better it gets. Success! Not bad. Indeed, it's better than the previous potions. Several managers nodded in praise after checking the improvements in these two types of potions. The potions made last night were around level 20 to 25, which, relatively speaking, weren't that high in level. However, if a group of life profession workers is recruited, many of these professions may not even reach level 20. Therefore, they cannot expend their mental energy and then rely on drinking the Heaven Spirit Potion to recover. In that case, by the end of the day, they would only produce a small amount of potions, which is not very meaningful. Now, the potion's level has dropped to 15, but its quality has improved to a heritage level, making its effects even better. This is also more beneficial for them to recruit life profession workers to work. Originally, the potions made by the pharmacists were about 500 milliliters per bottle. Now, after improvements, the potions they produce come in large barrels weighing over half a ton.
and just one bottle can hold 300 milliliters. This allows for even more potions to be saved. Wow, we really gain experience. Although the experience gained isn't particularly much, it's still something. Compared to the excitement of the factory manager, those life profession workers felt thrilled after producing a batch of potions, but not because of the potions themselves. It was because they truly gained experience points from making potions. So, the previous promotion did not deceive them. By working in the factory, they could not only slowly level up but also earn a generous salary and enjoy top-notch benefits and various perks. This made Wu Feng and others extremely excited, as if they could see a bright future ahead. Wow! Buzz! Boom! Thus, they began to exert themselves even more to produce the Heaven Potion. After producing 3 or 4 batches of potions totaling about 2 to 3 tons, some life profession workers at levels 15/16 finally couldn't hold on any longer. The mental energy consumption was too great, and some felt a splitting headache. Wow, I feel so uncomfortable, I need to take a break, I feel so miserable. Many people felt that their mental energy was exhausted to the point of despair. They had never experienced such a level of mental fatigue before. At that moment, they suddenly thought that even if they didn't get paid, they couldn't continue. It was too unbearable. It's okay, come, have some water to calm down. Seeing that many lower-level life profession workers couldn't hold on, the factory manager didn't panic. Instead, he quickly arranged for them to drink 300 milliliters of the Heaven Spirit Potion. Wow, that feels amazing. This feeling is so refreshing, my heart is soaring. I feel like I'm alive again. After drinking the Heaven Spirit Potion, those who originally felt like they were in despair and would rather quit than continue suddenly let out a few comfortable moans and became completely enamored with this feeling. They found it hard to describe, just that it felt exhilarating. Is this the potion we just made? It's so good. Can I have another bottle? Then, a few people couldn't help but lick their lips, wanting to drink more of the Heaven Spirit Potion. No. The manager shook his head and said, "This potion is for you to recover after your mental energy is depleted. You are full of energy now, drinking it is useless and a pure waste." Upon hearing this, the few people exchanged glances and then shouted to the other life profession workers, "Hurry up, get back to work, what are you standing around for? Get to work, you pig heads." They got themselves motivated. The other life profession workers looked on in astonishment. What the hell? Are these people crazy? Just now they were on the verge of death, and now they're actually fighting to work? What are they even doing? The other life profession workers, seeing that these few were overly exhausted, were somewhat worried about their condition, their hearts racing as they wondered what they should do next. Quit? Or slack off and not work so hard? But who would have thought that before they could even consider what to do next? These few suddenly got fired up, even shouting for them to hurry up and get to work? Are they out of their minds? However, the factory supervisors were watching from the side, and they hadn't decided whether to leave immediately, so they could only grit their teeth and continue to push their mental energy to work. Of course, during the process, they would still ask those few what was going on. Why were they suddenly so motivated? Didn't they fear falling back into that painful state? What the hell do I care? I just want to drink another bottle of that mental potion right now. Wow, that taste, you guys can't even imagine how good it is if you haven't tried it. The few responded with a smirk. Really, is it that amazing? Is it really that good? Hearing their responses, everyone became extremely curious, their hearts itching like a cat scratch. Of course, that taste, TSK, it's even more comfortable than those few seconds before entering the sage state. It's unforgettable, I feel so energetic right now, floating like an immortal. The few nodded in agreement. Hearing their evaluations, everyone felt a bit anxious. Why did it seem like this was akin to using some banned substances? This black-hearted factory, is there something wrong? Everyone's eyes flickered, and they were a bit tempted to run away. Don't worry, their condition is normal. We didn't add any banned substances to the potion. You all just saw the entire process of making the medicine. The materials used were all normal, right? Their current state is just like someone who has eaten top-notch delicacies, so after eating, they want to keep eating until they're stuffed. But when they're hungry, they'll still want to eat more, but there's no addictive quality. If you don't believe it, come over and check the introduction of the finished potion. There's absolutely no problem. The factory supervisor, seeing the change in everyone's expressions, guessed what they were thinking. They didn't bother to explain lazily but directly responded, providing an explanation and letting them check for themselves. Soon, everyone paused their work and went to check the introduction of the Heaven Life Potion and Heaven Mental Potion in the bottles. They found that there really was no problem. So it might really be because this potion is too delicious? Everyone thought carefully about the raw materials, which included alcohol and betel nut. This mental potion, after drinking it, might indeed have some intoxicating effect. So then, should they give it a try? Thus, everyone returned to their posts, no longer slacking off, and were somewhat looking forward to the taste of the Heaven Mental Potion. Ah, so refreshing. So good, really so good. Before long, many people who had suffered from mental exhaustion drank the heaven mental potion. They let out extreme moans of enjoyment and instantly understood why the first batch of people had gotten so fired up. Because drinking this potion was truly enjoyable. And after getting fired up, they could not only drink the heaven mental potion again but also accelerate their experience gain while being motivated, and their wages could increase. It was a win-win. Why wouldn't they get fired up? In less than 10 minutes, over 100 life profession workers who entered the factory had all consumed the heaven mental potion. None of them showed any signs of mental fatigue. Instead, they were all extremely excited. Competing with each other, they wanted to quickly exhaust their mental energy and continue drinking this incredibly stimulating potion. In no time at all, someone started singing. Soon everyone joined in, working hard to brew potions while singing loudly with excitement. We workers have strength. Hey, we workers have strength. Every day we work hard. Hey, every day we work hard. We've built tall buildings, repaired railways and coal mines, transforming the world. Oh, how it has changed. Hey, hey. Everyone worked passionately, feeling that life was full of hope. After all, their work not only increased their experience points and earned them wages, but also rewarded them with skill books. The potions they created could also be used by combat professions, further enhancing their survival abilities. At that moment, under the excitement of the mental potion, they felt radiant. They were no longer confused, no longer lost, and no longer blaming the heavens. They felt that their life professions were not worthless, nor were they inferior. They also had their own roles, contributing their bit of light and warmth to the country. Time flew by. It was just past 11 a.m. Alright, that's enough. It's time to get off work. Everyone stop working, prepare to go to the cafeteria for lunch, then go home to rest. Those who live far from the factory can choose to stay here. We provide meals and accommodation. Just as everyone wanted to continue working on the potions, the supervisor shouted for them to stop and go eat and rest. They would return to work at 2 in the afternoon. Is it already time to get off work? I don't feel hungry yet. I could work for another half hour. Yeah, let's not rush to get off work. Hearing the supervisor's words, everyone snapped back to reality, frowning slightly. For the first time ever, they didn't want to leave work early. Instead, they wanted to keep working. Especially those few who were close to the critical point of mental exhaustion. They were thinking about how they would soon be able to enjoy a sip of the heavenly mental potion, and now they were being rushed out. Was this intentional? No, the rules are the rules. If you don't clock out, your wages will be deducted, and you won't get to drink the mental potion. All consequences are on you. Seeing the supervisor say this, everyone had no choice but to regretfully clock out. Then they went to the cafeteria for lunch. To be honest, the heavenly pharmaceutical factory had specially hired high-end chefs to cook, and the taste was truly exceptional. This meal, if eaten at a restaurant outside, would probably not be cheap. As everyone returned home after work, they felt that the treatment at this factory was indeed good. They were even more determined not to start their own businesses and to stay working at the factory. As for their own life professions like gardening, fishing, or bartending, they were no longer prepared to pursue them as formal careers. Instead, they planned to use them for self-cultivation after work at the factory. This way, they estimated they wouldn't have such great mental pressure. Perhaps they could even level up faster. Lu Chen was not clear about what happened at the Heaven Pharmaceutical Factory. After he set up the assembly line equipment, he didn't pay much attention to it and left everything to the provincial leader to handle. He wasn't too concerned about the distribution of the subsequent profits from the factory's sales of potions. After all, he wasn't short on money, and the country had invested quite a lot of resources in him, so it was only right for him to make some reasonable returns. On this day, Lu Chen had nothing else to do and teamed up with Li Shuyao and the others to tackle a dungeon. Their teammates this time were still Zhao Taizhu and Li Xiaotong. In fact, during the days Lu Chen was in the capital, Li Shuyao had been teaming up to level up, but not with Zhao Taizhu and Li Xiaotong anymore. Without Lu Chen's experience amplification ring, teaming up with these two life profession players not only didn't provide any significant boost but also didn't improve efficiency. So, teaming up with them was meaningless. She had teamed up with 3 other combat and support players instead. Now that Lu Chen was back, she didn't team up with those 3 again. Originally, the other 2 support teammates would definitely be more suitable than Zhao Taizhu and Li Xiaotong. After all, they could contribute a bit in the dungeon. However, Li Shuyao felt it was inappropriate to kick someone out of the original 3-person team just to let Lu Chen join. What difference would that make from when she was with Zhang Jun and Chen Hao? If the team wasn't suitable, she could choose not to join or leave the team. Constantly thinking about kicking someone out was just not right. So, Li Shuyao simply didn't join their team again, letting them find another main damage dealer while she took Zhao Taizhu and Li Xiaotong along. This way, neither side would have any objections. No one would complain that Lu Chen didn't contribute and question why he should be included. Li Shuyao thought, because I contributed my share of effort in the team. Moreover, Lu Chen wasn't really not contributing. He had
given her a special amplification potion to use, but outsiders didn't know that. Boom! Bang! After taking the potion Lu Chen provided, Li Shuyao unleashed her full power, wreaking havoc in the dungeon. She easily wiped out the zombies in the Dark Thunder ruins, causing their experience points to soar. Lu Chen and Zhao Taizhu were just watching the show, not needing to lift a finger. At that moment, Lu Chen suddenly thought of something. He glanced at a few isolated zombies nearby. Since these zombies were more scattered, Li Shuyao planned to deal with them later. However, Lu Chen wanted to try out some of his necromancer skills. Whoosh! Lu Chen released his skill and began to absorb those zombies. In no time, those few zombies were all dead. Hey, Lu Chen, why did you make a move? It's unnecessary. Don't let some people's comments get to you and feel the need to step in just to save face. Yeah, since the class leader wants to take us, we're just decorations in the team, just cheerleaders. There's no need to push yourself like this. If they want to be jealous, let them be. Zhao Taizhu and Li Xiaotong, seeing Lu Chen use his necromancer skills to take out those isolated zombies, changed their expressions and quickly advised Lu Chen. In their class, Zheng Jun and Chen Hao were the main voices, often making sarcastic remarks about them, saying they contributed nothing to the team and that the class leader was crazy for wanting to take them along, otherwise, how could they level up so quickly? Then, during the days Lu Chen was absent, Li Shuyao didn't team up with them either, and they mocked them, saying Li Shuyao found it too tiring to carry them, so she abandoned Lu Chen and them, urging them to face reality sooner. Useless professions were just useless. So, seeing Lu Chen's action this time made Zhao Taizhu and Li Xiaotong mistakenly think that Lu Chen had heard about Zheng Jun and Chen Hao's comments. He felt a bit embarrassed. For the sake of so-called team contribution, he would rather shorten his life, possibly not living for many more years, just to deal with the monsters. They felt it was really unnecessary, just a childish dispute. Lu Chen, don't recklessly sacrifice your life, your profession is quite good. In the later stages, sacrificing your life to take action will definitely be more valuable than now. Yeah, don't listen to those people talking nonsense. You and the squad leader are on the same team. With her helping you, given her professional strength, she can easily outclass those B and C level professionals by several levels. She alone can match several C and B level professionals. Since she is helping you, you don't need to feel guilty about it. Li Xiaotong and the others advised. They urged Lu Chen not to think too much and waste his life early in such a low-level dungeon for the sake of so-called team contribution. Then, they gave examples from those high-level dungeons with more than 20 people. There would often be S or SS level big DPS and healers who would bring a useless life profession into the dungeon. The purpose was to let these life professions gain dungeon rewards and then hand them over to them, allowing them to gain more rewards. Otherwise, if the team consisted only of contributing support professions, they wouldn't be able to claim much material and rewards. And these so-called contributing support professions were actually of no use in the eyes of the big healers and DPS. It was like the four-person team on the journey to obtain scriptures, where the main ones were still Tang Seng and Sun Wukong, while Zhu Beiji and Sha Seng's roles were just to carry the burden and lead the horse. In Sun Wukong's words, that was farting to add wind. And those were big DPS and healers. As long as there was a normal healer or an ordinary main DPS, they could easily clear the dungeon, so there was no reason for them to enjoy the same treatment as others. Therefore, as long as they could clear the dungeon, whether the big healer or big DPS brought in one or two mascots, as long as they could clear the dungeon in the end, the team leader and other teammates would hardly have any objections. They would even prefer having big healers and big DPS bringing people into the team. Thus, since Li Shuyu had a good relationship with Lu Chen, with her ability to help Lu Chen level up, Lu Chen didn't take any action throughout, making no contributions in the dungeon, and others had nothing to blame him for, because Lu Chen's share of team contribution had actually been provided by Li Shuyu. If other teammates couldn't stand this situation, they could have simply not joined her team from the start, or they could leave the team to find small DPS or small support to form a team where everyone contributed and put in effort. But doing so might mean their team's clearing efficiency and experience gain wouldn't be as fast as a team led by big DPS or big healers. Hearing Zhao Taizhu and Li Xiaotong's earnest persuasion, Lu Chen was a bit surprised. He then smiled and shook his head, saying, "I'm not sulking, I just happened to get a few skill books, so I came to test the effects." After saying that, Lu Chen cast a spell on a few small zombies. Puff. But they were immediately cursed, pouring out uncontrollably, struggling to move. Poof. Puff puff. Zhao Taizhu and Li Xiaotong, who originally wanted to persuade Lu Chen not to recklessly expend his life, were all stunned when they saw the zombies actually starting to spray feces. They were so shocked by the explosive scene before them that they couldn't find their voices. What the hell is this? Is it a special buff from the Curse Master? Can it only be cast on monsters, or can it be cast on anyone? If it's the latter, Zhao Taizhu and Li Xiaotong suddenly felt a tightness in their chests. Just imagine if at an important occasion Lu Chen suddenly did this to you and you couldn't control your bowels, how socially dead would that be?
On Li Shuyao's side, after successfully dealing with the remaining zombies, she saw Lu Chen playing tricks on the zombies and was also speechless. Then she took action, using the freezing ray to directly freeze the few miserable zombies. She freed them. After that, Li Shuyao pulled Lu Chen aside and quietly reminded him, even though you have the longevity pill to restore your life, there's no need to recklessly expend your life in a dungeon I can clear. It's meaningless. Lu Chen shook his head with a smile and said, it's fine, I've basically resolved the cost of being a curse master with my creator's abilities. There won't be any after effects. I'm just trying out the abilities of the curse master. I feel that the abilities of the curse master might be far more complex than others think. When combined with some special skills, they are indeed incredibly powerful. Just think, if people from enemy countries were competing with us for a hidden dungeon, then I secretly cursed all of them, making them all have diarrhea. What a grand feat that would be. Upon hearing this, Li Shuyao imagined that scene and felt both disgusted and shocked. If that really succeeded, it would be unimaginable. Can't you not cause diarrhea? Li Shuyao said helplessly. Lu Chen shook his head and said, you don't understand, this kind of lethality is significant. Or, as he spoke, he suddenly had another good idea, change their appetite, make them lose interest in normal food, and then like dogs, have more appetite for their own excrement. Ugh, don't say anymore, I don't want to hear it. Li Shuyao covered her ears, feeling that Lu Chen was getting more and more absurd and disgusting. Just thinking about that scene made her feel quite scared and nauseous. Well, let's not talk about it. Lu Chen nodded, no longer trying to provoke Li Shuyao. In fact, the ability of the curse master he envisioned was just a small aspect of that diarrhea. If he thought deeper about the curse master's abilities, their power would be much greater than this. Since it's a curse master with the word life in it, can it change fate? If this profession develops further, does it mean mastering the ability of destiny and fate? After all, although the curse master is a hidden profession, it is still a first-tier profession and can be second-tier. Since he can modify others' job change books, why can't he modify his own curse master's second job change book? If his vision succeeds, the curse master at that time could alter fate and rules, and its power would be no less than that of the current creator. It might even be stronger than the creator. If the creator wants to surpass the second-tier curse master, they would also need to be second-tier. If the creator has a second tier, then it would probably be the creator of all. Lu Chen shook his head, feeling that the hope was somewhat bleak. Finding a suitable job change book that could be modified probably wouldn't be that simple. However, he was still lucky. With an entire country helping him, it would be easier for him to obtain a suitable job change book than for some others. Time flew by. By 6 o'clock in the evening, the dungeon closed. Li Shuyao successfully leveled up to level 20. Meanwhile, Lu Chen did not level up. Although the experience in this dungeon was still decent, he was already at level 27. Now the experience he needs to level up is already more than 10 times that of Li Shuyao and the others. Naturally, he cannot easily level up here. However, Lu Chen does not mind this. He is not playing the dungeon with Li Shuyao for the experience, but just to accompany her and relax. He walks home with Li Shuyao. When Lu Chen reaches his doorstep, he waves goodbye to her and then follows the inconspicuous Lu Hualian and the other two girls home. Sigh, so boring. You spent the whole day in that dungeon, leaving us so bored. Zhao Qiuxia sighed. They had spent the entire day outside, waiting for Lu Chen to come out, without doing anything else. They felt that Lu Chen was really good to Li Shuyao. He clearly didn't have to accompany her in the dungeon, yet he chose to do so. By the way, this is the experience capsule sent over from headquarters. You should give it a try. At this moment, Juya thought of something and took out the experience reserve capsule that was handed to her by the relevant personnel at noon, handing it to Lu Chen. Is the experience already full so soon? Not bad. Lu Chen was quite satisfied upon seeing this. He then took the experience reserve capsule. This capsule contained a total of 1 million experience points. He didn't know how many people had spent how much time to finally accumulate this amount. This was the strength of the whole nation helping him level up. Wow! Bang! Wow! Lu Chen sighed as he used this experience reserve capsule. In an instant, his whole body shimmered with light, alternating between black and gold, and he began to level up rapidly. In no time at all, this experience reserve capsule disappeared, and after absorbing the million experience points, his level rose directly from level 27 to level 32. He leveled up 5 times. It may not seem like much, but even with a group of helpers grinding monsters for him, Lu Chen estimated it would take him at least half a month to level up those 5 levels. Even an S-class professional, teaming up with ordinary teammates to level up, would need at least over a month. The higher the level, the more experience required, and the harder it becomes to level up. Not bad. Lu Chen was quite satisfied with his 5-level increase. At this moment, Lu Hualian spoke. By the way, headquarters contacted us earlier. They said they are currently developing a newly discovered hidden dungeon but have encountered difficulties. In that dungeon, there seems to be a special monster that uses mental interference, causing them to die without understanding why. If it weren't for the resurrection armor that allowed them to come back to life and regain some sanity, they might not have been able to escape this dungeon. So, headquarters hopes you can step in and design a piece of equipment to prevent mental interference. Of course, if you're busy, headquarters won't insist, they can postpone the development of this hidden dungeon. Hearing Lu Hualian's words, Lu Chen's eyes flickered. He felt that this kind of monster seemed somewhat familiar. No problem, I'll come up with a piece of protective equipment for the mind right away. Lu Chen nodded and agreed. After Lu Chen readily agreed, he began to conceive a piece of equipment to prevent mental interference. Since he needed to customize a piece of equipment and was unsure of the monster's level, it was best to directly create a mythic level item. Of course, for a mythic level item, there might not be existing materials sufficient to create it. For example, the strongest armor on the surface that he had previously conceived currently lacked the materials to support its creation. However, he could think about it for now. After all, just conceiving it wouldn't take much time. Once he had a concept and found that there weren't enough materials to create it, he could then think about a legendary level mental interference prevention equipment. Then, Lu Chen took a shower while quietly using his insight skill to conceive this mental interference prevention equipment. After more than an hour, he had made the feasibility of this equipment extremely high. He then informed Lu Hualian of the relevant materials, asking her to contact Lu Zhanyuan and Wu Qiming to check the national treasury for these materials. Lu Hualian complied. 20 minutes later, after finishing the call, Lu Hualian informed Lu Chen that they basically had all the materials. Some were stored in the national treasury, while others were placed in other base cities. If they were to be transferred overnight, it would likely be until tomorrow morning. Well, then let's wait until tomorrow morning. Lu Chen nodded, not paying much attention to it. He hadn't expected them to be delivered immediately. However, since there were enough materials for the mythic level mental equipment, he no longer needed to conceive a significantly inferior legendary level mental equipment. Alright, time to sleep, we'll work again tomorrow. Lu Chen immediately returned to his room to sleep. The next day, at 8 in the morning, Lu Chen got up and had already received the mythic level express delivery sent overnight. He took a few spatial rings and immediately poured out the materials inside. A burst of light shone, colorful and dazzling, making one's eyes dazzle. Lu Chen carefully examined these materials and confirmed there were no issues. He then began to concentrate, putting in all his effort to create the third mythic level equipment. Wow! Soon, brilliant golden light burst forth, illuminating the entire room with a dazzling golden glow. There was even a tendency for it to expand outward. However, Lu Hualian and the other two girls had already made preparations. They had set up the special formation given to them by their elders in advance, ensuring that Lu Chen's mythic creation phenomenon would not leak out. Buzz! Pop! In the end, the golden light burst and then receded. On the table, only a jade-green bracelet remained. Lu Chen picked it up to inspect. Equipment: Mental Protection Bracelet Level. Level 35 Quality. Mythic Attributes: Magic Defense plus 10,011, Physical Defense plus 7,777, Mental Power Amplification plus 250%, Skill Speed plus 150%. Passive: Immune to all mental attacks of similar level for mental attacks 30 levels above his own, immune to half damage for mental attacks 50 levels above, immune to 1/3 damage. Passive: when suffering a mental attack, there is a 50% chance to double the mental attack back at the opponent, causing them to fall into a state of mental confusion. Active: after activation, teammates within a 300-meter range gain a mental barrier, isolating mental attacks for mental attacks above level 30, immune to half damage. Effect lasts 1 hour, cooldown 1 hour. Evaluation: is there still hope for someone who was in a mental hospital at 18? This mythic level equipment, in terms of attribute effects, is considered average. It cannot compare to the empty-handed ultimate ring, the killing sword, or the strongest armor on the surface. If there is a distinction in levels among mythic level equipment, then the strongest armor on the surface would be at the top tier, while the killing sword and empty-handed ultimate ring would be considered upper tier. The spiritual protection bracelet should be considered intermediate or perhaps lower intermediate. Of course, it is precisely because its effect is not particularly powerful that it can be produced more easily. Otherwise, if it were to exempt all mental attacks and double the counterattack every time it received a mental attack, this equipment would be quite overpowered, and Lu Chen might not be able to create it so easily. He might even have to continuously send teams to farm dungeons for materials, because materials related to mental attributes are scarcer compared to other normal materials. Alright, Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction and then handed the equipment to Lu Hualian and the others to examine. It feels like it's slightly lacking, but it's still pretty good. After Lu Hualian and Juya looked at the spiritual protection necklace, perhaps because they had just seen the attributes of the empty-handed ultimate ring, the killing sword, and the strongest armor on the surface, they felt that this mythic level equipment was relatively inferior. However, it is still mythic-level equipment, clearly stronger than some epic-level equipment. They then took this equipment to the courier who had been waiting outside the room, asking him to take this mythic-level equipment back. An hour later, the spiritual protection bracelet was successfully delivered to the 4-person team waiting outside the Sky Sea dungeon. This 4-person team had a standard distribution: 1 healer, 1 control support, 1 mage, and 1 combat class. The combat class was particularly promising. He was an SS level class, known for his exceptional martial arts skills, named Wu Ji. His peak achievement was clearing a nightmare level top dungeon in just over 20 seconds, kicking a fully leveled boss to death. Quite violent. In fact, to play for speed, he once kicked an elite monster to death, and that elite monster happened to drop a legendary level equipment. He didn't even have time to pick it up, as the momentum from that kick brought him into the boss room, making it impossible to go back for the equipment. This time, in order to successfully deal with the special mental monster inside the giant whale's belly, the headquarters not only invited him but also temporarily lent him the empty-handed ultimate ring. They hoped he could create another miracle and kick that mysterious mental monster to death. Unfortunately, not long ago, their team had entered that special giant whale belly dungeon but didn't even see the special mental monster, almost getting wiped out. The mental interference was extremely terrifying, rendering their full strength ineffective. Thus, they had to ask Liu Chen to create a piece of equipment to defend against mental interference. Good. This equipment is great. With this, I wonder where that octopus will hide. This time, he's definitely dead, Wu Jizeci said loudly after receiving the spiritual protection bracelet. He then put on the bracelet, gathered the healer and the others, and re-entered the giant whale's belly. Boom! As soon as they entered the giant whale's belly, Zeci immediately activated his ultimate move, Wu Ji Step, also known as Blazing Flame Step. As he moved, raging flames scorched the ground he walked on, lingering for a long time. He himself gained reduced skill cooldowns and doubled attack power. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The healer and his team quickly cast buffs on him, further enhancing his combat power. Bang! 30 seconds later, Zeci led the team, directly breaking through the outer temple, charging into the depths of the giant whale's belly with unstoppable momentum. Bang! Boom! Zeus was quite ruthless, leading his team through this giant whale dungeon as if it were in no man's land. In less than 5 minutes, he had pierced through the outer temple, the tree spirit jungle, the purgatory, the extreme daylight, and the first spine dungeon one after another. He had killed his way to the deepest part of the giant whale's belly, ready to face the mysterious mental monster. Hurry up, don't dawdle. You're wasting time. Zeus unleashed the dance of lightning, his figure swift as lightning, leaving behind endless afterimages, appearing behind each monster and kicking them to death. Every one of his movements and techniques was meticulously calculated. As he finished off the last monster, he conveniently arrived at the door to the next room. The process was incredibly smooth and seamless. While he was killing monsters and running through the map, he had already reached the door to the next room. His healer, mage, and support teammates were still on their way, needing him to wait a few more seconds, which made him quite frustrated, prompting him to urge them on. Sigh. This isn't a speed race, why are you in such a hurry? We don't have as many movement skills as you do, it's normal for us to be slower. The healer and mage lamented. It felt exhausting to be in a dungeon with Zeus. Time is life, and you are wasting life. Sigh, if it weren't for the headquarters insisting on bringing you along, I would rather solo this. Zeus stood at the door to the next room, shaking his head and sighing. He was a professional speedrunner, and with each dungeon, he aimed to break the speed limit for clearing, striving to complete it as quickly as possible. From 1 minute to 50 seconds, then to 40 seconds. Each time, he was breaking the limits of a warrior, experiencing the beauty of life. For this, he could give up materials, skill books, equipment, and other items that dropped in the dungeon. This time teaming up with them truly made him feel quite out of place. After all, he hadn't teamed up with anyone for a dungeon in a long time. He had many skills that allowed him to dash out and then return to the original spot. If he were soloing, he would calculate the distance, time, and angle perfectly. Then he would kick the elite monster to death, and before the skill guided him back to the original spot, he would just happen to arrive at the unlocked door to the next room and directly enter. This control of skills and speed had become second nature to him, and he enjoyed it. Even if he let them not fight monsters and just act as mascots, as long as they entered the dungeon, they would immediately run to the door of the next room. He would be responsible for fighting the monsters. But every time, after he smoothly and effortlessly defeated all the monsters in the map and arrived at the door to the next room, they still needed some time to reach the door. This wasted his time. This made it difficult for him to use his skills that allowed for quick dashes back. Otherwise, if he killed the monster but couldn't dash into the next room, having to return to the original spot and then continue running to the next room's door, that would be even more torturous for him. How about this?
Zeus stood at the door waiting for them to come over, suddenly thought of something, and said, "Healer and support, once you enter the dungeon, give me buffs, and then immediately exit the dungeon, that way it saves more time."
No way.
The healer and support both shook their heads in refusal. As they ran towards the door, they frowned and said, "This special mental monster, although it appears in the intermediate dungeon, is too special. Even our team will collectively be affected by mental interference.
If we leave you to solo, what if something goes wrong? This is no joke.
We may not be able to help you much in this dungeon and might slow down your speedrun, but if danger truly arises, at least we can help each other. That's the headquarters' intention," the healer and support said very seriously.
Alright. Wu Jiz sighed repeatedly upon hearing this.
He also knew that they wouldn't withdraw from the instance. His earlier words were just venting frustration. Whoosh! As he spoke, the babysitter and the others finally arrived at the door of the next room. Once the four of them gathered at the door, they entered the next room together.
Bang! Boom!
Wu Jiz threw a few punches
and kicks, easily taking down the remaining monsters.
Truly, they would die if they were hit and die if they were grazed. It was a brutal mess.
After one more room, we should reach the boss room.
I hope this spirit protection
ring works.
I want to kick that octopus monster to death, Wu Jiz muttered to himself.
Bang!
After more than 20 seconds, they finally arrived at the boss room.
As soon as they entered, they instinctively tensed up.
Even Wu Jiz was no exception. Because the last time they came here, they had just entered the boss room, and before they even saw the boss, they were hit by an inexplicable mental disturbance and almost ended up killing
each other in confusion.
Fortunately, the mage had a high enough mental power to notice something was wrong and managed to wake them up just in time, allowing them to exit the instance before they completely died.
They really almost fell here.
Buzz! In his nervousness, Jiz activated the active effect of the spirit protection ring, shielding the entire team's minds from being eroded. Swish! His speed was quick, and just after he activated this effect, they felt an inexplicable mental attack. However, it was all blocked by the ring.
It worked! Jiz's eyes lit up at the sight, filled with excitement.
As long as he could block this inexplicable mental disturbance and perform normally, he wasn't afraid of this so-called special monster.
Give him a kick, and he could send Blue Star flying.
Roar! Hiss! Just then, before Jiz could start acting and find the boss, a terrifying roar suddenly erupted from a mysterious altar ahead.
Bang!
The next moment, the altar structure shattered. Following that, crimson tentacles, sticky with a thick, foul liquid, burst forth. This was not the boss's phantom appearing through a ranged attack, but the true form of the boss. It had gone into a frenzy due to the backlash from the spirit protection ring. At the same time, as the true form of the boss became visible, its relevant
information appeared before everyone.
Lord, Apostle Disaster of Dread level? Health points? Wu Jiz was stunned upon seeing the boss's information. What the hell? This is what? It's the first time he's seen a Lord boss whose level and health bar are indiscernible. How are they supposed to fight this? But the next moment, a fierce fighting spirit ignited in Wu Jiz's chest.
Who cares about that? Let's see how many punches and kicks it can take from me. Ha!
Jiz roared, instantly activating the extreme step, flames burning all over his body, and with a flicker of his figure, he charged towards this mysterious boss, the Disaster of Dread.
Boom! Bang!
Zeus, engulfed in flames, burst forth, burning the void as if he were a demon emerging from the depths of hell. His figure flickered like a meteor streaking across the sky, and in an instant, he charged towards the shattered ancient altar. Following that, his foot came down like Pango, splitting the heavens, carrying an unstoppable force that shook the void as he heavily kicked the crumbling ancient altar.
Bang! Rumble! Accompanied by a deafening roar, the ancient altar was completely shattered.
Then, a figure of a crimson octopus covered in demonic patterns emerged.
It was sent flying backward. Did we kill it? It seems not.
Standing nearby, the caretaker and the mage widened their eyes in astonishment at Zeus's display of power. However, to their surprise, despite Zeus's overwhelming strength that's seemingly invincible, kick did not directly kill the so-called apostle, the harbinger of disaster.
Instead, it only provoked it.
Roar! The harbinger of disaster let out a thunderous roar, its massive body standing upright in the void,
surrounded by chaotic energy, shattering the space around it. Then, its 8 withered tentacles shot towards Zeus like giant nails, striking with lightning speed.
Whoosh! Zeus was quick and had strong reflexes. He sensed the danger immediately. However, although he dodged the first few tentacles, the harbinger of disaster was more agile, and its 8 tentacles nearly sealed off the heavens and earth.
No matter how Zeus tried
to evade, he could not escape its abyssal cage.
Bang!
Whoosh! Ultimately, the 8 tentacles pierced through Zeus's entire body like sharp swords, pinning him in the void.
Blood flowed down like a waterfall,
leaving Zeus with a face full of pain and anger. He wanted to struggle free from the harbinger of disaster's attack, but he was powerless.
Hiss! At that moment, the harbinger of disaster did not rush to kill Zeus. Its cold, abyss-like eyes were fixed on him, a blue light flashing. It prepared to once again erode Zeus with its mental power. Whoosh! Ah whoa! As the harbinger of disaster's mental power surged, the nearby robed monsters let out painful howls, then raised their daggers high and viciously slit their own throats. Blood splattered everywhere, yet they wore expressions of exhilaration, willingly facing death. At the same time, Zeus felt a terrifying mental force pressing down on him. Bang! At the critical moment, the mental protection ring he wore activated, directly nullifying 1/3 of the damage. Zeus endured unprecedented pain, but it was not enough to shatter his mind. Another passive effect of the mental protection ring triggered, sending a counterattack back to the harbinger of disaster. Oh whoa! In an instant, the harbinger of disaster, surrounded by chaotic energy, let out a heart-wrenching scream. It immediately retracted the 8 tentacles that had pierced through Zeus, clutching its head in unbearable pain, emitting mournful cries. Whoosh! Whoosh! Seeing this, the caretaker, suppressing his fear, quickly cast a rapid healing spell on the severely injured Zeus, restoring his health. Then, noticing that the harbinger of disaster seemed unlikely to recover quickly, he urged, "We need to exit the dungeon now. This boss is not something we can handle. It can't possibly be a level 30 to 40 boss. Even max-level bosses aren't this terrifying." The mage and others quickly echoed his sentiments, their faces filled with fear and dread. With Zeus's strength, he could easily defeat many max-level bosses without even using the empty-handed ring, let alone after putting on the empty-handed ultimate ring, which boosts all his attributes by x10. His combat power is not just multiplied by 100, far from it. Those level 100 bosses that originally required Zeus to unleash his ultimate move and several skills to defeat, he can now almost kill with just a basic attack. Yet, when facing this hidden monster that appears in mid to low-level dungeons, the frightening disaster, his full-force kicks surprisingly failed to take it down. Instead, he was completely dominated, utterly powerless to fight back. If it weren't for Zeus wearing the spirit protection ring, he would probably have died here today. Therefore, this apostle, whose level and health bar are invisible, they no longer have any thoughts of taking it down. They just want to quickly take advantage of the monster being in a state of mental chaos, exit the dungeon, and save their lives. You can retreat. First, I want to try again. Although Wuji Zeus was covered in blood and in a dire state, his eyes were brighter than ever, as if a cluster of flames was burning within them, eternally unextinguished. That was the fire of his fighting spirit and indomitable will. Even though he had just been thoroughly beaten by the frightening disaster, he did not feel that he had no chance to kill this boss. This reminded him of when he was weaker and chose to solo speedrun, facing various terrifying bosses alone, encountering countless dangers, yet ultimately still killing the bosses, completing one martial arts transcendence after another. How many years has it been? He hadn't felt this life and death, blood-pumping, adrenaline-fueled sensation in so long. This made Zeus feel both strange and nostalgic, completely disregarding life and death. Swish! Zeus immediately changed into a set of equipment that reduced skill cooldowns, allowing his skills to recover faster. Then, he drank a bottle of Heaven's Spirit Potion, restoring his injured spirit. Next, he downed several special potions he had previously deemed unnecessary, enhancing his strength. Soon, all his skills were off cooldown, and he switched to another set of equipment. This was a set that increased the level of his core buff. Skill, Strong Fist. Drink! Zeus shouted angrily, once again activating the Strong Fist skill. His fists turned red, almost like flames burning. In an instant, his attack power and combat power surged several times. My condition is unprecedentedly good, Zeus murmured, then began to engage in vigorous activity, loosening his muscles, his bones clashing together, producing a continuous sound like firecrackers. I'll give you a buff, Zeus said without looking back at the healer. Okay. The healer witnessed all of this and knew Zeus was serious, so without a word, he applied a set of over a dozen buff enhancements to Zeus. Feels good. Zeus sighed softly, continuing to loosen his joints, making his tense muscles even more relaxed and supple. These years, in order to speedrun, I've hardly used another core skill of Wuji. I almost forgot this move. Now, let me show you my strongest self. Zeus calmly gazed at the gradually recovering frightening disaster. His figure flashed, breaking the sound barrier, and instantly charged towards the frightening disaster. Whoosh! Bang! Wuji's broke through the sound barrier, instantly charging towards the looming disaster above. Although the anxious disaster was gradually recovering, it was still in a state of mental disarray. It attempted to sweep Jizz away with its tentacles, but instead struck at the empty void on the other side. This left the anxious disaster momentarily stunned. The so-called good at water are drowned in water. It, which excels at manipulating minds and creating panic and despair, was now experiencing unprecedented discomfort in its state of mental chaos. In that instant, Jizz had already rushed close to it. Taking advantage of its wild flailing, with its defenses wide open, he unleashed a fierce and brutal Iron Mountain Strike. Bang! Boom! The Iron Mountain Strike shook the heavens and earth, causing the void to collapse. It was about to send the anxious disaster flying away. However, at that moment, Jiz's movements
suddenly changed. He shifted from a shoulder charge to a stance of clenched fists, ruthlessly launching a punch.
inch punch.
Immediately after, as he threw this punch, which should have had a significant follow-up motion, he suddenly
flipped and ended it.
He transitioned into Rising Dragon Fist,
heart-shattering kick, dance of lightning, knee charge.
In just 3 short seconds, Wu Jiz unleashed over 20 powerful skills. These skills, which would normally take at least a minute or two to release one by one, were completed in an instant. The reason he could explode with such speed was due to a special divine skill he had learned, muscle softening. This skill allowed him to forcibly interrupt the current skill when releasing skills, enabling him to execute the next skill. Moreover, the attack power of the interrupted skill would be added to the next skill. Theoretically, as long as Jiz had enough skills and his body could withstand it, he could unleash thousands of times the attack. However, this was practically impossible. The skills suitable for his explosive use were very few, and his body could not endure multiple levels of muscle softening. The reason Jiz rarely used this move was that he preferred speed and was strong enough in combat. 1 or 2 punches could kill elite monsters. Why would he harm his own body by forcibly interrupting skills? The interruption would leave him feeling physically unwell, slowing down his speed. Thus, he seldom used this move. He also rarely encountered any boss that required him to be this serious. Yet this unprecedented apostle, the anxious disaster, made Jiz feel an unprecedented impact, igniting his fighting spirit and causing him to tremble with excitement. So, at this moment, Jiz abandoned everything, completely disregarding whether his body could withstand the force of unleashing dozens of skills in a row. He was solely focused on killing this anxious disaster. Boom! Bang! Bang! At this moment, Jiz transformed into a humanoid killing machine, with his shoulders, elbows, fists, fingers, knees, legs, and feet all unleashing unparalleled combat power. Almost every part of his body was releasing skills, pounding against the flesh of the anxious disaster. Bang! Finally, Jiz forcibly softened his muscles, and all skills were on cooldown, but he gritted his teeth and unleashed a skill that was quite strong but rarely used in his daily life. Iron Headbutt. Crash! Jiz's entire being was like a missile, his head crashing violently into the anxious disaster's withered octopus body. With a loud explosion, Jiz disregarded all consequences, stacking the damage from dozens of skills and adding the attribute damage from the empty-handed mastery ring, finally succeeding in killing this unprecedented terrifying boss. It caused its flesh to explode, turning into countless shattered pieces of octopus, splattering everywhere. The stinking liquid flowed everywhere, splattering all over Zeus's head and face. Ha ha ha! But Zeus didn't care about any of that. His muscles were cracking, blood gushing out, and he threw his head back, letting out an excited laugh. I am the strongest. Bang! As the murmurs ended, Zeus fell heavily to the ground. His life points were rapidly decreasing. In a short time, he had unleashed a tremendous force that his body couldn't withstand, and now he had to bear the backlash. Quick, quick! Whoosh! Seeing this, the Milk Dad's pupils shrank, and he hurriedly cast a series of healing skills on Zeus to prevent him from dying instantly. However, he soon realized that the life points returned by his healing skills were not as fast as Zeus's loss. He quickly instructed the control-type support to equip Zeus with a resurrection armor. If he really died, it would be game over. In that moment, Zeus had truly gone mad. To maximize his attack and unleash his strongest combat power, he had used all damage-increasing equipment and had directly removed the resurrection armor. This was undoubtedly extremely bold and reckless. If his combo ended and his body couldn't withstand the backlash, he would die instantly. Then he would truly be dead, with no chance of coming back. Whoosh! The support with control skills hurriedly used their skills to drag Zeus over. At that moment, they didn't care whether this would hurt Zeus again. They just needed to get him over and equip him with the resurrection armor. That was the most important thing. With the frantic efforts of several people, Zeus finally managed to put on the resurrection armor just before dying. Bang! His life points dropped to 0, and he died instantly. Phew! Fortunately, we almost ran out of time. The Milk Dad and the mage sighed in relief, feeling a sense of dread. The Milk Dad's healing skills also had a cooldown time. If the healing skills ended and he couldn't equip Zeus with the resurrection armor, he wouldn't be able to cast any more healing skills, and then Zeus would really be done for. Fortunately, they managed to equip him with the resurrection armor just before he died. Finally, they didn't have to worry anymore. 10 seconds later, Zeus successfully resurrected. He shook off the backlash from the muscle-softening explosion, that special state of rapidly losing health. Phew! I actually survived? After coming back to life, Zeus opened his eyes filled with confusion and surprise, murmuring softly. He really didn't expect to come back to life. Because at the moment he made that decision, he had truly put life and death aside, never considering whether he could survive. He only had one thought left: to defeat this uniquely powerful boss. As for whether it was worth dying for having come this far, Zeus didn't think about that at all.
He just wanted to conquer this unprecedented strong enemy, surpass himself, and break through his limits. In the end, he succeeded. No regrets in death. But unexpectedly, he had lost consciousness and was saved by his teammates. Zeus couldn't help but feel grateful. Fortunately, his teammates didn't quit the dungeon, or he would have been finished. Thank you. Let's go check the boss treasure chest and see what good stuff we can find. Zeus then showed an excited expression as he approached to open the mysterious chest after clearing the dungeon. Wow! A flash of golden light passed. Inside was a pile of items. Most were myth-level materials. A small portion were equipment, all legendary, with only one being epic. Finally, Zeus discovered a special item. Second job change book. Oath Master. Vow Master? Second job change book? It seems to be a relatively rare hidden class second job change book. Zeus picked up the job change book and examined it carefully. Second job change book. Vow Master prerequisite class. Dark Curse Master / Curse Command Master. Job change requirements. Curse 1 million people. Job change requirements. Clear the Celestial Oath Palace 100 times. Job change requirements. Clear the Curse Master Origin Hall alone. This second job change book has many requirements that made Zeus feel a bit overwhelmed. Curse 1 million people? Wouldn't that be exhausting? After that, Zeus lost interest in looking at these conditions. He focused on checking the special abilities of the Vow Master after the second job change to see its effects. This could be viewed in advance. Just like when Li Genshua had not yet changed to a Judgment Paladin, he already knew that this class could heal and deal damage, making it very powerful. Zeus began to delve deeper into this second job change book. Then, in a flash, he saw a blurry figure in a black robe appear before him. Immediately, this black-robed figure made a move. He directly manipulated the celestial phenomena, striking down on a group of enemies before him, with thunderous attacks continuing. This scene left Zeus a bit dazed. What's going on? Isn't this the Vow Master? Why does it look like the Thunder Law King? As Zeus continued to watch the demonstration of the Vow Master class, he suddenly realized that this Vow Master was not that simple. It was indeed a very terrifying class. Its abilities were akin to an enhanced version of the epic-level divine equipment, the Ring of Oath Destruction. The Ring of Oath Destruction would retaliate and bring divine punishment upon the Oath-taker if they were about to act against their oath, leaving them with no place to die. The Vow Master, on the other hand, would cause direct trouble if the opponent had any thoughts of breaking their oath after swearing it. Even more ruthless. At the same time, the Vow Master possessed exceptionally strong mental power, allowing him to force enemies with weaker mental strength to make toxic oaths, while also interfering with their ability to break the oath, leading to their immediate demise upon making a mistake. Additionally, he could also interfere with the past. For example, if someone likes to make toxic oaths saying things like, "If I deceive you, may I die a terrible death, getting hit by a car when I go out." These so-called toxic oaths originally had no basis, like floating duckweed in water, and held no meaning. But under the Vow Master's intervention, what was originally meaningless toxic oath could truly manifest, reflecting in reality, causing the other party to meet a terrible end. The aforementioned abilities could actually be considered an extraordinary enhancement of the Dark Curse Master. However, the Vow Master was not limited to just cursing others. He also had the ability to heal others. After all, one of his prerequisite classes was also the Curse Command Master. Therefore, upon changing to the Vow Master, this class could not only curse and damage enemies but also use the power of curses to assist teammates, healing them and making them stronger. For example, if a mage said, "Double my damage, reduce my skill cooldown by half so I can clear the dungeon better, I'm willing to lose 10 pounds. Then, the toxic oath would be established. This mage would receive the powerful buff she desired, and after clearing the dungeon, she would also lose 10 pounds. Not just losing weight, but also as a price for not playing the game for a month, undergoing an appendectomy, skin removal, or growing thick hair, etc., achieving a reverse explosion. This class is really strong. It feels like it's not any worse than the Judgment Paladin, and it even seems a bit stronger. After watching the ability introduction video of the Vow Master, Zeus's eyes lit up, and he muttered to himself. Among the second job classes, those like the Judgment Paladin are actually quite rare. After all, becoming a class that can heal and deal damage, one that is worth 2, is no joke. In fact, if strong enough and equipped well enough, taking on 10 opponents would not be a problem. After Li Genshua had transitioned to become a Judgment Paladin, he had also been incredibly arrogant, wanting to spar with Wu Qiming and others. As a result, he was badly beaten. Of course, this was not because the Judgment Paladin was weak. It was because Li Genshua had always been a healer, rarely engaging in fights, and his lack of combat experience led to this situation. If Zeus were to find himself in such a state, capable of healing and fighting, he was confident that with just a few punches he could take down Wu Qiming, Lu Zhanyuan, and the others. Compared to the relatively heavy and slow-moving Judgment Paladin, this Oath Master seemed to be superior in every aspect, making him more intimidating. Of course, the Oath Master also had its drawbacks. For instance, when it came to healing and buffing, the Judgment Paladin could apply buffs to all teammates in one go, but the Oath Master could not. Moreover, he had to wait for his teammates to complete their oaths before applying buffs, which took longer. Whatever, I can't use it anyway. I'll take it back to headquarters and see how they handle it. After being slightly amazed by this Oath Master, Zeus quickly lost interest. After all, no matter how strong this class was, it had nothing to do with him. He then continued to check the items in the treasure chest. Soon, he came across a seemingly plain stone tablet. At first glance, this stone tablet looked ordinary, but upon closer inspection, he found that it was engraved with the image of the great octopus from the previous calamity. What is this thing? Zeus frowned and picked up the small stone tablet. Item: Apostle Prologue Calamity of Dread. This item only had a name introduction, with no further information. But then, Zeus's body suddenly trembled. A vast scene immediately appeared in his mind. In the endless, deep, and silent universe, a gigantic octopus floated in the deep space, surrounded by chaotic energy. As it waved its tentacles, a galaxy collapsed and countless beings perished. In a single thought, within the star domain it controlled, numerous beings shone with a strange light, taking their own lives with blades, willingly becoming sacrifices for their master, the Calamity of Dread. Damn, is this the true form of the Calamity of Dread? So terrifying? Zeus was deeply shocked by the horrifying scenes unfolding before him. Just as this scene was about to end, his vision blurred, and he saw the massive figure of the Calamity of Dread suddenly shrink. It then seemed to become a mere backdrop, surrounded by 9 other terrifying figures that were no less than it and even stronger. The 10 Apostles. The first among them was an incredibly towering figure, its radiance the most brilliant, like a blazing sun in the galaxy, overshadowing the light of all stars. Zeus dared not look directly at it and could not see its face or aura. He only felt that the figure was entwined with endless threads of cause and fate, easily capable of severing the lives of others. This was the first apostle, the Master of Destiny. Following that was the second figure, whose appearance Zeus could not discern either. He only saw it standing in the void, a universe undergoing cycles of life and death. Countless dead beings and objects were revived and then fell apart again. It lived in its own world. This was the second apostle, the nation of delusion. Wow! The third figure brightened, a humanoid being with 8 wings suddenly soaring into the sky. It looked down upon the heavens, intimidating the universe. As its 8 wings spread, a vast expanse of starry rivers fell into ruin and collapse. Its silhouette illuminated the skies, and no one dared to raise their heads, submitting to its dominion. It had once battled the Lord of Fate, but the fight ended prematurely due to other matters, with no clear victor. This was the third apostle, the Wing of the Sky. Wow! A dazzling swordlight, like a river of stars, flashed by, and Zeus felt utterly incapable of resisting under this swordlight. As the sword struck, half of the universe collapsed, and the enemies across the starry river were utterly annihilated. The sword light retracted, revealing a figure that was not particularly tall, slowly appearing. Yet, the appearance of the figure remained unclear. This was the fourth apostle, the Sword of Conquest. Immediately after, a chaotic figure emerged. It was slender and seemed female, with disheveled long hair, exuding endless killing intent. It had 1,000 faces and myriad identities. No one could discern its true identity. With its appearance, everyone felt uneasy, unable to trust anyone around them. This was an unprecedented disaster. This was the fifth apostle, the beginning of chaos. As Zeus only caught half of the apostle's introduction, his mental strength could no longer hold up. He groaned, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his face pale and his spirit exceptionally weak. Zeus? What's wrong with you? Are you okay? Seeing Zeus holding the ominous stone tablet, staring at it intently, but suddenly spitting blood, the mage and the caretaker all changed their expressions and rushed over to check on him. Soon, they confirmed that Zeus's mental state was quite chaotic. The caretaker hurriedly cast buffs to heal his mental state. Meanwhile, the mage and another support fed Zeus various mental potions. After a while, Zeus finally recovered. His face was still very pale, and his eyes revealed a sense of fear and unease. This left the caretaker and the others puzzled. What was going on? Previously, Zeus had faced the ominous disaster without fear, even successfully killing it with a mutually destructive strategy and surviving. Yet now, he hadn't faced any enemies at all. He was merely observing a stone tablet, and it had put him in such an abnormal state, making him feel like a lost dog, restless and anxious. What exactly is wrong with you? What happened? The mage and the caretaker hurriedly inquired with concern. There's trouble. Zeus furrowed his brows, sighed deeply, and his expression slightly relaxed. He then recounted the scenes he had just witnessed to them. What? There are 9 more apostles as twisted as the ominous disaster? A total of 10 apostles? The ominous disaster seems to be ranked at the bottom among the apostles? This can't be true. Don't scare me. After hearing Zeus's words, the caretaker, the mage, and the support all stood in
shocked for a moment, then spoke in disbelief. They felt that if what Zeus said was true, it would be a monumental event. Indeed, it was no small matter. Who would have thought that a boss hidden in a level 30 dungeon would have such a vast background and significance? Zeus sighed deeply and shook his head, saying, "That's not the main issue, because those 10 apostles may not pay attention to our blue star, but the ominous disaster is another matter." Hearing Zeus's words, everyone frowned and then uncertainly said, "What are you talking about? Didn't you already kill the ominous disaster? Do you mean the calamity hasn't died?" Zeus looked at them, nodding and then shaking his head, saying, "The calamity is probably not that simple. It should not be dead. What lurks in this sea of sky may just be a mere avatar." As he spoke, images automatically surfaced in Zeus's mind of the background introduction to the calamity he had seen when he touched the stone tablet. What a terrifying scene it was! The tentacles waving, the endless starry river collapsing, countless beings perishing. In the star domain it dominated, any creature was merely its puppet, its food, its sacrifice. The beings there lived in a state of despair and helplessness under constant mental oppression. Truly, it was a state of perpetual dread. And Zeus did not believe that such a powerful being would enter a small replica of Blue Star in its true form, only to be killed by him in a head-on collision. It couldn't be that simple. Even if the calamity were weakened 100-fold, even if he wielded the ring of empty-handed mastery and wore the ring of mental protection fully equipped, it would still be impossible to achieve a one-for-one exchange with such a being. That was simply a dream. Therefore, Zeus believed there was at least a 90% chance that the calamity in this replica of the Sea of Sky was merely an avatar. Its death would not affect the true calamity at all. However, it might cause the one who overlooks the heavens to lower its head slightly and cast its gaze upon their insignificant blue star. At that time, if the calamity casually swiped with a claw, the entire blue star would likely be shattered. No one would survive. What? Just an avatar? What should we do about this? Hearing Zeus's speculation, the mage and the caretaker were immediately taken aback, their expressions changing. If that were true, it would indeed be even more terrifying. They could face the possibility of annihilation at any moment. "Let's go. We should exit the replica first, return to hold a meeting, and see how to handle this matter." Zeus exhaled a breath of frustration, his gaze flickering before he spoke. "All right." Everyone nodded. They knew this was not something they could decide. After that, they gathered their things, stored them in their spatial rings, and then exited the replica. After leaving the Sea of Sky, they did not linger and hurried towards the capital. Soon after, when the higher-ups of the Dragon Kingdom learned about Zeus's perilous battle and the encounter with the Calamity Stone Tablet, they all realized the seriousness of the situation. The 10 apostles, each one was likely a ruler of the universe, and their small blue star was truly insignificant as dust in the eyes of the other. If they went unnoticed, perhaps it wouldn't matter. After all, humans do not stop to crush passing ants. But if they noticed the ant, they might just idly crush it to see how it would die. And they were well aware that although Blue Star had undergone a mutation, allowing everyone to change jobs as if it were a game invasion, and they could enter replicas to fight monsters and level up, this was never a game. It was the real world. Those goblins, cat demons, and others were creatures from another world. Therefore, the calamity was not a small boss in a game that could be killed to end the matter. In fact, it could very well lead to disaster. An emergency meeting must be convened. Let's see how to handle this matter. Pass the word down, let everyone come, including those lone wolves. When the higher-ups realized the severity of the impending disaster, their expressions turned grave. After a brief discussion, they decided to hold the grandest meeting. They summoned the top powerhouses of the Dragon Kingdom to discuss how to resolve this apostles' disaster. Half a day later, all the powerful figures arrived in the conference room. These individuals were all max-level powerhouses, and the lowest among them had an S-rank profession. Those with A-rank professions were simply not qualified to attend this meeting. Moreover, several rarely seen divine professionals were also present. The sight of so many idols excited the crowd. They were still unclear about the content of the meeting and why they, including divine powerhouses, had been called together. But that did not hinder their excitement at seeing their idols in attendance. All right, most of the people are about gathered. Those who haven't come probably won't make it, so let's just notify them later. As the time approached, a middle-aged man appeared in the center, his expression serious. Yes. The crowd looked at this man with fervent eyes and responded respectfully. This middle-aged man, named Lianyu, was undoubtedly a divine professional after several job changes. The Sword God, also known as the Divine Sword Lianyu, the Divine Sword of the Dragon Kingdom. He was among the first to experience the global upheaval and the era of universal job changes, and he is now one of the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Kingdom. He was the one to preside over this meeting. Only he had such charisma. With a single command, within half a day, all max-level powerhouses of the Dragon Kingdom, Including divine professionals, except for the old-timers who were deep in dungeons and could not be notified, almost all rushed to attend this meeting.
Come everyone, please sign this contract. Liang Yu appeared and ordered someone to bring out the oath of harm contracts for everyone to sign.
The unexpected appearance of the apostle was no small matter. To prevent the news from leaking and causing panic, signing the necessary contracts was only natural.
Of course, these oath of harm contracts were not particularly severe.
They were different from the contracts involving Lu Chen. After all, even if someone accidentally leaked the news, they could quickly contact the person and then seal their mouth, which wouldn't be a big problem. However, if Lu Chen's special abilities were leaked, that would be very serious. Good. When the crowd saw Liang Yu order the oath of harm contracts to be brought out, their expressions shifted slightly, but they were not very surprised and promptly signed without hesitation. They were neither resistant nor surprised by this. After all, the scale of this meeting convened by Liang Yu and others was quite rare. It would be absurd to announce the content without having them sign such a contract. After everyone signed the contract, Liang Yu then ordered someone to bring up the stone tablet engraved with the image of the impending disaster, allowing everyone to examine it. This stone tablet revealed shocking secrets. Poof, poof, ugh. As people began to touch the stone tablet and their minds sank into it, it wasn't long before they could no longer withstand the pressure of the apostle, suddenly spitting blood and opening their eyes in horror.
What's going on? Why are you spitting blood? Is there a problem with this stone tablet?
The others who had not yet examined the stone tablet were also frightened by their appearance and quickly asked nervously,
"You'll know when you touch it yourself. It's terrifying. There are actually such beings in the world? Apostles? What a terrifying sight. Is the reason the sword god called this meeting because of these 10 apostles? Does this mean that the level cap is finally going to be lifted? We won't be stuck at this so-called max level anymore?" Those who had first examined the stone tablet did not explain much to the curious others. They were deep in thought about the intentions behind Liang Yu and the others presenting this stone tablet. If the bosses they encountered on the max level map could be considered bosses, then these apostles were definitely the ultimate bosses. And the current bosses on those max level maps could only be regarded as minor bosses or ordinary elite monsters. Moreover, among the current max level bosses, there were still very few who could solo them in a speedrun. Most still needed to form a team to clear them. This meant that there was still a significant gap between them and these bosses. This should be attributed to the differences brought about by professional levels. If they were SSS level professions or divine level professions, they would definitely be able to solo these max level bosses. Therefore, the bosses in these top-tier dungeons were actually on the same level as them. They had not encountered any bosses or dungeons that surpassed them by too much before. Even if some hidden dungeons occasionally appeared, their inability to clear them was often not due to the monsters inside being too terrifying. Rather, it was the mechanics of the dungeon that prevented them from clearing it. And now, this apostle had inexplicably appeared, with power that completely surpassed all the bosses in the current dungeons. If the bosses in the current dungeons were at level 100, then this calamity of dread had definitely reached level 500, or even 1000. The appearance of such a monster could not be random. It likely represented a new shift in the situation. Just like a major game version update. It was similar to the dimensional space invasion that occurred over 100 years ago on Blue Star, which led to a universal class change. The emergence of such a shift might break their current limits. Could the max level that prevented them from leveling up continue to rise? This thought excited those with divine and SSS level professions, dispelling the inner fear and anxiety brought by the calamity of dread. But, more than half an hour later, over 100 people present had all touched the prologue stone tablet of the calamity of dread. Then, without exception, they all suffered mental trauma and woke up spitting blood. The eighth apostle, the calamity of dread? So terrifying. But does its appearance mean that a new shift in this era is about to occur? After watching the images on the stone tablet, the crowd began to discuss, some in fear, some in worry, some in excitement, and some in trepidation. They all felt that the emergence of the calamity of dread might not necessarily be a bad thing. Alright, everyone has now seen this stone tablet and should have some understanding of the so-called apostles. Now, let me talk to you about some of the problems we are currently facing. After Liang Yu let everyone discuss briefly, he raised his hand to silence their voices and then spoke. This apostle prologue was obtained by Wujizes after clearing a hidden dungeon of over level 30, the Sky Sea, where he killed the calamity of dread and received it from the completion treasure chest. What? How is that possible? The harbinger of disaster has already appeared? And it's in a hidden dungeon over level 30? And then it was killed by Zeus? Is this a joke? It can't be true. Upon hearing Liang Yu's words, everyone on the scene couldn't help but widen their eyes. Even under the awe of Liang Yu's sword god might, many couldn't suppress their gasps. The crowd erupted in an uproar. They felt Liang Yu's words were too unbelievable. After all, they had seen the figure of the harbinger of disaster in the Apostle prologue, which was terrifying beyond measure. Its tentacles spread across the heavens, and its form was so grand that with a single thought it could cause countless galaxies to shatter. Countless beings were under its control, living in constant fear. To say that the harbinger of disaster was a great demon god was not an exaggeration at all. Yet now, Liang Yu was saying that this harbinger of disaster had appeared in a hidden dungeon over level 30, and it was killed by the martial god Zeus? This was simply a joke. This joke was as ridiculous as if the Buddha descended to the world and was then killed by a child throwing a bun at him. Yes, Zeus was indeed strong. In the Dragon Kingdom, he was second only to those god-level professionals, the SSS-level professionals. Among the SS-level professionals, he was considered one of the top tier. To compare him to a child was somewhat insulting. However, it depended on what he was being compared to. If it was just compared to god-level professionals, it was indeed insulting to Zeus. But compared to the harbinger of disaster, no one felt there was any insult, because the gap between the two was simply too vast. To say that Zeus was like a child compared to the harbinger of disaster was actually a compliment. In reality, Zeus, or rather they, should be no different from ants in front of the harbinger of disaster. So now, when Liang Yu said that the harbinger of disaster was killed by Zeus, it made them feel it was too funny. They simply couldn't believe it. You'll know when you watch the video. Liang Yu was not surprised by everyone's reaction, because at first he felt the same way. Then, Liang Yu played a video. It was recorded by a support class member of Zeus's team. Indeed, in the dungeon, ordinary phones and cameras couldn't be used, but there were specialized cameras that could be used for filming. Not only could they film, but they could even be used for live streaming. This was how the racing competitions among the top players emerged after reaching max level. Now, everyone saw the figure of the harbinger of disaster appear in the video, and they were all shocked. It really was the harbinger of disaster? It had actually appeared in the dungeon. But why was it in a low-level dungeon over level 30? Everyone felt confused. Then they saw Zeus being beaten by the harbinger of disaster. Afterward, he activated his muscle softening and other divine skills, and it was only then that he managed to kill the harbinger of disaster in a near mutual destruction. Then Zeus revived using his resurrection armor. What? Resurrection armor? I've been in seclusion for a while. How has the world changed so much? Many people were once again shocked by the appearance of the resurrection armor. You see, Zeus was considered dead once at that time, and only then did he barely manage to kill the projection of this harbinger of disaster. After finishing the video, Liang Yu said with a heavy expression, and what's even more terrifying is that after that, when they re-entered the dungeon, they did not encounter the harbinger of disaster again. This means that the harbinger of disaster that was killed by Zeus might have been its true form that came into the dungeon. So after dying, it couldn't reappear in the dungeon. It could also be that it was not a regular monster projection in the dungeon, but a true apostle avatar, which is why it was relatively weak, and after being killed, it wouldn't reappear. But based on the images we saw in the Apostles' prologue, I feel that the possibility of its true form being present is very, very low, extremely low. The probability is that the calamity we faced was merely a projection. And since its projection has been defeated, could it lead the calamity to turn its gaze towards our blue planet in the vast universe? This is the key reason for us holding this meeting, Liang Yu said with a serious expression. He did not explain the resurrection armor or reveal to them how difficult it was to kill this octopus-like projection of the calamity. At that time, Zeus had used 2 myth-level pieces of equipment to assist him. Combined with his desperate efforts and good luck, the calamity happened to be backfired by its own mental attack, which allowed Zeus to defeat it. There was no immediate significance in revealing this. It would only make everyone more anxious. The most important thing is that currently, the myth-level equipment and Lu Chen's confidentiality mechanism are still the highest. They had not yet considered whether to disclose his existence among a small group of fully leveled experts. Therefore, he did not reveal more insider information. Even if Liang Yu did not mention these insider details, everyone present, after watching the video and listening to his analysis, furrowed their brows, feeling that something was amiss. They all understood that the so-called monsters in the dungeon were not truly living beings, they were merely projections of monsters living on other planets. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to kill so many goblin lords every day and still have so many goblin lords to kill, right? And those rare monsters could reappear after being killed? This indicated that the monsters in the dungeon were likely projections of beings from certain places, manifested onto their blue planet by some special rules. They had become the monsters in the dungeon, similar to a game. That's why they could be killed endlessly. Once one person cleared the dungeon, others could still encounter them. According to Liang Yu, after Zeus defeated that calamity, when he re-entered the Sky Sea dungeon, he surprisingly did not encounter that calamity again. The boss simply vanished? This indeed warranted their vigilance and preparation.
That calamity was likely not just a projected image, but a living being, one of the projections of an apostle that suppresses the heavens? How could such an existence, after being inexplicably defeated on their blue planet, not cast its gaze across the endless starry river towards their small blue planet? Once the calamity decided to strike at them, how could their blue planet withstand it? It would be crushed to dust. So, the content of our meeting now is to discuss how to protect ourselves in the face of the apostle's threat and to enhance the overall strength of the blue planet. This cannot rely solely on our dragon country, it also requires cooperation from other countries. My idea is that all countries should now abandon their prejudices and form a federation to share resources, to create more powerful individuals. Liang, you said. Currently, the situation on the blue planet is somewhat delicate. For example, a god-level professional has awakened in the dragon country, but the second job transfer book suitable for him may not necessarily drop in the dragon country. It might drop in foreign dungeons. And after it drops, would they be willing to sell the second transfer book to you? To enhance your strength? Absolutely not possible. The dragon country is doing something similar, which has led to many powerful individuals having the potential to further enhance themselves but being unable to do so. Now, Liang Yu wants to break this situation. He wants all countries to set aside their prejudices and join forces to confront the threat from the apostles. Well, in such a major matter, we really need to set aside our prejudices and share resources. I have no objections. If it works out, I am also willing to exchange some of the resources I have. After hearing Liang Yu's words, the group of powerful individuals pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. They were all top-tier experts from the Dragon Kingdom, and naturally, they possessed quite a few precious resources. Some of these resources might be special secondary job change books, while others could be skill books for rare professions. There were also some equipment or items suitable for other professions. Although these resources were valuable, the Dragon Kingdom might not have suitable professions to utilize them. On the contrary, most of the compatible professions were abroad. Otherwise, they would have exchanged these resources domestically long ago for what they needed. They had kept these resources in hand to avoid empowering the enemy. But now, faced with a common threat and the looming disaster, they were willing to offer these resources to strengthen themselves if the countries could unite. Alright, since everyone has no objections, I will negotiate with the other countries about this matter. Liang Yu nodded and said solemnly when he saw that there were no dissenters. After discussing a bit more, the meeting came to an end. Liang Yu then prepared to negotiate with the other countries. Of course, this was not something that could be resolved with just a phone call. They needed to sign contracts, check the Apostle Prologue Stone tablet in person, and then communicate. There was much to be done next. On the other side, while Liang Yu was gathering everyone for the meeting, Zeus had arrived alone in Zheng City. I finally made it to Zheng City, now to find Lu Chen. Zeus sighed. He did not attend the meeting. Not because his strength was insufficient. On the contrary, his strength could easily place him in the top 20 among the 100 people present. The main reason he didn't attend was that Liang Yu was concerned. Since he was the one who killed the looming disaster, he wanted to avoid any resentment from others who might blame him for bringing calamity to Blue Star. So, he chose not to attend the meeting, knowing roughly what it would entail. His purpose for coming to Zheng City was different. He needed to deliver the secondary job change book, Oath Master, which he obtained after defeating the looming disaster, to Lu Chen. The Dark Spellcaster does exist in the Dragon Kingdom. It is not a hidden profession but an S-level profession. There are about 4 or 5 Dark Spellcasters in Blue Star, though Zeus wasn't particularly clear on the exact number. This job change book, Oath Master, could be used by both Dark Spellcasters and Curse Masters as prerequisite professions. However, it was obvious that this job change book would not be given to other Dark Spellcasters. It would only be given to Lu Chen, who was likely the last remaining Curse Master in the world. Therefore, Zeus specifically came to Zheng City to hand this job change book to Lu Chen. In fact, given Zeus's status, he didn't need to make a special trip. He could have had someone else deliver the job change book to Lu Chen. However, Zeus wanted to see Lu Chen himself. He also wanted to remind him of the potential crisis that might be coming, urging him to level up quickly and use his unique creator profession to craft more equipment and items to deal with the crisis. Lu Chen, right? Zeus waited for a while next to Lu Chen's house. When Lu Chen came out, he immediately called out, "Ah!" Lu Chen turned his head upon hearing the call. He saw a middle-aged man with an extraordinary appearance looking at him with piercing eyes. His gaze was so bright, like a blazing sun, that Lu Chen felt a bit uncomfortable and averted his eyes, asking, "Who are you?" "Zeus." "He is Wuji Zeus." Lu Chen did not know Zeus, but Lu Hualian and Zhuya were familiar with this powerful figure. After all, their elders were of the same level as Zeus and often interacted with him. "Wuji Zeus?" Lu Chen's eyes flickered as he whispered. Although he was not clear about Zeus's appearance, he had heard of his reputation. He was a formidable martial artist and professional powerhouse.
The empty-handed ultimate ring he had created would most likely be assigned to him for use. However, why had he come to find him? Lu Chen was a bit puzzled. Yes, it's me. Let's go inside and talk. Zeus nodded and then spoke softly. All right. Lu Chen nodded and then led Zeus back into the house. As for school, that could wait. Once back at Lu Chen's home, after closing the door, Zeus got straight to the point. The thing is, I wore the empty-handed ultimate ring you made, and after clearing a hidden dungeon, I obtained a special class change book, so I specifically came to give it to you. Class change book? Lu Chen's interest was piqued as he said, you could have just sent it with someone else, why trouble yourself, senior? Zeus shook his head and said, I don't have much to do right now, it's just on the way. As he spoke, he took out the class change book titled Oath Master and handed it to Lu Chen. This is the class change book, it's very suitable for your profession. Old Wu and the others said you should be able to simplify this class change a bit, then you can change classes quickly and perhaps during the upcoming great calamity you can help out more. As Zeus spoke the first sentence, Lu Chen had already taken the Oath Master class change book. Upon seeing the simple introduction of the class change book, his eyes lit up. It was directly the class change book for the Oath Master? Instead of some other similar profession's class change book that would force him to change classes. This class change book was indeed very suitable for him. Subsequently, Lu Chen's mind was immersed in the introduction of the Oath Master's abilities. He completely missed Zeus's following words. However, Lu Hualian and the others heard what Zeus said, their expressions shifting as they quickly asked, Uncle Wu, what did you mean by that? What great calamity? Zeus, feeling frustrated that Lu Chen hadn't listened to him finish, was suddenly energized when he heard Lu Hualian and the others inquire. He then briefly explained the origin of the class change book to them. Apostle? The calamity of dread? Uncle Wu, you used 2 pieces of mythical equipment and lost a life just to defeat it? Is it really that exaggerated? Lu Hualian and Juya were all shocked after hearing Zeus's words. At the same time, when Zeus mentioned that he had entered the dungeon again but did not see that octopus again, they realized that there might be a significant problem. Swish. As they conversed, Lu Chen's mind also withdrew from the class change book. He understood the power of the Oath Master and the various abilities it represented. Not bad, but it should still be modified a bit. Lu Chen's mind remained immersed in his own world, ignoring what Zeus and the others were saying. He then took out several class change books. These were resources he had obtained from the headquarters during this time. There were class change books for dark priests, evil thought gods, all with attributes and abilities somewhat similar to the Oath Master. He had originally planned to let Lu Chen create a second-tier skill book suitable for his Oath Master. But now, since there was a second-tier book for the Oath Master, Lu Chen felt that he could definitely take the Oath Master as the main focus and merge these class change books to form a better and stronger one. A class change book exclusively for the Oath Master. The Oath Master may feel very strong, but it still seems to be lacking a bit and it hasn't reached its limit yet. Then let me see your limit. Deep Blue, oh no. Creator. Lu Chen held multiple job change books, his eyes shining brightly, and then began to merge and transform the job change book of the Oath Master. Ding. Creation failed. Ding. Creation failed. After 2 consecutive failures, Lu Chen frowned, feeling that his direction might be wrong. He was considering whether to continue the creation. Wow. A dazzling golden light suddenly shone forth. On the 3rd attempt, he finally succeeded in creation. All the job change books in his hands merged into one under the shimmering black and gold light. In the end, Lu Chen was left with only one book, entirely pitch black, with golden edges engraved, with countless intricate patterns and various strange creatures he had never seen before. This was a brand new secondary job change book. Seeing this, Lu Chen felt a bit nervous and apprehensive, quickly checking its introduction. Secondary job change book, World Curse Master Prerequisite Job, Curse Master Job Change Requirements. Curse 10,000 different races of beings. Job change requirements, clear 100 special race dungeons. Job change requirements. Lu Chen glanced at the job change requirements for the World Curse Master and felt that the difficulty of the job change was several times greater than that of the original Oath Master. Of course, the abilities of the World Curse Master were also several times stronger than those of the Oath Master. Oath Master, World Curse Master, a single word difference. But they were worlds apart. One curses with an oath, the other curses the whole world. Who is stronger and who is weaker is clear at a glance. Swish. Then, Lu Chen's mind immersed itself in the introduction and visuals of the job change book for this profession. He then saw a blurry figure, somewhat resembling himself. The figure radiated a rich black light and then moved forward to take action. Swish. In an instant, the thousands of troops ahead were struck by his curse. Basic curse string. Weakness, enter a weakened state for 30 minutes, all attributes decrease by 30%. Basic curse hunger, enter a hunger state for 30 minutes, both defenses decrease by 50%, attack speed increases by 50%.
Basic curse gluttony. Enter a gluttony state for 10 minutes. Will an intelligence decrease by 50%? Anything within reach will be devoured. Basic curse heartbeat. Enter a heartbeat state for 30 minutes. All attributes decrease by 80%. Heartbeat frequency continuously increases. With one curse, the opposing thousands of troops fell into various cursed states. Some went mad with weakness, some gnawed at their teammates' arms, some picked up weapons and bit the stones on the ground, or their heartbeats accelerated to the point of bursting. With one curse, it wasn't long before the entire army was annihilated. This was the gap between the World Curse Master and the Oath Master. He didn't need to rely on oaths to turn curses into rules. He could directly make curses into rules, achieving it in an instant. Then, around this blurry figure, some teammates appeared. He also cast curses on his teammates. Basic curse heartbeat. Enter a heartbeat state for 30 minutes. Attack power plus 100%. Attack speed, casting speed, movement speed, and critical hit rate plus 50%. Basic curse sage. Enter a sage state for 30 minutes. Willpower plus 500%. Skill speed plus 100. Basic curse fury. Enter a fury state for 10 minutes. Sanity minus 30%. Attack speed plus 100%. Attack power plus 150%. Basic curse holding breath. Enter a preconditioned state for 10 minutes with a 120% increase in all attributes. After 10 minutes, a weakened state will ensue. Although these basic curses seem like curses, they are actually a form of indirect buff. Sometimes certain special negative states can actually enhance oneself. For example, in a rage, attack power is significantly stronger than before. After entering a sage state, rationality surges, rendering everything tasteless. For instance, when one needs to hold their breath, the urgency is palpable, with speed, rationality, endurance, and attack power all enhanced. No one can stop me, I will hold my breath. Of course, when the duration of persistence is over and I can no longer hold it, I will enter a weakened state. All attributes will decrease again. This is the ability of the Curse Master. It can also heal and deal damage. It doesn't need to rely on oaths, far stronger than the Curse Oath Master. Its casting is instantaneous, without the need for teammates to slowly make oaths first as a medium to gain buffs. Swish! Then, the scene before Lu Qin shifted. The Curse Master entered the dungeon. Next, a terrifying scene unfolded, causing Lu Qin's heart to race in surprise. Bang! The Curse Master entered a special dungeon. Similar to the Light Origin dungeon they had visited before, it had a special mechanism. If you didn't complete this mechanism, you couldn't attack the boss or the elite monsters in the room. However, the Curse Master acted and directly changed the rules and mechanisms. The monsters appeared before him. Then, with a round of curses, they were suffocated to death. How is this possible? He can forcibly change the rules? This can't be real? Lu Chen was utterly stunned by this scene. He never expected that the Curse Master, besides cursing enemies and teammates, could also curse the dungeon. Wait a minute. Curse Master? Curse Master. So, this Curse Master isn't just impressive in name, with a curse range that can cover the entire world, but it can actually curse this world, causing the rules and order of the world to collapse and change under his curse. The subsequent scenes further confirmed Lu Chen's speculation. The Curse Master acted again. There was originally a thundercloud in the dungeon, a mechanism to make people avoid being attacked. Otherwise, if attacked, one would either die or be severely injured. As a result, under the Curse Master's curse, the thundercloud didn't attack him at all. Instead, it began to bombard the monsters in the dungeon frantically. Immediately after, the Curse Master changed the rules once more. The experience that could be gained in the dungeon doubled, then quadrupled, then became 8 times, 16 times. Under his leadership, a group of people gained massive experience points, leveling up rapidly. Then, the boss voluntarily came out of the boss room, starting to help him attack those ordinary monsters and elite monsters. After the boss eliminated all the monsters in the dungeon, it directly committed suicide. The dungeon was thus easily cleared. Damn, is it really this overpowered? Lu Chen looked at the various monstrous abilities displayed by the Curse Master, shot to the point of almost biting his tongue. It was the first time he had seen such an overpowered profession. This was simply like cheating in a game. After Lu Chen finished watching the ability preview of the Curse Master profession, he was left dumbfounded. He never expected that there could be such an overpowered profession in the real world. Initially, he thought that his Curse Master profession was insignificant compared to the unique profession of creator. The only useful aspect might be the ability to increase the success rate of his creations by sacrificing his own life. But now, after seeing the abilities of the Curse Master's second transition, he felt that the Curse Master was not at all inferior to the creator, and could even be said to be stronger and more terrifying than his current creator. For the creator to surpass or even match the Curse Master, it would probably require a second transition as well. Ha! Lu Chen let out a long breath, opened his eyes, and his expression was somewhat excited. How is it? Did the transition conditions become easier? Seeing
Lu Chen opened his eyes. Ziz also stopped his conversation with Lu Hualian and the others, quickly asking.
Although the curse master was quite strong, it didn't mean much for the crisis they might face.
However, since Lu Chen was a creator,
a unique profession that was very powerful, getting him to transition to a curse master early would also give him more self-protection ability. This was why he hurried over to hand the transition book to Lu Chen.
Easier? No, it has become even harder now.
After hearing Ziz's words, Lu Chen was momentarily stunned, then shook his head and smiled. Although he said the transition had become harder, the brilliant smile on his face was hard to hide.
What is going on?
Hearing Lu Chen's words, Ziz was stunned for a moment, unable to understand what Lu Chen was doing.
Didn't Wu Qiming and Li Zhenshu say that Lu Chen could make the transition conditions easier?
Why did he make them harder
instead? But if the transition conditions had become harder, then why was he still smiling?
Confused, Ziz also realized that this matter was probably not as simple as Lu Chen said. He hesitated for a moment and asked, "Can I take a look
at that transition book?"
Although he was a max-level powerhouse ranked highly in the world, Lu Chen was not an ordinary person. Even if his level was currently low, and Ziz could easily defeat him with a finger, he would not belittle
him.
The respect that should be given, he would still give. After all, no one could guarantee that one day he wouldn't need to seek Lu Chen's help. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "All right."
He then handed
over the very special transition book of the Curse Master for him to look at.
Originally, Lu Chen was somewhat reluctant to show it to him.
But after thinking carefully, since Ziz was sent to deliver the transition book, it meant he was trustworthy. Moreover, this transition book for the Curse Master was different from before. The prerequisite profession could only be Curse Master, and no longer could it be used by a Dark Curse Master.
Currently, there was probably
only him as a Curse Master in the world, so he didn't need to worry about Ziz suddenly having ill intentions and trying to snatch away a transition book that he couldn't use at all. And if he wanted to transition to a Curse Master, it would be a bit difficult relying solely on his own abilities. So, he had no choice but to let the other party see the transition book to help him understand the difficulty of the transition and then cooperate with him to formulate the
next transition plan.
Cursed, huh? Wait, why has the name changed? Ziz took the transition book and instinctively looked at the transition requirements, finding that they were indeed much harder than before. Then, he raised his gaze to look at the title of the transition book. Next, he widened his eyes, discovering that the Curse Master had actually changed to the Curse Sovereign. The oath had turned into Sovereign. This profession seemed to have undergone
a tremendous change. In the next moment, Ziz's consciousness was also pulled into the scene of the profession preview.
Then, he saw the various incredible abilities of the Curse Sovereign. He was so shocked that he almost bit his own tongue.
What the hell? This can actually work? What the hell is this? Is this cheating or what? Ziz exclaimed in astonishment as if his worldview had been overturned.
The three girls, Lu Hualian, sitting beside him exchanged glances, curious about what the second job transfer book had turned into that made Ziz lose his composure like this. They were also a bit anxious to see just how outrageous Lu Chen's second job was.
After a while, Ziz finally withdrew his consciousness from the second job transfer book.
He looked at Lu Chen with a disheveled expression, his eyes nearly turning bloodshot with rage.
He had always thought his own profession was strong and didn't envy others' SSS level or God level professions.
In his view, as long as the conditions were right, he could kick them to death with one blow. But now, he was really feeling a bit envious of Lu Chen's cursed world master profession. It wasn't the ability to curse teammates or enemies, but the ability to curse the world, changing the very rules of the world.
Is this really a power that a person can possess?
If this profession were to grow and reach the same level as his, when they faced off against each other, would he have a chance to kick Lu Chen?
Ziz began to doubt his life. Can you show us?
On the other side, Lu Hualian and Juya were eager to know about the second job transfer book, calling out sweetly, "Whom?" Ziz came back to his senses, his expression turning serious as he frowned at them. Then he hesitated and looked at Lu Chen. In his opinion, there was no need to show them the second job transfer book, but they were now Lu Chen's personal guards, so it was up to Lu Chen to decide.
Lu Chen nodded. Yeah, let them see it too.
Since he had already shown the Cursed World Master's second job transfer book to Ziz, there was no need to hide it from those he trusted. So, Lu Hualian and the others took the second job transfer book and soon became immersed in the preview of the profession's abilities, exclaiming in surprise,
"This is too strong. This profession is too awesome." Suddenly, our professions feel like they're just ordinary jobs compared to his? By the way, if this profession's abilities were to be combined with the creators, it seems there could be some unexpected results. After the three girls finished watching the preview of the Cursed World Master's abilities, they were left speechless in shock. Then, Juya felt that the Cursed World Master's abilities could also complement the creator's abilities, making it easier for Lu Chen to create. In fact, when Lu Chen developed to a certain level, he might even be able to use the Cursed World's abilities to create things out of thin air. It's indeed possible. This profession is very suitable for you. Z's hearing Zhu Ya's analysis, thought for a moment and felt it could be true, then nodded. Lu Chen's creator abilities were currently more focused on optimization, fusion, and purification. While it could be considered creation, it was more like low-level creation. Creating something out of nothing was completely beyond Lu Chen's current capabilities. But if he were to be assisted by the Cursed World Master's abilities, perhaps one day he could truly achieve creation out of nothing. However, even with the help of the Curse Master's abilities, allowing Lu Chen to create things out of thin air seems to have little significance. Zeus shook his head inwardly, because the abilities of a creator also seem to have limits. Allowing Lu Chen to create things out of thin air is merely a matter of not using materials. The items he can create are still the same as before, just with reduced material loss. If we want Lu Chen to advance further, we cannot rely on the Curse Master to assist the creator. That would undoubtedly be overkill. Instead, we should aim for Lu Chen's creator to achieve a second transition to become a creator or a forger, a god of creation. Only then would Lu Chen's creation ability see a qualitative leap. Soon, Zeus collected his thoughts, shook his head, and stopped dwelling on these matters. The idea of becoming a creator seems a bit impractical. They are still too far from that goal. It's better to think about how to help Lu Chen quickly transition to the Curse Master. Well, the headquarters arranged for me to come here, and besides handing you this transition book, my intention is also to assist you with your second transition. I'll formulate a second transition plan for you so you can achieve it as quickly and efficiently as possible. Originally, I had already prepared a plan for your next transition to become a Curse Master, but now, with your change in second transition profession, I need to replan. Zeus's expression became serious as he spoke. He then picked up the second transition book of the Curse Master and began to examine it closely. Originally, the prerequisite level for the Curse Master's second transition was level 50, but now, due to your modifications, the prerequisite level has been lowered to 48, a reduction of 2 levels. In that case, we should be able to start the second transition 3 to 5 days earlier. Of course, your second transition conditions are more stringent than those of the original Curse Master. You need to curse 10,000 different races of beings, which means cursing myriad races. Currently, it's uncertain whether there are myriad races in the dungeons within our Dragon Kingdom. I will have someone specifically investigate this later. If it doesn't work out, we can check the dungeons in other countries. Additionally, the other transition conditions are also quite harsh. We need 100 special dungeons of different races. These dungeons should be from the core worlds of alien races, and completing them will fulfill the preliminary conditions for Curse World, which is quite difficult. Is there any way you can optimize these transition conditions? Zeus began to seriously arrange the second transition plan for Lu Chen, then looked at him and asked. The initial second transition plan he had formulated was now completely unusable due to Lu Chen's modifications to the transition book. Now, Lu Chen's second transition requirements were much more challenging, so he thought of Lu Chen's data, which indicated that he could lower the difficulty of the second transition requirements. If that could be done, then his second transition should be much easier. No. Under Zeus's hopeful gaze, Lu Chen shook his head. I just tried it. This difficulty is already the lowest. Alright. Then let's start fulfilling the second transition requirements now. Upon hearing this, Zeus felt a bit disappointed. But then, he didn't dwell on it. If it couldn't be done, then they would just have to work harder. After that, Zeus asked Lu Chen to wait a moment. He took out his phone and called the headquarters. He didn't directly reveal Lu Chen's new second transition profession over the phone, but asked them to investigate which dungeons had different races, preferably finding out about 10,000 of them, as well as the dungeons from the core worlds of alien races, and other related information, urging them to find it quickly. Once found, they should send it to him. Although the headquarters didn't understand Zeus's intentions, they agreed without hesitation. They then began to send people to carry out the tasks. After hanging up the phone, Zeus called Lu Zhanyuan and others. He didn't reveal Lu Chen's second job in the phone call. After all, it's better to be cautious. He just asked Lu Zhanyuan to hurry up and prepare the capsules. He didn't directly mention the experience capsules, but Lu Zhanyuan knew what he was talking about. I understand. I'll arrange for the capsules to be sent over gradually. Although Lu Zhanyuan wasn't very clear about Lu Chen's second job, he knew that Lu Chen was about to start his second job, and Zai Si would assist Lu Chen with his second job, and Li Zhenshua and others would also go to help Lu Chen. As for him, as the military leader, he would be a bit busy lately, so he couldn't go help. Zai Si responded a few times and then hung up the phone. Alright, let's set off now. After making a few calls, Zai Si put away his phone and sent a team invitation to Lu Chen. Lu Chen nodded and then joined Zai Si's team. As for Lu Hualian and Zhuya, they didn't join the team. There was no need. Zai Si then took Lu Chen directly into the Goblin Forest dungeon. He let Lu Chen curse the goblins. Whoa. Under Lu Chen's curse, the goblins cried out and then met a tragic end. Mainly because the goblins were too low in level,
And although Lu Chen's Curse Master wasn't a primary damage-dealing class, leaning more towards support, he could easily curse and kill them.
Curse all races, complete 1. Then, Zai quickly cleared the goblin forest. He took Lu Chen to the cat demon jungle next. He let him curse the cat demons. Their actions weren't aimed at gaining experience points, so there was no need to worry about the experience penalty mechanism that comes with bringing high-level players. And if Lu Chen changed his class to Curse Master later, he would probably be able to curse the world, making this experience penalty mechanism disappear. In that case, perhaps in the future, once everyone changed jobs, there would be big shots helping them level up quickly to max level. Of course, this max level was actually quite superficial. After all, there wasn't much combat experience. If they really encountered a strong player who leveled up step by step, even if there was a difference of dozens of levels, that so-called max-level newbie would still be beaten up. Whoosh! Awooh! Moo! Roar! Under Zai's leadership, Lu Chen successively cursed goblins, cat demons, minotaurs, skeletons, zombies, dragon people, coral fish, slimes, and snails. They traveled through several schools' beginner dungeons. Then they left Jiang City and went to nearby city schools, continuing to find uncursed alien races to curse them. At first, the people in these schools certainly wouldn't let them in casually. But once Zai revealed his identity, everything was naturally fine. In the blink of an eye, a day passed. By 6 o'clock in the evening, the dungeon closed. Throughout the day, Lu Chen had cursed over 100 alien races. Only over 100 alien races in one day. How long is this going to take? Zai frowned. 100 a day means 1,000 in 10 days. Looking at it this way, it didn't seem particularly slow. 100 days would be enough to complete the curse all races job change requirement. But that's not how it works. Many monsters in the dungeons actually belong to similar races. So at the beginning, they might be able to curse 100 different races in a day. But after reaching over 1,000 races, could they still curse 100 alien races in a day? Zai frowned and looked at Lu Chen, then thought of something and muttered, Curse Master, hey, can you directly distort the races of the monsters? Zai felt that Lu Chen's second class advancement was a bit difficult. And since he couldn't reduce the conditions for cursing all races, could he use his Curse Master abilities to change the monster's race? If feasible, this should speed up his second class advancement. Curse change of race? Hearing Zai's words, Lu Chen was momentarily taken aback. Then he showed a strange expression and pondered slightly. He hadn't expected Zai to have such a wildly imaginative idea. However, this seems somewhat feasible. Just like the fairy which could turn enemies and allies into small animals, it seemed that he, as a Curse Master, could also give it a try, but this might consume more of his lifespan. But if he could successfully advance to the second class, the lifespan he consumed could be replenished later with longevity pills, which didn't seem like much of a problem. Alright, I'll give it a try. Lu Chen nodded slightly, then turned his gaze to Zai, his expression eager to try. Hey, don't mess around with me, this is not a joke. Zai saw Lu Chen looking at him with an eager expression, and his heart suddenly skipped a beat. He quickly waved his hand at him. Lu Chen was still unclear whether he could modify the race of the monsters with his curse. If it was possible and it was permanent, then if he was cursed by Lu Chen and turned into some chaotic monster and couldn't turn back, wouldn't he have nowhere to cry? Zai naturally couldn't let Lu Chen mess around with him. Oh, fine. Lu Chen nodded, giving up on the idea of casting the spell. After being persuaded by Zai, he indeed had the thought of having Zai cooperate with him to try this method. However, if Zai was unwilling, that was that. Moreover, he thought about it, Zai's level was also very high. Forcing a modification of Zai's body to turn him into another race that seemed to be very difficult. It would be better to find some lower-level goblins or slimes to try. Let's go, we'll head to the wild. Seeing this, Zai quickly pulled Lu Chen to the wild to find wild monsters to test their skills. Before long, they left the base city and arrived at a slime monster area. Slurp slurp. This group of slimes, like jelly, crawled around nearby, leaving a trail of liquid where they wriggled. Sticky, like mucus. Let's practice on them. I feel like slimes have higher plasticity. Zai stood aside, not approaching the slimes, and said to Lu Chen, okay. Lu Chen nodded, then tried to use his curse technique on the slimes. Whoosh! A layer of black light enveloped one of the slimes. Moments later, it began to twist and struggle. Soon, the slime really started to reshape its body. It turned into a jellyfish. Did it succeed? Zai's eyes lit up at the sight, and he quickly asked. It seems so. Lu Chen nodded, his face slightly pale. The consumption from just casting this spell was quite significant, even greater than when he cast the spell to increase success rates. Moreover, this kind of action seemed to have some heavenly repercussions. After successfully casting the curse, he immediately felt something abnormal in his body. But fortunately, he now had the Ring of Purity. The curse backlash or hidden dangers were all purified by the Ring of Purity disappearing without a trace. Otherwise, Lu Chen really wouldn't dare to continue. Try to see if you can successfully curse it? Zez, unaware of the dangers Lu Chen faced, quickly asked him. Let's see if he could successfully curse this jellyfish? Would it increase the curse all races +1 in the conditions for the second class advancement? If not, then Lu Chen's action this time wouldn't count as a success. At most, it only changed the appearance of the slime, but its essence remained that of a slime. Lu Chen nodded and then cast the simplest curse on this jellyfish slime. Bayu with a curse, the jellyfish immediately convulsed as if struck by lightning, flipping over and twitching uncontrollably. Lu Chen then checked the job change conditions for the curse of all races. He found that it had succeeded +1. It worked. Great. Lu Chen nodded, his excitement hard to conceal. Alright, let's continue, Zaysi said, equally excited. Since his idea was feasible, Lu Chen's curse on all races should not be a big problem. Time could also move faster. Whoosh! Puff! Soon, Lu Chen cast curses on several slimes, causing their forms to change dramatically. However, after a few successes, Lu Chen encountered a failure again. What's going on? Why did it fail again? Zaysi frowned and asked. I'm not sure, it might be because. Lu Chen also frowned, pondering the reason for the failure, and speculated it could be because the race I want to change is too different from the slime? What race were you trying to change it into? Zaysi asked. Lu Chen replied, gorilla. Zaysi. A slime turning into a gorilla? That's quite a leap. At first, Lu Chen's transformations of the slime were into creatures like jellyfish, slugs, and crystal monsters, which were somewhat similar to slimes. But now, he wanted to transform it into a gorilla, and the difference was clearly too great. However, this was still an attempt. After all, there aren't many alien monsters that are close to slimes. Lu Chen couldn't try too many types, so he was bound to switch to other races for experimentation. And since this attempt had failed, it indicated that Lu Chen couldn't make slimes transform into any race of monsters at will. Therefore, their idea was both a success and a failure. They couldn't rely solely on harvesting slimes. To complete the curse of all races plan, they would need to modify other races as well. This would delay their time considerably. It's fine, you can look again to see what race you can change the slime into. When we can't harvest anymore, we'll switch to another monster to continue, Zaysi said. Okay. Lu Chen nodded and then once again cast a curse to modify the slime. Whoosh! Soon, three-headed slimes, long-haired slimes, and other special slime races appeared. Lu Chen cursed them and found that some special slimes could be counted as part of a race, while others could not. So there really are long-haired slimes and poisonous spotted slimes in this world? And they are fundamentally different from ordinary slimes, which is why they count as a slot, Lu Chen speculated. And since this was feasible, he would have Zaysi take him to find some lion monsters. He should be able to transform them into golden lion race, nine-headed lion race, black gold lion race, tiger lion race, and so on. Then find some snake monsters to transform into nine-colored swallowing pythons, Medusa, as well as soft-bone charm rabbits, blue silver grass. They should also be able to be transformed, right? Lu Chen secretly guessed that the feasibility was quite high. After a moment, Lu Chen's transformation of the slime was complete. It could no longer be transformed into other races. Puff puff puff. At the same time, Lu Chen's monster transformation seemed to have some issues. After about 10 minutes, some of the monsters he transformed would revert to their original slime form. Others would simply die. It seemed they could not endure this curse for long. However, even though these slimes died, the number of times Lu Chen's curse on all races did not decrease. His attempt was still considered a success. That's enough, let's change places. Lu Chen no longer wanted to continue meaningless attempts. After all, each attempt cost him dearly. Although this loss could be compensated with longevity pills, he was still reluctant to engage in multiple meaningless attempts. For the time being, it seemed that longevity pills could make up for the lost lifespan? But who could know if this repeated shortening and restoring of lifespan had no effect on him? Would there not be some unknown hidden danger? It was like constantly catching a cold, taking medicine to recover, then catching a cold again and taking medicine. Would that have no problems at all? Moreover, who would want to torment themselves like that? Therefore, Lu Chen held this view regarding creation as well. He would try to increase the success rate as much as possible before attempting to create. It wasn't that if the success rate was at 30% or 50%, he would just go ahead and try repeatedly without concern for material loss, as the worst that could happen would be consuming mental energy and sacrificing a few more lives to increase the success rate. That would be foolish. If there were indeed hidden dangers in sacrificing lives, he wouldn't even know how he died. Thus, Lu Chen would try to raise the success rate of creation as high as possible, and only when it was truly impossible to increase the success rate would he take action. After all, with the skill of insight, raising the success rate of creation would only take a little more time.
The time spent on this was probably similar to repeatedly sacrificing lives for creation under low success rates. Gradually improving the success rate of creation was even more reliable.
Alright, let's try again in a different place. Zeus nodded and then took Lu Chen away from the slime monster area.
Shortly after they left, the slimes that had been cursed and transformed by Lu Chen quickly died.
However, this wild area would refresh slimes every so often.
Therefore, before long, the bodies of the slimes that had been transformed by Lu Chen disappeared completely.
Even if someone passed by here, Lu Chen's experiments and transformations would not occur again. Not long after, Lu Chen followed Zeus to a monkey monster area.
Perhaps it was because Lu Chen had just thought about transforming slimes into gorillas, so Zeus specifically brought him here. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. These monkey monsters were fierce. Upon seeing Lu Chen and the others approach, they screeched and charged at them to steal peaches.
Bang! Boom! Without Lu Chen needing to take action, Zeus directly intervened and quickly turned these suicidal monkey monsters into a mist of blood. Looking for death, Zeus easily killed these monkey monsters, clapped his hands, and then said to Lu Chen, "You can continue trying." Okay. Lu Chen nodded and then began to perform curse transformations on these obedient monkey monsters.
Soon, three-eyed monkeys, explosive monkeys, flame monkeys, little fire monkeys, fierce fire monkeys, gentle fire monkeys, and explosive flame apes were all attempted by Lu Chen for transformation. Of course, some attempts were quite successful, lasting at least a dozen minutes. Others were not very successful, they would die immediately after being transformed. However, even if they died immediately, they still belonged to the monsters that Lu Chen had transformed with curses. Therefore, he was still cursed by Lu Chen. As a result, the number of curses Lu Chen cast on the myriad races continued to rise. The increase was rapid. Fortunately, the conditions for this curse on the myriad races aren't too harsh. It doesn't require just one specific race, otherwise it would be truly difficult.
Lu Chen sighed.
Although these monkeys actually belonged to the monkey monsters, they were still marked as different races due to their distinctions. Otherwise, if all the different monkeys were counted as one monkey race, the requirements for the second transformation would be too challenging.
In fact, if it were any stricter, if monkey monsters and bull-headed monsters were counted as one, then that would be the demon race. That would be a real problem. Lu Chen would probably find it impossible to fulfill the conditions for this curse on the myriad races in his lifetime. Because in the true sense, there aren't many major races. It's probably just the human race, demon race, monster race, and divine race. Cursing 10,000 such races is not something an ordinary person can achieve. Fortunately, the requirements for the second transformation of this curse master aren't that extreme.
Otherwise, Lu Chen might have given up on becoming a curse master and instead aimed to become a curse oath master first.
He could always aim for the curse master later. Bang! Boom! More than an hour later, Lu Chen's transformation of the monkey monsters was also complete.
He successfully transformed one type of monkey monster into more than 30 different types, increasing the quota for the curse on the myriad races by over 30.
Although his transformation wasn't entirely successful, the explosive monkeys, warm water apes, and other monkey monsters he modified couldn't really survive. They could only last for a while before dying suddenly.
But Lu Chen himself wasn't trying to open a zoo, so this was already considered a success for him. A few hours later,
it was already past 11 at night. Lu Chen followed Zeus around, having transformed an unknown number of alien monsters. His cursed alien quota had now reached over 500 types. Aren't you tired? Do you want to take a break and go back to sleep? Zeus glanced at the time and then said to Lu Chen. Lu Chen shook his head. I'm fine, I'm not tired. Are you tired, senior? No, I'm fine. I'm just worried you might not be able to handle it. Zeus shook his head. He often stayed up all night. In the past, he had gone 3 days and nights without sleep for racing. So staying up for a few days while guiding Lu Chen through the second transformation was no problem for him. He was just concerned that with Lu Chen's small frame, he might not be able to endure it. After all, Lu Chen was very important. There was no need to rush his second transformation and cause problems later. I can handle it. If I can't, I'll let you know. Lu Chen nodded. He understood Zeus's concern. His body wasn't just his own. His health was also related to the country's future development and plans. So his health couldn't have any issues. Time passed. The next morning arrived. After a night of staying up, Lu Chen had completed 1/10 of his task for the curse on the myriad races. He had cursed over 1,000 different alien races. At that moment, Zeus received a phone call and then said to Lu Chen, "Your experience capsule has arrived. Let's wait a bit before cursing." Is the experience capsule here again? Lu Chen's eyes showed a hint of anticipation upon hearing this. He had used an experience capsule once before, and at that time, he had leveled up 5 times, going from level 27 to level 32. That was still a relatively small capacity capsule. If it had been the maximum capacity experience capsule, he might have even leveled up 10 times. Now, even though he was already at level 32, if he were given a
dozen more experience capsules, he should be able to quickly level up to over level 40. That would bring him very close to the level requirement of 48 for his second class change. However, during Lu Chen's all-night monster hunting, he hadn't even managed to gain a single level. His overall experience percentage had hardly increased at all. This was because they were all looking for low-level monsters to curse and transform their races. How could that yield much experience? Good. Lu Chen nodded, then drank a bottle of mental potion to replenish his spirit and followed Zeus out of the wilderness. Back in Zhang City, soon someone approached them and handed them a spatial ring. Lu Chen took the spatial ring and then went home with Zeus. On the way back, he first checked the experience capsules inside the spatial ring. There were a total of 6 experience capsules. Among them, 5 were the million-level experience reserve capsules he had initially created. The other one was a 5 million-level experience reserve capsule made with better materials later on. 1 could equal 5. The total experience stored in these 6 experience capsules reached 10 million. 10 million experience, that should definitely be enough for me to level up to over 40. Lu Chen sighed. Zeus said, the next batch of experience capsules should be ready in 3 days. And we have also prepared quite a bit of raw materials for the experience reserve capsules. If you have time, take a look and make some more experience reserve capsules. Lu Chen nodded, indicating it was no problem. Not long after, they returned to Lu Chen's small home. Zeus said, your house is too small. I've already applied for a villa near number 1 high school for you. Do you want to move there? Lu Chen thought for a moment and nodded, sure, let's go level up first and then have someone come to move. There weren't any particularly valuable items in his home, most were stored in the spatial ring. So, even when he wasn't home, he could hire someone to move and let Lu Hualian and the others keep an eye on things. Alright, Zeus nodded. Lu Chen didn't say anything more. He sat down on the sofa and began to use the experience capsules. Wow! The first one he used was a million experience capsule, instantly raising his level from 32 to 35. He leveled up 3 times. That was quite good. The experience capsule he had used before had a capacity of about 500,000 experience. And because he was at a low level then, at level 27, he had leveled up 5 times. Now at level 32, the experience required for leveling up was certainly more than before. A million experience capsule allowing him to level up 3 times was quite impressive. Soon, Lu Chen used up all these experience reserve capsules. His level soared from 35 to 42. Moreover, after reaching level 42, his experience percentage had also reached half. And he was close to leveling up to 43. Almost there, just give me a dozen more experience capsules like this and I can level up to 48. Lu Chen sighed comfortably. The 3 girls, Lu Hualian and the others, sitting beside him, stared in disbelief. They weren't even at max level yet, all just over level 60. Seeing Lu Chen level up so rapidly without doing anything, how could they not be envious? However, even if they were envious, they understood that the current experience reserve capsules had nothing to do with them. Basically, they were all supplied to Lu Chen. When he reached the maximum level, perhaps the experience capsules would then be shared with others, and they might not necessarily be among the first to receive the experience capsules. Ding! Lu Chen received a text message. He took out his phone to check. It was from Li Shuyu. Li Shuyu didn't ask him why he hadn't come to school yesterday or today. Instead, she told him that she had finally leveled up from level 19 to level 20. In just about 10 days, Li Shuyu had gone from being a newly promoted level 1 to level 20. This speed was quite fast, far surpassing her peers. Last month, Zhao Fian, who had also changed jobs, took a month to level up to over level 20. The reason for their significant gap wasn't that Zhao Fian was lacking. It was because Li Shuyu had received a lot of support from Lu Chen. Not only did she have various potions that reduced cooldowns, increased spell strength, and improved casting speed, she also had potions that granted double experience. This was what allowed Li Shuyu to level up so quickly. Otherwise, when she reached around level 17, it would take at least 10 days to normally grind monsters to level up to 20. Congratulations, keep it up. Lu Chen smiled and replied to Li Shuyu's message. He didn't mention that he was already at level 42, saying that would likely severely impact Li Shuyu's confidence. It would make her doubt her life choices. Although it seemed like there was only a 20 level difference between level 40 and level 20, the gap between these 20 levels was completely different from that between levels 1 to 20. For an average person to level up from 20 to 40, it would take at least 5 to 6 years. This was assuming they didn't slack off and spent every day from morning to night grinding dungeons and leveling up. For an S-class profession, with various potions to assist and a suitable team to level with, it would still take at least 2 to 3 years to go from level 20 to 40. Therefore, Lu Chen had only taken about 10 days to reach level 40 since his job change, saving nearly a decade compared to most ordinary job changers. Li Shuyu didn't reply to Lu Chen's message, probably because she had gone back to grinding dungeons.
Lu Chen didn't mind too much.
He took a short break, then enjoyed a delicious breakfast made by
Zhu Ye. Only then did he leave with Zez.
Meanwhile, Lu Hualian and the others were responsible for helping Lu Chen move later.
They would be moving to the big villa. Are we going this far? Lu Chen thought Zez would
take him to a wild monster area near Jiangcheng for the curse mission. Unexpectedly, Zez did not do that this time but took him across several base cities.
Zez explained, I just received the information on various race dungeons that have been investigated and found that there is a special low-level dungeon near Lin City that might be more suitable for you to complete the curse mission. What is it? Lu Chen asked curiously. Zez kept it a secret and didn't elaborate. Soon after, they arrived at Lin City. Then, in the core area of Lin City No. 1 High School, they entered that special dungeon. Dungeon, Mysterious Insect Nest Level, Level 3 Difficulty. Lu Chen, under the guidance of Zeus, entered this special low-level dungeon, the Mysterious Insect Nest. Although the level and difficulty of this dungeon were quite low, at level 3.5 a star, Lu Chen sensed that the name of the dungeon hinted at its uniqueness, which could help him better complete the second transfer task of cursing all races. Whoosh! Soon, a flash of light appeared. Lu Chen and Zeus found themselves in a patch of dense weeds. Not long after arriving in this thicket, Lu Chen discovered several traces of strange insects. There were grasshoppers, mantises, ants, cicadas, spiders, scorpions, and various other strange insects. Just among these unaltered alien species, there were already more than a dozen, which made Lu Chen particularly delighted. Chirp chirp. Quickly, Lu Chen cast curses on them. Instantly, the number of cursed races increased by more than 10. Don't waste time transforming them slowly, just kill them and head to the boss room. Zeus urged when he saw Lu Chen preparing to keep the grasshoppers and spiders for gradual transformation. Okay. Lu Chen had initially planned to transform these dozen or so insects into over 100 different strange insects and then from those create over 1,000, but upon hearing Zeus's words he realized that the boss or elite monsters in the boss room could bring him even more surprises. So, he decided to move on. Chirp chirp. With a few curses, the grasshoppers, ants, mantises, and other strange insect monsters all perished. Experience +1. Experience +1. Lu Chen was already at level 42, and this low-level dungeon hardly provided him with any experience. 1 point of experience was practically negligible. Whoosh! Boom! Moments later, Lu Chen followed Zeus and finally reached the boss room. There, he saw a very large insect nest. This insect nest was quite special. It would soon give birth to dozens of different strange insects. There were scorpions, grasshoppers, cicadas, spiders, ants, mantises, cockroaches, and more. Some were plump white larvae, which would eventually metamorphose into longhorn beetles, cicadas, moths, and so on. How about it? This insect nest should be perfect for you. Zeus looked at Lu Chen with a smile. This was the dungeon with the highest total number of alien species he had seen in the various reports from headquarters. After studying it carefully, he discovered that this boss was actually a mother nest of the insect race, capable of producing various kinds of strange insects. He immediately realized that with Lu Chen's ability to curse and transform races, this insect mother nest could be played to its fullest potential. Of course, due to its low level, it probably wouldn't withstand Lu Chen's transformations for long. After 1 or 2 alterations, this insect mother nest would likely collapse. But that was fine, they could just re-enter the dungeon, right? This was equivalent to having a dimensional passage leading to the myriad races of insects. They wouldn't need to run around looking for different alien monsters to transform. They could just focus on exploiting this insect mother nest. Yes, very good. Lu Chen nodded, his eyes shining as he looked at the insect mother nest akin to a lecture. Seeing the most beautiful woman. Whoosh! Then, Lu Chen cautiously cast a curse on this insect mother nest. After all, it was a low-level boss, he didn't want to accidentally destroy it. Otherwise, they would have to start over. Chirp! After Lu Chen's curse and transformation, the insect mother nest trembled several times. Its appearance didn't change much, but the strange insects it produced did. They were no longer as varied as before. A variety of strange insects such as grasshoppers, ants, and scorpions burst forth all at once. This time, the mother nest gave birth entirely to various ant-like aberrations. Golden ants, heavenly horn ants, dragon horn ants, deer horn ants, heart-eating ants, magic eye ants, and so on. These ant monsters sound impressive, and they look equally formidable. Because in this world, there are indeed such insect monsters, but they are all quite powerful. Comparable to SSS level and God level job changers on the human side. However, the God-level ants born from Lu Chen's hands are certainly not that terrifying. Moreover, they are not only superficial but also cannot last long. In less than 3 seconds, they began to self-destruct and explode. The strength of this race is not something an ordinary insect mother can cultivate, even if it only manifested a bit of appearance and aura. Bang! In no time at all the ants modified by Lu Chen were dead. Of course, the number of his cursed myriad races still increased by more than a dozen. This made Lu Chen quite happy. He then continued to tinker with the insect mother nest. Bang! Boom! 1 minute later, after Lu Chen's cursed modification, this insect mother nest gave birth to more than 30 different types of ant monsters. Then, they all self-destructed. In the end, even the big boss insect mother nest could not withstand Lu Chen's torment. It self-destructed. Dungeon cleared. Mysterious insect nest. Challenge again. Lu Chen chose to challenge. Again, not exiting the dungeon but returning to the campus. He re-entered the mysterious insect nest dungeon. After a bit of time, Lu Chen and Zeus arrived at the boss room again. They saw the insect mother nest that Lu Chen had been thinking about. "Baby, I'm back, surprised or not." Lu Chen greeted the mother nest with a beaming smile, then cast a curse on it. Hiss! The insect mother nest trembled a few times. Then, it wriggled a bit and released a dozen strange insects. This time, the strange insects were no longer ants. Instead, they were spiders. 8-eyed evil spiders, magic pattern spiders, heavenly spear spiders, soul-eating spiders, ceiling spiders, also various rare special spider species. Lu Chen didn't even need to lift a finger. These special spiders he cultivated as soon as they were born immediately perished, adding to his cursed myriad races quota. Just as Lu Chen and Zeus were continuously acting, starting his second job change path, Liang Yu and other countries of Blue Star were also in communication. At first, other countries regarded the so-called apostle crisis from Dragon Country as alarmist rhetoric and did not take it seriously. But when their dispatched personnel came into contact with the apostle prologue stone tablet and watched the video of Zeus's self-destructive strategy to clear the Calamity Dungeon, they finally realized that Dragon Country didn't seem to be scaring people this time, but rather a real crisis might be about to emerge. Of course, the apostle Calamity might not necessarily turn its gaze towards their Blue Star, but they had to be on guard. They needed to prepare in advance to deal with the apostles. Thus, the first Blue Star Alliance meeting commenced. In a spacious conference room, Liang Yu and other god-level powerhouses from the Dragon Kingdom sat within. Representatives from various countries were also present. This was not a remote meeting nor a holographic projection, everyone was physically present. If this scene were to be revealed to the outside world, it would undoubtedly trigger a massive earthquake. After all, this was essentially the top-level meeting attended by all the god-level job changers that Blue Star could currently contact. Since the earth-shattering changes hundreds of years ago, there had not been many such meetings. However, every time such a meeting occurred, it was crucial, guiding every major shift and having far-reaching impacts that resonate to this day. Alright, most people are here now. For those we can't reach, let's proceed like this. Liang Yu, sitting at the head, scanned the crowd before slowly speaking. Currently, everyone has basically seen the Apostle Prologue and understands what it represents, how great a threat it poses to us on Blue Star. My thought is that for the better development of Blue Star and to ensure that we have the strength to fight back if the Apostle attacks in the future, we must not hoard our resources but instead share them. At this moment, a cold-faced young man interrupted. Liang Yu, I think your Dragon Kingdom should take responsibility for this first, shouldn't you? It was your unilateral actions that led to us being implicated. Shouldn't you provide an explanation for Blue Star and all of humanity? Liang Yu turned his gaze towards the speaker. He was also an Asian youth, but not from the Dragon Kingdom. He was from the Cherry Blossom Country. His name was Miyamoto Musashi, a renowned god-level profession known as the Nightblade God. Liang Yu's expression remained calm. He had long been prepared for Miyamoto Musashi's challenge and replied indifferently, an explanation? What do we need to explain? We are just normally fighting monsters and clearing dungeons. Is this something we wanted to see happen? As for taking responsibility and providing an explanation to everyone, what about last century when you caused an uncontrollable dark holy war just to clear a hidden dungeon? Did you provide an explanation to all of humanity? If we really need to give an explanation, you, along with the White Eagle Country and the Elephant Country, have also triggered similar major incidents. Have you ever provided an explanation? Liang Yu said coldly, his eyes filled with disdain. Although it was true that Zeus's actions had led to unpredictable consequences and they, the Dragon Kingdom, might be somewhat at fault, he did not feel that they owed anything to Blue Star or humanity. After all, such events had occurred several times since the universal job change began. These things were simply uncontrollable and inevitable changes in the world. Unless everyone stopped exploring dungeons, which was impossible, who would be willing to fall behind others? And now, after they had killed a manifestation of the calamity, the repercussions were still unknown. Yet Miyamoto Musashi wanted them to provide an explanation to everyone? The Dark Holy War that the Cherry Blossom Country and the White Eagle Country had once caused, which affected the entire world, had not seen them proactively provide an explanation to humanity either. Those responsible were still living well to this day. It should be noted that the Dark Holy War was quite terrifying. It was when an ultimate boss was killed and an invisible, strange power radiated across the world, causing people to unconsciously transform into monsters while still wearing human skins. Various detection methods could not reveal whether the friends and family around them were human or monsters. During that time, everyone lived in fear and no one dared to trust anyone nearby. It was a true dark apocalypse where all order collapsed and became uncontrollable. If not for several righteous saints who stepped in and sacrificed themselves to resolve this calamity, Blue Star would have likely been lost long ago. Among those saints were also god-level powerhouses from the Dragon Kingdom. However, those who instigated the Dark Holy War are still living well to this day. It's not like they are going to give an explanation for it. Miyamoto Musashi actually has the audacity to ask them to account for the calamity caused? Bah! Alright, there's no need to dwell on these old matters. A representative of the White Eagle Nation spoke up, signaling that there was no need to revisit old grievances. After all, if one were to get serious about it, which country doesn't have its own faults? The nations of Blue Star are in a state where they rise and fall together. If one country triggers an unpredictable great terror and cannot contain it, it is destined for the whole world to bear the consequences. No one is exempt. Well, the matter of the Blue Star Federation was actually brought up over 100 years ago during the Dark Holy War, and there was even a draft, but at that time, everyone found it hard to trust one another, and the saints who initiated the proposal later sacrificed themselves, so it ultimately came to nothing. Now it may lead to a new Dark Holy War, and it might even be worse. The Blue Star Federation, sharing resources and watching over each other, is indeed imperative. A foreign woman with delicate features, blonde hair, and blue eyes slowly spoke. Her name was Tiffany, and she was also a god-level profession and elemental spirit. She did not belong to any country and could be considered a free agent. Therefore, she did not reject the idea of the Blue Star Federation. On the contrary, she found it quite good. After all, many resources and skill books related to her elemental spirit profession were in the hands of various countries. They all wanted to tempt her to join their nation. She had thought about joining a certain country for a particularly enticing resource. However, she was equally tempted by other resources and skill books that belonged to other countries. So, in the end, she did not directly join any country and remained a free agent. If the various countries could unite to form the Blue Star Federation and share resources, that would also be a good thing for her. It could significantly enhance her strength in a short time. So she did not reject it. Instead, she welcomed it. Yes, there was indeed such a proposal in the past, but it ultimately did not succeed, and the threat of this calamity is indeed great. If it truly leads to disaster, it might not be any better than the Dark Holy War. I also support the formation of the Blue Star Federation. I support it too. So do I. With Tiffany's initial statement, many god-level powerhouses followed suit, expressing their agreement. These individuals were either in a similar situation to Tiffany or were the sole representatives of smaller nations. They felt that the establishment of the Blue Star Federation would benefit them more than harm them, so naturally, they would not disagree. As for blaming people like Miyamoto Musashi or asking for an explanation, they found it meaningless and thought it would only bring trouble to themselves, ultimately leading to nothing, so they naturally would not join in the blame. After voting, the majority were willing to establish the Blue Star Federation. At this moment, a god-level powerhouse from the White Eagle Nation, Heinrich, spoke up. Well, forming a federation, watching over each other, and sharing resources is indeed a good plan, but as he spoke, he looked around, his gaze sharp and proud, and asked, who will be the ruler? Who will decide the distribution of resources? Heinrich's words left a moment of silence in the conference room. This was indeed the most important question. It was also a question that many were currently avoiding. With the formation of the Blue Star Federation, it was impossible to continue developing as before, with each country going its own way. Then, when something happened, everyone would come together to express how to handle it. This was simply unrealistic. When a major issue arose, there might not be time to slowly deliberate and hold several meetings to make a decision. Moreover, the allocation of resources and the opening of dungeons to the outside world also required a unified plan and arrangement. These matters had to be led by one person or one country to guide the development of the Federation. Of course, if the decisions of those in power were absurd to the point of being unacceptable, then everyone could naturally unite to veto them. It was impossible to let one side act unilaterally and drag Blue Star into the abyss. Well, that's true. Do you have any thoughts? Liang Yu said calmly, meeting Heinrich's gaze. Since he had taken the initiative to convene this largest Blue Star conference, he certainly did not just want to reveal the looming disaster and then watch others scramble for the position of leader. Their dragon country had long since changed. After lying low for so long, they were now ready to emerge from the depths. Moreover, on such a significant matter, Liang Yu felt it was
not reassuring to leave it to other countries to lead, so it was more appropriate for them to guide the development of the Federation.
Especially since their dragon country now had Lu Chen, a world-shattering weapon. If successful, they could then use the power of Blue Star to assist Lu Chen's development, and in turn, Lu Chen would give back to Blue Star. This was the best choice. But for now, it was not wise to expose this great weapon too early. No, at the meeting, they only revealed the threat of the apostles and did not disclose Lu Chen's situation. My opinion is, of course, that my country, the White Eagle Nation, should lead the Federation, allowing everyone to develop together. We have the best talents here who will know how to reasonably allocate the resources and dungeons of Blue Star. Heinrich showed no concealment of his ambitions and rallied other god-level powerhouses to express their support.
Miyamoto Musashi was the first to follow suit, voicing his support for Heinrich. Representatives from smaller countries and individual investors remained silent. This was not the time for them to speak. The other major powers, of course, also had their own thoughts on the matter, expressing that they should lead. There was a kind of mysterious confidence in their words. Liang Yu was too lazy to say any more nonsense. There's no need for so much talk. You're not politicians. Everything is based on strength. If everyone wants to fight for this position, then let's do it as before and see who can persuade whom. As his words fell, the room fell silent again. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Many people exchanged glances, feeling that Liang Yu's intention seemed to be to go to war directly. 2. Determine positions based on strength. Do we want to fight? I'll accompany you to the end. Miyamoto Musashi showed no fear, his gaze fixed on Liang Yu, his hand quietly resting on the hilt of the katana hanging at his waist. He was ready for a battle with Liang Yu. In fact, he had always wanted to fight Liang Yu to test the weight of the sword god from the dragon country, to see whether his Night Blade god's sword was sharper or Liang Yu's sword was harder.
Everyone, let's calm down.
Deciding such a major issue based on personal bravery is a bit too childish. At this moment, Tiffany spoke up to mediate. Why don't we listen to my opinion? Everyone then turned their attention to her. Then please, go ahead. What are your thoughts? Please share, the crowd urged. Tiffany smiled and said, I know everyone has their thoughts about this position, and no one can convince anyone else. But to fight for it based on personal strength is really childish, and battles between god-level experts are no joke. It's not that easy to hold back. Once true fire is unleashed and lives are lost, wouldn't that just weaken our strength for no reason? When the time comes to deal with the ensuing disaster, it will be even more disadvantageous. So, my suggestion is, Tiffany looked up at everyone and smiled, we definitely need to fight, but we don't have to do it ourselves. We can organize a grand competition, letting our younger talents take the stage for a team battle. And since you all believe that your own planning and resource allocation are the best, we can conduct this competition like this. Send out a unified type of profession, with consistent levels and distributed resources, and let them engage in a final showdown, with team battles, exploration dungeons, and races, etc. The team that ultimately wins will clearly have the country behind them that is most suitable to take the lead. Upon hearing Tiffany's words, everyone fell silent, their eyes flickering as they pondered. They all understood that Tiffany, being an individual investor, was destined to find it difficult to take on the role of the federal leader. So, she was now just wanting to watch the excitement, without causing too much trouble, hoping to make their competition a bit fiercer, but not to the point of causing issues for the god-level experts. Thus, she proposed that the rising talents from each country use unified resources to strategize and engage in various rigorous competitions. Ultimately, the most suitable team would be selected to allow the country behind them to lead the federal resource integration. This indeed seemed more appropriate. Even if there were bloodshed during the competition, the impact wouldn't be significant. It wouldn't be as severe as the life and death situations faced by the god-level experts. Alright, I have no objections. Liang Yu's eyes flickered a few times before he readily agreed. Seeing Liang Yu agree so quickly, Heinrich showed a look of confusion, clearly surprised by his prompt response. However, thinking of the hidden special professionals in his own country, he also agreed without hesitation. Alright, I have no objections. Either. Then let's establish the various rules for this competition. The combat professions and support professions must be of the same type and level. Only then can it be considered fair. As for the life professions and the logistics personnel being trained, there's no need to be too harsh. This is our own foundation. That's true. It's destined that not all configurations can be the same. We can only strive for fairness as much as possible, so let's make the combat professions as consistent as possible. If there are shortages in life professions and logistics personnel, we can borrow from outside to make them as consistent as possible. Everyone discussed. Because the overall strength of each country varies, it is possible to find combat professions that are similar, but achieving complete uniformity in life professions is quite difficult. After all, some countries have limited strength and cannot invest resources in the development of life professions. If they need to purchase equipment, potions, contracts, etc., they can simply buy from other countries. There's no need to develop life professions vigorously themselves. And now, if they are required to standardize life professions, it is clearly unfeasible. Therefore, there is no need to be too demanding on this point. After all, countries that have not vigorously developed life professions inherently have limited strength and are destined to be mere participants in this competition. Chirp chirp. Lu Chen cast another curse, targeting a batch of different types of mantises. He increased his curse quota by dozens. Almost there. If I curse 1,000 more times, I'll be able to complete this job change requirement. Lu Chen sighed. After spending more than a day, he and Zeus had been active in this insect race mother nest dungeon. Before coming here, he had already accumulated over 1,000 curse quotas. After discovering this insect race mother nest, he spent more than a day, and his curse quota skyrocketed to nearly 9,000. Now, he just needed to curse a little over 1,000 different races to complete the requirement of cursing 10,000 races. This process was quite arduous. Moments later, Lu Chen cursed another batch of alien insects, and then the insect race mother nest collapsed, clearing the dungeon. Lu Chen had become quite accustomed to this, or rather numb. He immediately began to challenge it again. Then he started the cycle of cursing and transforming the insect race mother nest once more. A few hours later, Lu Chen successfully completed the job change task of cursing 10,000 races thanks to one insect race mother nest. You've really worked hard. After completing this job change requirement, Lu Chen didn't continue cursing the mother nest. Instead, he walked closer and patted it, feeling a surge of emotions. The insect race was indeed very strong. Just one insect race could give rise to countless alien insects. Quite impressive. It was probably similar to the demon race, right? However, cursing 10,000 different demon races was clearly much more difficult than the insect race. Unless he could encounter such a special dungeon with a nest of beast eggs that could hatch tigers, leopards, wolves, cows, sheep, birds, and other demon beasts. If he could curse those, perhaps the efficiency could compare to that of the insect race mother nest. However, even if such a beast egg boss truly existed, the hatching efficiency would probably not be comparable to that of the insect race mother nest. So, the insect race was still the best. The insect race mother nest, which Lu Chen had patted a few times, shook a bit but showed no reaction. This was why it couldn't speak. Otherwise, it would definitely retort to Lu Chen. Not hard, just unfortunate. The insect race mother nest shook a few times, and then, without Lu Chen's curses interfering, it hatched many alien insects again. All were the same ordinary scorpions, ants, mantises, etc. Seeing this, Zeus spoke up. Let's go. We've finished harvesting the wool. Now let's complete another job change requirement. The other, more challenging job change requirement was to clear 100 special dungeons. This seemed easier than cursing 10,000 races. But in reality, from Lu Chen and Zeus's perspective, this job change requirement should be a bit harder. After all, before finding the insect race mother nest dungeon, Lu Chen and Zeus had been clearing dungeons one by one, specifically looking for alien races they hadn't cursed yet. During that day, under Zeus's guidance, Lu Chen cleared dungeons, and while he didn't clear 1,000, he had cleared around 600 or 700. But for the job change requirement of clearing 100 special dungeons, it was still at 0, not a single one completed. This showed that the difficulty far exceeded cursing 10,000 races. Now, Zeus was more worried about how special these special dungeons needed to be. Would they have to clear all the dungeons in Blue Star and still not meet the requirement of 100? If so, it would be very difficult for Lu Chen to undergo a second job change in a short time. He could only wait for time to pass, for the Blue Star version to update, and for more dungeons to appear. Perhaps a few of the dungeons he needed would show up, allowing him to achieve a second job change. Lu Chen nodded and cast a curse. All the alien insects that the insect race mother nest had just hatched were cursed to death. The mother nest died along with them. Dungeon cleared. Lu Chen instinctively almost chose to continue the challenge again. Fortunately, he reacted in time and chose to return to the city. Whoosh! A flash of white light. Lu Chen and Zai Si exited the mysterious insect nest instance and returned to the dimensional space conveyor belt outside. Soon after, Zai Si spoke to the principal of the school, and then took Lu Chen away from there. Hello? Oh. Ni shi. Not long after leaving the campus, Zai Si received a phone call. He spoke a few words in code with the other party, and his expression shifted slightly. Moments later, Zai Si hung up the phone and said to Lu Chen, in a while, there will be a global military exercise competition, and you might need to participate. Military exercise competition? What does that have to do with me? Lu Chen was somewhat baffled upon hearing this. He wasn't an active duty soldier, so why would he need to participate in some military exercise competition? More importantly, his level wasn't high right now. Could he really participate in such a global competition? Zai Si looked around to see if anyone was paying attention to them, then lowered his voice and said quietly, it's not really a military exercise competition, it's just using that name. Do you remember I
Told you about the origin of this class change book for the Oath Master? This is something that the countries of Blue Star are doing to respond to the potential crisis of the impending disaster, and they need to form the Blue Star Federation, integrating global resources to cultivate stronger individuals to face the possible crisis of the impending disaster. And since a federation needs a leader, of course, there must be a competition to elect the most suitable candidate for the federation's ruler. After listening to Zayce's explanation, Lu Chen suddenly understood. I see. So what are the competition rules? Lu Chen asked. Zayce replied, they haven't been officially determined yet, they're still discussing it, but it will probably be something like team battles. At that time, our dragon country will select a group of combat and support professions, and their levels shouldn't be too high, just like other countries, and then compete with the rising stars of each country. The competition will include direct combat, clearing instances, and racing, etc. And thanks to Liang Yu and the others' efforts, it seems that life professions are only limited by the highest level, not by the profession, so you can use the creator profession to blend in and help everyone modify and create equipment, potions, etc. to give each country a little shock. By the end, Zayce couldn't help but chuckle. He could already foresee Lu Chen blending into this competition, then transforming the standard equipment and potions in the team into ones with several times, even dozens of times, more power, easily crushing the talents of various countries. At that time, their dragon country would occupy the most important position in the Blue Star Federation and could use more resources to cultivate Lu Chen, allowing Lu Chen to level up faster. And once Lu Chen reached the maximum level, with the smooth supply of global resources, he could change to the Oathmaster class, and even when the true form of the impending disaster arrived, he would still have the strength to fight. In the White Eagle Kingdom, a young man with blonde hair was attempting to enchant a piece of equipment. He was an enchanter, but his talent for enchanting was quite different from that of ordinary enchanters. His enchanter class could be directly defined as a divine-level profession. Wow! A faint light flickered. The enchantment scroll in the young man's hand vanished. The enchantment was successful. This was an enchantment scroll that granted plus 10 attack power. However, when the young man picked up the ordinary white weapon he had enchanted, the special effect of the equipment was clearly visible. Equipment: ordinary longsword level 1 quality, ordinary. Attributes: attack power plus 10, enchantment, attack power plus 10% evaluation, a very ordinary longsword. Upon closer inspection, the enchantment description showed that it was not the original scroll's plus 10 attack power, but rather plus 10%. If the holder relied solely on this ordinary longsword for their total attack power, then this enchantment could actually be considered a reverse enchantment, reducing the holder's potential bonus from plus 10 attack power to plus 1 attack power. However, that was only in the worst-case scenario. A person's attack power could not possibly drop to 10. Therefore, the plus 10% attack power from this equipment would always be stronger than the plus 10 attack power. Moreover, this was just a white-grade item. What if it were enchanted with a legendary or heritage-grade equipment? The power would far exceed plus 10 attack power. Most importantly, he wasn't limited to using just this type of enchantment scroll. He could easily use better enchantment scrolls, such as one that grants plus 100 attack power, turning it into a plus 100% attack power effect. That's right. The reason the young man was called a divine-level enchanter was due to his special talent. When enchanting, he randomly enhanced the effect by 1 to 100 times. It was precisely because of this talent that he was recognized as a divine-level enchanter. After successfully enchanting, the young man prepared to attempt another enchantment. At that moment, a phone call came in. He answered the call, his expression shifting slightly, and then he responded a few times before hanging up. Is it finally my turn to perform? The young man murmured, his expression revealing a hint of anticipation and excitement. After transitioning to this special lifestyle profession, he had been secretly nurtured by the White Eagle Kingdom for quite some time. Yet, he had never been exposed. Now, with a global military exercise competition, the country had secured a shining opportunity for him. It was time for him to step forward and compete for the best ranking for his nation. Let's continue enchanting, the young man whispered, and then began a new enchantment. His success rate for enchanting was not 100%, but once successful, a random enhancement would definitely occur with an amplification of 1 to 100 times. In the Dragon Kingdom, in Han City, Zez and Lu Chen, who had brought Lu Chen to this city, were unaware that there was also an extraordinary lifestyle profession in the White Eagle Kingdom. However, even if they knew, they wouldn't be worried at all. Although the blonde enchanter on the other side was indeed strong, he was still far inferior to Lu Chen's creator abilities. To put it bluntly, he would be completely outmatched by Lu Chen. We've arrived. The dungeon ahead is the Goblin Kingdom, Zez said as he brought Lu Chen to a dungeon teleportation portal. According to the analysis and speculation of the high-ranking officials in the Dragon Kingdom, clearing 100 special dungeons was likely not as simple as just clearing special dungeons. First of all, based on the abilities of the spellmaster it possessed, the capability to alter the rules of the world. So, where does this ability come from? It should have been stolen from the world's origin during the second job change process. Therefore, it is very likely that the condition for Lu Chen to change jobs after clearing 100 special dungeons is to destroy the core dungeons of special races and steal the world's core origin of their race. Only then can Lu Chen possess the ability of the Curse Master after clearing 100 dungeons. Thus, in order to verify this guess, Zeus did not take Lu Chen and randomly clear one dungeon after another. Instead, he directly brought Lu Chen to the high-level dungeon of the Goblin Kingdom. In this dungeon, they would encounter various powerful goblins, as well as special goblins like the Goblin King. There are also various buildings and landscapes of the Goblin Kingdom. If their analysis is correct, then this dungeon will definitely meet the second job change condition for the Curse Master, the requirement to clear 100 special dungeons, stealing the core origin of the Goblin world and race. Lu Chen nodded, feeling no tension at all. After all, with Zeus accompanying him, this Goblin Kingdom, even if it is a high-level dungeon, doesn't matter to him. He doesn't need to take action, Zeus can handle everything. Swish! Soon, the two entered the dungeon of the Goblin Kingdom. This Goblin Kingdom is a hidden dungeon, so entry requires a ticket. However, Zeus had already obtained various tickets recognized as possibly special dungeons from headquarters before coming here, so Lu Chen didn't need to create a ticket. Boom! Bang! After entering the dungeon, Zeus immediately activated various skills and in no time, he kicked to death several high-level goblins at levels 60 to 70. Meanwhile, Lu Chen was admiring the scenery and special architecture of the Goblin Kingdom. One word, ugly. So rustic, these buildings are so short, no wonder they are goblin dwellings. Lu Chen observed these, and then he followed Zeus to the teleportation portal of the next room. While Zeus continued to deal with the goblins, Lu Chen attempted to use his Curse Master ability to curse this dungeon. The Curse Master does not have the ability to affect the rules of the dungeon or the world, but cursing the dungeon is still possible. However, the effect is not particularly ideal and not very useful. Lu Chen rarely does this. After all, it costs life points. And now, this is an experiment to verify whether the Goblin Kingdom counts as a special dungeon and how it counts as cleared. After all, he is the Curse Master. He feels that simply clearing the Goblin Kingdom dungeon may not count towards the requirement of completing those 100 special dungeons. Perhaps he needs to curse the dungeon before clearing it to unknowingly steal the core origin of the Goblin world and the fate of that race? Hiss! Bang! Thus, in the following time, Zeus kicked goblins wildly in front, while Lu Chen leisurely cursed the Goblin Kingdom dungeon. After a moment, they arrived at the boss room. They encountered the ultimate boss, the Goblin King. This is a goblin wearing a crown, looking quite comical. He was carried out by a group of goblins on a palanquin. Bang! Zeus flew over and kicked, directly smashing the palanquin. He also kicked the Goblin King to death. Ow! The Goblin King let out a wretched howl. The palanquin was directly kicked apart by Zeus, and along with it, the Goblin King was also kicked to death. They successfully cleared the level. In fact, the dungeon of the Goblin Kingdom was not that easy to clear. If one couldn't defeat the boss Goblin King in one hit, then at most, they would only be able to attack it to a certain extent. Once the palanquin of the Goblin King was destroyed, it would enter a brief invincibility period during which it couldn't be attacked. After that, there would be a series of troublesome maneuvers, wasting a lot of time. But Zeus's combat power was too overwhelming. He didn't give the Goblin King a chance to have its palanquin destroyed and enter the invincibility phase. He simply kicked it to death, clearing the level smoothly. How is it? Did we succeed? After kicking the Goblin King to death, Zeus steadied himself and turned to look at Lu Chen, asking, "Yes, we succeeded." Lu Chen, who had been silently experiencing a special change, came back to his senses upon hearing this. He glanced at the second job transfer requirements and nodded. Under the condition of having completed the curse of the 10,000 races, he had now cleared one of the 100 special dungeons. At the moment Zeus kicked the Goblin King to death, Lu Chen had actually entered a special state as well. It was as if he saw the rise and fall of the Goblin race, and he seemed to glimpse the core and changes of that world. Unfortunately, just as Lu Chen wanted to reach out and touch that world core, the subtle feeling ended. Immediately after, Zeus's inquiry brought him back to full awareness. It seemed their previous speculation was correct. Clearing 100 special dungeons was not as simple as it sounded. It was also an opportunity for him to silently steal the cores of various races' worlds, thus allowing him to change his job to a Curse Master. Great! Zeus said excitedly, as long as we succeeded. Since they had succeeded, it meant their approach was correct. Now, they should indeed be able to help Lu Chen successfully transition to his second job in a short time. Once Lu Chen completed the requirement of clearing 100 special dungeons, the experience capsules accumulated by the other members should also be enough for him to level up to level 48. Let's go! Let's switch to another dungeon. Zeus chose to return to the town.
Then they left this place and changed locations.
Not long after, they entered a new dungeon, the Slime Kingdom. It was a dungeon similar to the Goblin Kingdom. Inside were all kinds of slimes.
It was considered the core dungeon of slimes.
After Lu Chen finished cursing this dungeon and Zeus
kicked the big boss Slime King to death, Lu Chen completed another of his second job transfer requirements.
Subsequently, Zeus took Lu Chen around and entered various core dungeons of different monster races.
There were cat demons,
skeletons, minotaurs, insectoids, flower spirits.
Under Zeus's violent speed, they discarded all useless items. Thus, in one day's time, Lu Chen had completed 13 of the 100 special dungeons. The speed was quite fast.
Of course, in reality, Zeus spent less than 10 minutes clearing a dungeon.
The reason they only completed 13 dungeons in one day was mainly because they spent more time traveling. Some dungeons were in the far south, some in the
far north, and some in the western regions.
They had been running back and forth to tackle these dungeons. At the same time, some dungeons that Zeus thought should count as core dungeons of different races after clearing did not count, which also wasted a lot of time.
That's enough for now, let's come back tomorrow.
Originally, we expected that our Dragon Kingdom's special alien core dungeons would have more than 40, but looking at the situation
now, it seems there are only about 30.
At 6 in the evening, the dungeon temporarily closed, and Zeus sighed as he walked out of the campus with Lu Chen.
Lu Chen nodded,
feeling that it was a pity that several dungeons
were not counted.
Perhaps it was because the difference between zombies and the undead was not significant?
Actually, most of the time was wasted on the road. This is too troublesome. Lu Chen frowned. He wanted to create a piece of equipment that could save a lot of travel time. This idea hadn't just come to him now.
It had been brewing all day as he followed Zeus around. However, at that time, he had to focus on the cursed dungeon and keep up with Zeus's pace. So, he used the skill from insight to conceptualize the speed of this equipment, which slowed him down considerably.
He had only completed about 2/3 of it. He would continue to think about it when
he returned to rest.
A moment later, Zeus took Lu Chen to check into a 5-star hotel.
They were not in Jiang City now but had run to the western region. It was impossible to run back to Jiang City just for Lu Chen to sleep
comfortably at night. By the time they returned to Jiang City, it would almost be dawn.
That didn't make much sense, so they decided to spend the night in the hotel.
Lu Chen was not picky about beds, so it didn't matter to him.
While he took a shower, he continued to think about the feasibility of the equipment. Eventually, when he finished his shower and came out, he had perfected the travel equipment.
I still need some materials. Lu Chen had
quite a few mythic and epic materials, but they were still not enough for the mythic equipment he was envisioning.
It wasn't sufficient for him to create the equipment directly. So, Lu Chen went to knock on Zeus's door.
What do
you want? Zeus opened the door, looking somewhat tired.
He had been quite exhausted these past few days, running around with Lu Chen and grinding dungeons.
If he hadn't laid down to rest, he wouldn't have felt tired, but once he lay down, he started to feel a bit worn out.
He had planned to get a good night's sleep and take Lu Chen to race through other dungeons the next day, but just as he lay down for a short while, Lu Chen came knocking.
Seeing
this, Lu Chen first apologized to Zeus, then explained his idea and the materials he needed.
Oh, super long-distance teleportation equipment? Alright, I'll arrange it for you right away. Zeus, who had been a bit sleepy,
suddenly felt wide awake upon hearing Lu Chen's words.
He then made arrangements for Lu Chen.
An hour later, the mythic and epic materials Lu Chen needed were urgently delivered. Fortunately, they were close by, otherwise it
might have taken 2 or 3 hours. Wow! Lu Chen first cast a buff to increase the success rate. Then, he began to craft with the pile of materials. Zeus sat beside him, completely awake, watching intently without blinking. Whoosh! Buzz!
Soon, the pile of materials began to tremble and fuse together, with brilliant mythic golden light flashing up. Luckily, during the wait for the materials to arrive, Zeus had already set up various isolation formations using the array plates made by the array master, preventing the golden light from spilling out. Moments later, the golden light disappeared, leaving behind a very ordinary door in its place.
Equipment, any door.
Equipment, anywhere door level, level 50 quality, mythical attributes, movement speed plus 200%, range plus 1000%, perception plus 1500%.
Passive, use mental power to perceive the true location you want to go to. Once the perception is successful, you can open the anywhere door and teleport people there.
Duration, 10 minutes, cooldown, 1 hour, evaluation, sending people 1,000 miles away, a small gift with deep feelings.
This is the mythical equipment conceived and created by Lu Chen. Anywhere door. Lu Chen based this on the anywhere door from a certain robotic cat's gadgets.
However, it is not as powerful as the robotic cat's anywhere door. You just need to think about where you want to go when opening the door, and it will take you there directly. Lu Chen's anywhere door is almost unusable by ordinary people, only the strong can use it.
The strong can use their mental power, aided
By the anywhere door's perception plus 1500% and range plus 1000% to target the desired location within this area to successfully pinpoint it. Then, by opening the door, they can go themselves or take others with them. The duration of this portal can only last for 10 minutes, after which you must wait for the cooldown to end before using it again. It is a bit troublesome. It is far less convenient than the robotic cat's anywhere door, but it is still a very powerful artifact. Using it for surprise attacks on enemies is simply unbeatable and hard to defend against. Even if it's just for traveling, it is much more convenient than Zeus taking Lu-chen around. Anywhere door? This effect is amazing. After Lu-chen created the anywhere door, Zeus, with Lu-chen's permission, reached out to touch the anywhere door, learning its detailed introduction, and then he began to exclaim in admiration. He is not foolish. In terms of personal combat power enhancement, this anywhere door is quite poor and not very useful, far less than the empty-handed mastery ring and the mental protection bracelet that Lu-chen made earlier. However, this equipment is not meant to be carried on one's body to enhance personal combat power. Its greatest use is that if the user's mental perception range is wide enough, they might be able to roam the globe freely. Wherever they want to go, they can go. Moreover, it is not just for one person. The location it pinpoints can last for 10 minutes. Within those 10 minutes, while it may not be able to transport 1,000,000 soldiers as long as the speed is fast enough, plus special skills to bundle a group of people, it should be no problem to send thousands or even tens of thousands of people. Therefore, its function is very powerful. Its uses are also very broad. Can I give it a try? Zeus immediately asked Lu-chen. Lu-chen nodded. Although his mental power is stronger than that of an average profession, his level is still relatively low compared to Zeus, who is at max level. Therefore, overall, Zeus's mental power is still higher than his. Zeus then grasped the doorknob and closed his eyes. In an instant, he felt his mental power receiving unprecedented enhancement, making him feel ethereal. Soon after, Zeus's mental power began to radiate outward, continuously expanding. When the extent of the expansion reached its peak, Zeus estimated the distance. This time, the range of his mental expansion was roughly half the size of the western region. In other words, he can teleport to any location within this range? Although the range is quite large, it seems to fall a bit short of our expected results. Zeus suppressed the impulse to pinpoint randomly and murmured with a frown. When he heard Lu-chen's earlier concept of ultra-long-range teleportation equipment, he had envisioned that they could teleport freely across the entire country, and not just within this limited distance. If it is only this distance, then it won't be much faster. However, Zeus also understands that he himself is a power-oriented profession. The innate mental strength is much weaker than that of the mage profession. Therefore, if this portal is used by him, the effect is actually quite diminished. Thus, Zeus thought for a moment and directly took out his phone to call Zhang Huihong. Zhang Huihong is the president of the Mage Profession Guild, and she ranks among the top 3 in the entire Dragon Country's mage profession. So, Zeus felt it was quite appropriate to have her come over as a guide. Are you crazy? Disturbing me at this late hour? Zhang Huihong seemed to have already fallen asleep and was woken up by Zeus, cursing with a bit of morning grumpiness. Lu-chen and the others finished the dungeon around 6 o'clock, then they had dinner, took a shower, and spent more than an hour. After that, they waited for the materials to be delivered, which took over an hour as well. Now it was almost 9 o'clock. Logically, Zhang Huihong shouldn't have gone to bed so early. However, she might have other reasons for going to bed early. Zeus wasn't angry after being scolded by her. He casually said, "Well, you can continue sleeping. Originally, Lu-chen just made a piece of equipment that suits you quite well, and I wanted you to come over to try it, but forget it now. I'll find someone else. Sister Hong, you continue to sleep, I won't disturb you." Hey, wait. Upon hearing Zeus's words, Zhang Huihong's voice immediately became quieter, tinged with embarrassment. "I admit, I was too loud just now. Tell me your location and I'll come over right away." Although Zhang Huihong didn't know what equipment Lu-chen had created, since Zeus said so, it should be very suitable for her, right? It couldn't be the empty-handed ultimate ring, it must be a staff, right? Or perhaps a top-tier divine gear with X10 magic power, mental strength, and so on? She felt an itch of anticipation, eager to fly over immediately. Zeus held off on Zhang Huihong for a while, then still told her the location. More than 3 hours later, it was already past midnight. Zhang Huihong hurriedly arrived at their hotel. Knock, knock, knock. While knocking on the door, she called Zeus, feeling extremely anxious. Moments later, Zeus opened the door, surprised. "Hey, Sister Hong, why did you come so late? We just fell asleep. I thought you were coming tomorrow." Zhang Huihong shot Zeus a glare, knowing he was deliberately teasing her. "Ah, I was wrong just now. Can you stop bringing it up? What about the equipment? Where's the equipment?" As she spoke, she directly pushed past Zeus and smoothly ran into the room. Zeus's room was considered a presidential suite, with 3 rooms and a living room.
The portal was currently placed in the living room. However, although Zhang Huihong saw the door at first glance, she didn't take it seriously. After all, in her imagination, a piece of equipment that suited her could never be a door. However, after looking for a long time, she didn't see any staffs, hats, or other common mage equipment. So, she looked at Lu Chen in confusion and asked, Lu Chen, where's the equipment? Lu Chen pointed to the portal standing upright beside him. Here it is. Zhang Huihong? What? This huge door, is it the mythical equipment you tailored for me? Zhang Huihong looked completely bewildered. No. This door, is it the divine gear you customized for me? Zhang Huihong looked at Lu Chen with suspicion. Seeing this, Lu Chen felt a bit uneasy. He certainly didn't want to take the blame. After all, Zhang Huihong had been tricked by Zeus. He shook his head and said, no, this is an equipment I made for my own journey, but it might be more suitable for a mage class. Upon hearing this, Zhang Huihong realized she might have been fooled by Zeus. However, she still walked over and reached out to touch the door, curious about what kind of equipment it was. Soon, detailed information about the door of portals appeared before Zhang Huihong's eyes. It was indeed a piece of mythical level gear. The effects were quite impressive. According to the description, it was indeed suited for mage-type professions, better suited to unleash its potential than for a warrior type like Zeus. But, how could this be considered a custom-made divine gear for herself? Bastard! Zhang Huihong glared at Zeus and shouted, is this what you call a custom-made divine gear for me? You bastard, are you looking to die? Zhang Huihong was about to explode with anger. She had originally planned to go to bed early that night. Instead, she was woken up by a phone call from Zeus. That bastard even tricked her into thinking there was a piece of custom-made divine gear for her. It made her so excited that she couldn't sleep and rushed to their hotel. And then the effect of this divine gear was this? What kind of custom-made divine gear was this? Zhang Huihong was really about to blow up. Faced with Zhang Huihong's anger, Zeus felt a bit guilty but remained calm. He explained, Sister Hong, on the phone, I said there was a piece of divine gear that suited you and I wanted you to try it, but I never said it was a mage equipment tailored for you. You completely misunderstood. Now that you've seen the effects of this door of portals, just tell me, does it suit you? Can you maximize its potential? I didn't lie to you, right? Hearing Zeus still trying to argue, Zhang Huihong couldn't take it anymore and directly attacked. Instantly, fierce flames erupted towards Zeus. Ah! Zeus let out a miserable howl, covering his backside and running around in a panic. Stop, don't burn me! Zeus shouted. In fact, with Zeus's strength, he could have easily resisted Zhang Huihong's magical attack. He was even wearing the ring of empty hand. If he really wanted to fight back, he could have kicked Zhang Huihong to death in one blow. However, he had no enmity with Zhang Huihong, and besides, he was in the wrong for tricking her into coming over at night. So now that Zhang Huihong wanted to deal with him, he really felt embarrassed to resist. He could only howl and let her vent her anger a bit. Huff. In the end, Zhang Huihong stopped. It wasn't that she had calmed down, but she didn't want to see Zeus jumping around in front of her in the nude. Sister Hong, you really hit hard, almost roasted me, Zeus said, looking a bit charred, with a resentful tone. Fortunately, he had high fire resistance, otherwise he would have really been roasted by Zhang Huihong. Humph. Zhang Huihong snorted coldly, too lazy to deal with this guy. However, she was now somewhat calmed down and rational. Zhang Huihong looked at Lu Chen and asked, is there any use for this equipment you made? Let me help you. She knew she had been tricked by Zeus, but it was clear that Lu Chen had specifically created this equipment for a purpose. Compared to the pure power output of Zeus, it was obvious that this door of portals was more suitable for her to utilize. So, Zhang Huihong did not leave immediately after being tricked by Zeus. Instead, she asked Lu Chen what he was planning to do and if she could help. She stayed to assist. Seeing this, Lu Chen felt relieved and then explained the effects of the random door and the need for them to run around to clear 100 special dungeons. Second transfer? You've already reached the second transfer so quickly? Hearing Lu Chen's words, Zhang Huihong was somewhat surprised. But then she remembered Lu Chen's experience reserve capsule and felt it made sense. She became excited. Lu Chen's second transfer task was quite special, as it required clearing 100 special dungeons under a curse. According to Lu Chen's brief mention of the abilities of the Curse Master, Zhang Huihong realized that Lu Chen's second transfer would directly elevate his S-level Curse Master profession to a divine-level profession. Being able to witness the birth of a divine-level profession was a great honor. Zhang Huihong did not reject doing such a thing, especially since the other party was already a divine-level professional, Lu Chen. Alright, no problem, I will help you with ultra-long-range teleportation. This will allow you to complete the task of clearing 100 special dungeons faster. Zhang Huihong readily agreed. Her attitude towards Lu Chen was particularly kind. Then, following Lu Chen's instructions, Zhang Huihong reached out to grasp the doorknob of the random door, immersing her spirit within it. In an instant, her mental power, under the enhancement of the random door, suddenly spread outward. She felt as if she were riding in a small boat drifting in a sea of spirit and could instantly reach any corner of this spiritual ocean. Whoa! After a moment, Zhang Huihong withdrew her mental power, opened her eyes, exhaled a breath of turbid air, and exclaimed, "My mental power, with the enhancement of this equipment, can radiate over half of the Dragon Kingdom." Over half of the Dragon Kingdom? That's pretty good. Zeus, who had already changed his clothes, exclaimed happily upon hearing this. With the random door, his mental radiation range was only a little over half of the western region, far less than Zhang Huihong's. And since Zhang Huihong could cover over half of the Dragon Kingdom, it could be said that if she used another piece of equipment to increase her mental power or consumed a potion that temporarily boosted her mental power, they could move freely across the entire country. Come on, let's test the effect, Zeus urged. Let's go to the capital. By the way, bring the mental protection bracelet over. I'll put it on you later and see the effect. Zeus looked expectantly. He had been eager to use the random door to try this ultra-long-range teleportation effect. However, because his teleportation range was too small, he felt it was a waste and called Zhang Huihong over. Now that Zhang Huihong's teleportation range was already large enough, he couldn't wait to try this ultra-long-range teleportation. Okay, Zhang Huihong readily agreed. Then, she reached out to grasp the doorknob again, radiating her spirit outward, pinpointing the treasury area of the capital. Click! Zhang Huihong opened the door and stepped inside. Her figure instantly disappeared from Lu Chen and Zeus's sight. Seeing this, Zeus and Lu Chen exchanged glances and then followed her inside. Buzz! Lu Chen followed Zeus, stepping into the shimmering portal that emitted a faint white light. Immediately, he felt as if he were passing through a curtain of water. There was a wonderful sensation of entering a dimensional space. Teleportation gate. The next moment, when he opened his eyes, he saw that they had left the western regions and arrived back in the capital city. Before them was the Dragon Kingdom's treasury, a place he had visited before. Inside were countless divine materials, precious items that an ordinary person could never imagine in their lifetime. We really made it to the capital? That's amazing, Zeus exclaimed, standing beside Lu Chen. Who are you? Who? At that moment, due to their sudden appearance, some powerful guardians responsible for guarding the treasury were startled and rushed over. They felt it was their oversight that allowed someone to sneak so close to the treasury without detection. There must be some loophole. They had to capture these intruders and interrogate them. Zeus? Sister Zhang? What are you doing here? However, when these guardians arrived and discovered that the so-called intruders were actually Zeus and Zhang Huihong, they were taken aback. Given Zeus and Zhang Huihong's status, it was clear they wouldn't attempt to break into the treasury. Moreover, Lu Chen, who was with them, had the qualifications to enter the treasury at will. So, what was going on? Here's the thing. Lu Chen has created another divine artifact, and we came to test its effects. So we ended up here. And we also came to apply for the mental protection wristband. Seeing these guardians approach, Zeus, fearing they might act rashly, quickly explained. I see. The leading guardian's expression changed to one of realization. They then asked how they had arrived. Zeus pointed to the hazy portal behind them and said, using this portal. What door? Didn't you see it? Hearing Zeus's words, the group of guardians looked confused. They hadn't seen any portal at all. Zeus was also stunned and then looked at Lu Chen. Lu Chen explained, the actual portal is still at the hotel in the western regions. The one we see here is just an image, allowing us to return to the western regions at any time, but the people here can't use the portal to invade our original position. Of course, if we really decide to stay here, we can make this portal image real, and the portal will still be in our hands. After hearing Lu Chen's explanation, Zeus suddenly understood and admired his design. This design was indeed excellent. For instance, if they used this portal to launch a surprise attack on other enemy nations, and if they fell into the enemy's trap, they could be defeated, killed, or captured. If the portal were two-way, the enemies could invade their side as well. In that case, they wouldn't have outsmarted the enemy but instead become guides for them. However, with the design as it is now, whether they succeeded or failed, it wouldn't affect their home country, preventing an enemy ambush. If they succeeded, they could occupy the invaded territory as a base, call for more reinforcements, and develop it into their own territory. Even if something unexpected happened, they could still escape at any time, completely worry-free. The only downside of this portal was that its duration was a bit short, only 10 minutes, with a cooldown time of 1 hour. If there were no duration limit or cooldown time, this portal would truly be invincible. However, Zeus felt that with Lu Chen's methods, he should be able to modify the teleportation door again in the future, right? I'll go back and take a look, Zeus said, turning back and passing through the illusory teleportation door, disappearing from everyone's sight. To Lu Chen and Zhang Huihong, it seemed that Zeus had left through a door. But to the group of powerful guardians of the treasury, Zeus had vanished into thin air without a trace. Soon, Zeus ran back. He chuckled, "It really is like that, so awesome. Impressive. I want to try this teleportation door too." After learning about the effects and capabilities of the teleportation door, the group of powerful beings also expressed their amazement. They were eager to experience this ultra-long-distance teleportation feeling. However, due to their duties, they certainly couldn't leave the capital to try it out. They could only wait for a holiday to see if there would be an opportunity to test it. Here, the mental protection rings. At this moment, someone handed over the mental protection rings that had been stored in the treasury to Lu Chen and the others. After verifying that Lu Chen and the others were real people and not impersonators, they naturally fulfilled Lu Chen's request at the first opportunity. "Alright, we'll head back first and gather again when we have time." Zeus waved to them, then took Zhang Huihong and Lu Chen back to the teleportation door, returning to the hotel in the western regions. As for these people seeing them use the teleportation door and knowing its effects, there was no need to worry about that. Since they were responsible for guarding the treasury, they were inherently trustworthy. Not to mention, they had all signed the strictest contracts. They even swore oaths using the oath-breaking rings. If they were to make a mistake, it would mean certain death, and there was no possibility of leaking information. Lu Chen and the others used the teleportation door to make a trip to the capital, obtained the mental protection rings, and returned. Soon, the 10-minute duration ended. The teleportation door entered a cooldown state, and its cooldown time started, counting from the first second of use. So now, there were still 50 minutes of cooldown time left. During this time, Lu Chen didn't wait idly. He took out some materials and crafted equipment to enhance mental perception in range. Soon, the 50-minute cooldown time ended. Lu Chen handed over the equipment to Zhang Huihong and had her drink several bottles of potions to increase her mental power. Gulp! Zhang Huihong drank the potions and put on various pieces of equipment. That enhanced her mental abilities. She then reached out to grasp the handle of the teleportation door. In an instant, her mental radiation range enveloped the entire Dragon Kingdom. It could even extend a good distance beyond that. Her final mental radiation range far exceeded the largest territory in the history of the Dragon Kingdom. That's great! With this effect, once we clear all the special dungeons of the Dragon Kingdom, we can directly airdrop into the special dungeons of other countries. At that time, if we disguise ourselves, no one will notice us. We can secretly complete Lu Chen's second transfer task without anyone knowing. After hearing Zhang Huihong's explanation, Zeus said excitedly, "Alright, let's sleep for now, and start the dungeon tomorrow." Lu Chen said softly, feeling a bit tired. You go back to your room and sleep." Zhang Huihong glanced at the time. It was almost 2 o'clock and hurriedly urged Lu Chen to sleep. "I'm going to sleep too." Zeus also prepared to return to his room to sleep. "You sleep, what the hell?" Zhang Huihong did not agree but instead pulled Zeus over and gave him a good scolding. She had just finished drinking various potions to enhance her mental abilities, and her state was so good that she felt no drowsiness at all. While she didn't blame Lu Chen, she couldn't let the culprit Zeus sleep comfortably either. She had to keep him up all night. The next day, 7 in the morning, Lu Chen woke up. Although he had only gone to bed after 2 the previous night, his need for sleep was not particularly great after his strength had increased. After a few hours of deep sleep, he could quickly recover. After washing up, Lu Chen prepared to team up with Zeus for a few special dungeons. When he came out of his room, he saw Zhang Huihong drinking tea in the living room, still looking energetic. Meanwhile, Zeus was slumped on the sofa, yawning, seemingly having not slept all night. "Good morning." Lu Chen greeted them. Good morning," Zeus replied, barely lifting his eyelids. Zhang Huihong put down her breakfast and called out to Lu Chen, "Good morning, come have breakfast, it tastes pretty good." Lu Chen nodded, glancing at Zeus a few times before sitting down to eat. While eating, Lu Chen asked Zeus why he looked so out of it. Zeus complained, "Sigh, isn't it because of you? You gave Hongjie medicine last night, making her unable to sleep, and then she wouldn't let me sleep. This is your own doing, don't drag others into it." Zhang Huihong shot Zeus a glare, retorting. Zeus waved his hand in resignation, nodding, yeah, right. He didn't argue further, fearing he might get scolded by her again. After finishing breakfast, Lu Chen noticed Zeus's poor condition. Although he said it was fine and that he would focus once they entered the dungeon, Lu Chen still prepared a bottle of top-tier Heaven's Spirit potion for him. Glug glug. After drinking it, Zeus's eyes instantly lit up, almost like a light bulb. Feels great. He felt completely refreshed, no longer tired or sleepy. He then picked up the map, started searching for their location, and said to Zhang Huihong, "Hongjie, open the portal and send us here to this location. There are 3 special dungeons nearby, and it should take us about an hour to clear them. Then you can use the portal to go somewhere else afterward." Zeus began making arrangements for the next steps. "Okay, no problem." Zhang Huihong nodded. She actually had quite a few things to attend to.
However, since Zeus had pulled her in and it involved Lu Chen, she
could postpone her original tasks. Helping Lu Chen with his second job quest was the priority. Buzz. After confirming the location, Zhang Huihan activated the portal, sending Lu Chen and Zeus over. Of course, she followed them and manifested the portal at the destination. They weren't planning to return here. Then, the three of them formed a team and entered the dungeon, starting a new day of the second job quest. In the White Eagle Nation, a young man of East Asian descent sat with a typical blonde-haired, blue-eyed White Eagle person, drinking coffee. The young man remained silent, putting down his coffee cup, his expression hesitant and uncertain, worried about something. Don't worry, we have the best protective array here, capable of blocking all prying eyes. Any long-range attacks won't be able to interfere here, so feel free to speak, the other person encouraged. They were anxious inside. This time, the Dragon Nation was unusually invested in facilitating the Blue Star Federation. Therefore, they had spent a considerable amount and promised to protect the other party and their family, hoping to hear about the recent unusual activities of the Dragon Nation. If I fail, even if I die, you must protect my family. The young man hesitated, then said, That's not a problem, we've already established the highest level of contract. The other person nodded. Good. The young man nodded, then opened his mouth, wanting to reveal Lu Chen's creation abilities to make them more cautious. Puff. However, before he could say a word, his entire being exploded in an instant, turning into a mist of blood. The blood mist mixed with bone fragments blew onto the face of the other party, leaving him in shock and disbelief. How is this possible? We used the strongest formation. Even if the other party breaks their oath and faces divine retribution, they should at least be able to reveal some information. For a minute or two, right? How could they die instantly? The middle-aged man with blonde hair and blue eyes unconsciously clenched his fists. He sensed the abnormality in this series of events. It seemed that there was indeed a problem on the Dragon Kingdom's side. On the other side, Dragon Kingdom. In a dimly lit room, a white-haired woman slowly opened her tightly shut eyes. Behind her, ghostly lights flickered, with countless ghostly figures swirling around. The fourth one. The white-haired woman spoke softly, stroking a ring that glowed with a ghostly light on her hand, her expression a mix of helplessness and anger. She was a god-level practitioner, the ruler of the undead, known as Ming, and the legendary epic divine artifact, the Oath Destruction Ring, which had long been famous in the Dragon Kingdom, was in her control. During this time, a total of 4 people who had signed the Oath Destruction contract had attempted to reveal Lu Chen's secrets, only to be instantly killed by her long-range strike, unable to utter a single word. Of course, situations like the one just now were still relatively rare. Mainly, the formation on the White Eagle Kingdom side was indeed powerful. The other party only had thoughts of betrayal, which only allowed her to vaguely sense it, making it difficult to determine their exact location. However, because the oath's causality she touched belonged to Lu Chen's line, Ming prioritized attacking this line over others. She managed to kill them just before someone attempted to take the risk of revealing the secret. Why do they always try to test the cost of breaking an oath? Is it worth it? Ming slowly shook her head, letting out a soft sigh. However, even though she successfully killed the would-be informant, this incident still made her feel uneasy. This time, her main focus was on monitoring and targeting those who wanted to leak Lu Chen's secrets, only to discover that those targeted by the Oath Destruction Ring could still be temporarily isolated by the formation. In this case, since they had not paid much attention to other oath lines before, many who died for breaking their oaths, perhaps before dying, they had already leaked some secrets using the enemy's powerful formation, only to be struck down by divine retribution afterward? If that were the case, relying solely on the Oath Destruction Ring to monitor all traitors seemed highly problematic. It might also be because the epic-level equipment was no longer considered the top-tier divine artifact. If it were upgraded to mythic level, perhaps all of this could be prevented. Then, she would no longer need to personally wield the Oath Destruction Ring to oversee the various oath lines she had signed. Once an oath line was triggered, she would have to immediately strike down the informant with divine retribution. Liang Yu, come over, let's hold a small meeting to discuss this. Ming then contacted Liang Yu and others to convene an internal meeting about this matter. Yin rarely makes an appearance, but her status in the Dragon Kingdom is not inferior to that of several god-level professionals like Liang Yu. Otherwise, she wouldn't be in control of the Oath Destruction Ring. When Yin took the initiative to call for an internal meeting, Liang Yu and the others did not refuse. Realizing that something must have happened, they hurriedly set aside their tasks and quickly rushed to the dark little room where Yin was located. Now that everyone is here, I'll keep it brief. After the arrival of Yin and several other god-level professionals from the Dragon Kingdom, she directly revealed that not long ago, there had been several attempts to disclose Lu Chen's secrets, which she had proactively dealt with using the Oath Destruction Ring, resulting in the perpetrators being killed. In such a short time, there have already been 4 incidents. Fortunately, we had the foresight to have everyone sign the most
stringent contract in advance, which is as effective as a direct signing with the Oath Destruction Ring and can be checked by its controller. Otherwise, we would have truly been exposed by these traitors. Sigh, this was only possible because Ian has been monitoring everything. Otherwise, when no one holds the Oath Destruction Ring, there might have been quite a few traitors who leaked secrets before dying. There may even be traitors who, after leaking secrets, are still alive and lurking among us. Are you referring to the situation during the Dark Holy War? I feel the likelihood of that is quite low. Let's not discuss past events for now. The priority should still be to reinforce the authority of the Oath Destruction Ring. It should be able to easily eliminate leakers without supervision, rendering all enemy defenses ineffective. Yes, it would be best if it could also cause listening enemies to die from divine retribution so that a enemy would dare not send anyone to meddle again. The group discussed. They were also aware that internal traitors were actually quite few. Rarely would someone disregard the Oath Destruction contract, risking exposure for a bit of benefit from the enemy. A large portion of leakers were either raised by enemy nations and did not consider themselves citizens of the Dragon Kingdom, or they were under some form of control by the enemy, knowing that if discovered, it wouldn't just be their death, but their entire family could be in danger. Thus, they had no choice but to take a gamble and betray. A small portion, on the other hand, were misled by the enemy's seductive skills, wanting to leak secrets. But regardless, the Oath Destruction Ring treats all equally. Anyone who leaks secrets must die, no matter the reason. However, this approach means that those who die are ultimately just internal spies and traitors, and it doesn't actually harm the enemy. This has always been a source of regret for them. They hoped that when traitors died, those who heard all the secrets would die along with them. This way, not only would the secrets remain safe, but it would also hurt the enemy, making them afraid to attempt eavesdropping again. In that case, we need to find Lu Chen to upgrade the Oath Destruction Ring to the mythic level. The group briefly discussed and felt that they still needed to find Lu Chen to enhance this equipment. However, there were some minor disagreements internally. Some felt that Lu Chen was currently in his second transition and should not be disturbed, wasting his time and energy. They believed that even if they were to upgrade the Oath Destruction Ring, it should wait until after Lu Chen's second transition. During this time, they could let powerful mages take turns controlling the Oath Destruction Ring, and if any leakers appeared, they could trigger Lu Chen's line and eliminate them. Others felt that Lu Chen should have Zeus and Zhang Huihong guiding him through the second transition. He was essentially just a mascot following along. So, letting him complete the second transfer task while also considering how to enhance the Oath of Destruction Ring doesn't actually take much time. If it drags on, Lu Chen will need at least another 10 days to half a month for the second transfer. During this time, if an accident occurs and someone leaks Lu Chen's identity as a creator, that would be very troublesome. It would also deal a serious blow to their upcoming plans and arrangements. Now is a critical moment. A slight delay in Lu Chen's second transfer progress, while increasing the confidentiality surrounding him, I think is acceptable. Ultimately, after discussion, everyone agreed to let Lu Chen see if he could modify the Oath of Destruction Ring. Alright, then let's contact Zeus. According to feedback, they are currently in the sub-dungeon in Carp City and will probably be out in about 10 more minutes. Then let's wait to contact them and send someone to Carp City to meet them. Soon, the meeting ended. Ming personally went to Carp City to meet Lu Chen and hand over the Oath of Destruction Ring for him to enhance. More than 10 minutes later, bang! After Zeus kicked the boss to death, he asked Lu Chen, "So, does this map count as a special dungeon?" Because until they officially cleared it, no one could be sure if the dungeon they anticipated to be a special dungeon would count as part of the second transfer task. So now, Zeus had gotten into the habit of asking Lu Chen every time he cleared a dungeon he considered special. It counts as a special dungeon. Lu Chen nodded. Great. Let's change cities. With this teleportation gate, it's incredibly convenient. Originally, we expected it would take 2 days to clear all the special dungeons nationwide, but now we should be able to finish by noon. Zeus chose to exit the dungeon and return to the town, expressing his thoughts. He had already made up his mind that after clearing the domestic special dungeons, they would immediately head to nearby foreign countries and quietly infiltrate their special dungeons. Ding ding. At that moment, as Zeus returned to the town, he received a special text message alert. This kind of text alert only appeared when the highest-ranking individuals sent him important information. Zeus's expression changed slightly. He didn't rush to have Zhang Huihong activate the teleportation gate but instead took out his phone to check the message. What happened? Zhang Huihong, of course, understood these matters and, after a slight change in her expression, came over to ask Zeus. After reading the message, Zeus glanced at Lu Chen and said, "The situation with the Blue Star Federation is still too entangled. There have been quite a few traitors recently who wanted to leak information, and they've all been dealt with. However, the headquarters still feels it's not very secure and is preparing to let Lu Chen take a look." Is that so?
Zhang Huihong understood Zeus's meaning, even though he wasn't very clear. A moment later, Ming appeared. She brought with her a powerful sense of oppression and a faint aura of death. Lu Chen? Nice to meet you for the first time. I am Ming. Let's not waste time. Can you take a look at this equipment and see if you can enhance it? Ming walked up to Lu Chen and extended her hand. Lu Chen also noticed the ring on her hand. This should be the equipment she wanted him to examine, right? And having heard what Zeus and Zhang Huihong just said, Lu Chen could also guess. This equipment should be the Oath of Destruction ring he had heard about a long time ago. The Oath Destruction ring, Lu Chen has long heard of its great name. This is an epic-level divine item that dropped from a dungeon. The Oath Destruction contract derived from it has been signed by many people who understood their profession. However, this is the first time Lu Chen has seen the source, the Oath Destruction ring. He slowly reached out and touched the ring, and its description appeared before him. Equipment, Oath Destruction. Ring level, level 90 quality, epic attributes, spirit plus 150%, release speed plus 100%, magic defense plus 12,345. Passive, sign an oath contract with the target. If the target violates the contract, they will suffer destruction. Damage. Those at or below the same level as the holder will definitely die. Those 10 levels higher have a 70% chance of dying. Those 30 levels higher have a high chance of being severely injured. Evaluation. The eternal promise of the gods. After reading the equipment's description, Lu Chen felt that its attributes weren't particularly impressive. The highlight lies in the oath destruction aspect. However, this oath destruction also has its limits. It doesn't mean that anyone who signs the oath will definitely die upon violation. They must be at or below the level of the equipment holder to be almost guaranteed death. If their level is higher, above 10 levels, there is a 30% chance they won't die, and if it's over 30 levels, they will almost certainly survive, only suffering severe injuries. Of course, this Ming, although Lu Chen doesn't know much about her since she can possess this oath destruction ring, she is undoubtedly one of the top-level players at this stage. Therefore, under normal circumstances, with this ring in her hands, anyone who violates the oath is almost certainly doomed, with no exceptions. However, according to Ming's earlier introduction, there are quite a few people who, although killed by the oath destruction, might have revealed secrets before dying without her noticing. She suspects that it might be some kind of divine item or method used by foreigners that can temporarily delay the inevitable destruction. Thus, Ming hopes he can transform this equipment into a mythic-level divine item. Strengthen the deterrent. Completely prevent any traitors from leaking secrets. How is it? Is there a way to transform it into a mythic-level divine item? Seeing Lu Chen retract his hand, Ming quickly asked. I'll give it a try, but I feel the chances are low. Lu Chen frowned slightly. Transforming a level 90 epic item into a mythic-level item is extremely difficult, especially since this item is not legendary, not forged by a celestial blacksmith or divine craftsman, but dropped from a dungeon. Its upper limit is already close to its peak, and raising its quality to mythic level is even harder. Lu Chen felt it would be easier to create a mythic level oath destruction ring himself. Alright, then give it a try. Lu Chen immediately began to chant commands to increase the success rate and then started to recreate the item. As expected, the attempt failed. He simply couldn't reshape it into a mythic level oath destruction ring. Not possible. Lu Chen shook his head. Not possible? What a pity, Ming said, feeling quite regretful. If Lu Chen can't elevate this equipment to mythic level and enhance its destructive power, then she will have to work a bit harder, at least closely monitoring the causal line of Lu Chen's oaths before the global military competition to prevent his secrets from leaking out. Is there a way to create a mythic level oath destruction ring? Ming casually asked, not holding out much hope. She just knew that Lu Chen had a skill that could greatly increase the success rate of forging mythic level equipment. It should be possible, but in terms of effectiveness, it would probably only be about 1/3 stronger than this piece of equipment, right? It won't be too much stronger. Lu Chen pondered for a moment and said, mainly, his level wasn't very high, just over level 40. He needed to create a mythic level oath of destruction ring, which couldn't exceed level 60. However, this piece of equipment was level 90. Although the quality of mythic level items is far superior to that of epic level items, the level difference between the two would also affect aspects like destruction damage. Therefore, even if he created a mythic level oath of destruction ring, its power would at most be 1/3 or half stronger than the current oath of destruction ring. It wouldn't be enough to completely overpower this piece of equipment. To achieve that, the mythic level equipment would need to reach at least level 80. 1/3 stronger? That's already great, Ming exclaimed, her eyes lighting up, indicating that such an increase was already acceptable. Then, she suggested that Lu Chen shouldn't rush to create the mythic level oath of destruction ring, and that he should continue with the second turn dungeon, taking his time to think it through, and once he had a successful concept, he could tell her the required materials, and she would go get them for him. Alright,
Lu Chen nodded and then casually invited Ming to join the team. Once he had the equipment design figured out, he could inform her of the materials needed. Ming shook her head and did not join their team. I can't enter the dungeon. Once I do, it will affect the various causal lines regulating the Oath of Destruction ring, so I must monitor from outside, she explained. Okay then, I will try to come up with the mythic level Oath of Destruction equipment as soon as possible. Lu Chen replied, nodding. He then used the Analyze skill to break down the ring and learned about the related materials. Following that, he went with Zeus and Zhang Huihan to the next special dungeon. Time passed quickly. Half a day went by. All of the special dungeons in the Dragon Kingdom had been cursed and cleared by Lu Chen. He was now 67 dungeons away from clearing 100 special dungeons. Ha! Lu Chen exhaled a breath of stale air and said, I figured it out. You guys can send the required materials to that sister. Lu Chen didn't have Ming's contact information, so he asked Zeus or Zhang Huihan to send the relevant information to her. Sister. Zeus looked at Lu Chen with a strange expression. This guy really dared to call out like that? Ming was quite old, she could easily be his great-grandmother. But then again, it seemed like she could also be his grandfather. Alright. Zhang Huihan agreed, thinking that Lu Chen was quite charming with his words. After recording the materials needed to create the mythic level Oath of Destruction equipment, she sent them to Ming to prepare. Then, Zhang Huihan said, well, now that we've cleared all the special dungeons in the Dragon Kingdom, where should we go next? Zeus replied, let's head to the southern region, near the neighboring lands of the Dragon Kingdom. Once these countries' special dungeons are cleared, we can visit the Cherry Blossom Country and the Kimchi Country. Good. Upon hearing Zeus's arrangement, Zhang Huihan felt no problem and nodded. Those were small countries, they could disguise themselves and blend in without any issues. Moreover, they had no intention of doing anything to them, just passing through a few relatively special instances. After clearing the instances, there would be no impact. Compared to going through diplomatic procedures and negotiating slowly, this was clearly faster. Although it might be a bit unethical. But in urgent times, one must act pragmatically, so it was nothing. Whoosh! Zhang Huihan grasped the doorknob of the Anywhere door and her spirit began to expand and diffuse. Soon, she pinpointed a direction. Then she opened the Anywhere door and, with Lu Chen and Zeus, crossed borders directly. On the other side, Ming received the message sent by Zhang Huihan and her expression brightened. So quickly, Lu Chen had already conceived a myth-level oath damage equipment. She then checked the materials and forwarded them to the treasury personnel to see if they had everything. Soon, the relevant personnel replied that most of the materials were available, but a small portion of the myth-level materials were not in their treasury, though they were available in other countries. Ming frowned upon hearing this. Were these materials only available abroad? That would be a bit troublesome. She further inquired and learned that these scarce materials from the Dragon Country were not exclusive to the major powers abroad but were from certain small countries, which made her breathe a sigh of relief. If these scarce materials were exclusive to those major powers abroad, then at this tense moment, where everyone wanted to compete for control of the Federation, it would be very difficult for them to purchase these materials. But if they were just from small countries, it wouldn't be a big problem. It might even be easier. After all, once the Blue Star Federation facilitated this, it would allow resources to flow freely among countries. Therefore, some materials and equipment that were still valuable due to national barriers might not hold their value after the exchange. Thus, major powers might tighten their control over materials and equipment in the current situation. However, small countries in pursuit of greater profits might sell off materials that would be of no use to them and would likely depreciate in the future, which was quite normal. Ming directly instructed the relevant personnel to contact those small countries to purchase these materials. Even if it cost a bit more, it was worth it. Striving to let Lu Chen create more powerful oath damage equipment as soon as possible. This was mainly because Ming could not constantly expend her mental energy to monitor these oath causality lines. This was a significant drain on her spirit. In the short term, it wouldn't have a huge impact on her, but if it continued for 10 days or half a month, she could still endure it. But if it lasted for a year or so, she absolutely couldn't take it. Therefore, she was eager to facilitate the emergence of myth-level oath damage equipment. This would not only ensure Lu Chen's safety but also relieve her from such exhaustion. Whoosh! Lu Chen and his group quietly arrived in the South Vietnam territory. They certainly did not go directly to the instance portal. Instead, they first reached a deserted wilderness, then changed into local clothing, applied some makeup, and put on cheerful smiles. Alright, let's go into the instance, Zeus said. After the makeup, his skin had darkened a bit, making him look more like a local. However, they couldn't speak the local language. That was a small trouble. Of course, it wasn't a big deal. They just had to act as if they were mute. Soon, Lu Chen, Zeus, and the others successfully blended into a special instance in the area.
There was no one supervising and they easily got in. Whoosh! Bang! Boom!
Before long, Zeus led Lu Chen and Zhang Huihong to successfully clear this special instance.
How was it? Is there a count? After clearing the dungeon, Zeus turned to ask Lu Chen. Yes, there is. Lu Chen nodded. Great, let's change to another place. Zeus's spirits lifted. With this kind of efficiency, perhaps it would only take 2 or 3 days to complete the special dungeon requirements for the job change. After that, they could spend some time dealing with the remaining troublesome job change requirements. It probably wouldn't take more than 10 days to let Lu Chen complete all the job change requirements. And this time would be enough for the experience capsules to accumulate enough experience for Lu Chen to level up to level 48. Charge! Soon, Zeus led Lu Chen and Zhang Huihong out of the dungeon.
They then headed to another town to clear the local special dungeon they had investigated. Unfortunately, the teleportation gate
ultimately had a cooldown limit.
Otherwise, their efficiency could have been higher and they wouldn't have to run around after reaching a general direction.
Time flew by. 2 days passed. Lu Chen followed Zeus around. He witnessed the differences between various countries. Now, his second job change task, which required clearing 100 special dungeons, was down to just 28 left. So far, they had been to countries like South Vietnam, Laos, Myanmar, Siam, Sakura Country, and Kimchi Country. They had cleared all the special dungeons in these countries, and there were no suitable ones left. Therefore, the remaining 28 special dungeons would have to be in larger countries. For example, Bear Country, Elephant Country. It's almost over, but the materials for crafting the oath destruction equipment are ready. Should we go ahead and make the equipment first? Zhang Huihong received a message from Ming and then asked Lu Chen. Yes, let's return to our country first. We can rest a bit and make the equipment before heading to other countries for dungeons. Lu Chen said. Okay. Zhang Huihong nodded. She then led them to a hidden spot. After that, she opened the teleportation gate and took them back to their country. Soon after, Ming personally brought the materials for crafting the oath destruction equipment to Lu Chen. Let me give it a try. Lu Chen took the spatial ring and said softly. Although he had spent some time previously conceptualizing the mythic level oath destruction equipment, he hadn't meticulously calculated the success rate. Even if there was only a 1% success rate, theoretically, continuous attempts at crafting could lead to success. However, this was nearly impossible. The difficulty was immense, especially since this so-called percentage success rate was estimated by Lu Chen using the insight skill, which was not accurate at all. Therefore, the estimated 1% success rate and 10% success rate he calculated were not much different. Both were nearly impossible to achieve. Even if he managed to craft something by sheer luck, the attributes of the crafted equipment would be far worse than expected. For example, using 2 or 3 divine level materials to try to create a mythic level piece of equipment, Lu Chen estimated the success rate to be 1% with a slight chance of success. Compared to equipment that he had meticulously calculated, with various divine level material attributes matched in an orderly fashion, yielding a crafting success rate of over 70%. The mental toll of repeated crafting failures would not be worth it, even if both succeeded in crafting. The attributes of the former's equipment would still be significantly lower than the latter's. This was because the quantity and compatibility of the raw materials were vastly different. The former was a forced failure product. Lu Chen estimated the success rate of these materials for his designed oath destruction equipment. After stacking the curse buff, the success rate was approximately over 80%. Not bad. After stacking a buff, Lu Chen directly began crafting. Whoosh! A burst of dazzling golden light suddenly shone in the room. With the skill Divine Joy, Lu Chen had a relatively high success rate in crafting mythic level equipment. The golden light slowly converged. Ultimately, what appeared in Lu Chen's hand was a ring that resembled the oath destruction ring on Ming's hand. This was a brand new mythic level oath destruction ring. In fact, Lu Chen had considered transforming this oath destruction equipment into a bracelet or necklace. After all, having 2 rings felt a bit odd. However, after his assessment, he concluded that the success rate of the ring form was higher and better suited to carry the power of oath destruction. So, Lu Chen decided to customize it as a ring. Equipment: Oath Destruction Ring Level 60 Quality, Mythic Attributes, Mental Power plus 200%, Release, Speed plus 200%, Magic Defense plus 9,999, Magic Attack plus 10,086. Passive: Sign an oath contract with the target. If the target violates the contract, they will suffer destruction damage. If the target's level is equal to or higher than the equipment holder's level by 30 levels, they will definitely die. If higher by 50 levels, there is a 90% chance of death. Evaluation: An oath, a momentary slip of the tongue. This mythic level oath destruction ring is not significantly different from its epic level counterpart. The level dropped from 90 to 60, and the magic defense decreased slightly, but it gained a boost in magic attack.
The only major optimization is, of course, its passive Oath Destruction attack. Originally, it would annihilate the Oathbreaker, requiring the traitor's level to be equal to or lower than that of the equipment holder to be erased. If the traitor's level exceeds 10 levels, it becomes difficult to annihilate, with only a 70% success rate. If higher than 30 levels, it is highly likely that annihilation will fail, resulting only in severe injury. And although Ming is at max level, it can be said that no one can be higher than her by 10 or even 30 levels. Therefore, currently, no one can withstand her Oath Destruction attack, but although no one can be higher than Ming, there should be some special items or equipment that can temporarily boost the traitor's level, or some way to make Ming unable to immediately unleash the destruction attack on
the Oath's causal line without much attention.
This could lead to the traitor delaying their death by a minute or two, and that little time is enough for the traitor to leak quite a bit of confidential information. And now, Lu Chen's newly crafted mythic level Oath Destruction Ring. Although the increase isn't very large, his small modification is enough to change this situation. Any traitor who violates the oath, even if their level is 30 levels higher than the equipment holder, will still face annihilation. If they are 50 levels higher, there is still a 90% chance of annihilation. Even if there is a slight chance they are not immediately annihilated, it is enough to render them an idiot, completely unable to leak information. And the wearer of this mythic level Oath Destruction Ring, as long as they are not someone like Lu Chun who is in their 40s, but rather a max level powerhouse like Ming or Zhang Huihong, then it is basically impossible for there to be any special items in the world that can temporarily boost someone's level to 50. Therefore, any traitor attempting to leak information will inevitably face the fate of annihilation. There is no escape. Good. Such a good item. Ming reached out to take the mythic level Oath Destruction Ring that Lu Chen handed over. After reading the equipment's attribute introduction, her eyes slightly lit up, and she praised, feeling that with this mythic level Oath Destruction Ring, she could almost say she no longer needed to focus her energy on Lu Chen's Oath causal line. Anyone attempting to leak information would likely be annihilated at the first opportunity. There would be no escape from disaster. Alright, wait for me a moment, Ming said, then took the Oath Destruction Ring and pressed its face against the face of the Oath Destruction Ring she was wearing on her hand. She was transferring the vows signed in the old Oath Destruction Ring to this new Oath Destruction Ring, just like a company going bankrupt transfers its contracts and business to a new company. Soon, Ming completed this action, transferring all the various contracts signed in the old Oath Destruction Ring to the new one. I feel better now. Ming concentrated her mental energy on the new Oath Destruction Ring, able to perceive the major causal lines of the vows involved within it. Many things that had previously made her feel small and hard to detect were now clearly perceptible. However, during this time, there were no traitors attempting to violate the contracts. Otherwise, she would have liked to test the power of this new Oath Destruction contract. Alright, thank you for your trouble. You all continue. I'll go back and think about it some more. Ming withdrew her mental energy from the causal lines of the Oath Destruction Ring and then spoke to Lu Chen. Not a trouble at all. Lu Chen smiled and shook his head. He understood that Ming was keeping a close watch on the Oath Destruction Ring solely to protect him, preventing him from being completely exposed to everyone. Therefore, creating this myth-level Oath Destruction Ring was also helping himself, so how could it be considered hard work or a hassle? Watching Ming leave, Zacy said, alright, let's take a little break and then set off to Bear Country. It's a bit closer here, but our appearances will differ somewhat. But that's okay, Lu Chen should be able to make some disguises, it won't be a big problem. That's right. Lu Chen nodded. He then took out some materials from his spatial ring and proceeded to make 3 disguises. The place they had been to before didn't have much of a difference in appearance, so they could easily blend in. But now, going to Bear Country, the difference in appearance was quite significant, so for safety's sake, it would be better to have some disguise equipment. Time passed quickly. Another 3 days went by. Finally, with the efforts of Zacy and Zhang Huihong, Lu Chen's second job transfer condition, completing 100 special dungeons, was fulfilled. Now only a few not particularly difficult job transfer tasks remained. It was expected to be completed in 2 or 3 days. Additionally, the experience reserve capsules that would be sent next would be enough for Lu Chen to level up to level 48. Lu Chen's job transfer to become a spellmaster was basically a done deal. On this day, back in the small black room, Ming, after obtaining the myth-level Oath Destruction Ring, had been quietly resting and monitoring the causal lines of the vows. She had not informed the group about the new Oath Destruction Ring. Finally, today, she sensed that a causal line of a vow had been triggered. Before she could actively connect to this vow line, the other party was instantly turned to ashes. The effect is indeed very strong. Ming slowly opened her eyes, exclaiming in wonder. She then began to trace back the vow line to find out who was trying to violate which vow. She discovered that the traitor was not preparing to reveal information about Lu Chen, but rather some secrets regarding the Dragon Country. However, before the other party had formally contacted the enemy country, they were directly erased by the Oath Destruction Ring. After testing the effects of the mythical level Oath Destruction Ring, Ming finally nodded in satisfaction. Subsequently, she no longer needed to spend extra effort in this area and could go on to do some things she originally intended to do. Bang! Boom! Time flew by. 2.5 days passed. Accompanied by Zeus kicking the boss to death, they successfully cleared an extremely difficult special dungeon. Lu Chen's final task for his second job transfer was finally completed. Finally succeeded. The experience capsules can be used now. Hurry up and try your second job transfer. Zeus steadied himself, turned around, and looked at Lu Chen with excitement, urging him. During these 2.5 days, the last batch of experience reserve capsules had also arrived. Lu Chen could have already used the capsules to level up to level 48, but he didn't rush to use them. He also allowed Zeus to clear the last second job transfer dungeon without needing to exit the dungeon in a hurry. He planned to directly do the second job transfer in the dungeon. This was a bit safer. Lu Chen nodded and looked at the second job transfer. Book of the Spell Master. All the tasks within had been completed, he just needed to reach level 48. Then, he took out the experience reserve capsules he had received yesterday and began to use them one by one. Whoosh! Boom! Boom! Lu Chen's level continuously rose under the frenzied impact of the experience reserve capsules. In an instant, his level skyrocketed and finally stopped at level 48. Lu Chen still had 2 experience capsules left. They could have taken him to level 49. However, Lu Chen did not rush to use them. He wanted to level up further after the second job transfer. Because after the job transfer, the attribute point bonuses for leveling up would be different. For example, a regular healer class would have innate bonuses in stamina and strength after leveling up, while a stronger second job transfer healer would have innate bonuses in stamina and spirit. If one did not do the second job transfer at the most suitable level, then after reaching level 48, the innate attribute point bonuses would still lean towards the regular healer's strength and stamina, resulting in fewer spirit points. However, if one directly did the second job transfer to a high-level healer at level 48, then their subsequent leveling would have a higher innate bonus in stamina and spirit, with less emphasis on strength. Therefore, for the healer class, one could either do the first job transfer and level up to 100 before transferring to a high-level healer, or level up to 48 or 50 and then do the second job transfer to a high-level healer. Their final panel attributes would be vastly different. A healer who only did the second job transfer at level 100 would have at least over 1,000 points less in spirit and stamina compared to a high-level healer who successfully transferred at level 48. In this case, the former's healing output would definitely be much lower than the latter's. It would require many pieces of equipment to make up for such an innate gap. However, many people are aware that doing the second job transfer at the right level is the best, yet there are still many who cannot immediately do the second job transfer at level 48 or 50. For example, the recently transferred Judgment Paladin, Li Genshuo. He only started his second job transfer after reaching max level. He certainly knew the benefits of transferring to a Judgment Paladin at level 50. However, he had no resurrection skills, equipment, or items before. What could he do? He didn't want to transfer to a more ordinary second job healer. Therefore, he preferred to wait until he reached max level before slowly having the opportunity to transfer. Although his innate attributes were a bit skewed, the strength of his second job transfer class completely crushed other healers. Overall, it was still worth it. As for Lu Chen, if it weren't for Zeus and the others leading him, helping him curse the myriad races, allowing him to quickly clear 100 special dungeons and the subsequent second transfer tasks, relying solely on himself would mean that after reaching level 48, it would take at least 4 to 5 years to complete these second transfer tasks. He spent all his time on these dungeons instead of focusing on leveling up. Therefore, a few years later, his contemporaries, the geniuses, might have already succeeded in their second transfer and leveled up to over 60. Meanwhile, he would likely not only have failed to succeed in his second transfer but would also have leveled up to over 50 due to repeated attempts at special dungeons, failing to clear them. He feared that in the end, he could only rely on himself to become a curse master, and his level would at least be raised to above 55. He would lose quite a few innate attribute points. But fortunately, Lu Chen chose to donate himself to the country from the very beginning. Thus, before even reaching level 40, he started completing a series of second transfer tasks with the help of others. After completing the final task, his level was still below 48, and he ultimately used experience capsules to push his level up to 48. It can be said that his second transfer to Curse Master would be extremely perfect, with no deviation in innate attributes. It was just a pity that he had not yet obtained the second transfer book for his creator class. Therefore, Lu Chen might not rush to level up immediately. Level 48 was already sufficient for him to perform. He originally wasn't particularly eager to reach the maximum level right away. Donating himself to the country was merely to ensure his own safety and to alleviate the headache of gathering resources needed for creation.
Alright, after leveling up to 48, Lu Chen looked at the second transfer book for Curse Master again.
All the tasks and conditions listed had been completed.
He could directly transfer from Curse Master to Curse Sovereign. Lu Chen suppressed his excitement and then chose to undergo the second transfer.
Swish! A pitch-black light suddenly erupted from Lu Chen, continuously spreading outward. In an instant, the entire boss room of the dungeon was enveloped in layers of thick black mist. Amidst the darkness, golden lightning flashed,
agile like a swimming dragon. So dark, it feels extremely oppressive.
This Curse Sovereign is so strong, clearly just a second transfer at level 48, yet it gives me such a strong sense of pressure.
On the
other side, Zeus and Zhang Huihong were also engulfed in darkness, watching Lu Chen undergo his second transfer to Curse Sovereign, their expressions turning serious. Zhang Huihong had seen top-tier second transfer classes before,
such as Li Ginchua's Judgment Paladin, but the sense of pressure from those classes was nothing compared to Lu Chen's Curse Sovereign. This made her very much look forward to how terrifying Lu Chen would be after his second transfer to Curse Sovereign.
Swish! In the thick black mist, it was as if an evil dragon had opened its eyes, revealing a pair of scarlet eyes filled with an aura of evil and destruction. The next moment, all the mist disappeared. Immediately after, Zeus and Zhang Huihong were shocked to discover that the boss, which Zeus had just kicked to death, actually stood up. It had fully resurrected, exuding an unparalleled sense of terrifying pressure. What the hell? How did this boss come back to life? The Curse Master, really impressive. Seeing that the boss in this dungeon had actually revived, and the pressure it exuded was even more terrifying, Zeus and Zhang Huihong were both astonished. Swish, swish, swish. Immediately, the elite monsters that had died in the previous elite monster room actually burst into the boss room one after another.
In an instant, this not so large boss room was filled with various large monsters, all emanating a terrifying aura. They really altered the dungeon rules, Zeus exclaimed upon seeing this. In some special dungeons, certain bosses do indeed revive. However, this kind of boss revival is actually just a special mechanism. When you first kill the boss, it doesn't count as clearing the dungeon. You need to wait for the boss to revive and then kill it again to clear the dungeon. For example, one type of boss first shows a light form, and after being killed, it will show a dark form. Only after both forms are killed can you truly clear the dungeon. The revival of this dungeon's boss was somewhat similar to this situation. Its body turned pitch black, exuding a terrifying pressure, looking as if it hadn't cleared the dungeon and had revived through a special mechanism. But Zeus knew it wasn't like that. If the dungeon hadn't been cleared, Lu Chen wouldn't have been able to complete the second job transfer task. He couldn't possibly change to the Curse Master. Moreover, he subsequently summoned the elite monsters that had already died in other rooms into the boss room. This further indicated that he had indeed altered the dungeon rules with the abilities of the Curse Master. Senior, why don't you try killing them again? Lu Chen called out to Zeus with a smile. At this moment, although he had successfully transitioned to the Curse Master, there were no other unusual changes. His skin hadn't turned black and his eyes hadn't turned red, looking as if he hadn't transitioned at all. Alright, Zeus replied, coming back to his senses, and then he cast Lightning Dance. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the room full of elite monsters and the boss were all kicked to death by Zeus again. However, they quickly revived once more. And after reviving, the pressure they exuded was even more terrifying. Zeus checked the levels of these monsters and was horrified to find that as they were killed and revived, their levels and health bars were actually increasing. Brutally fierce. What the hell? How are we supposed to fight this? Not only can't we kill them, but they can also level up by dying? Zeus said, speechless. Roar. The boss let out a roar and charged at Zeus again. Bang! Zeus had no choice but to strike again. Using 2 or 3 skills, he once again dealt with these elite monsters and the boss. But they revived again, and their levels had risen several levels, with their health bars significantly thicker. Bang! After several attempts, Zeus had killed them several times, but his skills were almost all on cooldown. Although he wore the empty-handed mastery ring and even a basic attack could kill these elite monsters and the boss, these special elite monsters and the boss were not so easy to deal with. Without skills, he was easily controlled by them, knocked back, and fell into a passive state of being beaten. Boom! In the end, Zeus missed a basic attack on the boss and was directly sent flying. Immediately, those elite monsters began to control him, leaving him completely unable to fight back. Stop it! Lu Chen said directly upon seeing this. He couldn't just watch Zeus get eaten. Swish! As soon as he finished speaking, all the elite monsters and the boss stopped their attacks. Immediately, they seemed to be washed away by a torrential rain like clay sculptures. With a loud crash, their forms completely collapsed and sank into the ground, vanishing into thin air. Bang! Zeus also fell from the sky, nearly splitting his backside into 8 pieces. He wouldn't have been
In such a miserable state, after all, he was a fully leveled powerhouse. It was just that, first, he had no teammates to help him. Second, these elite monsters and bosses were not simple, without skills and unable to dodge. Once he was controlled, it became very uncomfortable. If Lu Chen hadn't shouted for the monsters to stop in time, although he wouldn't be beaten to death by these monsters, he would have certainly taken a heavy beating. Ouch! You this curse master, really hard to deal with. Zeus rubbed his backside and stood up, looking at Lu Chen with a face full of indignation. He felt that Lu Chen was somewhat like a summoner, but much more despicable than an ordinary summoner. The summoned beasts of a summoner, once killed, wouldn't immediately resurrect. Moreover, the summoner had to summon them again, which involved skill cooldowns and item limitations. It was nothing like Lu Chen's. Hey, you this curse master, what do you consume to alter the dungeon rules? Is it still life? Zeus suddenly thought of something and asked Lu Chen. He was quite clear that the prerequisite profession of Lu Chen's Curse Master, the Curse Life Master, consumed his life to cast skills. Now that he had advanced to Curse Master, the introduction seemed to indicate that it no longer consumed lifespan. But with such a perverse ability, it shouldn't be without consumption, and it couldn't just be consuming mental power or mana. So, Zeus was curious about how this Curse Master's curse world consumed. Lu Chen shook his head and said, "Now I no longer consume life. Then what do you consume? Spirit?" Zhang Huihong also asked. Lu Chen replied, "No, I consume experience." Zhang Huihong? Zeus? What? Consume experience? The experience you're talking about, is it the experience we use to level up? Zeus quickly asked. Yes. Lu Chen nodded, it's consuming experience, the experience we use to level up. If I consume too much, I might even drop a level. Zeus. Zhang Huihong. That's a bit ridiculous. This curse master, casting skills and altering rules, actually uses experience? And if overused, he might drop a level? Lu Chen checked the core introduction of the curse master. Curse world can consume a certain amount of experience points, converting them into curse points, which can be used to curse enemies, amplify teammates, modify world rules, etc. Lu Chen had just tried it. About 10,000 experience points could be converted into one curse point. And one curse point could resurrect a boss, while one curse point could resurrect all elite monsters in the dungeon. One curse point could modify the rules, allowing the resurrected monsters to have an immortal body, able to resurrect after dying. One curse point could modify the rules, giving monsters a passive ability to grow stronger the more they fight, increasing their level, thickening their health bar, and boosting their combat power after resurrection. So, Lu Chen had just spent 40,000 experience points, nearly beating Zeus down. And for Lu Chen, who was level 48, 40,000 experience points was merely a drop in the bucket. Is it really only this little experience points consumed? Isn't that quite cost-effective? Not long after Ziz and Zhang Huihong had finished listening to Lu Chen's introduction of his spell master profession's abilities and consumption, they were immediately overjoyed. They had originally thought that the experience points consumed by Lu Chen as a spellmaster would be very high. This had worried them. They even felt that in the future, if they wanted Lu Chen to use the abilities of the spellmaster, they would have to hire a group of people to fight monsters and gather experience capsules to keep Lu Chen stocked at all times. However, since Lu Chen used the spellmaster's abilities, the consumption was only 10,000 experience points. That wasn't a big problem. Of course, this was just the consumption from the few times Lu Chen had used his spell abilities. It didn't mean that all of Lu Chen's spell consumption would only be 1 point of spell points. It was very likely that if he modified other rules in the future, the consumption would be much higher. But overall, his profession's consumption wasn't particularly outrageous. At least it was much better than that of a curse master. Let's go, we'll exit the dungeon, and you can come back in and try again, Ziz suggested. After all, Lu Chen had just used his spell after clearing the dungeon. He wanted to see how Lu Chen performed in a dungeon that hadn't been cleared yet. Okay. Lu Chen agreed immediately. Swish. Soon, they exited the dungeon and entered another, stronger dungeon. This dungeon was stronger and more difficult than the one they had just cleared. But since it was unrelated to Lu Chen's second job as a spell master, they didn't pay it any mind. However, Ziz wanted to test whether Lu Chen's spell consumption was related to the dungeon's clearance and difficulty level. So he specifically chose this dungeon. Swish. After Lu Chen, Ziz, and Zhang Huihong entered this dungeon, he immediately began to cast spells and modify the dungeon rules. Spell, gather all monsters in the dungeon to this room. Spell, let all monsters in the dungeon kill each other. The last monster will commit suicide. Lu Chen only used 2 types of spell abilities. Soon, whether it was the troublesome elite monsters or the extremely fierce bosses, they all ran to the first room of this dungeon. Then, right in front of Lu Chen and Ziz, they began to attack each other. My goodness, it's like fighting crickets. Ziz watched this scene, a bit stunned, murmuring, "How much experience did you consume for these rule modifications?"
Ziz then turned to Lu Chen, asking curiously.
Lu Chen replied, not much, letting them come out on their own cost a little spell points, which is about 10,000 experience, and letting them kill each other cost me 3 spell points, which is 30,000 experience.
The total is still 40,000 experience. Ziz nodded slightly upon hearing this, saying, then your spell consumption is indeed not much.
However, it seems that if you are just controlling the monsters, the spell points consumed are not particularly high, but if you forcibly change the rules to make them kill each other, the experience consumption
increases, he speculated.
Zhang Huihong shook her head upon hearing this, saying, it shouldn't be. I feel that making monsters revive and become stronger, such a perverse rule, should consume more experience, right?
But just now Lu Chen said it only consumed 10,000 experience. How do you explain that? Ziz frowned upon hearing this, then shook his head, saying, I'm not sure about that, maybe it's a beginner's discount? Zhang Huihong. What? Beginner's discount? You really can come up with anything. However, there is some possibility to it.
This was Lu Chen's first time changing to the Spellmaster, so his first attempt at casting spells consumed less.
The purpose was to
demonstrate the abilities of the Spellmaster, nothing more. And once Lu Chen understood the abilities of the Spellmaster, there would be no such discounts.
He would consume as many spell points as needed. Bang! Soon, these elite monsters were all taken down by the boss, leaving only one boss in the room that was committing suicide.
In no time, this boss also killed itself. Zhang Huihong suggested, Lu Chen, try again and use that resurrection buff that makes
them stronger after they die. Let's see if it still consumes 1 point of Curse World points? Okay. Lu Chen nodded.
He looked at his experience bar. After consuming experience points a few times, his original 17% experience
was still at 17%.
After all, tens of thousands of experience points were nothing compared to his current experience bar. He didn't have to worry about accidentally dropping a level in the Curse World.
In fact, Lu Chen was a bit curious about the feeling of dropping a level. After all, leveling up once grants an all-attribute bonus. So, would his 3-dimensional attribute points drop if he lost a level? If they didn't drop, wouldn't that mean he could have the innate attribute points of others at max level while being at level 1?
If that's the case, then when he reaches max level, the innate attribute points he would probably be dozens or even hundreds of times
stronger than others. That would be invincible.
If it could really be like that, Lu Chen wouldn't mind dropping back to level 1 from the hard-earned level 48. However, that would be something to try later. For now, he would first test other abilities and consumption of the Curse World. Swish! Soon, under Lu Chen's control, those elite monsters and the boss that had just killed each other were all resurrected. They entered a special state where being killed would allow them to level up and thicken their health bars.
How is it? Did the Curse World points increase? Zhang Huihong asked.
Lu Chen frowned slightly, shook his head, then nodded, saying, resurrecting these monsters still
consumes 1 Curse World point.
But the Curse World points for letting them level up after dying have increased this time, becoming 2 points. Upon hearing this, Zhang Huihong also furrowed her brows.
Why is that? Could it be that the monsters in this dungeon are of a higher level than before, thus increasing the second type of Curse World points? Or is it because the same modification rules cause the Curse World points to gradually increase? Next time you let the boss become stronger after dying, will it turn into 3 or 4 Curse World points?
But that doesn't make sense. The Curse World points for resurrecting the boss are still 1 point. Or could it be that the skill for resurrecting monsters has a limit, like allowing you to use it 10 times, and each time within those 10 uses costs 1 Curse World point, and after 10 times, the price goes up? While the Curse World points for monsters leveling up
after dying have no usage limit, starting from the first time being 1 point and then gradually increasing?
Zhang Huihong speculated, unable to understand the principle behind it.
If Lu Chen's Curse World this time consumed 2
Curse World points, she could understand that easily, but the discrepancy of 1 more and 1 less made it harder to comprehend.
Zeus straightforwardly said, it's simple, just try a few more times and you'll understand the rules. Well, you'll know after trying a few more times. Lu Chen nodded in agreement. Bang!
Following his command, the elite monsters and bosses that had just been revived all decayed and returned to dust. After that, they chose not to attempt other dungeons but decided to challenge this one again. Lu Chen tried the spell world once more, summoning the elite monsters and bosses out of their respective rooms to gather before him. And they began to slaughter each other. It still consumed 1 spell point. Then they revived, possessing an immortal body. The spell points consumed were the same as last time. That's really strange.
Zhang Huihong frowned in confusion after hearing Lu Chen's report.
They then tried switching to several other dungeons, allowing Lu Chen to test this ability again. The result was that the spell points consumed were basically
the same.
In fact, some that originally consumed 2 spell points had changed to 1. It wasn't as Zhang Huihong had guessed that switching dungeons would increase the consumption of spell points.
Alright, although I
Don't know how your spell points are calculated. Overall, after several attempts, the consumption isn't significant. Your class is quite impressive, Zhang Huihong exclaimed. Compared to Lu Chen's original spell master class, this spell World Master was definitely superior. No wonder it was a god-level class as predicted. Since the second transfer was successful, let's head back, Zeus said. Zhang Huihong nodded and then asked Lu Chen for his opinion on whether they should return. Lu Chen nodded, indicating it was fine. Although he still had many things he hadn't tried, like whether dropping his level from 48 to 47 would cause his innate attribute points to not drop and more alterations to dungeon rules. However, these weren't major concerns. He could explore them slowly in the dungeons of Jiangcheng after returning. Alright, then let's go back. Zhang Huihong nodded. She then pulled out the portal and grasped the doorknob, her spirit radiating outwards. It spread towards the Dragon Kingdom. Soon, Zhang Huihong confirmed the coordinates. Jiangcheng, the house where Lu Chen was. She then opened the door and stepped inside first. Lu Chen and Zeus followed her in. Hey, you got the location wrong, Zeus said when he saw they had arrived at Lu Chen's old house. No, this is Lu Chen's home, right? Zhang Huihong frowned. Zeus shook his head, saying, no, Lu Chen's house isn't big enough. I applied for a new one for him, which is next to the first high school. Alright, I misunderstood, you should have said so earlier, Zhang Huihong said helplessly. It's fine, it's not far anyway, Lu Chen hurriedly advised, fearing they would start arguing again. That's good. Then I'll head back to Beijing, Zhang Huihong said. She had some matters to attend to but had come over because Zeus had persuaded her. Now that Lu Chen had also completed his second transfer, she should return to Beijing to handle her affairs. Seeing this, Zeus quickly advised, hey, Sister Han, don't rush to leave. Why not rest a bit first? After an hour, you can use the portal to return to Beijing, and I'll go back with you. That works. Zhang Huihong thought about it and felt it was reasonable, then followed Lu Chen and the others into the house. Everything has been moved out. Lu Chen had intended to host them after entering the house, but seeing the empty place with nothing left, he could only invite Zeus and the others to check out the new house together. That's fine. Zeus and Zhang Huihong nodded, then followed Lu Chen to his new home. Click. Lu Chen took out the key and opened the villa's front door. The interior was very clean and tidy, without a speck of dust, and there was a faint fragrance. However, he didn't see Lu Hualian and Juya. Soon, Lu Chen let Zez and the others in, and he made tea for them. It was then that he discovered a note on the table. It was left by Juya and the others. They had gone to level up, and if Lu Chen returned, he could send them a text message. They would hurry back as soon as they finished the dungeon. Seeing this, Lu Chen put away the note and continued making tea for Zez and the others, not bothering to contact them. An hour passed quickly. Zez and Zhang Huihong took their leave, using the teleportation portal to return to the capital. Before they left, they reminded Lu Chen to be more careful and suggested that he wait for Lu Hualian and the others to come back before going out to play. Since this villa had been remodeled and equipped with various powerful formations, it would be quite safe for Lu Chen to stay inside. Lu Chen acknowledged this but didn't take it too seriously. After all, who knew where Lu Hualian and the others had gone and when they would return? He was still planning to experiment with a few of his ideas. However, without the protection of experts by his side, Lu Chen wouldn't go out without any precautions. He planned to create a resurrection coin. Yes, that's right, a resurrection coin, not a resurrection armor. Lu Chen had conceived the idea of a resurrection coin a long time ago, and it was much better than resurrection armor. It wouldn't ruin the equipment's set attributes due to the resurrection feature, nor would it waste time due to changing gear. However, the success rate had always been low when he previously conceived it. That meant the materials were insufficient to truly create a resurrection coin. Even if he tried 1,000 or 800 times, exhausting himself to barely produce a resurrection coin, its attributes would be far from what he had originally envisioned, so he never bothered to put himself through that. But now, after his second class change to a spellmaster, all of that was no longer a problem. The original material issues could be altered through the abilities of the spellmaster. He was quite confident that he could create a resurrection coin. Swish! Lu Chen took out a pile of materials from his spatial ring. Some were for making resurrection armor and some were not. Then, Lu Chen began to use his creation and spellmaster abilities. Wow! In an instant, black and gold light burst forth from the pile of materials. The next moment, some of these materials fused together, while others changed shape and then fused again. Clatter! In no time, a pile of golden coins rained down from the air, making a crisp and loud sound. Soon, the ground was covered with shiny golden coins. Roughly estimated, there were at least hundreds. These were all resurrection coins. A brilliant smile appeared on Lu Chen's face. He reached out to pick up a resurrection coin to check its effects. Item: Resurrection coin level 1 effect. After death, can choose to resurrect at any time within 10 minutes.
Evaluation, resurrect, my love. Revival coins are much stronger than revival armor. First of all, its usage level is level 1. Anyone can use it. Secondly, it allows for timed revival. Unlike revival armor, which guarantees revival 10 seconds after death, if a newbie wears revival armor and encounters an unbeatable enemy or boss, they will be killed. Then, after 10 seconds, when they revive, the enemy and boss probably haven't gone far and they will die again. Unless they have a special skill to escape immediately after reviving, or if they react quickly enough to exit the dungeon before the boss notices. But compared to revival coins, which can be used at any time within 10 minutes, revival armor is still lacking. Too much. With this pile of revival coins, Liu Chen is not afraid of any accidents. Even if the secret of his special profession is leaked and he is killed by a strong enemy when he steps outside, he can still revive. Moreover, if something happens, a group of strong players will definitely come to check the situation within 10 minutes. He doesn't have to worry about any problems after reviving. Not to mention, these revival coins have no cooldown. He can keep dying and reviving continuously. He can even exhaust the enemies to death. Alright, let's go out. Liu Chen also left a note at home and then headed to the school dungeon. Not many people paid attention to him. He casually entered an ordinary dungeon. Hiss, bang. In no time, under Liu Chen's spellcasting, all the monsters were dead. This time's attempt still consumed 1 spell point for each spellcast. Even though this dungeon is just a low-level level 3 dungeon, it is completely different from the level 80 dungeon they tried before. But the spell points consumed are still the same. It seems that the consumption of spell points is unrelated to the level of the dungeon or the monsters, it simply requires this much spell points to cast. Liu Chen thought thoughtfully. Then, he challenged this dungeon again and began a new spellcasting attempt. Buzz. Soon, Liu Chen's spellcasting ended. This time, he spent a full 15 spell points. That is, 150,000 experience points. The consumption was relatively high. But not long after, the monsters running out from various rooms were completely different from those in the previous dungeon. This dungeon was originally supposed to be a combination of minotaurs and goblins. But now, what appeared were mechanical bulls and mechanical goblins. Indeed, the reason for the high consumption of Liu Chen's spellcasting was that he used real spellcasting abilities. He changed the entire dungeon, and all the boss elite monsters were different. It was equivalent to him completely creating a new dungeon. The question is whether he can solidify this new dungeon? If he can, then their dragon country will not lack various new dungeons. Bang! Boom! Soon, these mechanical bulls and mechanical goblins died one after another. Then, a completion treasure chest appeared. This kind of treasure chest is a special chest that only appears in first clear dungeons. It often contains good items. Liu Chen was quite happy and then opened this first clear treasure chest. Inside the chest, there weren't many items, just one piece of equipment and a skill book. The equipment was of inheritance level. The skill book was for a mage profession. To get an inheritance level equipment in such a low-level dungeon is quite rare. If it weren't for the first clear reason, it probably wouldn't have dropped at all. And in such low-level dungeons, even if it's a first clear treasure chest, it's still difficult to drop inheritance level equipment. Liu Chen speculated that it might be because this mechanical bull dungeon was created by his own spellcraft. There was only one in the world. So, the rewards would be a bit more generous? After that, Liu Chen chose to exit the dungeon. He wanted to see if, after his spellcraft, a new dimensional space portal had appeared outside. Unfortunately, there wasn't. This meant that although Liu Chen could modify and create new dungeons with his spellcraft, he couldn't fix the new dungeons as regular dungeons. This was a dungeon rarer than hidden dungeons. It could be considered a unique dungeon. Let's try again. I'm about to drop to level 47. Liu Chen glanced at his experience bar, which was now only 2% left, mainly because he had just created a bunch of resurrection coins, consuming quite a few spellcraft points. Otherwise, modifying dungeons with spellcraft didn't consume much experience. Swish! Liu Chen then chose to enter a level 20 dungeon. This time, Liu Chen's spellcraft attempt was not just to modify the monsters in the dungeon, but also to add more elite monsters, increasing the experience to 4 times. And the rewards after clearing the dungeon were raised. Bang! Boom! Soon, the boss in the dungeon committed suicide, dropping a special treasure chest. Liu Chen opened the chest. Inside were a bunch of good items. A set of level 20 legacy armor, 2 skill books, and a level 30 second job change book. However, it was for a life profession. My guess is indeed feasible. Liu Chen revealed a brilliant smile upon seeing the second job change book. The appearance of this second job change book was not a coincidence. It was a result of Liu Chen's attempt. Second job change books were actually quite rare in Manhwa and even globally. Not everyone had the opportunity for a second job change. Especially for some special professions, it was even harder to find a suitable second job change book.
Even for some hidden professions, one might not be picky and could casually switch to any second job, but still couldn't find the corresponding second job change book. For example, Lu Chen's previous profession, the Spell Fate Master, had a hard time finding a second job change book. It was only because Zeus occasionally killed the anxious disaster that a suitable second job change book dropped. Therefore, Lu Chen understood very well that it would be very difficult to create a second job change book for a creator. It was almost impossible for him to casually modify a life profession's second job change book into a creator's second job change book. So, he thought, since it was difficult to use creation to get a suitable second job change book for his creator, then he could use the uniqueness of the Spellcraft Master to increase the drop rate of second job change books for himself, which would give him a chance to drop a creator's second job change book. Although the difficulty was still very high, it was still better than relying solely on the creator. The level of this dungeon is still too low. To drop a suitable second job change book for a creator, I should go to a dungeon of level 40 or above, Lu Chen thought to himself. After that, he exited the dungeon. Then he left the school. Because the dungeons in the school were all low-level dungeons, there couldn't be any dungeons above level 30. To find a dungeon of level 40 or 50, he needed to switch to a higher level area. Moments later, Lu Chen found a suitable dungeon and continued his spellcraft. Swish! Finally, as he recklessly squandered experience points, his level finally dropped from level 48 to level 47. Lu Chen hurriedly checked to see if his three-dimensional attribute points had decreased. Attributes have dropped. Lu Chen looked at his attribute panel. With his level drop, his three-dimensional attributes had indeed decreased somewhat. However, it was hard to estimate exactly how much he had lost. After all, many of his equipment provided bonuses based on percentages. Lu Chen removed his entire legendary set. Then he checked his bare attributes. Dropped by half. Seeing this, Lu Chen frowned slightly. Originally, when he leveled up from level 47 to level 48, he had added about 50 points to his innate three-dimensional attributes. Now, having dropped back from level 48 to 47, he had lost 25 points of three-dimensional attributes. Lu Chen had thought that he might not lose any, or only lose a little. Since he had lost so much, it seemed that continuously suppressing his level and then leveling up to gain three-dimensional attribute points was not worth it. After all, he could use his creation ability to make some food that increased three-dimensional attributes. However, these foods also had a resistance factor. After eating a dozen or so, they gradually became less effective. Let's try leveling up to 48 again. Lu Chen then took out one of the remaining experience capsules and used it. With a boom, Lu Chen leveled up to 48 again. He returned to the realm of the land gods. He checked his three-dimensional attribute increase. Sure enough, he had gained another 50 points in three-dimensional attributes. This meant that, after accounting for the original loss of half his three-dimensional attribute points, his upgrade from level 47 to 48 had given him 25 more points than an average person. However, this was still not very appealing. Some special foods he created could increase strength or stamina by 10 points per fruit. Eating a few of those would yield more three-dimensional attribute points than this tedious process of dropping levels and leveling up again. Maybe it's because my level is low? If I were close to max level and then dropped levels, leveling up might allow me to gain hundreds of three-dimensional attribute points in one go? Lu Chen thought to himself that he could wait until he was closer to max level to try again. For now, there was no need to deliberately suppress his level. Bang! Soon, Lu Chen used his Curse World ability to eliminate all the bosses and elite monsters. Then he returned to the town, not continuing to test the Curse World Master's abilities. Beep beep. As he returned to the city, his phone finally had a signal and he received messages from Lu Hualian and Zhuya. It turned out they had all gone home, saw his message, and sent him a few texts. Seeing this, Lu Chen, who was not planning to continue testing the curse abilities, replied to them that he would be back soon. Moments later, Lu Chen returned to the large villa he had just moved into. Welcome home. Congratulations, young Master Lu. Zhuya and Lu Hualian were waiting at the door for Lu Chen's return. As soon as they saw him, they quickly set off colorful fireworks and called out to him sweetly. Oh, no need for that. Lu Chen waved his hands repeatedly, brushing off the colorful decorations on him, helplessly saying, Young Master Lu, you successfully advanced to the second transition. How is that Curse World Master's professional ability? Lu Hualian asked curiously. Zhuya and Zhao Qiuxiao also showed curious expressions, eager to know how much stronger Lu Chen's second transition profession was compared to the original. Lu Chen casually replied, It's okay, a little stronger, I guess. No way? Your second transition was so troublesome, with Zez and the others helping, and it took so long. This profession must be quite something. Zhao Qiuxia shook her head, not really believing Lu Chen's nonchalant words. She felt that Lu Chen's second transition profession must be quite extraordinary. The more extraordinary it was, the more low-key he was about it, which was very common.
Actually, it just fits better with the creator, Lu Chen said. He wasn't afraid to share this with Lu Hualian and the others. After all, they had all signed the most stringent oath of destruction contracts. Secondly, they are all juniors of Wu Qiming, Lu Zhanyuan, and others, so they wouldn't dare to betray. Finally, after spending some time together, Lu Chen also trusts them quite a bit. More compatible with the creator? How impressive. Zhao Qiuxia said, although she didn't quite understand how it was more compatible, but since Lu Chen said so, it meant that his success rate in creation should be higher, right? Then, they walked into the living room and started chatting. Zhuya asked Lu Chen if he was hungry and offered to cook. Lu Chen nodded, and Zhuya then went into the kitchen to prepare the meal. Lu Hualian said, Lu Xiao, we will probably be selected to participate in the upcoming global military exercise competition. You should participate too, right? Me? I should be participating. Lu Chen was momentarily taken aback by her words, then nodded. He had heard Zhang Huihong mention that the higher-ups in Longhua had specifically fought for the rule that life professions would not be restricted in the competition during the meeting. Of course, this was also related to the fact that the White Eagle country was also inclined to promote this move. So, he should be participating. Even if he didn't compete, he would likely help produce some equipment and props for the participants to use. He just didn't expect that Lu Hualian and the others would also be competing. It seemed that the competition rules were meant to allow young people of their level to participate, right? In that case, would his level 48 life profession be too low? However, it seemed that there were fewer restrictions on life professions, so he should be fine blending in. Lu Xiao, the noodles are ready. Zhuya brought over a bowl of clear soup noodles. Thank you. Lu Chen thanked her, took the bowl of noodles, and started eating. He was indeed quite hungry. Ding-a-ling-a-ling. Just as Lu Chen was halfway through his meal, his phone rang. It was Zhang Huihong calling. Lu Chen answered the phone. Hello, Lu Chen, are you free now? Zhang Huihong asked. Lu Chen swallowed the noodles in his mouth and nodded, saying, I'm free. What's up? Zhang Huihong said, it's like this, your second transfer is over, and the Sword God and the others want to see your abilities and discuss the content and rules of the global military exercise competition with you. If you're free, I can come pick you up now. Okay. Lu Chen nodded, no problem. Where are you now? Still at the original villa? Zhang Huihong asked. She was preparing to activate the portal, but it was best to confirm Lu Chen's location first. Otherwise, if she went to the wrong place, by the time she found Lu Chen, 10 minutes might have passed. Then she would have to wait another hour to return to Beijing. I'm at the villa, but wait 3 more minutes before coming over. Lu Chen nodded, then looked down at the half-eaten noodles and said, oh, okay. Zhang Huihong agreed. 3 minutes later. Whoosh! The portal opened in the villa, and Zhang Huihong walked out. Then, she saw Lu Chen lounging comfortably on the sofa, while Lu Hualian and the others sat nearby. She recalled Lu Chen's earlier words, her expression a bit subtle. Cough cough. Zhang Huihong lightly coughed a few times, shifted her gaze, and said softly, young man, you should pay attention to moderation. Lu Chen stood up from the sofa, shook his head, and replied, no, I'm quite moderate, this is just my second meal today. Oh, you just finished eating? Zhang Huihong reacted upon hearing this, looking a bit dazed. She gently flared her nostrils and noticed that there was indeed a faint aroma of noodles lingering in the air. It seemed she had misunderstood. Yes. Lu Chen nodded, then looked at Zhang Huihong with suspicion. The female mage's earlier words seemed a bit off. Cough cough. Zhang Huihong lightly coughed twice and quickly said, since you're full, let's hurry and go. We shouldn't waste time. Okay. Lu Chen nodded and then followed Zhang Huihong into the illusory door of the random portal. Their figures soon disappeared. TSK, what nonsense is Auntie talking about? Zhao Qiuxia spat as soon as they left. Just as Lu Zhanyuan was the grandfather of Lu Hualian, Zhang Huihong was also Zhao Qiuxia's aunt. She felt her aunt seemed to be full of nonsense, too. Vulgar. Wow. Lu Chen followed Zhang Huihong through the random portal and found himself directly in an office. It wasn't the solemn conference room he had imagined, with a large group of people waiting for him. There were only 3 people in the office. One was a man with sharp eyes, looking very robust and spirited. Another was a woman in a black robe, exuding a faint aura of death. The last one was an old acquaintance, the military leader Lu Zhanyuan. Lu Chen also recognized the woman in the black robe. She was Ming, who had recently asked him to help modify a new oath-breaking equipment. So, the man with the sharp eyes must be the famous sword god Liang Yu. From Long Country. Sword god, military leader, senior. Lu Chen greeted them. You're here? Have a seat. Liang Yu smiled warmly upon seeing Lu Chen, and Zhang Huihong stood up to invite Lu Chen to sit down and personally poured him tea. Thank you. Lu Chen accepted the teacup with both hands and thanked him softly. Lu Zhanyuan, who was somewhat familiar with Lu Chen, directly asked, Hey, Lu Chen, I just heard Ah Hong say that your second turn Profession, the Curse Master, has the means to modify dungeon rules, right? As soon as he said this, Liang Yu and Ming both looked at Lu Chen with curious eyes. Lu Chen nodded, yes. Very good. Liang Yu nodded, his smile becoming even brighter. I was still considering whether to let you participate directly in this competition or use items to participate while staying out of it. But since you've turned into such a special profession, the chances of helping our long country win are greater, so go ahead and participate. Do you have any thoughts on this? Liang Yu asked Lu Chen. Although he really wanted Lu Chen to participate directly in the competition, he still had to respect Lu Chen's opinion. If Lu Chen wanted to remain low-key and not show his face now, he wouldn't force him. Let's forget it. Before Lu Chen could speak, Lu Zhanyuan shook his head and said, I feel it's too dangerous. Although we are here to protect you, entering that special dungeon could affect the national fortune. What if something unexpected happens? I think it's better not to let Lu Chen participate. It's okay. Lu Chen knew they meant no harm, they just wanted the best for Long Country. He took out a large handful of resurrection coins from his spatial ring and explained, I should be safe enough, I can always be resurrected. This is resurrection coins? Hearing Lu Chen's words, Liang Yu, Lu Zhanyuan, and even the silent Ming couldn't help but feel their hearts skip a beat. Soon after, they hurriedly took a coin and checked its attributes. Is it really a resurrection coin? It's only level 1 and there's no cooldown time. This is way stronger than resurrection armor. With so many resurrection coins, we really don't have to worry about encountering any dangers in the dungeon. And we don't have to worry about accidentally exposing your special abilities in case of being killed and not having time to switch to resurrection armor. After looking at the effects of the resurrection coin, Liang Yu and Lu Zhanyuan both breathed a sigh of relief. They felt that many of the flaws of the resurrection armor had been resolved with the resurrection coin. Nowadays, even if Lu Chen exposed his creator talent and was assassinated by enemies, he wouldn't be afraid of any problems. When did you create this? Zhang Huihong asked curiously. She remembered that not long ago, she had cleared a dungeon with Lu Chen and Zai Si, and there was a special dungeon where they had to rely on resurrection armor to force their way through. So if Lu Chen had created the resurrection coin earlier, he wouldn't have needed to use resurrection armor at that time. Lu Chen replied, I made it after my second job change to Curse Master using the abilities of 2 professions. Otherwise, relying solely on the creator's ability, I wouldn't be able to make this resurrection coin. I see. Everyone suddenly understood. Lu Chen then asked, by the way, what special dungeon were you just talking about, worrying about dangers and involving national fortune? Hearing Lu Chen's words, Liang Yu explained, that was a special dungeon we discovered a few years ago. In this dungeon, there are doors that you have to open based on your own choices. After opening the door, you will encounter all sorts of strange things. If you're lucky, the entire dragon country might double everyone's experience that day. If you're unlucky, everyone might enter a weakened state equivalent to being cursed. And this dungeon is a bit hard to control, it has a gambling nature. So, after discussing it at the time, we thought it would be fine if we won the gamble, but if we lost and something dangerous happened, the entire population might face disaster, which we couldn't bear. Therefore, we ultimately decided to hide this dungeon and not clear it. Originally, when we were discussing the exam questions for military exercises with various countries, we were still considering whether to release this dungeon. But we were worried about potential problems. And you just happen to have a second job that can directly modify the dungeon rules, consuming experience points instead of lifespan. I think you are truly the child of fortune born for our dragon country and even Blue Star. In this way, releasing this dungeon would be just perfect. Our dragon country doesn't have to worry about the national fortune struggle and suffering negative impacts, and the chances of winning are high. It's simply a win-win situation. After hearing Liang Yu's words, Lu Chen also felt curious. There was actually such a mysterious dungeon? He thought for a moment and pondered, I haven't tried whether this kind of dungeon can modify the rules. How about we go and give it a try now? He had just finished clearing the dungeon early, and it wasn't even 6 o'clock in the afternoon yet, so there was still time to go into the dungeon. Alright. Hearing Lu Chen's suggestion, Liang Yu nodded in agreement. In fact, even if Lu Chen hadn't proposed trying out that mysterious instance, he would have taken the initiative to suggest it later. After all, it seemed that Lu Chen could modify the rules of ordinary instances, but he might not be able to do so for special instances. Not to mention a mysterious instance that involved a contest of fate. How could they directly select it as one of the upcoming military exercise instances without trying it out first? However, the location of that instance is a bit far. Let's rest for a while, and when the cooldown of the random portal is over, we'll go over. Liang Yu said. Okay. Lu Chen nodded, not in a hurry to try it immediately. You should take a look at these lists and pay attention later. Liang Yu took out a list and handed it to Lu Chen. This is. Lu Chen took the list, glanced at it, and his expression shifted slightly. The list recorded
the names of the contestants from various countries for the upcoming military exercises. Most of the levels were between 60 and 70. This was something Liang Yu and the others had agreed upon in advance. The rising stars selected from each country were all quite strong. Either they were S-class professions or SS-class professions, and there were even some SSS-class professions. These individuals were clearly similar to Zhuye and Lu Hualian. They were all descendants of certain big shots with a naturally high limit for job transfers. They would later find ways to get them stronger secondary job transfer books, allowing them to further transfer into S-class or SS-class professions destined to become the pillars of their nations in the future. Therefore, it was entirely normal for these rising stars to take the stage in the absence of max-level powerhouses competing against each other. There are a few candidates here that need special attention, so take a good look, Liang Yu reminded. Lu Chen nodded and began to observe carefully. Among them, many of the S-class professions were relatively common and not very unfamiliar. However, a few of the professions were hidden professions, with very few examples found globally, thus requiring special attention. Among them, there was a profession called Nightmare, which was quite special. It could lurk and become invisible, completely undetectable. Moreover, its lethality was extremely high. If it got close enough to attack, death was almost certain. No exceptions. There was also a Calamity Mage, which was quite abnormal, using spells related to various disasters and tribulations, and it had almost unlimited firepower, making it difficult to approach. Currently, it had hardly encountered any opponents. Besides these two professions, there were also some particularly troublesome ones. Liang Yu had marked them for him, advising Lu Chen to pay extra attention. Lu Chen silently memorized these individuals, deciding to cast a small curse on them when the battle began. And take a look at the life professions below as well. According to some information provided by our informants, the reason why the White Eagle country is also pushing for no restrictions on life professions seems to be that they have a special life profession emerging over there. Liang Yu reminded again. Lu Chen nodded, quickly scanning through some less important S-class professionals. Soon, he flipped to the very bottom of the list. There, it noted a special life profession from the White Eagle country, a very unique enchanter. Enchanters, while not particularly strong as life professions, were not exactly common either, but they were fairly typical. Therefore, initially, this profession did not attract much attention from the informants over there. However, due to the high security level on the other side, it gradually caught their notice. Later, they found an opportunity to interact with a piece of equipment that had been newly enchanted by the other party. They discovered that its enchanting effect was simply outrageous. A legendary weapon that was already quite strong had its attack power increased by 50% through enchantment. A special enchanter? Lu Chen murmured to himself, his eyes flickering slightly after reading the information. Liang Yu nodded and speculated, perhaps he is not an enchanter, but a special profession similar to your unique class, the creator. So we don't know his exact profession, but his enchanting ability is indeed monstrous. Of course. As he spoke, he shook his head again and smiled. No matter how special his profession is, it definitely can't compare to your creator. Liang Yu's expression was particularly emotional. Lu Chen's creator profession was indeed extraordinarily monstrous and beyond the norm. Originally, there probably wasn't a profession like the Curse Master in the world. However, there was a very special Oath Master. As a result, Lu Chen relied on his unique creation ability to transform it into a Curse Master that was not inferior to a creator. What profession could compare to him? Therefore, when they first discovered this special god-level enchanter from the White Eagle Kingdom, they were surprised, but soon felt there was nothing to worry about. The other party was completely incomparable to Lu Chen. Lu Chen nodded, then put away the materials and returned them to Liang Yu. After that, Liang Yu explained to Lu Chen the competition rules for the upcoming global military exercise that they had almost agreed upon. Lu Chen listened quietly. In the blink of an eye, an hour had passed. Zhang Huihong said, the cooldown for the teleportation gate is over, we can set off. Okay. Liang Yu nodded, just as he finished his sentence, stood up and said, let's go. We should all take a look. Okay. Lu Zhanyuan and Ming also nodded in agreement. That was a mysterious luck dungeon, not a regular 4 small dungeons, nor a common 20-person raid. This dungeon seemed to have no limit on the number of participants. There had been over 40 people who entered before, and they still hadn't reached the limit. So, it wouldn't be a problem for the 5 of them to go in together and see if Lu Chen could modify the rules of the dungeon. Buzz. Soon, Zhang Huihong activated the teleportation gate, bringing them to a wilderness area. Boom! As soon as they stepped out of the teleportation gate, they were immediately attacked by wild monsters. However, among the 5 present, except for Lu Chen, who was not yet at max level, both Lu Zhanyuan and Ming, as well as Liang Yu, were all max level powerhouses. Even Liang Yu was a god level professional. Swish! There was no need for Zhang Huihong and Lu Zhanyuan to take action. Liang Yu suddenly drew his sword from its sheath. A brilliant sword light instantly radiated from him, sweeping out for miles. The various monsters along the way fell down like chives being harvested by a sickle, unable to rise again.
Lu Chun
also gained a small amount of experience from this. His expression shifted slightly and his gaze towards Liang Yu changed a bit.
This god-level big shot was very strong. He felt that even if he had a pile of resurrection coins in his pocket, if Liang Yu truly wanted to kill him, no matter how many times he resurrected, he would eventually be killed by Liang Yu. This was the difference in levels and professions. Fortunately, Liang Yu was one of his own and wouldn't kill him. But in other countries, there were probably no shortage of strong individuals like him, right? Lu Chen decided that he would modify the resurrection coins later. When resurrecting, he could teleport to another place, ensuring his safety. Alright, for now, there are no wild monsters interfering with our dungeon run. Liang Yu slowly sheathed his sword and smiled at Lu Chen. The wild monsters here have a relatively slow respawn rate, refreshing every 10 minutes. Although it can't be said that the respawn is very slow, if an ordinary player came here, they would probably be exhausted and unable to kill all the wild monsters before the next round of respawns. However, Liang Yu managed to slay all these wild monsters in one go, so this 10-minute window was indeed enough for them to enter the dungeon. Your speed of attack is still too fast. Zhang Huihong sighed.
She had also wanted to take action just now, using a forbidden spell to eliminate the nearby wild monsters, but Liang Yu got to it first. Of course, even if she had acted, she wouldn't have been able to do it as decisively as Liang Yu, who wiped out all the wild monsters with a single sword strike. Her forbidden spell's range was not as extensive as Liang Yu's sword drawing technique. Then, Zhang Huihong and Ming took action together. They lifted the seal and concealment of the hidden dungeon here, revealing a dimensional portal radiating a mysterious glow before Lu Chen and the others.
Is this the mysterious dungeon? It does look a bit special.
Seeing this, Lu Chen thought to himself,
"Let's go, let's enter," Liang Yu said. He then stepped directly into the dimensional portal.
As the team leader, he could bring everyone along for the teleportation.
Whoosh! After a brief moment of discomfort during the teleportation, Lu Chen opened his eyes. He found
that they had appeared in a patch of grass surrounded by blooming flowers and the sounds of insects and birds. It looked beautiful. In front of them, several glowing doors were floating. These doors resembled the dimensional portal they had just entered but were more luminous and lacked any tangible feel.
"Give it a try."
Liang Yu looked at Lu Chen and said softly. This dungeon was very special, essentially a dungeon filled with countless smaller dungeons. However, each smaller dungeon was quite complex, and if a wrong choice was made, even if one exited the dungeon in time, it would still affect the country behind them. Therefore, Liang Yu not only brought Lu Chen over but also brought Ming and Lu Zhanyuan with him. If Lu Chen's attempt to alter the dungeon rules failed but he thought it succeeded, these four strong individuals could rely on their strength to make up for it and exit the dungeon in time. Of course, if Lu Chen discovered from the start that he couldn't alter the rules of this dungeon, then there would be no need to try, they could just exit the dungeon directly. Bringing more people was mainly for insurance, not just to forcefully challenge more levels.
I'll give it a try.
Lu Chen nodded slightly and then began to use the power of the Curse Master to see if he could curse the world and modify the rules.
In my name, I curse this
world. If I clear the dungeon, it will make everyone in the Dragon Kingdom as strong as dragons, powerful as bulls, and swift as the wind. Lu Chen began to cast the curse, but it was just a simple attempt. As long as he cleared the chosen dungeon, the people of the Dragon Kingdom would receive blessings that weren't particularly strong, only increasing their strength, speed, and other buffs slightly, and lasting only for a day.
Swish! Soon, Lu Chen finished casting the curse.
A surge of black mist erupted from him, quickly dissipating. The next moment, Lu Chen's level dropped again from level 48 to level 47.
Damn! Then, Lu Chen couldn't help but curse. What's wrong?
Zhang Huihong and the others quickly asked with concern. They were worried that Lu Chen's curse might backfire, which would be a serious problem. Failing to curse others often results in backlash, and cursing the world was even more
common.
Lu Chen said, "This time, I used 100 curse points." Hiss! Zhang Huihong and Lu Zhanyuan and the others couldn't help but gasp at the words.
Their expressions changed instantly. They already knew that Lu Chen had
used some of the abilities of the Curse Master.
1 curse point equals 10,000 experience points. 100 curse points means 1 million experience points. How many people would have to continuously run dungeons and grind monsters day and night to accumulate a 1,000,000 level experience reserve capsule for him?
And this time, Lu Chen's curse only slightly increased the rewards after clearing the dungeon. The extent of the modification wasn't particularly extreme, such as permanently increasing certain attributes by a number of points, or granting double or quadruple experience points for a few days or months in the Dragon Kingdom's dungeons. He merely modified it to allow the people of the Dragon Kingdom to gain a certain amount of strength and speed for a short time, which cost him 1 million experience points. It's hard to imagine how much experience he would lose if he modified the rewards to the highest.
Level. Would he drop directly from level 48 to level 0? No, he is already at level 47 now. This is a good thing. Liang Yu nodded. His smile became even brighter. He explained, since so much experience will be deducted, it means it was truly successful. And this reward is not just for individuals or small teams, but for our Dragon Kingdom's billions of people. A mere million experience points, I think it's still too low. Hearing Liang Yu's words, Zhang Huihong and Lu Zhanyuan also nodded in agreement. Lu Chen, however, frowned and said, then, what should I do when I participate in the competition? First, if I make a big commotion, I might drop a level, and it would be easy for others to notice the problem. Second, if I modify the benefits too little, it might not help our people win. Liang Yu laughed. You don't need to worry about that. You also don't have to exaggerate the benefits of this dungeon, just a little bit of advantage will do. Remember, we are not running this dungeon for personal gain, but to hold on until the end. As long as the representatives from other countries choose the wrong dungeon and get wiped out collectively, causing their countries to suffer backlash, if we hold on until the end, we will naturally win. That's true. After hearing Liang Yu's explanation, Lu Chen finally realized that it wasn't necessary to seek benefits in everything. As long as they could identify problems and persist until the end, that was enough. Then let's go through this door and give it a try. Liang Yu then led Lu Chen and the others into the light gate that Lu Chen had just modified. Buzz. A wave of strange colors flowed. Soon, Lu Chen saw a group of max-level goblins, minotaurs, cat demons, and other monsters charging towards them. Swish. Liang Yu executed another sword drawing technique. Zhang Huihong and Ming also cast their forbidden spells. Lu Zhanyuan followed suit. Boom! In an instant, a scene of earth-shattering destruction unfolded, engulfing the group of monsters. In the end, they successfully cleared the dungeon. Liang Yu and Lu Chen and the others felt a mysterious buff, with their strength and speed increased by 20%. Although it wasn't much, it represented that Lu Chen's recent curse was indeed successful. Success! Very good. Now, our Dragon Kingdom is sure to win the final victory in the military exercise, no problem. After seeing the completion of the dungeon, Liang Yu and Lu Zhanyuan were pleasantly surprised by the various minor buff gains they received. However, after clearing this mysterious dungeon, there was no mysterious treasure chest or any rewards. Instead, a series of light gates appeared ahead, neatly arranged before Lu Chen and the others. Just as mentioned before, this mysterious dungeon was quite special. It could be said to be a dungeon that continuously nested other smaller dungeons, with even smaller dungeons within those. Alright, we can go now. With the attempt successful, Liang Yu did not intend to let Lu Chen continue modifying the rules of the dungeon behind the light gates, as it was quite taxing on him. He would wait until the official military exercise to have Zhou Shi modify the rules. Wait a moment, let me try again. At this moment, Lu Chen suddenly spoke up. What's wrong? Did you discover something? Hearing Lu Chen's words, Liang Yu and Zhang Huihong looked at him in surprise, thinking he might have made a discovery, their eyes filled with a hint of excitement and anticipation. Lu Chen said, I want to try again to see if I can find a problem-free dungeon without spending so much experience. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Liang Yu and the others had a flash of inspiration. They instantly understood his meaning. Lu Chen had just cast a spell on the dungeon, directly modifying it into a dungeon with rewards, which cost him 1,000,000 experience points. However, that might have been because he had chosen a problematic door. If Lu Chen did not select one of those doors but instead directly modified the rules of this mysterious dungeon to display the specific information of the various light gates, wouldn't he be able to know which door was problematic, which had traps, and which door had abundant rewards? He didn't forcibly change the bad rules into good ones, he just had a foresight effect. This way, the experience cost to him should not be too high, right? Good. Your idea is great, give it a try. Liang Yu's eyes flashed with a hint of joy, and he nodded. He let Lu Chen try out the new gameplay. Lu Chen nodded, then closed his eyes and cast the spell again. After mumbling a bunch of words, a faint light flashed around him. The spell was successful. How is it? Did it succeed? It seems like I didn't lose a level, and the experience loss doesn't seem much. Seeing Lu Chen successfully cast the spell and open his eyes, Zhang Huihong and Lu Zhanyuan quickly asked. Lu Chen exhaled a breath of turbid air, slowly opened his eyes, and smiled. Yes, it succeeded. I only lost 10 spell points. 10 spell points equate to 100,000 experience points. Compared to the previous 1,000,000 experience points, it was indeed much more cost-effective. Then, Lu Chen turned around and looked at the rows of dazzling light gates ahead. Instantly, various information floated before his eyes. Dungeon, level unknown, monsters, skeletons, zombies, vampire bats. Completion reward, National Dark Attribute Enhancement plus 100, Light Attribute Resistance minus 30, duration 1 month. Behind this door is a dungeon of dark monsters, and the buffs after clearing it have both good and bad aspects, but overall, it still belongs to the reward category. Dungeon, level unknown, monsters. Lower angels, light spirits, electric eels. Completion reward, National Light Attribute Enhancement plus 100, Light Attribute Resistance plus 100, Attack Speed plus 5%, Permanent Enhancement. This heavenly dungeon has truly rewarding buffs after clearing, all positive gains, and they are permanent increases. Lu Chen's gaze swept over again. Dungeon? Level, Unknown Monster, Unknown Completion Reward, National All Attribute. Resistance minus 200, 3-dimensional attributes minus 50, 3 speed minus 50%, effect lasts for 1 month. This dungeon is filled with traps. The monsters inside are likely not only difficult to defeat, but even if you manage to clear it will bring negative effects to your country's fortune. It's simply terrible. Of course, it's not the worst. There are worse ones. Dungeon? Level, Unknown Monster, Unknown Completion Reward, National. All Attribute Resistance minus 100, All Attribute Enhancement minus 100, 3-dimensional attributes minus 50, 3 speed minus 50%, permanent decrease. The rewards for this dungeon seem to be not much different from the previous trash dungeon at first glance. But in reality, the difference is huge, because it is a permanent decrease. Irreversible. Unlike the previous trash dungeon, where after enduring for a month, all the negative buffs will eventually disappear. But this one will not disappear. How to put it? If a contestant from a certain country accidentally chooses this dungeon, after working hard to clear the dungeon while the people of that country are just watching the show, suddenly all attributes plummet wildly and they can't recover permanently, it would be infuriating. Damn it, you represent the country in battle, not to drag us down into the abyss together. If you can't understand this feeling, then to put it another way, it's like you sitting at home eating snacks and watching TV, watching others dive, race, and compete in sports, and then when someone loses a match, you immediately shrink 10 centimeters, gain 50 pounds, your myopia increases by 500 degrees, and various high blood pressure and heart disease troubles you endlessly. That would really tear your heart out. TSK tisk. Lu Chen looked at the various light gates of the dungeon, clicking his tongue in admiration. This dungeon is truly a trap. There are dozens of light gates here, but with those that barely count as rewards, there are only 5 dungeons. And the light gate that provides permanent benefits to everyone has only 1. It can be said that if countries from Blue Star come here to compete, there will be many unfortunate souls. Of course, it's also possible that the gate they just cleared is itself a gate of misfortune, so the subsequent gates they walk through are also primarily misfortune gates. Who knows? Then, Lu Chen shared the specific information about these dozens of light gates with Liang Yu and others. Most of them are misfortune gates? No wonder, when we first explored this mysterious dungeon, we could still gain some benefits at the beginning. After exploring a few more times, it was almost all misfortune. Luckily, the duration wasn't long and it ended quickly. Indeed, there are too many traps. After hearing Lu Chen's report, Lu Zhanyuan and Zhang Huihong frowned and said. Then, Lu Zhanyuan's eyes lit up as he stared at the light gate with many permanent benefits, saying, "Shall we go clear this gate now?" No. However, unexpectedly, Liang Yu shook his head and said, "Let's exit the dungeon directly." Directly exit the dungeon? Why? Didn't Lu Chen just spend 100,000 experience points to show us the way? Even if we have to exit the dungeon, shouldn't we first clear this dungeon with the permanent buff? Hearing Liang Yu's words, Zhang Huihong and Lu Zhanyuan were momentarily stunned, then they asked in confusion. Liang Yu also looked a bit reluctant, but he decisively explained, "Don't be greedy. If we clear this dungeon, it will grant a large number of permanent buffs to everyone in Long Country, and then the spies from other countries will notice this issue. While this doesn't mean we have a way to foresee dungeon information, it will certainly raise their suspicions. At that time, it will probably be difficult for us to use this dungeon as a topic. Don't lose big for the sake of small gains. Spies from enemy countries coming to Long Country wouldn't receive this kind of permanent buff for everyone, but when everyone is discussing such a buff, they will certainly realize that something has changed in Long Country. This news cannot be kept hidden." Therefore, Liang Yu, in order to ensure a smooth victory in the upcoming global military competition, chose to endure the pain of not clearing the good dungeon that Lu Chen had just discovered. As for the small buffs obtained from clearing the dungeon after being cursed by Lu Chen not long ago, it wasn't a big deal, because there are also some special dungeons that often provide short-term minor buffs like monster siege events. This wasn't something to worry about. That's true. What a pity. It's a bit of a shame. Hearing Liang Yu's explanation, Zhang Huihong and Lu Zhanyuan felt quite regretful that they couldn't clear this dungeon that permanently increased various attributes, but they all agreed that Liang Yu's decision was indeed correct. They then chose to exit the dungeon with reluctance. Swish! As Lu Chen and the others exited the dungeon, the wilderness was instantly refreshed with various wild monsters charging at them fearlessly. Liang Yu drew his sword again and wiped them out. "Alright, let's head back," Liang Yu said. Zhang Huihong nodded, then activated the random door to send them back to the capital together. It was the same small study as before. Liang Yu and the others sat down and started boiling tea, inviting Lu Chen to sit. Sit for a while and I'll have Xiaohong send you back later, Liang Yu said. Actually, this is still a bit troublesome. We have to wait an hour each time, which isn't very convenient. Zhang Huihong said. It's fine, waiting a while is no problem, there's no rush. Liang Yu replied, just in time, another batch of experience capsules is ready. I was planning to wait until there were more to send to Jiangcheng, but now that Lu Chen is here, I can give them to him directly. It'll also help him level up again after just losing a level. Zhang Huihong said, I know we're not in a hurry, and this time seems fine, but Lu Chen often comes to the capital or other places, which makes it inconvenient. What if one day I have something to do and am in seclusion, unable to pick up Lu Chen? That would really delay things. As she spoke, she looked at Lu Chen and asked, Hey, Lu Chen, do you have a way to create a piece of equipment, or say a set of equipment, that can set a coordinate and allow for unlimited teleportation? But it must have coordinates to teleport freely, unlike the random door that can go anywhere. Hearing Zhang Huihong's words, Lu Chen immediately thought of an item from Doraemon. It seemed to have a similar effect. It was like a bow and arrow, where you place the target at school, shoot an arrow, and you can quickly fly to school. After school, you let Doraemon place the target back home, and then shoot an arrow to quickly return home. This item is certainly not as useful as the unrestricted teleportation door. However, in their world, the teleportation doors he created have many limitations, requiring the user's strength and having a cooldown time. Therefore, a coordinate teleportation like this, if there were no time restrictions, would indeed be more convenient. Lu Chen nodded and said, Alright, I'll give it a try. He then began to use his insight skill to analyze the required materials and compatibility of the equipment. After more than half an hour, Lu Chen nodded and said, It can be manufactured. It's also a mythic level equipment, but I don't know if you have the materials here. Upon hearing this, Liang Yu's eyes lit up slightly, and he immediately said, What materials? Just tell me directly, if we have them, we'll get them for you right away. If not, I can send someone to quickly gather them from the source. Lu Chen nodded slightly and then told Liang Yu the required materials for this equipment. He then added, Actually, it doesn't have to be that complicated. Even if these materials are not available, similar materials can work too. I can use the power of the curse world to change the material properties and quickly create the equipment. Alright. Liang Yu nodded emphatically and then called the person in charge of the treasury to inquire about these materials. Sure enough, mythic level equipment rarely has all the materials readily available. Most of the materials Lu Chen needed were available, but a few were not. However, it was fortunate that Lu Chen had changed his class to a curse master, so his material requirements were not as strict as before. Materials with similar effects, even if slightly inferior, could be used as substitutes. More than 10 minutes later, this batch of materials was urgently delivered here. Okay, I'm starting now. Lu Chen looked at the pile of materials, nodded, and then began to use his curse and creation abilities. Swish! In an instant, the room was once again filled with golden light, accompanied by wisps of black light. Of course, during the delivery of the materials, Liang Yu and the others had already made arrangements to ensure that Lu Chen's creation phenomenon would not be exposed. Wow! In no time, the light disappeared. What appeared before everyone was still a door similar to the teleportation door. Equipment, positioning door level 60 quality, mythic attributes, defense, plus 111,111. Passive, can manifest 13 subdoors. Using the main door allows travel to the locations of the 13 subdoors. Users of the 13 subdoors must obtain the main door's consent to enter the location of the main door. Evaluation. That year I burst through the door and my home has had no door since. This equipment may not seem to have great attributes, but it has no cooldown restrictions and can freely travel to 13 places, which is still quite good. Mythic level. Equipment, of course, varies in strength. Items like this positioning door, the teleportation door, and the Oathbreaker ring are relatively weaker mythic equipment. Unlike the Ring of Empty-Handed Mastery, which is so strong. However, they are actually of the auxiliary type, so having such effects is already quite impressive. You can position to 13 places. It seems that using the subdoors also allows for random teleportation to other subdoors, except that the main door needs to agree. With this combined with the teleportation door, there truly is no place that cannot be reached. Seeing the attribute introduction of this positioning door, Lu Zhanyuan and the others' eyes lit up. Let's give it a try. Lu Chen nodded, then got to work, splitting the positioning door into 4 subdoors. He handed them over to Liang Yu, Zhang Huihong, and Lu Zhanyuan, letting them test the effects. Go! Let's go out and try. Liang Yu said, his expression unusually excited. He felt that this thing was quite interesting. Moments later, Liang Yu, Zhang Huihong, Ming, and Lu Zhanyuan found good spots in 4 directions of the capital and opened the doors to visit each other. Lu Chen also tried it. He controlled the main door and could freely shuttle between the 4 locations. It was quite convenient. Soon after, they all returned to the previous office.
I feel that the function of this positioning door is not just to teleport to a designated place at any time.
It can also be like carrying a group of bodyguards with you,
Liang Yu suddenly said.
Then he looked at Lu Chen and asked, Lu Chen, can you modify this equipment a bit more?
For example, when you knock on your main door, everyone who controls a sub-door can hear it and come
over in time using your door?
Even those who control the sub-doors can knock on their doors when in danger, allowing others with sub-doors to hear it. There could be 13 different knocking sounds to let us
know who is knocking.
Sure, I'll give it a try. Lu Chen's eyes lit up at the words and he nodded. Then, he retracted the 4 sub-doors with a single button press, which was the highest authority of the main door. This way, if the sub-doors were given to unsuitable people, it wouldn't lead to them being lost outside and causing retrieval issues.
Whoosh! After retracting the 4 sub-doors, Lu Chen began to modify the positioning door again.
A brilliant golden light flashed briefly. The duration was very short because this was not about creating a mythical level equipment but about modification.
Done. Lu Chen split out
4 sub-doors again and handed them to Liang Yu and the others. You guys try it out. Now that I've modified it, these doors can shrink to about the size of a mobile phone.
Just knock twice lightly and it will
send a distress signal to all sub-doors, allowing anyone available to rush over to save someone. Liang Yu took the sub-door and under his intention, the originally 2-meter-high door shrank to the size
of a palm. Tap tap. He then gently knocked twice on the positioning door.
Immediately, a cheerful song began to play from the doors in the hands of Zhang Huihong, Lu Zhanyuan, and Ming Yu walking towards me.
Makes me so restless, a feeling I've never had. Just one more glance and I'll explode. Lu Zhanyuan, Zhang Huihong, Ming. Is this the distress signal? Why does it sound so awkward? What the hell is this?
Liang Yu's eyes widened, his expression one of disbelief.
While Lu Zhanyuan and the others felt awkward hearing the distress signal, he felt like he was about to explode. What the hell is this? Lu Chen cleared his throat and explained, isn't this very recognizable?
If knocking just produced dull thuds and clangs, it would be hard to tell which door is calling for help.
This way, it's easy to distinguish.
After saying that, he looked at Zhang Huihong and said, Sister Hong, you try it too.
Okay.
Zhang Huihong, suppressing her embarrassment, also knocked twice on her sub-door.
Immediately, a lively
song played from the positioning sub-door in the hands of Lu Zhanyuan and Liang Yu.
I didn't K. Dinosaurs carry wolves, resist wolves. Dinosaurs carry wolves, resist wolves. Lu Zhanyuan, Liang Yu, Ming.
Silence was the theme of tonight's Kangxiao.
Let's change it, I really can't stand this sound, Liang Yu said. The voices trembled a bit. Zhang Huihong and Lu Zhanyuan also looked at Lu Chen eagerly, hoping he would seriously consider it. Alright. Lu Chen nodded, initially thinking of switching to some more serious songs or perhaps some language packs. For example, at the peak of immortality. I, Liang Yu, am the sky.
30 years in the east of the river, 30 years in the west. Do not bully the elderly and poor.
Everyone retreat behind me. Smash the darkness with thunder. But after thinking it
over, Lu Chen felt that changing to such a dramatic rescue call might seem a bit childish. It would be better to just ask for their opinions.
So he directly asked, what kind of rescue prompt do you think is good? Nothing too complicated. Just keep it simple. Like, number 1 rescue, number 2 rescue. Yes, just keep it simple, no need for anything flashy.
Liang Yu saw that Lu Chen was listening to their advice and even asking for their opinions and quickly said, that's good too. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen felt that it seemed alright, although it wasn't as passionate and stirring.
But it was simpler and easier to understand. Moreover, the person being chased and asking for help probably didn't need anything too passionate, right? However, when summoning a group of people to fight back, it would be nice to play some stirring battle songs. But if they didn't like it, then forget it. Okay. Lu Chen nodded, then retracted the 4 doors and modified them again. Whoosh! Soon, the positioning door was modified by Lu Chen.
He split it into 4 sub-doors and handed them to Liang Yu and the others.
You guys go ahead, Liang Yu said modestly. Alright, I'll do it. Lu Zhanyuan felt that Lu Chen wouldn't just agree and mess around. He picked up the small door in his hand and gently knocked twice. Number 3 rescue, number 3 rescue.
Soon, the positioning door in Liang Yu and Zhang Huihong's hands echoed with such a voice. The tone was very anxious and fearful.
Lu Zhanyuan, why do I feel even more awkward? It sounds like I'm about to get my head beaten in, so I'm desperately calling for help? This is good.
Very straightforward and clear. Zhang Huihong and Liang Yu both nodded in approval. After all, the awkwardness wasn't theirs.
Moreover, such a situation would rarely occur. Once it really happened, who would care about being awkward? Swish! Then, Liang Yu opened his door and in an instant his figure disappeared.
Only a suddenly enlarged shadow of a door over 2 meters high remained in place.
The next moment, the door held by Lu Zhanyuan also projected a phantom door in the void. Then Liang Yu's figure walked out from it. Let me try. Seeing this, Zhang Huihong's eyes lit up and she also opened the door to go support. As did Ming. Swish swish. In no time, 3 doors opened above Lu Zhanyuan's head. Lu Chen, Zhang Huihong, and Ming all rushed over. It was as if Lu Zhanyuan had been bullied and they came to back him up. I am really touched. Lu Zhanyuan looked up at Liang Yu and the others standing above him, his expression unchanged as he said, I'm in trouble and you all came to save me so quickly. I really thank you. But can you come down now? No problem. Liang Yu nodded but did not come down. Instead, with a swish, he passed through the original illusory door and returned to his original position. In fact, this illusory door could last quite a long time, about half an hour. It was more effective than a random door. Even if they came to ask for help from this side and the time exceeded half an hour, causing the illusory door to disappear, it wouldn't matter much. They could directly use the locator door of the person asking for help to teleport back to their own door. Even if they came over for more than half an hour, if their locator door was stolen, this legendary position was also a locator door, not the original position, so they could still teleport over and deal with that thief. How dare they even steal their door? This was truly outrageous. Therefore, this locator door was, to some extent, more effective than a random door. Calling for a group beating was even more unpredictable. It's quite fun. I think it would be great if we could make a few more. Liang Yu sighed. He felt that this locator door was indeed very impressive. If he could have 10 locator doors in his hands, then he and Zhang Huihong could each hold a main door and the 13 subdoors could be distributed to S-class geniuses and above. This way, they wouldn't have to worry about them getting into trouble or dying young. As long as one genius encountered danger and knocked on the door, he or Zhang Huihong, as fully leveled experts, could rush over and eliminate the threat. Even if something happened and they couldn't get there in time, the genius in danger could quickly use the locator door to run to another genius for refuge. This was really useful. However, Liang Yu was not clear about the difficulty and consumption of making this locator door by Lu Chen. It wasn't easy to ask Lu Chen to make a few more of these locator doors. Make a few more? No problem. Lu Chen, hearing Liang Yu's murmurs, guessed his thoughts and nodded directly. As his level continued to rise, he found it easier to use his creations. He wouldn't feel a headache or struggle when making a myth-level equipment. Now, making 4 or 5 pieces of myth-level equipment in a row wouldn't be a problem, as long as the materials were sufficient. Alright, then I'll trouble you. Liang Yu's eyes lit up upon hearing Lu Chen's words, and he quickly expressed his gratitude. He hadn't expected that his casual remark would lead Lu Chen to voluntarily offer to make a few locator doors. He then hurriedly arranged for personnel to bring over the relevant materials. Even if some materials were insufficient, he brought over similar materials and Lu Chen could modify them into usable materials. 2 hours later, the sky had darkened. Lu Chen successfully created 5 more locator doors. Due to some material issues, these 5 locator doors only had 10 subdoors, not as good as Lu Chen's first one, which had 13 subdoors. Afterwards, Lu Chen used some materials to add to his locator door and modified it again. It became that he could not only freely travel to his 13 subdoors but also to the 5 newly created random door main doors. Of course, this required the consent of the main door's master. However, he could easily travel to the 50 subdoors under their control. So, this way, Lu Chen could teleport to 68 doors at will. Invincible. Alright, I'll take back the subdoors I just gave you. You just hold onto the main door and I can come over too. Of course, to prevent you all from not being in the capital when I come, making it impossible for me to get here, you should also place an unmonitored subgate here in the capital. I will also place an unmonitored subgate in Jiangcheng, so it will be more convenient for you to find me. After Lu Chen finished creating 5 positioning gates, he felt a bit tired and then said to Liang Yu and the others, Alright, no problem. You've worked hard tonight. Let's go eat. Dinner is already prepared. Liang Yu and the others said. In fact, Lu Chen creating this divine artifact that could protect dozens of geniuses was more than enough reason to hold a grand banquet for him. But to ensure his current safety and not be known to enemies, it was better to keep a low profile. So, they privately prepared a very sumptuous dinner without publicizing anything. Okay. Lu Chen nodded in agreement. Mainly, he felt like he was home, and it was probably too late for anything good to eat at home. And everyone in the capital was so warmly inviting him, it was hard to refuse such hospitality. A dinner. Lu Chen finished eating around 9 o'clock in the evening. The people present at the dinner table were all familiar to Lu Chen, such as Lu Zhanyuan, Zhang Huihong, Li Genshua, and Zizi. Other max-level powerhouses that Lu Chen didn't know did not come to participate. It can be said that Liang Yu was quite considerate of Lu Chen. Let me take you back. After dinner, Zhang Huihong said to Lu Chen. After all, the positioning gate he just created did not have a location in Jiangcheng yet.
so she still needed to use the random gate to send Lu Chen to Jiangcheng first. Once the positioning gate was set up in the capital next time, Lu Chen could come to the capital.
Any time. Okay. Lu Chen nodded and said, sorry to trouble you, Sister Hong. Hey, you have such a sweet mouth. Zhang Huihong smiled. Her actual age could easily make her Lu Chen's great-grandmother.
The reason Zizi and Li Gengshua called her Sister Hong was that they were peers, which was quite normal. However, Lu Chen calling her that didn't annoy her. Instead, it made her quite happy.
Who wouldn't want to be called young?
Moreover, she looked nothing like her age. Her skin was still moist, tight, and elastic.
If Lu Chen were to politely call her Grandma Zhang, she might actually be unhappy.
Swish!
Zhang Huihong activated
the random gate and sent Lu Chen back to his home in Jiangcheng. She didn't go in with him. After saying a word to Lu Chen, she returned to the capital.
I'm back. Lu Chen pushed the door open, walked into the villa, and called out inside.
Oh, you finally came back. We were starving to death.
Hurry, are you hungry? Come wash your hands and eat. Hearing the noise of the door opening, Lu Hualian and Zhu,
who were lying on the sofa weakly, suddenly perked up, crawled up from the sofa, looked at Lu Chen with resentful eyes, and called out.
Lu Chen was taken aback and exclaimed, haven't you eaten yet? Not at all. When you left, didn't you say you'd be back soon? We've just been waiting for you to come back for dinner. Who knew you'd be gone for so long? Sai, if we had known, we would have eaten earlier.
Hearing Lu Chen's inquiry, Lu Hualian and Zhuya, along with the other girl, began to complain softly.
The resentment was almost thicker than a ghost. Lu Chen was taken aback. When he left with Zhang Huihong, he did say he would be back soon.
At that time, he thought it would just be a quick meeting, nothing much, and he would return quickly. Who knew they ended up going to a mysterious instance, trying out the ability of the curse world, then making a positioning door, and when they saw it was getting late, they were warmly invited to have dinner there. He thought Lu Hualian and the others wouldn't wait for him and would have eaten already. So he didn't think much of it and agreed right away. Little did he know, they had been waiting all this time and hadn't had dinner yet. I was actually planning to go for a bit and come back quickly, but then some things delayed me. You haven't eaten yet? Then let's go eat something. Lu Chen explained. Sai, I don't want to eat anymore, I'm not hungry. Yeah, I don't want to eat, I just want to lie down. Lu Hualian, Zhu. Yeah, and Zhao Qiuxia shook their heads and lay back down on the sofa. Seeing this, Lu Chen was stunned again, thinking they were angry and throwing a tantrum. Then his gaze fell on the trash can nearby, where he noticed quite a few snack wrappers and food crumbs. Oh, Lu Chen suddenly realized. They had indeed been waiting for him to come home for dinner. They really hadn't eaten until now. But they hadn't eaten nothing. At least they had snacked quite a bit. They must be stuffed by now, right? You should eat fewer snacks. Next time, if I'm not back yet, you don't have to wait for me, just eat first, Lu Chen said with a smile. He then walked into the dining room and saw that the table was filled with a variety of sumptuous dishes that had long since cooled. Tonight's dinner was indeed prepared lavishly for the celebration of his successful second transition. However, now the dishes were cold. But Lu Chen didn't mind. He sat down directly, picked up his chopsticks, and started eating. Although he had actually eaten enough back in the capital, now that his strength had increased, his consumption ability was also stronger, so wanting to eat a bit more wasn't a problem. Hey, the dishes are cold and you're still eating. Zhao Qiuxia came in and saw Lu Chen eating without reheating the food. She quickly went over to pick up a plate. Wow! Zhao Qiuxia didn't put it in the microwave to heat. Instead, she used her professional ability, and with a flash of fire, the dishes in her hands immediately began to steam. This was no simple feat after all. She wasn't an ordinary fire mage but an SS-level lava mage. If the temperature wasn't controlled well, not only the dishes but the plate itself could melt. To heat the dishes just right without burning them required an extremely delicate control of fire. Then, Zhao Qiuxia heated up the dishes one by one for Lu Chen. Instantly, the entire table was filled with steaming dishes. Again. After that, Zhao Qiuxia and Zhuya also took their seats and began to eat with Lu Chen. Although they had eaten a bunch of snacks and claimed to be full, seeing Lu Chen enjoying his meal made them feel like they could still fit in a bit more. Moments later, the four of them cleared the entire table of food. In fact, Lu Chen ate relatively little. Most of it was devoured by Lu Hualian, Zhuya, and the others. After finishing the meal, Lu Chen took out the positioning door. Then he split it into 4 doors and handed them to them. What is this? A random door? Seeing the small door handed over by Lu Chen, Lu Hualian, and the other girls curiously asked. They knew about the existence of the random door and had recently seen Zhang Huihong use it to take Lu Chen to the capital. So when they saw the small door, they thought Lu Chen had created 4 more random doors for them to use. It's not a random door, the effect is a bit weaker, but it's still quite useful, Lu Chen said. Lu Hualian and Zhuya took the subdoors of the positioning door and could see the related effect introduction, their eyes lighting up immediately. Hey, it seems like there's no cooldown time. We can knock on the door for help and bring everyone over? How fun!
Let's try it. After reading the introduction of the positioning door, Lu Hualian and Juya felt as if they had discovered a fun toy.
Then they began to experiment with how to use the positioning door more effectively.
Moments later, they ran to their respective rooms. Soon after, Juya ran out of Lu Hualian's room, Lu Hualian ran out of Zhao Xiaoxia's room, and Zhao Xiaoxia ran out of Juya's room. It seemed they had just returned to their rooms to mess around with each other. After that, they each returned to their rooms. Knock, knock, knock. After a moment, Lu Chen heard a knocking sound. This was the application prompt sound from the subdoor's master, wanting to use the main door to travel. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking sound continued. It was Juya and Lu Hualian, all applying to go out. Sigh. Seeing this, Lu Chen sighed helplessly and granted permission. Whoosh. Swish. Soon, behind Lu Chen, a series of illusory doors of light appeared, hazy and indistinct. Then Lu Hualian, Juya, and Zhao Xiaoxia all stepped out from the doors of light. Under the dim light, dressed in armor or battle suits, they looked like Valkyries, dignified and imposing, exuding an air of inviolability. Ha, so fun. Really fun. In the future, if you go traveling and find a fun place, just call out, and we can go there together to play. However, as soon as they spoke, that dignified and solemn aura immediately vanished. They all excitedly discussed how to use the positioning door. By the way, Lu Xiao, can we directly enter the dungeon using this positioning door? Suddenly, Zhao Xiaoxia thought of something and asked Lu Chen. After all, sometimes danger does not come from enemies in the real world but may arise from dangers within the dungeon. Although it is said that if you encounter danger in the dungeon and cannot fight back, you can quickly choose to exit the dungeon. While doing so will lead to a brief period of weakness, it is better than losing your life. But sometimes, you can't exit in time even if you want to. If you encounter a hidden elite monster or boss that is particularly fierce, it might not give you a chance to exit and could kill you instantly or trap you in a special frozen state. How can you exit the dungeon then? You can only wait to die. Therefore, if you can use the positioning door to enter someone else's dungeon, this positioning door might have unexpected uses. Using the positioning door in the dungeon? Lu Chen frowned slightly at the words and shook his head, saying, I haven't tried it, so I'm not sure if it can be done. When he conceived the positioning door, it was merely for convenience, so he wouldn't have to rely on Zhang Huihong to use the random door to pick him up every time he went to the capital. If it was just a small matter, but it took more than 10 minutes, then he would have to stay in the capital for an extra hour. That's why Lu Chen created this positioning door, so he wouldn't have to go through so much trouble to get to places he frequently visited. He hadn't thought about using the positioning door to bring external help into the dungeon. However, it seemed somewhat feasible. If successful, the originally small dungeon with just 4 teams could directly call in 13 external helpers. That would turn it into a small group of 17 people. And if the 4-person team each brought a random door, the number of people in the dungeon would explode. A group of max-level powerhouses coming in to beat down the boss, no matter how strong it was, it probably wouldn't be able to withstand it, right? Let's try it tomorrow. Although Lu Chen wasn't sure if it would work, he still nodded. Okay, good night. Lu Hualian smiled and nodded. Swish. Then, her delicate figure returned through the light door behind her and went back to her room. Good night, young Master Lu. Juya joked with a smile and followed her back. Good night. Zhao Xiaoxia also left. Good night. Lu Chen nodded at the dissipating light door, not knowing if they could hear him. Unfortunately, he didn't have a light door left in his room, so he had to walk back to sleep. Actually, I could borrow their door to go to their room and then back to mine. Lu Chen stroked his chin and suddenly thought. However, casually running into a girl's room, what if they were changing clothes? That might get him beaten. Forget it. Lu Chen shook his head and walked back to his room. The next day, Lu Chen got up and had breakfast with Juya and the others. Then they went out together to find a relatively high-level dungeon, preparing to see if they could bring people into the dungeon. I'll go in and try first. Zhao Xiaoxia, being more impatient, immediately entered a dungeon portal and her figure disappeared. It's been 1 minute. Juya silently counted the time. After 1 minute, Zhao Xiaoxia still hadn't started bringing them into the dungeon. It was obvious that her attempt might have failed. There was no way to use the positioning door to call people in the dungeon. Let's see if we can directly enter her positioning door, Lu Hualian said. Then they tried to connect to Zhao Xiaoxia's positioning door, but they also failed. Let me try. Lu Chen frowned slightly and then said, whoosh. The next moment, his figure directly disappeared in front of Lu Hualian and Juya. Oh, he really disappeared. Lu Hualian's eyes widened. It really works, but why can't we? Juya frowned slightly. Lu Hualian pondered for a moment and speculated. It's probably because our positioning doors are sub-doors derived from Lu Chen's real positioning door, so they have flaws? And his positioning door is the truly complete myth-level equipment which can use the sub-doors to enter the dungeon. That must be it. Juya nodded. Oh, young Master Lu, you really came in. I thought you guys couldn't get in.
In the dungeon, Zhao Qiuxia was still using lava spells to blast a group of monsters. When she noticed an unusual fluctuation behind her and turned around to see Lu Chen had arrived, she was immediately surprised. She had just entered the dungeon and not to call Lu Chen and the others in.
But after waiting for 30 seconds, there was no response.
Zhao Qiuxia was very clear that it was the instance that had cut off the connection between the subgates and other positioning gates. So, she wanted to quickly clear the level and
then go out to talk to them. But unexpectedly, not long after, Lu Chen actually ran in. Well, we couldn't receive your distress signal from outside.
Zhuya and the others tried to use your gate to come in, but they failed.
While I succeeded, Lu Chen explained.
He then directly activated his own positioning gate to call for help from outside, hoping to bring Zhuya and Lu Hualian in.
Wow! Soon, two hazy shadowy doors appeared behind Lu Chen. In the next moment, Zhuya and Lu Hualian rushed out. Hey, we made it in. We're in the same instance, how fun! Zhuya and Lu Hualian exclaimed excitedly. The instance has a special rule. Once someone enters alone or
in a team, it becomes a separate space. Others who choose to enter this instance cannot encounter them, even if they end up fighting the same boss. Their current situation was definitely very special. They had never heard of anyone being able to pull others in after entering an instance. If that's the case, when the global military exercise competition starts, if they wanted to pull some tricks, wouldn't they be able to enter the instance
and then bring in the big shots to help them clear it?
Of course, this would have to be a particularly special instance. Generally, if it were a racing instance, they could bring a host and special equipment inside, then have the host exit the instance, leaving the special equipment for a live broadcast, which would prevent cheating. It would have to be a special instance that couldn't be broadcasted. Boom! Amidst the quiet discussion of the four, the instance was quickly pushed to the boss room, and then the boss was killed in one hit. There was no need for Lu Chen to cast a spell.
After exiting the instance, Lu Chen took back the subgates from Lu Hualian
and the others. He then found some materials, added them back in, and remodified the equipment of this positioning gate.
Alright, now it should be able to call for help as well. Lu Chen split out 4 subgates and handed them to Lu Hualian and the others.
He felt that this attempt was quite meaningful, fixing many loopholes and shortcomings. In the future, he could also readjust and correct equipment like the empty-handed oath ring, the killing sword, and the oath of destruction ring. For example, the killing sword currently requires killing to stack, but it could be changed to not limit to humanoids. Wild monsters and bosses could also be included, which would clearly make this equipment stronger. The original intention of this positioning gate was to facilitate Lu Chen's travel to places he often visited. However, as the equipment developed, it had long deviated from Lu Chen's original intention and became more suitable for protecting talented newcomers. Therefore, if the issue of not being able to call for help in the instance was not resolved, this equipment would have a significant flaw.
I'll go in and try again.
Zhao Qiuxia took the subgate and then entered the instance teleportation gate again. Meanwhile, Lu Chen began to conceive repairs for the killing sword, preparing to modify it later.
Wow!
Lu Chen had just begun to reimagine the killing sword when he quickly heard a cry for help beside him. Soon after, Zhuya and Lu Hualian activated their respective positioning gates and were transported into the instance.
It should have worked. Lu Chen nodded, looking satisfied.
He felt that his positioning gate was getting closer to perfection with each modification. He did not enter the instance himself. It was meaningless as long
as the gate's controller could enter with them.
Then, Lu Chen sat down and continued to reimagine the killing sword.
By the time Lu Chen finished his design, Lu Hualian and the other 3 had already come out.
You're awake. What were you thinking just now? The 3 girls, seeing Lu Chen open his eyes, immediately asked curiously. They had been out of the instance for quite a while, but seeing Lu Chen deep in thought, they did not want to
disturb him. I was thinking about the equipment.
How was it?
The experiment just now should have gone well, right? Lu Chen asked.
Yeah, no problem. Now we can directly use the subgate to enter.
Lu Hualian and Zhuya nodded.
Repeatedly, they felt more and more that this positioning gate was useful.
As long as there are no problems, let's go back, Lu Chen said.
He didn't need to go into the instance to level up. The reason he came here today was just to test some unexpected effects of the positioning gate. Since the verification was successful, there was no need to continue in the instance.
Wow!
Then, Lu Chen activated the positioning gate and stepped inside, returning to the villa. Lu Hualian and Zhuya couldn't use Lu Chen's gate to follow, but they also had their own positioning gates, which could connect to the one Lu Chen had at home. So they all returned together. After Lu Chen got back to the villa, he called Zhang Huihong to ask if the positioning gate in the capital was ready. Once confirmed that there were no issues, Lu Chen used the positioning gate to fly directly to the capital.
I need some materials. Lu Chen arrived in the capital and went straight to Liang Yu and the others, saying, What materials? Liang Yu asked, not inquiring what Lu Chen needed them for. After Lu Chen told Liang Yu the required materials, he
explained that they were for modifying the killing sword. The killing sword he had designed earlier was not intentionally made to increase the killing count against human enemies, it was due to the limitations of the creation and materials. But now that he had advanced to the Spellmaster, many issues could be resolved. Okay. Liang Yu nodded, then made a call to have the materials Lu Chen needed sent over. He then informed Lu Chen that next time he needed something, he could go directly to these people instead of looking for him. In fact, Lu Chen had long had the qualification to enter the treasury at will. He just found it troublesome, which was why he always had others run errands for him. Alright. Lu Chen nodded in agreement. Then he asked Liang Yu and the others to bring over the positioning gates. What's going on? Liang Yu didn't understand Lu Chen's intentions but still handed over his positioning gate and went to notify Lu Zhanyuan and the others. Lu Chen then shared his new discoveries and methods regarding the positioning gates with Liang Yu. You can directly enter the instance? But the old version of the subgate can't be entered. There's such a use for it. Liang Yu was quite surprised to hear this. After all, he was already several hundred years old and his thinking wasn't as flexible. If he happened to encounter a genius in danger in the instance who needed him to use the positioning gate to save them, he might have thought of this. Half an hour later, Lu Chen had completely modified all the positioning gates he had created. At the same time, the new materials for the killing sword were also delivered. Wow! Lu Chen pulled out the murder sword pendant from his neck, then picked up those materials and used his abilities in creation and spellcasting. After a brief flash of golden light, it quickly subsided. Equipment: murder sword level, none quality, mythical attributes, attack power plus 1333, critical hit rate plus 150%, ignore defense plus 150%, critical damage plus 200%, armor break damage plus 200%. Passive: for every enemy or monster of the same level killed, gain 200% ignore defense and critical hit rate. Passive: for every enemy or monster of the same level killed, gain 200% armor break damage and critical damage. Note: can stack up to 30 layers. Evaluation: death does not equal annihilation, disappearance does not equal the end, your life is merely continued in another form. The modified murder sword had become significantly stronger. Firstly, it no longer required killing human enemies whose level exceeded his by more than 10. Instead, it could now target enemies or monsters of the same level, including wild monsters. Secondly, the passive ability had been upgraded from killing one enemy or 150% armor break damage and critical damage to 200%. It seemed like only a 50% increase, but it had stacking layers. Most importantly, it originally had only 20 layers of passive, which now increased to 30 layers. Therefore, if fully stacked to 30 layers, it could achieve 6000% armor break damage and critical damage, along with ignored defense and critical hit rate. If it were the original murder sword, it would only have 3000% critical damage and armor break damage, and 4000% ignored defense and critical hit rate. It could be said that although this murder sword was still mythical, its power had doubled compared to the original. Coupled with the empty-handed mastery ring, it could practically destroy the world. Awesome! Now this murder sword can be considered on the same level as the empty-handed mastery ring. Actually, it can't be considered the same level, it's still quite a bit off. After all, it still requires killing, and there are layer limits. If there were no such restrictions, then it would be on the same level. Seeing Lu Chen's newly modified murder sword, Lu Zhanyuan and Liang Yu and others all had shining eyes filled with admiration. Of course, although they were tempted, they did not ask Lu Chen to help them create a murder sword, mainly because the materials were not very sufficient, and Lu Chen's new creation of the murder sword had clearly consumed a lot of experience points, causing his level to drop back to 47. So even if they wanted one, they would have to wait until the global military exercise was over and all resources were coordinated before considering it. Lu Chen then returned to Jiang City, continuing to ponder some equipment issues. In the following days, Lu Chen stayed at home, occasionally using experience capsules to level up. Whenever there was new information from the capital, he would make a trip to the capital to attend a meeting. Time flew by. Only one day remained until the global military exercise. On this day, the various competitions and rules for the global military exercise were basically finalized. Liang Yu called Lu Chen to the capital again to see if Lu Chen could help their dragon country win the final victory under these rules. Are you here? Liang Yu saw Lu Chen walk out using the positioning gate set up in the capital and greeted him without surprise. Lu Chen nodded, acknowledging the greeting. Liang Yu held several documents in his hands and introduced to Lu Chen, the official competition rules have been finalized. I'll briefly explain it to you. The level limit for all participants is between level 65 and level 70. This is the level restriction for combat or support professions. Initially, we wanted to set a specific level, but it's impossible for every genius from each country to have the same level, so it ended up being a general range. As for life professions, anyone below level 80 can participate. The restrictions aren't as strict. And regarding the competition rules, each contestant will use the same level 65 rare equipment, whether it's armor, weapons, or accessories, they will all be the same. However, there are no restrictions on life professions cultivated by each country. They can use their abilities to enchant, enhance, and amplify the effects of their equipment. And life profession pharmacists can use the most common materials to create powerful potions, granting contestants additional buffs. So, these competition rules are actually very beneficial for you. Liang Yu looked at Lu Chen with a bright smile. It was hard to tell that he had been sharp and fierce in the recent global meeting with other powerful figures from various countries. In fact, these conditions seemed fair, but they were secretly negotiated by countries like Longwa and Bangwo, which have special life professions to benefit their god-level life professions. Every representative probably thought these conditions were advantageous for them. But Liang Yu always believed that no matter how strong the god-level life professions from other countries were, they probably couldn't compare to the bug like Lu Chen, right? That was a true freak. But these restrictions aren't a big deal, Lu Chen said nonchalantly. Before he even changed his class to Spell Master, he could use ordinary materials to create decent enhancement potions. Not to mention now that he had become a Spell Master, he could transform wood chips into suitable materials and then into top-tier enhancement potions. Therefore, under these rules, he felt fearless. You can try it out first. Liang Yu nodded, his eyes filled with appreciation, then took out a pile of level 60 materials and enchanting materials. These materials were quite common, and the potions and enchanting scrolls that could be made from them were rather ordinary. It was very fitting for this so-called fair global military exercise. Everyone had similar levels, used the same equipment, and the potions they drank, as well as the equipment. Enchantments and enhancements were all about the same. Wow! Without even looking at the properties of these materials, Lu Chen waved his hand, and instantly, black and gold light flashed. These materials transformed into various potions, enchanting scrolls, and equipment enhancement scrolls. Liang Yu picked one up to take a look. Item: top-tier spirit potion, level 60, effect after consumption, within 24 hours, spirit plus 1000, and accelerates spirit recovery. Evaluation: drink, keep drinking. Item: top-tier combat power potion, level 60, effect after consumption, within 24 hours, strength plus 500, stamina plus 500, critical damage plus 200%, ignore defense plus 100%. Evaluation: stop fighting, the bed has collapsed. Item: attack power enchanting scroll, level 60, effect after use, can enchant a piece of equipment, effect attack power plus 500. Evaluation: it's hard to evaluate, wish him success. Item: combat enchantment scroll, level 60, effect after use, can enchant a piece of equipment with effects of critical damage, additional damage, and bonus damage plus 50%. Evaluation: with this little combat power, who do you look down on? Item: equipment enhancement voucher, level 60, effect after use, can randomly enhance a piece of equipment, enhancement level ranging from 7 to 13. Evaluation: random? I'll randomly F*** you up. Lu Chen casually clicked, turning these very ordinary and common materials taken out by Liang Yu into top-tier items that most people could only dream of. After checking, Liang Yu and the others were also shocked. This effect is indeed impressive. They knew Lu Chen could create many amazing items, but that was under the condition of having enough materials. This was the first time they saw Lu Chen use such ordinary materials to create various top-tier items in terms of enchantments, enhancements, potions, and so on. This was too abnormal. He alone could match many different life professions. Very impressive, too strong. But after Liang Yu praised, he changed his tone and shook his head, saying, your actions can easily expose you. Do you have a way to create items like an ordinary life profession? Or even help other life professions create such items? Liang Yu looked at Lu Chen without blinking, his eyes filled with anticipation. For Lu Chen's arrangement, their plan was to have him pretend to be a potion maker. Specifically, to have him produce potions. Or perhaps a blacksmith to repair and create equipment. In short, it was impossible for Lu Chen to be a potion maker, a blacksmith, and also an enchanter, enhancer, and other life profession roles all at once. That would clearly reveal a problem, right? Therefore, during the upcoming global military exercise, there would still be a group of life professions acting alongside Lu Chen. And these life professions were merely a cover. To turn the tide of battle and achieve final victory relying on life professions, everything still depended on Lu Chen. But making it so that others wouldn't notice Lu Chen's issues while allowing him to intervene in the works of other life professions seemed a bit troublesome. So, they specifically invited Lu Chen to the meeting today to see if he had any solutions to both act like an ordinary life profession and, without anyone noticing, arrange for other life professions to create his top-tier items.
Hearing Liang Yu's words, Lu Chen pondered for a moment and said, "This issue isn't big, but will these materials be checked later?" Liang Yu replied, "Before the competition starts, all materials will be uniformly checked and distributed, but how they are refined afterward and the final products will not be checked or disclosed." This was also what the Dragon Country and countries like the White Eagle Country ultimately agreed upon. It was impossible to make all trump cards public, right? After all, there was also a god-level enchanter on the other side. If the god-level enchantment scroll they created was made public like this, how would they deal with the opposition and resistance from other countries? Therefore, equipment and weapons should be as fair as possible, but in terms of potions, enchantments, and so on, it would be based on individual ability, and there was no need to disclose. Then there's no problem. Lu Chen smiled upon hearing this, and then he began to create with the materials Liang Yu had just taken out. However, it seemed as if nothing had happened. There was no golden light or black golden glow that Lu Chen was accustomed to. "Is it over?" Liang Yu couldn't help but ask curiously. "It's over," Lu Chen said. Seeing Lu Chen's serious expression, which didn't seem like a joke, Liang Yu nodded slightly and then picked up a medicinal herb. Millennium Wild Ginseng quality, legendary effect. After consumption, it will continuously restore health points rapidly within 24 hours. Upon seeing the introduction of this herb, Liang Yu couldn't help but be stunned, because he remembered that among these common herbs there was originally a ginseng, but it was just an ordinary artificially cultivated ginseng of 10 years. How did it turn into a Millennium Wild Ginseng? Just now, Lu Chen didn't seem to be the type to create things, yet he managed to cause such an astonishing change in the herb without anyone noticing? Liang Yu immediately began to check the other herbs again. No surprises. The other ordinary herbs had also all transformed into divine-level herbs. Even without making potions, just consuming these herbs would have excellent effects. Alright, with these herbs, the basic issues are mostly resolved. Liang Yu laughed heartily. Not yet. Lu Chen shook his head. What do you mean? Liang Yu looked at Lu Chen curiously. Lu Chen said, "They need to cooperate. Using my formulas would be better." Although these ordinary herbs had been secretly transformed by him into Millennium Spiritual Medicine level divine herbs, allowing those ordinary pharmacists to make regular life potions, mental potions, enhancement potions, etc., would still result in the potions having effects beyond imagination due to the strength of the materials. However, the gap in the formulas would ultimately prevent them from fully utilizing the medicinal power of these herbs. It would indeed be a waste. Therefore, Lu Chen planned to personally customize some formulas and then pass them on to them. He wanted them to use these herbs to create similar heaven-level life potions, mental potions, and other medicines that he had customized some time ago. In that case, from the herbs to the potion-making process, no one would be able to spot any flaws. Moreover, the medicines produced would far surpass those from other countries. Not only potions, but Lu Chen also planned to customize some for other enchanters, blacksmiths, enhancers, etc. Alright. Hearing Lu Chen's plans, Liang Yu's eyes lit up, and he nodded repeatedly. He felt that if it could really be done this way, it would indeed be seamless. No one could pick out any flaws from their side of the Dragon Country. In the time that followed, Lu Chen began to customize various formulas, scrolls, talismans, equipment blueprints, etc. At the same time, it wasn't just the Dragon Country preparing and experimenting before the competition. The White Eagle Country was also making similar preparations. However, they didn't have a versatile lifestyle profession like Lu Chen. Therefore, their pre-competition preparations were only beneficial to their lifestyle professions. Bang! Boom! A beautiful woman with blonde hair and blue eyes swung a heavy sword forward. She directly tore through the air, unleashing a fierce wave of air that sent the approaching opponent flying away. Whoosh! Bang! Then, the blonde woman charged forward again with her sword and struck down. Suddenly, before the opponent could land, they were sent flying again. They couldn't land at all and regain their combat ability. Not bad. This repulsion with added damage enchantment has a very good effect. A man with a hooked nose nodded slightly, praising the blonde divine enchanter. The divine enchanter, named Caesar, wore a modest yet proud smile on his face and said, "Let's try a few more enchantment effects." Okay. The hook-nosed man nodded in agreement. They then continued to experiment with the new enchantments developed by Caesar. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, it was the next day. It's time to get up and eat. Lu Chen got out of bed, feeling a bit sleepy, and mumbled. He didn't get home until after 11 p.m. last night, and although he went straight to bed after arriving, perhaps due to the exhausting day he had, he didn't feel it at the time. He didn't take any stimulants afterward, which left him a bit drowsy even after a sleep. However, Lu Chen felt this was quite good. Relying on stimulants for energy wasn't necessarily a good thing. Being too energetic could even prevent him from sleeping in. There was still plenty of time before the global military exercise. Lu Chen took his time washing up, changing clothes, and then having breakfast.
After breakfast, he called for Lu Hualian and Juya, using the positioning gate to teleport directly to the capital. They were also participants in this military exercise and could even be considered main forces. Buzz. The gate of light and shadow was hazy.
Lu Chen, along with Juya and Lu Hualian, stepped out one after another.
We really made it to the capital. This positioning gate is amazing.
Lu Hualian marveled as she looked at the scenery outside the window.
Although she had tried the effects of the positioning gate before, teleporting such a long distance from Jiang City to the capital without any restrictions still left her in awe of the equipment's effectiveness.
After a moment, Lu Chen led Lu Hualian and the others to find Zhang Huihong. Lian Yu was quite busy today and couldn't specifically attend to them. Everyone's here? Please wait a moment. We're currently welcoming representatives from various countries, Zhang Huihong explained.
For a major event like the Global Military Exercise Competition, the venue was, of course, very important. Every country hoped to host this crucial competition within their own borders. Ultimately, it was decided by a lottery. The Dragon country had good luck and drew this spot. Thus, this nominal global military exercise competition, which was actually a friendly match of the Blue Star Federation, was held here in the Dragon country.
Alright, no problem. If you're busy, Hongjie, go ahead and do your thing. We'll just look around ourselves, Lu Chen said. Okay, then Xiaoxia, you take Lu Chen around for a bit. I have to get busy,
Zhang Huihong said, looking at Zhao Xiaoxia. She indeed had a lot to handle, and since she was quite familiar with Lu Chen, she didn't stand on ceremony. After giving Zhao Xiaoxia a reminder, Zhang Huihong hurried off.
Lu Chen, what did you just call me, auntie?
As soon as Zhang Huihong left, Zhao Xiaoxia looked at Lu Chen with a somewhat unfriendly expression.
Hongjie, what's wrong? Lu Chen replied casually. If I'm auntie and you call her sister, then what does that make me? Zhao Xiaoxia looked at Lu Chen, both amused and exasperated. Lu Hualian and Juya stood by, stifling their laughter. Lu Chen blinked and said, it's not a big deal, we each have our own titles. Of course, if you want to call me uncle, I wouldn't mind. Who wants to call you uncle?
Anyway, if you can't call my auntie sister, then you should call her aunt, too.
Zhao Xiaoxia pouted. Lu Chen looked at her in confusion, then turned to Lu Hualian, asking, why does it have to be like this?
I still call the military leader Yuan Gu. Upon hearing this, Lu Hualian's face immediately darkened.
Lu Chen continued, look, one of your elders is from the grandfather generation, and the other is from the uncle and aunt generation. I haven't seen Hualian call you Aunt Xiaoxia, right? Can't we just each have our own titles? That's different. Lu Hualian became anxious upon hearing this.
She was genuinely afraid that as they talked, her relationship with Zhao Xiaoxia would be seen as equal, making her seem inferior.
She explained, that's a matter between our elders, but our elders aren't relatives, they're just friends.
So, there's no need for us to address each other by seniority, we can just consider our ages.
Yes, that's about right.
Juya nodded in agreement, saying, Lu Xiao, regardless of your age or how long you've known us, you shouldn't call us elder brother or sister, that wouldn't be appropriate.
Her personality was a bit gentler, but she also didn't want Lu Chen to suddenly elevate their relationship to that of grandparents. Just thinking about it made her shudder. That seems to be the case.
Hearing what Juya and Lu Hualian said, Lu Chen pondered for a moment. He realized that he had
indeed known Lu Hualian and Juya longer than Lu Zhanyuan and Wu Qiming. It wouldn't be right to call Lu Zhanyuan and the others
elder brother or sister since they looked young and approachable. Although it wouldn't be a problem to address them individually,
it was still considerate to take Lu Hualian and the others' feelings into account. Alright, I understand. I won't call you that anymore, Lu Chen said. Ah, great. Lu Xiao is really nice. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Zhao Xiaoxia and Lu Hualian all breathed a sigh of relief. Otherwise, they were genuinely afraid that one day their elders would press their heads down and make them call Lu Chen uncle or grandpa. That would be so awkward. Let's go, I'll take you around. Last time we came in a hurry, and we didn't get to explore many places. Zhao Xiaoxia relaxed and said to Lu Chen, okay. Lu Chen nodded. They then went out to have some fun together. By noon, they received a call informing them that the representatives from various countries had arrived and were well rested, urging them to hurry back and prepare for the competition. At that moment, they were quite far from the venue of the Global Military Exercise Competition. If they ran back, they would probably be late. Fortunately, they had a positioning door which allowed them to return directly. They soon arrived at the venue. There are so many people, Lu Chen exclaimed as he entered the large competition venue resembling a bird's nest alongside Lu Hualian and the others. Hualian, why did you come so late? You almost made it just in time. As they arrived, several young men and women waved at them. Of course, they weren't greeting Lu Chen but Lu Hualian, Juya, and Zhao Xiaoxia. Lu Chen looked up and glanced at these people, recognizing them somewhat.
These individuals were the representatives from the Dragon Kingdom for the global military exercise, both combat and support profession competitors.
Lu Chen had seen their list. Each one was an S or SS level genius, with levels comparable to Lu Hualian and the others. However, since they were still rising stars and lacked the opportunities that Lu Hualian and the others had,
they weren't qualified to interact with him yet.
We got up late,
Lu Hualian casually explained, then turned to Lu Chen and said,
"We'll head over first. You can find your way, right?"
"Yes, I know how to get there," Lu Chen replied casually.
"Okay." Lu Hualian nodded.
They then dispersed, with Lu Hualian and the others heading to the designated resting area for combat professions,
while Lu Chen went to the resting area for life professions. "Hey, who was that boy just now?" After watching Lu Chen leave, a young man curiously asked Lu Hualian.
"He's a younger brother we get along well with. He's going to compete in the life profession
area," Lu Hualian explained casually. "Oh, I see." The young man nodded, not thinking much of it.
They then began discussing the specifics of the geniuses from various countries with Lu Hualian and Juya.
Let Juya and the others pay a little more attention.
If they happen to encounter any issues during the competition later, they must be careful not to fall into traps. Lu Chen separated from Juya and the others, heading straight for the signposts by the roadside, and soon arrived at the rest area for lifestyle professions. Upon entering the rest area, Lu Chen saw a group of unfamiliar lifestyle professionals excitedly discussing among themselves. Clearly, they were thrilled to be able to participate in such a global competition. Moreover, they held extremely rare formulas, equipment blueprints, enchanted scrolls, and more.
These could provide the geniuses from the Dragon Kingdom with an overwhelming advantage. They did not recognize Lu Chen when he
entered. They either nodded slightly at him or observed him coldly, showing no particular reaction. This was because the scrolls, formulas, and other items Lu Chen had created were distributed by the higher-ups, and he did not make any appearances.
So these people
only knew that their materials would be better than those from other countries, without knowing who was behind it all.
Lu Chen
was happy with this, casually finding a seat to sit down. He watched the live broadcast video in front of him.
The video introduced
the max-level powerhouses from various countries and their competitors for this event.
"Hey, brother, what's your profession? How come I haven't seen you before?"
While Lu Chen was watching the video, a plain-looking young man sitting next to him asked.
Lu
Chen glanced at him and casually explained, "I'm an alchemist, just called in today, so it's normal that you don't recognize me." He also understood that since these lifestyle professions were given important responsibilities, even if they weren't S-level, they all had some background. They were certainly familiar with each other.
A newcomer like him suddenly joining would definitely pique their curiosity.
However, Lu Chen didn't mind much. In the competition, he wouldn't reveal his talents anyway.
As for afterwards,
the various countries had
already formed the Blue Star Federation.
It was likely led by the Dragon Kingdom, so even if he revealed his special profession, he wouldn't have to worry about anything.
"Oh, I see. Then your alchemist profession must be quite special, right? I'm Wu Fan, nice to meet you."
The plain-looking young man, upon hearing Lu Chen's words, looked enlightened and then introduced himself.
"I'm Lu Chen," Lu Chen replied. Casually, the two chatted back and forth.
Soon, the host outside finished introducing the competitors from each country. The first official match was about to begin. The first match was not about entering
dungeons, racing in dungeons, or entering any special dungeons. It was a real-life duel.
There were individual battles as well as team battles. Such duels clearly would not allow competitors to use potions or
talismans.
Therefore, these lifestyle professionals could just sit inside and watch the match without having to participate. The rules of the duel were that each competitor would fight using standardized rare
equipment and weapons.
As for enchanted scrolls, they could be used, but they had to be inspected. Only those with similar effects and not severely exceeding the limits would be allowed to enchant their equipment.
"Alright, let's start distributing the equipment," the host announced.
Following that, one by one, the staff came up to distribute a complete set of rare-grade armor, jewelry, weapons, and other gear that had been prepared in advance to each contestant. This equipment was standardized, both the names and attributes were basically the same, with no discrepancies. Before being handed out to each
contestant, the equipment was uniformly stored and inspected to prevent any issues from arising.
Once the distribution was complete, it was time to hand out the enchanted scrolls and enhancement vouchers
prepared by each country.
The enhancement vouchers were mostly the same, either fixed +7 enhancement vouchers or random +5 to +10 enhancement vouchers. The former was more stable, fixed at +7, while the latter was less certain, potentially being +5 or, with good luck, directly +10, making it a gamble. The enchanted scrolls, however, offered various options, including enchantments that increased
strength, attack power, attribute enhancement, and defense related to attack speed. Contestants could choose based on their preferences. Generally, warrior-type professions would choose enchantments.
related to strength, attack power, and attack speed, while mage-type professions would opt for attribute enhancement and spell casting or movement speed enchantments.
After the representatives from
each country had checked the enhancement vouchers and enchanted scrolls and confirmed there were no issues, they were finally distributed to the contestants for selection.
enchanting can begin.
The contestant from the White Eagle country revealed a somewhat inscrutable smile upon seeing this. He then chose a strength-enhancing enchanted scroll to enchant his longsword first.
Whoosh! A faint light flashed. The enchantment was successful.
Divine Power. When attacking, there is a 10% chance to trigger the Divine Power passive, gaining a 200% strength boost, lasting for 60 seconds.
Cool down.
60 seconds. His enchantment was successful, but it was not the fixed 50 points of strength as indicated on the enchanted scroll. Instead, it was a more powerful percentage boost. The red-haired youth showed a hint of a proud smile upon seeing this, then continued to enchant his armor and jewelry.
Whoosh! Waves of faint light flashed. The enchantments continued to succeed. However, not all enchantments could transform into divine-level enchantments. Most remained as the originally displayed fixed-value enchantments. But as long as a few divine-level enchantments could be successfully
achieved, it would be enough to give this batch of contestants an overwhelming advantage over contestants from other countries.
Haha, how can I lose with this?
The red-haired youth thought to himself, looking at the 4 successful divine-level enchantment effects in his complete set of equipment. One of them was the earlier Divine Power enchantment, granting plus 200% strength. The other effects were plus 250% attack power, plus 150 attribute enhancement, and plus 300% attack speed. Afterward, the red-haired youth exchanged smiles with a few teammates, all clearly satisfied with their respective enchantments. While several divine-level enchantments were being produced on the White Eagle side, on the Dragon Country side, Lu Hualian and Juya also
successfully enchanted their entire set of equipment.
However, their enchantments were all rather ordinary basic enchantments, such as plus 50
strength, plus 15 attribute enhancement, and plus 10% attack speed, which were rather lackluster.
Nevertheless, after finishing their enchantments, they smiled knowingly and did not frown. They then picked up the enhancement vouchers and began enhancing their equipment. Swish! A flash of light. The equipment enhancement was successful.
They all chose random enhancement vouchers.
Without exception, all their equipment was
enhanced to plus 10. None had the bad luck of only reaching plus 5. In fact, if it weren't for the fixed enhancement glow indicating the enhancement
level, Lu Chen was prepared to enhance their equipment directly to plus 15 or higher.
But the glow of plus 10 enhancement is light blue, and at plus 11, the glow emitted by the equipment turns deep blue.
By plus 13, it directly changes to an orange glow. Therefore, to prevent the absurd situation of randomly obtaining a plus 10 enhancement ticket that could enhance to above plus 15, Lu Chen only allowed their equipment to be enhanced to plus 10. But it didn't matter, after all, the attribute increase from that little bit of enhancement was negligible.
Lu Hualian,
Juya, and Zhao Qiuxiao looked at their full set of equipment again. They saw that after the enhancement, the original enchantments of their equipment
had changed.
Divine Might, strength plus 500, adds 200% strength on attack, with a 50% chance to put the enemy in a broken armor state.
Enemies in broken armor state will temporarily lose all equipment attribute effects. Divine Speed, attack speed plus 200%, movement speed plus 200%.
While running, there is a 50% chance to enter an invincible state. An invincible state cannot be targeted or attacked. Divine Power, attack power plus 1000, with a 30% chance to kill the enemy in one hit. These were the newly revealed enchantment attributes.
From the beginning,
after Lu Chen understood the competition rules, he was cautious and did not make the enchantment scrolls overly powerful. He also did not change the enchantment attributes after they were enchanted. Such enchantment effects and success rates were not very stable. Therefore,
Lu Chen modified the enchantment scrolls and enhancement tickets. If the enchantment scrolls were used alone, they would provide fixed attributes like plus 50 strength, and using enhancement tickets alone would randomly enhance from plus 5 to plus 10.
But once the enchantment scrolls were used first and then the enhancement tickets, not only would the enhancement tickets become a guaranteed plus 10, but it would also activate the hidden attributes of the enchantments, revealing their true power completely. It was like refining a pill. If a core medicinal ingredient was missing, one could barely refine the pill, but its efficacy would be almost non-existent compared to the original. However, if that core ingredient was found and added back in for re-refinement, the pill could become a divine elixir.
Lu Chen's method was too covert. Even the relevant officials, when checking the equipment's enchantments after the players had enchanted them, could not find any issues.
It seems like the Dragon Country has particularly good luck.
All enhanced to plus 10. Maybe it's the home field advantage?
As players from various countries finished enchanting and enhancing their equipment, many noticed that the players from the Dragon Country had
almost all enhanced to +10, with very few having low enhancement levels.
This made many frown slightly. However,
Players from other countries who had a backup plan for enchantments were not worried about this. Even if all their equipment was enhanced to +10, what use was it?
under the extreme pressure of enchantments, they had no ability to resist at all.
Next, we will randomly select players. Swish, swish, swish. Soon, the random selection of competition players began.
The first to take the stage was not from the Dragon Country,
but from the Bear Country and the White Eagle Country.
In the first round of the competition, please welcome John and Andre to the stage, the host
announced.
The red-haired youth from the White Eagle Country smiled lightly upon seeing this and floated up to the duel platform.
Swish.
The red-haired youth John, wielding a long sword, gracefully landed on the duel platform.
Bang!
In the next moment, a heavy thud echoed on the platform as another red-haired, muscular youth, Andre, landed heavily.
Judging by momentum and pressure, Andre was undoubtedly stronger than John.
However, their professional levels were comparable, and their ranks were similar. They were both equipped with the same rare gear, so if a real fight
broke out, it was hard to say who would win. 3, 2, 1, the match begins.
The referee wasted no time and quickly announced the start of the match after both contestants took the stage.
Boom!
Swish swish.
Andre,
with his robust physique, moved swiftly. As the referee's last word fell, he charged at John with dual axes, swinging them directly at his head. If he hit, John's head would surely burst, brain matter splattering.
Clang!
However, John reacted quickly, easily blocking Andre's strike.
Bang!
In the next moment, John's downward slash sent the charging Andre flying off the platform.
Boom! Bang! Smack!
The two engaged in a fierce battle.
After 2 or 3 minutes, John finally sent the heavily injured Andre flying off the duel platform, claiming victory. Acting is really exhausting.
John wiped the sweat from his brow, muttering to himself.
The levels
and professional skills of both were not far apart, and under the absolute suppression of enchantments, he could have easily cleaved Andre in half with his first strike.
He just didn't want to expose his enchantment issues,
or make other opponents wary. So, he played along with Andre for a while before struggling to defeat him. Congratulations to John for winning the first match, the referee announced.
Then, other contestants from various countries took the stage to compete. Bang! Boom!
After a series of intense battles, contestants from other countries had both wins and losses. When facing strong nations like the White Eagle Nation and the Dragon Nation, these countries generally emerged victorious.
Finally, it was time for the Dragon Nation contestant to face off against the White Eagle Nation contestant. Please welcome Lu Hualian from the Dragon Nation and Judy from the
White Eagle Nation to the stage, the referee announced.
Swish!
A flash of swordlight appeared as Lu Hualian's graceful figure emerged on the duel platform. She had already won 2 matches, but previously she had faced
opponents from smaller nations where she had to hold back to fight them for a few minutes.
Now, she was finally up against a formidable opponent from the White Eagle Nation.
Instead of feeling worried, Lu Hualian was filled with anticipation. Wow!
A fiery whirlwind swirled on the duel platform. When the flames dissipated, a female mage clad in red cloth armor stood on the opposite side of the platform, holding a staff.
This was Judy, an SS level mage from the White Eagle Nation, the Flame Mage.
Normally, in a one-on-one duel, a mage would be at a disadvantage against a warrior.
But that was only the case for low-level mages and warriors. At levels above 60 and for S-level professions, no one would think that way. Because at this level, mages, whether in terms of attack power or the variety of spells, made it very difficult for warriors to get close enough to attack them. The match begins.
The referee, as always, maintained a fast pace, not giving the two a chance to exchange harsh words.
Swish! Boom!
Swish swish! The moment the referee's words fell, Lu Hualian and Judy both sprang into
action simultaneously.
Lu Hualian drew her sword, unleashing a brilliant swordlight aimed at Judy. Meanwhile, Judy's figure flickered with flames. In the next moment, she was struck by the swordlight, but as the flames extinguished, her figure vanished.
Instead, it appeared behind Lu Hualian. Bang bang bang!
Immediately after, a rain of fire meteors, dense and overwhelming, surged towards Lu Hualian.
If hit solidly, it would leave no bones behind.
At the same time, Judy was surrounded by swirling flames, radiating terrifying heat, forming an excellent line of defense that deterred anyone from approaching her. Otherwise, they would surely be turned to ashes. Judy's performance is impressive. This move, Fire Dance Whirlwind and Falling Meteor, caught Lu Hualian completely off guard. On the other side, the host's eyes lit up as he held the microphone, explaining their skills and
tactics in a global live broadcast.
Although such battles are not allowed to result in fatalities, if by chance someone dies from real fire, there's nothing that can be done. At most, there will be some punishment. However, there's no need to actually kill someone, otherwise, it would be troublesome when the judges check the equipment. I hope Judy holds back a bit and doesn't expose Caesar's secret so soon.
On the observation
platform of the White Eagle Nation, John and the other contestants watched with amusement as Lu Hualian was about to be buried by the fiery meteors, whispering to each other.
They didn't care about Lu Hualian's life or death.
But they also didn't want her to die just like that. Otherwise, if the Dragon Nation caused a ruckus and demanded an equipment check, it would inevitably expose their enchanted special abilities to the public. Although they had already agreed on the rules before the competition. Even if their enchantments had issues, they were still within the rules. They weren't afraid of anything, but it was better to delay exposure, or even avoid it altogether,
than to be exposed right now.
Among the unusual gazes of contestants from various countries, no one from the Dragon Nation was worried about Lu Hualian's safety.
Boom!
A thunderous roar erupted.
One by one, meteors wrapped
in raging flames crashed heavily onto the fighting platform, causing intense tremors. It felt as if the entire competition venue was experiencing a cataclysm.
This scene made the audience from the Dragon Nation anxious, deeply concerned for Lu Hualian, unsure if she could withstand it. Judy's flames danced around her, but the originally intense heat gradually diminished. She let out a mocking laugh, her eyes indifferent. Regardless of whether Lu Hualian would die from her series of attacks, she would definitely lose her ability to fight back. Swish! However, just as Judy was waiting for the flames to dissipate and the referee to announce her victory, suddenly, a brilliant sword light erupted. It sliced through the sea of fire and fiercely struck towards Judy. Bang! Caught off guard, Judy's eyes widened, unable to defend herself in time. She was directly blasted off the fighting platform. How is this possible? My god, Lu Hualian managed to remain unscathed under the crazy onslaught of falling meteors? And she severely injured and defeated Judy. Family, congratulations to our Lu Hualian for bringing victory to our Dragon Nation once again. On the other side, the host from the Dragon Nation, witnessing this scene, instantly swept away the previous tension and anxiety, shouting excitedly. A wave of astonishment swept through the scene, with gasps echoing everywhere. Clearly, many people had thought that Lu Hualian would be unable to escape from Judy's terrifying onslaught. Even if she didn't die on the spot, she would be severely injured and on the brink of death. But no one expected that Lu Hualian could emerge unscathed from the sea of flames, and with a single sword strike, she severely wounded Judy, achieving ultimate victory in this match. The comparison was like an adult bullying a child. How did she win? Why is she unharmed? Is that some kind of invincible skill? Why have I never seen it before? It must be an invincible skill, otherwise she couldn't possibly have taken no damage. The leaders of the White Eagle Nation and other countries stared intently at Lu Hualian on the stage, wanting to know how she managed to remain unscathed under Judy's fiery assault. They could only speculate that it wasn't a matter of equipment but rather a matter of skills. Meanwhile, the strong warriors from the Dragon Nation watched this scene with pleased smiles, feeling neither surprised nor astonished. They already knew about Lu Chen's enchantment and enhancement plans. Naturally, they understood that Lu Hualian would never be injured in these matches. Phew! On the fighting platform, after defeating Judy and winning, Lu Hualian let out a breath and felt relieved, then stepped down. When she had just faced Judy's meteor fire attack, she couldn't say she wasn't nervous, of course. But the facts proved that Lu Chen's enchantments were indeed more perverse, allowing her to ignore these trivial matters. Awesome! Lian is so fierce. After stepping down, Zhao Qiuxia hugged her neck, excitedly shouting. Calm down, the whole world is watching, Lu Hualian said with a faint smile, patting Zhao Qiuxia's hand. The competition was still ongoing. Because of Lu Hualian's battle, more people began to pay attention to the Dragon Nation's contestants. Soon after, it was time for another contestant from the Dragon Nation to face an assassin from the Cherry Blossom Nation. This excited the global audience, eager to see if this time the Dragon Nation's contestant could perform another incredible battle like Lu Hualian's earlier one. Bang! Boom! However, in the end, it was a male mage from the Dragon Nation who won this match. But he didn't use any invincible skills, instead, he employed a superfast skill. His movement speed and attack speed far surpassed that of the Cherry Blossom Nation's assassin, making the opponent's attacks seem futile. Finally, he swung his staff, knocking the Cherry Blossom assassin unconscious with a series of thuds. He achieved victory in this match in an absurd manner. The spectators were left stunned. Dragon Nation, Fang Xingyu wins, the referee announced. Fang Xingyu wore a reserved smile, waving to the audience below, then stepped down and returned to the Dragon Nation's resting area. The nearby contestants and leaders from various countries looked on with strange expressions, speechless. What the hell? A mage defeating an assassin in close combat. What are you so proud of? Are you even still a mage? Everyone thought. In silence. Many others furrowed their brows deeply, staring at the Dragon Nation's contestants. They recalled the performances of the Dragon Nation's contestants, and the more they thought about it, the stranger it felt. It seemed they had all won their matches quite easily. Moreover, their methods were very unique. This was not recorded in their data. Could it be that the higher-ups of the Dragon Nation just gave them skill books to learn during this Time? Otherwise, it really doesn't make sense why they suddenly have all these strange skills. Many leaders from various countries thought this way. They felt that the Dragon Nation was indeed quite cunning this time. Meanwhile, the god-level enchanter Caesar from the White Eagle Nation sat in the resting area for life professions, his gaze fixed on the video replay of the battle. This speed is quite extraordinary, it feels a bit like my own god-level enchantment, doesn't it? But is it really an enchantment issue or a skill issue? Caesar murmured to himself, his eyes flickering. Among his god-level enchantments, there is a similar speed enchantment that, after being enhanced dozens of times, provides a percentage increase in movement speed. However, this ultra-high-level movement speed enchantment is rare. Even if he tried dozens of times, he might not succeed once. Moreover, in the recent battle with Fang Xingyu, it wasn't just that his movement speed was incredibly abnormal, his attack speed was also quite insane. Otherwise, that assassin wouldn't have been unable to react and was knocked unconscious by him. This left Caesar uncertain whether the Dragon Kingdom's contestant had indeed used a special god-level enchantment or had learned some kind of special skill. Let's keep watching. If there are others with such attack and movement speeds, along with that invincible effect, then it can't be a skill issue, it must definitely be an enchantment issue. Caesar speculated with flickering eyes. Different professions certainly cannot learn the same skill. If different professions have the same special skill, then it absolutely cannot be a skill issue, it must come from an external source. Either its equipment or its enchantments. But in this restricted competition, everyone's equipment is quite uniform, so it can only be an enchantment issue. Thinking about the enchantment issue, Caesar's heart tightened. He had always felt that he was very special, transcending all living professions and even some god-level combat. Professions had to beg him to grant them god-level enchantments. This had inflated his ego immensely. But now, it seemed that another special god-level enchanter had appeared, which made him feel a sense of crisis. This could threaten his transcendent status. I must find a way to figure out whether they are a god-level enchanter or not. If it is confirmed, I must find a way to eliminate the opponent before this grand competition ends. Caesar thought to himself. A beautifully crafted antique vase is certainly not worth as much as the only one of its kind in the world. To ensure that his status and interests are not compromised, Caesar could not tolerate the emergence of a second god-level enchanter. Bang! Boom! The competition continued to blaze on. There were wins and losses among the countries, but the Dragon Kingdom maintained a perfect winning streak, easily suppressing their opponents to achieve victory. Next was the original dominant country, the White Eagle Kingdom, which was second only to the Dragon Kingdom and could generally win in battles against other countries, but when faced with contestants from the Dragon Kingdom, they struggled to maintain their winning streak. As a result, their win rate was lower than that of the Dragon Kingdom. However, they were not a typical country that could be compared to. Therefore, although other competitions had not yet started, the strong leaders from various countries already understood that if the Blue Star Federation were truly formed, it would likely be dominated by the Dragon Kingdom and the White Eagle Kingdom. Are you sure? The competition was still ongoing, but Caesar approached the leading strongman from the White Eagle Nation, a middle-aged man with a hooked nose who looked at him with suspicion. Just a short while ago, Caesar had witnessed another contestant from the Dragon Nation defeat his opponent with unimaginable speed, and another contestant had displayed an invincible damage reduction technique. He was certain that the Dragon Nation also had a god-level enchanter similar to him. After some internal struggle, Caesar finally decided to approach their leading strongman, Cadron. The reason for Caesar's hesitation was quite normal. He was worried that Cadron would not handle this matter. He even feared that after the formation of the Blue Star Federation, Cadron might try to win over the other side, abandoning his own. After all, from the current situation, the god-level enchanter from the Dragon Nation seemed to be stronger and more formidable than him, with a much higher success rate. However, after much deliberation, Caesar felt that Cadron would not act that way. First, the competition was still ongoing, and they were in a competitive relationship with the Dragon Nation. Second, even if the Blue Star Federation was formed, compared to the unfamiliar enchanters raised by the Dragon Nation, he, who had been nurtured since childhood, was clearly more trustworthy. Third, Cadron and his team would definitely want the White Eagle Nation to hold absolute dominance in the Blue Star Federation. In that case, they would certainly want to eliminate the threat that could lead to their defeat, tipping the scales of victory in their favor. Therefore, based on these thoughts, Caesar took the initiative to approach Cadron and inform him of his speculation that the Dragon Nation likely also had a god-level enchanter. Yes, I'm sure. Please, listen to me. Caesar shared his analysis and various video replays with Cadron. After listening, Cadron's eyes flickered as he nodded. Indeed, it is as you say. In fact, even without Caesar's input, he had suspected it might be the case. But with Caesar, a god-level enchanter, confirming it, he was certain that the Dragon Nation also had a god-level enchanter, possibly even stronger than Caesar. At least, Caesar could not enchant such an invincible state. You can step back for now, I will handle it. Cadron said to Caesar. All right. Upon hearing this, Caesar relaxed and then left the room. He was quite familiar with Cadron, so he knew that when Cadron said this, it meant that everything would be fine. He just had to wait for good news. After Caesar left, Cadron gazed at the screen showing the various contestants from the Dragon Nation, his eyes filled with a murderous intent. No wonder the Dragon Nation has always shared similar views with us, not imposing many restrictions on life professions. It turns out they also have such a god-level enchanter. Cadron murmured to himself, his murderous intent intensifying. Of course, Cadron liked god-level enchanters like Caesar. The more, the better, so they wouldn't be at the mercy of the other side, but rather they could control these enchanters. However, the timing of the appearance of this god-level enchanter from the Dragon Nation was too unfortunate. If he had appeared before the global military exercise competition, Cadron would have definitely sent someone to find a way to contact him, either enticing him or forcibly bringing him to the White Eagle Nation. Or if he had appeared after the global military exercise, when the White Eagle Nation held absolute dominance in the Blue Star Federation, he certainly wouldn't have minded too much and would have devoted himself to nurturing the other party. After all, they would be one family, and such nurtured talent would definitely be closer to the White Eagle Nation. But unfortunately, the other side emerged at the most critical global military exercise. To help the Dragon Nation gain a voice in the Federation and suppress the White Eagle Nation, Cadron could not tolerate that. He could not endure his existence. There are still many competitions ahead. We must find a way to eliminate the opponent. And I propose that after the duel ends, before entering the instance, we change to a new set of equipment. Only then can we offset the advantage of the Dragon Kingdom. Cadron whispered to himself. He then called over a group of people. These individuals were not professionals but talents from certain special fields. He was currently unclear about who the god-level enchanter of the Dragon Kingdom was, but he was well aware that the god-level enchanter from the Dragon Kingdom should also be participating in a life profession. He needed these talents to analyze and identify the opponent. Then, if there was an opportunity, he would send someone to eliminate the opponent directly. If there was no opportunity, he would have to find a way to deal with the opponent when entering the instance. As for reporting to the referee that there were major issues with the enchantments of the Dragon Kingdom, Cadron certainly could not do that. After all, their own enchantments in the White Eagle Kingdom also had problems. After some speculation and analysis, I think the candidate for the god-level enchanter from the Dragon Kingdom is likely among these three. This one has long since changed to an enchanter, currently at level 70, and there is confirmed information indicating he has undergone a second job change. The life profession from the second job change could have undergone changes, but his specific professional abilities are unclear. This one, although not an enchanter, is a card master. According to the data analysis, his magic cards have effects similar to potions, which can be applied to a person and provide special effects for a short time without being detected by instruments. The last one is a curse master, similar to a healer but a toxic healer. There is very little information about him, but there are reports indicating he changed jobs last month. In just over a month, he has risen from a newly changed job to over level 50, making him the biggest problem. I suspect this curse master may have a second profession, or he may have changed to some special profession that allows the participants from the Dragon Kingdom to possess various special means. The group analyzed their suspected targets of special life professions from the Dragon Kingdom one by one for Cadron. Among these suspected targets was Lu Chen. Alright, I understand. You may leave for now. Cadron nodded, his gaze sweeping over the three portrait photos, then addressing the group. Yes. Soon, this group of professionals left the room. Cadron's gaze flickered over several photos, ultimately focusing more on the young and handsome photo of Lu Chen. His suspected target was Lu Chen. Firstly, Lu Chen's profession was quite special. Secondly, Lu Chen's rise was too fast, too incredible. Therefore, the issues he exhibited were clearly greater. Of course, he could not rule out problems with the other two professions either. He needed to test them as well. Then, Cadron took out his phone and sent messages to several people in succession. He instructed them to prepare and test these individuals, and if luck was on their side, it would be fine to eliminate them directly. Time flies. A day has passed. During this day, the competitions between various countries have concluded. Whether it was individual matches or team contests, the ultimate victor was still the Dragon Kingdom. Following them were the White Eagle Kingdom, Galia, Bear Country, and others. Currently, the Dragon Kingdom's achievements are far ahead, unmatched by other nations. However, this does not mean that the Dragon Kingdom will definitely win the upcoming military exercise competition, because these individual and team battles can only be considered an appetizer. There will be other competitions, races, special dungeon challenges, and so on. Only those who persist until the end can be considered the final winners. On this day, Lu Chen sat in the living profession rest area, watching the matches. It felt quite boring. Fortunately, tomorrow's competition would involve participants from their living professions, so it wouldn't be so dull then. Let's go, it's time to eat. Wu Fan called Lu Chen to join him for a meal. Okay. Lu Chen hesitated for a moment before agreeing. He had initially wanted to eat with Lu Hualian and the others, but thought they would be having a meal together with the combat professions, so he decided not to disturb them. Moreover, in this venue, an ordinary living profession getting too close to them would obviously attract others' attention. However, Lu Chen was clearly unaware that the White Eagle Kingdom had already noticed something unusual about him and was preparing to test him. After finishing their meal in the hall, the sky gradually darkened. Wu Fan still wanted to take Lu Chen out for a stroll. Since he was not a local from the capital and it was his first time there, he was filled with curiosity about the place. Lu Chen, having already explored the capital several times with Lu Hualian and the others, politely declined Wu Fan's invitation. Seeing this, Wu Fan was not upset and took a few other living profession members who had also never been to the capital to go out together. Lu Chen returned to his room, preparing to read for a while before sleeping. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, there was a knock at the door. Of course, it wasn't his room's door, but the positioning door. Someone was coming to his room to request entry. Lu Chen checked the specific information and saw it was Liang Yu, so he directly allowed him to come in. Wow! A portal of light appeared and Liang Yu stepped out into Lu Chen's room. Reading? He glanced at the book in Lu Chen's hand and asked with a smile. Nothing much, just planning to read for a bit before sleeping. Does Sword God have something to discuss with me? Lu Chen closed the book and inquired. The thing is, Liang Yu nodded slightly, his expression becoming somewhat serious as he explained. Today, someone has been collecting information related to you, although it's not those encrypted important materials. But at this point in time, suddenly someone is investigating you, we naturally cannot ignore it. Therefore, under counter-surveillance, we discovered that the person investigating you is from the White Eagle Kingdom. After discussion, we suspect that it should be the special combat situations of various combat professions today that caught the attention of the god-level enchanters from the White Eagle Kingdom, prompting them to start investigating our living professions to find out about our god-level enchanters. So, if nothing unexpected happens, considering the nature of the White Eagle Kingdom, they will likely test you and may even look for an opportunity to eliminate you. Liang Yu said slowly, his expression darkening towards the end. Because this was not the first time the White Eagle Kingdom had done such a thing. Long ago, there were researchers who went to the White Eagle Kingdom for further studies, and various accidents occurred when they returned home. Although they did not have concrete evidence, many clues confirmed that it was the White Eagle Kingdom's doing. At that time, however, the Dragon Kingdom was not strong enough to mount a powerful counterattack against such actions. As for the matter that Lu Chen would be exposed, Liang Yu and the others were already mentally prepared. Since they planned to have Lu Chen step forward and use his special abilities to help Long Country win the final competition and gain dominance in the Blue Star Federation, it was inevitable that he would appear in the sight of various countries. This was an unavoidable outcome. As long as Lu Chen did not reveal his special occupational abilities as a creator and a curse master, everything would still be within a controllable range. Once Long Country united with other nations to form the Blue Star Federation, they would integrate global resources to cultivate Lu Chen. By the time Lu Chen fully rose to prominence, even if his two major occupational abilities were exposed, there would be no need to worry anymore. Therefore, at this stage, taking some risks to let Lu Chen appear in the eyes of various countries was not a big deal. As long as they prepared enough countermeasures, it would be fine. Do you want to kill me? Then let's see who kills whom. First, after hearing Liang Yu's words, Lu Chen's expression was slightly helpless, and then he spoke in a cold tone. He felt quite helpless. Clearly, Blue Star was facing a major crisis with the apostles, yet they still refused to unite properly and integrate resources to deal with this crisis. They were still thinking about internal strife. However, this seemed to be human nature, something that was hard to restrain. Since that was the case, they could only subdue them, instill fear, so that Blue Star could truly become united. Lu Chen then discussed with Liang Yu for a while. They speculated that the probing from the White Eagle country would likely appear tonight. If there was an opportunity, they might strike hard. If not, they would probably just test the waters and then retreat. Their probing methods would likely be quite simple, mainly observing Lu Chen's resistance methods and the level of protection. After all, an ordinary life profession would not provide a very high level of protection. It couldn't compare to those special support professions. But if he were a god-level enchanter, his level of protection would surely far exceed that of others. Thus, Liang Yu united a group of people and readjusted everyone's level of protection. They ensured that Lu Chen's level of protection would not appear particularly outstanding. Not long after Liang Yu left, Lu Chen noticed it was getting late. He turned off the lights and prepared to sleep. Rustle. He didn't know how long it had been, but Lu Chen felt he was really about to fall asleep. Suddenly, he sensed a killing intent approaching. Bang! In the next moment, someone shattered the window of his room and charged at him. Bang! Boom! At that moment, the formation in the room activated, intercepting the enemy's first wave of attack. Who? Lu Chen, terrified, got up from the bed and looked at the figure in black. Outside the window, retreating repeatedly. Whoosh! The figure in black swung his sword like lightning, directly collapsing the defensive formation, and then charged at Lu Chen. Bang! At a critical moment, someone arrived, the opponent. Striking first, like an eagle soaring through the air, viciously stepping on the shoulder of the figure in black. This caused him to crash to the ground, and then that person exerted force with his foot, directly crushing him to death. Everything's fine. Don't be afraid. Seeing Lu Chen lying on the bed with a face full of terror and fear, the woman who had arrived later to shoot the enemy comforted him. This woman was not aware of Lu Chen's true identity, and thought he was just an ordinary person. After briefly reassuring Lu Chen, she bent down to remove the intruder's mask. What was revealed was a typical Asian face, not a foreigner. Ah! Bang! At the same time, from another room, terrified screams began to echo. Clearly, the attacked individuals were not just Lu Chen. You go to the other rooms and stay there, I'll go take a look. Hearing those screams, the woman frowned slightly, then dragged the body away through the window. She went to provide support. After the woman left, Lu Chen's expression gradually calmed down. He was not truly afraid during the attack. He knew he wouldn't be in danger. Even if something did happen, he had a resurrection coin to bring him back. He was just acting because the people from the White Eagle Nation who had instructed these assassins could likely see their first-person reactions through these killers. The sword god was right, these people are truly insane. Just wait, I will settle this score with you sooner or later. Lu Chen muttered to himself. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, it seemed, someone heard the noise from Lu Chen's room and came to knock on the door. Lu Chen, are you okay? It was Wu Fan's voice, tinged with tension and fear. I'm fine, Lu Chen replied. In the residence of the White Eagle Nation, Cardillon stood in front of a large floor mirror. At this moment, although he was standing in front of the mirror, his reflection did not appear. Instead, it displayed 6 different perspectives. If Lu Chen and the others looked closely, they would see images from 6 different rooms, including Lu Chen's room. These images were a series of first-time visuals of the assassins' daring attack on Lu Chen and the others tonight. They were quite clear. This was an epic-level piece of equipment. Its functionality was clearly inferior to the Oath Destruction Ring from the Dragon Nation, but in certain special circumstances it was still quite useful. At this moment, Cardillon was using it to monitor the 3 individuals they suspected, trying to determine who among them was the hidden god-level enchanter. As for the other 3 who were attacked, they were merely randomly chosen targets. To make their intentions seem less clear, this little guy's defense level doesn't seem particularly high? If number 1 had acted faster, or if I had sent someone more ruthless, perhaps we could have dealt with this. Curse Master, but now there should be no chance. These two's defense levels don't seem much higher than his. Has the Dragon Nation become cautious? Cardillon furrowed his brow, watching the 6 perspectives in the mirror. He was primarily focused on Lu Chen, the special individual he had been monitoring. However, in this probing, he did not obtain the answers he wanted. Moreover, with tonight's probing operation failing, it would likely be difficult to have such an opportunity again. Then let's wait for a chance to kill them directly when they enter the dungeon. Cardillon frowned. He didn't care about making a mistake, he would rather kill wrongly than let anyone go. Ah! At that moment, he suddenly heard screams coming from nearby. This immediately made Cardillon's brow furrow and his expression change. Because his location was, of course, the dormitory for the contestants of the White Eagle Nation. Such screams indicated that something had happened on their side as well. Bang! Soon, Calderon burst through the door and rushed towards the source of the screams. Boom! Moments later, Calderon arrived at the room where the screams had been heard. He saw blood everywhere, and the contestants who had been resting in the room were now unconscious. If it weren't for the faint signs of breathing, Calderon would have suspected they were already dead. Bang! Calderon didn't pay attention to these people. He quickly left the room and headed towards the room where the screams were still coming from. Oh Debu, it's you. When Calderon reached the room where the tragedy was occurring, he saw the appearance of the murderer and his eyes nearly bulged out. The person who had attacked their contestants was actually Odibu, a top-tier powerhouse leading their team from the White Eagle Nation. Bang! Calderon rushed over to stop him. A fierce fight broke out between the 2 sides. Eventually, other powerful individuals from the White Eagle Nation who had heard the news joined in and subdued Odibu. They were itching to kill this guy on the spot, but they held back from doing so. They needed to find out whether he was a traitor or if there was another reason for this incident. After Lu Chen fell back asleep that night, a series of disputes erupted among the representatives of various countries. First, from the Dragon Nation, they had encountered an assassination attempt that night. Although it was a close
call. After capturing the assassin and investigating, they found out that the person was indeed from the Dragon Nation but had acted under the orders of the Sakura Nation. Naturally, they wanted an explanation. Following that, the White Eagle Nation began to accuse the Dragon Nation. They claimed that the security measures of the Dragon Nation were severely lacking, which led to their leader Odibu being attacked that night, causing him to lose his composure and severely injuring many of their contestants. Although no one died, many were seriously injured, and if treated normally, it would take at least 10 days to half a month to recover. Although they could use potions and a caretaker to treat them. But all of this was caused by the Dragon Nation. So they demanded compensation from the Dragon Nation. In fact, Calderon suspected that Odibu's issues that night were a scheme by the Dragon Nation. It was a retaliation against their actions that night. But they couldn't find any evidence. They could only blame the Dragon Nation's security issues and demand that they take responsibility and compensate them. Regarding the bickering and negotiations between the upper echelons of the Dragon Nation and the White Eagle Nation, Lu Chen was unaware. After being attacked last night, he chatted with Wu Fan and others for a while, before falling back asleep, sleeping quite soundly. He wasn't worried at all about being attacked again. After the first wave of attacks, his level of protection would naturally be raised. No one would be able to approach him silently and threaten his safety. Early in the morning, Lu Chen got up and had breakfast with Wu Fan and the others. Hey, why do they look so grim today? It's like someone owes them money. Those who had gone to bed early the previous night noticed that the contestants from the White Eagle Nation all had ashen faces and cold, sinister eyes, as if they had swallowed a dead child, and couldn't help but curiously ask those around them, "Did you not notice the commotion last night?" Upon hearing someone's confused inquiry, a few people looked at them in surprise, and then explained, "It seems our contestants here encountered an enemy attack last night, and the White Eagle Nation also faced an attack from their leading strongman. Although no one was killed, it was noisy all night, and we still don't know the final outcome." Hearing this explanation, many contestants who had slept soundly last night widened their eyes in astonishment, exclaiming, "There was such a thing? Oh, no wonder these people have swollen heads. They were beaten by their own. Ha ha, why not just kill them? What a pity." Some people then burst into ruthless laughter. The group of contestants from the White Eagle Nation glared at them with even fiercer eyes. Lu Chen was also a bit surprised to hear this. He was unaware that the Dragon Nation had made such arrangements and counterattacks last night. But thinking about it, how could they not retaliate when they were bullied on their own turf? If it weren't for the fact that causing a death on their own territory would look bad and make them seem incompetent, the Dragon Nation's counterattack last night would likely have been more than just a beating. They might have really sent them on their way. Lu Chen shook his head, then didn't dwell on it further, took his breakfast, and ate with Wu Fan and the others. While they were eating, someone started to stir things up, and Lu Hualian and the other combat professionals got into a quarrel with the group of combat professionals from the White Eagle Nation. They almost came to blows in the cafeteria. Really restless. Lu Chen looked up as the security personnel escorted the group of White Eagle Nation contestants away, who were still pointing and cursing at Lu Hualian and the others. His brows furrowed. So arrogant. Being so brazen on someone else's turf, they clearly didn't know how to keep a low profile. He decided to teach these people a lesson. Swish, swish. Then, while eating, Lu Chen used the abilities of the Curse Master. There were no unusual phenomena throughout, but he unknowingly added some ingredients to the breakfast of the entire team from the White Eagle Nation. Not only their breakfast, but some people, whether out of caution or concern about the food, didn't eat the Dragon Nation's meals at all and only consumed their own food. Lu Chen also added some ingredients to their food and water. These ingredients posed no problem when consumed normally and wouldn't cause them any harm. But when they drank the potions that restored life and spirit, that's when the problems would arise. By then, no matter how they checked, they wouldn't be able to figure out what went wrong. Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh while thinking about the amusing scene that would unfold. "What are you laughing at?" Wu Fan asked curiously. Lu Chen shook his head and said, "Nothing, just remembered something funny." After finishing their meal, everyone rested for a while. Then they all walked towards the competition hall together. They didn't go to the rest area to watch the matches anymore, because today's competition required the life professionals to put in some effort as well. Today's competition is a speed race divided into individual professional speed races and team speed races. The rules of the competition are to see who can clear the dungeon the fastest. At the same time, in this speed race, everyone will be using the same rare equipment and enchantments of the same level, and the use of various buff potions and items is allowed, including but not limited to. When all the contestants from various countries arrived, the host, holding a microphone, announced the rules of the speed race in a loud voice. What items were allowed to be used and what items were not allowed. Alright, now let's begin. Contestants from all countries can start crafting the enchanted scrolls, potions, and items you need. The host finished speaking, announcing the official start of the race. This time, there was no drawing of lots to determine the order. It was all about who was ready first. That's right, in this race, aside from the equipment that had been prepared in advance, other items like potions, enchantments, and enhancement vouchers all needed to be crafted by the life professions of each country.
If individual contestants felt they didn't need those buff potions, they could rush directly into the dungeon to start racing.
However, if they thought they needed those potions and items, they would have to wait for their life professions to finish crafting them before entering the dungeon. This was quite disadvantageous for smaller countries that didn't have strong life professions. However, the contestants from these smaller countries were really just there to participate, and they had no chance of winning, so they
didn't pay much attention to this.
To ensure fairness, contestants from these smaller countries who hadn't developed life professions could directly apply for potions and other items to compete.
However, the items they applied for would have a much lower limit than those crafted on site by the life professions.
Hurry, time is of the essence. I'll make the enchanted scrolls, you all go make the potions.
Lao Lin, Lao Zhang, you two aren't needed for now, come, help me.
On the dragon countryside, several well-known life profession members immediately sat down at the workbench and began issuing commands.
Lu Chen nodded slightly, following the instructions, and took his place as a potion maker, starting to brew potions. He helped out for a while. However, in reality, he wasn't just simply making potions. He was using his abilities as a spellmaster and creator to assist his life profession members in crafting various items more quickly and efficiently. Otherwise, if there was a mistake, it would waste a lot of time. In addition, Lu Chen had the capacity to help the life professions from the White Eagle country, speeding up their crafting of necessary items and potions. He even added some extra ingredients for them.
These modified potions were perfectly safe to consume, and in fact, their effects were enhanced. Even when combined with the meals they had eaten, there would be no issues. However, after consuming those enhanced meals, drinking this potion, and then entering the dungeon to absorb the dungeon's air, problems would arise. While Lu Chen was busy brewing potions on the observation platform of the White Eagle country, powerful figures like Kadrin occasionally glanced over at Lu Chen and a few other targets. He was still searching for the mysterious god-level enchanter from the dragon country. When he saw that Lu Chen was actually making potions, he frowned slightly. Indeed, after learning that Lu Chen was a dual-class professional, he had lowered his attention on him. After all, it was impossible for Lu Chen to be both an enchanter and a potion maker, let alone a spell master. There were simply no triple-class professionals. So, he felt that the other two must have some issues.
Wow!
Hurry, Bold, take these items and go.
At that moment, unexpectedly, the life professions from the
White Eagle country worked together seamlessly, crafting various potions and enchanted scrolls at the fastest speed. Then they handed them to a combat profession contestant, urging him to rush into the dungeon.
The race was on. Okay. Bold nodded heavily and took the props.
There were enhancement vouchers, enchantment scrolls, talismans, and various effect potions. He immediately began to enhance and enchant his entire set of equipment.
As he
enhanced and repeatedly enchanted, his gear gained some special enchantment effects. Indeed, after last night's quarrel and disputes, today's competition rules had changed slightly.
Originally, the equipment from yesterday's duel could be directly used in the current race, inheriting the enchantments and enhancements from then. But Kadrin suspected that there was also a god-level enchanter on the Dragon Kingdom side, though he didn't know how strong he was. So he deliberately wanted to test their limits. He made it so that the equipment could not be inherited into the next competition, to prevent others from enhancing and enchanting their gear during breaks. This proposal quickly gained recognition from various countries, especially the smaller nations, who were even more in favor of this plan. After all, they didn't have any good enchantments to speak of, and if it meant the larger countries had to struggle a bit more, why not? For Caesar, this proposal was not a big deal. He could create more enchantment scrolls and wouldn't be specifically checked, allowing him to use his abilities with more peace of mind. Guliolu.
After Bold enhanced and enchanted his entire set of equipment, he began to drink potions. Item: Strength Enhancement Potion level 60 effect. After drinking for 1 hour, strength increases by 100 points, with an additional 5% strength boost.
Evaluation: Men drink it, women can't handle it.
In order to speed up the production of these enhancement potions, the pharmacists of the White Eagle Kingdom chose not to make the more difficult level 70 potions. Instead, they opted for the level 60 potions, as the effects of level 60 and level 70 potions were quite similar, and making level 70 potions would only increase the difficulty. So they naturally chose the level 60 potions.
Guliolu.
Soon, Kadrin finished drinking various buff potions and felt his body filled with strength.
He confidently walked towards the swirling dimensional space portal ahead. Wait, let's form a team first.
Just as Kadrin was about to enter the dungeon, a photographer shouted immediately. The entire race was to be live-streamed, otherwise how could it be determined whether you cleared the dungeon or chose to exit? Additionally, in this racing competition, besides speed, performance in the dungeon was also important.
Otherwise, if two contestants happened to clear the dungeon in 30 seconds, would they have to race again? That wouldn't be realistic.
After all, if they had to do it again, others might not perform as well. So, for the same speed in clearing the dungeon, everyone would look at who performed better and was more entertaining.
Okay.
Kadran nodded at the words and then teamed up with the photographer. After that, as the team leader, he led the photographer directly into the dungeon. As the two of them entered the dungeon, aside from those busy crafting various items in their professions, the board racing contestants, the strong from various countries, and the billions of people watching the livestream globally all turned their attention to the large screen in front
of them.
The screen flickered, and then Kadran and the photographer were clearly seen entering this level 70 dungeon together. Swish! To avoid affecting Kadran's race, the photographer then released a special recording
device with wings and decisively exited the dungeon.
After all, if entering the dungeon alone, as long as all the monsters in the room were defeated, one could directly enter the next room when reaching the door.
But if there
are other teammates present, then both must arrive at the door together to enter the next room. No matter how skilled the photographer is, and without needing to fight monsters, they immediately run to the door of the next
room.
However, if they accidentally fall behind the pace of the speed racer, it means that this round of competition will be greatly affected. Therefore, in speed races, photographers generally do not follow the entire time.
Instead, they release the camera and exit the instance.
Unless there is a special mechanism in a later room that requires two people to step on the floor or something like that, only then will the photographer stay alive to follow, and after passing that special room's mechanism, they will exit the instance.
And why not let the contestants bring their own cameras?
Because, first, speed racers may not know how to use such cameras.
Second, it affects their performance.
After entering the instance, when the photographer released the special camera, Bold didn't pay attention to him at all. Instead, he was unleashing core skills to increase various buffs for himself.
Drink!
Bold roared several times, and by the time the photographer exited the instance, he had already unleashed several core skills. His power soared straight up. If he had to release the camera himself, he would have
wasted at least 2 or 3 seconds. Boom!
After enhancing his buffs, Bold raised his heavy sword and struck it down hard onto the ground. In an instant, it was as if an earthquake had occurred. The monsters that had surrounded him trembled and then died. Bold then used the recoil to leap into the air, heading towards the door of the next room that had just been unsealed. With a whoosh, he directly entered the second room. The whole process took no more than 4 seconds. His movements were fluid, filled with a violent and direct beauty.
Bold is amazing. Go for it.
Refresh the speed record, maintain the record, let others never surpass you.
The
spectators from the White Eagle Nation outside were all excitedly shouting. However, at that moment, an unexpected change occurred.
As Bold entered the second room, ready to continue his rampage, the moment his body landed,
he suddenly tensed up, clenching his buttocks, his legs trembling in a strange posture. He struggled to swing his giant sword, dealing with the monsters charging at him, his face pale and filled with despair.
What's wrong with Bold? Looking at him, it seems like he can't hold it anymore. Could it be he has an upset stomach? Damn, to have to poop during a speed run, you really are something. Bold, hold it in. If you can't, hurry up and finish the level. Fly through to the finish line. Seeing Bold's strange appearance, the contestants from the White Eagle Nation became anxious. They didn't care that Bold couldn't hear them all shouting in hopes that he could hold it in, and even if he couldn't, to just rush through to the finish line. Unfortunately, the experienced speed racers shook their heads, knowing that Bold had wasted those few seconds. He could no longer break the record. Put. At that moment, on the screen, Bold was caught off guard from behind and attacked by a monster on his backside. In an instant, a scene too horrific to behold unfolded. Boulder was attacked from behind and could no longer hold it in. With a loud pop, his pants were instantly stained yellow by a mysterious liquid. The monster that had attacked him was also hit by the foul-smelling air, looking bewildered and shocked at Boulder. Clearly, this was the first time it had encountered such a situation. Ah! Die! Boulder roared, wielding his giant sword and crazily slashing at the surrounding monsters. In no time, all the monsters that had tried to surround him were taken down. Clang! After that, Boulder did not hold back the pain. He flew off and continued racing. After defeating the monsters, he directly took off. His pants squatted down and wore a face of pure satisfaction. What the hell? Pervert! Cut the video. So disgusting. Among the spectators outside, including the global audience watching the live stream, except for a few with special preferences who were excited, the vast majority felt extreme discomfort and disgust at this scene. Boulder had indeed set a record, live streaming his free flight in front of the world. Click. Hiss. In the end, the audience did not see too many disgusting images, as the live stream was cut off by the cameraman. Damn, this is really perverted. My career is going to be ruined by him. The cameraman muttered, speechless. Bastard. Damn it.
In the viewing area of the White Eagle Nation, a group of people looked pale, ready to explode with anger. They felt that Boulder's actions had seriously embarrassed and humiliated them. How could this happen? Did he eat something bad, or is someone messing with him? Sitting at the front of the viewing platform, Kadran frowned, suspecting that this might be the work of the Dragon Nation. He quickly sent someone to check the other racers' health and provide treatment. They could not allow such an embarrassing incident to happen again. Soon, a high-level healer arrived to check the health of all the competitors from the White Eagle Nation. He found that their bodies were fine, with no signs of having eaten something bad. He cautiously checked some potions he had just made and found no issues. To be safe, he had one of the competitors drink a potion first and then observed for a few minutes. He was worried that the Dragon Nation might have poisoned their food and medicinal materials, causing problems after they ate and drank the homemade potion. However, after the competitor drank the potion and was nervously observed for 3 minutes, nothing like Boulder's embarrassing situation occurred. Could it really just be an accident? The high-level healer murmured, slightly frowning. After that, he didn't care whether it was an accident or not. Swish! Purification! A holy white light enveloped all the competitors from the White Eagle Nation. This purification light was a powerful skill of his. It could cleanse harmful potions and curses from enemies, restoring their health. Phew! Now I can relax. Fortunately, I didn't rush to race just now. Otherwise, I might have really faced social death. Seeing the high-level healer purify any potential hazards, the competitors from the White Eagle Nation couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, feeling safe. At the Dragon Nation's workstation, Lu Chen was still leisurely making potions while quietly using the abilities of the Spellmaster to help the life professions around him improve their work efficiency. He noticed the situation on the White Eagle Nation side and couldn't help but smile slightly. He was not worried at all that the high-level healer from the White Eagle Nation could counter his methods. His methods are truly unpredictable, and one simply cannot identify where the problem lies, because it is not an issue with the body of the victim but rather a problem with the world or the environment. It's like a person being in perfect health and the seafood being fresh and fine, but if they eat too much, something will go wrong and they might even die, because they are allergic to seafood. Lu Chen treats the competitors from the Eagle Country in the same way. The food they eat and the potions they drink are all normal, without any issues. But once they enter the instance, they will start to experience allergic reactions. This is due to the different rules of the world. Swish, thud thud. At this moment, the Dragon Countryside was also ready for the race. The first to take the stage was Lu Hualian. She tilted her head back and drank several bottles of seemingly ordinary potions, gaining some buff enhancements. Then, she discreetly glanced at Lu Chen before walking towards the dimensional portal ahead. After that, Lu Hualian teamed up with a photographer and unhesitatingly entered the same instance previously chosen by Boulder. Lu Hualian from the Dragon Country has also begun her racing challenge. What kind of record will she create? We shall see. The host couldn't help but blink when he saw Lu Hualian was also going to race. He seemed to envision a gruesome scene, but his professionalism kept him calm as he narrated in a normal tone. Swish! Lu Hualian paid no mind to what others thought. She directly entered the instance with the photographer. Upon entering the instance, Lu Hualian immediately released her core skills, stacking buffs to enhance her combat power. At the same time, she observed the buff enhancements from the potions she had consumed. The buffs, which had initially increased only slightly, began to multiply by dozens of times after entering the instance. It was astonishingly powerful. Swish! At this moment, the photographer also deployed a specialized flying camera and quickly exited the instance. Whoosh! Lu Hualian slashed with her sword, the sword energy spreading widely, instantly killing all the monsters in the room. In the next moment, Lu Hualian's figure flickered, leaving behind a series of afterimages. She directly entered the second room. Seeing Lu Hualian enter the second room, the audience from various countries couldn't help but hold their breath, their expressions complex. However, the scene they had imagined did not occur. Lu Hualian easily killed the monsters in the second room and, with a fluid speed, quietly entered the third room. 18 seconds later. Whoosh! Lu Hualian slashed through. The tall and intimidating boss's health bar dropped to 0 in an instant, crashing to the ground dead. She cleared the level. In just 18 seconds, Lu Hualian had swiftly completed this level 70 instance. What the hell, that speed is too fast. How did that boss get killed in one hit? That shouldn't be possible. A few days ago, we tried it, and even a max-level expert needed 1 or 2 moves to take it down. Moreover, she was using rare equipment. How did she manage that? Seeing Lu Hualian's completion record, the venue erupted in a commotion filled with various voices of doubt. The racing instance, of course, has undergone various assessments. It is not too difficult, but definitely not ordinary. Moreover, the representatives from various countries have personally participated in global military exercises before. Of
Course, they did not compete using epic-level equipment, but rather with rare-level gear. However, at that time, very few people could easily defeat the boss in one hit. Generally, it took 2 or 3 moves to take it down. Although it was 2 or 3 moves, their attack speed was fast enough. They still managed to kill the boss within a second. Their total completion time was around 23 seconds. Therefore, when the representatives from various countries and the competitors saw Lu Hualian's astonishing record of completing the instance in just 18 seconds, they all gasped in surprise, followed by questioning whether there was something wrong with Lu Hualian. Swish! Soon, Lu Hualian exited the instance. Amidst the public opinion, Lian Yu had a cold expression and waved his hand, saying, "Alright, although under the competition rules, I don't have to let you check the equipment attributes and the effects of various items, it still complies with the rules, but since the host is in our dragon country, then I will make sure you lose convincingly." He then had everyone check Lu Hualian's equipment and enchantments, as well as the buff effects she carried. Similarly, it wasn't just Lu Hualian, he also had Juya and others who hadn't raced yet checked for their equipment and enchantments. However, the inspection results indicated that Lu Hualian had no issues, whether it was her equipment, enchantments, potions, or other items, they were all quite ordinary, not exceeding the standard at all. The problem might lie in the strength of her profession? That was the only conclusion everyone could come to. But at that moment, after secretly glancing at Lu Chen, Lian Yu then turned his attention to the representatives of the White Eagle country and other strong nations, demanding that they also be inspected. This made the representatives of the White Eagle country uneasy, and they all disagreed. Because Dragon Country had long discovered that not only did they have Lu Chen, such an abnormal life profession, but in the White Eagle country, Galia, and other nations, there were also similar god-level enchanters, god-level alchemists, etc. Countries with god-level alchemists had not performed well in yesterday's competition because the use of potions was not allowed. But in today's racing, they were allowed to use such items, and they wanted to showcase their powerful effects. If it were found that their potion effects were severely beyond the standard and not allowed to be used, wouldn't that be disastrous? Lian Yu looked at these people meaningfully for a few moments, then did not insist on the inspection. It wasn't that he was backing down. Rather, he had no real intention of turning hostile. His previous words were merely a warning. Moreover, with Lu Chen's abnormal life profession, their level far surpassed the others. They were also leveraging Lu Chen's abilities to dominate them. Why would he need to forcefully uncover their issues and give them no hope? If he did that, it might instead lead to Lu Chen's problems being discovered by them. Although the possibility was low, Lian Yu was unwilling to take that risk. Thus, the conflict and doubts vanished. The representatives from various countries all acknowledged the new record set by Lu Hualian. Seeing this, Lu Chen revealed a faint smile. Did they want to uncover a problem? Of course, that was impossible. Because just as he had given the White Eagle country's competitors a strong dose of surprise, the potions and enchantments he had prepared for Lu Hualian and the others this time were different from those used in yesterday's competition. The enchantments and enhancements from yesterday's competition had truly transformed into those enchantments after being applied, and subsequent inspections could reveal issues. But today's enchantment belongs to a one-time super strong enchantment. When the equipment is just enchanted, the displayed effects are strength plus 50, speed plus 5%. However, once Lu Hualian enters the dungeon, the effects will change. It directly becomes strength plus 1000, attack speed plus 200%, and so on. The buff potion that Lu Hualian consumes has a similar effect. There are no visible issues outside. But once in the dungeon, a chemical reaction occurs. It causes her attributes to undergo astonishing changes. And this is only a one-time effect. The second time she enters the dungeon, it will revert to effects like strength plus 50. Therefore, even if strong individuals from various countries are unconvinced and ask Lu Hualian to take off her equipment and they wear it to check the effects in the dungeon, they will not discover any problems. This is the result of the discussions held by Lu Chen, Lian Yu, and others after their meeting regarding various details of enchantments and potion making. Unless it is a competition in reality, there is a possibility of exposing the risks of others' equipment enchantments. Once in the dungeon competition, no one can detect any issues. Not to mention, when Lian Yu suggested checking their items, the guilty parties naturally did not dare to be aggressive anymore. Swish, swish, time slowly passed. Soon, it was not just Lu Hualian who entered the dungeon to start racing. Juya, Zhao Qiuxia, and other combat professions also entered the dungeon one after another to begin racing. However, due to Lu Hualian's profession, her innate skills are suitable for racing, so her record of clearing in 18 seconds has yet to be broken. Juya and Zhao Qiuxia's professions do not have as many map running skills, so their final clearing records are around 20 seconds. Other countries' competitors, even at their best, only managed to clear in 33 seconds. Most people were over 37 seconds. So abnormal. Are the combat professions of Dragon Country this strong? Even with our country's trump card, the fastest we could manage is only 33 seconds. The gap is too big. I really suspect they used epic gear after entering the dungeon, otherwise, how could they be so abnormal? Competitors from various countries looked at Dragon Country's astonishing racing records with complex expressions, secretly muttering to themselves. Of course, they also knew their suspicions were unrealistic, because before the competitors entered the dungeon, their spatial rings would be taken off. They could not possibly change equipment after entering the dungeon. Moreover, changing equipment also takes time, and the process is very obvious. Let's try again. By the way, why hasn't Boulder come out yet? He wouldn't be stuck in there forever, would he? Not sure. Anyway, I don't want to watch his live stream of flying. On the other side, the competitors from White Eagle Country, seeing the competitors from various countries starting to race madly and achieve good results, although they couldn't compare to Dragon Country, they also began to feel restless. They thought that after the purification technique from that max-level healer, they shouldn't be experiencing any issues anymore. So, they sent another competitor in to race. Swish! Bang! This competitor was very fast and did not exhibit any reactions like Boulder. He quickly cleared 4 rooms in succession. However, just as the people from White Eagle Country breathed a sigh of relief, hoping he would achieve a good result, an unexpected event occurred. They saw that the competitor did not experience any issues, but suddenly his eyes turned red, and he started chasing a minotaur to bite. What is that guy Harness doing? Has he gone mad? Why is he chasing after a minotaur to bite? Oh my god, I really want to kick his butt with my shoe. Seeing this racer, although he didn't embarrass himself in front of the world like Boulder did before, his actions still made the people of the White Eagle Nation feel ashamed. Whoa! Bang! In the live broadcast, Harness was seen biting off a piece of meat from the Minotaur, and in pain, the Minotaur kicked him away. He flew out like a cannonball, crashing into a large tree, causing leaves to fall. Then, Harness didn't chase after the Minotaur anymore, he just lay on the tree, pulling branches and chewing on the leaves. Is this guy starving? Why is he chewing on tree leaves instead of racing? The people of the White Eagle Nation trembled with anger as they saw Harness go back to gnawing on tree leaves and bark. At this moment, they also felt something was off. There was definitely a problem on their side. Other countries' competitors entered this instance without any issues. Yet, for their White Eagle Nation, one competitor went in and had diarrhea, while the other went in and started gnawing on everything in sight. If these two teamed up, it was unimaginable what that scene would look like. What should we do next? Should we still go into the instance to race? The group of competitors from the White Eagle Nation no longer paid attention to the abnormal Harness. They all clenched their buttocks, their faces filled with deep concern. The current situation was very unfavorable for them. There was definitely something wrong on their side. Once they entered the instance to race, all sorts of problems would arise immediately. If it were just Boulder having issues, it could be considered an unfortunate accident, but with Harness also having problems, it was impossible for it to be a coincidence. They couldn't possibly know that entering the instance would lead to embarrassment in front of the world and still rush in. But if they didn't, wouldn't that mean they had no racing results? In this second competition, they would directly end up at the bottom, with even the small countries outperforming them. How could they maintain dominance in the Federation then? However, if they wanted to avoid competing and prove that they were being sabotaged, they needed to provide evidence. But they currently had nothing to show. Where exactly was the problem? Was it the food they ate earlier? Or the materials used for the potions? Or was there poison in the air? They couldn't just say the entire instance was rejecting them, could they? You don't need to rush into the race, I'm going to protest. Calderon walked over with a serious expression, telling these racers not to enter the instance for now. Then, he went to find the judges and referees to argue. He was determined to pause the competition first and find out who was deliberately sabotaging the White Eagle Nation. This was a serious violation of the competition rules. After some debate, and given that the racing situation on the White Eagle Nation side was indeed a bit complicated, the final result was that the entire competition was not paused, as others were still racing normally. They only delayed the White Eagle Nation's racing competition and went to inspect the food their competitors had eaten that morning, as well as the potions and other items, to see where the problem lay. Once it was confirmed that there were no issues, the White Eagle Nation's competitors would continue racing. Bang! The competitors from the White Eagle Nation temporarily withdrew, but the racing competitions from other countries were still in full swing. At this time, Lu Chen had quietly arranged for people to prepare the potions and enchanted items for him. He could finally take a break. He took out his phone to check. While he was making potions, his phone had been buzzing with various notifications indicating that someone had sent him messages. Lu Chen took out his phone and saw that Liang Yu, Zhang Huihong, Zeus, and others had sent him messages. Everyone was asking him whether the unusual behavior of the two contestants from the White Eagle Nation was caused by him. In the original plan, there was nothing specifically targeting anyone to embarrass them in. front of the global audience. It was just about letting the enchantments and potions made by Lu Chen exhibit extraordinary effects in the dungeon without being detectable. But today, the abnormal state of the two contestants from the White Eagle Nation was unclear to others, but they knew it was definitely Lu Chen's doing. Lu Chen wasn't afraid of the leak, he openly admitted that he helped them. After all, they had tried to ambush him last night. And this morning, during breakfast, they were so arrogant, so he decided to give them a hand. Let them become the most famous contestants in this global military exercise competition. That's right. Before this, the two contestants, Boulder and Harness, weren't particularly well known in the competition. But after they embarrassed themselves in front of the global audience, one couldn't hold it in and had to run to the bathroom, while the other chased after a cow to eat. They had now far surpassed other contestants in terms of fame. They had become the two most famous contestants in this competition. Seeing Lu Chen admit to his mischief, Liang Yu and the others felt somewhat speechless. But they didn't blame him. They just reminded him to be more careful. No more of this kind of thing. Otherwise, if it escalated, it would be hard to handle. They also advised him that if he really wanted to take revenge, he could wait until after the competition. He could find an opportunity to embarrass them again, but it wasn't necessary now. Lu Chen saw the messages from Liang Yu and the others and replied that he understood. Then, he deleted those messages. He continued to watch the other contestants in the speed race. Of course, during this process, he also used the power of the curse world to ensure that the group from the White Eagle Nation wouldn't experience any abnormal states even if they entered the dungeon again. The morning passed in the blink of an eye. The contestants from the Dragon Nation all completed the speed race with excellent results. Other major countries had basically finished as well. Only a few small countries had not completed. And the contestants from the White Eagle Nation who had paused the competition for testing had not finished their race either. Originally, the third match was supposed to start in the afternoon, but due to the unusual situation with the White Eagle Nation, the third match will likely be postponed until tomorrow. Wu Fan said with a laugh while having lunch with Lu Chen. By the way, that first contestant from the White Eagle Nation, I think his name is Boulder, right? He still hasn't come out of the dungeon. He wouldn't have collapsed from exhaustion, would he? Had someone joked. That's a possibility. It could also be that he can't come out because he can't face it. Everyone laughed uncontrollably. Of course, when it was time to order, they stopped bringing up that topic to avoid losing their appetite. When Lu Chen and the others sat down to eat, they could see contestants from other countries dining nearby. Only the contestants from the White Eagle Nation were missing. They probably feared that the Dragon Nation would give them strong medicine, so they refused to come back for meals. They would rather buy some canned food outside or go hunting in the wild. The test results for the food are fine. The potion also has no issues. After a morning of urgent checks, the White Eagle Kingdom has received more accurate test results. Originally, they had sent that top-level healer to check and purify the contestants. Under the healer's examination, their bodies showed no problems. However, out of caution, the healer still cast purification spells on them to eliminate any potential curses. But when Harnas entered the dungeon for the race, problems still arose. This led the White Eagle Kingdom to use specialized instruments to check their bodies, the food they had eaten that morning, as well as the successfully made potions and the herbs that had not been successfully processed. Everything was checked thoroughly. They were even more cautious and mixed all these items together for another round of testing. Could it be some kind of mixed poison? No issues when taken individually, but problems arise when eating the food and then drinking the potion? Although they had previously tested the contestants, having them drink the potion for observation before entering the dungeon, even after an hour had passed and the potion's effects had worn off, there were no similar issues as with Harness and Bold. But this could be due to the lack of intense exercise or other reasons. Unfortunately, the final test results came out. Whether it was the food or the potion taken separately, or even when mixed and combined with intense exercise, there were no problems. It meant that no one had poisoned them at all. The situations of Bold and Harnas were likely just accidents. This test result left the entire White Eagle Kingdom very dissatisfied. How could it possibly be an accident? If you say Bold's stomach issues were an accident, that he just ate something bad, that would be one thing. But how do you explain Harnas? After entering the dungeon, he inexplicably started gnawing on a bull-headed monster, then on leaves and tree bark. How could that be right? He doesn't have a mental illness. Could it be that the poison only takes effect in the dungeon? Suddenly, someone made a bold guess. Kadran also thought it was possible. He then ordered people to bring specialized testing equipment. They would eat the food from the Dragon Kingdom, whether it was lunch or the leftovers from breakfast. Then they would drink the previously made potion. Finally, they would have professionals take the specialized testing equipment and team up with others to enter the dungeon. They wanted to see if eating the food and then drinking the potion followed by breathing the air in the dungeon would produce various harmful substances. However,
The contestants from the White Eagle Kingdom, disregarding their pride, followed the testers into the dungeon. After a round of fighting, they ultimately cleared the dungeon. Their bodies still showed no issues. After testing with the instruments, their bodies were still fine. What the hell is going on? Kadrin and the other strong figures from the White Eagle Kingdom were furious, cursing incessantly. They then selected several more contestants to enter the dungeon for the race. But still, no problems arose. Could it really just be an accident? An accident? Why is it so coincidental? That can't be. Could it be that the Dragon Kingdom has mastered some advanced technology that allows them to stop at any time, and can start it up again at will? So when we were about to investigate, they stopped. This disgusting tactic? The strong figures of the White Eagle Kingdom continued to argue, but they could not produce any evidence or find the root of the problem. They also had no way to confront the representatives of the Dragon Kingdom to demand an explanation. Forget it, we'll continue the race in the afternoon. If any unexpected issues arise again, we'll immediately send someone in to check. In the end, Kadrin could only make this decision. In the blink of an eye, everyone had rested. It was now 1:30 in the afternoon. Originally, this was the time to start the third round of the competition. However, due to the issues with the White Eagle Nations racing in the morning and their absence, the afternoon session was handed over to the White Eagle Nation to race first. Although it delayed the schedule a bit considering the dire situation of the two competitors from the White Eagle Nation in the morning, everyone kindly allowed them to postpone the race. Whoosh! This time, a competitor from the White Eagle Nation entered the instance and began racing. Kadrin and the other strong members of the White Eagle Nation stared at the screen without blinking, ready to send someone in to check if any problems arose. Even if they couldn't find any issues, he was determined to escalate the matter. He absolutely refused to agree to hold the competition venue in the Dragon Nation. However, when that competitor finally cleared the level with anxiety, nothing unexpected happened. Of course, since all the competitors were tense throughout, fearing they might suddenly lose control, this anxiety also affected his racing performance. As a result, his score was not only far behind that of competitors from major nations but also significantly lower than that of some elite competitors from smaller nations. In other words, his racing score was completely dragging down the White Eagle Nation. This scene made Liangyu, Zeus, and the others smirk slightly, unable to hold back their laughter. They felt that Lu Chen's manipulation of the competitor's mindset was quite effective. He had directly shattered the White Eagle Nation's mentality and performance. With two consecutive races like this, even if the White Eagle Nation performed exceptionally in the following races, they could not compete with the Dragon Nation. Rams, you go in and race. Remember, don't be like him, you must achieve a good score for us. Kadrin's expression was not good, and he immediately shouted to a competitor. Yes. Rams responded, then maintained a good mindset, directly consumed a potion, and entered the instance with the photographer. Bang bang. He quickly got into the zone, putting everything behind him, and swiftly dealt with various monsters. If he followed the normal pace, he estimated he could achieve a racing score just behind the Dragon Nation's competitors. However, at that moment, he suddenly felt a slight tightening in his abdomen. A bad feeling washed over him. This immediately disrupted his racing rhythm. Just as Rams turned pale, thinking he was about to embarrass himself globally, he realized he might have overthought it. He wasn't having diarrhea? So, he continued racing with a mix of doubt. In the end, due to this mindset, his racing score also fell short. What on earth is wrong with you? I told you to maintain a good mindset. Weren't you doing fine at the start? Why did your rhythm get messed up later? Kadrin scolded him with a dark expression as soon as Rams came out. Rams could only say that he felt like he was about to have diarrhea at that moment, but in the end he didn't, which led to this situation. It's all your wild imaginations. Remember, even if you really need to go, clear the instance first before you think about anything else. Don't mess up the rhythm. Kadrin treated Rams as if he couldn't handle his mindset and then turned back to loudly reprimand the other competitors. Yes, we understand. Hearing Kadrin's reprimand, the competitors from the White Eagle Nation all gritted their teeth and agreed. Subsequently, they each consumed various enhancement potions. Then they entered the dungeon to begin the race. With anxious hearts, they hurriedly dealt with the monsters in the room before moving on to the next one. But soon, they experienced the same feelings that Rams had just moments ago. Their stomachs suddenly twisted slightly, creating a very uncomfortable sensation that made them involuntarily tense up. At the same time, they felt a bit dizzy, as if a normal person had been squatting for a long time and suddenly stood up, experiencing a strong dizziness with stars in their eyes. This caused their attacks to miss the monsters, wasting several opportunities. Missing the chance to take down the monsters in one hit already indicated that their racing results would not be ideal. Sigh. Standing on the observation platform, Kadrin was furious at the performance of this group. There was only one chance to race, and all the competitors from the White Eagle Nation performed poorly. This meant that their overall score would inevitably be at the bottom. They couldn't even compete with some smaller nations. This made the ambitious Calderon extremely angry. But no matter how furious he was, it was of no use now. He could only think of ways to change this situation in the next competition. By 5 o'clock in the afternoon, all the competitors from the White Eagle Nation had finished racing. The results were quite unsatisfactory, which was expected by everyone. Well then, the originally scheduled third match will start tomorrow, the host announced, seeing that it was already 5 o'clock and there was no way to continue with the third match. I think we should discuss the rules of the subsequent matches again. Calderon, with a grim expression, ignored the ashamed competitors and walked over to Liang Yu and others. Discuss what again? Aren't the competition rules perfectly normal and accepted by everyone? Liang Yu, hearing Calderon's words, looked confused and puzzled. He was well aware of Calderon's meaning. They had stumbled in today's race but couldn't find the reason. Naturally, they blamed everything on the Dragon Nation. Although it was indeed the case, Liang Yu would not take the blame casually. Everyone accepted it because at that time, we were unaware that your Dragon Nation's dungeon had serious issues. Now that the competitors from my White Eagle Nation have come to compete and each one performed abnormally, I suspect it might be a problem with the dungeon. Therefore, I firmly request that the next match be held in our White Eagle Nation's dungeon. Calderon protested. He couldn't find the reason for his own competitors' issues, but he was clear that it definitely had something to do with the Dragon Nation. Thus, he absolutely disagreed with continuing to compete in the Dragon Nation. The dungeon has problems? Hearing Calderon's protest, Liang Yu was surprised. I didn't feel that the dungeon had any issues. The competitors from other countries seem to have no problems, right? If there are issues on your side, shouldn't you reflect on your own problems? Hearing Liang Yu's words, Calderon was nearly furious. Damn it, you guys are sabotaging us, making it impossible for our competitors to race to their full potential, and now you want us to reflect? This is too much. Calderon's temper flared up. He almost went to war with Liang Yu. However, he was ultimately stopped by everyone. After all, it was still being broadcast live globally, and they couldn't create too bad of an impact. Afterwards, Calderon reluctantly suppressed his anger and firmly stated that the Dragon Nation was maliciously targeting their White Eagle Nation and that the competition venue must be changed. Liang Yu, of course, disagreed. How could it be changed just because you said so? Was the initial draw for nothing? Both sides began to contend. In the end, Calderon revealed his trump card. He stated that it wasn't necessary to change the venue to the White Eagle country, but it absolutely couldn't be in the Dragon country. Any other country would be fine. If they still refused to agree, then the White Eagle country would withdraw from the competition. They would no longer participate in the Blue Star Federation's formation. Once the White Eagle country made this statement, the Cherry Blossom country and the Kimchi country, among others, also expressed their agreement, standing together. This made the situation somewhat awkward. It nearly caused the Blue Star Federation to falter. Liang Yu's face turned ashen. Was Calderon threatening them? In fact, after Lu Chen transitioned to the Curse Master, he could further influence the rules of the instance, and the Dragon country's desire for the Blue Star Federation was not as strong anymore. They no longer cared about the strong figures from other countries. As long as they were given a little time for Lu Chen's assistance, the Dragon country would soon have a group of invincible powerhouses. The reason he still wanted to participate in the Blue Star Federation was twofold. First, because the proposal had already been jointly suggested before Lu Chen transitioned to the Curse Master. Second, the global resources of Blue Star were still very useful to the Dragon country. But if the White Eagle country truly wanted to halt the formation of the Blue Star Federation, the Dragon country was actually not afraid. Therefore, facing Calderon's implied threat, Liang Yu directly responded with a tough attitude. He stated that if they wanted to withdraw, they could withdraw. The remaining countries could still form a sufficient Blue Star Federation. He also mentioned that in the Dragon country there is a saying, to repel external threats, one must first stabilize internal affairs. If, after they formed the Blue Star Federation, those countries that did not participate tried to hinder them, then they shouldn't blame them for being merciless. Once Liang Yu said this, the representatives of the various countries present immediately changed their expressions. Damn it, this was a threat before they even began to deal with the impending disaster. Were the countries of Blue Star going to start fighting among themselves? Or would it be a contest led by the strongest Dragon country and White Eagle country? This was not a good thing. Thus, the representatives of the countries that initially wanted to remain relatively neutral immediately spoke up to persuade them not to act this way. They should unite against external threats and avoid internal strife. Calderon and the representatives from the Cherry Blossom country, Kimchi country, and others also had particularly grim expressions at this moment. They certainly understood the threat implied in Liang Yu's words.
If the Blue Star Federation was formed with the Dragon Country as the representative and they were unwilling to join, wanting to stay out of it, they would become a thorn in the Federation's side. The Federation might not necessarily choose to go to war with them aggressively, but it was absolutely possible that they would be compelled to provide resources. If they were unwilling, it would mean they were not helping the Blue Star Federation to combat the impending disaster and were also unwilling to contribute resources? Did they want to be traitors? Under this great righteousness, the White Eagle country might not be afraid, but these other countries might not be able to withstand it. In the end, with many strong figures mediating, Cardron and Liang Yu reluctantly reached a reconciliation, each taking a step back. Liang Yu agreed to change the venue to another country for the competition. Cardron could no longer casually mention withdrawing from the Federation plan. Seeing that Liang Yu and Calderon had both taken a step back, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Otherwise, if things escalated, it would not be a good situation. The relevant clues obtained from the Dragon Kingdom indicated that the threat of the impending disaster was real. If countries like the White Eagle Nation and the Cherry Blossom Nation truly decided to withdraw and attempt to sabotage them, it was uncertain whether the alliance represented by the Dragon Kingdom could withstand the White Eagle Nation's side. In the end, this would only deplete the foundation of Blue Star, making it even harder for them to confront the impending disaster. Then let's prepare for a draw, excluding the Dragon Kingdom and the White Eagle Nation, and replace them with other countries, Liang Yu said calmly. In fact, he was not concerned about Calderon's threats at all. Given his temperament, if it weren't for representing the Dragon Kingdom this time, he would never have chosen to endure. Change the competition venue. You don't want to compete in the Dragon Kingdom? Then just get lost. Was he afraid of you? But this global military exercise was not just his own affair. It involved the whole world, and he represented the Dragon Kingdom, so he couldn't act impulsively. Moreover, the reason the White Eagle Nation was so reactive, insisting on changing the venue and unwilling to compete in the Dragon Kingdom, was also related to Lu Chen. This was indeed connected to their Dragon Kingdom. Considering these reasons, Liang Yu reluctantly chose to reconcile with Calderon under the persuasion of others. He allowed the venue to be changed, not to be held in the Dragon Kingdom. Otherwise, without these reasons, Liang Yu would never have agreed to change the venue and humiliate their Dragon Kingdom. But even if he internally agreed to change the venue to alleviate the psychological trauma of the White Eagle Nation, he could not immediately agree after Calderon mentioned it. Wouldn't that make it seem like their Dragon Kingdom was afraid of the White Eagle Nation? Therefore, he firmly stated that regardless of whether they withdrew from the competition or were willing to join the Federation, and expressed that if they dared to hold them back, they wouldn't mind dealing with those ball traders first. After expressing this attitude, even if he eventually agreed to change the venue, no one would think that Liang Yu was afraid of Calderon, but rather that he chose to change the venue for the greater good. All right, Calderon nodded, not saying anything further. He was very displeased at this moment. He had just indicated that he wanted to withdraw from the competition and not participate in the so-called Blue Star Federation. Of course, he didn't genuinely have such determination. It was merely a threat, an attempt to manipulate Liang Yu and the others. But it was clear that Liang Yu and his group were not swayed by this tactic. Instead, they turned the tables and threatened them, gaining the upper hand over the representatives of several countries. Although in the end, the Dragon Kingdom reluctantly agreed to change the venue, he felt no sense of happiness, only a sense of humiliation. If this had happened in the past, when the White Eagle Nation was the strongest country in the world, would they have dared to take such an attitude? Without the participation of the White Eagle Nation, what would the Blue Star Federation be? Just a joke. However, the Dragon Kingdom had now risen. The Blue Star Federation represented by the Dragon Kingdom certainly had the qualifications to be called the Blue Star Federation. Their threats had lost much of their significance. Let's start the draw. Then, a new round of drawing began to determine which country would be used for the next competition venue. The country drawn was the Bear Nation. The Bear Nation was also a major power in Blue Star, neighboring the Dragon Kingdom. Although everyone felt a bit surprised by this draw result, it also seemed quite normal. Alright, since it's not in Europe but in the Bear Nation, which isn't too far from the Dragon Kingdom, let's set off directly. Tonight. Setting off tonight, resting tomorrow morning, and starting the next round of competition in the afternoon sounds great. Well, the first round of the competition has ended here in the Dragon Kingdom. The upcoming matches will mostly take place in the dungeons, so there's no need for special arrangements. Upon seeing the draw results, the strong warriors from various countries immediately expressed their intention to head to the Bear Kingdom overnight, not wanting to waste any time. Of course, even though they had to cross borders overnight, they still had to have dinner in the Dragon Kingdom first. After that, everyone went to the cafeteria to eat. Only the people from the White Eagle Kingdom were unwilling to eat in the Dragon Kingdom's cafeteria. Although they were already aware that the food in the Dragon Kingdom should be fine, the issues that Bold and others encountered during the race were likely caused by some special means of the Dragon Kingdom. Still, they were reluctant to eat there. This was a silent protest. However, their protest seemed childish and ridiculous in the eyes of Liang Yu and the others, akin to a child threatening to go on a hunger strike. Soon, everyone finished their meal. Without wasting any time, they boarded the flying vehicles and headed towards the Bear Kingdom. After the changes in the world, the airplanes and high-speed trains that various countries used before were no longer usable. After all, there were monsters everywhere in the wild. Only a few legendary flying vehicles could carry people without fear of these wild monsters attacking, allowing them to fly across countries. However, these flying targets were quite obvious and easy to spot. Therefore, when Lu Chen secretly went to other countries to clear their dungeons to complete the second transfer task, he did not use this method. Instead, he developed a portal. However, even if they could use the portal to go directly to the capital city of the Bear Kingdom, Mo City, they couldn't just take it out and use it. So they still took the flying vehicles and went to the Bear Kingdom with everyone. As it approached 6 o'clock, whoosh! In front of the dungeon used for the second racing competition, a ghostly light suddenly flashed. Immediately after, a pale-faced young man trembled as he walked out. Damn it, I've been in there all day, I have to complain about the Dragon Kingdom, the food is unhealthy and problematic. Bold cursed as he spoke, cautiously looking around. Seeing that there was no one nearby, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. In fact, after being in there for most of the day, by 2 or 3 in the afternoon, his body had mostly recovered and he wouldn't have any more issues. But he felt too embarrassed this time, which was why he stayed in the dungeon and refused to come out. It wasn't until nearly 6 in the evening, when the dungeon was about to end, that he hurriedly defeated the boss and came out. Hey, why does it seem like something's not quite right? Bold looked around again, frowning. He felt that even if he came out at this time, the competition venue shouldn't be this deserted, right? Then, Bold saw some people cleaning up. He quickly went over to ask if something had happened. When he learned that the competition venue was actually moving to the Bear Kingdom, he was momentarily stunned. Just then, the sound of whoosh 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 echoed as flying vehicles soared into the sky, heading towards the Bear Kingdom. Among them were also the flying vehicles from his White Eagle Kingdom. Bold immediately panicked, chasing after them while shouting, "Wait for me, I haven't gotten on yet." It was just past 11 at night. The aircraft from various countries finally arrived in Bear Country's Mo City one after another. The dormitories have all been arranged, please follow me. After the aircraft landed, someone was assigned to lead everyone to their dormitories to rest. Not long after, Lu Chen and the others had packed their luggage and checked into their single dorm rooms. It was getting late, almost midnight. Although Bear Country had prepared various late-night snacks for them, most people were not in the mood to eat and went back to their rooms to sleep. However, Liang Yu, Calderon, and other strong individuals from various countries did not sleep that night. They were still discussing with the strong individuals from other countries, selecting which dungeon to use for the third and fourth matches the next day. After more than 3 hours of continuous discussion and everyone entering the dungeon for on-site inspection, the countries finally confirmed several dungeons to be used for the upcoming matches. Only then did they have a simple late-night snack before returning to their rooms to rest. However, at this time, dawn was not far off. Even if they wanted to sleep, they could only lie down for 1 or 2 hours at most. At 6 in the morning, Lu Chen woke up. He then went to wash up and eat. While he was going to the cafeteria with Wu Fan and the others, Lu Chen saw a secure message from Liang Yu reminding him not to casually cast spells on the eagle folks this time. He would remind him when it was time to cast spells. Seeing this, Lu Chen realized that what he did yesterday, making Bold and others embarrass themselves in front of the global audience, indeed caused Liang Yu and the others quite a bit of trouble. He replied to the message, indicating that he understood. Lu Chen, what are you looking at? After breakfast, we still have time, let's go out for a stroll? Wu Fan called out when he saw Lu Chen lost in thought while looking at his phone. Nothing much. Lu Chen put down his phone and started eating breakfast. The breakfast was quite lavish, featuring specialties from various countries. Lu Chen chose not to try the breakfast favored by the bear people and instead had the breakfast from Dragon Country, Cantonese dim sum, including tiger skin phoenix claws, char siu buns, shrimp dumplings, rice rolls, and century egg lean meat porridge. Wu Fan and the others had similar choices, with only a few opting to try the Bear Country's specialty breakfast. However, after eating, they felt it wasn't particularly tasty. After all, tastes differ. After finishing their meal, there was still more than an hour until the match began. Wu Fan and the others suggested going out for a stroll, and many responded positively. Lu Chen, however, declined and did not go with them. Seeing this, Wu Fan and the others said nothing further and left together. Lu Chen returned to his room. Not long after, Liang Yu quietly came in. The rules for the dungeons used in this match are as follows: you will do this and that. Liang Yu entered Lu Chen's room and immediately informed him of the rules for the several dungeons they had finalized last night. Although Lu Chen had lost the advantage of the venue and had not entered the dungeons for a practical test in advance, Liang Yu was clear that the dungeons he had selected were similar to those originally decided by Dragon Country, making it nearly impossible for Lu Chen to change the dungeon rules. Moreover, the contestants selected by each country were originally here for these matches. Therefore, choosing similar dungeons did not raise any objections. This allowed Liang Yu to quietly redefine the match dungeons to be quite similar. Okay, I understand. Lu Chen nodded in acknowledgement after listening to Liang Yu's explanation. In fact, even if Liang Yu hadn't personally come to explain these dungeon issues to him, it wouldn't have mattered. When it was time to enter the dungeon, the host would definitely explain the match rules and some information related to the dungeons. It just might not be as thorough as Liang Yu's explanation. But once he entered the dungeon, he could directly alter the dungeon rules, which was not a problem at all. It was just that doing so would be a bit too obvious. So Liang Yu specifically came early to share this insider information with him. Alright, then I'll take my leave. Seeing that Lu Chen had taken his words to heart, Liang Yu nodded and hurriedly left. His comings and goings were very discreet as he used a teleportation door. So even though there were people from the White Eagle Nation specifically watching Lu Chen and him, they couldn't discover that he had secretly gone to visit Lu Chen. As the leader of the Dragon Nation, he certainly had a lot to do. He needed to explain the situation of the dungeon in the Bear Nation to those combat professions like Lu Hualian and others and arrange strategies, etc. Other nations were currently doing the same. It was just that Lu Chen was quite special. On the surface, he was just an ordinary life profession, and it was not appropriate for him to directly call Lu Chen over to the combat professions to listen in. That's why he personally came over first. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, it was 8 o'clock. Wu Fan and the others who had gone out for a stroll had already returned. They were all inside the venue, waiting to enter the dungeon for the competition. Indeed, the third match was more special than the first and second matches. The first fighting match was almost exclusively for combat professions to shine. The second racing match, although life professions also participated, the focus was clearly on the racing competitors. In this third match, while it couldn't be said to be exclusively for life professions, their importance far exceeded that of the first two matches. Without good life professions joining, it would be difficult for any nation to rank high in this competition. Alright, the competition rules have been explained. Now, everyone take off your gear, remove your spatial rings and other items, and form teams to enter, the host announced. As soon as the words fell, those who were prepared immediately took off their gear, then removed their spatial rings and other items, handing them over to the strong leader for safekeeping. After that, they formed teams and walked towards the swirling dimensional space portal ahead. The dungeon they were going to was called the Ancient Divine Battlefield. It was a large-scale raid. A total of 30 people could participate. It was not a regular small dungeon where a team could only consist of 4 people. This dungeon was also quite special. Once inside, the original equipment would be restricted and unable to exert much power. Many items were similarly difficult to use effectively. However, killing monsters here could yield various materials, as well as vessels and items for making potions, hammers and forging tables used for crafting equipment. The later Bear Nation people gradually figured out the purpose of this dungeon after exploring it. This dungeon was a very special raid. If they brought in 30 warriors, mages, healers, and other professions, even if they were fully equipped with divine gear and used the best potions and various items, they would not be able to clear this dungeon. They had to pair it with life professions. The very ordinary equipment made by life professions could exert effects almost equivalent to mythical level equipment here. Of course, they had never seen mythical level equipment and didn't know if it was really that impressive. Moreover, after dealing with a few elite monsters and using the materials dropped by the elite monsters to craft an item, they could use it on the boss to instantly reduce the boss's health by half and put it into a special cursed state. Only then would they have a chance to clear this raid. It was precisely because of the uniqueness of this dungeon that it was chosen as the dungeon for the third match. Swish swish, swish. Between the countries, the rules of the third match's dungeon were already well known, so the selection of team members had long been decided, and there was no controversy. Lu Chen was naturally one of the life professions in the team. In fact, he could have entered using a support profession slot. However, Liang Yu felt it unnecessary to showcase his support abilities right now. Entering as a life profession was sufficient. Who will bring the camera into the team from your side? At this moment, a photographer approached the group of life professions from the Dragon Country and asked. This match's dungeon was a large-scale team dungeon and was quite difficult. The selection and cooperation of each profession were very important, unlike the previous speed competition where just one person could enter the dungeon to compete directly. Therefore, there would hardly be a photographer accompanying the team. That meant losing one member. Naturally, the photography task would have to be assigned to the members of each team. Fortunately, the camera was quite intelligent and could avoid danger on its own. So, the life profession responsible for the camera didn't need to manage it too much, it wasn't a big problem. I'll do it. Seeing this, Lu Chen quickly raised his hand to volunteer. Good. The photographer nodded and then handed the specialized camera to Lu Chen, explaining how to use it. Finally, he sternly reminded Lu Chen not to intentionally damage the camera, causing the live broadcast to be interrupted. Otherwise, it would be considered that the Dragon country's results were invalid, and there would be no chance to redo it. In other words, if the camera broke during the dungeon leading to an interruption of the live broadcast, that country's results would be lost, placing them at the bottom. I understand. Lu Chen nodded in acknowledgement. How about we give it to Wu Fan or Lu Dazhuang instead? Hearing the photographer's words, a soldier in the team frowned slightly. After glancing at Lu Chen a few times, he said, I feel like Lu Chen isn't very reliable. His level doesn't seem particularly high. It would be safer to give it to those few life professions who are more familiar. No need to be so cautious. Lu Hualian spoke up. This photography task isn't that difficult, and Wu Fan and Lu Dazhuang have more challenging tasks and won't have time to pay attention to the camera. If they happen to not pay attention and the camera gets damaged, that would be even more troublesome. Right, I also think the camera shouldn't be given to the most critical life professions. Zhuya chimed in at the right moment. Although she didn't understand why Lu Chen wanted to handle the camera, she certainly wanted to support the situation. Hearing Lu Hualian and Zhuya say this, the soldier thought for a moment and felt it made sense, so he stopped saying more. Swish swish swish. After confirming the personnel and the control of the camera, the team, led by a young man named Chen Yuan, entered the ancient divine battlefield. This Chen Yuan was not well known to the average person. However, for Lu Chen and the others, they were quite clear about his relevant information. Compared to the S or SS level professions of Lu Hualian and Zhuya, this Chen Yuan was a truly god-level profession. Of course, in the current classification of professions among countries, there was no god-level rank, so Chen Yuan was nominally still an SSS level profession. But even so, Chen Yuan's strength was evident, and his performance in the speed competition was only second to Lu Hualian's. It wasn't because he wasn't strong, but because his profession and skills didn't particularly lean towards speed. Swish! Lu Chen was led into the ancient divine battlefield by Chen Yuan. In an instant, everything before him turned a bloody red, and the air seemed to be filled with a stench of blood and decay. Gradually, the crimson light before his eyes dissipated. What entered the eye was an endless blood-red battlefield. On this battlefield, there were corpses and pools of blood everywhere, along with many broken pieces of armor. A chilling and brutal atmosphere permeated this battlefield. This was the ancient divine battlefield. Swish! Just as everyone was watching and on guard, a blood-red figure suddenly floated out of the air, quietly drifting towards one of the people preparing to possess and be reborn. Whoosh! Lu Hualian had already noticed this red shadow. She picked up a broken sword from the ground and slashed it down. The red shadow was dealt with. Clang! However, at the same time, it was unclear whether her strength was too great or if the broken sword was too decayed. With just one strike, the sword shattered into 4 or 5 pieces. She couldn't help but be stunned. It seemed that in this instance, there was truly no way to take shortcuts. One couldn't just pick up a weapon from the battlefield without relying on their profession. Swish, swish. At that moment, as the red shadow was slain by Lu Hualian, a large chunk of red ore fell down. There was also a big bundle of medicinal materials. Materials dropped. Everyone prepare, pick up some equipment first, we can use it to fight later. Once we gather enough materials, we can hand them over to the crafting professions to make equipment and items. Seeing this, Chen Yuan's expression turned serious as he began to command the next actions. Whoosh! While speaking, he bent down to pick up a spear from the ground and immediately threw it in a certain direction. Bang! In an instant, many warrior souls that had been lurking in the shadows were pierced one after another by his spear. Then several crafting stations, alchemy tables, glassware, and forging hammers dropped. Chen Yuan was also momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected that with just one strike, he could drop so many good items. Damn! Is the luck of the Dragon Kingdom this good? Awesome! Others only dropped a few materials at the start. They can already forge weapons and brew potions at the beginning. As Chen Yuan dropped so many materials and items, the global audience outside, watching through the live stream, saw this scene. They couldn't help but marvel at the good fortune of the Dragon Kingdom when they compared it to the current progress of other countries. Of course, some believed that this must be the luck of an SSS-level profession. Only Liang Yu and the others, seeing this scene, had their lips curl slightly, and then the smile quickly vanished. They knew very well that there wasn't that much luck involved. It was all due to Lu Chen's intervention. With the ability of the Curse World, he had quietly altered some rules of this instance, resulting in an extremely high drop rate. Of course, correspondingly, the number and combat power of the monsters in the instance would likely increase as well.
However, compared to the benefits they gained, these costs were negligible.
They could be completely ignored. Dezhuang, come over and start forging.
Don't worry about the camera for now, prepare to cooperate with them in alchemy.
Chen Yuan quickly ordered people to carry over those items, then called for Lu
Dezhuang to forge weapons and shouted to Lu Chen to stop focusing on the camera.
Oh, coming.
Lu Chen put down the camera, no longer using it to spy on the progress of other countries, and then joined the ranks of alchemy.
Lu Chen temporarily set aside the camera and joined everyone in making potions.
During this process, he secretly assisted Lu Dezhuang, Wu Fan, and the others, helping them skillfully create equipment, enchanted scrolls, and other items. This subtle change, along with the increase in success rates, was something that not even the billions of viewers watching the livestream outside could perceive.
Even Wu Fan and Lu Dezhuang, who were right in the midst of it, could not detect the underlying intricacies. They only had one feeling: today's potion making, weapon forging, and scroll engraving were incredibly smooth.
They felt that the success rate this time would definitely be quite high. On the other side, while the Dragon Kingdom had already begun forging weapons and making potions, competitors from countries like the White Eagle Nation, Bear Nation, Gull Nation, and Cherry Blossom Nation were cautiously searching for divine remnants in the ancient divine battlefield, hoping to gather materials and wait for weapon forging.
Bang! Someone successfully shot down a terrifying blood-red phantom. But nothing dropped.
A team of 3 to 5 people almost met their end when the divine phantom attacked, but they ultimately managed to kill it and obtained a piece of forging material, which excited them all. They felt this was a good start. If they could keep this up, they should be able to forge their first piece of equipment in an hour. As competitors from various countries struggled against the blood-red phantoms to gather materials, the Dragon Kingdom's team and the ancient divine battlefield finally succeeded in forging a piece of equipment.
Woohoo, take off! The first piece
they forged was not a long sword or a staff, but a relatively rare bow. This was because their team leader, Chen Yuan, was an archer known as the sun-hunting arrow god. It was said that at max level, with a full set of divine gear, he could
even shoot down the sun.
This profession might not be as strong in close combat as Liang Yu's sword god, but in ranged attacks, Liang Yu could hardly match him. Due to the power of this profession, when the Dragon Kingdom team obtained suitable forging materials, their first choice was not to forge weapons for the relatively common Lu Hualian and Zhao Qiuxia, but to prioritize Chen Yuan.
Not bad.
Chen Yuan took the legendary grade longbow and nodded in satisfaction. He felt quite surprised. The materials here should have only been able to forge rare grade equipment. He didn't expect their luck to be so good that they directly forged a legendary grade item. Moreover, its attributes were far stronger than anticipated. Then, Chen Yuan's eyes flickered as he recalled some words Liang Yu had said to him before the global military exercise began, as well as the potion buff and enchantment effects during the last competition, which had clearly been off.
It seems there must be some special talent mixed in to cause this,
Chen Yuan thought to himself, but kept it to himself. Whoosh! He directly pulled the bowstring, and without needing arrows, immense true essence instantly condensed into 9
arrows on the bowstring.
Each of these 9 arrows was different. Some were surrounded by wisps of purple lightning, some emitted a hazy ice mist, some radiated a green light with a gentle breeze, while others were dark red, bubbling with magma.
Chen Yuan's profession as the sun-hunting arrow god was secretly regarded as a divine-level profession because he possessed all attributes.
He could release arrows of all elemental types: gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light,
and darkness.
He could even mix opposing attributes together, like light and dark, or water and fire. This caused the power of the arrows to explode even further upon hitting the target.
Bang!
Chen Yuan released his grip, and instantly, the 9 arrows with different attributes shot out, blasting apart the dozen or so blood-red phantoms that had just appeared ahead.
Bang bang! Boom!
The phantoms were shot dead. Instantly, more materials exploded out. There were forging materials, alchemy materials, enchanting materials, and enhancement materials. A dazzling array piled up into a small hill right on the spot.
Let's take it back.
Chen Yuan put down his longbow and called out to several life professions.
Lu Chen also blended in, going to pick up materials. He didn't feel embarrassed at all. After all, he was just planning to do some odd jobs. Bang! Boom! Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, 4 hours had gone by. During these 4 hours, including the powerful nations like the White Eagle Kingdom and the Bear Kingdom, their progress in exploration was quite good. They had already accumulated a lot of materials and successfully crafted 3 pieces of equipment: 1 weapon, 1 piece of armor, and 1 piece of jewelry, along with 4 types of potions. Currently, only one person could barely equip these items and potions, which also accelerated their kill count. As for the Dragon Kingdom, during these 4 hours of frenzied exploration, every member of their 30-person team was now equipped with a full set of legacy-level gear. This complete set included weapons, a necklace, a ring, a bracelet, and 5 pieces of armor, shoulder pads, a top, pants, a belt, and shoes.
It wasn't just Chen Yuan who was fully armed, the entire 30-person team, including Lu Chen and Wu Fan from the life professions, was fully equipped as well. Moreover, they had various powerful enchantments applied, with enhancements of +10. They had consumed various buff potions. It could be said that the current state of the 30-person team from the Dragon Kingdom was unprecedentedly good. Although it couldn't compare to the legendary gear they used before the competition, it was at least much stronger than during the first and second rounds of the competition. Their progress left the billions of viewers watching the live broadcast in shock. Damn, other countries only had one or two pieces of equipment, and it was impossible for a single person to be fully armed with the combined strength of their 30-person team. Yet here, all 30 of you are armed to the teeth? Is it really necessary to be this abnormal? The strong figures from various countries, including Cadron, were equally stunned and silent. Damn, how could the Dragon Kingdom be this abnormal? Cadron almost protested again. But unfortunately, this competition venue was not the Dragon Kingdom's home ground, but the Bear Kingdom's. They couldn't just say that the Bear Kingdom, understanding the greater good, was helping the Dragon Kingdom win the competition at the expense of their own country, right? No sane person would do such a thing. Since we're all set, let's head out. In the ancient divine battlefield, Chen Yuan looked at all the team members fully armed and felt both amused and helpless. At the beginning, he hadn't planned for the life professions to be fully armed. That would be too much of a waste of time. But under the crazy efficiency of the blacksmiths and the heavenly forgers, when the combat and support professions all had a set of equipment, the enchantments and potions were still not completely finished. So, while waiting for the enchantments and potions, they didn't stop the heavenly forgers from continuing to forge weapons. Who would have thought that by waiting like this, in the end, the entire team would have full sets of equipment? This made Chen Yuan feel it was quite exaggerated. However, it was also good, as it made them a bit safer. Bang! Boom! Not long after, under Chen Yuan's leadership, they began to actively explore the ancient divine battlefield. Isn't the Dragon Kingdom just too abnormal? While other countries are still looking for materials, they haven't even gathered a single person's equipment yet, nor have they enchanted anything, and their whole team is already set. Now, they're even actively hunting elite monsters in the raid. Impressive! I estimate that unless the Dragon Kingdom's luck changes and they can't rely on special items to curse the boss and clear the dungeon, it's very likely that by the time the Dragon Kingdom clears the dungeon, the teams from other countries still won't have their equipment ready. That makes sense, but with the Dragon Kingdom's luck being this good, I doubt they'll run into bad luck next. As Chen Yuan led his team to hunt elite monsters on the battlefield of the gods, the representatives from other countries couldn't help but discuss in low voices. Their eyes were fixed on the live broadcast from the Dragon Kingdom, filled with envy and admiration. Only the countries that were not on good terms with the Dragon Kingdom, like the White Eagle Nation and the Cherry Blossom Nation, had extremely grim expressions, as if they had swallowed a few dead children. Boom! Bang! A complete body, belonging to a god who had been wounded and was now awakening on the battlefield, charged towards Chen Yuan and his team. But with a few arrows shot by Chen Yuan, along with the forbidden spells from mages like Zhao Qiuxia, in no time, this once magnificent ancient god completely fell on the battlefield. Clang! With the death of this god, a diamond-shaped colored crystal fell to the ground. This god did not drop any other materials, only this colored crystal. Swish! Soon, Wu Fan and the others went over and picked up the crystal. This material was very important, even more so than the set of equipment they had crafted, because although their entire team was fully armed to the teeth, if they faced the boss in the dungeon directly, they still wouldn't be able to defeat it, because that was a true main god, incredibly powerful. As long as their entire team couldn't instantly kill this boss, no matter how much health they whittled away, the god's health bar would instantly refill. Only by using the divine stones left behind by the elite monsters after their death could they create cursed items. These items could curse the boss, reducing its health by half and preventing it from instantly regaining full health. Only then would they have the chance to slowly grind down the boss. This was the special mechanism of this raid. Moreover, using this cursed crystal didn't guarantee a successful curse, nor could it be created in one go. So, even if all countries had the same progress in their exploration and had obtained various divine stones dropped by elite monsters, it didn't mean they could all rush to fight the boss at the same time. Some countries might successfully create cursed crystals, while others might fail and need to wait for elite monsters to revive and gather divine stones again. Boom! In less than half an hour, Chen Yuan led everyone to successively kill 4 different resurrected gods, obtaining 4 divine stones. Not bad, every elite monster dropped a divine stone. Let's start making cursed crystals, Chen Yuan said with a smile, but he wasn't surprised by this outcome at all. After all, everything had gone too smoothly for them this time in the dungeon. When had they ever had bad luck? So, originally, they needed to combine 4 divine stones to create a cursed crystal, which had a certain success rate, and they would need to find someone lucky to do the synthesis. Now Chen Yuan didn't bother looking for someone to synthesize it.
he directly took it upon himself to do the synthesis. Wow! As Chen Yuan directly chose to synthesize the cursed crystal in an instant, the 4 divine stones erupted with brilliant light. Immediately after, the phantoms of the 4 gods they had killed reappeared in that light. However, this time, the 4 divine phantoms were completely entwined in strands of black mist, and their gazes were filled with malice and resentment. Under endless hatred and curses, the remnants of these 4 deities, along with their divine stones, formed a colorful crystal. Within the crystal, a faint shadow of a deity could be seen. This was the cursed crystal formed from the endless malice and resentment of the 4 deities. Using it would instantly reduce the boss's health by half and trap it in a special cursed state, preventing it from instantly recovering the lost health. It gave one the possibility to slay a god. Good. Let's go fight the boss. Chen Yuan looked at the cursed crystal in his hand, his expression very excited. Then, holding the cursed crystal, he led Lu Hualian and the others towards the altar at the center of the battlefield. The ultimate boss was sleeping there in that altar. When the Dragon Kingdom synthesized the cursed crystal and set off towards the boss on the other side, the White Eagle Kingdom, Bear Kingdom, Gallia, and other countries were gradually producing a few pieces of equipment. Great, I now have shoulder pads, a top, and a belt. If I can make pants and shoes, I'll have a full set of armor. A warrior from the White Eagle Kingdom said excitedly. They felt their progress was fast. They estimated they should be at least second, if not first. At this moment, they would never have thought that they hadn't even put together a full set of armor. Meanwhile, the Dragon Kingdom had long equipped everyone with a complete set of gear and had even started hunting the boss. Sigh, we've basically lost. The Dragon Kingdom is definitely the winner this time. But that's fine. Looking at the Dragon Kingdom, it's clear they have great fortune on their side. With them leading the Federation's development, there might really be a chance to resist that impending disaster. The spectators outside, including global viewers watching the live stream, saw Chen Yuan and the others heading to kill the boss and began to comment in various ways. Some felt that the Dragon Kingdom must have some issues, otherwise, how could they be so far ahead of all the other countries? Others believed that the Dragon Kingdom was simply blessed with fortune, incomparable to the other nations. Some thought that even if the Dragon Kingdom might have secretly used some means, since other countries couldn't detect their methods, it only proved that the Dragon Kingdom was stronger than the others. Having the Dragon Kingdom lead the Blue Star Federation wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Overall, those resisting the Dragon Kingdom were far fewer than those supporting it. Regarding the external comments and disputes, Chen Yuan and Lu Chen were unaware. They quickly arrived at the blood-red altar located at the center of the battlefield. Boom! As they approached, the altar trembled. Immediately after, an incredibly tall divine phantom slowly appeared before everyone. This was the ultimate boss, a terrifying existence with a level exceeding the maximum, over level 150, and a health bar reaching tens of thousands. Swish! Chen Yuan showed no fear, directly pulling the bowstring to form a special arrow, using the cursed crystal as the arrowhead, and shot it towards the deity with a loud bang. Bang! The arrow hit. Instantly, the curse was triggered. The deity's health bar dropped by half, and its level fell from 150 to 70. Cursed and entangled, its health was slowly recovering. It had almost directly fallen from divinity to humanity. Everyone charged together. Chen Yuan, with a triumphant expression, raised his arm and shouted, signaling everyone to attack this ancient deity. Yes! Mages and archers, go first. The melee classes will follow up for a strong assault. Chen Yuan then saw Lu Hualian and the others preparing to join in and quickly reminded them. Currently, this deity was cursed, its power greatly diminished, and it had begun to go mad, frantically striking everything around it. At this moment, it was more suitable for the ranged attackers like archers and mages to strike, but if Lu Hualian and Juya, who were melee classes, went in, they would easily get hurt. Although this ancient deity was cursed and weakened, it was still very strong. And in its frenzy, if the melee classes got too close, they would either be killed on the spot or seriously injured. So there was no need for them to go in now. They should wait until the ancient deity was even weaker before making their move. Yes, Lu Hualian and Juya, along with the other melee classes, exchanged glances, feeling relieved in their hearts, and responded aloud. They didn't want to rush in and confront this deity. Boss, it felt like trying to stop a chariot with a mantis. Whoosh! Boom! Bang! After giving a few commands, Chen Yuan's expression became solemn again. He then focused his gaze and continued to draw the bowstring. Instantly, 9 arrows of different colors coalesced and were shot out, striking the frenzied deity with a thunderous impact. The parts he hit were all different: eyes, mouth, throat, heart, and lower body, etc. The deity howled in pain. However, after Chen Yuan shot 9 arrows, he followed up with another 9, the assault relentless and despair-inducing. Boom! It wasn't just Chen Yuan who was attacking frantically. Zhao Qiuxia and the other mages were also casting their most powerful forbidden spells. However,
Casting a forbidden spell took time, and it was nowhere near as fast as Chen Yuan's shots, but once cast, the power of the forbidden spells far exceeded Chen Yuan's basic attacks. Boom! Zhao Qiuxia successfully cast her forbidden spell. Instantly, mounds of earth rose around the deity, forming a lava volcano, and in the next moment, the volcano erupted. A rolling wave of heat surged up, scorching the deity's skin until it turned red. Boom! Crack crack! At the same time, another ice mage successfully released their forbidden spell. Endless dark snowflakes fell from the sky, covering the deity and freezing it into an ice sculpture. However, under the impact of the volcanic lava eruption, the ice quickly melted and refroze. It could be said that the deity was now enduring an unprecedented torment of both ice and fire. Bang! After 5 minutes, the deity's health had dropped by more than half. Meanwhile, Zhao Qiuxia, Chen Yuan, and the others' attacks gradually slowed down. Although they had potions to restore their depleted mana, stamina, and strength, the mental fatigue and numbness still caused their actions to slow. However, at this point, the deity's resistance was clearly failing. Thus, Chen Yuan decisively stopped to rest. Then he ordered, "Melee classes, you can go in and attack. Now!" "Yes! Kill!" Seeing this, Lu Hualian, Zhuya, and the others shouted in a deep voice and charged towards the frozen deity. Swish! A brilliant flash of sword light passed by. Lu Hualian was the fastest, and in the blink of an eye, she reached the boss. Then she struck like lightning, her sword light dazzling, each move exuding deadly danger. Bang! Boom! Hiss! Under the explosive output of Lu Hualian, Zhuya, and the other melee classes, in just 1 minute, the last small portion of the boss's health was directly taken down. Swish! The dungeon was cleared. Time taken over 4 hours. Directly refreshed the record for clearing the ancient divine battlefield. This is an astonishing speed that even the max level experts from the Bear Nation couldn't achieve. Mainly because, when the max level experts from the Bear Nation enter, they also have to follow the rules to hunt ordinary divine souls first, gather materials to craft equipment and items, and then synthesize cursed crystals. These rely heavily on luck and take a lot of time. However, the Dragon Nation this time had luck that was simply unimaginable. They easily gathered the equipment and items for the entire team. Moreover, they fused the cursed crystal in one go. As a result, even though they weren't max-level experts, they achieved a clearing speed that left the local experts from the Bear Nation in awe. Wow! Cleared in just over 4 hours. This is too insane. I checked the previous record for this dungeon and it was actually 8 hours and 50 minutes, close to 9 hours. The players from the Dragon Nation have surpassed the fastest clearing speed of the Bear Nation by more than double. Seeing the players from the Dragon Nation clear the ancient divine battlefield first, the viewers watching the livestream were all amazed. Of course, they weren't particularly shocked. Mainly because, during the more than 4 hours of the live stream, everyone had already realized from the efficiency of the Dragon Nation that they would definitely break this record. With that mental preparation, all that was left was astonishment. Immediately after, because the Dragon Nation cleared the dungeon and left, their live stream was considered over. The viewers had nothing left to watch. They then shifted their gaze to the live streams of players from other countries. On the side of the White Eagle Nation, at this moment, their team leader was already close to having a full set of armor. Others were gradually getting weapons or a piece of equipment. This efficiency was actually quite high, but because of the comparison with the players from the Dragon Nation, they seemed very lackluster, making it uninteresting to watch. However, if compared to other countries, one would find that the efficiency of the White Eagle Nation was already quite good. For instance, the Bear Nation, Gallia, and Sakura Nation had yet to even secure a full set of armor. Other combat professions had some who hadn't even been assigned a single piece of equipment. It could be said that this was a case of people comparing to people, making one feel infuriated. These people are so trash. The Dragon Nation is still awesome. I initially thought the Dragon Nation clearing this dungeon in just over 4 hours was too slow, but after seeing the previous record time and the current development of players from other countries, I suddenly felt the strength of the Dragon Nation. The Dragon Nation is incredible. I really don't know how they did it. Various comments began to flood the live streams of the dungeons in different countries. Fortunately, the players from various countries couldn't see these comments and bullet screens. Otherwise, they would probably be infuriated. Swish! At this moment, Lu Chen followed Chen Yuan and the others out of the ancient divine battlefield. He felt a bit tired, not just mentally, but also physically. To avoid making their clearing record seem too exaggerated, he intentionally controlled the pace, which is why it took 4 hours to clear this dungeon. Otherwise, if he really wanted to break the record, he could probably clear it in half an hour. After all, in the dungeon, he was playing the role of an ordinary alchemist and hadn't made any moves throughout. If Lu Chen really wanted to go all out to let their team race in this ancient divine battlefield, he could easily clear this dungeon in half an hour, or even in just a few minutes. Of course, that would require him to push himself to the limit. He would need to use the abilities of the Curse Master to change the rules of the dungeon, while constantly using the abilities of the creator to produce equipment, enchantment scrolls, potions, and so on. It could be said that he could set a speed record that future challengers would find impossible to break. However, this held no significance for him. Naturally, he wouldn't waste his time doing such things. Finally out, I can have a good rest and check on the progress of the competitors from various countries, Lu Chen thought to himself. Then, he followed the main group, returning to their viewing seats in Long Country amidst the cheers of the audience from Bear Country. You've worked hard. First, let's have some drinks and rest well, then we'll go eat. Wipe off the sweat. At this moment, Liang Yu and other strong figures from Long Country personally came to comfort everyone, offering various potions to accelerate recovery of stamina and spirit, allowing everyone to rest well. Not hard at all. Thank you, Sword God. Everyone expressed their gratitude, somewhat flattered. Only then did they have the energy to watch the progress of the dungeon raids from various countries. Soon, including Chen Yuan and others, they were somewhat surprised. They never expected that even the top-tier strong nation, White Eagle Country, had not yet managed to obtain a full set of equipment. Others had only 1 or 2 pieces of equipment barely on hand. Currently, they were still searching for the blood-colored divine phantoms, hoping to obtain materials. This result greatly exceeded their expectations. They were well aware that their clearing speed should be first, far surpassing others, but they thought that other countries had probably already started collecting divine stones by now. Who would have thought they were somewhat overestimating themselves? The progress of these people couldn't even compare to 1% of theirs. It seems our clearing efficiency has completely surpassed other countries. Our luck seems to be off the charts. Soon, someone exclaimed in amazement, causing Chen Yuan and the others to nod in agreement. Only Lu Hualian and Zhuya understood that this was not due to their good luck. It was because their team had a freak like Lu Chen in it. Otherwise, without Lu Chen, they would probably still be struggling to find blood-colored divine phantoms and collecting materials. Damn, their drop rate is too low, right? No wonder after so long, they haven't even managed to get a full set of equipment. At this moment, Bear Country had just defeated a newly discovered blood-colored divine phantom and obtained materials. As a result, they only dropped 2 pieces of materials. Even so, the competitors from Bear Country cheered excitedly during the live broadcast. Then, everyone saw the comments from viewers of other countries in the live stream. Sigh, it's really heartbreaking to watch. Yeah, it feels like seeing mountain kids who have never seen the world. Over in Long Country, they're getting bags full of materials and still complaining, while these guys are celebrating like it's New Year's for just 1 or 2 materials. Sigh, it makes me feel sorry. I wish we could share 1 or 2 materials with them from Long Country. Is the person above joking? Why help the enemy? The strong figures from Bear Country, sitting in the viewing seats, had somewhat dark expressions. It wasn't just the comments from viewers of other countries. It was also because of the embarrassing display of their competitors. Indeed, it made them feel ashamed. Damn it, was it really necessary to be that excited over just 1 or 2 pieces of materials? Lu Chen didn't mind these things, unlike Chen Yuan and the others who had complex feelings. He looked at their live stream of the raid team with a sense of superiority. His mindset was very calm. He didn't think they had any advantage over the players from these countries, nor did he look down on their excited expressions when they obtained 1 or 2 materials. Lu Chen seemed to be watching television, quietly observing the progress of the raids from various countries, occasionally smiling to himself. He found it quite interesting. Soon, it was past 12 o'clock. Liang Yu called everyone to go eat. No need to watch anymore. After all, they had already won in this 3rd round of the competition, and they were almost certain to take 1st place in the final military exercise. There was no need to pay more attention to the other competitors' matches. Lu Chen nodded and then went to the cafeteria with everyone. Interestingly, aside from the players from Long Country and the leading strong ones, the leaders from other countries, including the strong ones from Bear Country, had no appetite to eat. They were still watching the progress of their own country's competitors. Although 1st place had already fallen to Long Country, 2nd place was still uncertain. They were now focused on fighting for that 2nd place. At this moment, the leaders from various countries had unknowingly changed their mindset during these 3 rounds of competition. They no longer thought about occupying absolute dominance in the soon-to-be-formed Blue Star Federation, but being in 2nd place and holding some power was also quite good. Only the White Eagle Country might still be unwilling to accept this, thinking about how to turn the tables and become the decision-makers of the Federation. However, that possibility was indeed very low. Unless White Eagle Country completely turned against the results and significance of this competition. But even if they did, it would be difficult to defeat Long Country and seize dominance under the current circumstances. Time passed quickly. Before they knew it, it was almost 6 o'clock in the afternoon. The time was 5:50. There were only 10 minutes left until the instance would close. At this time, the countries with the fastest progress, such as White Eagle Country, Bear Country, Gallia Country, Great Sun Country, and Cherry Blossom Country, were already attacking the boss.
Among them, White Eagle Country
was the fastest. Currently, the Divine Boss had only a little health left. Boom! Finally, with 5 minutes left before the instance closed, the players from White Eagle Country successfully killed the boss. They cleared this incredibly difficult raid. Ha, we finally cleared it. We should be first, right? This raid was really too hard. Other countries probably haven't even started attacking the boss yet. Even if they have started attacking the boss, they probably won't make it out before 6. Finally, after the hard-fought battle to kill the boss, the players from White Eagle Country cheered excitedly. Then, they quickly left the raid to avoid missing the time, otherwise, they would have to come out tomorrow morning. Swish swish. Soon, under the leadership of their team leader, they exited the instance. Just as the team leader from White Eagle Country was about to proudly report their results to Calderon and the other leading strong ones, their eyes widened in shock. Because they noticed how were Chen Yuan and the others sitting high above in the observation seats of Long Country. Weren't they supposed to be in first place? Had they been overtaken? Although the White Eagle Kingdom had a premonition that things might not go well before they exited the dungeon, they felt they might not be in first place. However, their progress through this raid was remarkably smooth. They killed a blood god spirit and obtained a couple of materials, hardly missing a beat. Moreover, these materials conveniently helped them equip their team leader and a few others first, increasing their efficiency in farming materials. Then, they successfully fused the cursed crystals on the first try, allowing them to exit just before the dungeon passage closed at 6 o'clock. All of this made them feel that if the Dragon Kingdom didn't have such a smooth run in this dungeon, perhaps they really had a chance to be first. After all, this was the Bear Kingdom, not the Dragon Kingdom, so that possibility still existed. Unfortunately, at that moment, when the competitors from the White Eagle Kingdom saw the Dragon Kingdom players resting and watching from the high platform, they realized their fantasy was ultimately shattered. The Dragon Kingdom players had not failed in this ancient god battlefield, they had cleared it ahead of everyone else, even unaware of when they had exited. Congratulations to our White Eagle Kingdom team for successfully clearing the ancient god battlefield in 11 hours and 15 minutes, earning the runner-up position in this competition. As the players from the White Eagle Kingdom were in a daze, the host announced their results with a microphone. This made the players from the White Eagle Kingdom breathe a sigh of relief. Thankfully, they were still in second place. If some unexpected event had occurred, not only would the Dragon Kingdom players have cleared the dungeon, but other countries, including smaller ones, would have cleared it long ago as well. They would have truly embarrassed themselves. Fortunately, they were still the runners-up. As long as they didn't compare themselves to the freaks from the Dragon Kingdom, they were first in their own right. The players from the White Eagle Kingdom were quite open-minded, quickly comforting themselves that they were still first. Soon after, they took their seats next to the strong players from the White Eagle Kingdom, like Calderon. At this moment, there were still 2 minutes left until 6 o'clock when the dungeon passage would close. They were just in time to enjoy the performances of players from other countries. There was no need to watch the smaller countries closely, they hadn't even managed to equip a few sets yet, let alone collect the divine stones and fuse them into cursed crystals. As for the larger countries like the Bear Kingdom, Gallia, and the Great Sun Kingdom, they were either just collecting divine stones or also fighting bosses. However, judging by the boss's health, they were only just beginning to attack it. It would take at least another hour or two to kill the boss. Watching this scene, the players from the White Eagle Kingdom couldn't help but feel a bit proud. Ignoring the Dragon Kingdom's freakish results, the White Eagle Kingdom was still quite strong. Alright, it's the last minute, we can notify them to come out. Calderon and the others suddenly whispered at this moment. Then, everyone saw the players from various countries fighting in the live broadcast pull out something from their pockets that looked like a constantly vibrating alarm clock. They quickly shouted their respective combat and support professions to stop and prepare to exit the dungeon. If they didn't take advantage of the last minute to exit, they would be trapped here. To get out, they would have to wait until 6 o'clock the next morning. And the competition rules stated that results were only counted before clearing the dungeon. Even if the final results were delayed until all countries cleared the raid, the leading positions would still remain the same. The smaller countries hardly had any life professions and couldn't even craft a few pieces of equipment. If fairness were to be considered, every country should persist until clearing the dungeon for it to count as a result. Perhaps giving them 10 days, those small countries might not be able to clear the ancient divine battlefield either. That would be a complete waste of time. So the competition rules state that it will directly end before the instance portal closes at 6 o'clock in the evening. Before that, if any country can clear the instance and come out early, they will naturally be the first and second place, and they will also receive the bonus for clearing the instance. Countries that fail to clear the instance will have their scores based on their current progress in the instance. For example, if they have reached the boss fighting stage, the remaining health of the boss will be their score. or if they have reached the stage of collecting divine stones to fuse with cursed crystals but are still short a few divine stones, or if they are still fighting small monsters to gather materials for crafting equipment and potions. Naturally, the score for fighting the boss will be the best, while the score for fighting small monsters will be the worst. What? Is time running out? Are we about to exit the instance? Sigh, just give me another half an hour. I feel like I can clear this instance. What a pity. The players from the Great Sun Kingdom sighed upon hearing the reminder from their life profession behind them. They then chose to exit the instance directly. After all, it was meaningless to persist any longer. Even if they could kill the boss in half an hour, what then? They wouldn't be able to exit the instance and would be trapped in it for a whole night. Moreover, the final score would be the same. It would be better to choose to exit the instance and go back to the dormitory for a good sleep. As the notification for the end of the third match approached, players from various countries, no matter how reluctant they were, could only hurry to exit the instance before it closed. Now, I will announce the final results of the third match. First place, Dragon Country, successfully cleared the Ancient Divine Battlefield with a clearing time of 4 hours and 4 minutes. Second place, White Eagle Country, successfully cleared the Ancient Divine Battlefield with a clearing time of 11 hours and 15 minutes. Third place, Great Sun Kingdom failed to clear the Ancient Divine Battlefield but was only 47% away from clearing with the boss's health remaining. Fourth place, the host announced the final results of each country one by one. Dragon Country remained in first place, suppressing all enemies. The players from various countries who had just exited the instance were stunned upon hearing Dragon Country's results. What happened? How could this be? Dragon Country actually cleared the instance in just 4 hours and 4 minutes? This is insane. Doesn't this mean that while they were fighting for their lives in the instance, the players from Dragon Country had already come out and were sitting in the audience, munching on seeds while watching them struggle? Inside, in an instant, the mentality of these players from various countries began to crumble. The players from White Eagle Country were somewhat better off, as after they cleared the instance, strong figures like Cadron had already revealed Dragon Country's results to them. But at this moment, as they listened to the host announce Dragon Country's results and compared them to their own, they felt a bit complicated inside. Why did Dragon Country have to emerge? If it weren't for Dragon Country, only their White Eagle Country would have successfully cleared the instance. Wouldn't that mean they were the rightful overlords of Blue Star, the most suitable country to lead the Blue Star Federation? Why did Dragon Country have to exist? Under the complex mindset of the competitors from various countries, the third round of the competition has officially concluded. Subsequently, the host informed everyone that they could go to the cafeteria for a meal and then have a good rest tonight. Starting tomorrow, the final round of the global military exercise will take place. The host expressed that countries should not be discouraged. The current losses do not necessarily mean they cannot turn the tide. In the final round, the weight of the scores is the highest, and this final round is quite special, as teams that were previously leading may falter here. Conversely, teams that were initially behind might overtake in a curve. Hearing the host's words, many competitors from various countries gradually shed their gloomy moods. Their eyes regained a fighting spirit. Of course, they also understood that the host's remarks about turning the tide and overtaking were only referring to smaller countries and those nations with tightly contested scores. It indicated that they might succeed in turning the tide in this competition. As for the Dragon Country, unless it completely fell to the bottom in the final round, and countries like the White Eagle and the Great Sun won with an overwhelming advantage, there might be a chance for the final championship to fall into their hands. But for the Dragon Country to become the absolute bottom, the likelihood of that was too low. Therefore, they never considered competing with the Dragon Country or the White Eagle for the top spot. Even the White Eagle, Great Sun, and Bear countries probably didn't think about competing with the Dragon Country for first place anymore. The final round, huh? Lu Chen murmured softly, then went to the cafeteria with Wu Fan and the others for a meal. He was well aware of what the final round entailed. It was about the National Fortunes instance. Originally, it was on the Dragon Country's National Fortune instance. Now they had shifted their base to the Bear Country. The Bear Country would also have a similar instance as the final competition instance. It was just uncertain whether this instance could easily alter the rules like before. It should be possible. Lu Chen didn't think much more about it. He finished dinner and then followed Wu Fan, Lu Dezhuan, and others back to the dormitory to shower and sleep. Knock, knock, knock. When Lu Chen finished his shower and was about to read a book before sleeping, a knocking sound came from the door. Lu Chen almost thought someone was really knocking and was about to call out to come in. But then he realized it was someone knocking on his positioning door, not a real door. Lu Chen checked the application notification. It was Liang Yu. He directly allowed entry. Swish, swish. Soon, a flash of golden light appeared. Liang Yu, Zeus, and Zhang Huihong all stepped out from the positioning door one after another.
Tomorrow's competition should have some deviations. We just went to that instance again.
After Liang Yu entered Lu Chen's room, he wasted no time and
began discussing tomorrow's final round.
They had just entered that special instance again, similar to the Dragon Country's mysterious National Fortune instance, but with some differences. The Dragon Country's National Fortune instance
was relatively more domineering and aggressive. If luck was bad, it could really cause the entire nation to suffer, enduring permanent attribute reductions or other penalties. However, in the Bear Country's special National Fortune instance, it wasn't as domineering. No matter how bad the luck was, it would at most cause the entire nation to have a few days of bad luck. There wouldn't be any permanent penalties.
Liang Yu and the others suspected that the Bear Country must have temporarily modified the instance. They should have had a National Fortune instance with permanent penalties like the Dragon Country, but perhaps seeing how powerful the Dragon Country was this time, with luck that was almost against the heavens, other countries simply couldn't compare. So they temporarily changed the National Fortune instance to one where the penalties were only short-term. Their main suspicion stemmed from the fact that the Bear Country's person in charge said that everyone would soon be a member of a federation. The ultimate goal for everyone was to join forces to resist the impending disaster.
So, if they choose such a severe National Fortune instance, wouldn't that be weakening their own internal strength for no reason?
This is completely unnecessary. A scenario that punishes in the short term but then returns to normal would be more appropriate. From these words, it seems that the Bear Nation is indeed rattled by the Dragon Nation's incredible luck this time. They are also worried that when they enter this National Fortune instance, the whole country might inexplicably suffer misfortune. This instance is also a nested one. The risk
isn't too great.
I will arrange for you to go in with Zhuya, Xiao Qiuxia, and Chen Yuan.
What do you think?
Liang Yu asked. Due to the changes in the instance, it's not possible to let a large group enter. It can only be a 4-person
team.
Therefore, Liang Yu is selecting teammates for Lu Chen. This competition is of great importance, so Liang Yu certainly cannot place Lu Chen in a life profession as he did in previous competitions. However, Lu Chen can be considered a curse master, and entering with the identity of a caretaker won't particularly draw others' attention.
Even if it attracts the attention and suspicion of the White Eagle Nation, there's no need to worry. After this competition, the
Blue Star Federation will likely be established quickly without any surprises.
At that time, the Dragon Nation will dominate the Blue Star Federation, and who would dare to harm Lu Chen? Not to mention, they will also let Lu Chen's abilities assist other nations.
So, even if a few countries want to cause trouble, the other countries benefiting from it won't agree.
I have no objections, let's do it this way. Lu Chen nodded.
In fact, he is more accustomed to teaming up
with Lu Hualian, Zhuya, and the others.
However, with a 4-person team, it's clearly not possible to do that. Among their group, there are actually S-level caretakers, and their levels are even higher than his, making them more suitable for the support role. But since Lu Chen primarily operates as a curse master to alter the instance rules, he isn't entering as a caretaker. That's just a cover. Therefore, he is indispensable. The team doesn't need a second caretaker. As for the mage role, Zhao Qiuxia is indeed the strongest among their group of young talents. Zhuya is also capable. She can fight and support, and she has a protective aura that can save lives. Naturally, she should be in this 4-person
team. However, Lu Hualian's role is the main damage dealer, the primary output profession in the team.
Yet, she is quite strong among female professionals, not much weaker than Zhuya and the others. But on the male professional side,
there is also Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan is also positioned as the main damage dealer and is a divine-level professional. How can Lu Hualian compare to him?
So, the final selection of team members is main damage dealer Chen Yuan, mage Zhao
Qiuxia, support Zhuya, and caretaker Lu Chen.
Among this team, the first 3 have the least doubt.
However, Lu Chen might face questioning from other caretakers. But it's not a big problem. Liang Yu will go and persuade them later. The next day, Lu Chen got up early to wash up and then went to eat.
On his way to the cafeteria, Lu Chen noticed someone frequently stealing glances at him. He glanced back at the person and had some impression of him. He was
a healer from their team.
Yesterday, during the ancient divine battlefield, he was essentially the sole healer for the entire team.
Of course, his healing output wasn't that great, far inferior to De Shuo. However, among the
young talents, he was still quite decent. It was likely that the reason he kept looking at Lu Chen was because of today's final battle, where Lu Chen had taken over his original healer support position.
Was he feeling a bit resentful, or something like that? However, Lu Chen didn't pay much attention to him.
Since he was just stealing glances, it indicated that Liang Yu and the others had indeed spoken to him.
Although Lu Chen didn't know the
profession of the curse master, he should also be aware that he was more valuable in this dungeon than the other. So, the other party was merely watching him without any provocative actions. The few friends beside him felt a bit indignant about it, but due to the authority of max-level experts like Liang Yu, they didn't dare to act recklessly. They didn't even dare to say a harsh word.
Lu Chen didn't bother with them much after finishing his meal. With Wu Fan and the others, they went to the viewing seats together. We shouldn't have any work today, right? That's great, we can really enjoy watching this final match. Wu Fan found a spot to sit down inside. Their lifestyle professions were quite good, with much less pressure compared to combat and support professions. In these 4 matches, they only contributed in the second and third matches. The first and last matches had nothing to do with them. Of course, the honors and rewards they received were definitely not as good as those of combat and support professions. But there was nothing to be done about it. After all, it was a limitation of the profession. While Wu Fan was chatting with Lu Dazhuang and the others, the host had already taken the stage, announcing the start of the final match and asking the contestants from various countries to prepare to enter. Hearing the host's words, Chen Yuan, Zhuya, and Zhao Qiuxia all stood up. Lu Chen then stood up as well. They walked forward together. What's going on with Lu Chen? Could it be he wants to go in and participate in the final match? At first, when Lu Chen stood up, Wu Fan, Lu Dazhuang, and Su Xiaoquan didn't react much, thinking Lu Chen was just stretching or going to the restroom, not taking it seriously. But then, seeing Lu Chen actually join Zhuya and Zhao Qiuxia and walk towards the stage together, they realized that Lu Chen seemed to be preparing to participate in the final match with Chen Yuan and the others. This made them widen their eyes, filled with disbelief. Wait, isn't he just a lifestyle profession? How could he mix into the final match? Yeah, why isn't it Wu Xiaowei going in? He's the professional healer, right? The few felt something was off and then looked at Wu Xiaowei. Wu Xiaowei, the S-level healer in their team, was still sitting in his spot, showing no signs of getting up. This further confirmed that Lu Chen was going to replace him and participate in the final match. Soon, amidst the discussions, someone mentioned that Lu Chen was actually a dual-class player. His alchemist was his second profession, and his first profession was Curse Master, also an S-level healer. Although he might have some negative effects, combined with the potions developed by his alchemist, he could dispel negative buffs. In fact, his healing output and effects were stronger than Wu Xiaowei's. Although Wu Xiaowei's expression was slightly unpleasant, he didn't refute it. As an S-level healer, if the Curse Master really went all out to buff someone, he truly couldn't compete with the Curse Master. Then why wasn't Lu Chen not allowed to give us buffs during the third match? Someone suddenly asked curiously. Hearing this, someone who understood the Curse Master shot the other a glance and said irritably, "Are you stupid? Every time a Curse Master gives someone a buff, they have to sacrifice their own life. With so many people needing buffs in yesterday's raid and the time being so long, if Lu Chen had to step in as a healer, he would have died immediately." Exactly, others echoed. Normally, Curse Masters rarely intervene. After all, every time they do, it consumes their lifespan, and they only act in critical moments. This final match is quite important, otherwise, they wouldn't let him intervene. Lu Chen might lose 20 to 30 years of his life this time. I wonder if the longevity pills can help him recover the lifespan he loses? The crowd discussed, and then they looked at Lu Chen with newfound respect. It felt like Lu Chen was truly giving it his all. While they were discussing Lu Chen replacing Wu Xiaowei in the Dragon Kingdom, in the White Eagle Kingdom, Cardrin's sharp gaze was also fixed on Lu Chen. Lu Chen had always been his target of suspicion, that enigmatic god-level enchanter. Moreover, judging from the unusual situations in the subsequent speed races and other competitions, it seemed that the Dragon Kingdom's trump card profession might not just be the enchanter role. It was likely a more powerful, higher-tier god-level profession, and he had basically confirmed that this target was Lu Chen. Whenever Lu Chen was involved in a competition, the Dragon Kingdom either became exceptionally strong, or other countries faced continuous misfortunes, a sight too tragic to behold. However, now that they had reached the final match, Cardron had no way to deal with Lu Chen. He had already missed the best opportunity. Taking action now would be meaningless and only deepen the conflict. Cardron withdrew his gaze and sighed softly in his heart. Swish, swish, swish. Lu Chen didn't care about the thoughts of others or Cardron's change of mind. He followed behind Zhuya and the others, quickly arriving at a dimensional space portal. After listening to the host explain the competition rules and the specifics of the dungeon, they were finally allowed to form teams and enter. Beep, beep, beep. Soon, the 4-person teams from various countries all grouped together, forming a large team of over 60 people. Then, the captains of each team moved forward together and entered the dungeon. This dungeon was quite special. It didn't allow each team to enter and clear it on their own. Instead, countries had to unite and form a group, and only when the number of participants met the requirement could they enter. Once inside the dungeon, each team would then separate and choose a door to challenge. If they chose a particularly bad door and faced penalties, it would not affect other teams or the countries behind them. Only their own team and the country behind them would suffer. As long as one team could successfully clear the dungeon, the raid would be considered complete. Therefore, the first place would naturally be that team. Swish.
As the teams of representatives from various countries entered the dimensional space portal together, in an instant, more than 60 people disappeared from the open ground in front of the door. Soon after, the live broadcast footage quickly appeared on the big screen. Lu Chen and Juya, along with the others, all found themselves in a magnificent palace, resplendent with gold and jewels, almost dazzling to the eyes. This palace resembled a temple, entirely made of gold and embedded with various gemstones, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Within this palace, large doors hung suspended, each intricately engraved with elaborate patterns, exuding a mysterious and peculiar aura. Lu Chen looked around the environment of this instance with a hint of curiosity. This instance indeed resembled the mysterious national fortune instance of the Dragon Country. However, the surrounding environment was somewhat different, though the doors were quite similar. What do you think? Which door should we choose? Chen Yuan asked Zhao Qiuxia and Juya after cautiously surveying the surroundings. Although he was also a god-level profession, his level was not maxed out yet, so his authority was low, and he was unaware of Lu Chen's special status. Of course, he knew a bit about Lu Chen's situation, so he did not underestimate him. Therefore, he chose to respect everyone's opinions and discuss which door to go through together. Liang Yu and the others had said the same thing at that time. In fact, Liang Yu and the others had intentionally said this to Chen Yuan. After all, they couldn't just tell Chen Yuan to follow Lu Chen's instructions directly, could they? If they said that, Chen Yuan would definitely feel dissatisfied and would start to doubt Lu Chen's situation, which might lead them to reveal Lu Chen's true background. However, Lu Chen's confidentiality level was increasing. Not to mention newcomers like Chen Yuan, even many who had not been able to learn about Lu Chen's max level strength in the early stages no longer had the qualifications to understand Lu Chen's situation. So, anyway, if it came down to a vote, Lu Chen, Juya, and Zhao Qiuxia would definitely have 3 votes in favor. Thus, deciding on the national fortune door chosen by the Dragon Country would not be a problem, so why should they make Chen Yuan listen to Lu Chen? Let's take a look. Juya and Zhao Qiuxia both knew that they should listen to Lu Chen here, but since Lu Chen had not given any instructions yet, they naturally wanted to observe a bit more. Alright. Chen Yuan nodded, holding his great bow, carefully examining the differences between each door. The competitors from other countries were also observing these doors, and no one chose to act rashly. Lu Chen, influenced by Juya and the others' words, snapped back to reality and then remained silent. He directly used the ability of the spell world to modify the rules of this instance. The ability he used was quite simple and direct. He did not forcibly alter the fortune or misfortune of a door but merely allowed himself to see the fortune and misfortune issues of each door. Soon, Lu Chen identified which door was suitable for their Dragon Country to choose, as well as several doors that were clearly very unlucky. After considering this, Lu Chen slightly modified the rules again. Instantly, the countries that had previously targeted them, such as the White Eagle Country, Cherry Blossom Country, Kimchi Country, and White Elephant Country, developed a strong interest in those doors that posed significant dangers. These few doors seem quite good. I have a feeling that these 2 doors will definitely surprise us. The personnel from the White Eagle Country suddenly noticed these few doors and began to discuss quietly. Soon, they also realized that the Cherry Blossom Country and White Elephant Country seemed to want to compete with them for these doors. When they discovered that the White Eagle Country was also interested in these doors, the Cherry Blossom Country and Kimchi Country immediately backed down. They prioritized letting the White Eagle Country go first. However, the White Elephant Country, priding itself on being a strong nation, did not want to back down. But after both sides exchanged blows, the White Elephant Country had no choice but to yield. Ultimately, the White Eagle Country was allowed to choose first. Let's go with this door. Soon, the White Eagle Kingdom determined the door they wanted to go through, their expressions filled with excitement and enthusiasm. Immediately, under Lu Chen's gaze, they chose a door that was dark with a hint of red and purple. What kind of surprise will this door bring them? Lu Chen murmured to himself. Since he hadn't used his strongest abilities, he only knew about the fortune and misfortune of these doors. He was unaware of the surprises and horrors hidden behind them. But regardless, as long as it could bring some small surprises to the White Eagle Kingdom, that was enough. Seeing that the White Eagle Kingdom had chosen their door and entered, Chen Yuan, usually composed, couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. He pointed to one of the doors and said, "I think this door is good. What do you all think?" The door he pointed to was the one with the best fortune that Lu Chen had discovered. Lu Chen was surprised and glanced at Chen Yuan. He had originally thought of having Juya and Zhao Qiuxia cooperate with him to persuade Chen Yuan to choose this door. Or perhaps, like he had just done with the White Eagle Kingdom, he would make Chen Yuan feel that this door was the best, and then everyone would agree to enter it together. Unexpectedly, before he could make a move, Chen Yuan had already chosen the door with the strongest fortune. It seemed he truly was the chosen one, a rare god-level profession among the rising stars. This intuition, this source of fortune, was indeed not something ordinary people could compare to. What's wrong? Lu Chen, do you
Have other opinions? Seeing Lu Chen's surprised look, Chen Yuan thought Lu Chen was not optimistic about this door, so he patiently and gently asked. No. Lu Chen shook his head and then smiled. I also feel that this door is quite good. I just didn't speak up because I thought it was a minor opinion. I didn't expect that Chen team and I would have such a tacit understanding. He. Hearing Lu Chen's compliment, Chen Yuan guessed that Lu Chen might not really think this door was good, but was simply trying to flatter him. However, he still felt quite pleased and chuckled a few times. Then, he looked at Juya and Zhao Qiuxia, wanting to ask for their opinions. In his view, their opinions were more important. If they were unwilling to enter the door he chose, they would have to choose another one. No objections. We also think this door is very good. Chen team has good taste. Upon hearing Chen Yuan's words, Juya and Zhao Qiuxia immediately expressed their agreement. Of course, they were unaware if Chen Yuan's choice was influenced by Lu Chen. Regardless, it didn't matter. As long as Lu Chen agreed, they would unconditionally agree. Great. Seeing this, Chen Yuan smiled and then led them towards the door that shone brilliantly in Lu Chen's eyes. Meanwhile, the White Eagle Kingdom had already entered the dark red and purple door they had just chosen. At this moment, they had entered a new instance, their expressions filled with surprise. Here, there were also many doors. The rules of the instance informed them that this was the marriage door. They could choose a door to enter and then marry the man or woman behind it, followed by pregnancy and childbirth. Each stage would come with considerable rewards. Alright, then. Let's go with this door. The contestants from the White Eagle Kingdom quickly reached a consensus and then opened a door. Behind the door stood 4 brides. They were a goblin bride, a minotaur bride, a fish-headed bride, and a zombie bride. Fuck! What the hell is this? How are we supposed to handle this? When the door opened and they saw the 4 alien brides standing inside, the 4 contestants from the White Eagle Nation were instantly struck dumb, as if hit by lightning. The global audience watching the live stream nearly burst out laughing. Damn, this is too funny. They thought they were going to get an advantage, getting married and having children in the dungeon and receiving rewards. They thought the White Eagle Nation had chosen a good dungeon. Little did they know, the pitfall was hidden here. Of course, if the contestants from the White Eagle Nation had the courage to actually marry these alien brides and have children, it might not be a bad dungeon after all. After all, it seemed there was indeed no danger. I can't stop laughing. Look at the contestants from the White Eagle Nation, they're all dumbfounded. I'm dying of laughter too. They probably thought the brides would be human, or at least something like Medusa or a mermaid, but who would have thought they would be goblins and minotaurs? I wonder how the contestants from the White Eagle Nation will choose. You guys are really out of your minds. Do goblins, minotaurs, and zombie brides not deserve love? This is racial discrimination. Ode Biao, don't be afraid, go for it, we support you. Ode Biao, I originally wanted to have kids with you, but now someone's having goblins for you, so never mind. Sigh, I really don't know what you're afraid of. What's there to be scared of? Our White Elephant Nation fears nothing. Third brother is awesome. If this is the dungeon chosen by third brother, then it truly is invincible. The comments and bullet screens from the White Eagle Nation exploded. Audiences from all over the world were mocking the contestants from the White Eagle Nation. Among them, the people from the White Elephant Nation perhaps were not mocking but feeling regret. After all, they had no racial discrimination. Anyone could be the third sister-in-law. What the hell do we do? Should we give up? I can't accept this. In the National Fortune Dungeon, the 4 contestants from the White Eagle Nation looked at the 4 alien brides, their faces pale, completely devoid of the courage and pride they had before. They began to consider whether to withdraw from this dungeon, or perhaps choose to give up on this door. However, if they did that, they would be punished. At that time, not only would they be punished, but the entire White Eagle Nation behind them would also suffer. Of course, due to the changes in the dungeon, they wouldn't face permanent attribute reductions or be permanently cursed. But even if it was just temporary suffering, they would probably be cursed as eternal sinners by the people of the White Eagle Nation. But they really couldn't accept these aliens. Goo goo goo. It seemed that after a long time without the groom approaching her, the goblin bride made a few sounds. Then, she lifted her red veil, revealing a face that was a ghastly green and extremely ugly. She looked at the 4 contestants from the White Eagle Nation with enthusiasm and excitement, then shyly approached them. Following the goblin bride's actions, the nearly 3-meter-tall minotaur bride also tore off her red veil and stomped towards them. Moo moo. The minotaur bride's eyes were gentle as water, making a docile sound. Although they couldn't understand the meaning, it seemed she was urging someone to hurry and enter the bridal chamber with her. Run! Run away! Seeing this, Ode Biao and the other 3 finally broke down and couldn't take it anymore. They shouted loudly and then rushed back towards the door they had originally entered. This National Fortune Dungeon was different from that of the Dragon Nation. Once the Dragon Nation chose a door, there was no going back. Either you walk down a road to darkness or you exit the instance directly. In the instance of Bear Country, after choosing a door,
of national fortune. If you encounter an unsuitable place, you can choose to exit that door without having to leave the entire instance. Of course, doing so will also incur penalties. Swish. The resplendent temple with many contestants from various countries still struggling to choose which door to take. Then, they saw the 4 contestants from White Eagle country awkwardly escaping from the grand door they had originally chosen. What happened? How did they escape? Odd Biao, what did you encounter inside? Seeing the contestants from White Eagle country fleeing in panic, everyone couldn't help but ask curiously. Ahem. Odd Biao cleared his throat and calmly said, actually, our instance is quite good. It's a nice instance, but we couldn't handle it, it was too enthusiastic. As he spoke, he briefly explained the instance rules to these people. Hearing this, the contestants from various countries immediately lit up with excitement and joy. However, Odd Biao concealed the issue regarding the identity of the bride's race. Alas, you all know, I already have dozens of wives, and I'm actually a bit deficient in vitality, plus I had a vasectomy, so I really couldn't handle this instance and couldn't complete it, which is why I had to leave. Brothers, if you're confident in your kidneys, you can go and give it a try. Opportunities are fleeting. Odd Biao clutched his waist, his face pale, and sighed. He wasn't lying. After they escaped from that instant store, they had already received penalties. Extreme kidney deficiency for 3 days. State of no desire for 15 days. Mental lethargy for 30 days. Various penalties had already fallen upon him. And it wasn't just their 4 teammates. If nothing unexpected happened, now the entire citizenry of White Eagle country had already received the same buffs as them. So, in order not to become sinners and be scolded by the hundreds of millions of people from White Eagle country, Odd Biao came up with such a trick. He would rather sacrifice his own reputation to trick some people inside. If they succeeded, several countries would be just like them, all suffering from kidney deficiency and lack of desire. Even half of Blue Star's population would be the same. Then they wouldn't have to be scolded by the people of White Eagle country. At most, they would just be scolded by foreigners. Really? You're not lying? After hearing Odd Biao's words, many people looked at him with skepticism. They doubted that he would be so kind as to share the rules of this instance with them. Odd Biao, however, ignored them and instead sought out the caretakers from various countries, asking if they had any way to fix his vasectomy. Then he sighed to his teammates, saying that if he had known he wouldn't have come here, he should have sent someone else, and the task of marrying and having children would have been much simpler. He felt he had dragged everyone down, because Odd Biao's acting was too good. In the end, the contestants from Cherry Blossom country who had not yet made a choice couldn't help but be tempted and prepared to try their door as well. No! Kawada Tetsuya, come back! Don't become a sinner! No! Seeing that the contestant from Cherry Blossom country was about to take the risk, the audience from Cherry Blossom country who had just been watching the drama went wild in the comments. Of course, many people from other countries were cursing Odd Biao and his team for being shameless, hoping that their country's contestants would not fall for it. The people of the White Eagle Nation are truly despicable. They entered a trash dungeon themselves and still want to drag others down with them. Fortunately, our Dragon Nation has already entered the dungeon, so we won't be fooled by them. On the viewing platform of the Dragon Nation, Wu Fan and others looked at the live broadcast and couldn't help but secretly disdain the players from the White Eagle Nation. They were also relieved that their players had just not chosen this dungeon. Otherwise, the ones suffering from kidney deficiency would be them. As they spoke, they glanced at the viewing platform of the White Eagle Nation nearby. They saw that the players from the White Eagle Nation who had not entered the National Fortune Dungeon were all looking listless, with dark circles under their eyes, holding their waists, and sweating profusely. It seemed they were quite affected. Even the crowd secretly glanced at the strong figures from the White Eagle Nation, like Kadrin, sitting at the front. They could see that their faces were noticeably pale. Clearly, although they were max-level experts, they could not escape the consequences of being involved in such a National Fortune Dungeon. They too had to suffer persecution. But with their strength, they could still manage to stay somewhat composed. Kadrin ignored the gloating gazes around him, his eyes fixed intently on the live broadcast ahead. Inside, he wished he could crush Odd Biao's kidneys. Damn it, you really know how to choose a dungeon. You actually picked such a dungeon for me. Odd Biao, did you get a vasectomy? I'll really make you get one later. Cursing in his heart, Kadrin then focused on the live broadcast of Lu Chen, his expression darkening. Inside the National Fortune Dungeon. Wow! Lu Chen and Shen Yuan selected a dungeon entrance and walked right in. With a flash of white light, their vision gradually became clear. Then, they were amazed by the environment here. It was misty, with celestial flowers blooming everywhere, and divine trees towering, resembling a fairyland. Not far away, there was an orchard with large, ripe peaches, each one plump and mouth-watering. The fragrance of peaches wafted towards them. At this moment, Lu Chen and Shen Yuan learned the rules and challenges of this dungeon. This was the Peach Garden. Inside, there were many peach trees, and eating a peach could extend one's life by 1,000 years and provide various benefits, allowing one to undergo a transformation and make it easier to change jobs. If they ate a peach, although the citizens of their dragon nation wouldn't gain the benefit of 1,000 years of life, at least they could extend their lives by 100 years and gain many advantages. But getting a peach here was not simple. There was a stone monkey guarding the peach garden, looking sullen. What they had to do was make the stone monkey happy to have a chance to get a peach. If they angered the stone monkey, they would be in trouble. Make the stone monkey happy? Tell jokes? Get the monkey some good food? Or have the stone monkey have a baby monkey? It seems the dungeon on the Dragon Nation side is also not simple, but if they succeed, the rewards will be too generous. Seeing the rules of the dungeon on the Dragon Nation side, the audience from various countries couldn't help but discuss in low voices. Some even rehearsed what they would do if they entered this dungeon. How could they get the peaches? Inside the National Fortune Dungeon. After Lu Chen and Chen Yuan learned the clearing rules of this dungeon, they were also momentarily stunned. What's going on? They weren't allowed to fight a boss but instead had to make a monkey happy? At this moment, Zhuya and Zhao Qiuxia exchanged a glance with Lu Chen, their eyes filled with concern. They were thinking that if this dungeon was really difficult to clear, they might have to let Lu Chen step in and alter the rules. Let's discuss how we can make that stone monkey happy first. Chen Yuan was quite cautious. Although the effect of the peach was very tempting to him, he did not immediately take people to the peach garden. Instead, he felt that everyone should discuss it outside first, and after coming up with a few plans to amuse the monkey, they could go in with some confidence. Otherwise, if they went in directly and the stone monkey lost patience, and they failed to cheer it up in time, it would be troublesome. Who are you? However, just as Chen Yuan was about to discuss with Zhuya and the others, a sharp voice of suspicion rang out. The next moment, they felt a blur before their eyes. Then, they found themselves pulled into the peach garden. Surrounding them were peach trees, and the rich and enticing fragrance of peaches made their hearts flutter, filling their nostrils with sweetness. Who are you? But soon, the earlier shout rang out again, bringing them back to their senses. They saw a monkey with golden fur, a sharp beak, and a thunderous face staring at them with an unfriendly expression. This should be the stone monkey that the rules of the instance had warned them about. Then, Lu Chen noticed that behind this stone monkey stood 7 beautiful fairies. They held fruit baskets. Their expressions frozen, but their eyes showed extreme fear. Speak! Who are you? The stone monkey took a bite of a peach, its gaze fixed on Lu Chen and Chen Yuan, looking increasingly unfriendly. Great sage, are you the monkey? King Sun Wukong? Lu Chen quickly asked. When he heard the rules of the instance earlier, he had guessed that this seemed to be the Sun Wukong who caused a ruckus in heaven. But he hadn't seen him yet, so he couldn't be sure. It wasn't until now, seeing the monkey's appearance and the 7 fairies in the peach garden who were frozen and unable to move, that he finally confirmed this should be Sun Wukong. You've heard my story? Seeing Lu Chen call out his name, Sun Wukong was very pleased, his spirits lifted. Life in the heavenly court had been quite dull for him, as no one truly recognized him as the great sage equal to heaven. They all treated him as that stable boy. Moreover, today the 7 fairies came to pick peaches, supposedly for some grand peach banquet, yet they didn't invite him. This made him even angrier. He was ready to finish these peaches and then go smash that peach banquet. Completely rebel against the heavenly court. I've heard of it, it's well known. Lu Chen nodded repeatedly. This was truly his idol since childhood. Meanwhile, Zhuya and Chen Yuan, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but feel confused. What? Was this Sun Wukong? Why did it seem like Lu Chen was so familiar with him? Zhuya and Zhao Qiuxia, who had some understanding of Lu Chen's abilities, speculated in their hearts whether Lu Chen had used his powers to alter this instance, leading him to be familiar with the rules here. However, they were unaware that Lu Chen hadn't used his Curse World ability this time. It was just that he was too familiar with this instance. After all, the story of Sun Wukong causing a ruckus in heaven was something that hardly anyone on Earth in his past life didn't know. Monkey brother, are you unhappy because the Queen Mother didn't invite you to the peach banquet? Lu Chen then directly asked. How do you know? Hearing Lu Chen's words, Sun Wukong was immediately surprised and looked at him. As for the fact that the Queen Mother did not invite him to the peach banquet, it seemed that only he and the 7 fairies knew about it, right? And others probably wouldn't pay much attention to this. However, thinking about what Lu Chen just said, that he had heard stories about himself. Perhaps he had been paying attention to these things so he knew? Sun Wukong couldn't help but think. But soon, he felt something was off. Lu Chen and the others didn't seem to be immortals either. Where did he get his information from? While Sun Wukong was pondering these things, Lu Chen spoke up. I read it in a book. A book? Sun Wukong was taken aback, wondering what this guy was talking about. What book? He asked curiously. Lu Chen replied, Journey to the West. After saying that, he directly began to tell the story of Journey to the West. From the birth of the stone monkey in the eastern Victory Divine Continent to becoming a disciple of Bodhi, mastering supreme magical powers, and even being actively recruited by the Heavenly Court to become an immortal. Official. Sun Wukong listened with great interest, a proud expression appearing on his face. So there really were legends about him in the world. On the other side, Jia Qiuxia, Zhuya, and Chen Yuan were also stunned by Lu Chen's narration. Wow, weren't they just trying to find a way to make this stone monkey happy? Why were they telling a story now? It seemed like it wouldn't be finished anytime soon. However, the story was quite interesting. They also began to listen attentively. At this point, Lu Chen also recounted how Sun Wukong first rebelled against the Heavenly Court, proclaimed himself the great sage equal to heaven, and fought until the Heavenly Court had to intervene to appease him, ultimately acknowledging his title of great sage equal to heaven and then not allowing him to be the stable master anymore, but instead put him in charge of the peach garden. But on that day, the Queen Mother was to hold the peach banquet, inviting the 7 fairies to pick peaches. Yet Sun Wukong unexpectedly learned from the 7 fairies that he had not been invited to the banquet. This made him furious and he became reckless. Subsequently, Sun Wukong devoured the peaches in the peach garden, smashed the Queen Mother's peach banquet, and then ate the golden elixir of the Supreme Lord, rebelling against the Heavenly Court once again. Sun Wukong listened with wide eyes fixed on Lu Chen, thinking to himself, no wonder I am the great Sun Wukong. He felt that this was indeed his character. He had originally planned to do just that. He just hadn't smashed the peach banquet yet when he discovered Lu Chen and the others. And then, seeing that Lu Chen suddenly stopped speaking, Sun Wukong couldn't help but curiously ask. He was getting a bit excited and wanted to know how the story continued. At this moment, Sun Wukong still hadn't realized that the stories Lu Chen had told earlier were real events that had happened to him. But the later stories were clearly things that had not yet happened, which belonged to Lu Chen's fabrication. Of course, it might not be fabrication, it could also be a prophecy of what would happen in the future. He wasn't paying much attention to these details right now, he just wanted to keep listening to feel good inside. However, Lu Chen smiled and shook his head, not continuing, and said, let's talk about it later, let's take a break. I'm a bit thirsty. Monkey brother, do you have any water? Water? No. Sun Wukong shook his head upon hearing this, then suddenly thought of something. He directly picked a large, plump peach and handed it to Lu Chen. There's no water here, but there are peaches. You can eat a peach. This peach is fragrant, sweet, and juicy, very thirst-quenching. While speaking, Sun Wukong also picked a peach for himself and started munching on it. Seeing this, Lu Chen thanked him and began to eat the large peach. Chen Yuan and Zhuya, who were watching from the side, were all stunned. Wow, is this really possible? They just got the peaches like that? Not only were Chen Yuan and the others shocked, the people around the world watching their live broadcast were also astonished at this moment. Compared to the various difficulties faced by other countries, isn't it too easy for the Dragon Kingdom? Just telling a story to a monkey and getting a big peach that can extend life for 1,000 years. And it's not just Lu Chen who can extend his life for 1,000 years. The citizens of the Dragon Kingdom will also extend their lives by 100 years. Moreover, due to the uniqueness of their instance, the effects they gain seem to be different from those of other countries. They can only temporarily gain some buffs. It seems that the benefits in the Dragon Kingdom are permanent. The strong from countries like the White Eagle Nation, Cherry Blossom Nation, and Kimchi Nation are turning green with envy. Wow, the Dragon Kingdom is just too awesome. Quick, is it too late for me to immigrate to the Dragon Kingdom now? So envious, I also want to extend my life by 100 years and gain those benefits. In the live stream, a flurry of comments filled the screen. Many people from other countries were not joking. If given the chance, they might really consider immigrating to the Dragon Kingdom. But immigrating to the Dragon Kingdom is not that easy. Crack. Lu Chen, unaware of the shock and envy from the outside world, held the peach and began to eat it heartily. This peach was indeed delicious. At first bite, it was sweet and crisp, but as he started to chew, the peach pieces immediately turned into juice, fragrant and rich, going straight down his throat. It was truly refreshing. Before long, Lu Chen finished the peach. Can I continue now? Sun Wukong ate even faster than Lu Chen and had already finished his peach, eagerly waiting for Lu Chen to continue. Lu Chen nodded and then resumed the story of Sun Wukong's rampage in heaven. It was said that after Sun Wukong rebelled against the Heavenly Court, the Jade Emperor was furious and sent the Heavenly King Li to capture him, but to no avail. Then, Guanyin Bodhisattva recommended Erlangshan to fight, and both sides were locked in a fierce battle. Ultimately, it was the Supreme Old Lord who used a hidden weapon to hit Sun Wukong, which led to his capture. Old thing. Sun Wukong was quite angry upon hearing this. He felt that he had only eaten a few golden pills, yet they resorted to such underhanded tactics against him. Lu Chen did not skip any parts and continued. After Sun Wukong was captured, the Jade Emperor used various punishments but could do nothing to him. The Supreme Old Lord then locked him in a furnace, intending to refine him into a pill, but he remained unharmed. Sun Wukong sat aside, listening with his heart racing, feeling quite proud. Old son, am just that awesome. But in the end, when Lu Chen said that the Buddha came forward, he thought he had escaped thousands of miles, yet could not escape the Buddha's 5 fingers, ultimately being suppressed under the mountain of 5 fingers. Sun Wukong immediately got angry and picked up his golden staff, wanting to give Lu Chen a whack. Don't rush, I haven't finished yet. Seeing this, Lu Chen certainly couldn't stop there and continued. From Sun Wukong being rescued by Tang Sang, becoming his disciple, then being forced to wear the tight headband, to the 3 battles with the white bone spirit, to the kingdom of women, and encountering the 6-eared macaque, going through 81 trials. In the end, Wukong became a Buddha. Sun Wukong? Have I, old son, become a bald donkey? After listening to Lu Chen recount Journey to the West, Sun Wukong couldn't help but feel bewildered, a surge of frustration building inside him. At first, he found Lu Chen's storytelling captivating and interesting. He didn't know who had learned of his experiences and was lavishly praising him as the great sage equal to heaven. From the birth of the stone monkey to becoming a disciple of Bodhi, then causing havoc in the Dragon Palace, and later in the Heavenly Palace, the gods of heaven were helpless against him. Even though he was secretly plotted against by the Supreme Lord Lao Jun and captured, the various punishments from the Jade Emperor couldn't harm him. When Sun Wukong heard this part, he felt exhilarated. But little did he know, everything changed after the appearance of the Tathagata. He was toyed with by the Tathagata like a monkey, unable to escape his grasp, and ultimately suppressed under the 5 Elements Mountain for 500 years? How frustrating was that? Then he was forced to take a bald donkey as his master, wearing the tightening headband, subject to others, and that bald donkey was quite infuriating. In the end, after they obtained the true scriptures, he also became a bald donkey? What kind of ridiculous plot is this? Who is the real protagonist here? You. Sun Wukong was so angry that he picked up the golden staff, wanting to smash Lu Chen with it. Lu Chen, however, was not afraid. After all, he had a pile of resurrection coins. He calmly said, "Monkey brother, there's no need to rush. This is something that will happen in the future. It hasn't happened yet, has it? But the future is unpredictable and can change at any time. The source of all this actually stems from your havoc in the Heavenly Palace, slowly developing into this situation. As long as you can restrain yourself and are willing to endure, perhaps this conspiracy can be avoided." Ha! Hearing Lu Chen's words, Sun Wukong stopped his movements, looking at him with a gaze full of suspicion. Future? Are you saying this is something that will happen in the future? Isn't this just a story you made up? He still thought that the stories Lu Chen was about to tell were just fabrications meant to irritate him. Of course not. Lu Chen shook his head. These are all real events that will happen in the future. Of course, this refers to the storyline if you continue to develop according to the established plot. You also know we are very weak. Lu Chen glanced back at Chen Yuan, Juya, and the others, who looked bewildered, then turned back to Sun Wukong and said, "We are very weak, great sage. You could easily kill us with a single strike. Logically speaking, how could we have the right to know about figures like the Tathagata, Siddhagarbha, Zen Yuanzi, or your Bodhi Patriarch, let alone fabricate stories about them? But because we come from the future, we know all of this," Lu Chen said with a calm expression. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Sun Wukong's expression suddenly changed, fluctuating between dark and light. He finally realized that Lu Chen's words made some sense. If Lu Chen could recount his feats of jumping into the water curtain cave to become the beautiful Monkey King, that wouldn't be surprising. But Lu Chen could even mention his apprenticeship under the Bodhi Patriarch. This was something he had never shared with anyone else. Ordinary people wouldn't know this at all. Even the celestial beings in the heavenly court were unaware. But Lu Chen was able to recount his monkey life experiences, which was a bit terrifying. Therefore, with Lu Chen's strength, it was indeed impossible for him to know these things. Only a great power could know them. And he even wrote a Journey to the West based on this. So, this Journey to the West was not just a random fabrication by Lu Chen. It was that he had seen this story at a future point in time, which allowed him to narrate his destined tragic life. Change the future. So, you want me not to cause havoc in the Heavenly Palace, right? Sun Wukong calmed down, carefully recalling the story Lu Chen had just told. It seemed that the tragedy of his monkey life began with the chaos in the Heavenly Palace. First, he was suppressed under Wuxi Mountain, then forced to wear the tight-fitting headband like a puppet to protect Tang Seng on the journey to the west to obtain the scriptures. How to decide? Everything depends on you, great sage. I'm just telling you a story. Lu Chen smiled. He certainly couldn't casually give Sun Wukong any pointers. After all, according to some people's speculations, Journey to the West is a conspiracy. It is a struggle between Buddhism and Taoism. The layout and conflict of both sides began long ago. Sun Wukong's journey to the West seemed to have been arranged long before. So, even if Sun Wukong gave up on causing a ruckus in the Heavenly Palace, he would probably still be forced to rebel later and ultimately have to embark on the journey for the scriptures. If That's the case, then telling him that as long as he doesn't cause a ruckus in the Heavenly Palace, he can control everything is complete nonsense. Therefore, simply advising Sun Wukong on what not to do and what to endure is entirely meaningless. What he needed to do was to change Sun Wukong's way of thinking. So what should I do? Sun Wukong had already believed Lu Chen's words. He also felt that there seemed to be a kind of conspiracy shrouding him, making him feel cold all over. Have you heard of dragon slaying technique? Lu Chen did not answer Sun Wukong's question but asked in return. No. Sun Wukong shook his head in confusion. He thought to himself, what kind of spell is the dragon slaying technique? Although he had caused a stir in the dragon palace before, he had never slain a dragon. Lu Chen then found a spot to sit down and began to talk to Sun Wukong about the modern dragon slaying technique. Sun Wukong sat beside him, listening intently, feeling as if Lu Chen's words had opened a door to a new world for him. It made him realize what he should do. Why should the immortals and Buddhas be so high and mighty? They receive offerings from all beings. Yet they, these monsters, are to be hunted down and killed. Even after being incorporated into the heavenly court, they are still looked down upon? A flame was slowly burning in Sun Wukong's heart. Lu Chen talked with Sun Wukong for a long time and inevitably he became thirsty. This time, Sun Wukong was very considerate and picked a few peaches for him to eat. He even handed one to Zhuya, Zhao Qiuxia, Chen Yuan, and the others behind him. This left them astonished. They never expected they could also eat peaches? They had not hoped to eat peaches at all. As long as Lu Chen could eat peaches and gain some buffs for everyone, that would be enough. However, since this stone monkey was so generous, they were not polite. Alright, that's enough for now. We don't have much time left. Lu Chen said, having said enough to Sun Wukong, and then stood up. Okay, thank you, sir, for your teachings today. Sun Wukong said, feeling unsatisfied. He absorbed Lu Chen's knowledge like a sponge, sincerely grateful to Lu Chen. Then, he sent Lu Chen and the others through a suddenly appearing light door, and once Lu Chen and the light door disappeared, Sun Wukong whispered, "We were born free, who dares to be high and mighty?" He was not prepared to cause a ruckus in the heavenly palace. Moreover, he would take the initiative to admit his mistake and accept punishment for stealing peaches later. He wanted to lie low for now, but one day he would overthrow all the gods and Buddhas. This feeling is really comfortable. I didn't expect to have a pleasant surprise just from watching a match. Although 100 years of extended life isn't much, it's still not bad. In the audience of the Dragon Kingdom, Liang Yu, Zizi, and others who had consumed the peaches of immortality along with Lu Chen and Chen Yuan were pleasantly surprised to gain 100 years of extended life and various benefits. Their remarks made the faces of the weak and Cardron and other strong figures from the White Eagle Kingdom turn darker. Damn it, comparing people really makes one furious. That group from the Dragon Kingdom is still complaining that 100 years of extended life isn't much, but they not only didn't receive such benefits, they also became weak and impotent. They were just a step away from being sterilized. Damn it! Cardron and the others really wanted to punch Liang Yu and the others. However, not to mention whether he in his prime could defeat Liang Yu in his current weakened state, he was even less likely to win against Liang Yu. He could only endure. Hey, Lu Chen, was the journey to the west you just talked about with that Sun Wukong something you made up? In the National Fortune instance, as Lu Chen and the others entered the next room, Zhao Qiuxia couldn't help but ask curiously. She wasn't very interested in the dragon slaying technique Lu Chen mentioned later, finding it rather dull, but she was quite interested in Journey to the West. No. Lu Chen shook his head and casually said, "It's a story recorded on a stone tablet I found in an instance. I didn't expect we would happen to come to the mythological story recorded on that stone tablet." He couldn't reveal his identity as a traveler, so he just made something up. I see. Zhao Qiuxia nodded thoughtfully and then asked, "Do you have any other stories from stone tablets?" "There should be some, let's talk more when we have time," Lu Chen replied. Chen Yuan, standing nearby, looked at Lu Chen with a rather fiery gaze. He wasn't very interested in Journey to the West, but he was very intrigued by the dragon-slaying technique Lu Chen mentioned to the stone monkey. He felt that many of the theories Lu Chen spoke of opened up a new world for him. He also realized that Lu Chen was definitely not simple. He probably was the trump card that Liang Yu and the other strong figures had inadvertently revealed earlier, right? At that time, Chen Yuan thought they were talking about him. But now, he wasn't so confident anymore. During the third match, he might have been the main character, the core of the entire team. But in this final match, he clearly became a mere decoration. They could easily clear the previous instances thanks to Lu Chen's eloquence. Okay. Zhao Qiuxia nodded at Lu Chen's perfunctory words. She knew it was probably because Chen Yuan was here, so Lu Chen couldn't say too much. They would discuss these things after returning. Which door should we choose now? Zhao Qiuxia withdrew her gaze from Lu Chen and looked at a row of light doors in front of them, asking again. After leaving the previous Heavenly Court instance, they had returned to a hall similar to the previous one, where there were again several light doors for them to choose from. The only difference was that there were no other contestants from various countries around them, otherwise they might really think they had returned to the starting point after leaving the Heavenly Court instance. Now, they were clearly in the second hall. Let's take a look first. Hearing Zhao Qiushuo's words, Chen Yuan fell silent for a moment, then shook his head. He didn't want to make a decision casually. He was prepared to let Lu Chen decide. Chen Yuan wasn't driven by fame or fortune, nor did he need to be the one to choose the instance light door to stand out. As long as the final result was good and maximized the benefits for the Dragon Kingdom, he wouldn't care if he became a small transparent figure. It could be said that he was indeed the most suitable candidate for the team leader this time. Swish! Lu Chen also echoed, suggesting that everyone take a look before discussing. As he simultaneously consumed experience points, he began to examine the fortunes and misfortunes contained within these light gates. As a result, Lu Chen discovered that after arriving at this second temple square, the number of fortunes and misfortunes associated with the light gates had actually changed. Originally, in the first temple hall, Lu Chen observed that among those instance light gates, the ratio of fortunes to misfortunes was 8:2. 80% were black light gates radiating calamity, while only 20% were golden light gates exuding fortune. Here, however, the ratio had changed to 70-30. The gates representing good fortune had reached 70%. One could say that this reversal was quite astonishing. It was almost unbelievable. But after careful thought, Lu Chen speculated that it might be because the light gate they first cleared represented a gate of fortune. Therefore, the subsequent light gates would also feature more gates of fortune? Would it be easier to choose the gate of fortune? This aligns with the saying that those with good luck and blessings will only see their lives improve, and even when faced with difficulties, they can easily turn misfortune into good fortune. Conversely, those plagued by bad luck and misfortune truly have a hard time, and sometimes, even when they encounter good things, it can lead to disaster. It was likely that the White Eagle Nation and the Cherry Blossom Nation chose those few gates flashing with black light of calamity, and even if they could barely clear the instance, the majority of the light gates they would reach in the temple square afterward would still predominantly be gates of calamity. One could say that a good start is indeed very important. Of course, Lu Chen believed that this instance wouldn't be so hopeless as to give no hope at all to those who made the wrong choice at the beginning. It was likely that if they continued to choose the gates of fortune later on, they could still obtain the best benefits in the end. This gate, Lu Chen thought to himself, then chose the one with the most dazzling golden light, feeling it was the best light gate. Alright, then this one. Zhao Qiushua and Zhuya were just about to nod in agreement, but to their surprise, the first to voice support was Chen Yuan. How did this god-level professional become like Lu Chen's little brother? Zhao Qiushua and Zhuya were puzzled for a moment but didn't think much of it. They assumed that perhaps Lu Chen had used his means to make Chen Yuan feel that this light gate was better. Of course, Zhuya and Zhao Qiushua had no objections either, and soon the four of them stepped into that light gate together. During this process, Chen Yuan thought to himself, indeed, Zhao Qiushua and Zhuya must know something, as they had no objections to Lu Chen's proposal throughout. While people around the world were excitedly watching this global military exercise competition, on a life planet far away from Blue Star, at this moment, a gigantic, terrifying monster resembling an octopus, which had been in deep slumber, suddenly awakened. In an instant, the void darkened, and countless planets near this life planet crumbled and shattered. Damn it! Who killed my avatar? The monster roared in anger, exuding endless fury. This monster was the apostle that had been killed by Zeus with a set of extreme combos in a previous instance, a harbinger of disaster. Because the distance was too far. Therefore, the avatar of the great disaster, which had clearly been killed for some time, only sensed this at this moment. For the great disaster, that avatar was quite important. When it created that avatar, it consumed a significant amount of its divine power. For an apostle like the great disaster who was close to divinity, divine power was extremely important. It was related to whether it could become a god. The reason it was willing to expend divine power to create an avatar that possessed a part of its strength was to spread panic and fear, to harvest more belief power. In a short time, perhaps this belief power could not keep up with its consumption. But after millions of years, it would eventually catch up and yield even more profit. But now, its avatar had not yet replenished the divine power consumed during its creation, and it was unexpectedly snuffed out. This caused it a huge loss. Swish! The cold and cruel eyes of the great disaster opened wide. Soon, scenes of its avatar's death began to emerge before its eyes. Such a weekend could actually kill my avatar? Blue Star? He. After understanding the whole situation, the great disaster let out a few cold laughs. Immediately, it prepared to project itself to Blue Star and annihilate all living beings on that planet. Creatures close to divinity have several ways to strike from a great distance. First, there is the natural method of the true body crossing domains to kill enemies. Second, there is the creation of an avatar to go and kill enemies. Third, there is the void projection. Among these three methods, the most Powerful is, of course, the true body crossing domains, followed by the avatar, and lastly the projection.
However, under normal circumstances, very few beings close to divinity would choose to act with their true body. Even gods who have already ascended would not do so.
Not to mention how much divine power would be consumed and how great the impact would be. Just the act of randomly crossing domains to kill enemies in unknown areas is very dangerous. One might easily fall
into traps set by enemies, leading to utter destruction.
Therefore, even gods basically keep their true bodies in their divine realms and do not act lightly.
Beings close to divinity also need to accumulate divine power to break through to that level, so they would not act recklessly. Thus, they mostly send avatars or projections to kill enemies. This time, the great disaster naturally still preferred to project itself to annihilate that blue star. However, it failed, because the distance between the two sides was too great, and it had not yet become a god, so it could not manifest a projection anywhere to strike. Do I have to create another avatar? The great disaster's gaze became even colder, but it did not want to create another avatar.
Although this time it was confident that it would not let the avatar fall into trouble, it did not want to expend its already limited divine power. Thus, the great disaster began to ponder.
How should it deal with that little blue ball? With its temperament, it could not swallow this anger. The people living on Blue Star were still unaware that the worries of Liang Yu and others indeed had a trend of further realization.
The other side was indeed preparing to strike at them, but it was currently not easy to do so.
Now, people were happily watching various countries struggle to survive in that national fortune instance.
Of course, from time to time, the
audience from various countries would wail in extreme frustration.
Then they would send bullet comments and remarks, urging their own competitors to withdraw if things were really not going well.
No need to persist. If they continued, they might end up losing their country.
It was truly because the instance portal they chose was too terrible.
Moreover, it was completely impossible to clear, forcing them to endure repeated national calamities.
At this moment, the citizens of these small countries could not help but feel envious of the Dragon Country. Because although the Dragon Kingdom gained a permanent increase in lifespan after the first time, the subsequent completions of the dungeons did not bring
any permanent benefits.
However, those temporary buff gains, in any case, were hundreds of times better than the misfortunes they endured. It feels like having the Dragon Kingdom lead the Federation might indeed be a good thing.
The Dragon Kingdom's fortune is really too high right now. The White Eagle Kingdom can't compare at all.
In the conference hall of the Bear Kingdom, the leaders of the smaller nations, feeling increasingly weak, looked at Liang Yu and the others, who were glowing with health, and discussed in envy in low voices. They originally had no resistance to the establishment of the Blue Star Federation and did not care about the leaders of the Federation, as it had nothing to do with them as small nations. But after this national fortune dungeon, they had deeply realized that a country shrouded in fortune is far more comfortable than an ordinary country. Once the Blue Star Federation is formed, being backed by such a country would obviously bring them more benefits. And if the Blue Star Federation were led by the White Eagle Kingdom, they would likely suffer misfortunes as well. Therefore, even if the Dragon Kingdom's achievements were only slightly better than those of the White Eagle Kingdom, their hearts would still lean more towards the Dragon Kingdom leading the Blue Star Federation.
Boom! In the National Fortune Dungeon, Lu Chen and Chen Yuan once again completed the dungeon's task.
This time, their reward was a level up for everyone by 5 levels.
Meanwhile, the entire Dragon Kingdom leveled up by 1 level. Of course, those max-level experts like Zeus and Liang Yu could not level up anymore.
However, they were already max-level experts and did not care about these benefits.
But for the job changers of the Dragon Kingdom, everyone was very excited.
It felt great to participate in this global military exercise.
They could enjoy the spectacle at home while continuously gaining various benefits.
Swish! At this moment, Lu Chen, Chen Yuan, and Zhuya left the previous dungeon.
They arrived once again at the hall of the temple. According to Lu Chen's statistics, this was the 7th temple hall.
The light gates before them were no longer as numerous as at the beginning. Only 3 doors remained. At this time, they also received a reminder from the dungeon.
This was the choice of the last door.
Once they made their choice and finished, they would have completed this national fortune dungeon.
Lu Chen and the others were quite fast.
Meanwhile, the fastest speed of the White Eagle Kingdom and other nations had only reached the 3rd door.
Which door should we choose this time? Zhao Qiuxiao looked at Lu Chen and asked.
Lu Chen glanced at the 3 light doors. In his eyes, none of them were the black door of misfortune.
They were all dazzling with golden light.
Even the golden light was quite similar.
It was hard to choose. Let's go with this one.
Lu Chen thought for a moment. Since they were all similar, he would just pick one at random.
He chose the middle door. Okay. Chen Yuan had no objections either.
The 4 of them then entered through this light door. Soon, they learned from the light door's reminder that after completing this dungeon, they would receive a customized secondary job change book.
Exclusive customized second job transfer book?
After learning about the rewards of the last door, Lu Chen and Chen Yuan, along with others, were all extremely excited. There was no need to mention Chen Yuan, he was already a god-level profession. If he could customize an even stronger and more suitable profession for himself, he might obtain a super god-level job transfer book. Although currently, the official level classification has not specifically defined the god level. True strong individuals know the gap between SSS level and god level professions. Moreover, a smaller portion of god-level professions is stronger than their peers. Just like Lu Chen's creator and curse master, such professions can be called super god-level professions. Of course, this level classification is not very rigorous, it is just a way to further categorize some god-level professions. It has not gained widespread recognition. Countries with such strong individuals do not specifically promote them. Therefore, for those below SSS level, there seems to be no difference between god level and super god level. It doesn't concern them anyway. As one of the few god-level professionals, Chen Yuan was certainly aware of the existence of certain super god-level professions. He never expected that by participating in this competition, he would have the opportunity to elevate his profession to a higher level. How could this not excite him? It wasn't just Chen Yuan who was excited. Zhuye and Zhao Qiuxia were also thrilled. Zhuye and Zhao Qiuxia's professions, Thought Master and Lava Mage, were both SS level professions. If they could find a suitable second job transfer book, they might have a chance to challenge god-level professions. Even if they couldn't become god-level professionals, at least they could reach SSS level. At the very least, it would elevate their professional standing. Of course, the happiest one was probably Lu Chen. After all, he had just recently transferred from Curse Master to Curse Sovereign. This profession should be considered a super god-level profession. Although the creator was still a first job transfer, it was not much weaker than Curse Sovereign and also belonged to the super god level. But this profession had not yet been transferred. Lu Chen was already preparing for the day when his experience would reset to 0 to have the Curse of the World customize an exclusive second job transfer book for him as a creator. It was unimaginable how strong his creator profession would become. And now this dungeon directly provided him with this opportunity, so he might be able to more easily obtain the second job transfer book for the creator. How could this happen? Damn! The group of strong individuals from various countries watching the live stream had almost given up on watching their own country's contestants' performances in the dungeon. They were all focused on Lu Chen and his group in the National Fortune Dungeon. At this moment, they followed the live stream and learned about the rewards of this last challenge, and one by one, they turned pale, with many even slamming their tables and standing up. For ordinary people and lower-level professionals, the so-called second job transfer book reward might not be as good as the initial reward of extending life by 100 years or leveling up several levels. But for stronger individuals with higher professional levels, the previous rewards were actually not very significant. The exclusive customized second job transfer book, however, was incredibly meaningful. For many who had their first job transfer as God level or SSS level professionals, their professions were too rare, making it difficult to find a second job transfer book. They probably had no hope of a second transfer in their lifetime. But this exclusive customized second job transfer book gave them the opportunity to rise to a higher level. Unfortunately, this did not concern them but was related to Lu Chen and his group, as well as the Dragon Kingdom. Of course, the ones who would receive the most rewards would definitely be Lu Chen, Chen Yuan, and their 4 members. The rewards received by the entire Dragon Kingdom could not be compared to theirs. However, if some people were lucky, perhaps this time the Dragon Kingdom could produce a batch of S-level professionals. Damn, how enviable. Once this match is over, I want to enter this dungeon too. If I'm lucky enough to reach this final stage, I might just level up. Many powerful individuals from various countries couldn't contain their excitement, whispering eagerly. They recalled the choice of the light gate made by Lu Chen and his team, thinking that if they also chose the light gate like them and followed their strategy, would they have a chance to obtain the peach and get that customized second job transfer book? If they succeeded, it would be amazing. Of course, they also understood that the light gates in this dungeon changed randomly each time they entered, and it wasn't guaranteed that following someone else's path would lead to success. It wasn't that simple. However, if they chose the wrong light gate, they could exit immediately and try again, which would give them a certain probability of selecting the same route as Lu Chen. But doing so involved a lot of complications. After all, this was a national fortune dungeon. The more they fumbled around, the weaker they would become, not to mention dragging the entire nation behind them into suffering. Once or twice would be fine, but continuously trying to exit and repeat the process would likely lead to widespread discontent. So, if they wanted to attempt this later, they would need to discuss it in advance. This is great, the final reward is amazing. In the National Fortune Dungeon, Zhao Qiuxia and Zhuye were both excitedly talking. Then, they thought of something, glanced at Lu Chen, and their eyes lit up. Again. When they first entered the dungeon and learned about the customized job transfer book, their instinct was to think of their own professions, hoping to level up. But now, they thought about how Lu Chen's creator profession hadn't even undergone a second transfer yet. If he could get a suitable transfer book here, then Lu Chen's creation abilities would become even more terrifying. They felt genuinely excited and hopeful about this, even more so than their own potential second transfers. After all, no matter how much they leveled up, their profession's ceiling was nearly reached. But Lu Chen was different. His profession's ceiling was incredibly high. Let's get started. We're ready to make a move. Chen Yuan was unaware of what Lu Chen and Zhao Qiuxia were thinking. He was only focused on how to clear this final stage. He stared at the towering world tree before him, holding his bow and arrow, his gaze sharpening like that of a hawk. World tree, die. Whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Yuan released the bowstring, and 9 arrows, infused with various terrifying elemental powers, shot towards the world tree. The condition to clear this final stage was no longer about making the stone monkey happy or finding lost items. They had to destroy the world tree to complete the clearing condition. Therefore, Chen Yuan took action immediately. Let's do it! Lu Chen shouted directly at Zhuya and Zhao Qiuxia. This dungeon meant a lot to him, and he was going to take it seriously. Moreover, he was also preparing to help Chen Yuan, Zhuya, and Zhao Qiuxia to get more suitable job change books. This would be safer. He didn't want them to finally clear this dungeon only to end up with a second job change book that was less than satisfactory. That would be bad. Okay. Seeing that Chen Yuan had already taken the lead, Zhuya and Zhao Qiuxia were ready to act. Hearing Lu Chen's words, they hesitated not at all and joined in. Ha! Zhuya stood still, raising her hands together. And soon strands of mental energy swirled in her palms, forming a massive wave of mental energy that surged towards the world tree. Ya! Zhao Qiuxia let out a delicate shout, raising her staff. Instantly, countless lava volcanoes appeared, surrounding the world tree. The next moment, the volcanoes erupted, and streams of boiling magma continuously bombarded the world tree, trying to burn it to ashes. However, the world tree was not an ordinary tree. Although the volcanic magma kept striking it, it couldn't even scorch its bark. Bang bang bang. Chen Yuan was also continuously pulling the bowstring, shooting out terrifying elemental arrows. But the effect was poor, unable to penetrate its defenses. Swish swish swish. Lu Chen also took action. He directly cast a curse on the world tree, weakening its terrifying defense and putting it into a state of armor break. Thus, Zhuya, Zhao Qiuxia, and Chen Yuan's attacks could finally harm the world tree. Swish swish. At the same time, Lu Chen's curse points were rapidly depleting. Cursing this immensely powerful world tree was also a huge drain on him. Fortunately, he had preemptively spent a lot of experience capsules, converting them into a pile of curse points. Otherwise, he would be facing the embarrassing situation of losing levels during the live stream. Swish swish swish. Lu Chen continued to act, starting to boost Zhuya and Chen Yuan. Zhuya and Zhao Qiuxia couldn't help but let out a soft moan, which was quite intoxicating, and a blush appeared on their faces. They shot Lu Chen a glare but said nothing, continuing to attack. Although their current state felt strange and uncomfortable, the buffs they received were quite terrifying. Spell power plus 500%, casting speed plus 1000%, attribute enhancement plus 300%, movement speed plus 200%. This allowed their attacks to finally chip away at the world tree's health, revealing a health bar that had previously been invisible. Great, since the health bar was visible, it wouldn't be a problem to take down the world tree. As for Chen Yuan, he suddenly felt a bit uncomfortable in his stomach and inexplicably lightheaded. Then he discovered that he had gained a special buff. As time passed, his stomach would become increasingly uncomfortable, making him unable to help but clench his legs together. However, his attack power, attack speed, and attribute enhancements, ignoring defenses, were all continuously rising, making his attack stronger with each wave. Is this the poison milk of a curse master? Truly powerful. I hope I can hold on, Chen Yuan thought to himself. Then, he no longer distracted himself and continued to attack frantically. Swish swish swish. As the world tree was bombarded by their relentless output, the once quiet and motionless tree seemed to awaken. The massive canopy that could block out the sun shook, and then vines shot out like lightning, aiming to strike at Chen Yuan and Zhuya, who had attacked it. Just looking at the speed and ferocity of the attack, if it hit them, I'm afraid people are about to ascend to the heavens. Swish swish. Whoosh whoosh. Lu Chen was engulfed in a frenzy of black light, continuing to curse the world, changing the rules. Splash splash. As his curse on the world succeeded, the once sharp and lightning-like vines suddenly softened like ripe bananas. Swish swish. Immediately, these vines were burned away by Zhao Qiuxia's lava flames. What's going on? Completely wasted? Chen Yuan's pupils slightly constricted at the sight. His heart, which had just leaped, barely returned to its original state. Just moments ago, seeing the World Tree's attack, he thought they were doomed. Unexpectedly, the World Tree's attack suddenly weakened.
It must be Lu Chen's doing. Chen Yuan quickly guessed the reason. At this moment, he couldn't help but sigh. Having Liang Yu and the others arrange for Lu Chen to join the team in the final match was indeed an incredibly wise choice. If they had let the original caretaker come in, they wouldn't even have made it to this final stage. Even if they had managed to choose this stage, with that caretaker's healing power, they wouldn't have been able to sustain themselves. Ultimately, they would have been wiped out here. Swish swish swish. At this time, as Lu Chen continued to intensify his curse on the World Tree, which had just revived and was preparing to strike with thunder to annihilate, Lu Chen and the others seemed to have taken a world of sleeping pills, directly falling back into slumber. Once again, it allowed Lu Chen and the others to attack it madly, remaining indifferent. Boom boom, bang, bang, boom. After Lu Chen's continuous weakening and cursing, combined with the enhancement of their attack power, they finally succeeded in destroying this seemingly dead World Tree in just over 2 hours. Bang! The World Tree collapsed with a loud crash. Immediately, brilliant lights flew out from its heart, transforming into twinkling stars before dissipating. This was an evil World Tree that had absorbed the core energy of countless worlds, as well as various rare materials. At this moment, as it was attacked and fell, those special mysterious substances that had once been devoured by it but not fully digested returned to the vast universe. Swish swish. Among them, 4 bright, large points of light, like shooting stars, quickly flew towards Lu Chen, Chen Yuan, and the others. They then landed in their hands, forming a secondary job transfer book that enhanced their abilities. Lu Chen had no interest in what Chen Yuan, Juya, and the others' secondary job transfer books were like. He only wanted to see if his curse on the world had succeeded in creating a secondary job transfer book that enhanced his creator abilities. Secondary job transfer book, creator, unique, prerequisite profession, creator, unique, job transfer task, create 1,000 pieces of equipment with different attribute effects. Job transfer task, create 1,000 items with different attribute effects. Job transfer task, create 1,000 different types of auras. It's the creator's job transfer book. Indeed. Lu Chen smiled with delight as he read the introduction of the job transfer book in his hand. He quickly put the book away, not bothering to look at more job transfer tasks. Although the content of this job transfer book would likely not be broadcasted to the world, he had intentionally hidden the rewards he received during the curse world. But since they were still live streaming, it was better to put the job transfer book away to avoid any unexpected captures and study it slowly later. Swish. Ah, amazing. Awesome. Just as Lu Chen put away the creator's job transfer book, Juya and Zhao Qiuxia glanced at their own job transfer books and began to jump up and down in excitement, their delicate cheeks flushed with joy. Chen Yuan was equally excited, his eyes glued to his job transfer book. Although he appeared to be holding back his emotions, Lu Chen could still sense his overwhelming feelings. At this moment, apart from the people of Long Country, only foreigners were watching Lu Chen and the others' livestream. The citizens of Long Country were focused on the job transfer books they had received. Of course, the children who had not yet reached adulthood could only watch the excitement of those around them and silently envy them. So awesome, thanks to Chen Yuan, thanks to Juya, thanks. I'm aiming for S rank. Although the job transfer tasks are a bit difficult, it will ultimately allow me to level up. Job seekers across Long Country were filled with excitement, especially those who had just received the job transfer books most suitable for them. Next were many lifestyle professionals. Many lifestyle professionals would never have been able to obtain their subsequent job transfer books. Either they were too expensive to buy or simply not suitable. Now, they had obtained a job transfer book for free that was very suitable for them, which felt like a pie falling from the sky. For those in combat and support professions who received a job transfer book that was not very suitable, the book felt somewhat useless. They had better options, so this job transfer book naturally held little appeal. But selling it? Almost everyone in the country had one now, so the price of this job transfer book would definitely not be high. They could only think about finding someone to trade for a more suitable one. Not bad, not bad. On the side of Bear Country, Liang Yu, Zizi, and others held their job transfer books with faint smiles on their faces. Although the job transfer books they received were not very meaningful to them, at least they were above S rank. They could use them as rewards for the younger generation, which was still good. After all, each of them was above S rank, and if they could sit outside and enjoy more outstanding job transfer books, what would be the point of Lu Chen and Chen Yuan's pioneering efforts? Therefore, the job transfer books in their hands were actually a form of reverse weakening for them. They wouldn't really use them for their own job transfers, they would only fill the national treasury. After all, although many job transfer books would become abundant after this wave, S rank and above job transfer books would still be scarce. Damn! How can Long Country be so lucky? It's infuriating.
The powerful figures from various countries sitting in the observation seats, as well as the candidates who
couldn't enter the national fortune instance, felt a deep jealousy seeing long countries' bountiful harvest. For those small countries with poor resources, they couldn't feel jealousy. Instead, they felt more envy and longing. They originally felt that the facilitation of the Blue Star Federation was optional, as they ultimately had no say in the matter and only hoped to gain some benefits from it. However, after participating in this competition and watching how, with just a few dozen people, or even just 4 in the end, the Dragon Country managed to secure enormous benefits for the entire nation, they truly wished they could join the Dragon Country on the spot, to become a vassal state of the Dragon Country. Now, they were very willing to join the Blue Star Federation, and they preferred it to be led by the Dragon Country. In that case, if these strong individuals went to explore such dungeons, they would probably all be part of a federation and might be able to gain a bunch of benefits like today. That would be a guaranteed win. They're coming out. I wonder what kind of class change book they got. It must be great. I bet it's a god-level class change book. At this moment, Lu Chen and Chen Yuan, having cleared the National Fortune Dungeon, naturally had no need to stay inside any longer. They all came out of the dungeon, attracting the attention of a crowd that couldn't help but whisper in envy and jealousy. Come on, let's go welcome them. Seeing this, Liang Yu called everyone over to welcome Lu Chen and the others back from their victory. Wow! Zeus, Zhang Huihong, and other max-level experts, along with participants like Lu Hualian and Wu Fan, all stood up and walked towards Lu Chen and the others. Welcome back. Ha, you guys were amazing. You didn't encounter any problematic doors along the way. It seems like fate is truly on your side. As the crowd approached Lu Chen and the others, Wu Fan and the others couldn't help but express their admiration. They felt that Lu Chen and his group were incredibly lucky, having not encountered any of the super troublesome doors like those faced by the White Eagle Country. Perhaps this was what it meant for a nation to prosper. In fact, they were quite worried about Lu Chen and the others at that time. After all, if they had chosen a good dungeon that benefited everyone, it would be a joyous occasion for all. But if they had chosen a dungeon that brought misfortune to everyone, well, it went without saying that they would definitely be subjected to online harassment and scorn. People wouldn't care about the reasons that led to the misfortune affecting the entire nation. They only cared about their own interests being harmed and suffering a great loss. Therefore, Wu Fan and the others believed that the pressure Lu Chen must have been under at that time was quite significant. Bang! Bang! A few girls set off some colorful paper cannons to welcome Lu Chen and the others back from their victory. After that, Lu Chen and the others were surrounded by a group of people. Surrounding Chen Yuan were naturally the male fighters and support-type players. Surrounding Zhuya and the others were, of course, the girls, as the boys felt it inappropriate to crowd around them. As for Lu Chen, he was surrounded by Wu Fan and other life-type professionals. Many of them sighed, realizing that Lu Chen had been quite secretive. At first, they thought he was just an alchemist, but they didn't expect him to also be a toxic healer. Amidst the crowd's adoration, Lu Chen and the others returned to their original viewing seats. After all, the national fortune competitions of the other countries had not yet concluded, and they certainly wanted to continue watching. Although, with the Dragon Country having taken first place in all 4 competitions, there was really no point in continuing the comparison. After Lu Chen and Chen Yuan sat down to watch the match, the originally noisy and bustling atmosphere gradually calmed down. There was nothing much to be excited about anymore. After all, with consecutive victories from the first to the third match, they were destined to be in first place. This had long been a consensus among the crowd. Subsequently, everyone quietly watched the match. Many wanted to inquire about Zhuya, Zhao Qiuxia, and Chen Yuan's transfer books but felt too shy to ask directly in front of nearby foreign competitors, fearing they might overhear. They all resorted to private messaging on their phones. Lu Chen was no exception. Although most competitors were not particularly interested in his transfer book, the top-level players leading teams like Liang Yu, Zai Si, and Zhang Huihong were very curious about Lu Chen's transfer book. One after another, they sent messages. Lu Chen, is your transfer book an upgraded version of the Curse Master or the Creator? Lu Chen, is the transfer book about creation? Lu Chen. Those who understood Lu Chen's situation as a creator, without exception, paid little attention to Chen Yuan, Zhuya, and the others, and instead kept sneaking inquiries to Lu Chen. Lu Chen could only reply to them one by one, confirming that it was indeed about the creator profession. However, he did not directly reveal that it was the creator. After all, he himself had not yet figured out the specific abilities of the creator. He needed to hold the secondary transfer book, immerse himself in it, and watch the preview of the profession's abilities to understand clearly. And now, there were people all around. How could Lu Chen possibly take out the transfer book to look at it? It would be bad if someone noticed that his transfer book was special. So, after watching a few boring matches from various countries absent-mindedly, Lu Chen made an excuse to go to the restroom. Once in the bathroom, he entered a stall.
Lu Chen first took out a piece of equipment akin to a formation plate which could block others' prying eyes, and then took out the creator's transfer book.
He then slowly immersed his mind into it. Swish! Soon, Lu Chen's vision went dark.
Then, he saw a blurry figure appear in the pitch-black, cold, and silent universe.
I say, let there be light.
At that moment, the blurry figure softly spoke.
Instantly, there was light. Then came water, earth, life. Gradually, a life planet appeared in this universe. Following that, the blurry figure was worshipped by the divine statues shaped by these lives, continuing to create. Wow! Lu Chen's mind withdrew from the preview of the transfer book's abilities.
He thought to himself that this creator was even more impressive than he had imagined.
Not only could it
create objects, but it could also create life. This was a true god in the real sense. In terms of professional strength, the creator was clearly a level above the
curse master.
After all, the curse master could only curse within the existing world, distorting rules to alter others' worlds.
But the creator could create from
nothing, which in essence was stronger than the curse master. If they were in a void without rules and laws, the curse master would likely have little effect.
But the creator would be fearless.
Although it's much stronger, but
the consumption is also greater.
Lu Chen frowned slightly and sighed inwardly.
Before the transfer,
the creator consumed mental energy while the curse master consumed lifespan.
After the transfer, the curse master consumed experience points. Naturally, the
creator would not only consume mental energy but rather faith.
It could also be said to be incense. Indeed, this was also evident in the preview. That blurry figure's
reason for creating the world, why it frequently manifested and was worshipped by the world, leading to the establishment of divine statues for veneration, was
because this profession's creation would consume faith points.
Similar to the curse master, who needed to convert experience points into curse points to cast spells.
The creator converts the faith value offered by all beings into incense points to unleash their creative abilities. Of course, creating planets and life consumes a lot of incense points. However, if it's just about making equipment like before, the consumption of incense points is actually minimal.
It's just too troublesome.
I've always preferred to keep a low profile. Does this mean I have to start showing off in front of others?
Lu Chen frowned, clearly not liking this. He preferred to stay in the background, just like in this competition, where outsiders thought it was thanks to Chen Yuan and others that they won. But the higher-ups knew very well it was his contribution. He wouldn't receive any less of what belonged to him. The so-called fame meant nothing to him. Instead, it could increase his risks.
Let's talk to the sword god and the others about what to do after the competition. Lu Chen sighed. Since it involved the issue of faith value, he couldn't make a decision on his own.
After all, without the support of a country, it would be very difficult to have people worship him and provide him with faith power. Of course, he could choose not to spread his influence in the Dragon Kingdom and go to those small countries in Southeast Asia.
But that would be too troublesome.
Alternatively, he could find a real other world, not just a dungeon, to tame other races and spread his faith.
Lu Chen thought silently.
It still felt too troublesome. If only it consumed mental power instead.
Lu Chen then put away the job transfer book and the array plate, isolating his equipment, and left the restroom.
He sat back down in his position. Under the distracted gaze of everyone, finally, at 6 in the afternoon, all the contestants from various countries emerged from the National Fortune Dungeon. Whether it was the team that had just entered the first door or the team that could clear
one of the dungeons in half an hour, they all came out. After all, if they didn't come out, they would be stuck inside.
Although they could wait until 6 the next morning to come out, with this series of dungeons, the gates would constantly change. Every day. It was hard to say if they could still walk out from the gates tomorrow. They might end up completely lost in this dungeon. The final match ends here, and the Dragon Kingdom is still in first place, the host announced excitedly. After all, the contestants had exited the dungeon. However, he did not mention the significance of this so-called Global Military Exercise Championship in front of the global audience, nor what would be gained from it, such as forming the Blue Star Federation. These matters would naturally be discussed privately by the strong from various countries after the competition ended.
It wasn't time to make it public yet. Once the competition was completely over, the live broadcast was interrupted.
Liang Yu looked at the various strong individuals from different countries, all with dark circles under their eyes, looking thinner or fatter, and pale faces, and smiled as he invited, "Let's go, the competition is over, it's time to discuss serious matters." The serious matter that Liang Yu and the others were going to discuss was naturally the follow-up issues regarding the establishment of the Blue Star Federation. After all, the military exercise had ended, and according to previous agreements, the champion's country would become the overall leader of the federation.
The top few would also have significant authority within the federation. As for those smaller countries ranked lower, they were just there to join in the fun. Lu Chen followed everyone to a nearby hotel for a big feast, which served as a celebration banquet. By the time they
finished eating, it was already quite late.
Lu Chen helped a few people back to their dormitory and then returned to his own room. Ah, so tired. Lu Chen lay on the bed, exhaling the smell of alcohol, and murmured softly. Tonight was the last night staying in Bear Country. They would be able to return to Dragon Country tomorrow. At that time, he would start to consider whether to change his profession to that of a creator. Or perhaps he would find a similar national fortune dungeon like this Bear Country and obtain a suitable secondary class transfer book. If that were the case, he might be able to create other creator transfer books. By then, he might not need to consume faith points. While Lu Chen was deep in thought, he heard a series of knocks. It wasn't someone actually knocking on his door, but rather someone requesting to pass through his positioning door. Lu Chen checked to see who it was and found it was Zhuya, Xiao Qiuxia, and Lu Hualian. He directly approved their request. Swish, swish. Soon, brilliant light doors began to shine in Lu Chen's room. Then, Zhuya and the other two, dressed in pajamas and nightgowns, walked out from the light door. Lu Chen, did we disturb you? Xiao Qiuxia asked, still a bit excited. Lu Chen replied, you already knocked and you're asking if you disturbed me? Hey, Lu Chen, what does your transfer book look like? Let us see, Zhuya said, a bit excited. She wanted to see what Lu Chen's creator transfer book was like. Previously, he had been vague about it on the communication software and hadn't made it clear. That's why they came over to take a look and also show Lu Chen the transfer books they had obtained. Interestingly, Lu Hualian, who was usually quite lively, was quieter this time and didn't make as much noise as Zhuya and Xiao Qiuxia. This was probably related to her not entering the National Fortune Dungeon this time and being replaced by Qin Yuan, only obtaining a relatively ordinary secondary transfer book outside. Although she didn't want to complain, she must have felt disappointed inside. Well, here, let me show you. Lu Chen didn't mind showing them his transfer book and casually handed over the creator transfer book to them. Zhuya, Xiao Qiuxia, and Lu Hualian also handed their transfer books to Lu Chen for him to see. Lu Chen took them and curiously looked at their secondary transfer books. At the top was Zhuya's transfer book and Lu Chen picked it up to take a look. Secondary transfer book, Mind Emperor, prerequisite profession, Mind Master, transfer task. After briefly looking at the introduction of the transfer book, Lu Chen immersed his mind into it. He wanted to see how the power preview of this Mind Emperor would play out. Ha! A delicate shout rang out and then a blurry figure appeared on a piece of land. The figure stood still and a lightning dragon formed from condensed mind energy spread out from the figure's arm, binding the enemy and electrocuting them to death. Immediately after, the blurry figure continued to unleash her abilities. With a whoosh, a gigantic creature resembling a qilin emerged from the condensed mind energy and the figure rode on this giant beast, controlling the mind energy beast to charge wildly. Truly, a touch would mean death, a collision would mean annihilation. Boom! In the end, the thought energy giant beast exploded like a nuclear bomb detonating, leaving the entire world in a blank state. Then, the blurred figure performed other skills. With a shake of her hands, small lotus flowers fell around her. As she continuously cast thought energy skills, ultimately, the thought energy lotus flowers bloomed and exploded. It was as if dozens of super-large nuclear bombs detonated in place. All that remained before Lu Chen was a vast expanse of white, and he could no longer see anything else. Swish! Lu Chen's mind withdrew from the preview scene in the job transfer book. Not bad, this thought. Emperor is very likely a divine-level profession. Even if not, it is definitely among the top tier of SSS-level professions. Lu Chen nodded slightly. He held a high opinion of this thought emperor. He felt that this thought emperor profession seemed to be not much inferior to Chen Yuan's sun-hunting arrow god. He couldn't help but wonder how strong Chen Yuan, originally a divine-level professional, would be after obtaining the second job transfer book. This was a custom-made job transfer book, not the kind that would be useless. It was very likely that he would become an extremely rare super divine-level professional, similar to himself. However, Lu Chen's two professions leaned towards support in life, while Chen Yuan's was purely a combat profession. Therefore, if Lu Chen were to truly fight Chen Yuan, he might not be able to defeat him. Of course, that was under the condition that Lu Chen did not use special means. If he were to fight with all his might, Lu Chen had various life-saving items like resurrection coins, and he could also use his curse world ability to weaken Chen Yuan. Thus, in a life-and-death struggle, Lu Chen would likely be able to kill Chen Yuan, or they would both perish together and he would revive. But if it were a competition in the arena where the use of items was not allowed, Lu Chen might not be able to defeat Chen Yuan. Therefore, Lu Chen still preferred his own profession. A purely combat-oriented profession could not compare to the comfort and enjoyment of support and life professions. Thinking this, Lu Chen picked up the Thought Emperor job transfer book and placed it down. Then he picked up the second job transfer book to examine it. Second job transfer book, Zhurong, prerequisite profession, Lava Mage, job transfer task. Zhurong? Lu Chen raised an eyebrow upon seeing this profession name. This was a bit impressive. If he was still unsure whether Zhuya's thought emperor was a divine level profession, he was certain that Zhao Qiaoxia's Zhu Rong would definitely be a divine level profession. The fire god Zhu Rong in mythological stories is not merely a name but also a profession that would be passed down through generations and tribes. Zhao Qiaoxia's situation seemed a bit like she was about to inherit the title of Zhu Rong. Lu Chen became even more interested in the Zhu Rong profession, more so than the Thought Emperor. He quickly immersed his mind in the preview of the profession abilities in the second job transfer book. Boom! In the scene, it was pitch black and then a blurred figure appeared on a desolate land. Immediately, the figure waved a hand and suddenly, meteors fell from the sky, endless meteors wrapped in fiercely burning flames, pouring down like a meteor shower upon the enemy. Boom! In an instant, the heavens and earth collapsed. Countless enemies and exotic beasts were all buried under this meteor strike.